Lin Xi, who had awakened from the interstellar era, found herself reduced to a pitiable recipient of government relief. Government relief recipients were only guaranteed to stay alive, not even enough to fill their stomachs. When the game Doomsday was advertised in order to fill her stomach and also to see her familiar hometown, once more she resolutely spent all her savings and even took out a loan to enter the game. Ding! Welcome to the survival game. This round of the game lasts 15 days. Players must survive at least 15 days in the game. If unable to last 15 days, the player's game ends and they cannot continue to participate in subsequent game projects. Please take the game rules seriously. Ding! During the game, one supply item will be randomly distributed each day, including food, water, and medicine. The distribution ratio for each of the 3 items is 25, and the remaining 25 is empty. For details of the 3 supply lists, click here. Ding! This round of the game will provide players with a legal identity certificate within the game scene, but no other additional assistance. Please be aware. Ding! Friendly reminder: the number of people in this scene is 100, including 99900 NPCs and 100 players. Ding! First-time players can randomly draw a skill related to their own attributes. Do you want to draw now? Lin Xi clicked yes without hesitation. Attribute drawing in progress, please wait. Attribute drawing complete. Player Lin Xi has obtained the space skill. Please check. Immediately information about the space skill appeared in Lin Xi's mind. Skill space. Level 1 next level upgrade requires 1000 points. Space capacity 1 cubic meter. Description: level 1 space can only store non-living supplies. Space is a personal skill, cannot be taken away or transferred. Lin Xi tested the space skill according to the instructions and found it very simple. As long as she touches an item and focuses her mind, the item disappears and appears in the space. Game scene loading complete. The game is about to begin. Players, please prepare. As the countdown ended, Lin Xi's figure materialized from the virtual space onto the street. The street was crowded with people, pedestrians hurrying by, vehicles crawling forward, and the occasional blare of horns. Electric scooters and bicycles weaved deftly through the crowd. Shops bustled with activity, and the air was a medley of sounds and smells, brimming with the city's clamor and haste. It was a perfectly ordinary scene, yet it made Lin Xi's nose sting. All players had been dropped at the same spot, in front of the crosswalk. 50 people stood on each side of the crosswalk, their faces full of curiosity and eagerness. Lin Xi, with her slightly reddened eyes, was truly an outlier. Are you also a player? A player who noticed Lin Xi's difference approached and asked casually. Lin Xi acted as if she hadn't heard, turned around, and walked into a convenience store by the roadside. Behind her, she heard the players' comments about her. She must be an NPC. The NPC models in this game are really good looking. I think she's an NPC too. When you asked if she was a player, she seemed not to hear. The game announcement said that NPCs automatically filter out words like game and player. Inside the convenience store. Excuse me, could I borrow your phone? Lin Xi asked, holding out her only ID card. The ID card was identical to the one from her past life, except the photo was her current appearance. This ID card was exactly the same as the one from her past life, the only difference being that the portrait on it was her current appearance. A woman in her 40s sat at the checkout counter. When she heard someone asking to borrow her phone, her first instinct was to be wary. The game's era resembled the 21st century Earth, where a phone equaled privacy and wallet. She wouldn't even lend it to her own husband, let alone a stranger. But when she looked up and saw the girl, thin, almost to the point of emaciation, the woman put aside her guard. She picked up the ID card Lin Xi handed over and asked, "What do you need the phone for?" "Sister, I came here for a part-time job, but my luggage was stolen. Now all I have is this ID card," Lin Xi explained. "I want to borrow your phone to look up where the police station is so I can file a report." Hearing this, the woman's eyes turned sympathetic. "The police station is very close. Turn right outside this door, then walk straight to the end." The woman opened her phone map to show Lin Xi, pointing at the map icons and explaining, afraid she might not understand. "Thank you so much." Lin Xi walked out of the convenience store holding a piece of bread and a bottle of water the woman had given her. With a pretty face and a frail body, in peaceful times one could receive kindness from many people. The roads were covered with surveillance cameras. Even knowing it was a game, Lin Xi dared not use her spatial ability openly. She had invested everything into this game and didn't want to be eliminated in the first round. So on her way to the police station, she stopped at a public restroom. Sensing no one around, she stored the bread and water into her space, then set off again for the police station. Familiar buildings, familiar uniforms. As soon as she entered, Lin Xi shouted toward the police station entrance, "Police uncle." Everyone in the hall turned to look, and a female officer immediately walked toward her. "Police uncle." Lin Xi shouted again excitedly, then buried her head in the female officer's arms and burst into loud sobs. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Lin Xi was overwhelmed with emotion. After living miserably for 18 years in a strange world, suddenly seeing a fellow countryman and the most trusted police officer, her emotions erupted. The female officer said nothing, just gently patted her head, letting her vent freely. Lin Xi calmed down after a short while. She wasn't someone who cried easily. Such an emotional outburst had happened only once in both her lives. Isn't that a female officer? Why did she call her police uncle? Lin Xi looked up from the female officer's arms toward the source of the voice. It was the player who had spoken to her earlier in the game. That red hair made him unforgettable. Realizing it was a player Lin Xi understood. It was normal for players from the Interstellar era to be unfamiliar with the 21st century from over 1,000 years ago. In the 21st century, whether male or female, old or young, anyone in a police uniform was instinctively addressed as police uncle. This address was familiar to the police and the public alike, but the Interstellar people didn't understand. Lin Xi understood, but the police officers and other NPCs were puzzled. The reason this game was so popular upon launch was its gimmick of the most authentic 21st century, attracting countless Interstellar players to experience it. Most of the NPCs were modeled after the remaining consciousness of Earthlings combined with preserved Earth data. In other words, to the Interstellar people, NPCs were just data, but to the NPCs themselves, they were real people living in the 21st century. The gazes in the police station shifted instantly from Lin Xi to the player who had spoken. The policewoman patted Lin Xi to make her stand aside, then walked toward the players. Please show me your ID cards. She tapped the table, the crisp, sharp sound drawing the players' attention. Under her stern expression, they felt pressured and fumbled for their IDs. After a moment of searching, the red-haired player who had spoken to Lin Xi earlier was the first to pull out her ID card. The policewoman nodded, took the card, examined it, then handed it to a colleague standing nearby. The player smiled, pleased to have found the correct ID. The other three quickly handed theirs over as well. But they didn't notice that when the player asked, "Is this it?" the police officers had quietly surrounded them. Lin Xi was taken aside by another officer to give a statement. Unsure if the game's assigned identity could be traced, she didn't dare say much. She simply claimed she had gone out looking for part-time work, fell asleep on the bus, and woke up on the roadside with all her luggage and valuables gone except for her ID. Pressed further, she answered only with "I don't know" and "I don't remember." The police verified her identity and tried to contact her family and friends. Naturally, none could be reached. None of your emergency contacts are available. Do you remember any phone numbers of your relatives or friends? The officer persisted. Lin Xi shook her head. The officer didn't blame her. With smartphones, few people memorized numbers anymore, and he was used to it. Those who could remember the emergency number were praised. "Officer, I'm really hungry. Could I have something to eat?" Lin Xi interrupted the officer's attempt to contact her family. She had to. Her satiety had dropped to 25, and below 20 the game would warn of negative effects. The police station kindly provided her with a meal, generous portions. Seeing how thin she was, the officer serving the food seemed to want her to gain a few pounds on the spot. Once her satiety was full, Lin Xi stopped eating. Half the meal remained in the box. She packed it for the next meal. While she ate, the police continued trying to reach her family and friends, but to no avail. "We still can't get in touch with anyone," the officer said apologetically. "What do you want to do now? Go home or stay in the city? If you want to go home, we can buy you a ticket right away." "Officer, I want to stay here and earn my tuition," Lin Xi said firmly. "If I go back, I might not be able to continue my studies." From the emergency contact check, Lin Xi had learned the identity. The game had assigned her a female college student raised in a family that favored sons over daughters. She had been sold off for a bride price to support the family's male heir. Because she excelled academically, her homeroom teacher noticed something wrong the day after she was confined for marriage and called the police to rescue her. The police could see the relevant information in the system. Ordinarily, police stations in different cities wouldn't proactively check such records, but since her family and friends were unreachable, they eventually looked and found it. The game's identity was quite detailed, even complete with family information. Hearing Lin's eyes answer the officer's eyes showed pity. Her frail frame suggested she had been abused since childhood. No wonder she shook her head when asked about her family. Unable to contact anyone, and with her unwilling to return home, the police arranged temporary shelter at a relief station and gave her 200 yuan for expenses. "The shelter has food and drinks. Keep this money for emergencies," the officer said as another policewoman brought Lin Xi a set of change clothes. "And don't rush into a job. Don't get scammed," the policewoman added. Lin Xi thanked them repeatedly, clutching the clothes, money, and leftover food before leaving the station. As she walked, she could hear the players and police behind her. "So this is the legendary paper. The texture. Stop changing the subject. Tell us honestly which country you're from." Lin Xi didn't head straight to the shelter. There was still time before dark. Staying idle would be a waste. This was an apocalyptic survival game. Only 3 of the 15 days were relatively safe. She needed to prepare supplies for the full 15 days in those 3 days. Without communication devices, Lin Xi decided to return to the convenience store where she had first appeared in the game. The middle-aged woman at the counter greeted her warmly. "Find your lost luggage." "No." Lin Xi shook her head, handing over one of the police's notes. "Sorry, this is the money the officer gave me. How much for the water and bread you gave me this morning?" "Don't mention it. That was my treat. I can't take your money." The woman pushed the note back. "What will you do without your luggage?" "He'll stay at the shelter for now, but he'll move out once I find a job," Lin Xi said honestly. "Sister, you know this area well. Are there any day jobs nearby? She looked apologetic. I lost all my luggage, so I need cash quickly. If the woman had no leads, Lin, she would have to borrow a phone to find the nearest job market or internet cafe. Without a device to receive outside information, everything was limited. A job? How about here, the woman said. 100 a day with room and board. Interested? Lin, she nodded without hesitation. The woman beamed. I'm Mrs. Zhou. Call me Sister Zhou. Let me show you the living quarters. The living space was upstairs, very small. It had all the necessities. Sister Zhou said she stayed there when she didn't feel like going home. The store is open from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. with no breaks. Sister Zhou added, a little sheepish about the long hours. But if you're too tired or need to go out, you can lock up and suspend business. Seeing Lin, she had no objection. Sister Zhou happily led her downstairs and handed over the store operations. As she put it, running a convenience store seemed free, but was actually like being in prison. She had long wanted a vacation, but she had never found anyone to watch the store. It wasn't that she was unwilling to hire people, but rather that she couldn't find anyone at a low price, and she couldn't bear to spend high. Thus, for the following half-month, this convenience store became Lin Xi's domain. The working hours were long, but not too tiring. Every day, besides restocking the shelves and checking the warehouse inventory, she spent the rest of her time sitting at the cash register minding the store. Knowing that Lin, she had no phone, Sister Zhou directly gave her half a month's salary in cash before leaving. Now Lin, she had 1700 yuan on her. Since the game didn't hint at the type of apocalypse, she couldn't specifically stock corresponding supplies and could only purchase general wants. Anyway, focusing on the basics of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation was definitely not wrong. For now, Lin, she didn't consider zero-cost shopping, mainly because the game scene was a world with complete rules. Zero-cost shopping meant robbery, and before order collapsed, robbery would most likely lead to prison. In this game, where every second counted, spending a few days in prison would be a disaster. Lin, she had an employee discount for items in the store. She took a walk around first, bought 15 days worth of food and drinking water, and took them to the second floor, planning to store them in her space after work. There was a computer at the cash register. When no customers were in the store, Lin, she used the computer to look at maps, memorizing evacuation routes, and some buildings that might be useful. At 10 in the evening, Sister Zhou came to check if Lin, she had any problems at work. Seeing everything was fine, Sister Zhou excitedly said goodbye to Lin. She was going on a trip. The game had previously announced that for a 15-day game duration, generally nothing life-threatening would happen in the first 3 days. This gave players a buffer period to familiarize themselves with the game environment, understand the rules, and adapt to the pace. It also gave players time to prepare supplies for the upcoming game. Knowing there was no life danger, Lin, she closed the store door, washed up, and went to the second floor to rest. Just as she closed her eyes, Lin, she heard the system's voice. Ding. Daily survival supplies have been issued. Please check. It was a pack of masks with 5 individually wrapped units. Lin, she put the masks into her space and closed her eyes again. At 6 in the morning, Lin, she woke up. After washing up, she didn't immediately go downstairs to open the store, but stayed on the second floor to reinforce her little nest. The second floor had a large space divided into 2 parts. One part was a hall that Sister Zhou used as a warehouse where all the convenience store's inventory was stored. The other part was where Lin, she lived, a small suite with only 1 room and a bathroom. The connection from the first floor to the second floor was a ladder with no door blocking it. However, the room upstairs had a door, and not only a door, but also a window. Lin, she planned to use this place as a temporary base, so she intended to fix it up properly. At 7 in the morning, she had to stop her work and go downstairs to open the store. When she opened the convenience store door, Lin, she found that it was raining outside. The rain was not heavy, but when blown by the wind, it made her feel damp. Could it be a flood? Lin, she guessed. The game would not directly hint at the apocalypse type. Lin, she, who had thoroughly read the game's promotions and rules, knew that although it wouldn't give direct hints, it would provide subtle clues. If one paid close attention, they could notice the signs. In the morning, there were only a few scattered customers at the convenience store. After checking the shelves, Lin, she stayed at the computer to look at maps and watch survival-related videos and learn knowledge. At 8 o'clock, Sister Zhou told Lin, she, through the store surveillance, that she could have a simple breakfast in the store and that she had ordered lunch and dinner, which would be delivered to the store for her. The convenience store had breakfast supplies. Lin, she had a bowl of noodles with fish balls for breakfast. When there were customers, she was in charge of collecting money. When there were no customers, she almost always sat in front of the computer, and when she got tired of sitting, she would go to the door to stretch her body. The physical data in the game was linked to reality. Otherwise, during her free time, she would rather improve her physical fitness instead of wasting time here. The rain continued intermittently throughout the day, and the number of pedestrians on the street had noticeably decreased. It's you. Just as Lin, she was about to eat, she suddenly heard a voice full of surprise. Coincidentally, it was the same red-haired player who had hit on her before. Hello, what would you like to buy? Lin, she put down her chopsticks and smiled professionally. The player seemed not to hear Lin Xi's words. His eyes were fixed on the food in Lin Xi's bowl, and his nose twitched. Lin, she asked again before he snapped back to reality. The red-haired player said, "How much is this?" "This is not for sale. If you want to eat, go out the door and turn left. That's where they sell fast food. You can buy it there. The red-haired player immediately turned and went out. When Lin Xi finished her meal, she saw the red-haired player again. At that moment, he was at the door of the fast food restaurant not far from the convenience store. A uniformed police officer was lecturing him about not eating without paying, and a crowd had gathered around. It seemed that this guy had eaten a meal without paying. For players from the Interstellar who had been drinking nutrient solutions for a long time, the fully appealing Chinese cuisine was extraordinarily attractive to them. There were also natural foods in the Interstellar, but most were uniformly boiled, lacking the variety of flavors and cooking methods found on launching. Perhaps because he thought the people in the game were just data, this player felt no discomfort at this embarrassing situation. While the police officer was verbally reprimanding him, he still had the mood to look left and right, and even asked people who were eating if they could share some food with him. The store owner and the police officer looked at the stubborn player with a headache. After more than an hour of lecturing, the player got annoyed by the officer's nagging and had to apologize to the store owner, finally ending the farce. Lin Xi glanced at it twice and didn't look further. She and the players were in an adversarial relationship. The more rounds they survived, the more money they could split. The reward amount was fixed. The fewer people who passed, the more money they would each get correspondingly. Hanging up a "back soon" sign at the convenience store, Lin Xi went out to a nearby pharmacy and bought some basic medications. There were specialized supplies for injuries: gauze, iodine band-aids, ibuprofen, extended release, etc. She also bought medications for common illnesses, colds and fevers, diarrhea, allergies, and some skin medications. Just these few items cost Lin Xi over 300 yuan. Coming out of the pharmacy, Lin Xi immediately hurried back. Although Sister Zhou said she trusted her, Lin Xi knew that Sister Zhou would occasionally check her work routine through the surveillance camera. Being away too long, slacking off, was not good. She wanted to stay at the convenience store. This was a very good temper. After work in the evening, Lin Xi once again renovated her little nest, aiming to make the room as sturdy as possible under limited conditions. This tinkering lasted until midnight. At 11 in the evening, the daily survival supplies were issued again. This time the item was a protective suit. Looking at the protective suit in her hand and yesterday's masks, Lin Xi felt that she would have to go to the pharmacy again tomorrow. With this thought, Lin Xi fell asleep peacefully. Day 3 of the game. This was the last safe day in the game. When Lin Xi woke up, it was almost 7 in the morning. After quickly brushing her teeth and washing her face, Lin Xi dashed downstairs to open the shop door. When she opened the door, she belatedly realized it was raining outside. It wasn't the hazy drizzle of yesterday. The raindrops were as large as soybeans, stinging her skin. The rain was so heavy that the street in front of the convenience store was empty of pedestrians, and even the few who passed by hurried along. With no customers, Lin Xi safely went upstairs to change clothes before coming down to turn on the stove. The stove contained balls, chicken cutlets, and other snacks, instant food sold exclusively at the convenience store. The rain came and went quickly. By 8 in the morning, the sun was already visible. Has my body become this? Lin Xi muttered. The skin that had been exposed to the morning rain felt itchy and turned red. The physical data in the game matched that of reality. In reality, Lin Xi, due to long-term insufficient food intake, had many minor health issues. She considered the redness and itchiness after rain exposure to be normal. After all, she experienced the same condition in the real world. Until cough, cough, cough. Please ring me up, cough, cough, cough. A young customer entered and went straight to the beverage shelf to grab a bottle of water. On hearing his cough, Lin Xi silently took out a mask and put it on. An apocalypse might not necessarily be a natural disaster. It could be caused by a virus or something, right? She scanned the mineral water, and the customer kept coughing. Do you have a cold? The customer waved his hand, replying between coughs, no, my tonsils are sensitive. I cough when the air is bad. He then coughed several more times. Bad air. But it just rained. The air should be better than usual, shouldn't it? Lin Xi said as she took a mask from the cash register and handed it to him. The cash register had spare masks that Sister Zhou usually used when cleaning. Thank you. After receiving the mask, the customer felt much better and coughed less frequently. I find it strange too. Usually after rain my throat feels great, but this time it's different. His tonsils were so sensitive that any bad air made him cough. He was all too familiar with this chronic allergic state, so he was sure he wasn't sick. Because of this incident, Lin Xi became even more determined to go to the pharmacy to stock up on supplies. However, the rain kept falling and her plans were repeatedly postponed. Most of the day passed with no customers. Lin Xi couldn't focus on watching videos or reading materials. After a moment's thought, she got up and looked for something to reinforce the shop's doors and windows. Around 3 in the afternoon, the rain finally stopped. Lin Xi hung up a sign and prepared to go out. As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed spots on the leaves of the potted plants by the door. Is it acid rain? When she had brought the potted plants out in the morning, they were perfectly fine. Normally, even moderately strong acid rain wouldn't damage plants so quickly. But since this was a game, it made sense that some disasters would progress faster within the 15-day game time. With this suspicion in mind, Lin Xi turned and went back into the store. After searching the computer for information about acid rain and protective measures, she took her own money along with the cash from the store and left. Sister Zhou had signed up for a tour and wouldn't be back to collect the store's cash for a while, so Lin Xi guiltily borrowed it. Tomorrow would be the 4th day of the game and the official start of the game's theme. Being overprepared was never wrong. She bought the most advanced professional protective suits, goggles, and gas masks she could get. Also medications for acid rain damage and chemicals to neutralize acid rain. The money she had on her was certainly insufficient. Lin Xi repeatedly assured the pharmacy staff that she would pay the balance after receiving her salary before they agreed to help find the supplies. As an ordinary pharmacy, they didn't have such professional equipment, but they had connections, as long as there was money. Remember to pay back when you get your salary, or you'll have to go to your boss to collect it. Since they were on the same street, the convenience store owner and the pharmacy owner knew each other, which was why the pharmacy owner agreed so readily to help Lin Xi. Not long after Lin Xi left the pharmacy owner called Sister Zhou to inform her about Lin Xi's. The pharmacy owner didn't tell Sister Zhou what Lin Xi had bought, so Sister Zhou assumed it was just regular medicine. Without a second thought, she replied, "Let her buy on credit. When she gets her salary, I'll have her bring the money to you." Lin Xi's part-time job was for 2 months. The reason she had been given 15 days' salary in advance was that Sister Zhou had signed up for a 15-day tour. On her way back, it started raining again. Lin Xi had been prepared when she left, so she didn't get wet. It was still raining in the evening, but the rain wasn't heavy, though it did affect customer traffic. With no customers to disturb her, Lin Xi could focus on her own matters. At 9 in the evening, she happened to glance at the game's virtual screen. In the player column, it showed players 96100. How could 4 players have been eliminated before the game even entered its main theme? Wasn't the first 3 days supposed to be a safe period? With 4 players missing, Lin Xi felt a bit anxious. She felt that her preparations were too insufficient, leaving her insecure. So before her shift ended, she ordered a large quantity of vacuum-packed food and drinking water in the store's name. Previously, she had only thought about surviving alone, selfishly hiding until the game ended. But upon deeper reflection, her idea was too naive. When external stability no longer exists, how can one remain unaffected? The entire game scene had a total of 100 players and NPCs, meaning the game area wasn't very large. Every extra supply she could provide would contribute to social stability. After work that evening, Lin Xi, wearing rain gear, went to the pharmacy. The pharmacy owner had stayed behind specifically to wait for her. He had prepared everything she requested. "What do you need such professional stuff for?" the pharmacy owner asked as he handed her the items. "These things are expensive. Your 2 months' part-time salary is all spent on them. What about your tuition?" His tone revealed concern. Apparently, in just a few hours, he had managed to learn about her situation. Tuition is a matter for later. What's important now is how to survive. The pharmacy owner watched Lin Xi's departing back, puzzled. Survive? What the hell? Back in his store, he looked at the extra sets of protective suits he had inexplicably bought more of, and for some reason his heart stirred. He put them away safely. Back in her residence, Lin Xi stored the items in her space, and then organized the supplies she might need in the coming days. Tossing and turning, she couldn't sleep, so she got up and put on a raincoat. At the front desk, she grabbed paper and a pen, wrote down the disasters and chaos that might occur in the coming days, put on a mask, and headed straight to the police station. She didn't go inside, she just crumpled the paper into a ball, tossed it at the guard station, and slipped away before the guard could react. Lying in bed, Lin Xi finally managed to sleep peacefully. Tomorrow would be a brand new day. Isn't this a prank? The police officer on duty glanced at the note in his hand, paused for a moment, then decisively handed it over to his superiors. There were many officers on night shift. One of them, upon reading the note, felt as if someone was mocking the police station. The others leaned in to take a look. "It's probably a prank," said an older officer. "But they've put quite some effort into it. Even looked up all that relevant." When everyone had concluded that Lin Xi's note was a mere prank, a young officer hesitated and spoke up. "I don't think it's a prank." The other officers gestured for him to continue. Swallowing, the officer whispered, "I have inside information. Today's rain was acid rain. You know that, but don't spread it." As insiders, they all understood the unwritten rule and nodded in agreement to keep it confidential. "Since it might be true, what about this note?" "Prepare for the worst." "Yes, sir." "Do it discreetly, don't alert the higher-ups." "Yes, sir." Drip, drip, drip. Raindrops beat against the glass, and Lin Xi was roused by the crisp sound. It was 6:30 a.m. on the 4th day of entering the game. Though it was called the 4th morning, she had actually been in the game for less than 36 hours. She entered at 10 a.m., so after 10 a.m. would truly be the 4th day of the game. Should still be safe time, right? Lin Xi thought while washing up. After estimating that the apocalypse would be acid rain, she began stockpiling tap water and reinforcing the house. As long as the house remained intact with the supplies in her space and the convenience store, she could last for months or even a year. At 7 o'clock, the rain stopped again. Even though it was still the safe period, Lin Xi didn't dare take risks. She put on a mask, long sleeves, and long pants. As for protective suits, she hadn't brought them out yet. Wearing them now would be too conspicuous. Cough, 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 cough. Every customer who entered was coughing. Lin Xi with sharp eyes noticed their skin was reddened, and they unconsciously scratched at it. "Boss, do you have any umbrellas for sale?" a customer asked at the counter. With frequent rain, these days umbrella sales had skyrocketed. Lin Xi pointed to the shelf where umbrellas were usually placed. "I just checked. There are no umbrellas," the customer said, helplessly glancing at the shelf. "Wait a moment, I'll look in the warehouse." Lin Xi went upstairs and brought down a box of umbrellas. Many customers were waiting to buy umbrellas, and nearly a third of the box was gone in no time. "Why is the flu so bad lately? My whole family got it." Amidst the continuous coughing, customers exchanged glances and began discussing the topic. "Same here," another customer chimed in. "I'm going to buy some medicine to stock up." "Me too." The customers paid and left quickly. It was rush hour, and soon almost no customers entered the store. Taking a break, Lin Xi glanced at the virtual screen and noticed the number of players had decreased again. Now only 92 remained. The physique of interstellar people was truly weak. Technological advancements had made their lives convenient, but also reduced necessary physical exercise. With machines and smart devices infiltrating daily life, people became increasingly lazy, and their overall physical fitness declined. It was like comparing people from the 21st century with those from the 1970s and 1980s. The latter had abundant vitality. Interstellar people had even less vitality than 21st century humans. Of course, there were many like Lin Xi whose poor health stemmed from long-term malnutrition. The goods she had ordered for the store before closing last night had all been delivered. The shelves and warehouse were fully stocked, and even her small living quarters were piled high with supplies. At 10:00 a.m., Lin Xi walked to the door and unsurprisingly found it raining again outside. The vegetation on the green belt near the door was visibly wilting. "It's beginning." Outside, the rain pattered incessantly, while inside the store, it was very quiet. Lin Xi had closed the convenience store's windows and sealed the gaps with materials. The store's main door was also not opened. A sign on the glass door indicated normal business hours, but Lin Xi added a layer of plastic behind the glass. If the door were open, rainwater and vapor wouldn't directly enter the store. Everything was ready, but in the end, no customers came in. It wasn't until closing time that a few sporadic customers came in to buy umbrellas and raincoats. Whenever someone entered Lin, she would try to persuade them to buy sealed food and drinking water. However, most customers were extremely annoyed by the sales pitch, and almost none bought anything. Only a few thin-skinned ones bought a little out of politeness. Lin Xi didn't push it. If they didn't buy now, they would surely come back in a couple of days. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Xi was about to close on time when a figure rushed in. It was the pharmacy owner. "Little sister, tell me quickly, do you know something? Is that why you bought those protective suits?" he asked urgently, not even shaking off the rainwater from his clothes. As a pharmacy owner, he had an occupational habit. He subconsciously observed the crowd and the hospital. Then he noticed that overnight the hospital was packed mostly with respiratory and skin problems. His own pharmacy had also seen a surge in business. A businessman loves making money, and the pharmacy owner was, but this time he felt uneasy about the profits. Recalling the medicines and protective suits Lin Xi had bought from him over the past few days, his heart raced with anxiety. Hey, stop right there." Lin Xi stepped back, keeping her distance. "I don't know anything." "Don't say that. I don't want to end up in jail." I understand. The pharmacy owner made a zipping gesture over his mouth. "Little sister, I've made some money lately. Where do you think I should spend it? Life revolves around eating, drinking, and other necessities, right, boss?" Lin Xi pointed to the shelves. "We just got a new batch of vacuum-sealed food and water. Would you like to buy some?" Buy. The owner was a smart man. He grabbed a bottle of water from the shelf. Well prepared, he dropped a stack of cash and left. "Boss, remember not to talk about this outside," Lin Xi shouted after him. The pharmacy owner waved his hand and replied loudly, "Don't worry, I won't say a word." "Absolutely not." The pharmacy owner, who had promised not to talk, started making phone calls as soon as he left. First, he called the supermarket owner, urging him to sell his goods overnight. Then he notified his relatives and friends. Despite all the preparations, Lin Xi still turned on the air purifier before sleeping, just to be safe. The air purifier had been bought shortly after the convenience store opened, probably used only when Sister Zhou stayed here. The filter showed little wear. While Lin Xi slept, almost all the NPCs in the game scene were bustling about through the night. The pharmacy owner hadn't spread the news to outsiders. He only told insiders. And every time he told someone, he instructed them not to tell outsiders. But then again, everyone had many family members and friends. Family and friends weren't outsiders, so the news spread from 1 to 10 to 100. It was inevitable. Lin Xi didn't know how big the commotion had become. If she had, she might have worried about being taken away by the police the next. Disturbing social order and spreading false information were against the law. Even if the information was true, spreading it before official notification meant it would be treated as false. Day 5 of the game. At 6:00 a.m. The alarm clock on the bedside didn't ring, but the door downstairs was pounded violently. The urgent knocking made sleep impossible, so Lin Xi got up to see what was happening. She didn't act recklessly. After checking the store's surveillance camera and seeing it was a customer wanting to buy something, she opened the door. As the door opened, people flooded in, weaving through the shelves one by one. Lin Xi returned to the cash register listening to the customers' grumbling voices and their coughing. After one night, it seemed as if the entire city had fallen ill at once. Order had not yet completely collapsed, so no one thought of skipping payment. Lin Xi was busy taking payments and restocking, and the day ended in a flurry of activity. No more stock. The warehouse is empty. Lin Xi shouted at the customers still queuing. A regular customer didn't believe it and ran up to the second floor only to find it was truly out of stock. Little sister, what time does your store get deliveries? Usually around 8 or 9 in the morning, Lin Xi said. But no delivery has come today. Let me call and ask. The customers stayed waiting for Lin Xi to make the call. The driver said the truck broke down, so no delivery for now. Lin Xi soon announced the bad news. How could this happen? Someone asked in disbelief. But once they confirmed that Lin Xi's store had nothing left to sell, they didn't linger and prepared to try their luck at other stores. These people were either poorly informed or had missed the news while sleeping last night, so they had to come out today to buy supply. One step behind, every step behind. In just one night, most stores had been cleared out. Only these small convenience stores still had goods because they hadn't been cleaned out the night before. Lin Xi stood by the glass door of the convenience store, staring blankly at the pouring rain outside. After a moment, she closed the shop. With nothing left to sell, there was no point in keeping the store open. The 5th day of the game passed in busyness. Lin Xi, having taken protective measures, had another safe day. Day 6 of the game. Lin Xi, who didn't need to go to work, planned to rest longer indoors, but was woken by the delivery driver before 5 o'clock. Helpless, she had to get up and open the door to let the driver unload. Cough, cough, cough. The driver coughed while unloading, and even as he coughed, he scratched his itch. Under the light, Lin Xi could clearly see that his skin was red, swollen, and ulcerated, and his eyes were also red. Perhaps due to pain, his eyes kept tearing up. Uncle, have you been in the rain all day today? Lin Xi asked. The driver replied helplessly, not all day. This truck has some problem. It broke down several times along the way, so I had to get out and fix it. He had driven this truck for years, and this had never happened before. He hadn't been in the rain all day, but the time was still considerable. Feeling terrible, the driver sped up the unloading. After finishing, he didn't even say goodbye and rushed straight to the nearest hospital. More than an hour had passed. Lin Xi looked at the items not yet placed on the shelves and decided not to open. Yesterday's NPCs had cleared out the store. Restocking the shelves by herself would take a lot of time. After a flurry of work, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Sweat soaked her clothes, making Lin Xi uncomfortable. She hurried upstairs to take a shower before coming down. The bathwater was what she had prepared in large plastic bags 2 days ago. If the outside rain was confirmed to be acid rain, the tap water might also be problematic. Her current body was very weak, so any behavior that might harm her health should be avoided early on. With 10 minutes until 1:00, Lin Xi turned on the computer, logged into the cashier system, and glanced at them. Recently, the meteorological and environmental protection departments have jointly monitored and found that acid rain affects most areas of our city. The recent symptoms of coughing and skin itching among citizens are all related to it. Here we remind all citizens to take protective measures in advance. Below are some main ways to deal with acid. So it was indeed acid rain. Closing the news page, Lin Xi pushed open the glass door and hung up the open sign. The rain was heavy, splashing droplets on the raincoat. As soon as the store lights were turned on, people rushed inside. Lin Xi was bumped to the side and nearly fell. The temporary protective plastic sheet she had made for the store entrance was also torn off by the customers. For some reason, Lin Xi's heart skipped a beat, and she wanted to quickly put it back. Suddenly, a violent cough came from behind. Amid the chorus of coughing, this one was completely different, more intense and rapid. Lin Xi turned around and saw a customer in short sleeves leaning on a shelf and coughing violently. His clothes were soaked, and he wore neither a mask nor any protection. The coughing grew more urgent, eventually turning into painful dry heaves. Lin Xi dropped the plastic sheet and rushed into the store. The customer was already on his knees, his fingers tightly clutching his own throat, his face turning blue. More terrifyingly, Lin Xi saw tiny blisters forming on his skin as if corroded by strong acid. She had no idea how long he had been in the rain. Help me. The customer struggled to lift his head, his eyes already bloodshot. The surrounding customers also noticed his abnormality and stepped back. Someone knocked over a shelf behind them, sending cans and snacks scattering across the floor with a loud clatter. Help me. The man continued to struggle to speak. Snapping back to reality, Lin Xi shouted to the customers, "Who has a phone? Call the police and an ambulance quickly." Someone in the crowd frantically pulled out a phone and started calling. Everyone watched the man struggling on the ground as panic spread through the store. It would be a while before the ambulance and police arrived. The crowd gathered around, watching the man on the ground as his breathing grew more difficult. Finally, someone bold stepped forward and handed him a bottle of water, telling him to rinse his mouth. Another person handed him a bottle of milk to drink. These were the relief measures the emergency dispatcher had told them to try. The measures helped a bit. At least the man stopped clutching his throat. Lin Xi took the opportunity to reattach the plastic sheet. She hadn't expected that by the 5th day of the game the acid rain would be so severe that it could torment a grown man just from lack of protection. There were still 10 days ahead, and she had no idea how much harder it would get. Once the plastic sheet was in place, the customers in the store stopped gathering around the man and instead rushed to grab supplies. Even though they had seen the morning news and knew that the coughing and skin problems were caused by acid rain, not a virus, the frenzy to stock up on supplies did not end because of that. On the contrary, the panic from the previous day's panic buying continued to spread into today. Lin Xi, fully covered, stood at the cash register taking payments and informed everyone that the supplier had problems and there would be no more items for sale in the coming days, so they didn't need to come back and waste their time. The customers entered the shop and never left. Outside it was still raining, and having just witnessed someone injured due to inadequate protection, they feared the rain. Even those who had come with proper protection were uncertain. The ambulance and police car arrived later than expected, and fortunately the injured customer still had vital signs, otherwise they would have died inside the shop. You should go back quickly too. This rain is extremely dangerous. The police officer said to the customers, our vehicles broke down several times on the way, the tires were corroded by the rain. Those of you who drove here, be careful when returning. Once home, stay indoors and close your windows and doors. The tires were severely worn and couldn't last long on the road. New tires were better able to cover a good distance. The shop suddenly fell silent, the coughing vanished. These people. Lin Xi shook her head helplessly, looking at the missing plastic sheet at the shop entrance. She could understand the NPC's fear of death and their desire to wrap themselves in multiple layers of protection before going out, but couldn't they have asked her for some plastic sheeting? There was plenty of plastic sheeting in the shop, yet they insisted on tearing down her own protective cover. Resigned, she took out another sheet and reinstalled it behind the door. After installation, Lin Xi went out to retrieve the open sign hanging on the door. The coming days would grow increasingly difficult, and she assumed the shop would not remain open for business. Having prepared for closure, Lin Xi sat in front of the computer to browse the latest online news. The acid rain affected a vast area, and every city was now experiencing its onslaught. Hospitals and pharmacies were overcrowded, while supermarkets and convenience stores were in chaos. Despite official warnings, many people were still corroded by the rain. Online complaints never ceased, and government officials worked hard on countermeasures, but with little effect. Especially in this chaotic time, some took advantage to stir up social instability, making many measures difficult to implement smoothly. Lin Xi let out a sigh. The online information depicted a chaotic outside world, but what she saw was an order that had not yet collapsed. Today is still safe. With order intact, the safety factor was greatly increased. While Lin Xi was surfing the internet, Sister Zhou notified her via surveillance that the shop would be temporarily closed starting tomorrow. Sister Zhou, traveling outside, could see the chaotic scenes more vividly and was still shaken. She specifically contacted Lin Xi to tell her not to open the shop. Sister Zhou, I was just about to tell you that we won't open tomorrow. All the goods in the shop have been sold out. Sister Zhou moved the surveillance camera and saw the empty shelves. Over the past 2 days, her payment notification had been chiming constantly. She had expected good business, but not to this extent. Did you keep anything for yourself? Sister Zhou asked. Lin Xi shook her head. The customers went up to the second-floor warehouse to grab goods themselves. Nothing was left. The only place spared on the second floor was her small room, which only contained tap water she had stored, so it was not. Those people. Sister Zhou wanted to call her foolish, but then thought that a girl couldn't stop a crowd from going upstairs, so she held back. Stay on the first floor for a while. They'll call someone to send you some supplies. Sister Zhou ended the call, and Lin Xi returned to the cashier counter. After a long while, someone knocked on the shop door. It was the pharmacy owner. Your boss lady asked me to bring you some things. The pharmacy owner carried a cardboard box wrapped in plastic, untouched by the rain. Not much, but make it last. Before leaving, he repeatedly reminded her. Sister Zhou had called acquaintances on the street, but only the pharmacy owner was willing to send supplies to Lin Xi. The pharmacy owner only agreed because he remembered Lin Xi's earlier warning. In just 2 days, the price of supplies outside had multiplied countless times. Even money couldn't guarantee purchase. He was truly kind to send a box. Lin Xi thanked him, and as she saw him out, mentioned the air outside. The pharmacy owner opened his mouth to say it was impossible. The government had reacted swiftly, halting some factory operations, controlling industrial pollution, managing traffic pollution, and improving soil with lime water. With so much done, he believed things would soon return to normal. But then he recalled Lin Xi's words from 2 days ago, and he nodded silently. After seeing off the pharmacy owner, Lin Xi pulled down the rolling shutter blocking the view inside. She moved the computer upstairs, planning to stay on the second floor for the next few days. The game's 5th day ended, ushering in the 6th day. On the 6th day, only 72 players remained, and the number of NPC deaths was close to 2,000. From online information, the deceased NPCs were mostly those with underlying health conditions. Expected. Knowing these NPCs were just data, Lin Xi's heart still ached at the images. The rain fell intermittently, and she stayed on the second floor. She ate, drank, and slept in her room, spending the rest of the time surfing the internet or reinforcing the house. Thus, she safely passed the 6th day and entered the 7th. The 7th day brought even worse conditions. Early in the morning the news broadcasted bad news. The tap water was contaminated. In previous days treated drinking water was still potable, but today it was no longer safe. Lin Xi by the window watched the people outside, without moving. Knowing the danger of the rain, the streets had been nearly empty yesterday. But today, without drinking water, everyone came out again. The door downstairs was pounded loudly. Lin Xi didn't go down, only opened the electric shutter to show the empty shelves to those outside. Seeing nothing for sale, they left. Lin Xi didn't close the shutter again, knowing more people would come to knock. Many people seeing the empty shop would move on, but some refused to believe there was nothing left. Around 6 p.m., the glass door was forcibly broken. Shards of glass scattered, but the plastic sheet behind the door caught most of them, concentrating the debris in front of the entrance. Lin Xi, watching the surveillance from upstairs, immediately stowed everything she could into her spatial storage. Soon she heard footsteps approaching the second floor. Damn, there's nothing left. The space was crammed full, leaving 3 packs of water that couldn't fit inside. Of course, she kept 2 packs of instant noodles on the table to maintain appearances. There's a room here. No sooner had the man spoken than the door was violently broken open. The group stood face-to-face with Lin Xi. As if snapping back to reality, Lin Xi snatched the 2 packs of instant noodles and pleaded, "Please, don't take them. This is all I have." The girl, thin as a bamboo pole, stared at them with tear-filled eyes, clutching her only 2 packs of instant noodles. The intruders felt as though they had committed a grave sin. They had only intended to find something to buy, forced to break in only because all the shops were closed. They weren't there to loot. Social order was still intact. It wasn't time for murder and pillaging. The group rubbed their noses awkwardly and slunk away without a word of apology. Apart from the 2 shattered doors, everything remained intact. Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. She resolved to improve her health and train her combat skills once she had money, so as not to be so passive in the game. Fully dressed, Lin Xi stared blankly at the messy living space for a moment. Her intuition told her that many more waves of people would come. Even if she fixed the door, it would soon be broken again. What she had thought was a good hideout turned out to be an obvious target. Sister Zhou kept an eye on the store through surveillance and immediately knew when the door was destroyed. She notified Lin Xi through the monitor to move out. Lin Xi closed the room door and reorganized the space. She took out the air purifier, food, water, and other supplies from the space, grabbed a few large bags from the store, and packed them. The freed-up space in the inventory was then filled with the remaining tap water. She even stuffed the store's plastic sheeting and bags into her space. Her new residence was Sister Zhou's home in an old neighborhood not far away. It was on the 6th floor, the top floor. The apartment had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and when Lin Xi entered, it was bustling with activity. "Hello, I'm the convenience store employee. Sister Zhou told me to stay here for a few days," Lin Xi said to the girl who opened the door. "My mom told me. Ain't come with me," said a cheerful girl of about 17 or 18, leading the way and kindly taking a small portion of Lin Xi's luggage. Once inside, Lin Xi noticed that there were indeed many people, and among them she spotted familiar faces. They were the players who had chatted with her at the beginning of the game. It was actually easy to distinguish players from NPCs. In the Interstellar era, buildings were either black, white, or gray. People who lived long in such dim colors mostly preferred bright hues. Thus their clothing and hair were often dyed in a riot of colors. These outfits were considered trendy in the Interstellar era, but in the game's historical setting, NPCs called them yellow-haired punks. Lin Xi with her long black hair was an oddity in the eyes of Interstellar people, but to NPCs, she appeared as a proper, well-behaved girl. This was why players mistook her for an NPC. Perhaps noticing Lin Xi's lingering gaze, Anan smiled and explained, "These are my friends, they're staying here besides them, my dad is also home." Anan assigned the smallest room to Lin Xi. Sister Zhou's husband and Anan had their own rooms, while the slightly larger second bedroom was given to the 4 players. Lin Xi put away her luggage and began sealing the windows with the plastic sheeting she had brought to prevent rain seepage. She had worn a mask for days to avoid acid rain, and she would continue to be just as cautious. The tap water was contaminated, so bathing was out of the question. Lin Xi had to use some of her own water to wipe herself down before going to sleep. The air purifier hummed beside the bed. The 7th day of the game ended, and the 8th day arrived swiftly. Lin Xi was awakened by the cheerful chatter of the players. The Interstellar players treated this as nothing more than an ordinary game. Playing games was for fun, so being lively and laughing was perfectly normal. But Lin Xi was different. She was here to see the hometown she remembered from her past life, and to earn money. The game's pervasive advertising had lured countless Interstellar players with a multitude of rewards. Among them were completion prizes, and many cash-strapped Interstellar citizens entered the game, hoping to make a fortune. Clearly the 4 players before her came from well-off families, and had no interest in the game's rewards. How I envy them. With a face full of envy, Lin Xi was warmly welcomed by Anan and Sister Zhou's husband, enjoying a hearty meal. Looking at the lavish spread, Lin Xi wanted to remind them to conserve, but the words stuck in her throat. Living under someone else's roof, it was best to keep quiet to avoid trouble. "Do you guys smell something strange in the air?" After lunch as they sat in the living room, playing cards, Anan sniffed, and suddenly spoke. Not at all. Sister Zhou's husband also sniffed. Did one of you fart? They all protested loudly, but Lin Xi silently adjusted her mask to be more secure. Aren't you joining? Seeing Lin Xi suddenly stand up, Anan quickly asked. They'll be right back. Lin Xi went into her room and returned with a handful of ordinary medical masks. Everyone put these on. Why wear a mask at home? I've closed all the windows, Anan said, but seeing Lin Xi's serious expression, she finally took the masks and distributed them. Just as they were about to resume their card game, the light above them flickered. Moments later the light went out completely. Why is the power out? Anan complained. Maybe it's a tripped circuit breaker. Let me check, said Sister Zhou's husband, getting up to inspect the fuse box. His seat was near the window. As he stood up, the glass of the window suddenly collapsed. Up. It was Anan's piercing scream. Even the players seemed frozen in shock, standing dumbfounded. Lin Xi quickly put on her raincoat and gloves, then went over to pull the man up. The window glass had fallen from above, hitting Sister Zhou's husband on the head. His face and body were covered with glass shards and wounds. But that wasn't the most deadly part. The most deadly was the rain blowing and drenching his exposed skin. Where the rain touched his skin, it immediately turned red and purple, and on the wounds it sizzled and bubbled. The man was dazed from the blow, but the rain jolted him awake with pain. Cough. Dad, don't come close. Get some water to clean Uncle's skin and wounds. Lin Xi shouted, also ordering the players to step back and stay away from the window. Anan was stunned with fear, but after Lin Xi's shout, she clumsily ran to fetch water from the storage area. The players snapped out of it and hurried to help support the man. Sizzle. Without any protection, the moment the rain touched their skin, they winced in pain. Yet they gritted their teeth and managed to help carry him inside. They moved to the entrance hall, a spot with no windows, only walls, and a door, safe and secure. Lin Xi instructed Anan to provide emergency care to her father while she went to inspect the other windows. The window frames had been corroded by the acid rain, which was why the windows had fallen off. The other windows hadn't fallen yet, but they were on the verge. Only the room where she slept had been reinforced in advance, and it seemed able to hold up for a while longer. Lin Xi's heart sank. If even stainless steel and other metal materials had been corroded, could the weathering of cement be far behind? She shared the inspection results with everyone, and they all fell silent. Even the groans of Sister Zhou's husband quieted down noticeably. Everyone recognized the gravity of the situation. Even the 4 players who had been treating this as just a game felt their hearts grow heavy under the oppressive atmosphere. What can we do, Oi? Anan sobbed in a daze at a loss. With her father injured and her mother absent, the girl who had always been pampered felt utterly helpless. The sound of painful groans reached their ears, and the rain outside was mixed with screams of agony. A nameless panic spread through everyone's heart. Pack up and wait until dawn to see, Lin Xi said. The window frames have been corroded by acid rain. This power outage might also be caused by acid rain. It's too dangerous to go out in the dark. At her words, the bewildered group felt as if they had found a pillar of strength. Without a second thought, they agreed with Lin Xi's decision. She then found the backup lighting supplies in Sister Zhou's home. A faint light filled the room, and the heavy mood was somewhat dispelled by the glow. We need to seal the windows. The rain drifting in will threaten our health. Lin Xi kicked the idle players. They immediately got up and began figuring out how to seal the windows. Without Lin Xi needing to elaborate, they understood the health threat posed by the rain. Since the government had announced the arrival of acid rain, some knowledge about it had been popularized. Even though this group had initially dismissed such news, faced with reality, they had to take it seriously. Looking just a short while, wasn't everyone present except Lin Xi coughing violently. The damaged windows were quickly sealed by the players, and then Lin Xi directed them to reinforce the other. Although Sister Zhou's house was in an old residential area, its design was not much different from modern houses. It had many windows. Many windows meant good ventilation and lighting, but now that was not a good thing. Sister Zhou's husband never stopped groaning, and Anan wanted to take him to the hospital. Lin Xi did not stop her, but only told her, even steel has been corroded by acid rain. Cars might not escape it either. Think it over carefully. If you want to go, you must be mentally prepared. Anan immediately backed down, looking helplessly at her father. Don't be afraid, Anan. Daddy is just in a bit of pain. It feels better to let it out. If you don't like hearing it'll stop. Anan shook her head repeatedly upon hearing this. Dad, it's too dangerous outside. Be good, we won't go out. Sister Zhou's husband propped himself up and stroked his daughter's head. Anan's nose tingled with sorrow, and she burst into loud sobs. The group decided to spend the night in the hallway, and Lin Xi was no exception. The doors and windows of her room had been reinforced, but she still felt uneasy, fearing that the glass might fall while she was half asleep. Having not experienced group living for a long time, Lin Xi couldn't fall asleep at first. Finally, thinking about the increasing difficulty of the game ahead, she forced herself to sleep. The 8th day of the game ended, and the 9th day arrived. Everyone had slept poorly last night, so they all arrived together in their dreams on the 9th day of the game. What time is it? Anan asked, rubbing her aching temples. She had been too emotionally strained last night, and was not in a good mental state. The players and Lin Xi had no phones, but Sister Zhou's house had a clock. Lin Xi shone a flashlight on the wall. It's past 10. Broad daylight, yet the room was as dark as night, giving a disorienting sense of time confusion. Everyone got up from the floor, and Lin Xi went ahead to check the doors and windows. After a night of rain, all the windows had fallen off, without exception. They had taken protective measures last night, so even if the windows fell off, they wouldn't crash down like before. Instead, they were wrapped in plastic wrap and hung by the window frames. We can't stay here either. Sister Zhou's husband came over, and Lin Xi said to him, "Uncle, do you have any other place?" Sister Zhou's husband thought for a moment. He'll call and ask. He didn't hold any hope. If his own house was in such a state, he imagined the situation at other places couldn't be much better. Zhou's husband went off to make phone calls while Lin Xi and Anan went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and also process all the ingredients to take with them. As for the players, they had no cooking skills, so Lin Xi assigned them to wash vegetables. Breakfast was quickly prepared, and the rain outside also let up for a while. Anan went to call her father for breakfast. Zhou's husband walked over and said to everyone, "I can't get in touch with anyone outside." The phones were either turned off or out of service. After much effort, he managed to get through to 2 people, but the calls were suddenly cut off before they could exchange a few words. Truly bad news. "Let's eat. We'll talk after eating," Lin Xi said to the dispirited group. With the windows gone, the moisture from outside seeped in, and the people indoors began coughing more frequently. Lin Xi, who had been wearing a mask, escaped for now, but if this continued, she would soon become one of the coughing crowd. She ate quickly and put her mask back on immediately after finishing. "Take your time eating. They'll deal with the remaining ingredients." Upon hearing this, everyone hurried up their pace. The acid rain had corroded far too many things. What changes would occur next was still unknown. Sister Zhou's husband and the others had lost their optimism from yesterday. After processing the ingredients, they were distributed equally to everyone. "What should we do next?" "Wait at home," Anan asked nervously. While Lin Xi was cooking, residents from their building came seeking shelter. Everyone's windows were severely damaged, and they couldn't contact the outside world, so they had to rely on each other for help. But since they all lived in the same building, their situations were similar, and no one could really help anyone else. Some people, seeing this, decided to leave the building. However, it wasn't long before those who left came running back in a sorry state. They brought back news from outside. The roads were severely congested, and many vehicles had suffered tire corrosion, causing blowouts. Many people who had fled were trapped in their vehicles waiting for rescue. The ones who returned had only made it because their homes were not too far away, and they had mustered great determination to run back. The NPC who spoke had multiple patches of skin corroded, and his condition was very bad. Anan opened the door and was startled by his appearance. Even her own father's injury last night was not as terrifying as this man before her. "It's a blessing to come back alive. The few injuries are nothing." The neighbor consoled Anan. Though he was injured, he was still alive. Those stranded on the road who seemed safe and sound to him were actually just waiting for death in their cars. If the government could come now to arrange rescue, these people would not have fled their homes. Knowing that rescue won't come for a while, what's the difference between staying in the car and waiting for death? The two families must have had a good relationship ordinarily, otherwise this man wouldn't have fled back to tell Zhou Jie's husband. Zhou Jie's husband led him into the house to tend to his wounds. His home was downstairs. Without prior fortification, the room was flooded and uninhabitable. This neighbor did not come alone. He also brought his wife and child. His wife and child were well protected and not injured. In the evening, the rain began to pour down again. Listening to that sound for long made one irritable. The already bad mood gained a layer of restlessness with the rain. Because there were too many people, they couldn't lay out bedrolls in the corridor and could only sit on the floor staring blankly. When will the government come to save us? Having lost all contact with the outside world, even the strongest person would feel uneasy in their heart at this moment. Silence. Waiting for government rescue is difficult. But this cannot be said aloud. Uttering such discouraging words would destroy everyone's will to survive. Haven't they seen that they haven't received any news from the outside for such a long time? They believe the government won't abandon them, but they must hold on until the government can help them. The government's response takes time. Rescue requires waiting. Before that, they must first save themselves. Anan wept softly. Her mother was traveling somewhere, and her situation was unknown. Zhou Jie's husband held his daughter tightly, offering silent comfort. In the cramped corridor, the sounds of crying and coughing filled the air, yet no one scolded. Lin Xi saw that everyone was awake, but she forced herself to rest. She slept until the morning of the 10th day in the game. She was awakened by 2 screams. Up, up. The first was a painful scream from Anan, and the second came from the players. What's wrong? Zhou Jie's husband rushed to his daughter's side. Water is leaking. Anan covered her hand, staring at the ceiling in terror. Lin's sharp eyes noticed that her hand was blistered from corrosion, likely caused by raindrops falling on her. Everyone looked up and saw a crack in the ceiling. Rainwater was dripping down along the crack exactly where everyone quickly moved away from that spot. Cuckoo, are you okay? A player's anxious voice came from outside the corridor. Don't scare me. They set aside the ceiling issue for now and rushed to the kitchen. The player named Kuku was lying on the floor, hands tightly clutching his neck, eyes wide open. Another player was desperately shaking him, but Kuku showed no response. Lin Xi walked over, reached out to check his breath and pulse. He's dead. Silence. Kuku. The player was incredulous, unable to accept that his companion had just left like that. He was about to go berserk, but was immediately pulled back by another player. It's not like he's really gone. After we get out, we'll be back in action. The player who was about to lose it froze his hand, hanging in the air for a long time before he lowered it. It was only because the holographic game was too realistic, making him forget that he was in a game, not reality. What just happened? Lin Xi saw that he had calmed down and immediately asked. The ceiling in the hall also had cracks. They had to leave this place immediately. Kuku was thirsty and came out to drink water. Then this happened. Lin Xi looked at the water in the pot, which she had boiled and left there last night. Had it turned into strong acid? It must be that rainwater got mixed in. Lin Xi analyzed. The stove was very close to the window, and the window was broken, so it was not surprising that rain came in. And the other NPCs found Lin Xi and the others' calm demeanor strange, especially the way they looked at the other players. During the past few days of getting along, they knew how close these four people were. They just couldn't understand how they could be so calm when such a good friend had died. Check your food and water. If contaminated, don't eat them. Lin Xi said to everyone. Also, this place is no longer habitable. Pack up your things, or we're preparing to leave. Except for the food and water in the kitchen, the rest had been wrapped in plastic wrap by Lin Xi, so she assumed there wouldn't be major problems. The NPCs found it even stranger. It was one thing to be calm about death, but how could they ignore the corpse of their good friend and just leave it lying there? After all, they were outsiders. These words only lingered on their lips before being swallowed back down. Everyone checked the food, quickly finished breakfast, and then began to leave the house. While they were eating, the ceiling and walls of the house visibly developed more and more cracks, which grew larger and larger. Lin Xi returned to the original room, changed into a protective suit, then put a raincoat and rain boots over it. She also replaced her mask with a gas mask. As she left the room, Lin Xi thought for a moment, then removed the glass from the two windows. She put one pane into her storage space and carried the other. Come, put on another layer of garbage bags. And distributed garbage bags to everyone. Since they were leaving, it was essential to have proper protection. Everyone wrapped themselves in layers, making themselves as secure as possible. Are we taking the glass with us? When they were ready, they noticed the glass panel in Lin Xi's hand. Lin, she said calmly, glass is corrosion resistant. Instantly, everyone in the room scattered to remove glass panes. Each person took a piece of glass, plus a large backpack, packing all possible supplies into the backpack. There were quite a few people in the building. The sound of Lin Xi and the others descending the stairs alerted them. Seeing them holding glass panes ready to leave, they immediately stopped them to ask about the situation. Since they were old neighbors, Zhou Jie's husband stopped to explain the current situation to them, and the group leaving the building grew larger. Everyone wrapped up tightly, and holding glass panes over their heads moved forward along the predetermined route. Their target this time was a large shopping mall not far away, which had many underground parking garages. The buildings above ground were unsafe, so they had to go underground. The residential areas near Zhou Jie's home were all old neighborhoods with no underground parking garages. The closer underground parking garages were almost all beneath high-rise buildings. If those high-rises collapsed, going to those basements would lead to certain death. After much deliberation, the group finally decided to head to that large shopping mall. The floors were not high and the buildings were mostly glass. Even if the floors collapsed and buried them, at least the rescue would be easier than in the underground parking garages of the residential area. Prepared, she stepped outside, but Lin Xi's body underwent no change. Her companions, however, were not so fortunate. The least affected suffered from exacerbated coughing, while the more severe cases saw their skin ulcerate. Under normal circumstances, a drive that would take 5 minutes now stretched to a grueling 20. I never thought the mall could feel so far from home, and grimaced in pain. The multiple layers of trash bags they had donned before leaving were already corroded with holes halfway through the journey. Fortunately, beneath the bags they wore several layers of clothing, so only a small portion of their skin was burned. If only I had put on a few more layers of trash bags, and grumbled gloomily while applying ointment. Disheveled and exhausted, they neglected to tidy themselves, and hurriedly sought temporary shelter. The underground garage was vast, teeming with people. Lin Xi and her group were not the only ones to think of this refuge. Others had arrived, even earlier, claiming the prime spots against the walls. On the first basement level, they shed their outermost protective gear and proceeded to the second basement level. After a thorough search, finding no space to settle, they decided to explore the third basement level. The deeper they went, the more stagnant the air became, so the third basement level had fewer people than the second. They found a corner and began to rest. The power system had long since failed, plunging the area into impenetrable darkness, broken only by the faint glow of emergency lights. Their ears were filled with coughing moans and the sound of weeping. The atmosphere was oppressive. Lin Xi and the others had no heart for conversation, remaining silent. If you're tired, rest for a while. "They'll keep watch for you," said the neighbor who had taken refuge with Sister Zhou's family. With so many people gathered, chaos was inevitable. Everyone had arrived in a hurry, bringing few supplies. Many had lost their provisions on the way or had not prepared any before the disaster struck. In any case, supplies were definitely scarce. When supplies are insufficient, conflict is bound to arise. Seeing this, Lin Xi actually felt at ease and went to rest. Her physical condition was currently pitifully weak. If a riot broke out, she could do nothing but flee far away to survive. She was utterly useless. She slept until 5 in the afternoon. Without a phone or other electronic devices, Lin Xi deduced the time from the game's countdown. Having slept too long, her satiety value had dropped to only 20 points. She took out the food she had prepared at Sister Zhou's from her backpack and replenished her satiety. In the confined space, any scent was easily detected. As soon as Lin Xi opened her lunchbox, it immediately drew the gaze of those nearby. Sister Zhou's husband and several others stood up, silently confronting those onlookers. An elderly man sitting next to Lin Xi urged, "You kids, eat quickly. With your uncles and aunties here, no one dares take your food." The children from Sister Zhou's building obediently began to eat and drink. Only what was consumed could not be. A few young men quickly finished their portions and stood up to relieve those who had been guarding, allowing them to eat. Since lunchboxes had a short shelf life, everyone prioritized eating them. Soon the underground garage was filled with the aroma of various dishes. The restlessness grew more pronounced. Fortunately, it remained only agitation, not action. They passed through unscathed with no friction yet. Game day 11. Having grown accustomed to the constant coughing, Lin Xi's sleep quality improved significantly. "Get up, everyone, get up." Yes, Lin Xi was awakened by someone. It was a neighbor from Sister Zhou's building. "Those people just fell asleep not long ago. Let's eat while they're asleep." More and more people arrived in the basement. Sister Zhou's husband and his neighbors, feeling the pressure, had lost the fierce resolve they had shown the previous day. Lin Xi finished all the lunchboxes in her backpack, then took 2 items from her spatial storage and put them in her backpack to keep up appearances. The space was excellent, but hiding its existence was a troublesome affair. Lin Xi ate her meal while listening to the moans and coughs echoing around her, an oddly appetizing soundtrack. "Does anyone have fever-reducing medicine?" Before she could set down her lunchbox, a frantic man rushed over. "Does anyone have fever medicine? My child has a..." The man's voice was filled with pleading. "Please, whoever has fever medicine, I have money. He'll buy it at a high price." In the dim basement, his expression was invisible, but his voice conveyed his utter helplessness. The outermost perimeter of their temporary refuge was guarded by a few young men who at that age were still warm-hearted. "Uncle, I don't have fever medicine. I don't have any either. Let me ask around for you." While Lin Xi was still weighing the pros and cons of sharing some medicine, a player near her stood up and handed over the medicine. Being close, Lin Xi saw that the medicine was of the system-produced variety. She breathed a sigh of relief when honestly, she didn't want to be a saint, but when the sick person was a child, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. The man, having received the medicine, turned and ran without even thanking them. Soon news of the fever medicine spread, and a crowd came begging for it. More people had infected wounds than anticipated. The players soon ran out of medicine, and when those who arrived later heard there was none, they refused to let it go. "How can there be no medicine? Are you hiding it?" A tall, burly man with a stubbly face shouted, his face flushed red, his eyes bloodshot, and extremely agitated. "Exactly. We're burning up with fever, and you can't just let us die?" A young girl chimed in tearfully. Another woman holding a child knelt on the ground, weeping silently. At first the players pitied them, but now after this commotion, they only pitied themselves. "There's no more. There's none left." The red-haired player screamed hysterically. Then he was beaten savagely by the enraged NPCs, and even the neighbors who tried to intervene received several blows. It was only when Lin Xi saw the situation turning dire and pulled in and back that they escaped harm. The neighbors hadn't intended to get involved, but those demanding medicine insisted on a forced search and then attempted to steal other supplies in the chaos. This was no longer just about those few players. The two sides engaged in a fierce struggle, and the neighbors, fighting with reckless abandon, barely gained the upper hand. It was precisely this desperate fighting style that deterred others who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. No one was unafraid of death. If they truly weren't afraid, they wouldn't be cowering here waiting for rescue. The third basement level temporarily quieted down, though the various noises didn't diminish. Besides the constant coughing and moans, there were now many sounds of heavy objects collapsing. Trapped in the basement, Lin, she couldn't tell where the loud sounds came from, but just hearing them, she knew the situation outside was dire. As time passed, more and more people gathered in the basement, and those who had fled brought with them various supplies, such as generators and radios. With the generator, they no longer had to grope in the darkness. The faint glimmer of light reduced the hostility in everyone's hearts, and conflicts became fewer. Of course, it might also be that with the light, any acts of plunder would be remembered by others, and fearing retribution, those people held back. Regardless of the reason, it was a good thing. An even better thing was that with the radio, they could finally receive news from the signal in the underground garage was poor, and many facilities had been corroded by acid rain, so the radio didn't always have a signal. Anything. Any news? Sister Zhou's husband shook his head. The one who had asked disappointed returned to his corner and continued staring. There was only one radio, and everyone present was desperate to know what was happening outside, so they all crowded around the radio's owner. To secure a spot, another fight broke out. In the end, they had to negotiate. One person from each temporary shelter would stay guard, and only then did things calm down. At 11:00 p.m., it was time for the system to distribute supplies again. Lin Xi didn't dare to check what the system had given her. The moment she touched the supplies, she quickly threw them into her space. Kid, hand over your food. Oh, it turned out one of the players had received food from the system. Lin Xi sniffed, but the mask hindered her sense of smell. The faint aroma led her to guess it was a leek and egg pancake, the strongest smelling item among the first-tier supplies. Startled by the NPC's voice, the player looked up to see many NPCs drawn by the sound. In a moment of panic, he shoved the entire pancake into his mouth and swallowed without chewing. It stuck in his throat, causing his eyes to roll back. He thought he had escaped, but the starving NPCs wouldn't even let go of what was in his mouth. One pried at his mouth, another slapped his back. Cough, cough. Thanks. By accident, their actions forced the food lodged in his throat down. You little. The player crouched with his head in his hands. After multiple clashes, he had long realized his own combat ability. He couldn't beat anyone present. Moreover, because of the frequent altercations, Sister Zhou's neighbors were almost all wounded, and now no one would step in to mind others' business. So hungry. Another player stared resentfully at the beaten player. This biased system hadn't given him food, but instead a useless medicine, and sticky notes at that. Don't look at me, or I'll vomit it out for you to eat. The beaten player pretended to gag. No thanks, I'd rather die than eat your vomit. Before the beaten player could reply, the other player died. The game system was set when satiety reached 0, health also reached 0. Hey, wake up. The beaten player shook the corpse, but it was truly dead. He calmly moved the body aside, and continued staring blankly. This cursed game. He wished he could just die too. But then he thought of all the suffering he had endured these past days. Wouldn't it all be for nothing if he died now? I'll forget it. Living is better. What's this about life and death? Sister Zhou's husband, who had just walked over, overheard his muttering and asked. These players had once saved Ainan's life, so Sister Zhou's husband had a favorable impression of them. Unlike others who once the basement had light, and they saw the players' hair colors, immediately assumed they were delinquents. Oh, he's dead. The beaten player calmly pointed to the corpse beside him. What? He's dead. Sister Zhou's husband jumped up. How could he just die? He thought the player was joking and reached out to check the dead player's breath. Really dead. The beaten player nodded calmly. Sister Zhou's husband was taken aback by his composure. Why were these children so indifferent to life and death? Previously, when that player named Kiki died at home, they had also been very calm. So calm that handling the corpse didn't stir any emotion. How did he die? Sister Zhou's husband asked again. Was it those people who beat him to death? He had seen the scene where the player was robbed of food, but at that moment his daughter had also had trouble, so he couldn't come over to help. The player shrugged, starved to death. Sister Zhou's husband was speechless. He felt the player was fooling him. He had seen the dead player eat something yesterday. How could he starve to death today? Anyone with common sense knew that not eating for a day wouldn't kill a person. But since the man was dead, Sister Zhou's husband wouldn't argue about the cause of death, lest he stir up sad memories. Though the man didn't seem sad at all. Should we move him farther away? Sister Zhou's husband asked cautiously. Lying next to a corpse was creepy after all. Not far away, everyone had set aside a space to store the bodies. Quite a few people had died in the basement. At such a time, no one thought to take the bodies outside. A person was dead, they couldn't deny them even a shred of dignity. Once the body was taken outside, it would be corroded until nothing was left. Of course, no one would risk going up to the surface at a time like this. No need, just leave him here. It was just a string of data, not a real corpse. The player didn't care about his comrades' remains, and even used the corpse as a pillow. Sister Zhou's husband was speechless. Truly deep affection, they wouldn't let go even in death. It was already late at night, and most people, unable to withstand the physical torment, fell into restless sleep. Some couldn't sleep, staying by the radio hoping for news from outside. Lin Xi was drifting off when she suddenly heard someone shouting excitedly. Opening her eyes, she saw people from the temporary shelter running. What's happening? No one answered her, and even Ainan, who had been sleeping next to her, ran off excitedly. After checking that her protective gear was intact, Lin Xi got up and followed the crowd. Any news? Move aside, I can't hear. After days of damage from the rain, everyone's throats were a bit hoarse, their voices low and faint. Lin Xi listened carefully to make out what they were saying. Once she understood, she knew what had happened. The radio had picked up a signal. Knowing that, Lin Xi didn't push forward. Given her current physical condition, staying low was her only way out. If she pushed forward and got accidentally trampled, what good would that do? Carefully retreating, she moved to a secluded spot. While everyone's attention was fixated on the radio, Lin Xi retrieved food from her spatial storage to replenish her satiety. She dared not be careless, for few survivors in the basement possessed food, and those who did would instantly become targets. With swift, inconspicuous movements, she devoured the food, and only when her satiety meter was full did Lin Xi breathe a sigh of relief. Yet it seemed she had exhaled too soon. "You're a player," said the red-haired player. "I always thought you were an NPC." His tone carried 3 parts disbelief, 3 parts grievance, and 4 parts admiration. Lin Xi nodded and turned to leave. The game did not mandate that players must team up. She had no desire to form a party and nothing more to say. Hey, don't go." The red-haired player reached out to grab Lin Xi, but she dodged though her steps halted. "What do you want?" Lin Xi stepped back 2 paces. "I never claimed to be an NPC, so I didn't deceive you." Her expression suggested she was prepared to fend off any accusations. "Oh no, I just wanted to ask if you have any more food." The red-haired player scratched his head. "I don't know if it's a game bug, but since I entered the game the system has only sent me medical supplies." The other 3 who entered with him did not experience this issue. Without food, he had been gnawing on medicine to stave off hunger these past few days. "Do you eat?" When Lin Xi remained silent, the red-haired player asked again in a low voice. "If you do sell me some, he'll transfer the money to you after the game." At the mention of money, after the game, Lin's eyes lit up and a portion of food appeared in her hand. 100 star credits. "Transfer it to me after the game." The red-haired player nodded eagerly and quickly wolfed down the food. Only after finishing did he have a chance to speak. "Another portion, please. My companion is starving to death." "Another 100 star credits." "Deal." The red-haired player hid the food in his clothes and cautiously made his way toward another player. That player was the one who had been beaten yesterday and was now sleeping. He had prepared to leave the game at any moment, but was reluctant to let go of the suffering he had endured. Thus he gave up. While others crowded around the radio for news, he lay sleeping with a corpse as a pillow. The red-haired player woke him and stuffed the food into his backpack. The beaten player had just been robbed by NPCs, so his backpack was now safe. "Where did you get this?" He was startled by what the red-haired player brought back. The red-haired player told him that Lin Xi was also a player. "I bought this food from her. 100 star credits. You'll have to pay me back after the game." "So cheap. Why didn't you buy more?" The beaten player's gaze followed Lin Xi, but he was not particularly surprised that she was a player. The red-haired player rolled his eyes. "If you bought too much, could you keep it safe?" "True," the beaten player replied, lying back down. "Let's stick close to her for the next few days. We'll buy all our food from her." Lin Xi had managed to hide food for so long without being discovered. She must be a player with spatial storage, and her supplies were likely abundant. Most importantly, she sold supplies at a very low price. With 3 days remaining, spending a little money to survive was something they were willing to do. After their discussion, the 2 of them lay down on the dead player and closed their eyes to sleep, completely indifferent to any news from the radio. Lin Xi also returned to her corner and closed her eyes to rest. The game's mechanics dictated that movement accelerated satiety depletion, so conserving energy was essential in a food-scarce environment. Before long, Sister Zhou's husband, Annan, returned. Lin Xi opened her eyes. Their elation suggested they had received good news. Indeed, seeing Lin Xi awake, Annan eagerly shared the news. "The government has arranged rescue teams. We'll be out of this hellhole soon." The acid rain had stopped, and the government had begun organizing evacuations. Ordinary buildings could no longer withstand the damage and were uninhabitable, so special temporary shelters had been set up. These temporary shelters were constructed with acid-resistant materials, as were the rescue vehicles. Furthermore, medical personnel and equipment were centralized at the temporary outposts, ready to provide timely treatment once the people were relocated. This was undoubtedly good news for everyone. Did the radio specify when the evacuation would take place? Lin Xi asked a crucial question. The radio said our city would be evacuated within 3 days, and Annan replied, "We only need to endure 3 more days at most." Lin Xi smiled. 3 days. That was also when the game would end. It seemed the game had no intention of letting players reach the government's temporary shelters. This news ignited an unusual excitement in the basement. Even hoarse throats could not suppress their desire to share joy. Lin Xi did not join in. She told Annan she was going to sleep. But this time her rest was restless, and she woke up feeling more exhausted than before. "Xiaoxi, you have a fever," Annan exclaimed. "It's cough, cough, cough." A violent coughing fit left Lin Xi feeling as if her ribs were about to break. Annan quickly patted her back. After several minutes, Lin Xi felt a little better. "Thank you." Ann's eyes reddened. "Xiaoxi, are you going to die too?" "I don't want you to die." "Boo-hoo." Too many people had died in the past 2 days, even among her neighbors. She could not bear to see Lin Xi lying. Lin Xi did not comfort her as she was too busy coughing. Even in the basement, she had never removed her protective suit, so her cough was likely from a fever, not acid rain. "I'm fine. He'll recover after a good rest." Lin Xi patted her and turned to face the wall. Annan refused to leave and sat by Lin Xi's side. Helpless Lin Xi whispered to her, "I have some medicine hidden. Help me block the view." Ann's eyes lit up. "Wait, I'll call my father over." In a moment, Annan returned not only with her father, but also with the other 2 players. The 4 of them gathered around, seemingly chatting casually, but effectively shielding Lin Xi from view. Lin Xi retrieved the appropriate medicine and water from her spatial storage, quickly swallowed the pills, and after a moment's thought, she took out 4 chocolate bars and handed one to each of them, a token of gratitude for their help. Eat quickly, don't get caught. Knowing that Lin Xi had spatial abilities, the 2 players stuffed the chocolate into their mouths without hesitation. Zhou Jie's husband and Inen hesitated for a second, but ultimately hunger overpowered their reason and they devoured the chocolate as well. After eating Lin Xi's chocolate, Inen felt embarrassed. Shall she go to sleep now? They'll keep watch over you, said a flustered Inen, feeling the need to do something to ease her conscience. In this scarcity of food, Lin Xi's chocolate was not just chocolate, it was a lifeline. If not for the government's announcement that all citizens would be safely evacuated within 3 days, Inen felt she would have ended her own life. It was the 3-day deadline that gave her a reason to persevere. Being confined in a dark, cramped space was already unbearable. Coupled with hunger and pain, this inhumane way of survival was difficult to sustain. As she had promised, Inen stayed by Lin Xi's side, keeping watch. Even the 2 players moved their belongings closer. They considered themselves weak, but even a weak chicken could peck when cornered. Due to the medication Lin, she slept deeply this time. When she woke again, the game had reached day 13. Her location had also changed from the 3rd basement level to the 2nd. How did we move? Inen frowned, worried. It's raining again outside, and the rainwater has seeped into the basement. The 3rd floor is flooded. The water wasn't deep, but it was deadly. So everyone had moved to the 2nd floor. They couldn't wake Lin Xi at the time, so they simply carried her up. Thank you, Lin Xi said. If not for them, she would have been eliminated by the game. She smiled apologetically. I'm too weak to carry you. It was these 2 brothers who moved you. Lin Xi thanked the 2 players. I'll waive the 200 yuan you owe me as payment for carrying me up. No. The red-haired player quickly waved his hand. We had selfish motives for carrying you up. As long as you're willing to keep selling to us. The player who had been beaten nodded in agreement. Seeing their earnestness, Lin Xi said, all right. If you want to buy in the next few days, I'll sell. She had prepared 15 days worth of supplies initially. After going to Zhou Jie's house, the supplies remained untouched, so sharing some wouldn't be a problem. The red-haired player and the beaten player both grinned like fools. Inen didn't know what they meant by buying and selling, but assumed it was some life-saving supplies. She didn't dare ask too many questions, fearing it might cause unnecessary trouble. After a good sleep, Lin Xi's body had returned to normal. Seeing the health value of 100,100 on the virtual screen, she felt elated. Because everyone had moved from the 3rd basement to the 2nd, the living space had shrunk and the air was foul. Even with masks, the smell was detectable. Under the cover of others, Lin Xi ate something, then swapped her mask for a gas mask and helped others eat as well. They finished eating without incident, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The concentration of acid rain in the air was rising, as were the number and frequency of coughing fits. The noise pollution had never ceased. Vehicles would break down on the road, so the only supplies people brought here were what they carried on their backs. Aside from Lin Xi, no one had substantial vehicles would break down on the road, so the only supplies people brought here were what they carried on their backs. Aside from Lin Xi, no one had substantial stockpiles. Thus, aside from coughing, everyone remained silent. They all held on, waiting for the government to arrive. Amid the silent despair, that thread of perseverance was the only glimmer of light. Lin Xi kept a low profile, doing nothing but eating and otherwise behaving like the NPCs. Day 13 of the game ended and day 14 began. Lin Xi looked at the virtual screen above her head. The data was alarming. NPCs 423, 229, 9900, players 62100. Such a mortality rate. Sobbing sounds reached her ears again. She glanced and looked away. No need to guess. Someone had died. Hiding here away from the rain didn't guarantee safety. Food, water, and medicine. Lack of any one of them was deadly in this critical moment. Lin Xi felt a sense of unease. This inexplicable tension made her body stiffen. Inen quickly noticed her distress and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Lin Xi pulled her raincoat tighter. After entering the basement, she had changed into a new set of rain gear and hadn't taken it off since. "I feel something bad is about to happen." Hearing this, Inen also grew uneasy and quickly relayed the news to her father and the other players. Recently, everyone had become like startled birds. Even unfounded feelings were taken seriously. Be ready to leave at any moment. We'll take turns resting, and if anything happens, we run immediately. Got it, Zhou Jie's husband whispered. Lin Xi also prepared to leave. She only needed to wear the protective suit under her raincoat and secure her headgear. The raincoat was to conceal the protective gear. After all, if she revealed a professional protective suit outright, many would surely try to seize it. During this period, she had been wearing the protective suit and raincoat continuously. The smell on her was similar to the outside environment, and being trapped inside the suit, her skin had likely developed a rash, itchy and uncomfortable. She took out several trash bags from her backpack and handed them to An and the others, instructing them to wrap themselves up. They placed the glass fragments they had brought aside, ready to leave the underground garage at a moment's notice. An and the others still had some trash bags in their luggage, which they also layered on themselves. The scene of being burned by acid rain for not wearing enough bags when they first entered the basement was still vivid. Everything was ready, but they hadn't decided when to leave. Even in the unventilated basement, they could feel the immense impact of the acid rain. They couldn't imagine what it would be like to face it directly outside. Lin Xi hoped the underground garage would allow her to survive until the game ended. But clearly that was impossible. That night, as everyone was dozing off biological time, they suddenly smelled the aroma of meat. People who had been hungry for so long became restless at the scent of food. Where did the meat come from? They were confused yet tinged with excitement. Until, they're eating human flesh. Ugh, ugh. Those who had been salivating moments ago now had only stomach acid in their mouths. Having eaten little, they vomited until even bile came out. People stared in horror at the few who were roasting meat over a fire, their eyes filled with anger and condemnation. Those few ate with relish, oblivious to the stares. Perhaps shielded by their disguised appearances, they ate. Oh, would you like a bite? A man finished the meat in his hand, tossed the bone aside, and then looked at the crowd with a malicious. The people in the crowd instinctively stepped back a few paces. Some departed from the group's line of sight, while others cursed at them. You devils! This is utterly monstrous. An elderly man with graying hair trembled with rage, his wrinkled face contorted in agitation, his eyes filled with disbelief and loathing. How terrifying! How could anyone do such a thing? A young girl covered her mouth in horror, and her companion beside her also showed fear, clutching each other tightly, as if to distance themselves from the bone-chilling scene. At that moment, a tall, middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. Meeting the eyes of those who had been eating human flesh, he said word by word, "Your actions violate human morality and desecrate life. Today we will not let you off." He then turned slightly and called out to the crowd, "Everyone join hands to bring these degenerates to justice." The others who had been gnawing on meat immediately dropped what they held and growled, "Who dares to try?" He swept his gaze across the crowd. "We're well fed. Do you starving ghosts who haven't eaten in days really think you can take us on?" Those who had been stirred by the middle-aged man's words hesitated again under the gaze of the cannibals. "We're not eating the living, nor are we eating your kin. Just mind your own business." Another of the cannibals chimed in. "If you've got the guts, come on." The one who finished first provocatively added, "Freshly dead meat is definitely tastier than those who've been rotting." Following the principle of fewer troubles, people gradually began to leave. Since it didn't happen to them, they had no mind to meddle in such affairs. It wasn't that they were cowards, just that it wasn't necessary. The middle-aged man, seeing the crowd depart without hesitation, made a few more pleas, but failed, and eventually left with them. He was alone against so many. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't win, so he wouldn't throw his life away. TCH. All cowards. The provoking man spat at the departing crowd. "Keep your mouth shut. If you really piss them off, we won't be able to fight them off." His companion pulled him back. Fortunately, these people were just a loose mob, otherwise things would have been difficult for them. Lin Xi and her group secretly gathered around and had a full meal while everyone else was searching for the scent of meat. By the time the crowd returned, they were already full. Anin was so frightened by the news of cannibalism that her shoulders trembled and she even hiccuped. But many people in the basement were also scared, so her behavior didn't stand out and didn't draw anyone's attention. If someone had noticed her and approached, they would have detected the faint aroma of food around their group. The farce thus ended. Aside from everyone keeping their distance from those few, the basement seemed unchanged, still echoing with cough, sobs, voices, and snores from all sides. Well-fed and hydrated Lin, she couldn't sleep for now. She stood up to stretch her body, maintaining peak alertness. "I plan to go check the garage exit." Sister Zhou's husband, who was on night watch, thought for a moment and said, "Let's go together. Let's gather everyone." He didn't feel at ease with Lin Xi going alone. In fact, he sensed that this place was very unsafe. If not for his sanity, he would have wanted to flee right away. The basement had no light source. The backup power someone had brought earlier was also depleted, leaving the basement pit. Lin Xi had a flashlight, but she didn't want to alert anyone. A sudden beam of light in the darkness would make her the MVP among the crowd. After getting ready, they groped their way in the dark, following their memory toward the basement exit. To minimize exposure to acid rain, their group had settled at the farthest spot from the exit. Normally, it would take several minutes to walk there, and in the dark it would take even longer. The journey seemed uneventful. It was late at night, and the crying and groaning had ceased, as people slept, leaving only the occasional cough. But the frequency was low, just a few sporadic sounds. Afraid of stepping on someone and disturbing their rest, they moved very, very slowly. Suddenly, a muffled groan sounded nearby. Lin Xi and her group halted in unison. Blood. The smell of fresh blood. Sister Zhou's husband's eyes widened, and he instinctively pulled in behind him. The basement had always had a scent of blood, but they had never smelled such a fresh one. After all, no new refugees had arrived in the basement. The blood smell that lingered was usually mixed with the... Lin Xi and her group weren't the only ones awake in the dead of night, nor were they the only ones who heard the groan. Someone shone a flashlight toward the source of the sound. Murder. Lin Xi heard a hoarse voice scream for the first time, harsh and piercing. Those who were asleep, and those who weren't, all scrambled to their feet. Seeing the pool of dark blood on the ground, screams erupted one after another. Lin Xi sharpied recognized the victim's face. It was the somewhat cynical middle-aged man. He had been dismembered alive by the cannibal group. His body was unrecognizable, only his head remained intact. Blood and shredded flesh were mixed together, the visual and olfactory assault overwhelming. Even knowing this was a game, that it was all fake, Lin Xi still felt a chill. This was a full dive game with 99 realism. Among the refugees there were no large lighting devices, but there were some small ones. Terrified, those with lighting devices turned them on, and suddenly the dark basement became as bright as day. Light exposed the darkness. Thus the NPCs in the basement, who had just discovered a case of dismemberment, found several similar scenes. My daughter. Oh, my grandchild, my precious grandchild. You devils'll kill you. Chaos. Everything fell into chaos. Those who woke up to find their living family members turned into pieces instantly lost the last shred of their sanity. One after another they charged recklessly at the murderers. The killers weren't just the ones who had been eating human flesh during the day, there were new members too. They were starving, but they had never thought of eating human meat. But when one person in the crowd began to enjoy human flesh, the broken window effect set in, and many joined in. We need to leave this place. Sister Zhou's husband's voice trembled as he spoke. The victims were invariably young women or children. If an were to become one of the dismembered, the thought filled him with terror, and his body shook uncontrollably. Flee. Get out of here fast. That was the only thought in his mind, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Unbeknownst to him, even his voice lacked any strength. Were it not for the proximity of the others, no one would have even noticed that he had spoken. Let's go. Lin Xi made a snap decision. While it's not yet completely chaotic, let's hurry. They had already reached the edge where the crowd was slightly thinner, thus avoiding the turmoil. At this moment Lin Xi did not fear revealing her spatial ability. In front of an N and Sister Zhou's husband, she retrieved 4 raincoats from her space. Put them on quickly. Trash bags alone won't withstand the acid rain. Although an extra layer of raincoat would eventually fail too, it would buy them another 10 minutes or so of survival time. Perhaps those 10 minutes would allow them to find a new temporary shelter. They fumbled to put on the raincoats and then donned the disposable gloves Lin Xi handed them. Add more layers, Lin Xi said as she put on her gloves. When they went out, they would be holding up glass shards, and their hands would be exposed to the rain for a long time, so they needed extra protection. Within less than a minute, everyone was fully dressed. Lin Xi, I have some supplies here. Hold on to them for me. Red Hair tossed his backpack to Lin Xi. Another player also threw his backpack to her. The two of them glanced at An and her father, then without a word snatched their backpacks as well and shoved them all into Lin Xi's arms. Lin Xi stored the backpacks into her space. The moment their supplies were taken, An and her father momentarily considered snatching them back, but upon seeing the backpacks vanish into thin air in Lin Xi's hands, they wisely refrained from acting. Lin Xi's ability to make supplies disappear was a skill in itself. Keeping them with her was safer than keeping them on their persons. The chaos in the basement reached its peak. Whether to avenge their families or to vent their pent-up emotions one by one, they were all driven to bloodlust. Lin Xi did not look back. Lifting the glass shard, she charged outside, and the others hurriedly followed. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed so loud that it jolted everyone back to their senses. The legs they had been tearing at remained frozen in place. The mall is collapsing, someone shouted. Run! We'll be buried alive. Now whether they were about to fight or kill, terror seized them all, and they scrambled toward the exit in a frantic rush. By this time Lin Xi and her group had already made it outside. The once imposing exterior wall of the mall was now unrecognizable, riddled with holes after the acid rain's corrosion. The steel reinforcement in the walls had also been corroded by the acid rain, which was precisely why the mall collapsed. The roadside greenery had long since been corroded into nothingness. Sister Zhou's husband, a native NPC, stared at the utterly transformed streets, disoriented. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ruins. How were they supposed to find a new temporary shelter? Get away from here. That wall is about to fall too. Lin Xi warned and immediately started running. The rain obscured her vision, and she had no idea where to go. But this spot was definitely not safe. The people underground must have heard the crash of the wall. They would soon come. More people meant more trouble and more danger. She had enough supplies and protection. All she needed was to find a deserted place to lie low until the game ended. There was no need nor the ability to regroup with the NPCs. As soon as Lin Xi left, the two players immediately followed. An and Sister Zhou's husband, their minds in a fog, too overwhelmed to think, trailed behind Lin Xi. The rain pelted against their raincoats with a relentless drip-drop, a sound like a death knell. They ran, and within less than 10 minutes Lin Xi was exhausted. Her personal attributes were not high, lasting 10 minutes was already commendable, and Lin Xi was fairly sad. The acid rain outside was extremely potent. With only ordinary protection, the two players, An and her father, who were NPCs, spent 10 minutes on the surface, their coughs nearly breaking their ribs. My raincoat has holes. It won't last much longer. The player called Red Hair looked regretful. There were still over 20 hours until the game ended. What a shame to die on the eve of victory. Hold on, just hold on a little longer, Lin Xi comforted him. I have more raincoats. Let's find a higher place, and there were puddles on the ground, so their shoes might be exposed to the air before their hands. After another 10 minutes or so of walking, their raincoats were completely ruined, and even the trash bags on them were hanging by a thread. Finally, they found a relatively elevated spot. Lin Xi had them hold up the glass shards while she retrieved raincoats and plastic bags from her space. Then she held the glass for them while they put on the new trash bags and raincoats, and she changed last. She still had a protective suit underneath, so even if the raincoat and trash bag were destroyed, she could last a while longer. After changing gear, they used their respective glass shards to build a makeshift glass shelter. The glass shelter was assembled from several pieces, a simple space, formed by several people acting as pillars. Steel and other materials had been mostly corroded, so they had to use human labor instead. The gaps in the temporary shelter were still quite large, but it was still better than being directly exposed to the rain. Most importantly, everyone could sit down and rest for a while. How much longer? Red Hair shrank, his voice weak. The newly worn raincoat had a longer lifespan than the previous one, but he wished it could last even longer. Simply because Lin Xi didn't have many raincoats left in her space. Red Hair and the others still had some trash bags in their backpacks, but not many. 24 more hours, Lin Xi replied. Anan and her father didn't understand what they meant by the time, but they guessed it was probably the official rescue time announced by the authorities. Hadn't the radio broadcast that all survivors in their city would be evacuated within 3 days? Perhaps that was the time Lin Xi was referring to. Anyway, there were plenty of things they didn't know. For instance, where Lin Xi had pulled out so many raincoats. Eating outdoors was a troublesome affair. Even though she was very careful and ate quickly, Lin Xi still got on. Inhaling acidic substances, her throat was immediately damaged. Until then, she had managed to protect herself well. After another half hour or so, everyone's raincoats were once again badly damaged. Lin Xi took out the remaining raincoats from her space and distributed them for replacement, then draped the old ones over the glass shelter as a makeshift reuse. At noon, the rain stopped. They no longer had to keep holding up glass shards and could get some proper rest. The air was thick with moisture. In fact, if they had more raincoats, they wouldn't need to hold the glass at all. This time the raincoats lasted 2 hours longer. Time flew by, and it was already 6:00 p.m., with 16 hours left until the game ended. Just after 6, the rain came again. Fortunately, Lin Xi and the others were prepared and had already changed into new raincoats. The old ones weren't completely ruined, so they wore them over the new ones. During that time, they had another round of food. Lin Xi's throat damage worsened from further exposure to the outside air. She had been chatting all along, but now she didn't feel like talking. The full dive game had a pain sensation level of up to 99, and the pain she felt was real, though it would disappear once she exited the game. The other two players, perhaps numbed by the pain, never stopped talking. They had exhausted every topic, even discussing their ancestors, and asked Lin Xi to contact them after the game to collect their money. Lin Xi let their words enter one ear and out the other until they mentioned games and asked for money afterward. Only then did she reluctantly utter a faint moan. Anan and her father consciously closed their eyes, refraining from joining the conversation. Deep down, they sensed that something was amiss about Lin Xi and her two companions. Nonsense. If you heard someone speaking, and in the middle of a sentence all that reached your ears was a beep, you'd think they were problematic too. At midnight, both the new and old raincoats were damaged, and the group had to put on another set. This is the last. Lin Xi's hoarse voice uttered words that brought despair. With 10 hours remaining until the game ended, it was uncertain whether this raincoat could last even 5. It's fine. We're still wrapped in 2 layers of garbage bags underneath, Red Hair said with a nonchalant grin. Another player chimed in, exactly. Besides the garbage bags, and wearing 2 long-sleeved shirts inside. Even so, the 5 of them worked together through the night to set up a makeshift glass shelter, doing their best to keep the raincoats from direct contact with the rain and air. Fortunately, the heavens did not release rain that night. However, if it did rain again, it would no longer be merely acid rain. It would become a flood disaster. They were on high ground with no standing water at their feet. Yet not far away in the low-lying areas, a vast expanse of water stretched as far as the eye could see. Acid rain surrounded them, which was why Lin Xi's throat had been injured when she breathed the outside air while eating. At 6 in the morning, everyone's raincoat and the garbage bag layer beneath were damaged. The glass overhead kept rainwater from directly touching their skin, but even so, their skin began to feel a burning sensation. 4 more hours. Let's grit our teeth and hold on. Red Hair shouted, trying to boost his own and others' morale. Another player rolled his eyes, utterly disregarding appearances. Bro, it's not that simple. Just because we say, well, hold on, doesn't mean we can. If no one comes to save us soon, we'll be corroded down to nothing but bones. Hey, don't say that, Red Hair laughed with abandon. Don't be too pessimistic or too optimistic. Maybe we won't even leave bones behind. They all knew inwardly that they absolutely couldn't last the next 4 hours. But after enduring so long, they were unwilling to die just like that. Well, every second more alive counted. Lin Xi's raincoat and garbage bags were also ruined last night. To save an extra set for the others, she hadn't changed into a new one. She calculated the damage to her protective gear and estimated the time she could manage the remaining hours. The extra raincoat she had was given to Ainin after their discussion. Lin Xi had no objection. Whether NPCs or players, they were all strangers to her. If she had to pick a side, since the NPCs were modeled after people from Zhonghua in the Blue Star, she favored the NPCs. They handed Lin Xi their backpacks. Everything waterproof inside was taken out to shield against the rain. Even the backpacks themselves were dismantled and sewn by Lin Xi into a short cape given to the most severely injured player, Red Hair. An hour later, the two players had no energy left to speak. Their clothes were corroded and tattered, and their exposed skin began to be eaten away. Where skin was exposed, it started to twitch and bubble, bluish smoke rising as the epidermis wrinkled and blackened like melting wax. At first, the victims screamed and flailed wildly. Now they could no longer scream, nor did they want to. Despair filled their eyes. It was torture for both the victims of the acid rain and those who watched. Lin Xi watched them writhing in agony, powerless to help. Silently, she lifted the glass panels and placed them over their heads. The hoarse cries gradually faded, and their breathing grew weaker. Had it not been for the occasional rise and fall of their chests, Lin Xi would have thought all four were dead. "Shall she please kill me?" Ainin, the least affected, begged, looking at Lin Xi. If Lin Xi hadn't been focused on them, she wouldn't have caught the faint plea. Lin Xi shook her head dazedly. "Hold on a little longer. Someone will come to save us soon." Since the game was set in a world based on Blue Star and Zhonghua, she believed the Zhonghua government would keep its word and rescue them within 3 days. Now less than 2 hours remained until the 3-day deadline, and also less than 2 hours until the game ended. Just hold on a bit longer. Ainin's hopeful gaze instantly turned lifeless. Silence engulfed the area, and even the sound of rain had faded away unnoticed. Lin Xi set down the glass panel. After holding it aloft for so long, her arms had long gone numb. Only when she finally relaxed did she feel the aching soreness. Even knowing it was just a game, a realistic simulation, she couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, she felt a strong urge to punch the game's designers. If it's a survival game, just let it be a survival game. Why add NPCs? How pitiful. Sitting quietly among the four, her mind began to drift. Until, still alive. Lin Xi thought she was hallucinating, but then she heard the voice again. Still alive. Lin Xi shot to her feet and shouted toward the direction of the voice. Still alive. Still alive. We're all. Her throat was injured, and speaking hurt, her voice came out weak. She had been keeping silent as much as possible, and when she had to speak, she spoke as softly as she could. Now she strained her throat, screaming with all her might. But even at full effort, she couldn't manage much volume. "Can you walk?" The rescuers soon arrived before her. "I can, but the other four can't." The accompanying medical staff immediately carried the victims away. Lin Xi followed them onto a specially made boat. After about 10 minutes on the boat, they were transferred to a large truck and then to a special building. "You're really lucky. Among all the people we've rescued, you're the only one without a scratch." The staff member looked Lin Xi up and down. Lin Xi just smiled in response. The staff member didn't look well. Even from the surface, it was clear he had suffered quite a few injuries. Once inside the building, Lin Xi realized their group wasn't the worst off. Among the people lying on the floor, the least injured already had exposed bones. Those like Red Hair, whose skin was merely corroded, were actually not that severely hurt. People like Lin Xi, who were still lively and energetic, were truly rare. She spotted a familiar face. He and his family were among the few with intact bodies. Seeing Lin Xi full of life, the pharmacy owner along with his family broke into tears and laughter. "I thought you were gone." "Thank you. Otherwise my family and I would have been long gone." "You?" The pharmacy owner was so excited that he couldn't form coherent sentences. Eventually a staff member scolded him. The temporary base was short-handed, so everyone who could still run and jump was drafted as temporary staff. Thus Lin Xi, who had thought she'd rest until the game ended, was forced into the role of a temporary nurse. A person with only superficial theoretical medical knowledge immediately began Hansen practice. Spinning. Ding. Game over. Game settlement in progress. Please wait. Lin Xi, holding a potion and bandages in her hands, vanished the moment she heard the system's prompt that the game had ended. Just as she entered the safe house, she was still suspicious and highly vigilant, worried that the game might cause trouble in the final moments. Who would have thought it would end like this? A bit unexpected. The game settlement still needed time, so Lin Xi, staying in the virtual space, began to check her personal interface. Name Lin Xi. Age 18. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 45. Level 0. Attack 15,100. Strength 15,100. Speed 10,100. Points 0. All personal attributes were pitifully low. Lin Xi sighed. Personal attributes were scanned from real-world body data, meaning her real body was extremely weak. Soon the game settlement was completed. Ding. Congratulations, player, for passing this round of the game. Game acid rain strikes. Player Lin Xi 222,222. Basic points for clearing the game: 1,000. Player's health at the end 80,100, earning 800 points. Player's health at the end 80,100. Clearance rating A, earning 800 points. Number of surviving players at the end 21,100, earning 210 points. Number of surviving NPCs at the end 108,49900, earning 108 points. Total points earned in this game 2,918. Ding. Player level has been upgraded to 1. Please check details. Ding. The virtual mall has been opened. Players in need, please proceed to the mall page. Lin Xi first checked the personal attribute panel. The player level had indeed changed. Level 129, 18,100. The change from leveling up was that the next time she entered the game, the system would randomly distribute daily supplies to the player with a slight increase in quantity and variety. There were no other changes. Lin Xi closed the personal attribute panel and then moved to the system mall. The items in the system mall were divided into real-world items and game items, and both were paid for with game points. Real-world items would be delivered to the home via logistics, while game items would appear on the player's person during the Lin Xi browsed through the product page, took a few glances, and then closed it directly. The prices of the items inside were the same as in the real world, just a different payment method. Coming out of the game pod, Lin Xi drank a tube of nutrient fluid. This was the last box of nutrient fluid she had received for free from the relief station last month at 2 tubes per day, a total of 60 tubes. This month she had turned 18 and was now an adult. After adulthood, the government would no longer provide any although it was sad to no longer receive free supplies compared to the fact that she could now go out to work and earn money, free supplies could be set aside. It was no longer important. As an orphan, the interstellar government provided them with compulsory education and the most basic living security. The compulsory education was the same as that of other age-appropriate interstellar citizens, which was impeccable. But when it came to basic living security, Lin Xi had to complain. They lived in a unified large dormitory with 1 room housing 100 children, and 10 robots would be responsible for taking care of them until they were 6 years old. After the age of 6, those 10 robots would be sent away, and the orphans had to learn to take care of themselves before that. They got 4 sets of clothes a year, 2 summer sets and 2 winter sets, and if they wanted an extra set for change, there was none. In terms of food, each person had 2 tubes of nutrient fluid per day. 2 tubes of nutrient fluid could only ensure the children did not starve to death. If the children were more active, this amount of nutrient fluid could not meet the bonus needs at all. This was also the reason why Lin Xi's physical fitness was poor. After consuming the nutrient fluid, they could only lie in their own beds to rest, unable to do any physical training. Lin Xi endured all of this, but what she could not stand the most was that underage interstellar cubs could not go out to work. Not even part-time jobs. With the mind of an adult, she wanted to earn some living expenses in advance, but couldn't. Interstellar law stipulated that the fine for employing child labor was huge, and no boss would risk hiring child labor. Therefore, Lin Xi did not have a single interstellar coin before the age of 18. The little assets she had were the 5,000 interstellar coins the government gave her after adulthood to ease the transition from cub to adult. After all, after turning 18, there would be no free nutrient fluid, and newly adult orphans couldn't be allowed to starve to death as soon as they became adults. Thinking about money, Lin Xi sent a friend request on her light brain. That red hair and the other players still owed her money. She was short of everything now, especially money. The 5,000 interstellar coins given by the government had been used by her to rent the game pod and the nutrient fluid for the pod, and now she was back to being penniless. Red hair and the others did not immediately accept the friend request. Lin Xi waited for 2 minutes without seeing any message and then turned off her light brain. The time flow in the game was different from reality. She had spent 15 days in the game, but only about 7 days had passed in reality. During those 7 days, her body had been soaking in nutrient fluid. Nutrient fluid could maintain vital signs, but lying motionless inside for a long time would cause physical functions to decline. Leaving her room, Lin Xi planned to go out and exercise her body. She blinked again. Then she calmly nodded as if greeting the 3 roommates she had only met once. She was now in the dormitory of the planting department of the First Interstellar Academy. The dormitory was a 4-person suite with each person having an independent room. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom were shared. The rooms were small with only a game pod bed and a cabinet for storing clothes and personal items. Therefore, everyone stayed in the living room during their free time except for rest time. Lin Xi and the others had only started school last week. She had briefly met them before taking leave and rushing into the game. Therefore, she was not familiar with her roommates at all. After exercising outside for a while, Lin Xi returned to the dormitory. Lin Xi, did you take a week off to play the game Doomsday? Lin Xi opened the dormitory door and was surrounded by her 3 roommates again. The one who asked the question, Lin Xi thought for a moment, seemed to be called Yiziyu. Yes. Lin Xi nodded. There was nothing to hide. At the time, her reason for taking leave was to play the game. The Interstellar University had a high degree of freedom. As long as students could pass the assessments, they wouldn't care about attendance. So like Lin Xi, there were quite a few students who took long-term leave. Of course, there were also many who failed because of that. Yi Ziyu and the other two roommates with shining eyes pulled her to sit on the sofa. Lin Xi, did you pass the first level? Another roommate asked. Leaving the game at this time, it was very likely that she had passed the first round. But since the person involved hadn't explicitly said, so they weren't sure. Her name was Feng Yalan, and because her hair was blue and her name contained the character Lan Lin, she was very impressed by her. I passed. Lin Xi said. Do you want to see? This is my game account. If you want to see it, I'll send it to your optical computer. Can I? Yi Ziyu's mouth asked, but her hand reached out faster than her words. Lin Xi swiftly sent the game account to her optical computer. I want to see. Me too. The other two roommates crowded forward, offering their optical computers. The game adopted a live streaming mode, allowing Interstellar citizens to enter any live stream and watch. They could comment on and tip the players in the live streams, and the tips earned would be used to reward the players who... In other words, the more viewers a live stream had, the more tips the players might receive. The live stream windows for the game, Doomsday, numbered in the hundreds of millions. Just for Lin Xi's starting day, there were over 100 million live stream windows. The number of players participating daily was 10 billion. Since it was the first game, the number of participants was too large, and the servers couldn't accommodate all players at once. Therefore, starting from the first day of the game, new servers would be opened over the next 30 days. That meant 10 billion new players would enter the game each day. Despite the vast interstellar population, with so many live stream windows, the number of viewers coming in on their own in the early stages wouldn't be too high. To get more viewers and tips, players had to attract their own audience. However, this situation wouldn't last long. By the end of the month, the first round of game clearers would emerge, and the number of players would drop significantly. With fewer players, live stream windows would also decrease. With fewer windows to choose from, each window would see a rise in viewers. I have to enter the game in 3 days. I'm going back to my room to watch the replay. Feng Yalan couldn't wait to say goodbye and ran off. The other two had scheduled their entry for the day after tomorrow, making their time even more pressing. They ran off even faster. Those who could share a dormitory with Lin Xi were no better off financially than she was, likely hoping to earn some living expenses in the game. Ding! It was the system's notification sound. Lin Xi opened her optical computer and smiled. Hello player, congratulations on passing the first round of Doomsday. During the game, the tips earned from the live stream amounted to 187698 interstellar credits. The number of clearers in your live stream was 21, and your personal earnings are 8938 interstellar credits. The interstellar credits have been transferred to your personal account. Please check. 8938. Lin Xi stared at the number several times before closing her optical computer. Renting a game pod for a month costs 30 interstellar credits, and the nutrient solution needed for entering the game costs 100 interstellar credits. A single game session lasts 7 days, meaning the total cost is 3700 interstellar credits. Subtracting that, her available balance was 5238 interstellar credits. Seeing the balance, Lin Xi immediately purchased 100 bottles of nutrient solution on her optical computer, leaving her balance at 4238. The nutrient solution was delivered quickly by a robot. After signing for it, she downed a bottle. From today on, she could finally have 3 meals a day. Even if those meals were foul-tasting nutrient solutions, she would have to work hard to afford normal food. Her roommates had returned to their rooms, so Lin Xi didn't linger either. Having not bathed for 7 days, she grabbed her only spare set of clothes, took a satisfying hot shower, and then slept soundly. Ding! Ding! The next day, Lin Xi was woken up by a series of notifications from her optical computer before she even opened her eyes. What caught her eye was another incoming payment, the earnings from viewer tips during the live stream replay. The amount was small, only 200 interstellar credits. Wow, a windfall. Lin Xi was delighted. She hadn't expected the replay earnings to be split among the players, which made her even more cautious about the upcoming games. That was money. Lin Xi cheerfully opened the second notification and was even happier. Today is a good day, a good day. Everyone was sending her money early in the morning, truly a joy. The two players with red hair each transferred 1,000 interstellar credits to her, more than she had anticipated. Overjoyed, Lin Xi replied to the red-haired player's invitation, then got up to wash up and headed out. Her destination, the school cafeteria. As a child raised by the government, Lin Xi had never been to such a grand place as the cafeteria. Poor thing, her diet had consisted solely of nutrient solution. Natural food was something she dreamed of every day but couldn't afford. But today she could finally eat the natural food she had been craving. The school cafeteria was huge with very few people. The red-haired player's conspicuous hair was still eye-catching among the crowd of colorful heads. Lin Xi, over here, the red-haired player waved. Lin Xi walked quickly to the table and greeted them with a smile. Hello, I'm Lin Xi, a student of the 25-25 cultivation class. Hello, I'm Ku Qingwen, a student of the 25-24 logistics class. He stood up to introduce himself. Your performance in the game was excellent. Ku Qingwen, the one the red-haired player called Cuckoo in the game, hadn't even known Lin Xi was a player when he died, and like most interstellar citizens, he had bright hair, vivid and colorful. Thank you. Lin Xi shamelessly accepted the compliment. Hello, I'm Feng Yu, also a student of the 25-24 logistics class. Feng Yu's hair was pink. Generally, pink hair on a man might seem effeminate, but not in his case. The color only made him appear soft. Lin Xi shook his hand. Hello to you too, senior. We don't need introductions, do we? The red-haired player said with a grin, pulling out a chair for Lin Xi. What do you want to eat? Today's on us. In the game, the red-haired player had already shared his info. His name was Huli, which sounded like fox. The other clearer was named Zhou Zimo with purple hair. All four were students of the 25-24 logistics. Both the logistics and cultivation classes were non-mainstream majors notorious for poor job prospects, but also relatively easy to get into due to low enrollment, increasing the chances of admission. However, unlike the cultivation class logistics, students were famously wealthy. Lin Xi took the menu, ordered a low-priced dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and passed the menu to them. Even though she wanted to order everything on the menu, this was their first meeting, and they weren't familiar yet, so she could only that one dish. Is there nothing you like? Lin Xi nodded. One dish is enough. Huli took the menu and scribbled on the virtual screen. No wonder you're so skinny. Eating so little won't make you get. Alright, that's what we'll order. The other three didn't even look at what Huli had ordered, they just nodded. It was clear they were very familiar with each other. The food was soon brought out from the kitchen by a robot. Lin Xi eagerly picked up a piece of egg and put it in her mouth. Lin Xi was filled with anticipation, but when she actually tasted it, she felt somewhat disappointed. The flavor of this dish was like heaven and earth compared to nutrient fluids, yet when compared to her memories, it lacked a certain finesse. Delicious, truly delicious. No wonder it's a formula from Blue Star. The taste is absolutely superb. Huli also took a piece, and as soon as the food slid down his throat, words of praise poured out. This dish is also excellent, you should try it. Zhou Zimo enthusiastically recommended the other two dishes. Whether Doomsday is fun or not aside, the fact that the developers unearthed so many Blue Star recipes and restored them is commendable. Because the background of Doomsday is set on Blue Star, the team conducted years of archaeological research on Blue Star, and in the last 2 years many items similar to those from Blue Star have appeared in interstellar space. Comparing this, what we ate in the past 10+ years wasn't even fit for human consumption. Huli praised while eating, and he also used the serving chopsticks to pick food for Lin Xi. Among the four, Huli and Zhou Zimo were the most talkative, while the other two remained almost completely silent throughout. They usually talk a lot, and this behavior is just a Doomsday after effect. As the party dispersed, Huli couldn't help but defend his two friends. Zhou Zimo nodded in agreement. Yes, they definitely don't mean anything against you. Since they had invited her out, they didn't want her to think they were being unfriendly. I understand, you don't need to explain. Lin Xi smiled and waved. Thank you for the treat. Both Ku Wenxing and Feng Yu had died in the game, and that would inevitably leave some psychological shadows. This was a full dive game. With a realism of 99, experiencing death in the game was hardly different from dying in the real world. Don't mention it, Huli said with an embarrassed smile. You're our savior, treating you is the least we can do. He spoke seriously with no hint of pretense. This made Lin Xi, who had already accepted payment, feel a bit awkward. I'm just doing my job for money, so this. That was for the food, they're two different things. Huli interrupted her. In the later stages of the game, the raincoats and other items were provided by Lin Xi for free. If it weren't for Lin Xi, they would have been eliminated early in the game. The 1,000 interstellar coins they transferred to her were far less than the rewards they received after the game stream ended. Lin Xi put an end to the topic, and the 5 of them focused on devouring the delicious food before them. Although it was far from the taste in her memories, this was still the best meal Lin Xi had eaten in 18 years, and she felt quite satisfied. Huli had ordered too much food, and even after eating to their fill, they couldn't finish it all. Lin Xi asked the robot to pack the leftovers into insulated boxes, giving each person a few boxes to take back to the dormitory. The packing boxes kept the food warm, so there was no need to reheat it. Back in the dormitory, her 3 roommates were lounging on the sofa staring at Lin Xi with a hint of grievance. What's wrong? Lin Xi was confused. Someone treated me to dinner, and there are leftovers. Do you want some? Yes. Yes. The 3 grievance ghosts seemed to come back to life. Yiziu said, delicious, truly worthy of being from our academy's cafeteria. The taste is consistent. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. You've eaten it before. Yiziu squinted with a look of enjoyment. No, but I pass by the cafeteria every day and take a sniff. The smell is exactly the same as the food you brought back. Lin Xi was speechless. Seeing them eating so happily, she also opened one of the boxes and took a couple of bites. But she had eaten too much at the cafeteria, and after 2 bites, she couldn't eat anymore. She quietly put the box away, planning to save it for the next meal. Her 3 roommates were all sensible. They each only ate from 1 box, and then stopped, leaving plenty of leftovers. I watched your game replay at triple speed today, and I feel that the meal I just ate might be my last supper. Feng Yilan savored the food in her mouth, and the more she thought, the more she believed it. Even watching the game content from a third-person perspective, she found it difficult. When actually in the game without a god's eye view, wouldn't it become a hell mode? Lin Xi patted her on the shoulder and encouraged, keep it up. Players who hadn't yet entered the game had one advantage: they had watched the live streams of those already in the game, so they already knew the game content, unlike the earliest batches of players who went in blind. The game's theme remained constant, only the scenes and NPCs changed. There was plenty they could learn from making the game difficulty drop significantly. A simple keep it up earned her 3 resentful stares, especially from Yiziu, who had experienced the game from a first-person perspective in full dive. Lin Xi rested for a while, then went downstairs again. There were still over 20 days before the next round of the game, and she needed to improve her physical fitness before the game started, so she wouldn't have to just survive in the game. How passive would that be? Over the next 20-plus days, she planned to eat well, sleep well, and exercise well. With a plan in mind, Lin Xi's plans were unexpectedly changed the very next day. Simply put, even if Interstellar students took leave, they still had to make up for the missed lessons. However, instead of attending classes in person, she could now use the game pod to enter a virtual classroom and attend lessons. This wasn't a big issue, but it was time-consuming and couldn't be avoided. Since school had started over a week ago, she had a lot of backlog coursework. Besides her physical training schedule, she spent all her time catching up on course hours. Originally planning to eat 3 meals a day, due to the physical exertion and mental energy required for classes, she ended up eating 4 or even 5 meals a day. No wonder it's hard for poor families to make it in interstellar society, Lin Xi complained. Everything required energy, and children from poor families couldn't even afford the cheapest nutrient fluids, so how could they have the energy to study and change their social class? Lin Xi was so busy that she even forgot about her roommates entering the game. It wasn't until she saw Yiziu that she belatedly remembered. "Did you fail, eh?" Lin Xi asked, cautiously looking at Yiziu's gloomy aura. Yiziu turned her head and stared at Lin Xi for a long time before reacting. And that reaction was crying. She wept uncontrollably. Lin Xi tried to break free twice, but failed, so she gave up. She let Yiziu cry her heart out on her shoulder, leaving her clothes soaked with tears and snot. The weather was bad today, and the laundry hadn't dried yet. She would have to use the dryer later, which was another expense. Lin Xi felt a pang of regret. After being poor for over a decade, she had become stingy. Yiziu cried for a full half-hour, soaking a small part of Lin Xi's clothes before stopping. With no tissues or towels at hand, she simply lifted her shirt to wipe the moisture off Yiziu's face. "Want to cry more?" Lin Xi asked. "My clothes are still dry here." Yiziu was speechless. The red-faced girl couldn't say a word and fled under Lin Xi's gaze. Gazing at her half-wet clothes, she shook her head helplessly. She took the clothes drying on the balcony to the dryer, then opened her optical computer to order 2 new sets. Her game replays had been generating income in recent days, and she had a bit more money on hand. Having lived 18 years in the interstellar era, this was her first time buying clothes, and she was nearly dazzled by the vibrant array. Amid the dazzling garments, she began browsing from the lowest price and finally spotted some subdued colors. Interstellar people's love for brilliant hues has reached such an exaggerated extent. She spent 200 interstellar credits on 2 sets of basic white tops and black pants, and another 100 on 2 sets of underwear. Interstellar delivery arrived instantly upon ordering. The purchase guide stated the new clothes were already disinfected and ready to wear, but Lin Xi, from her past life, was accustomed to washing new clothes before wearing them. Lin Xi, just as she finished washing the new clothes, Yiziu appeared again. The other 2 roommates were still in the game, and after much thought, she could only vent to Lin Xi. Lin Xi checked the time and pulled her onto the sofa. After an hour of pouring out her heart, Xi finally understood what had happened. She had followed the game from its first day, creating numerous walkthroughs that helped her through the early stages, but she stumbled. It wasn't that the walkthroughs were flawed, but that human nature couldn't withstand the test. This was in some way related to Lin Xi. Though Lin Xi had always played it safe in the game, her strategies still offered valuable insights. For instance, stockpiling supplies, early seeking help from the police, building rapport with NPCs, and teaming up with other players. Yiziu had followed Lin Xi's rhythm in the game. The early stages went smoothly, but by the 10th day, first, her skill wasn't spatial, so she couldn't carry enough supplies. Second, the NPC she had befriended turned out to be unscrupulous, driving her away early in the apocalypse and looting all her gathered supplies. Third, the issue lay with the player team. The players were disunited like a heap of loose sand, each more stubborn. With their supplies plundered by NPCs, they dared not resist, but instead used their teammates as shields, ultimately leading to a team wipeout. After hearing the whole story, Xi was speechless. "No way I'm going to expose them online." Yiziu fumed, growing angrier by the minute. In the game, her supplies were stolen by an NPC, but she had stashed some at another outpost. If she could reach that stash, she could have survived until the end, but she was dragged down by those teammates. She looked fierce, showing no signs of post-game trauma. Zhou Yi emerged from the game 3 days after Yiziu. Judging by the timing, she too had failed to clear the game. Seeing Zhou Yi's low spirits, Yiziu, who had just vented her anger, scurried away like a mouse seeing a cat. "There's still Elon. She's our last hope," Yiziu whispered to Lin Xi. "If she fails, you'll be the only one left in our dorm to fight alone." She felt a bit sorry for Lin Xi having to face the irritable herself, the dispirited Yi, and soon perhaps an even more dejected Ilan. If Feng Yilan succeeded, she would exit the game in 2 days. The stubborn girl refused to reveal her game ID, so Lin Xi and the others had no way to check on her progress. Before Feng Yilan emerged, Lin Xi and Yi Ziyu dragged Zhou Yi to the school's psychological counseling. The game, Doomsday, had such high realism and a non-negligible death rate that many participants developed psychological issues, prompting the school to generously arrange counseling for students. Since Zhou Yi hadn't returned to normal even a day after exiting the game, the two couldn't tolerate the oppressive atmosphere in the dorm and forced her to seek counseling. The counselor was highly effective. After the session, Zhou Yi instantly became normal again. "The game ruined me," she shouted, drawing stares from passersby on campus. Lin Xi and Yi Ziyu covered their faces and walked away. They didn't know this loud person. No, they didn't. The three returned to the dorm laughing and joking just as Feng Yilan emerged from the game. She looked dazed and out of sorts, startling them. "Yilan, did you clear the game?" Yi Ziyu waved a hand in front of her face. Feng Yilan pulled her into a hug and shouted joyfully, "I cleared it. Haha, I cleared it." This was truly a cause for celebration. "You have no idea, I thought I had failed." Despite the rare natural food before her, Feng Yilan paid it no attention, eagerly recounting her experiences. "So your health was at 1 at the very end?" Lin Xi looked at her in shock. "What incredible luck was that?" Yes. Feng Yilan's face lit up. "When my health dropped below 10, I couldn't move. Below 5, I couldn't even open my eyes. I thought I was done for." At that moment, she was essentially waiting to die. But who knew heaven had mercy, and she cleared the game with a single point of health remaining. Every time she recalled that scene, she couldn't help but scream with excitement. Yi Ziyu and Zhou Yi looked at all four in the dorm came from impoverished families. Aside from Lin Xi, who was an orphan, the other three had similar family backgrounds. Though they had families, their living conditions were only slightly better than Lin Xi's. Their daily routine revolved around studying and earning money. The game, Doomsday, was hugely popular with generous prizes. Even before its release, they had already marked it as a viable and important way to make money. Clearing the game meant income, so how could they not envy that? Congratulations. Cheers. Keep it up. One's own failure might be disheartening, but another success was still a joyful thing. The four ordered 2 dishes and brought 4 cans of nutrient fluid to celebrate the two who cleared the game. At the end of the meal, they ran into Hu Li and her 3 companions at the cafeteria. The 4 ordered 8 dishes and joined them, bringing good news. Hu Li had a robot clear the empty plates, placed her own dishes on the table, and said to Lin Xi, "Your cultivation department is in high demand now." The 4 were puzzled as to why the cultivation department had become so sought after. In the interstellar era, 90% of planting was done by robots, with only a small portion of delicate plants requiring manual cultivation and care. However, delicate plants were not affordable for ordinary people, and those who could afford them wouldn't hire fresh graduates from the cultivation department. Without practical positions, novices could never become experts. This resulted in very few graduates actually working in the field, making it the department with the lowest employment rate. Hu Li asked, "You haven't been to class lately, have you?" Feng Yu added, "Or checked the internet?" The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Hu Li slapped his forehead, utterly speechless at the 4 of them. One person being cut off from the world is already surprising enough, but your dormitory managed to produce 4 of you. Hu Li exclaimed with exaggeration. Lin Xi explained, "I've been catching up on my coursework lately, and the other 3 just came out of the game recently, so none of us had time to go to class or surf the internet." "I see." Hu Li suddenly understood. Their logistics department had very few courses, and he had managed to catch up in just 1 day after leaving the game. He had assumed the planting department was the same. Yi Ziyu said, "Stop being so mysterious and tell us what's going on." The 3 of them, Yi Ziyu, Feng Yilan, and Zhou Yi, had known Hu Li and his group longer than Lin Xi had, which was why the 4 of them felt comfortable coming over to sit together. It's because the game Doomsday became a massive hit, and along with it the dishes featured in the game became popular. So, you get the idea. At that, everyone understood. Not all natural foods were delicate, but the plants from Blue Star were exceptionally so. Having recently crammed up on the relevant knowledge, Lin Xi knew that this was because the soil and air in interstellar space were different from those on Blue Star. Simply put, the plants from Blue Star had suffered from acclimatization shock upon arriving in interstellar space, requiring artificial intervention to help them grow. Unlike animals, plants had no thoughts or ways to express their needs. Thus, robots couldn't tend to them properly. Previously, only a small number of people cultivated Blue Star plants for ornamental purposes, requiring very few hands. Now, with the explosive popularity of Doomsday, the dishes featured in the game gained immense traction, and the demand for Blue Star plants among interstellar people surged. Consequently, people from the planting department became highly sought after. But didn't Blue Star ingredients appear a long time ago? Our cafeteria has had them for a week already, and Doomsday hadn't even launched back then. Yi Ziyu raised a question. Over the past few days since school started, she had been tormented by the tantalizing aroma wafting from the cafeteria. If the game hadn't launched, where would the school have gotten Blue Star recipes? Feng Ilan followed up with a question. Lin Xi and Zhou Yi also wore puzzled expressions. Zhou Zimo looked at the four of them in disbelief. Are you serious? You don't know that our academy is also one of the production studios for Doomsday? The four of them shook their heads in unison. Hu Li and his group were all dumbfounded. This was common knowledge across the entire academy, yet there were still a few stragglers who didn't know, and four of them at that. Lin Xi and her roommates showed not the slightest hint of embarrassment under Hu Li's gaze. Didn't they know that poor kids spent their free time sleeping? Where would they find the energy to waste on surfing the internet? Because of this news, Yiziyu and the other two were overjoyed on the way back. As long as the employment rate for the planting department remained high, they didn't mind not earning money for now. They just needed to be hired after graduation. The four of them returned to the dormitory laughing and chatting. Just as they pushed open the door, they received an email from their advisor. Do you want to go now? Zhou Yi asked. Lin Xi calculated the time. Let's go. I happen to have some free time lately. So without even entering the dorm, they headed back to the classroom. This was Lin Xi's second time in the classroom. Apart from her three roommates, she didn't recognize anyone else. In fact, many of the classmates were meeting each other for the second time. Lin Xi wasn't the only one who had taken leave to play the game on the first day of school. Many others had entered the game on the second day, and quite a few, like Yiziyu, had started a week after the server launch. This class had only been fully assembled on the very first day of school. Even now, not everyone was present, as some were still trapped in the game and unable to leave. Familiar classmates were all discussing Doomsday. Lin Xi and her roommates found seats and quietly listened to the conversations. Soon the advisor appeared in the classroom, followed by 7 or 8 robots. Each of you come forward to receive 10 seeds and a bag of potting soil. Your semester credits will be based on the plants you cultivate. Take good care of them, understand? Everyone nodded in agreement. The students in the planting department were all poor, and none of them wanted to retake the course. Retaking meant spending a great deal of time and effort, and more importantly, the tuition for retaking was exorbitant. They simply couldn't afford it. The potting soil was extremely heavy. Lin Xi found it very difficult to carry back. Unwilling to spend money on robots, the four of them resorted to moving the soil at a snail's pace, walking for 1 minute, resting for 3, until they finally dragged it back to the dormitory. They purchased 10 flower pots from the campus network, but now there was barely any room to walk in the dormitory. Where are we going to put all these pots? The four of them were stumped. Their dormitory was the cheapest one on campus with limited space. 40 flower pots had nowhere to go. Tomatoes needed sunlight, but the balcony was so small that it couldn't accommodate that many pots. Let's put 3 pots per person on the balcony and store the remaining seeds for now. We won't plant them just yet, Lin Xi suggested after a moment of thought. The bedroom and living room had no windows, making them unsuitable for tomato growth. Everyone marked their own pots and moved them to the balcony. With a dozen fewer pots in the living room, there was finally some space to stand. After stacking the remaining pots in a corner, Lin Xi excused herself and went back to her room. She was very familiar with tomato cultivation, but this was the interstellar era. The tomatoes might be the same, but the planting methods had changed. To avoid failing the course, she needed to look up some information first. 15 days had passed since she left the game, and Lin Xi had finally caught up on all the coursework she had missed. The planting department had a vast amount of theoretical knowledge and practical classes. She was already exhausted just from catching up on the theory. As for the practical sessions, Lin Xi couldn't attend them for now. It wasn't that she didn't want to, she simply couldn't afford to. The practical classes cost money, and quite a lot at that. 90% of the students in her class hadn't taken the practical sessions either, and the teacher didn't push them. The advisor was well aware of the situation in the planting department. He only required students to earn enough money to take the practical classes before graduation and make up the credits. Lin Xi simply couldn't afford it right now. The tomato seeds given by the advisor had sprouted under the four roommates' careful attention, but their growth was not promising. 1 or 2 of the seedlings were wilted and sickly. There was no helping it. Conditions were limited. The fact that these tiny tomatoes had even germinated was a testament to their hard work. It looks like we'll have to use the money we earned to buy an air purifier first, Yiziyu sighed, staring at the tomato seedlings. These little tomatoes were tied not only to their credits, but also to their wallets. The advisor had said that after the tomatoes bore fruit, the harvest would be used to pay back the cost of the seeds. If the yield was too low, they would have to cover the seed cost out of their own pockets. If the yield was high enough, after deducting the number used to repay the seeds, the remaining tomatoes would be purchased at market price. Having found no way to earn money, Yiziyu and Zhou Yi devoted themselves entirely to cultivation, hoping the plants would bear fruit and bring them some income. At the academy, everything required money. Without a source of income, they couldn't even attend classes, and the only things waiting for them were failing grades, dropping out, and a life of mediocrity. Lin Xi poured cold water on their hopes. Buying an air purifier alone won't be enough. We'll also need to change dormitories first. Their current balcony was not only small, but also open air. On Blue Star, an open-air balcony was ideal for growing plants. But in interstellar space, the opposite was true. An open-air balcony was the worst place for cultivating plants, especially delicate Blue Star plants. Simply put, the air on the open balcony was the same as the outside air. Even with an air purifier running, it couldn't remove all the harmful molecules from the air that affected the plants. To properly cultivate plants, they would need to move to a sealed balcony and equip it with an air purifier, grow lights, and other cultivation tools. All of this would cost a considerable amount of money, far beyond what they could afford at the moment. Fortunately, we listened to you and only planted 3 tomato plants, Yiziyu sighed. If they had planted all of them, they wouldn't have been able to take care of them. The truth was that these plants demanded far too much time and effort. Quite a few people in our department planted all of theirs, and most of the seedlings died. After catching up on their previous coursework, Lin Xi and the others began attending classes regularly, getting along reasonably well with their classmates. Yiziyu in particular was a natural socializer. She had already become close with everyone in the class and knew everything that was going on. In every class, there were always a few impatient ones who planted all the seeds they received at once, only to end up with quite a few people in the class group chat were buying extra seeds from their classmates. Yiziyu had considered selling her own seeds at the time. The coursework only required providing 2 fruits to pass, but the seedlings hadn't grown yet, and whether they would bear fruit was still uncertain. After much deliberation, she ultimately decided not to sell her seeds. If the current tomato plants died, she still had seeds to replant. When one was poor enough, one's thinking became, take good care of them. Once we've earned enough money, we'll move to a new dormitory together. Lin Xi patted her shoulder. Lin Xi got along very well with all 3 of her roommates. If they were to move, it would be ideal for the 4 of them to continue living together. Okay. Yiziyu nodded, though her heart felt heavy. Lin Xi and Feng Yilan had passed the first round of the game, and they were earning income every day. It wouldn't be long before they saved enough to move, while Xi and Zhou Yi still hadn't found a reliable source of income. Their schedules were too packed, leaving them unable to take on many jobs. Lin Xi was unaware of Yiziyu's thoughts. She was busy most of the time, and even as roommates, they didn't see much of each other during the day. She had classes to attend, exercise to do, common self-rescue knowledge to learn in her spare time, and time to browse the internet. It was only when she went online that Lin Xi truly realized how isolated she had been. The game, Apocalypse, was incredibly popular, dominating every trending list. All related products had, even students in the cultivation department, both current and graduated, were in high demand. Most astonishingly, the Interstellar Academy, one of the game's planners, saw its cafeteria become the most sought-after restaurant across the entire galaxy. Now there were more outsiders in the Academy cafeteria than students. Many students complained they couldn't even get a hot meal in their own school. It was only after going online that Lin Xi learned that the server with the fewest casualties in the first round was the one she was in. All because she had slipped a note to the police station. It was precisely because of this that the mortality rate in subsequent servers was so low. The busy Lin Xi could only be seen in the classroom or on the balcony, where she might meet her roommates. She was rarely seen in the common areas of the dormitory. After more than 20 days of training, Lin Xi's physical attributes had all improved. Name: Lin Xi. Age 18. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 46 kilograms. Level 129. 18,100. Attack 17,100. Strength 17,100. Speed 12,100. Points 2918, 2,918. Skill space, level 1. Capacity 1 cubic meter. Before the game began, Lin Xi spent 100 points to upgrade her space to level 2. The capacity doubled to 2 cubic meters. Which day is your second round? Lin Xi asked Feng Yilan. To play the second round, one had to complete the first. The clearance rate for the first round was only about 30%, mainly due to the first 7 days lowering the over. As the first batch of players, they had no live streams to reference and had to rely on their own exploration to clear the game, resulting in the highest mortality rate. Players who entered later had a clearance rate of around 40%, but when averaged with the first 7 days, the overall rate dropped to 30%. Don't underestimate the number of players who cleared the game. With 100 billion players per day, 30% amounted to 90 billion people. Since each server could only accommodate 10 billion players per day, Lin Xi asked Feng Yilan which day she would. The day after tomorrow. What about you? Feng Yilan checked her email again. Lin Xi: tomorrow. Feng Yilan: I was hoping to be on the same day as you and pray we end up in the same server. After coming out of the game, she had watched Yiziyu's replay under the latter's persistent urging. Now she was extremely wary of NPCs in the game and didn't trust other players. She believed that finding a real-life player to team up with in the game was the most reliable option. Lin Xi thought for a moment and said, why don't you ask Hu Li when he's going in? All 4 of them in his dormitory managed to enter the same server. I wonder how they did it. Feng Yilan's eyes lit up. Alright, I'll go find them now. She rushed off to contact Hu Li, while Lin Xi went to look for Yiziyu and asked her to take care of her 3 tomato seedlings. Of course, the favor wasn't free. Lin Xi offered a daily payment of 30 interstellar coins. If the game went smoothly, she would be in the game for 15 days or 7.5 days in real time. During that time, she would be in the game pod, and the tomato seedlings would die without care. Yiziu agreed without hesitation. Having failed to find a suitable part-time job, she was now desperate for even a single interstellar coin. Leave it to me. The tomato babies will be fine as long as I'm here. Yiziu patted her chest in assurance. Lin Xi smiled. Thank you. Feng Yilan returned after contacting Hu Li and heard their conversation, realizing she hadn't considered what would happen to her tomato seedlings while she was in the game. She had originally planned to ask Yiziu to take care of them as well. But Yiziu said she had limited capacity and couldn't handle so many seedlings at once. She said this while gazing reluctantly at Feng Yilan's tomato seedlings. Limited ability meant lost earning opportunities. Unable to do otherwise, Feng Yilan contacted Zhou Yi, who was working part-time outside, and asked if she could help. Yi said she could help. She's just finishing up her current part-time job. Feng Yilan breathed a sigh of relief after putting down her light terminal. With all real-world matters arranged, she began preparing to enter the game. The game pod was filled with nutrient solution, and the room was set to Donut Disturb mode. Everything was ready, just waiting for the game to start. October 1st, 25:25, 10:00 a.m. The game pod activated. In an instant, the scene before Lin Xi changed, and the system's familiar voice sounded. Ding. Welcome to the survival game. Ding. This round of the game lasts 15 days. Players must survive in the game for at least 15 days. If you fail to survive the 15 days, your game ends, and you can no longer participate in subsequent game events. Please take the game rules seriously. Ding. During the game, one random supply item will be distributed: daily food, water, or medicine. Each of the 3 supplies has a 25% chance of appearing, with the remaining 25% being empty. Click here for the detailed list of supplies. Ding. This round of the game will provide players with a legal identity in the game scenario, but no other additional assistance. Please be advised. Ding. Friendly reminder: the number of participants in this scenario is 100, including 9990 NPCs and 100 players. Game scenario loading complete. The game is about to begin. Please prepare. The scene shifted once more with Lin Xi standing before a hotel. The space was utterly empty, and she possessed nothing but an ID card devoid of any other belongings. Surrounding her were countless people, their hair dyed in a riot of colors, suggesting most were players. Lin Xi glanced around, found no familiar faces, and promptly lost interest. She clutched her ID card, and under the gaze of the crowd, entered the hotel. Hello, could you check if I have a reservation? Lin Xi handed her ID to the front desk. The receptionist gave her a discreet once-over before taking the card and beginning the search. Having worked the front desk for long, she had encountered all kinds of guests. A customer who forgot where she had booked a room was nothing unusual. Ma'am, I see you have a reservation here. Room 502, here is your key. Lin Xi's eyes brightened. She hadn't expected a temporary shelter at the start. This round of the game seemed much better than the last. When does the room expire? Ma'am, the booking is for 7 days. The receptionist smiled and handed her the key. Lin Xi took the key card and rode the elevator, watched by the other players who were just entering the hotel. Room 502. When she entered, she saw 2 beds, and her heart skipped a beat. She wondered what identity the game had assigned her. If the other bed was occupied, would that person be a player or an Lin Xi wished for neither. She preferred to stay alone. It wasn't up to her, so she first went to inspect the room. The room was an ordinary guest room, nothing special. She turned on the TV to see if there was any useful information. Then she examined what items were available: slippers, disposable slippers, toiletries, bathrobes, towels, and bedding. There were also instant noodles and bottled water. If she couldn't earn money in the coming days, the supplies in the room could sustain her for a while. Before anyone arrived, she stowed the bottled water and instant noodles into her inventory. No sooner had she finished than the door opened. The blindingly bright hair told her that the entrant was a player. A player? The newcomer approached Lin Xi, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The invasive gaze was uncomfortable. Lin Xi returned the favor with the same deliberate appraisal, then let out a sarcastic click of her tongue. What do you mean by that? Lin Xi ignored her. She had merely mirrored the other's behavior, yet the girl couldn't stand. Hey. Seeing Lin Xi's indifference, the player followed her relentlessly. I'm asking you, what did you mean? Why should I answer you? Lin Xi shook off her hand and returned to the chair. There was a computer on the table. She deftly turned it on and began browsing for information. Whoa, you actually know how to use this ancient computer? The player's eyes widened as she sat down to watch Lin Xi. I'm Sunning, what's your name? Sun, Ing chattered on. How come you're so familiar with these old relics? Her tone had softened and Lin Xi's reply was more natural. I did some research before entering the game. Sun Ing eyed Lin Xi suspiciously for a few seconds, a flurry of thoughts crossing her mind before settling. By the time Lin Xi looked up from the computer, she had retracted her thorns. Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Sun Ing from Baiyang City. So she was a player from the largest interstellar city. No wonder she had such a temper. Lin Xi extended her hand for a brief shake. I'm Lin Xi. Sun Ing wasn't dissatisfied with the short introduction. Instead, she eagerly asked Lin Xi to team up. Trust me, if we team up, I'll follow your every order. Tell me to go east, and I won't go west. She raised 3 fingers as if swearing an oath. Lin Xi pondered for a moment and nodded. She wouldn't trust Sun Ying's promises enough to open her heart. She would only temporarily place her in the position of a teammate as long as she didn't become a burden. I'm going out. Are you coming? Yes. Sun Ying immediately jumped up. From the computer Lin, she had learned that they were on a sea island. The island was a tourist destination with all necessary amenities, but it had a fatal flaw. All food and drinking water had to be transported by boat. If a disaster struck and boats couldn't reach the island, the inhabitants would be cut off from supplies. Lin Xi returned to the front desk. Excuse me, when are the boats departing from the island? Under normal circumstances, boats leave only once every 7 days. The receptionist patiently explained. All tourists here come in tour groups, typically staying for 7 or 14 days. Lin Xi continued, am I also part of a tour group? The question seemed odd, but maintaining professional composure, the receptionist checked and replied, yes, ma'am. Lin Xi then asked, does my tour group not have a guide? The receptionist shook her head. As far as I know, your group is a free tour. The guide only escorts you onto and off the island. He's not present otherwise. Lin Xi asked a few more questions, and the receptionist answered patiently. Thank you. You're welcome. Finally, Lin Xi took a map from the front desk and left the hotel, pocketing a few small cookies and candies from the counter on her way out. Sun Ying followed suit, grabbing some as well. What are these? She asked, examining the items. Everything in Doomsday felt novel. Even after one round of the game, she remained curious about the little things things that boost your satiety. Sun Ying immediately stuffed them into her pocket. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have grabbed more. In the previous game, she had experienced hunger for the first time in her life. She never wanted to endure that agony. Having just entered the game, her satiety was still high, but Lin Xi also put the cookies and candies into her pocket. Following the route given by the receptionist, they finally reached the shore. You want to leave the island? The staff member asked uncertainly. Leaving outside the scheduled time incurs a fee, and Sun Ying stepped forward. How high? 20,000 for a charter boat. The staff showed them the price list. Only 20,000, that's not bad. Not bad. Do you have it? Lin Xi cut her off. Sun Ying, in the game she indeed had nothing. The game seemed to prevent players from leaving the island. 20,000 was a sum that even 100 players together couldn't scrape together 100. The staff was used to such reactions. The fee is indeed high. If there's no urgent matter, it's better not to leave. If it's an extremely urgent matter, you can apply for a free exit. However, the definition of urgency was determined by the island authorities, not any random tourist. I see. Thank you, sir. Lin Xi's sincere attitude earned her a warmer response from the staff. Excuse me, are there any part-time jobs available on the island? Lin Xi asked. I got seasick on the way in and accidentally dropped all my luggage into the sea. If I can't leave the island, I'll starve to death here. Lin Xi, with her amiable demeanor and pitiable appearance, actually made the staff member seriously ponder what part-time jobs were available on the island. After a moment of deliberation, he took out his phone and made a call. After a brief exchange, he said to Lin Xi, the hotel on the island still needs wait staff. They'll take you to have a look. Sun Ying, upon hearing that she was included, immediately trotted along happily. There was only one hotel on the island comprising 11 floors. The first floor housed the lobby and restaurant, the second and third floors served as staff dormitories, and the fourth floor and above were guest rooms. Since they were introduced by an island staff member, the restaurant didn't even require an interview. They were hired directly. Working hours are from 6 in the morning until 10 at night. The head waiter was explaining the job details to the two of them. The hours. Lin Xi swiftly covered Sun Ying's mouth, looking apologetically at the head waiter. The head waiter glanced at Sun Ying with displeasure, then continued with the previous topic. From 6 to 9 is work time. From 9 to 11, when there are no guests, we have breakfast and rest. Then from 11 to 2 in the afternoon is the lunch rush. Usually after 1 o'clock, when guest numbers dwindle, they can eat their staff meal and rest until around 5 in the afternoon before starting work again. From 5 to 8 is the dinner peak. After 8, if there are no guests, everyone cleans up and leaves early. If there are a few guests, 1 or 2 waitstaff stay on duty while the rest leave early. The working hours sounded long, but the actual active work time was not that extensive. The head waiter was aware of it. She advanced their wages to Lin Xi and Sun Ying. 100 per day advanced for 7 days, totaling 700. The hotel would deduct it later when they officially paid. Sun Ying looked curiously at the paper bills in her hand. In the Interstellar era, the only payment method was virtual currency, as she had only seen paper money in museums. Apart from the money, each of them received 2 sets of uniforms. The head waiter also kindly fetched 2 small packs of disposable underwear from the front desk. You'll have to figure out your own underwear situation. The hotel doesn't provide any. Lin Xi nodded. Thank you, boss. No need for pleasantries. Just show up on time tomorrow, and don't cause any trouble. With that, the head waiter left without lingering. There were still 2 hours until the evening rush, and she had no intention of doing work-related tasks during her break time. Lin Xi, you're amazing. Sun Ying's eyes were full of admiration. After all, in the previous game, she hadn't earned a single cent. She had survived to the end of the game solely thanks to daily random supply drops, reliable temporary teammates, and friendly NPCs. To be honest, in the last round, she was carried to victory. But the process of being carried was extremely uncomfortable. After all, it was an apocalypse, and no one had spare resources. Her ride wasn't exactly pleasant. Lin Xi gave her a helpless look. I don't know if I'm impressive, but you're certainly a huge drag. Next time, please. She made a zipping motion across her mouth. Sun Ying nodded vigorously. This was a real pro. She couldn't afford to be disliked. She still wanted to cling to this powerful ally. In the following time, Lin Xi and Sun Ying split up. Lin Xi didn't want to reveal her spatial ability just yet. With limited money and experience from the previous game, Lin Xi this time only bought food and water for 5 days. She had originally planned to buy for about a week, but the prices at the scenic area were too high. Her 700 yuan couldn't. Even with the employee discount, it was still steep. This time Lin Xi carefully selected food items that were low in odor and compact in size. The game arena this time wasn't as large as the last one. She was worried that everyone would be crowded together and strong-smelling food would easily attract looters. After removing all the packaging from the purchased supplies, Lin Xi stored them in her space. Sun Ying also bought a lot of supplies, big bags and small bags. Lin Xi went over to take a look and shook her head. Most of what Sun Ying bought were snacks, delicious but not filling, and they took up a lot of space. Lin Xi looked, this is so tasty. Sun Ying was chewing on potato chips and enthusiastically recommended them to Lin Xi. I can't believe Blue Star people have such delicious food. In the last round, the food I had wasn't nearly as good as this. If you eat it all now, what will you do later? Sun Ying, who was about to open another bag of chips, paused. She reluctantly put the chips back into the bag. I'm only teaming up with you temporarily. If you keep being a burden, this team will disband at any time. Lin Xi said no more and turned away. It was still early. She had just eaten a pack of instant noodles and was fully satiated. She planned to explore the island first to familiarize herself with the terrain. The island was neither too big nor too small. It had an entertainment zone, a shopping zone, a wildlife zone, a swimming zone, a shallow water zone, and a sightseeing zone. It would take more than 2 hours to cover it all on foot. Lin Xi shamelessly boarded a sightseeing vehicle claiming to be a hotel employee. At first, Lin Xi couldn't understand how a single hotel on the island could accommodate the 100,000 NPCs and players. As the sightseeing car drove on, she figured it out. The hotel staff and guests totaled less than 2,000. There were about 1,000 households of indigenous islanders, and their guest houses housed many visitors. Besides that, some islanders didn't live on the island at all, but on boats. And many tourists didn't stay in hotels or guest houses. They brought their own tents and camped out. If you ask me, your hotel is pretty shady. All the sightseeing car passengers had gotten off, leaving only Lin Xi and the driver. Knowing Lin Xi was a new hotel employee, the driver couldn't help but complain. Uncle, what do you mean? I feel sorry for you, little miss. The driver shook his head sympathetically. It's summer vacation, now peak tourist season. You hotel staff are going to be worked to the bone. The driver rambled on, mainly saying that summer was the peak tourist season. Many tourists came to the island, and the hotel knew the number of guests was increasing, but didn't bother hiring more staff. It's not that they don't want to hire. They just offer too low a salary, the driver added after a moment. A salary of 3,000 a month was normal for an ordinary hotel outside. But for a hotel on the island, it was too low. All daily necessities had to be shipped from the mainland, and even employees had to pay much more for items than outside. Leaving the island required buying a ticket unless you were an indigenous islander with your own boat. Only the indigenous islanders and the island owner had boats. The island owner had decreed that indigenous islanders could not ferry passengers onto the island. All outsiders had to come by passenger ferry. Let me tell you, this year, there are several times more tourists than in previous years. The circular route ended, and the driver pulled over. You saw it just now, didn't you? Lin Xi nodded. During the tour, wherever there was space to pitch a tent, there were people. The beautiful sea views were ruined by the sheer number of people. Because there are so many people, your hotel couldn't hire anyone temporarily. You just happened to show up, so get ready to be exhausted. Lin Xi. A bad feeling crept over her. What was this all about? Perhaps due to the sheer monotony of his work, the driver uncle chatted extensively with Lin Xi. Most of the time, Lin Xi simply listened, occasionally responding or interjecting with a question. Time to go. Heading back, the driver uncle paused their chat. It was already 9 in the evening, and the patrol vehicle had to return to the station. However, before driving back to the station, he first made a detour to his own home. He didn't even get out of the car. He stopped in front of his house for a brief moment, and a middle-aged woman handed him a bag of items. After that, he drove off again. The island at night was far from quiet. Not far away, there was a performance stage where dancers were moving to the rhythm and the audience was cheering. Every few paces, one could see tents emitting faint glimmers of light, resembling fireflies from afar. A strangely beautiful sight. As the patrol vehicle passed by the hotel, Lin Xi was about to get off when the driver uncle called out to her. For me, eh? Lin Xi was genuinely surprised. It was a large package handed over by the driver uncle's wife, something she had never expected to be prepared for her. Take it. If it's useful, keep it. If not, just throw it away. Before Lin Xi could respond, the patrol car had already driven away. Lin Xi gazed at the large package in her hands, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. She had played the pitiful role twice today and received kind help twice. One was a dock worker who helped her find a temporary job. The other was the driver just now who provided her with clothes and basic daily necessities. While chatting in the car, Lin Xi learned a bit about the driver uncle's family situation. The items in her hands were most likely his daughter's. His daughter had passed away last month while traveling. Before her death, she had called him for help, saying she had lost her luggage and asking him to come pick her up. Unfortunately, by the time the driver uncle arrived at the place where his daughter was traveling, he didn't find her alive, only a body. Lin Xi's fabricated life story was strikingly similar to his daughter's experience before her death. Perhaps due to this, the memory of his daughter's final moments prompted him to ask his wife to give her belongings to Lin Xi. When Lin Xi returned to the room, Sun Ying was already there. She was tinkering with the computer in the room, so absorbed that she didn't even notice Lin Xi's return. Lin Xi opened the package from the driver uncle and found not only clothes and daily necessities, but also 200 yuan inside. Lin Xi set aside one set of clothes for washing and stored the rest into her space. Hot showers were only possible in the first few days of the game. In a few more days, she might not even have access to hot drinking water, let alone a bath. Recalling the later stages of the previous round of the game, when she hadn't washed for days and her whole body began to stink, Lin Xi felt a wave of nausea. She took a refreshing shower and then collapsed into the soft bed. As she closed her eyes in comfort, Lin Xi immediately sensed something amiss. "What are you doing?" she asked in an annoyed tone, looking at Sun Ying. Sun Ying sniffed the air and leaned in close to Lin Xi. "Lin Xi, you smell so good." As the person crept closer, Lin Xi slapped her head away with a single motion. "If you have something to say it. Don't get so close." Sun Ying obediently stepped back. "Oh, what did you bring? It smells so nice." Lin Xi raised her arm to sniff it herself. Apart from the faint scent of body wash, there was no other fragrance. "It must be the body wash." Sun Ying, "Body wash? What's body wash?" Lin Xi sat up, led her into the bathroom, and pointed at the bottle on the shelf. "This is body wash. Smell it and see if it's the same as mine." Sun Ying actually opened it and sniffed, then nodded. Yes, that's the scent." Going the extra mile, Lin Xi taught her how to use body wash. Body wash did not exist in the Interstellar era. After washing with water, interstellar people would proceed to the drying and disinfection zones. Bathing represented disinfection, and no one used body wash during the process. Of course, more importantly, there was no body wash for sale in the Interstellar era. Having obtained a new toy, Sun Ying played with it gleefully in the bathroom. Lin Xi lay down again, but before she could close her eyes, she received the daily supplies delivered by the system. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained supplies: 1 cod fish burger, 1 egg sandwich. After leveling up to level 1A, the quantity of supplies increased and the variety became richer. Since her satiety value was still high and she wouldn't consume much of it, while sleeping, Lin Xi reluctantly tossed the burger and sandwich into her space, gazing at them with longing. She hadn't eaten such things in 18 years. She wanted to eat them. She really wanted to. Sob. With the sandwich and burger on her mind, her dreams that night were filled with exactly those two items. The second day of entering the game, Lin Xi and Sun Ying officially started work. The work of a server was not difficult, just helping to serve dishes, clear away bone plates, respond when customers called, and stand nearby zoning out while watching them eat when no one called. When customers finished, she would lead them to pay the bill. Despite such simple work, Sun Ying couldn't last a single day before crying out that she couldn't do it anymore. Standing all day long had exhausted her thoroughly. Having never worn heeled shoes before and wearing them for such a prolonged period, her feet suffered the most. By the end of the day, blisters had formed on her feet. Sun Ying whimpered, but she didn't dare to say anything bold like, "I can't do this," to the head waiter. Because Lin Xi was still persisting, and Sun Ying firmly believed that Lin Xi was a formidable player. She had to cling tightly to the leg of the big shot to survive, so she endured the pain. Fortunately, the work meals were a remedy for her. No matter how miserable, she felt she could bear it. The work meals were not fixed in quantity, they were allocaniate. The dishes were also quite varied, including not only the standard staff meal options, but also many leftovers that servers had brought back. These leftovers were dishes that customers had barely touched, almost entirely untouched. After Lin Xi had her fill from the meal trays, she went to get more food and sat down in a secluded spot. That spot had no surveillance. Lin Xi used a plastic bag she had prepared earlier to pour the food into it, then stuffed everything into her space. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Xi did the same. In just 2 days, she had accumulated 6 extra meals, and her reserve food could last for a week. The random daily supplies from the system were different each day for 3 consecutive days, including food, water, and medicine. Lin Xi could discern no pattern from them. As for supplies, Lin Xi only bought food. For water, the kitchen had a water boiler. Lin Xi simply let it cool down, poured it into plastic bags, and drank directly from the bag when needed. Regarding medicine, Lin Xi had specifically visited the island's pharmacy. The selection was limited, and the hotel had spare medicine of the same kind. After some thought, Lin Xi decided not to spend money on it. She planned to go with Sun Ying to ask the front desk for medicine every day, each time requesting different types to save money. Due to their actions, the front desk receptionist began to suspect that the two of them might have some serious illness. Tomorrow is the 4th day of the game, and also the time when the second round of the game starts to get into its main theme. After 3 days of gameplay, Lin Xi still had no idea what the theme of this game actually was. Everything on the island was as usual. Even the weather had remained unchanged for 3 consecutive days. The tourists on the island, aside from complaining about the overcrowding and poor travel experience, had no other issues. On the 4th day of officially entering the game, at 10 in the morning, Lin Xi and Sun Ying were still working. There were too many tourists visiting the island, and the hotel lobby remained crowded even after meal times. Why don't these people leave the island? Sun Ying avoided the head waiter's gaze, sidled up to Lin Xi, and whispered, "The island is packed, you can't even have fun, might as well go home early." Lin Xi was about to speak when she caught the head waiter's glance in their direction, immediately swallowing her words. According to the game setting, the number of players in the game scene was exactly 100,000. How could the game start with fewer people? Secondly, Chinese people love to follow the spirit of since we're already here, and if they've come all this way, it would be a waste not to experience the whole process. Most importantly, the ferry tickets to and from the island were very expensive, so few were willing to leave just like that. 20 minutes before 1100, the breakfast crowd finally thinned out. Starving after the whole morning, the two couldn't wait to have breakfast, then rushed to prepare for the lunch rush. "I can't stand this job for even one more day," Sun Ying complained. Lin Xi comforted her, "It'll be over soon." Normally today was when the game theme would begin, and at most they'd only have to work a day or two before it became impossible to continue. The lunch rush was hectic. Lin Xi snatched a moment of leisure to wander to the main entrance. It was then that she noticed the sky, which had been clear all along, was now overcast with dark clouds, and the temperature had dropped significantly. The hotel's air conditioning had been running non-stop, so she really had no idea what the outside temperature was like. Wasn't it said that this place is spring-like all year round? Is this cold weather what spring is supposed to be like? A customer wrapped in a sun protection jacket hurried quickly into the hotel. The wind had picked up outside. "Bad luck, chose a bad day," another customer beside him replied. "The weather forecast says it will keep getting colder." Lin Xi didn't hear the rest because the head waiter came to drag her back to work. Due to the sudden weather change, many tourists who wanted to camp or barbecue outdoors couldn't proceed, so the hotel's guests increased dramatically, and everyone was busy beyond measure. Lin Xi had already drawn a conclusion in her mind. She didn't sneak out again from afternoon until evening and worked until the end of her shift. "My feet." Sun Ying pulled a long face. Even after 3 days, her feet still hadn't gotten used to wearing high heels. "No, I'm not going to work tomorrow." Sun Ying stormed off to find the head waiter. When she came back, she wore a dejected expression. There was no helping it, she still owed the head waiter money. Not going to work was impossible. Moreover, with so many guests these 2 days, it was already a favor not to make them work overtime. Without even changing clothes, Lin Xi headed straight for the door. According to the schedule, the tour bus driver would be stopping at the hotel around this time. Sure enough, the vehicle approached from afar and pulled over by the roadside. It was cold today, and there were no evening tourists, so the bus was empty. Lin Xi handed the food to the driver uncle. This was leftovers from the guests. Although it was leftovers, the guests had barely touched the food. If she hadn't been short of money, Lin Xi wouldn't have wanted to give him such food. It was really not very polite. But the driver uncle didn't mind at all, taking the food happily. "Just by the smell, I know it's Chef Li's cooking. His stir-fries are the most authentic." "As long as you don't mind," Lin Xi smiled, and at the same time returned the money the uncle had given her the other day. The uncle refused a girl out, and about must have some money on hand. "What you gave me has already helped me a lot. Lin Xi pushed the money back again. "Besides, I'm working and have an income." The driver uncle still refused, so Lin Xi stuffed the money into his hand and continued, "I don't need the money, but if possible, could you give me some thick clothes? When I was a child, I fell into water in winter, and now, whenever it gets cold, I feel like I'm frozen solid," Lin Xi explained. "I heard it's going to get even colder in the next few days, and I'm afraid I can't stand the weather." "All right, I'll bring some clothes for you tomorrow morning," the driver uncle readily agreed, his face full of affection. Lin Xi thanked him repeatedly and watched him leave. When Lin Xi returned to the guest room, Sun Ying had just come out of the shower. "Did you use up the whole bottle of body wash?" Sun Ying looked smug. "Yeah, I didn't expect this body wash to be so good. Not only does it leave my body fragrant, but my skin is also silky smooth." Lin Xi: "Honey, the smoothness might be because you didn't rinse thoroughly. This apocalypse might be extreme cold. You'd better prepare thick clothes," Lin Xi specially instructed before entering the bathroom. The warm water washed over her tired body, washing away all the fatigue of the day. After a busy day, both were too exhausted to stay up after showering, so they went straight to bed. A dreamless night passed, and when Lin Xi woke up again, she realized it was raining outside. Their room had no windows. Lin Xi only discovered this when she went downstairs. As the rain fell, the temperature dropped as well. The hotel staff uniform was a long-sleeved blazer, which kept her warm when worn. It was still early, and there weren't many guests. Lin Xi told the head waiter, and went outside to wait for the driver uncle. "It's really cold today," the driver uncle said, bringing 2 large bundles of clothes. "Need me to carry them in?" "No, I can manage," Lin. She shook her head. Before leaving, she said to him, "Uncle, buy more food and drinks. The cargo ships might not be able to come in recently." The uncle just smiled and said nothing. As a native of the island, their daily necessities didn't come via the cargo ships tourists knew about. Most natives had their own boats. If they wanted to buy something, they could sail their boat or ask another native who was going that way to bring it back. Nevertheless, he was a man who listened to advice. After Lin Xi left, he sent a message to his wife asking her to buy more food to bring home. When Lin Xi carried the 2 large bundles into the elevator, no one paid much attention. Dressed in her work uniform, people would only assume she was a staff member moving supplies and think nothing else. Back in the room, Lin Xi stowed the bundles into her space, and without even checking what the uncle had given her, hurried back. The rain grew heavier, and the temperature dropped further. There were many guests, but not as many as yesterday. There were other places to eat on the island besides the hotel. With the heavy rain, tourists would choose to eat nearby. "I only brought a bikini and shorts. How am I supposed to have fun in this weather?" Many tourists had gathered in the lobby. As Lin Xi passed by, she happened to hear someone complaining. Lin Xi glanced over. It was a very attractive young woman. Young and beautiful, she still looked lovely even while complaining. Lin Xi didn't look long and hurried away, pushing a food cart. When Lin Xi passed the main entrance again, she saw that pretty young woman once more. The one who had just been complaining about how to have fun in such cold weather was now posing in various stances in the rain. To be honest, from a bystander's perspective, the photos taken in the rain were indeed very beautiful. If one didn't feel, perhaps because she was too frail, just looking at the scene made Lin Xi feel cold, but there were still quite a few people taking photos beside the iconic statue at the entrance. A woman from Zhonghua who loves taking photos. There were fewer guests today than yesterday, so Lin Xi guessing that the apocalypse theme this time was low temperature, she took time to return to her room to organize her belongings, then went downstairs to store hot water. There were 2 large stoves in the back kitchen burning hot water around the clock, making it very convenient to store water. After working these days, Lin Xi had figured out the hotel's layout and knew where the hot water thermos barrels were stored. She secretly moved them into her space. These thermos barrels were spare ones. If she took them now, no one would notice them missing for a while. As a hotel staff member, Lin Xi found it much more convenient to go in and out of the kitchen to fetch hot water. After fetching hot water all day, no one noticed anything unusual. Lin Xi's son leaned in and said, "There's a boat leaving the island today. Do we want to go?" The weather was terrible and many tourists complained. The island had no choice but to send a boat to arrange for the disgruntled people to leave. Lin Xi asked, "Is it free?" Sun said, "It's free. Many players are going along. Should we go?" Lin Xi didn't hesitate. "You go ahead." Sun was still torn. She felt that leaving could directly avoid the apocalypse, but in her heart, she felt she should follow Lin Xi's lead. After all, Lin Xi was a big shot, and it wasn't surprising that she had unique insights. After much deliberation, just as Sun finally made up her mind, she was told that the boat leaving the island was fully booked. The boat could only carry 200 people at most. No one expected it to fill up so quickly. While Sun was still regretting Lin, she looked outside. The island had beautiful scenery with many green plants. At that moment, the strong wind was blowing the outdoor greenery into blurred streaks. With such strong winds, could the boat really leave the island safely? No one could give her an answer. Sun had already accepted the fact that she missed the boat, and could only console herself that perhaps the big shot's decision was right. "Let me tell you, a guest left in a hurry and left behind a lot of delicious food. I helped the cleaning Andy tidy the room, and she shared a lot with me." Sun smiled happily. What she called delicious were just some instant noodles and snacks. They were indeed quite tasty. "I asked you to prepare thick clothes. Did you?" Lin Xi only glanced at her, then turned back to continue filling hot water. "Where on this island would there be thick clothes?" Sun muttered. "I just asked the front desk sister for a few extra bathrobes and blankets. I couldn't find any thicker warm items. Mainly she didn't have time to look. She was in the hotel all day and got off work late at night. This island was near the tropics with high temperatures year-round. The locals wore short-sleeved clothes all year round, only putting on a thin jacket on a few days. It was impossible to find a thick coat. Most tourists also came in shorts and short sleeves. Only a few people who were afraid of getting sunburned wore long-sleeved clothes and pants." Lin Xi's heart sank. This was exactly why it was troublesome. If it really was a cold snap, everyone would have no warm clothes. The island had lost 2,000 people, but the hotel didn't seem much emptier. At a glance, there were still crowds. However, due to the bad weather, more tourists were staying in their rooms, so the service staff were not so busy. The idle service staff gathered in front of the lobby, looking through the glass door at the trees being blown sideways by the strong wind. "So scary," a service staff exclaimed upon seeing it. "What's there to be scared of? These scenes appear every typhoon season." A dark-skinned service staff said, who looked like a local islander. "When the typhoon is strong, doors and windows can be blown away. This is nothing. Really?" Or, bang. Before the staff could finish her sentence, the strong wind in front of them blew the door down. Instantly, screams erupted in the lobby. Tourists who had never experienced a typhoon were shocked by the scene, and they retreated one after another. The hotel manager and security personnel arrived quickly. With their efforts, they reinstalled the door and reinforced it with some materials. Judging by their proficiency, this door had been knocked down more than once or twice. The quality was also excellent. The glass didn't even break when it fell. Please everyone, do not approach the doors and windows recently. Typhoon weather makes them dangerous. Please be careful, the manager instructed everyone. Having witnessed the door being knocked down, no one would be bold enough to risk it. At that moment, Lin Xi's mind was not. She stared at the virtual screen in front of her, her frown never easing. Is this all dead? On the game page, the number of NPCs and players had suddenly dropped by over 2,000. This inevitably reminded her of the 2,000 people who had left the island. The numbers were too close. Not only Lin Xi noticed this, Sun Ying also discovered it. Lin Xi, are those people all dead? It's also possible that they left the game range and were judged as having failed the game. Lin Xi thought for a moment and said, we'll have to wait until we exit the game to know for sure. Although it was very unkind, losing more than 2,000 people at once was a good thing for the players still on the island. The wind was still blowing, the rain was still falling, and people were still dying. Lin Xi would check the virtual screen every now and then, and each time she would find the numbers changing. Could it be that the game theme was not extreme cold, but a typhoon or hurricane? Lin Xi sat in front of the bed. This room, which couldn't see the sea view, felt full of security in such harsh weather. The 6th day of the game. When Lin Xi went downstairs, she found that all the trees in front of the hotel had been blown away. According to the front desk sister, last night, several window panes in the hotel had been blown off, and many guests were complaining. Rooms without windows couldn't be lived in, and the hotel was fully booked. The housekeeping staff couldn't arrange. In the end, the hotel manager stepped in and took everyone to the presidential suite on the top floor for temporary accommodation, calming the guests. What's the temperature today? Lin Xi asked the front desk. The front desk replied, the phone has no signal and can't connect to the internet. I don't know the temperature either. When Sister Lee comes, I'll ask her. Her phone is connected to satellite, so she should have internet. Sister Lee came over yawning. 15 degrees. That cold? The front desk exclaimed. The hotel had central air conditioning, so she didn't feel cold. She really hadn't noticed. 15 degrees Celsius was indeed considered low temperature for this island. With high humidity, the perceived temperature felt much lower. The low temperature caused many tourists to show symptoms of a cold. The young people who had been taking photos in the rain in front of the door yesterday were among them. The first aid kit at the front desk was taken out and never put back. When will this rain stop? Someone complained. The constant rain was annoying, and coupled with illness and difficulty breathing, the irritation grew even stronger. The front desk smiled and shook her head, indicating she didn't know. Around noon, the rain hadn't stopped yet, but it had lightened a bit, and the wind had also died down a little. Looking at the situation, it should stop raining soon. Turn up the air conditioner, it's freezing. The front desk continued to explain with a smile, sir, the temperature is low today, and the central air conditioning is not turned on. The guest persisted, it's so cold, can't you turn on the heating? You've taken so much money from us, and you're still skimping on air conditioning. Do you believe he'll complain about you? The front desk sister said okay, and turned on the air conditioning heating. Just as she thought the commotion would come to an end, the next moment another guest started making trouble. What's wrong with your hotel? We traveled all this way, and you serve us pickled vegetables and plain congee. The customer overturned the table in a fury, precisely the one under Lin Xi's charge. The dishes were deliberately thrown toward the waiter, and it was clear without looking that they were there to cause trouble. Such troublemakers were not for Lin Xi and the other waitstaff to handle. The head waiter would deal with them, and if the head waiter failed, the manager would step in. While the superiors placated them, the waitstaff were left to clean up the mess. It's only the manager who indulges these people, claiming we served pickles and congee, blatant lies, and he still goes along with them. A fellow waiter clearing the mess complained. The food from that table had mostly spilled on her, and fortunately the meal was nearly finished, so not much got on her. But being drenched like that naturally bred resentment. Lin Xi remained silent. Overturned tables only meant more work for them. A business must prioritize harmony, especially with so many guests present. Not a single misstep could be. Otherwise, the hotel's reputation would be ruined, and without customers, the consequences would be far greater. Apologies, compensation, and waiving the bill. Having swiftly dealt with the troublemakers, the manager turned to the diners and onlookers and announced, "Dear guests, I apologize for the disturbance at this hour. Due to weather conditions, ferries are temporarily unable to operate, cutting off the island's supplies. For the time being, the hotel lacks sufficient provisions to meet everyone's needs. We will do our utmost to ensure meals, but given the limited resources, we cannot fulfill all expectations. We sincerely apologize. As a gesture of apology, until cargo ships can reach the island, the hotel will provide complimentary meals. Lastly, please note that we do not yet know how long the severe weather will persist. Our supplies are limited, so we urge everyone to treasure every morsel." Among the guests, some were indifferent, while others looked worried. The hotel manager paid no heed to their thoughts. He had informed them of the truth and done his duty. Shortly after lunch, the wind began to howl outside again. Having previously experienced glass doors being blown in and windows shattered, the hotel was well prepared this time. The housekeeping staff were instructed to inspect and reinforce all windows and doors. During strong winds, keeping doors and windows tightly shut generally prevented glass from being blown away. With guests confined to the hotel, the workload for the staff increased dramatically. However, the head waiters were considerate. They didn't assign too many overtime shifts to temporary workers like Lin Xi. After all, she was not only an employee, but also a hotel guest. It wouldn't do to have her finish work and then complain about the hotel as a guest. Didn't they say there's no good food left? Sun Ying whispered to Lin Xi. Why are we still having lavish meals? Lin Xi didn't even spare her a glance. Good things were naturally kept for the staff first. You could bet that when the hotel told guests supplies were exhausted, the staff would still have some rations. At 5:00 p.m., dinner time arrived. Knowing the meal was free, many guests eagerly gathered in the dining, but when they saw what was served, many left without eating. Tourists on a trip always brought some snacks and instant noodles. Skipping a meal or two wouldn't kill them. A great deal of food was prepared, yet few actually ate. Lin Xi saw many players packing up the dishes, but plenty remained. The head waiter told the staff to eat if they wanted, or dispose of the rest. The guests' meals were far from the staff's own fare, so the employees turned up their noses. Lin Xi volunteered to handle the disposal, and secretly stashed everything into her spatial storage. After meals became free, their shifts ended much earlier, and they could rest by 7:00 p.m. The wind and rain continued outside, but the windowless room remained unaffected. Lin Xi, can you take a look? My computer isn't working. Sun Ying had become obsessed with ancient Blue Star cyber devices and always played with them after returning to the room and taking a hot bath. Lin Xi glanced at it. No network. The weather cut the internet. Huh. Sun Ying scratched her head. Blue Star actually has internet outages. Lin Xi ignored her and went to take a shower with her change of clothes. The wind was fierce outside, so she couldn't gauge the temperature outdoors, but the air conditioner was running indoors. A hot shower left her feeling wonderfully refreshed. But such comfort, according to the game's logic, might not last past tomorrow. I wonder when the electricity will cut off. Lin Xi mused drowsily before sleep. And as if summoned at 2:00 a.m., she was awakened by the cold. The power was out. She didn't know when it had stopped, but judging by the indoor temperature, it had been off for a while. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been jolted awake by the chill. They had asked the front desk for extra blankets earlier. Lin Xi got up, changed into a long-sleeved thermal, and pulled out the blanket. She also covered the sleeping Sun Ying with an extra quilt. Returning to bed, she heard footsteps in the corridor and various complaints. Before sleeping, she had rigged an alarm on the door. If anyone entered, it would sound. Reassured, she went back to sleep. She slept so soundly that she overslept. When she woke up, it was already 9:00 a.m. on the 7th. We're late. Why didn't anyone call us? Sun Ying thought of the head waiter's scolding and hurriedly put on her uniform to go downstairs. Are you wearing just that? Lin Xi reminded her as she was about to open the door. Only then did Sun Ying notice how cold the room was and that the lights were off. The only reason she could see was the emergency lamp Lin Xi had brought. She had no heavy clothes, so she put on 2 bathrobes over her uniform to feel a bit warmer. Lin Xi wore a thermal underneath, a sweater over it, then her uniform, and finally a bathrobe like Sun Ying. She was thin, so the layers didn't make her look bulky, attracting little attention. The emergency lights in the hallway were on, but dim. Descending the stairs to the lobby, they found many people gathered. Everyone was dressed similarly, all wearing bathrobes, and some even wrapped in quilts. The once spacious lobby was now crowded and noisy like a bustling market. Lin Xi, wrapped in her bathrobe, looked like a guest rather than a staff member, so she easily blended into the crowd. The guests were clamoring for the hotel to restore power and provide heating, while others shouted for refunds and demanded to be taken off the island. The receptionist, faced with so many complaints, could no longer maintain her professional smile and kept shouting for quiet. But the louder she shouted, the more agitated the crowd grew. Seeing the situation worsening, Lin Xi stealthily slipped to the back. The back area was where the waitstaff and other employees ate. She glanced around. Less than half of the usual staff were there. Why are you here? A familiar waiter hurried over. There's no work today. I thought you wouldn't come down. It's chaos now. Since you're down, you can't go back up. The power outage had halted most hotel operations. Everyone assumed they had the day off, but no one had informed Lin Xi and Sun Ying, the 2 temporary workers. Lin Xi sighed. She hadn't intended to come down, but considering the weather would only get colder, she decided to. Behind the hotel were 2 large boilers used for heating water. The island was covered in trees, and as a tourist spot, they were regularly trimmed. The dried branches were transported here to fuel the boilers. Lin Xi had come for these logs. If I can't go back up, so be it. It's too cold upstairs anyway, and I can warm myself by the fire here. Lin Xi smiled and walked toward the large boiler. Many employees were already sitting around the boiler. Lin Xi found an empty spot at the edge and sat down. The room was dark, lit only by the faint glow of the fire. Those huddled around the fire chatted and listened to the commotion outside. No one noticed Lin Xi. She quietly placed her hand on the nearest pile of logs, and they vanished. No one noticed. 1 log, 2 logs, 3 logs. The pile shrank slightly. Lin Xi stood up and moved to another spot. Lin Xi, Where are you? Hearing Sun Ying's call, she stopped her covert gathering. She's over here. Someone immediately pointed out her location. Sun Ying followed the direction, and people nearby also moved toward Lin Xi. Sun Ying, what's happening outside? They couldn't hear clearly from inside and didn't dare go out to watch, so they asked Sun Ying, who had just arrived. Sun Ying was intercepted midway, and Lin Xi returned to her original spot. While listening to Sun Ying's words, she continued to surreptitiously transfer logs. What else? They've all gone back upstairs. Sun Ying shrugged. Tell us what happened. Not in a hurry to return to their rooms, they gathered around Sun Ying for gossip. The guests were demanding to leave the island. They were told that ships couldn't get in. The ones that had left earlier were all out of contact, and many islanders who lived on boats were also unreachable. Under such circumstances, even if the hotel arranged boats, the guests wouldn't dare board. Unable to leave, they could only demand the hotel restore power. The hotel had already sent electricians to work on the backup power system, and electricity would be restored soon. As Sun Ying finished speaking, the head waiter came in to confirm the news. To be honest, the backup power won't last long. You need to prepare. The head waiter was a good one, and led by example, showing everyone how to prepare. They gathered food, drink, and clothing, and moved them to the dormitories. With someone taking the lead, everyone stopped chatting and began hauling hotel supplies. At times like this, even the hotel manager wouldn't stop them as long as they didn't go too far. He would turn a blind. Sun Ying also went to fetch supplies. Lin Xi asked her to bring some for her. Leave it to me. When everyone had left Lin, she swiftly collected a small pile of logs. After collecting the logs, she returned to her room. The space was too small, and it already held other supplies. She needed to make room and go back for more. After 3 trips, she finally stopped when the small room was filled with logs. Damn, in such a short time you moved all this firewood. Sun Ying set down her bags and examined Lin Xi. It wasn't that short a time. Lin Xi replied calmly. What about you? How much did you bring back? Not much, just some food. The best thing is here. Sun Ying didn't keep her in suspense and pulled out 2 items from a large trash bag. These are from the freezer. I snagged 2 jackets. She said this with a hint of guilt. Apart from the players, no one thought the temperature would keep dropping, so no one else had thought to grab thick coats. The players might have thought of it, but they weren't hotel employees and didn't know where the freezer was. Good. Make sure no one finds out. The 2 stored their finds and went back downstairs to see if there was anything else worth taking. Many people were coming down, including some guests with a strong sense of crisis. When they reached the first floor, Lin Xi looked outside and rubbed her eyes. I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. Is it snowing? She stared. Sun Ying also looked. It really is snowing. They spoke in low voices, attracting no attention. But standing still like that was eye-catching, and soon more people gathered at the door. Lin Xi pulled Sun Ying out of the crowd. As they stepped aside, she casually stashed the disposable umbrellas and raincoats provided for guests into her spatial storage. In the dark chaos, she wasn't worried about anyone discovering her spatial ability. She went to the storage room, where the cleaning lady kept what she considered useful junk. The cleaning lady was an elderly local who loved collecting trash. Her son thought she had too much free time and got her a job at the hotel to keep her occupied. But even at the hotel, she couldn't shake her habit of hoarding junk. Afraid to bring it home, she stored it all in the hotel. Another young cleaner often complained because the old lady only collected but never took it away, leaving her to clear it out before each inspection. Found it. Lin Xi rummaged through and finally found what she wanted, a tent. What do you need a tent for? Sun Ying asked, puzzled. There are too many people in the hotel. When everyone runs out of food, they'll go room to room searching for supplies. The rooms won't be safe. If it were just a search for food, Lin, she wouldn't be afraid. But she feared what happened in the last game. When people were driven by hunger to eat each other. What would she do then? With her current physical condition, she could barely overpower a child. If someone wanted to eat her, she couldn't fight back. She had to be ready to flee at any moment. Sun Ying felt Lin Xi's reasoning made sense, but something about it seemed off. So many things, how would she carry them all when she ran outside? Thinking of the bitterly cold weather outside and the room piled high with firewood, Sun Ying felt her head was about to explode. Could she really take all those things away? If she didn't bring them, the 2 of them wouldn't survive outside, would they? While lost in these anxious thoughts, Sun Ying's hands never stopped rummaging through useful items. The hotel had its power restored, so the elevator was usable again, but to keep a low profile, the 2 sneaked down the stairs. It's too cold. Back in the room, Sun Ying refused to come out from under the covers no matter what. The air conditioner's heating was on, but perhaps because the temperature was too low, the heating effect was far from ideal. We'll take turns sleeping. It'll wake you up later, Lin Xi said. Sun Ying nodded repeatedly. The deeper into the game, the more dangerous it became. Taking turns to rest was essential. Once Sun Ying was asleep, Lin Xi began modifying the tent. This tent was probably abandoned by a guest when leaving the island, deeming it too much luggage. There wasn't a single scratch on it. No wonder the cleaning lady had picked it up. If Lin Xi herself had seen a perfectly intact tent, she would have wanted to take it home first. The tent was an ordinary one, a thin layer, only windproof and waterproof, but it offered no protection against the cold. Lin Xi sewed the blankets she had scavenged onto the inside of the tent to increase its insulation. It was a real hero. The blankets were thick and heavy, and Lin Xi worried the tent frame might not bear the weight, so she had to sew while observing. Fortunately, the tent was of good quality and remained sturdy even after adding a layer of blanket. Gazing at her handiwork, Lin Xi nodded with satisfaction. She spread a quilt on the ground and began transferring supplies from her space. The supplies filled the tent's interior to the brim. Lin Xi reached out and stored the tent back into her space. The fit was perfect, leaving not a single gap in the space. 5 hours had passed. Lin Xi woke Sun Ying and then laid back down on the bed. She slept until 1000 on the 8th day of the game. Sun Ying didn't go out. She turned off the lights, left a crack in the door, and sat by the door observing the situation outside. She didn't even notice when Lin Xi woke up. Her attention was completely focused behind the door. When Lin Xi got up and turned on the light, she realized that it wasn't Sun Ying who had turned off the lights. The hotel had lost power again. Hadn't they said the power could support the entire hotel for 48 hours? How had it run out after only 12 hours? Lin Xi tapped her on the shoulder. Sun Ying was so startled, she almost screamed, but Lin Xi quickly covered her mouth. With one hand covering Sun Ying's mouth, and the other closing the door, the crack was sealed tight, and the sounds from outside were cut off. How is it? Did you hear anything useful? It took Lin Xi a while to fumble around the room and find a flashlight. She had sealed the door crack and peephole with something earlier, so no light could leak out. Oh, nothing useful, Sun Ying said, scratching her hair. I was just too bored and too scared, so. It took Lin Xi a while to fumble around the room and find a flashlight. She had sealed the door crack and peephole with. She couldn't have been so focused just listening to everyone's footsteps. Sun Ying thought for a moment. I heard someone planning to lead a group to the hotel to grab food. Someone had discovered that the food the staff ate was much richer than the guests and immediately felt unbalanced, so they were preparing to cause trouble. How long ago did you hear that? Lin Xi asked again. Sun Ying, just now. It was during breakfast time when the guests went down to eat and saw the disparity in food, so they were about to make a scene. Don't worry, in the end it didn't happen, Sun Ying said slowly. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. They had just started confronting each other when the hotel lost power. Sun Ying continued. The blackout was too timely. The guests thought the hotel had deliberately cut the power, and now they're full of anger. But now it was pitch black, so the two sides couldn't open fire. Once they started fighting with no way to distinguish friend from foe, how could they fight? Lin Xi turned on the large emergency light, and the room brightened instantly. Are you going down to the first floor today? Lin Xi asked Sun Ying. Sun Ying shook her head. No, it's too dangerous. Indeed, it was unsafe. The game had already entered its 8th day, and the number of players in the game scene had decreased by nearly 20. No deaths had been found inside the hotel yet, which meant the number of deaths outside was particularly high. The outside world was very unsafe. The inside of the hotel wasn't necessarily safe either, but it was still safer than outside for now. They could still hole up in the hotel. Lin Xi didn't want to go outside unless absolutely necessary. The two hid in the room, eating all kinds of snacks Sun Ying had scavenged. Come to think of it, she hadn't eaten such junk food in over a decade. Lin Xi felt nostalgic. About an hour after waking up, the indoor temperature gradually dropped, and the two had to light a fire to keep warm. The room had no windows, so the only place to build a fire was in the bathroom, which had a small window for ventilation. With supplies in the room, they weren't in a hurry to go out. They either leaned against the door listening to sounds from outside, or stood on a chair to look out the bathroom window. The window was tiny, offering a limited view. All they knew was that throughout the day the snow never stopped. Lin Xi thought it felt more like ice than snow. Whose snow makes a sound when it touches something? What was falling outside had to be ice. With a fire going, Lin Xi deliberately cooked instant noodles for Sun Ying, this interstellar country bumpkin, to try. As expected, Sun Ying, who had never tasted such complexly flavored instant noodles, widened her eyes and ate bowl after bowl. Delicious. Her belly full, Sun Ying finally reluctantly tore her gaze away from the pot. When you carried that black iron block up here, I wondered what you were up to. Who knew it would be so useful? Sun Ying circled the barbecue grill. She planned to customize such an iron block after leaving the game. And the little pot on top of the iron block, she wanted to customize one too. She just didn't know if the Interstellar Mall had these instant noodles for sale. She really thought they were delicious. Don't starve, team, please develop instant noodles as soon as possible. They'll buy them as soon as I exit the game. Sun Ying looked up and shouted into the air, I'm begging you. Lin Xi, look at the kid, so desperate she's begging. Being trapped in a room was incredibly boring. Fortunately, there were two people trapped inside, so they had someone to chat with. Lin Xi wasn't much of a talker, so Sun Ying did most of the talking. Lin Xi didn't know if it was because interstellar people were naive or had never received safety education, but whether it was Sun Ying in front of her or Huli from the previous game, they both revealed their real information while chatting. In just one day, she had blurted out all her real information. At their first meeting, Lin Xi had thought she was an arrogant, wealthy young lady. As time passed, and they got along, she discovered she was just a noisy girl. What young lady? That was just her. Lin Xi thought the 8th day of the game would pass safely while they hid in the room. At 1100 p.m. Sun Ying had already fallen asleep. Lin Xi sat a little closer to the fire to keep watch. Suddenly, in the dead of night, a knock sounded at the door. She tiptoed to the door, pressed her ear against it, and didn't make a rash move. There was no sound from outside, and Lin Xi slowed her breathing. Dong, dong dong, dong dong dong. In the silent space, Lin Xi could clearly hear her own heartbeat. How long had passed? Perhaps only 10 seconds, and then there was sound again from outside. Still rhythmic knocking. 3 knocks, 3 seconds pause, then knocks again. Lin Xi still didn't move. The 8th day of the game was almost over. According to the pattern, whether players or NPCs, their supplies shouldn't be exhausted yet. Logically, there shouldn't be violent incidents of robbery yet. But what if? What if such bad luck fell on her? The sound from outside stopped again. After a while, the rhythmic knocking resumed. This time, besides the knocking, there was also a man's voice. Hello, I'm a player. I've come to request cooperation. The man's deep voice was muffled by the door, but Lin Xi could still hear clearly. Hearing it was a player, Lin Xi still didn't rashly open the door. Whether it was a player or an NPC, Lin Xi thought anyone she couldn't beat was not a good person. Unless the person had money. Under the temptation of money, Lin Xi reluctantly opened the door. If she hadn't been holding a kitchen knife, Gu Zicheng might have thought it was his reputation that made Lin Xi agree to cooperate. So how do we cooperate? Now that the person was inside, Lin Xi still hadn't put away the knife in her hand. The room was piled with firewood. The two found an empty spot to sit and began negotiations. I know your skill is space. My request is simple for the rest of the game. Give me half of the supplies in your space. Lin Xi looked at him incredulously. Do you know what you're saying? Half of her supplies. Gu Zicheng nodded. In exchange, I'll protect you for the rest of the game. Of course, only if I can help. The conditions were very tempting. For someone with a weak physique like Lin Xi, having a personal bodyguard was a great sense of security. Of course, that was only if the bodyguard was trustworthy. Otherwise, don't talk about protection. He might even stab her. Lin Xi sized up the man in front of her. Unlike the interstellar people who liked bright hair colors, Gu Zicheng had light-colored white hair. Even his eyebrows were white. White hair and pale skin. Usually such hair and skin color would weaken a man's masculinity and make him look cute, but the sharp contours of his face covered up that cuteness. The first impression he left was not cute, but cold. Cold and indifferent. He was wearing layers upon layers of clothes, so Lin Xi couldn't tell his build or know his fighting ability. Seeing that, Lin Xi didn't respond for a long time. Gu Zicheng thought he had offered too little. Besides what I just said, after we exit the game, I'll give you 500 interstellar coins as compensation. 100,000. As soon as Gu Zicheng finished speaking, Lin Xi blurted out without thinking. She was shocked herself. When had she become so greedy? Deal. Before Lin Xi could say anything more, Gu Zicheng immediately agreed. Lin Xi, who had just felt she was overcharging, now felt she had asked for too little. Gu Zicheng seemed determined. As soon as Lin Xi nodded, he turned around and went back to his own room, then came back carrying several large bags. Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Half of the supplies in her space were taken up by the tent and cold weather items. The rest were enough for herself, but with one more person, it would be a bit tight. Oh. Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng quickly covered Sun Ying's mouth. Their hands overlapped, and Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng exchanged a glance, seeing each other's reflection in the other's eyes. Sun Ying squirmed like a snake, and the sound she made startled the two. Realizing the situation, Gu Zicheng quickly withdrew his hand. The lingering warmth of another person's hand remained. Gu Zicheng opened and clenched his hand several times before finally putting it into his pocket. Keep your voice down, Lin Xi warned. They hadn't been going out lately, trying to create the illusion that the room was empty. If they could survive the game by hiding, who would want to take risks outside? Sun Ying nodded repeatedly to indicate she wouldn't shout. Lin Xi finally removed her hand. As soon as her hand was free, Sun Ying excitedly lunged at Gu Zicheng. He had no way to dodge, so he grabbed a piece of firewood and held it up to block her. Oh, Gu Zicheng, it's really you. Sun Ying shouted in a low, excited voice, bouncing up and down. Lin Xi turned to look at Gu Zicheng. Was he some kind of celebrity? Just when she had calmed down a bit, Lin's eyes, one sentence got her excited again. Really? Lin Xi rolled her eyes and stopped paying attention to the starstruck woman. I'm going to sleep. With that, Lin Xi immediately fell asleep. Gu Zicheng shoo. Sun Ying cooperated and didn't make a sound. Gu Zicheng breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to rest too. Make yourself at home. He then leaned against the bed and closed his eyes, leaving the excited Sun Ying alone to swoon. This sleep lasted until the 9th day of the game. The outside temperature has dropped to 30 degrees Celsius, Gu Zicheng said, looking at his phone. The phone had automatically shut down due to the low temperature and could only be turned on again after being placed near the fire for a while. No wonder it's so cold, Lin Xi said, breathing hot air and adding several more layers of clothing. Her thin and weak figure had turned into a chubby one under the layers of clothes. The three gathered around the fire. At Sun Ying's strong request, Lin Xi cooked 3 servings of instant noodles. This time Lin Xi added vegetables, eggs, and sausage to the noodles. It was a deluxe version of instant noodles. The flavor was completely different from the plain noodles she had cooked before. Is it ready? Sun Ying had her bowl and chopsticks ready, staring longingly at the pot. Wait a little longer, don't rush. Sun Ying felt like time was passing at a snail's pace. After waiting and waiting, she finally heard Lin Xi say it's ready. She couldn't wait to scoop noodles from the pot. While doing so, she enthusiastically recommended the noodles to Gu Zicheng. When Lin Xi added the seasoning packets, Gu Zicheng's mouth had already started to water. Without needing Sun Ying's persuasion, he also joined in scooping noodles. Sun Ying delicious. Gu Zicheng delicious. Both of them looked at Lin Xi with bright eyes, clearly indicating they wanted another bowl. There are no more instant noodles. How about luosafen? Lin Xi said. Besides luosafen, there's also swan la fun. These weren't supplies Lin Xi had bought. She had scavenged them from the hotel. The two interstellar country bumpkins had never eaten them before, and both nodded eagerly. Check the door crack. This smell is very strong, but we don't want others to follow the scent here. Lin Xi added water and started cooking luosafen for them. As for the window, forget it. At this temperature, no one would open the bathroom window. Even if the smell did drift out through the window, it would be hard for people in other rooms to pinpoint which room it came from. After checking, the two immediately returned to their seats by the pot, looking expectantly at Lin Xi as she tore open one packet after another. Ugh. Sun Ying's expression shifted from anticipation to horror. How could this thing called luosafen smell so much like? Lin Xi served herself a bowl before saying to Sun Ying, "This thing smells bad, but tastes good. Give it a try." This was a common drawback of packaged luosafen. If eaten in a physical store, it wouldn't smell at all. It was a familiar scent. Lin Xi's manner of slurping the noodles was so enticing that the two, half-believing and half-doubting, overcame their mental barrier, picked up a strand of noodles with chopsticks, and put it into their mouths. The texture was smooth and delightfully chewy, the broth sour and spicy with the freshness of bone soup. The foul odor that had just been smelled faded upon entering the mouth, becoming negligible. It seemed actually quite delicious. After taking a small bite, they proceeded to eat ravenously like starving ghosts reincarnated. Lin Xi saw that her satiety value was full, so she put down her bowl and chopsticks. The other two, however, kept eating until the system prompted them that they were overstuffed and their health value decreased by 5. Lin Xi. She rummaged through the room and finally found digestive tablets for the two. These tablets were obtained by Sun Ying from the front desk after she had overeaten the employee meal earlier. Lin Xi still remembered the look the front desk receptionist gave Sun Ying, shock mixed with a hint of pity. It was rare these days for someone to overeat on the employee meal to the point of indigestion. Half an hour after taking the tablets, both of their health values returned to 100. Seeing the remaining row of digestive tablets, the two interstellar bumpkins felt they had found a bug. Tempted by money, Lin Xi rolled up her sleeves and made one after another batch of junk food from launching. Eventually, the digestive tablets ran out, and the two settled down. Lin Xi counted the extra income from this game and realized that even if she failed to clear the game, she could still live comfortably on this money for several years. Lin Xi was satisfied looking at the two with eyes full of maternal affection. The sleeping two were oblivious to this. At noon 1200 Lin, she could hear noise from outside, even through the door. She didn't dare go out, but moved to the two and kicked them awake. Something's happening outside. The two immediately perked up, and 3 heads gathered behind the door to listen. However, the noise outside was too chaotic. After listening for a long time, they still couldn't make out what was happening. Having held the same posture for too long, Lin Xi's neck felt a bit stiff. She twisted her neck and looked down to see the towel at the door gap moving. With quick eyes and hands, she stepped on the towel and poked the two still clinging to the door. Gu Zicheng looked down, immediately understood, turned around, and turned off the indoor lights. He also pulled the bathroom curtains shut. The room instantly fell into darkness. Everything ready, the three carefully moved to both sides without making a sound. The person outside was still vigorously poking at the door gap. With no one stepping on the towel at the door gap, the towel stuffed in the gap was immediately poked aside. A beam of strong light shone in through the gap. The light swept left and right through the door gap. The three stood on either side of the door, not daring to breathe. The light swept back and forth 2 or 3 times before disappearing. Then Lin Xi and the others heard the people outside speaking. "Boss, there's no one in the room. I feel like someone died inside. When I crouched down, I smelled a strong stench." It was the smell of the luosafen they had eaten today. The soup was still in the pot, and with no ventilation, the room was naturally filled with the odor. "No one. Let's move to the next." Then came the sound of footsteps fading away. The three didn't move immediately upon hearing no sound. Instead, they waited for a long time, making sure everyone was gone before shifting their bodies. To be safe, they didn't dare turn on the main light again. The three moved into the bathroom, where the fire was still burning. The sparks emitted a faint glow, allowing them to see each other in the darkness. "It seems things are getting chaotic outside," Lin Xi whispered first. Gu Zicheng continued, "We need to be ready to leave at any moment." Sun Ying looked left and right, then said, "I'll follow your lead." As someone responsible for leeching off others, she had no right to voice opinions. Having made the decision, Lin Xi and the others began to act. She told Sun Ying to block the door gap again and guard the door. If anything happened, she should turn off the main light, remove the towel from the gap, and try to restore the room to its original state as seen from outside through the gap. Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng began packing their bags. Lin Xi's storage space was limited, relying solely on the supplies in her space could not sustain the three of them outside. Food, drink, medicine, warm supplies. Everything that could be stuffed was packed into the backpacks. Can your space hold all this firewood? Gu Ziqing looked at the firewood with a dilemma. Lin Xi shook her head. Don't even think about it if it won't fit. Unable to do otherwise, they tied the firewood into bundles, planning to see if they could carry it later. It's fine if we can't take it. I still have some hand warmers. Lin Xi waved a trash bag. One advantage of being a waitress was that generous guests gave them tips. The hand warmers Lin Xi had were bought with tips. She had bought up all the hand warmers on the island. Hand warmers have a limited duration. This amount can last at most 2 or 3 days before they're used up. Gu Ziqing was not so optimistic. The two efficiently tied up the firewood, organized the luggage, and returned to the bathroom. The main light was turned off again, and the room fell into darkness once more. Lin Xi found a flashlight and had Sunning hold it. She then used the flashlight to modify the gloves. Their current gloves were the cleaning lattice work gloves, very rough. The insulation was not very good, but better than nothing. These gloves were barely usable indoors, but not out. Lin Xi's own pair of gloves had been modified long ago. Now she was working on the two temporary teammates' gloves. The gloves were ready-made. Lin Xi only needed to sew a few extra layers of fabric along the glove contours. Lin Xi, how can you do everything? Sunning cupped her cheeks with both hands, eyes full of admiration. There must be no one in the entire galaxy who can both cook and sew. Lin Xi, piece of cake. You can learn just by watching. Gu Ziqing and Sun Ying, who supposedly could learn by watching, looked at their fingers pricked with several needle holes. Forget it, you'd better sew mine for me. Sun Ying gave up first. Just these few needle holes have already dropped my HP by 1. If I keep sewing, you'll die. You're exaggerating, sis. Lin Xi reached out to take over her mess. Sun Ying wasn't someone who would let Lin Xi work for free. She promised to pay Lin Xi extra after the game. Lin Xi was quite happy to take over the mess. Do you need help with yours? After finishing Sun Ying's Lin, she looked up and saw Gu Ziqing still struggling with the needle and thread. Sew me a new one, I'll practice on this one. Gu Ziqing said without looking up. It was obvious he was stubbornly competing with the needle and thread. With the experience from previous attempts, the speed of sewing gloves increased greatly. Besides sewing a pair of gloves for the two Lin, she also sewed a spare set for herself. Lin Xi stretched and found that Sun Ying and Gu Ziqing had fallen asleep leaning against the wall at some point. She covered them with a thick quilt and volunteered to keep watch while also modifying shoes and socks. This time she didn't dare focus entirely on sewing, since keeping watch meant mainly paying attention to outside sounds. It being too focused was not a good idea. After more than an hour, Lin Xi's ears twitched. She heard footsteps outside. Turning off the flashlight, she tiptoed behind the door and pressed her ear against the panel. The people outside did not stop in front of their room. The footsteps quickly faded away. They must have thought there was no one alive in this room. After listening for a while, there was no more sound outside. Without any useful information, Lin Xi sat back down in the bathroom. In the place without a fire, the chill seeped into her bones. Thinking that they might have to leave the hotel, Lin Xi already felt she would freeze to death before even leaving. This was not a dry 30 degrees Celsius, it was a wet, freezing 30 degrees Celsius. Keeping watch was a very boring task, especially when trapped in a small space. Bored Lin Xi began to study the virtual panel. Then she discovered that before the 10th day of the game, the number of people in the game scene had already decreased by half. In the latter half of the night, Sun Ying got up to relieve Lin Xi so she could rest. She considered herself a follower, so she was very proactive in doing whatever she could. When Lin Xi opened her eyes again, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning on the 10th day of the game. The fire in the bathroom hadn't gone out yet, and sparks were crackling. The night watch had been taken over by Gu Ziqing from Sun Ying. Seeing Lin Xi awake, he said, "It's time to cook. Hungry, food. The door wasn't tightly closed, so Lin Xi didn't dare to cook anything with a strong smell. She had to heat up the staff meals she had collected earlier to make do. Sun Ying woke up smelling the aroma. Although the staff meals weren't as delicious as instant noodles, to someone from the interstellar era who had been living on nutrient fluids for a long time, they were still quite tasty. Lin Xi ate while checking the virtual panel. Last night there were still 50,000 people, but now there were less than 40,000. Nearly 10,000 people had died in one night. Such a staggering number was shocking, and they had no idea what was happening outside. How harsh the conditions must be. Sun Ying said, her mouth full of food. What's harsh? Lin Xi pointed outside. The weather is harsh. Do you know that 70% of the people in the game scene have died? Sun Ying blinked and blinked again. Oh, she didn't know, huh? Gu Ziqing, on the other hand, reacted more strongly. I think we can continue hiding for a while and not go out yet. Lin Xi felt the same way. The death toll gave her the illusion that leaving the hotel would mean certain death. They reached an agreement. However, whether to go out or not wasn't entirely up to them. The three of them had been staying in the room, eating well and drinking well, but eventually they were discovered. Sisterly. Hearing the door, Lin Xi stood up. To maintain the appearance that the room had already been ransacked, they hadn't propped the door with anything. Thus Sister Li, who had the keys to all the hotel rooms, easily entered. It's you, Lin Xi. Sister Li didn't look with tired eyes when she saw the firewood behind Lin Xi. A strong light flashed in her eyes. Sun Ying and Gu Ziqing had already gotten up upon hearing the noise and stood behind Lin Xi confronting Sister Li. Sister Li reached out, closed the door, and ran away. Let's go. It's not safe here anymore, Gu Ziqing said. Their luggage was already packed. The three put on all their clothes, then a layer of raincoat over them, shouldered their luggage and firewood, and abandoned the room directly. The three were quick, and Sister Li was not slow either. She was followed by a group of people, all hotel employees. The two groups met on the stairwell. They stood frozen for a minute, then Sister Li stepped aside and let Lin Xi and the others leave. Seeing this, Lin Xi and the two quickly ran downstairs. Sister Li, are you just letting them go like that? Lin Xi, who hadn't gone far, heard someone call out anxiously. What if they take all the supplies? I checked the supplies in that room, there were a lot. They only took a small portion, and the rest is enough to last us a while. We are injured now and shouldn't provoke any more conflict. Lin Xi and the others couldn't hear the rest. From those few words they could infer that there had been a conflict between the hotel employees and guests recently. Why did the conflict occur? The two sides had had disagreements before the disaster struck. The second reason was the shortage of supplies. As far as Lin Xi knew, the hotel employees had the most supplies. But no matter how many supplies, it couldn't withstand the sheer number of tourists. Even if the tourists robbed the employees' supplies, they wouldn't last long. In short, the hotel was very unsafe. The three arrived at the first floor with large bags, and as soon as they came down they were jolted by the direct blast of cold wind. It was also at this moment that the three who had been hiding in the room realized that the hotel's main door was broken. Glass was scattered all over the floor with a layer of ice on top. It must have been broken for a while. Since the second day of snowfall it hadn't rained anymore, so the layer of ice on the glass seemed to be from rain that had blown in and then frozen. Where are we going? The wind was strong outside and Sun Ying's words came out like stuck, broken, and intermittent. Lin Xi pointed to the east. Earlier when she had taken a car to tour the island, it wasn't just to enjoy the scenery, she was studying the terrain. To the east, there was a small hill, the highest point on the island. That wasn't the main point. The key was that the area had many large rocks forming a natural wind barrier. Be careful, the ground is very slippery. Lin Xi, who was walking in front, turned to say to the two. But the wind was too strong, they didn't hear clearly. It didn't matter though, everyone knew the ground was slippery and walked very slowly and carefully. After walking for over an hour, Lin Xi felt her legs frozen stiff. Her shoes were ordinary ones, even though they had been modified with added thermal measures. The insulation wasn't very good. Coupled with her low physical fitness and her natural sensitivity to cold, she felt that the cold had seeped into her marrow. After another half an hour the group had to stop. Their energy consumption was too great, and their satiety level dropped sharply. They found a place sheltered from the wind, and had a hasty meal. The hot food turned cold as soon as it was taken out. It was terrible. Do you want warming patches? Lin Xi stuck 2 warming patches on her feet. They had left too hastily, so she hadn't put on warming patches. If she didn't put some on, her legs would be ruined. Both Gu Ziqing and Sun Ying took 2 warming patches. How much longer until we get there? Looking at the vast white expanse, Sun Ying felt no trace of vitality. Lin Xi looked into the distance for a moment. Almost there. Another half hour, and we'll be close. The ground was all ice, and the landmarks had changed. Their movements slowed, and identifying directions took time. After eating, they didn't dare rest, and started moving toward their destination again. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the place Lin Xi had mentioned. There seems to be someone over there, Gu Ziqing said, squinting uncertainly. In the white landscape, a sudden glimmer of firelight was very eye-catching, but after staring at the same color for so long, seeing another color made one think they were hallucinating. The firelight was faint, partially obscured by large rocks, so they couldn't see clearly. Let's go check it out. Lin Xi put down the firewood she was carrying, ready for any conflict. Too many things on her would hinder her escape. The other two understood, so they also put down their firewood and walked. This place is not known to ordinary tourists. Lin Xi thought it was more likely that the people inside were natives. Who? A hoarse voice came from the direction of the cave entrance. Lin Xi, holding a large wooden stick, shouted toward that direction. We mean no harm, we just want to set up camp here. This place is already taken. Find another spot. The hoarse voice sounded again, filled with resistance. The three of them exchanged glances. Lin Xi spoke. Big sister, it's freezing cold, and we can't go far. We won't go into the cave, well, just set up camp outside. We won't disturb you. When the person inside spoke again, Lin Xi and the others could easily tell that the speaker was a woman of some age. Her voice was short and weak, suggesting she was not in good health. Moreover, during the whole time, only she had stepped forward to speak with them, indicating that there were not many people inside the cave. No, this place is already occupied. Leave quickly. The speaker tried to disguise her voice as fierce, but her rapid breathing betrayed her poor condition. Gu Ziqing gave Lin Xi a look. Lin Xi stepped aside, and Gu Ziqing walked forward. Rounding a large rock, he saw a small cave with 2 people inside. One was lying on the ground, the other leaning against a rock. In front of them was a fire with a small pile of firewood. The people inside did not notice his arrival. Gu Ziqing confirmed there were no others and stepped back. He reported the situation to Lin Xi, who pondered and decided to try courtesy before resorting to force. She deliberately made her footsteps heavier to let those inside know she was coming. Hearing the sound, the person leaning against the rock stood up, defensively gripping an axe and staring nervously at Lin Xi. "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I won't be polite." These words carried no intimidation, and with her trembling hand holding the axe, she couldn't fool anyone. "Big sister, we mean no harm," Lin Xi emphasized again. "We just want to set up our tent here. If you don't drive us away, we won't disturb you." The woman stared at Lin Xi without speaking. Her face was covered with a towel, so Lin Xi could not see her expression. However, the reluctance in her eyes was all too clear to Lin Xi. "Big sister, I can see you're not in good shape. I have some medicine here. How about I offer you medicine as a token of goodwill?" The woman instinctively glanced at the person lying on the ground, then at Lin Xi. Seeing signs of her softening, Lin Xi pressed on. "I have common medicines here. What do you need?" "Cold medicine, fever medicine, cough medicine, antiseptic." "Fever reducer," the woman interrupted Lin Xi. "I only need fever reducer." "Ah, okay." Lin Xi stopped her unfinished words. "Wait a moment, I'll go get it now." Lin Xi walked out, went around, and took out 4 fever-reducing pills from her space. The woman took the medicine and hurriedly gave it to the person lying down. "Uncle." Watching the woman untie the warm towel wrapped around the uncle's head, Lin Xi realized that the person was actually the driver uncle. She quickly stepped forward, but the woman's feeding motion immediately turned into a defensive posture. "Auntie, it's me." Lin Xi untied the scarf around her face to let the woman see clearly. Lin Xi. They had met before, but had never spoken. "It's you." The woman recognized Lin Xi and lowered her guard a little. "How is uncle now?" Lin Xi asked. The woman's eyes dimmed a little. "The fever just won't go down. Once it breaks, he'll be fine." As she spoke, she pushed the pill into her husband's mouth. The uncle, whether asleep or unconscious, did not open his mouth immediately. "Try giving him some water first." Lin Xi stood up and found that there was no water in the cave, not even a container. Helpless, she pretended to go out again and brought back a kettle of water. This kettle was actually a hotel thermos she had taken, and the water inside was still hot. As soon as the hot water was poured out, it quickly cooled to around 11 degrees. Lin Xi lifted the driver uncle's head and placed the cup to his lips. As the warm water touched his lips, he instinctively swallowed. Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to drink meant there was still hope. "Nyo-nyo." After drinking, the uncle groggily opened his eyes, then weakly closed them again. Hearing her husband's voice, the woman couldn't help wiping her tears. She turned her gaze to Lin Xi, and her eyes held a new tenderness. Her husband had helped so many people, but only this one had given any return. Although that return had initially been tinged with transaction. Lin Xi ground the fever-reducing pill into powder and mixed it with water, telling the woman to feed it to him bit by bit. Gu Ziqing and Sun Ying had waited outside for a long time without seeing Lin Xi come out, so they couldn't contain themselves and followed in. Lin Xi stood up and said to the woman, "Annie, well, set up the tent first, then come back to see you and uncle." The woman did not look up, her eyes fixed on her husband. Lin Xi turned and went out. She took the tent out of her space and put all the things inside the tent back into the space. The tent was pre-assembled, so no assembly was needed. They only had to break the ice on the ground and secure the tent. Since they had no ice-breaking tools, Lin Xi brazenly went back in to borrow the axe from the woman. Soon the tent was secured. The tent was placed very close to the cave entrance, as Lin Xi had intended. Since the people inside were acquaintances, putting the tent closer would allow them to share the fire, saving some firewood. They hadn't brought much firewood, and it wouldn't last long. Around the fire, Gu Ziqing and Sun Ying waited for Lin Xi to prepare food. The aroma of food soon filled the air. Lin Xi divided the food into 5 portions and brought 2 of them to the woman. She had observed earlier that the driver uncle and his wife had brought almost no supplies. The reason the uncle was lying on the ground unable to get up might also be due to prolonged hunger. "Thank you." Lin Xi shook her head. "I haven't even thanked you for the clothes you gave me, Andy." The woman's eyes reddened, and she lowered her head to stir the porridge in her bowl. After taking the fever reducer, the uncle's temperature dropped a bit, but he was still asleep. The auntie knew he hadn't eaten for a long time, and although she knew sleeping was better for recovery, she eventually woke him up. The uncle was too weak to move, so the auntie fed him spoonful by spoonful. By the time he finished his portion, ice crystals had formed in the auntie's bowl of porridge. Lin Xi snatched the bowl from her hand and poured it back into the pot. "How can you eat it when it's so cold? What if it makes you sick?" The auntie said nothing. The fire was still burning, so the porridge quickly heated up. Lin Xi ladled it out again and handed it back to her. "Drink it, finish it, and rest early. We'll keep watch tonight." The auntie said nothing, but tears kept streaming down her face. After eating, everyone went to sleep. Lin Xi took the first watch. Keeping watch meant ensuring the fire didn't go out and watching for strangers, a tedious and draining task. Adding some wood to the fire, Lin Xi stood up and moved the firewood she had carried over to the side of the tent. There was a large gap between the tent and the cave. Lin Xi decided to block the gaps on both sides with firewood. This way the bottom of the cave entrance would not let in the wind. The tent was not as tall as the cave entrance, so the extra height could serve as ventilation. However, this would be inconvenient for the person on watch, who would have to move back and forth between the two ends of the tent to check the fire and the outside. Lin Xi kept watch for the first half of the night, then Gu Zicheng took over. The cold wind howled, but they slept well all night. When Lin Xi woke up, two people looked at her, as if she were their savior. Gu Zicheng said, "Lin Xi, you're awake." Sunning added, "Lin Xi, I'm hungry." While the savior thing was just an illusion, they were simply hungry and craving food. "How are uncle and auntie?" Lin Xi asked as she took the ingredients they wanted and walked toward the tent entrance. Uncle woke up once, drank some water, and fell asleep again, Sun Ying reported to Lin Xi. But auntie hasn't woken up at all. Gu Zicheng said she didn't stir during his watch either. Lin Xi sensed something was wrong and went to feel auntie's forehead. As expected, she had a high fever. When a person has been tense for a long time, the body collapses the moment they relax. A high fever was only natural. She gave Annie a fever reducer, then began to cook. First Sun Ying's hot and sour noodles, then Gu Zicheng's snail noodles, and finally meat porridge for herself, uncle, and Annie. The porridge was already cooked, they just needed to heat it up from the space and keep it warm on the stove. After eating, Sun Ying stayed to guard the camp while Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng went out to find firewood. 2 hours later, they returned empty-handed, their satiety levels dropping to the red line. As soon as they got back to camp, they started eating immediately, not even noticing that the driver uncle had woken up. "You?" Cough, cough. "What were you doing out in the cold?" the uncle asked after they finished eating. Lin Xi didn't hide it from him. "We're running low on firewood, so we wanted to find some." The fire had been burning non-stop for 24 hours, consuming a significant amount of wood. There were still 4 days until the game ended, and the remaining wood might be exhausted by today. Cough, cough. "You need firewood. I know where there is some. Follow me." The uncle started to get up, and Auntie looked at him disapprovingly, but she didn't stop. If the firewood ran out, they wouldn't survive either. Lin Xi pulled him back and had Sun Ying put on the thick coat they had taken from the hotel's freezer, then stuck 2 warm packs on his legs before they left. The 3 of them went out, turning left and right. "We're here." Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng stared at the small hill before them in bewilderment. There was nothing but ice. Where was the firewood? "Chop. Chop here," the uncle said, pointing at the small iceberg. Gu Zicheng decided to trust him and began chopping with an axe. After several strikes, the ice on the surface of the small iceberg fell away, revealing what lay beneath. It was lush green branches and leaves. "That top layer of leaves is fake. Pull it away." Cough, cough. After another round of busy work, Lin Xi and the others saw a waterproof tarp under the leaves. They pulled the tarp open, revealing neatly stacked firewood. "It's still dry," Lin Xi said with surprise. Except for the bottom layer, which had been dampened by rainwater seeping in, the rest of the wood was dry. The uncle explained these piles of wood affected the view for tourists, so someone came up with the idea of buying fake branches and leaves to disguise them as bushes. The island didn't have a constant stream of visitors all year round. During the off-season, the island owner would pay the staff to trim trees and dry firewood for the hotel's water heating. The wood before them was one of those dried piles stored here. There were several such piles, this was just one of them. The 3 quickly tied up the wood and carried it back to camp. Upon returning, Lin Xi told the uncle to rest while she and Gu Zicheng handled the rest. Back at the spot, Lin Xi used her space to store half of the wood, then she and Gu Zicheng carried some on their backs to keep up appearances. It took only 2 trips to bring back the entire small mountain of wood, and Lin Xi even took the water. Uncle and Auntie's fevers went up and down 2 or 3 times before finally breaking completely, but after the fever subsided, they seemed utterly drained. They looked lifeless. Lin Xi calculated the food supply and told them to rest and not worry about anything else. They agreed verbally, but always silently did what they could. Lin Xi stopped mentioning it after 2 attempts. They were both kind-hearted. There were 3 days left in the game. At 1:00 a.m. Lin Xi distinctly felt the temperature drop again. Even inside the tent, they shivered from the cold. They dared not use too much charcoal inside the tent for fear of carbon monoxide poisoning. Helplessly, Lin Xi used warm packs to help them sleep. Whoever wanted to sleep would peel off a warm pack and stick it on themselves, those who stayed awake would sit around the fire. There were only so many warm packs, so not everyone could use them at once. The snow fell heavier and heavier. But no, Lin Xi looked at what was falling from above. This wasn't snow, it was ice. It was so terribly cold. Lin Xi climbed to the top of the cave and draped the waterproof tarp down from above, covering the gap between the cave and the tent. She deliberately left only a small hole for ventilation. This should be safe, right? Lin Xi thought uncertainly. To be safe, she observed for 6 hours. No one showed signs of hypoxia, it was secure. Lin Xi realized that apart from the fresh air coming in through the small hole above, the wood piles on both sides had gaps that let in wind, preventing oxygen deprivation. The area above was covered by the tarp, raising the temperature slightly, but it was still freezing. In such cold weather, no one moved outside. This was a nearly tropical island where thick clothing was scarce. Warmth supplies were pitifully low. During the night watch, all they had to do was keep the fire from going out. 2 days remained in the game. When Lin Xi woke again, she saw that fewer than 3 of 0 NPCs and players were still alive in the game, and that number kept changing. Cough. Cough cough. 2 more people had caught a chill. Lin Xi pulled her coat tighter. She didn't want to succumb. Everyone had taken medicine, but it wasn't a cure-all. As soon as the medicine took effect, they would catch another chill, rendering the medicine useless. It's so cold. Sun Ying shivered while holding her cup. After catching a cold, the cold felt even more intense. Even though she wore many layers, it felt like she was wearing nothing. Gu Zicheng was already delirious from fever. As soon as he saw Lin Xi, he managed to say only medicine before passing out. Yesterday when they went for firewood, he had been working outside, getting his clothes soaked several times, and started running a fever that night. Lin Xi found a new fever reducer, forced it into his mouth, fed him some boiled water, and told everyone to go to sleep. Once everyone was asleep, Lin Xi sat by the fire staring blankly at the medicine box. The medicine was running low. To save money, she had originally taken all the medicine from the front desk. Those medicines were long gone. Now they were using the random supplies the system delivered daily. The chance of getting medicine from the random drops was too low, and the chance of getting exactly what they needed was even lower. In all those days, the 3 of them had received very little medicine. Lin Xi prayed that tonight's delivery would bring a fever reducer. After staring blankly for a while, Lin Xi began to cook. The meal was simple, the same porridge the hotel had prepared for the game. She heated the porridge for Gu Zicheng's son, Ying uncle, and auntie. As for Lin Xi herself, she ate the system-produced food. After all, she was the only one who was still healthy, only she could afford to eat these junk foods. Sun Ying and Gu Zicheng followed the scent and crept over, their eyes fixed on the food in the pot. This portion is mine. You 2 can only drink the kanji today. Their eyes followed the direction Lin Xi pointed, and they let out a chorus of wails. No, I want to eat. Lin Xi refused without hesitation. No, sick people can't eat junk food. The 2 said nothing, just staring at Lin Xi as if they would snatch it if she didn't agree. I have no medicine here. If you don't take care of yourselves, what if you die? Lin Xi reasoned with them. Sun Ying wanted to say, so what if they die? This delicious food wouldn't be available outside the game. Gu Zicheng, understanding the gravity, turned around to eat the kanji. The driver uncle and auntie had woken up later, and the kanji had been kept warm over the fire. After sleeping, the 2's condition worsened instead. In the icy environment, their body temperatures were frighteningly high. There was no medicine in the space, so Lin Xi could only use physical cooling methods, leaving the rest to fate. The other 2 were not much better. After eating the kanji, they also went to sleep. Only she remained awake, responsible for keeping the fire alive. Sleep was out of the question. Watching the flames burn alone, Lin Xi felt a bit cold. It was not an illusion, it was truly cold. She stood up and moved her body, but the chill did not disappear. The phone that Gu Zicheng had earlier had long run out of battery, so she had no idea what the current temperature was. She walked over to the driver uncle, saw that the 2 were still unconscious, thought for a moment, then dragged the quilt underneath and moved them closer to the fire. She then went into the tent to check on Gu Zicheng and the others. Cold. The sleeping Sun Ying muttered unconsciously. Gu Zicheng made no sound, but from his curled-up posture, it was clear he also felt cold. Lin Xi called out to them a few times, but got no response. She reached out to touch their foreheads. Their temperatures were frighteningly high. She pulled them out of the tent to the fire, then went outside once. The wind outside was strong. Lin Xi almost fell over and barely managed to steady herself. She wanted to cover the opening left for ventilation between the tent and the cave entrance with a waterproof cloth. She didn't care about oxygen shortage, but she only knew that if she didn't cover it, they would soon freeze to death. She climbed up to the small cave opening with difficulty, nearly slipping off. Fortunately, there was an icicle nearby, and she caught it quickly and narrowly escaped disaster. The cold wind swung her body in midair. Before she could even feel relieved for surviving, she had to face a new predicament. I'm going to die. With her poor physical condition, her arms could barely hold onto the icicle. Die if I must. With that determination, Lin Xi kicked hard, let go of the icicle, and leaped. She grabbed another icicle and found a foothold, and only then realized she hadn't fallen. The cold came from all directions, but she couldn't afford to rest, and continued climbing upward. Finally, she reached the top of the cave. But the waterproof cloth had frozen into ice and become one with the tent and the cave ceiling. No matter how Lin Xi pulled, it wouldn't budge. After 2 attempts, she decisively gave up. Staring at the small opening, recalling the peril of climbing up here, she felt it would be too unsettling not to seal it. She stared fixedly for a while small ice chunks falling from above warned her not to stay long. So she stood up, walked to an icicle, kicked it off, and stuffed it into the opening. One icicle after another finally filling the gap. Lin Xi panted heavily and began to descend without looking back. The descent was smooth, which greatly relieved her. Stiffly returning to the temporary base, the wave of heat instantly relaxed her. Cough, cough, cough. A quartet of coughs drew Lin Xi's attention. After resting by the fire for a while, she gave each of the 4 water and physical cooling in turn. In between, all 4 woke up groggily. The kanji over the fire was kept warm, so they could drink hot kanji directly upon waking. At 1100 p.m., it was time for the system to deliver random supplies. It was the fever medicine Lin she had been longing for. Without hesitation, she fed a pill to Gu Zicheng. Within half an hour, Gu Zicheng's health value recovered. Good. Lin Xi patted his shoulder. Now it's your turn. Gu Zicheng nodded, but his gaze lingered on his own shoulder. After a day of hard work, Lin Xi was exhausted. She hugged Sun Ying, feeling the warmth of the bed, and fell asleep peacefully at once. In her dream, she heard the system notification and received a huge transfer from Gu Zicheng. Just as she was happily counting the numbers on her light brain, Lin Xi groggily heard someone calling her. You're finally awake. Gu Zicheng sighed in relief. He reached out and touched Lin Xi's head. You have a fever. Your temperature is higher than all of ours. The warmth of his palm on her forehead made Lin Xi instinctively nuzzle. Gu Zicheng's body suddenly stiffened, his eyes full of panic. Lin Xi didn't notice at all. Hearing that she had a fever, she immediately swallowed another fever pill in the space. The medicine would take another half hour to take effect. Lin Xi lay back down in Sun Ying's bed. Warmth enveloped her, and she fell asleep again, but this time not so peacefully. She felt someone touch her forehead. She craved that warmth, but the next moment the warmth turned cold. Over an hour later, she woke up again. Gu Zicheng came over and touched her forehead. Still a bit hot. Check if your health value has recovered. Lin Xi instinctively looked at her personal panel and didn't respond for a long time. What's wrong? Gu Zicheng reached out and patted her. Lin Xi let out a breath. Check your personal panel. There's a temperature warning. Gu Zicheng immediately opened his personal attribute panel, where the glaring display of 60 degrees Celsius was strikingly eye-catching. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xi. The number of surviving players is less than 20 and the number of NPCs is less than 10,000. And the numbers kept fluctuating. The death toll was dropping sharply. Can we survive this game? Lin Xi shook her head. I don't know either. Her current health value was still 80. If it didn't recover, she would be in great danger. The two sat by the fire in silence for a long time. In the silent space, only the occasional coughs of the driver uncle and the other two and the crackling of burning wood could be heard. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xi stood up and said to Gu Zicheng, I need to sleep. Please keep watch for a while longer. Cold. Bone-chilling cold. Before sleep, she had 80 health points, but upon waking it had dropped to 70. Rest had not improved her health value. Lin Xi crawled out from the bedding holding the porridge that Gu Zicheng handed to her. Only after swallowing the warm porridge did she feel revived. Sun Ying and the other two were also called up by Lin Xi. Don't sleep anymore, or you'll die, she said. The three were burning with fever and dazed, probably not hearing what Lin Xi said. Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng forced them to drink porridge, then pulled the quilts aside and let the three lie back down. This time, however, the three lay together. With limited quilts, lying together allowed them to cover with an extra layer. After that, Lin Xi fetched some stones. She thanked herself for having read much survival knowledge, which now came in handy. She placed the stones into the fire to heat them up, then dug them out and set them beside the three. The residual heat from the stones could warm the surrounding air a bit. Lin Xi clapped her hands. Whether you survive or not depends on yourselves. She then dug out two more large stones from the fire, wrapped them in towels, and handed one to Gu Zicheng. Hold this to warm yourself. She also held one herself, leaning against Gu Zicheng's back, and fell into a dazed sleep. Gu Zicheng wrapped the quilt around both of them. The stones in their arms emitted warmth, making their bodies feel a bit warmer. When Lin Xi woke up, she was entirely in Gu Zicheng's arms. She remembered falling asleep leaning against his back. How did she end up in his arms? Her dizzy head slowed her thinking. Awake. Gu Zicheng concealed the panic in his eyes and explained, I needed to add firewood, and it was inconvenient with you leaning on my back. Lin Xi murmured and, stretched her stiff limbs and prepared to get up. Then she realized that the stone in her arms still had residual warmth. She opened the towel and found that the stone had been replaced. How are the three of them? Praising Gu Zicheng inwardly, Lin Xi asked about the others. Gu Zicheng shook his head. I haven't gotten up to check, so I don't know how they are. He had been holding Lin Xi the whole time, making it inconvenient to check on the other three. Lin Xi understood, and carrying the warm stone, she walked over to Sun Ying. They're still breathing, she said, touching the three's breath. But I don't know if they can survive the remaining time. There was still over a day left before the game ended. If they died at this critical moment, Lin Xi would feel sorry for Sun Ying. Difficult. Gu Zicheng came over and fed each of them a cup of water. Sun Ying woke up once and said her health value was below 20. If she doesn't get a fever reducer, she probably won't make it through today. That was why Sun Ying couldn't fully wake up. Lin Xi put down the cup, took a towel and water, and began wiping Sun Ying's body. Without medicine, the only option was physical cooling. However, in a state of persistent high fever, physical cooling was not very effective. Moreover, the temperature was very low now. Using ice to cool down might cause rapid body temperature drop, so it was. After wiping Sun Ying, Lin Xi also wiped the driver uncle's wife. Gu Zicheng wiped the driver uncle. Although he didn't understand why Lin Xi went to such trouble to care for an NPC. Time quickly passed to 11 p.m. The two of them kept busy feeding water, wiping bodies, and feeding the people lying on the ground. Time flew by. How is it? What supplies did the system deliver? Lin Xi asked eagerly. Gu Zicheng said disappointedly, it's medicine, but not a fever reducer. Lin Xi felt disappointed too, casting a pitying look at Sun Ying. But when she turned to see what Gu Zicheng was holding, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. It's alcohol. Lin Xi took it and opened it. Gu Zicheng asked, what use is alcohol? While wiping Sun Ying with alcohol, Lin Xi explained, alcohol cools better than water. She couldn't remove too much of Sun Ying's clothing, as that would cause hypothermia. After a quick wipe, Lin Xi immediately fed her hot water. After waiting about 20 minutes without seeing Sun Ying die, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Not dead yet. This method was somewhat useful. Wiping with alcohol, replenishing water, heating stones. After repeating this several times at 3 in the morning, Sun Ying finally regained consciousness. Without time to rejoice, she immediately swallowed a fever reducer and lay back down. Half an hour later, she was fully awake, crying and hugging Lin Xi excitedly. I thought I was going to be eliminated. Thanks to Lin Xi's efforts, her body temperature had dropped slightly and her health value reached 20, allowing her to briefly wake up. Fortunately, on the last day of the game, the system delivered 2 fever reducers to her. After taking the medicine, Sun Ying's health value only rose to 40. There was still another fever reducer, but she couldn't take it yet. The system indicated a cooldown. Nyo. Just as she was thinking whether to give the other pill to the other two, the driver uncle's voice suddenly rang out. The 3 gathered around and saw that the driver uncle had opened his eyes, but his eyes were unfocused. He raised his hands as if to embrace someone. Lin Xi stepped forward and placed her hand in his. Nyo, daddy is here, don't be afraid. The driver uncle's eyes blazed with intense light, then immediately dimmed. The hands holding Lin's eyes fell onto the quilt. He's dead, Lin Xi sighed. They could barely save themselves and had no extra medicine to spare. When it came to her own interest, Lin Xi was selfish. Not long after the driver uncle passed away, his wife also woke up. She glanced at Lin Xi and the others, then looked at her husband, smiled, and stopped breathing. Whoa. Sun Ying watched this scene, tears streaming uncontrollably. Don't cry. They've just reunited. Lin Xi comforted her weakly. The downside of a full immersion game was that it was too easy to empathize with NPCs. Sun Ying cried for a while, then took another pill and went back to sleep. Lin Xi slept with her while Gu Zicheng kept watch. The absence of 2 people seemed to make no difference. Yet somehow there was an empty feeling in her heart. 800 M. There were only 2 hours left before the game ended. The outside temperature had dropped to minus 80 degrees Celsius. Sun Ying's health value was only 30 and Lin Xi's was merely 50. Only Gu Zicheng was better off with his health value still at 80. The 3 sat by the fire wrapped in layers of quilts, yet still unable to withstand the biting wind outside. Boom. A thunderous crash made the 3 of them leap in fright. Cough, cough, cough. What do we do? Sun Ying covered her mouth, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at the 2 who remained relatively calm. The campfire inside the shelter had been scattered into chaos by the sudden collapse of the tent, its faint glow flickering within the cave on the verge of being extinguished entirely. Without bothering to answer Sun Ying, the 2 quickly used sticks to sweep the scattered firewood into a pile. In this bitter cold, without fire they wouldn't survive even an hour. Sun Ying snapped back to reality and immediately joined in. With their combined efforts, the fire finally blazed up again. What now? Once the fire was rekindled, Sun Ying asked again. Lin Xi picked up a burning stick and moved to the edge. First, let's make an opening for ventilation. The entrance had been buried under the collapsed tent and debris, and with the fire burning inside, without a vent the flames would soon die from lack of oxygen, and they would either suffocate or freeze to death. Hearing this, Sun Ying found a sense of direction and immediately set to work. The tent was covered in ice, and it couldn't bear the weight, which caused the collapse. None of the 3 had experience, and they hadn't thought to clear the ice and snow from the top. The fallen ice was thick and 2 of them were already weakened. Brute force breaking was not an option. Using a torch to melt a small hole through the ice was faster than trying to break it by force. As the torch's heat softened the ice, they worked together to chip away at it with tools. Under the intense heat of the torch and their relentless efforts, a small opening finally appeared. The 3 let out a huge sigh of relief. But that relief was cut short by Sun Ying's panicked cry. My health points are dropping rapidly. The 2 immediately checked their own health values, and indeed they were also declining. What's going on? We have an opening now, so we shouldn't be suffocating. Gu Zicheng frowned. Lin Xi blurted out, it's the temperature. They had been working hard and were sweating. All their attention was on the hole, and they hadn't noticed their own perspiration. Sweating in extreme cold caused the sweat to rob their body heat, which could easily lead to hypothermia. Then what should we do? Seeing her health value plummeting close to 20, Sun Ying grew frantic. With less than an hour left before the game ended, she didn't want to be eliminated now. Get to the fire. The 3 rushed to the campfire, and Lin Xi took hot water from her storage space for them to drink. The fire was small, so Gu Zicheng, who had the highest health, added more fuel to make it blaze quickly. The hot water slowed the rate of health decline. But with their remaining health so low, even a slower decrease wasn't enough to save them. We need to change out of our damp clothes quickly. Lin Xi decisively began to undress. Gu Zicheng tactfully turned his head away. The moment she removed the first layer Lin, she shivered violently. But thinking of her health points, she gritted her teeth and swiftly stripped off the rest. As soon as the clothes were off, her health plummeted. Lin Xi immediately swapped the damp innermost layer for dry warm clothing, and her health finally began to rise. By then the temperature had dropped to minus 100 degrees Celsius. With the fire inside Lin, she didn't know the exact. Sun Ying also quickly peeled off her damp inner layer and put her dry clothes back on. My health is only 20, she cried out. No sooner had she shouted than she collapsed into unconsciousness. It seemed that with health below 20 and her illness, her body had been forced into a deep sleep. She was still breathing. Lin Xi moved her closer to the fire, then turned to Gu Ziqing. Do you need to change clothes too? Gu Ziqing nodded and turned around to undress. Lin Xi didn't dare look at him. She stared blankly at the fire. I'm done. Only then did Lin Xi look up. 10 minutes left until the game ends. Lin Xi gazed at the virtual screen, her heart calm. Only about 1,000 players remained from the initial 100,000. If all this had happened in the real world, how terrifying it would be. The mere thought made Lin Xi shudder, a rare wave of anxiety washing over her. Want to meet up after the game? Gu Ziqing asked, his voice unusually gentle as he watched her face flicker in the firelight. Another meetup? Lin Xi blurted out. She had met Hu Li and the others after the last game, and she found the experience quite agreeable. Another? A flicker of unease crossed Gu Ziqing's mind. They'll transfer the money to you in person and bring you a gift as thanks for that fever medicine. A deal like that? Lin Xi nodded eagerly. After sharing her school address and contact info, the two sat together waiting for the game to end. Well, not exactly. There was still one lying on the ground. In the final minutes, the dungeon seemed intent on wiping everyone out. The temperature kept dropping. Even huddled by the fire, they couldn't feel any warmth. So cold. Lin Xi's lips moved, but Gu Ziqing could barely hear her, even though he was close. He turned to look at her and saw her eyes closed. After calling her name softly twice with no response, he moved closer and wrapped his arms around her. By then, Lin Xi's health had dropped to 20, and she had already fallen into unconsciousness. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Ding. Game over. Settlement in progress. Please wait. When Lin Xi opened her eyes again, she was back in the virtual space. The biting cold still seemed to cling to her body, clashing with the warmth of reality and creating an unreal sensation. Ding. Congratulations, player, for passing this round of the game. Game isolated island. Player Lin Xi 222,222. Game clear, base points 1,000. Ending health 16,100 points, earned 160. Clear rating C points, earned 300. Players surviving at end 12,100 points, earned 120. NPCs surviving at end 876,9900 points, earned 87. 6. Total points for this game 667. 6. Her personal attribute panel showed no significant changes. Name Lin Xi. Age 18. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 46 kilograms. Level 1, 35. 856,100. Attack 17,100. Strength 17,100. Speed 12,100. Points 3,485. 6. 3,585. 6. Skill space, level 2, capacity 2 cubic meters. Spent 1,000 points to upgrade the space to level 3. Skill space, level 3, space capacity 4 cubic meters. Looking at the remaining 2,485 points, Lin Xi refrained from making any further moves. Having passed 2 rounds of the game, the interstellar coins she could share were sufficient for her daily expenses during this period, so she decided to keep the points for upgrading the space. Exiting the game pod, Lin Xi stretched her stiff limbs. After lying inside for over a week, even though the pod had massage functions, staying still for too long would numb the body. Ding, ding. The optical brain sent 2 consecutive notifications. It was friend requests from Sun Ying and Gu Ziqing. She clicked to accept both. Soon Sun Ying's familiar voice came through the optical brain. Lin Xi, I was eliminated. Boo-hoo. She sobbed for over half an hour before wiping away her sorrowful tears. Lin Xi moved the optical brain to the farthest spot, only moving it back after she finished crying. Putting herself in Sun Ying's shoes, she would feel even more heartbroken than her at that moment. Being eliminated at the final moment of the game was really demoralizing. Stop crying, or you'll lose your charm. The sobbing abruptly ceased, and Sun Ying really did stop crying. You deserve to be eliminated. Even I, at the moment the game ended, had my health points dropped to 16. After all, Lin Xi's health points at that time were more than double that of Sun Ying's. Sun Ying seemed somewhat comforted, but her mood remained gloomy. This is so heartbreaking. I'm going to Belle's restaurant for a good meal. Do you want to come along? Lin Xi searched for Belle's restaurant and decisively shook her head. Miss, it would take me 8 hours to get there, she said honestly. And even if I were sold, I couldn't afford the food at that restaurant. Sun Ying was even more surprised than Lin Xi. Huh. No, aren't you from Baiyang City? Where did you get that information? Lin Xi was speechless. I'm a child from Wuming Star. The capital star had 12 cities and Baiyang City was the most prosperous one. As for Lin Xi's current body, it belonged to an orphan from the remote Wooming star. The planet she was on now was not Wooming star, but it was still far from the capital star. Sunning was not quite convinced by Lin Xi's words. In the game Lin, she was very familiar with the electronic devices and common items in the game scenes. These were things that ordinary people couldn't access, and even Sun Ying, who lived on the capital star, was not qualified to know about them. Seeing Sun Ying's disbelief, Lin Xi sent her own identity information for her to see, though she hid the identity code. You really are from Wooming. Sun Ying still found it hard to believe. After hesitating for a while, she put Lin Xi's identity aside and extended another invitation. Then tell me when you come to Bion Star next time, and we'll go eat together. Afraid that Lin Xi might refuse, she added, don't worry, it's my treat. Lin Xi, who believed in not passing up a good deal, nodded without hesitation. They didn't chat for long before ending the communication. Someone was knocking on Lin Xi's door. I knew you should have gotten. It was Zhou Yi. Why haven't you come out for so long? I thought you might have fainted from hunger. The game pod has nutrient fluid. How could I faint from hunger? Yiziu rolled her eyes. Zhou Yi wasn't angry. Instead, she shared the content from her optical brain with the two. A man suffered from hunger-induced hallucinations in the game, and after exiting the game, he believed he was still starving and fainted upon leaving the game pod. It's a mental issue, Lin Xi interjected. The other two nodded, and then cautiously looked at Lin Xi. Lin Xi scoffed. Didn't you watch my game livestream? I was living the high life in there. The two shook their heads, looking utterly exhausted. Zhou Yi said, every day besides classes it's just taking care of 6 tomato plants. I feel completely drained. Yiziu nodded in agreement. Then both of them simultaneously looked at Lin Xi. Confused, Lin Xi looked back at them. What's wrong? Zhou Yi, checking if you're normal. Yiziu, do you need to see a psychologist? No, I'm perfectly fine. Especially after hearing the amount of her livestream earnings, she felt even better. Player, congratulations on passing the second round of the game, Apocalypse. During the game, the livestream tips amounted to 987696 interstellar coins. The number of survivors in your livestream room was 16A, and your personal earnings were 61731 interstellar coins. The interstellar coins have been deposited into your personal account. Please check. The reward for this livestream earnings was actually in the tens of thousands. Jackpot! Jackpot! Lin Xi, overjoyed, wanted to treat everyone. When Elon gets out of the game, let's go to the cafeteria for a meal together. The two were delighted but immediately became dejected. Yiziu, better not go if it's a mess over there. Zhou Yi also recalled the chaotic scene at the cafeteria and shook her head firmly. No. It's too much of a waste of time and energy. Lin Xi didn't insist. She planned to pack some good food and bring it back to the dormitory to share with everyone. Having been tense in the game for so long, she still felt a sense of unreality upon returning to reality. However, this sense of unreality vanished completely after being dragged to half a day of classes by her two roommates. The game had tormented her countless times, and back in reality, she was tormented by reality just as many times. Dragging her tired body back to the dormitory after taking a warm bath, she lay on the bed, unwilling to get up again. At this moment, she actually thought nutrient fluid was a good thing. At least it could prevent someone as unwilling to move as her from starving to death. Her bed was the game pod, and lying in it was essentially no different from lying in a coffin. She couldn't even turn over. Rolling around inside was a luxury. Closing her eyes, her mind was filled with bits and pieces of the two games. Suddenly a thought occurred to her. If the scenes from the game appeared in reality, would she even survive? I wouldn't survive. She sat up abruptly from the bed, and the game pod's lid issued a warning sound due to her sudden movement. Master's behavior is abnormal. Now detecting Master's body data. Please lie still. Forced examination required her to stay in the pod, so she lay back down. After a while, the game pod's electronic voice sounded again. Examination complete. The result of abnormal body data is malnutrition. Please adjust your dietary structure. This was something she already knew. Even without the game pod's reminder, she would adjust her diet. The game pod's physical examination only covers basic checks. Based on the Master's recent abnormal behavior, the system suggests the Master go to the hospital for a more thorough examination. She rejected the game pod's suggestion and turned off the forced examination button on the game pod. The few tens of thousands of stellar credits she possessed. If she went to the hospital for a thorough examination, she would emerge with nothing left, and even owe a debt. Such an unwise choice, even with a knife to her throat, she would not make now. After being tormented by the game pod, she completely abandoned the idea of sleeping. She rose and went to the living room, where I was scrolling through my light brain on the large sofa. That fleeting thought took root deep within her mind, the utterly baseless, yet maddening notion compelling her to make some preparations at this moment. Browsing the shopping mall, she mentally calculated the purchasing power of her account balance. In the interstellar era, everything required money. Originally believing this sum would last her half a year or more, the more she looked, the more she realized she was a pauper. Spending 5400 stellar credits, she purchased 3 months' worth of intermediate nutrient solution. The nutrient solution was delivered swiftly and she opened one vial, poured it into her mouth, and swallowed. The intermediate nutrient solution is indeed better than the low-grade one. What was better? In terms of taste, the low-grade nutrient solution had a nauseating odor like the stench of long-dead fish or the smell from a cesspool. It was foul-smelling and unpalatable. The intermediate nutrient solution, in contrast, was odorless and not unpleasant. Its flavor was as bland as drinking plain water. The nutritional content of the two was similar with only slight differences in trace elements. I wonder what the high-grade nutrient solution tastes like. The high-grade nutrient solution cost a staggering 100 stellar credits per vial, and Lin Xi had no desire to purchase it for now. She was not one to deprive herself, but neither was she without a plan. Her current account balance did not allow her to live extravagantly. The best choice was to live a relatively comfortable life within her means. Carrying the nutrient solution to her room, the modest space was instantly filled to the brim. After tasting the intermediate nutrient solution, Lin Xi found the low-grade version utterly unpalatable. Looking at the half case of nutrient solution left over from her last game purchase, Lin Xi contacted her two roommates, asking if they needed it. She would sell it to them at an 80% discount. Both replied quickly, each wanting the entire stock. Nutrient solution was a monopoly industry with uniform pricing never discounted before. The 80% discount was a significant temptation for the cash-strapped Zhou Yi and Yi Ziyu. Come, they're all here. Lin Xi moved the nutrient solution to the living room. The two divided the items, equally, looking thoroughly satisfied. Yi Ziyu said, "Great, we've saved another sum of money." They had no time for part-time jobs, and their only recent income was the compensation from Lin Xi and Elon for helping tend the tomato seedlings. Even with family subsidies, the financial pressure was immense. While both were present, Lin Xi took the opportunity to ask directly, "I'm planning to change to a larger dormitory. Would you like to move with me?" Apart from the need for a larger balcony to grow tomatoes, Lin Xi's desire to switch to a larger dormitory, where she could stockpile supplies, was even more urgent after her last game session due to the lack of storage space. The two exchanged glances, and Yi Ziyu looked at Lin Xi apologetically. "Sorry, Lin Xi, I won't move." Zhou Yi quickly followed. "Lin Xi, I can't move either. I have no money. I'm really sorry." "No problem," Lin Xi said with a smile. "We can live together again when we have money. So do you want to strive to find a way to get rich as soon as possible?" Zhou Yi, "Yes." "Yi Ziyu, at your command." The three of them looked at one another and burst into laughter. After a bout of cheerful banter, the three returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, before dawn, they were already in the classroom. Lin Xi had missed a week of classes, making her time even tighter than theirs. She spent regular class hours in the classroom, and during breaks, she had to catch up on missed lessons while also engaging in physical exercise to improve her fitness. She was as busy as a spinning top, not even able to greet Feng Yilong when she exited the game. It was only after returning to the dormitory at night that she found time to ask about Feng Yilong's game situation. Feng Yilong shrugged, eliminated. She said it calmly, but Lin Xi could sense the sadness beneath her words. How could she not be sad? Being eliminated from the game meant losing a significant source of income. For someone so short on money, not falling into despair was already a testament to her good mentality. Lin Xi, who had been about to ask if she wanted to change dormitories, decided the question was unnecessary. "Lin Xi is planning to switch dorms. Elon, do you want to move together?" Lin Xi hadn't spoken, but Zhou Yi asked on her behalf. Feng Yilong refused without a second thought. "No, She sank into the soft sofa, 3 parts dejected, 3 parts powerless, and 4 parts dazed. "I still haven't figured out next year's tuition. I need to save money first." Among the 4, Lin Xi had the worst family situation, followed by Feng Yilong. She had family, but they didn't care much about her. With many siblings, she was the least favored in the household. Born into poverty and unloved, her financial situation was scarcely better than Lin Xi's. Feng Yilong moped for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. "They'll stay in this dorm for this semester and switch next semester." Compared to before, she had at least passed the Doomsday game once. As long as the game's popularity didn't fade, she would have daily income and life wouldn't be too tight. Since none of the 4 dorm mates were moving, she had to relocate alone. She actually enjoyed being together with them. It was rare to find such compatible roommates, and she didn't know what the new dorm would be like. That evening, she began searching for a new dormitory on the campus network. Ding! It was the notification sound of her light brain. "Gu Ziqing, are you asleep? Gu Ziqing, when are you free? We can meet, and I'll transfer the money to you." Before she could finish typing her reply, Gu Ziqing's second message arrived. She deleted the text she had typed carefully, choosing her words. "She's sorry, I'm planning to change dorms recently, so I might not have time to have a meal together." During this period, she also had to catch up on missed lessons, exercise, and now another task, moving to a new dormitory. She was determined to move, but choosing a new dormitory left her overwhelmed. The school's dormitories were divided into double and quadruple rooms. She had originally planned to move with everyone to a larger quadruple room. Unfortunately, when she applied for a quadruple dormitory, the school system did not approve her application, citing that a quadruple room must have at least 2 occupants. Currently, all vacant quadruple rooms had no occupants. Therefore, she either had to find someone to move with her or switch to a double room. Upon seeing the email, Lin Xi immediately asked her classmates if anyone wanted to move to a new dormitory. Unfortunately, all the classmates in the class were penniless, stating they couldn't afford to change dormitories. Some shameless ones even saw that Lin Xi had money to change, so they privately messaged her asking to borrow money. She closed the chat windows that were disguised as loan requests, but were actually begging. Lin Xi sighed, then noticed that Gu Ziqing had replied to her message at some point. There were too many private chat notifications, so she had missed his window. Gu Ziqing transferred 1500 star coins to Lin Xi and gave her advice. Gu Ziqing, since you're changing dormitories, switch to the best one. The best dormitory has better security and larger space. This message was sent 5 minutes ago. Perhaps because he didn't see Lin Xi's reply, he sent another message after a long while. Gu Ziqing, don't be stingy with money. Only a sufficiently large place can store more supplies. Below that sentence was another transfer of up to 5000 star coins. Lin Xi accepted the 15000 transfer and rejected the 50001. Lin Xi, okay, thank you. After waiting a few minutes without receiving any message from Gu Ziqing, Lin, she closed the. She recalled the message Gu Ziqing had just sent, feeling that it revealed a lot of information. She opened her light brain again and typed Gu Ziqing in the search bar. She recalled the message Gu Ziqing had just sent, feeling that it revealed a lot of information. She opened her light brain again and typed Gu Ziqing. Sure enough, as soon as she hit the enter key, she saw information about Gu Ziqing. Name: Gu Ziqing. Gender: age 21. Height: 186 centimeters. Born into the Gu family, one of the 10 great families of Baiyang City. He is currently a student in the command department of the Interstellar First Academy and also an actor. His representative works include. Lin Xi had never heard of the 10 great families, but judging from the novels she had read in her past life, they must be a very powerful family background. So as a child from a high-class family, it should be normal for him to know information that ordinary people don't know. After figuring it out, Lin Xi unhesitatingly opened the campus network to apply for a 2-person dormitory suite. There were many floors to choose from for the 2-person suites, but most of them were empty suites. Completely empty suites cost 50 more than those with occupants. Lin Xi tried to apply for occupancy in several suites that already had occupants. Usually when a 2-person suite only has one occupant, it's mostly because wealthy students want to live alone. Lin Xi didn't hold much hope of being approved, but to save some money she applied to all of them. What if someone agreed? If someone agreed, she could save a lot of money. Late at night, Lin Xi didn't wait for dormitory approval notifications from the owners. She closed her light brain and went to sleep peacefully. Ding ding ding. The next morning, Lin Xi received application notifications one after another. Unsurprisingly, all were rejections. She sighed. Wealthy people who liked living alone would never let strangers move in midway. Lin Xi opened the campus dormitory application, intending to directly apply for an empty dormitory that had no occupants yet. Ding. Another notification. Lin Xi glanced at it, intending to close it then. Huh. It was what a kind person. A truly great person. Lin Xi immediately applied to add the owner as a friend using the code above. Lin Xi. The friend was already in the list. Lin Xi covered her face, feeling a bit conspiratorial. But she thought that when applying for the dormitory, she couldn't see the owner's information, and the owner probably couldn't see hers either. Ding. Before Lin Xi could decide what to message Gu Ziqing, Gu Ziqing's message came first. Gu Ziqing, I've added door authorization for you. I'm mostly not at school, so feel free to use the dormitory as you wish. Gu Ziqing was a student at the academy, but also a celebrity and heir to his family. His time on campus was pitifully short. He only appeared for exams each semester and was mostly nowhere to be seen. Lin Xi, okay, thank you. The school dormitories did not separate genders. Both male and female students lived in the same building. However, the system usually assigned different genders to different suites unless specifically applied for, or in special circumstances where males and females would share a suite. In Lin Xi's previous life, such a situation would never occur in schools. But in the interstellar era, it was quite common. In the interstellar world, sexual orientations included not only male-female, but also male-male, female-female, male-female-male, female-female. And each orientation was mainstream, so separating male and female dormitories made little sense. Since the dormitories were suites with private spaces, the need for separation was even smaller. It was still early before class. Lin Xi got up and packed all her belongings, planning to move them over before class. There weren't many items, so she packed quickly. The only large items were the game pod and 9 storage boxes of nutrient solution. The game pod didn't need to be moved by herself. A professionals would come to disassemble and install it. Everything was ready. Lin Xi went out to wash up and prepare for class. Oh. It was Zhou Yi's scream. Lin Xi immediately ran toward the source. The other 2 dorm mates also heard and opened their doors. Fenglan Yi, what's wrong? When Lin Xi entered the bathroom, she saw Zhou Yi staring wide-eyed at her own reflection in the mirror. What's wrong? Lin Xi leaned in, and then saw 2 holes on her face. 2 very small holes, as if bitten by. What happened? Yi Ziyu also leaned in. Should we go to the infirmary? Although the two holes were small, they were blackened, looking abnormal. Zhou Yi hesitated. Going to the infirmary would cost money, though cheaper than regular hospitals. She didn't have much money and wasn't eager to go. After submitting a leave notice, Lin Xi said to her, "First go to my game pod for a basic checkup. If there's a problem, well, go to the infirmary." Only Lin Xi still rented a game pod in the dormitory. The other three had returned theirs after being eliminated from the game. Zhou Yi immediately went to Lin Xi's room and lay down in the game pod for a checkup. "It's almost time for class. You two go to class, he'll take care of things here," Lin Xi said to Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan. "I've already asked for leave." Feng Yilan looked at Zhou Yi lying in the game pod, hesitated, then said, "He'll ask for leave too. Then he'll do the same." Yi Ziyu followed. The game pod checkup would take some time. The three of them gathered around to wait. "How is it?" Seeing Zhou Yi emerge from the game pod, Yi Ziyu asked impatiently. Zhou Yi's face fell with dismay. "The test results show a biological virus in the wound. Oh, I need to see a doctor promptly." The game pod only had detection functions, not medical capabilities. "Let's go then." Lin Xi pulled her up. "Can't save this money, don't dawdle." The four of them walked from the dormitory to the school infirmary. After a thorough examination with precision equipment, the origin of the two small holes became clear. They were caused by cockroach bites. The school doctor adjusted his glasses and spoke with earnest concern. "Young people need to keep clean. Don't bring food onto the bed." Lin Xi had already suspected as much, so the answer came as no surprise. In her previous life, she had learned that cockroaches were disgusting omnivores that would directly eat people when food was scarce. Their mouths were tiny, and the bite wounds were equally small. Most people would mistake them for insect bites and never suspect that a cockroach had nibbled off a piece of flesh. She had only recognized the familiar wound on Zhou Yi because she had seen a related video before. Zhou Yi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She was a clean and hygienic girl, okay? The food residue on the bed was an accident. An accident? Zhou Yi wanted to shout this to the school doctor, but under his knowing, understanding gaze, she felt utterly defeated. "This is medicine to remove the toxins. Take it 3 times a day, half an hour after meals," the school doctor instructed. "And this is insecticide. Make sure to disinfect the dormitory. If you see one cockroach, it means there's a whole nest. Don't take it lightly." Zhou Yi paid the medical fee and left the school doctor with a lifeless back. Just as she was about to step out the door, she turned around and shouted at the school doctor, "I'm a poor student who I can't afford to buy food to eat on the bed." "You're wrong, humph." The school doctor burst into laughter. Once outside the infirmary, Zhou Yi's face immediately fell. Being subtly accused of being unclean, she felt humiliated. "Why was there food on your bed?" Yi Ziyu, her roommate, asked curiously. The two of them had been almost inseparable lately, and she hadn't seen Zhou Yi buy any snacks. Could it be that the nutrient fluid had attracted the cockroaches? Would that stinky nutrient fluid lure cockroaches? Yi Ziyu immediately dismissed the idea. Pressed by the question, Zhou Yi's face turned purple like a liver, and she rushed back to the dormitory in a panic. "What's wrong with her?" Yi Ziyu asked Lin Xi and the others. They both shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Back in the dormitory first, Zhou Yi buried her face in the blanket, feeling utterly mortified. She had finally received a gift from her crush and had hugged it while sleeping, never expecting such a disaster. And who would have thought that the exquisitely wrapped gift would actually be food? She had no idea. She had assumed it was an ornament or something and had hugged it for several nights in a row. Zhou Yi covered her face. When Lin Xi and the others returned to the dormitory and called her name several times, Zhou Yi refused to open the door. So the three of them let her continue playing the ostrich. "Lin Xi, when are you moving dorms?" Yi Ziyu asked. Since they had the day off, she was thinking of relaxing. Lin Xi smiled. "Right now." So the ostrich-like Zhou Yi was dragged out of her room by Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan to serve as manual labor. Lin Xi, who would have needed several trips to move her belongings, finished everything in one go with the help of her roommates. "The new dorm is so spacious." Feng Yilan looked around enviously. If only she had passed the second round of the game, then she too could have moved into a larger dorm. The other two had already run to the balcony. The size of the room didn't appeal to them much. They were more practical and only wanted a large balcony to grow tomatoes. "Wow, this balcony is amazing." Zhou Yi wished she could be part of this dorm. The balcony space was twice the size of their original dorm, and there were 2 such balconies. Most importantly, an air purification system had already been installed in that spot, making growing tomatoes much more efficient. "Your new roommate is really rich." Yi Ziyu sighed after touring the place. Except for the bedroom, which they couldn't enter judging by the public facilities, everything was top-notch. "Indeed rich." Lin Xi agreed. "I hope you all can meet such wealthy roommates in the future." With a rich roommate, they could save a lot of expenses. After the tour, the three said goodbye. Lin Xi wanted to treat them to a meal, but they all refused. "You've already spent a lot on moving to a new dorm. Keep the rest for emergencies." Zhou Yi waved her hand. As a child from a poor family, having no money meant no sense of security. She empathized. That's right, that's right." Feng Yilan agreed wholeheartedly. "Keep more money for later. There will be plenty of things to spend on." Yiziu joked, just thinking about spending so much money on food makes my heart ache. I can't afford to eat. The three quickly left. Lin Xi began to organize her luggage and notified the staff to come and install the game pod. The new dorm was spacious with a room 3 times the size of the original one. This time she could keep the bed and place the game pod at the foot of it. Even with the addition of the game pod, there was still extra space in the room. Lin Xi was very satisfied. Looking at the long-lost bed Lin, she felt an urge to roll around on it. She went to the living room and immediately ordered a set of bed linens. Once the linens were washed, she would roll around on the bed as soon as possible. The delivery would take a while, so Lin Xi started shopping again. She had already stocked up 3 months' worth of food. She also bought a 3-month supply of drinking water. The tap water in the Interstellar era was not suitable for drinking. One could get water from the cafeteria or buy it outside. To save money, Lin Xi used to get water from the cafeteria. The cafeteria had a monthly limit on drinking water, only 500 milliliters per day. Excluding the time spent in the game where she didn't need to drink, Lin Xi's daily water intake was about 650 milliliters. So it was necessary to supplement additional water. When you're poor, you live a poor life. When you have money, you naturally arrange for basic necessities. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Only clothing remained. She bought 4 sets of clothes for both winter and summer, along with shoes, socks, hats, and undergarments. The deliveries arrived one after another. Lin Xi first threw the bed linens into the wash, and then continued shopping. Having experienced 2 games, Lin Xi was already familiar with stocking up on basic supplies. With food, clothing, housing, and transportation all taken care of, the next most important thing was medicine. She purchased a full range of basic trauma medications and didn't overlook any essential drugs. This process took quite a bit of time. In the Interstellar era, not only was technology advanced, but medical science had also made great strides. Many common medications from the game had enhanced versions, and Lin Xi was dazzled by the choices. For instance, trauma medications have undergone significant changes. For minor injuries, a single spray suffices, eliminating the need for disinfection. For more severe injuries, there are small medical robots capable of disinfection, suturing, and hemostasis. For even graver injuries, there are treatment pods, a wonderful invention. However, the price tag is exorbitant. With so many zeros trailing behind Lin, she didn't even have the desire to count them. This was not something a pauper like her could afford. Turn it off. Turn it off. After washing and drying the 4-piece bedding set, Lin Xi added the newly purchased clothes into the wash, made the bed, and laid down to continue shopping. After purchasing the basic medications, she also bought protective suits. The protective suits in the Interstellar era were far more advanced than those in the game. In the game, there were medical protective suits, chemical protective suits, biological protective suits, high-temperature protective suits, and radiation protective suits. The only downside was the prohibitive price. One suit cost 200 stellar credits, and that was the price for the most basic version. The only downside was the prohibitive price. One suit cost 200 stellar credits, and that was the price for the most basic version. Having compared with the higher-level versions, the only difference was in the patterns. Lin Xi. So the extra money for the higher-level versions was just to give the rich a nice-looking skin. Lin Xi, who had been poor for 2 lifetimes, couldn't understand the world of the wealthy. After staring at the protective suit page for several minutes, she gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and clicked buy. The balance in her savings account instantly dropped to 0. Lin Xi stared blankly at the ceiling. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, she had spent so much money how it felt unreal. Ding. The optical brain received a new message. It was a transfer from Sun Ying and a voice message. Lin Xi tapped the voice message, and Sun Ying's familiar voice came from the optical brain. Sun Ying, Gu Zicheng said you helped him in the game, and he gave you 15000. Since you helped me, I won't shortchange you either. Lin Xi didn't click to accept, though she was quite tempted by those numbers. Lin Xi, that was agreed upon in the game, he promised it. The implication was that since they hadn't prearranged anything, there was no need for extra money. As soon as the message was sent, Sun Ying's video call popped up immediately. Lin Xi answered the call, and Sun Ying's high-pitched voice echoed in her ear. Sun Ying, Lin Xi, are you looking down on me? My family might not be as rich as the Gu family, but this mere tens of thousands. Before she could finish, Lin Xi quickly clicked to accept the payment. She hated it when people flaunted their wealth in front of her. Sun Ying. That's right then. After a 3-second pause, Sun Ying gave a proud hum. Lin Xi, thank you, miss. Sun Ying, you're welcome. Sun Ying, as for the meal I promised you last time, you'll be able to enjoy it soon. Lin Xi was puzzled, but before she could ask, Sun Ying hung up the call. With an extra 150, Lin Xi was more than delighted. However, Lin Xi, why did you tell Sun Ying about the money you transferred? Gu Zicheng, isn't it good? Aren't you short of money? Lin Xi, yes. Gu Zicheng, if you need money, take it. Don't feel burdened. 100,000 was just a day's pocket money for her. Damn the rich. There were so many wealthy people in this world. Why couldn't she be one of them? With righteous indignation, Lin Xi began to squander her newly acquired money again. Influenced by the game after seeing Zhou Yi bitten by a cockroach today, Lin, she felt that a cockroach-related disaster would occur next. So she bought a large quantity of insecticides, disinfectant solutions, and cleaning tools. It was only after placing the order that she realized this was reality, not a game. I should still see a psychologist sometime. After playing 2 games, I can't tell reality from the game anymore. Lin, she mocked herself. Looking at the orders and delivery, she thought about it, and finally decided not to cancel, since it was already bought. Let it be. It's just a pity that the money she had just received hadn't even warmed her hands before half of it was gone. The packages arrived one after another. After Lin Xi organized everything, it was almost time for afternoon classes. She hastily drank a tube of nutrient liquid and dashed to the classroom. Why isn't he here yet? Lin Xi didn't see her in the classroom and couldn't help asking the other two. Is she feeling unwell? No, she just died of embarrassment. Yiziyu said this with a noticeable smile on her face. She handed over her optical brain to enlighten Lin Xi. On the campus network page, the news that Zhou Yi had been bitten by a cockroach occupied the entire page. Although her facial features were blurred, those familiar with her could still recognize her at a glance. The main messages on the campus network were 1. Advise students to maintain cleanliness, avoid bringing food to bed, and promptly clean up food residue indoors. 2. Cockroaches have appeared on campus. The school will conduct disinfection work over the next 3 days, and everyone is advised to wear masks. The accompanying picture showed the wound on Zhou Yi, where she was bitten. It was indeed humiliating enough. However, the school was quite responsible. Just because of one incident of Zhou Yi being bitten by a cockroach, they carried out disinfection across the entire campus. It was a major undertaking, but Lin Xi thought it was indeed necessary. Interstellar cockroaches were different from those in her previous life. They looked identical on the outside, but the difference was that interstellar cockroaches were poisonous and corrosive. Their reproduction rate was also much faster. After all, cockroaches could reproduce asexually. If not dealt with promptly, the school would soon become a cockroach nest. In the 18 years Lin Xi had lived in this world, this was the first time she had seen cockroaches biting people. The main reason was that 90% of interstellar people consumed nutrient liquids, and food rarely appeared in homes, so naturally cockroaches did not appear. Returning the optical brain to Yiziyu, the 3 of them plunged into the ocean of knowledge. The next day was the weekend, with 2 days off. Due to the disinfection, the school decided to grant an extra day of holiday. Wealthy students happily left school to go out and play. Poor students obediently stayed in their dorms or went out to find part-time jobs. Lin Xi didn't go out. She needed to catch up on the lessons she had missed and also exercise. Her schedule was packed, so whether she went out or not made little difference. The smell of the campus disinfection was strong, and even with masks on, the pungent odor could be smelled. Unable to bear it, Zhou Yi and the other 2 came to take refuge with Lin Xi, carrying the little tomatoes they had been growing. We still need to get an air purifier, Yiziyu said, taking a deep breath. At your place you can't even smell the disinfectant without a mask. An ordinary purifier doesn't have this effect. Lin Xi pointed at the purifier and said this thing costs 500. All 3 were stunned. When Lin Xi had checked the price earlier, she was also shocked by it. Indeed, the reaction of the poor was the same. Yiziyu, I don't deserve it. Zhou Yi, I don't deserve it either. Fengyalan, me neither. Lin Xi, are you sure it's okay for us to stay here for a few days? Fengyalan asked again, uncertain. Does your roommate really have no objections? With a room full of high-end goods, she wouldn't let anyone in if it were her place. What if something got bumped or broken? It's fine, I asked him. Lin Xi said. As long as you don't enter his room, you can freely use anything else in the area. Though even if they wanted to enter Gu Zicheng's room, they didn't have the permission to do so. With Lin Xi's explanation, the 3 of them relaxed a bit. However, during their 3-day stay, they were very cautious, almost confined to a single spot. 3 days passed in a flash. The campus disinfection work was complete. Lin Xi hadn't gone out during these days. If not for the disinfection robot entering the room to spray, she wouldn't have felt that the school had been carrying out any disinfection at all. When she finally went out again, Lin Xi noticed no changes on campus. Not a trace of the stench from the disinfection. If not for the passing students complaining about the terrible smell from the disinfection a few days ago, Lin Xi would have suspected the school hadn't done a full campus disinfection. Moving into a high-end dormitory had directly lifted her out of a low-level life, though she wasn't sure if it was a blessing or a curse. She had already caught up with her previous coursework, so the regular class hours felt too abundant. Lin Xi began studying ahead during breaks. The early stages of the cultivation department involved a great deal of theoretical knowledge requiring much memorization, so self-studying in advance was perfectly feasible. That day, Lin Xi returned to the dormitory for her lunch break as planned. As soon as she opened the door, she saw someone. She was a bit surprised. Her busy days had made her forget that she actually had a roommate. Why are you suddenly back? Hearing Lin Xi's voice, Gu Zian's furrowed brow relaxed. Ran into some trouble. I need to stay at school for a while. Lin Xi didn't ask what happened, it was his private matter. She changed her shoes and also walked toward the sofa. As she approached Gu Zicheng, she couldn't help rubbing her eyes. You seem a bit different from in the game. This puzzled look greatly lifted Gu Zicheng's spirits. Different Howie. Lin Xi tilted her head, studied him for a moment, then said, "The real you is better looking than the game with more refined features." She gestured with her hand near his face, especially the eyes and mouth. In the game, Gu Zicheng was handsome, but that handsomeness was not much different from what most people considered good-looking. The Gu Zicheng before her, however, had a very distinctive charm, especially around the eyes. Lin Xi felt his eyes could speak. Gu Zicheng was pleased by her words, the smile in his eyes deepening. He looked into Lin Xi's eyes, his voice low. "Do you like it?" Lin Xi admitted generously yes. She even leaned in to study him for a long time, and under her gaze the smile in Gu Zicheng's eyes gradually turned into fluster. "You?" Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Lin Xi stood up, and Gu Zicheng swallowed the words he was about. "Gu Zicheng, it's your delivery." Lin Xi called into the room. Gu Zicheng, still trying to compose himself, hurriedly got up and walked to the door. At the door stood a row of robots, each with a large package beside it. Judging by the scene, he planned to stay in the dormitory for quite a while. Gu Zicheng handled the signing, and Lin Xi was responsible for carrying the packages inside. In no time, the living room was filled with delivery boxes. "Anyone who didn't know would think you were moving," Lin Xi teased. Gu Zicheng sighed. "I am indeed moving." Sensing something off in his tone, Lin, she couldn't help but look up at him. Without hesitation, Gu Zicheng revealed news that hadn't yet spread. "Things are about to get chaotic." Lin Xi sat up straight and lowered her voice. "In what aspect?" "Biological bacteria. Cockroaches." Lin Xi reacted, quickly blurting out. Gu Zicheng nodded. With her speculation confirmed, Lin, she jumped up from the sofa in shock. "Is it already serious?" Gu Zicheng shook his head. "Not yet a full-scale outbreak, but it can't be suppressed for much longer." He had been in Baiyang City before, a central interstellar city with many wealthy people. Most of the rich rarely consumed nutrient fluids. Almost every household had natural food, making cockroaches quite common. Even after multiple rounds of disinfection, the resilient cockroaches hadn't been completely eradicated. And with these creatures, as long as one remained, in a few days they would multiply into a large swarm again. "This news hasn't come out yet. Just keep it to yourself," Gu Zicheng instructed. Lin Xi knew her limits and had no intention of spreading the information. "Do you think it will become widespread?" Lin Xi asked. "Will it last a long time?" She had already opened the campus network to apply for leave again. Biological bacteria sounded dangerous, and she had no intention of going out. According to investigations, cockroaches have appeared in all cities. Widespread occurrence is inevitable, but whether it will erupt is uncertain. Gu Zicheng was worried. The cockroaches have evolved for some unknown reason, making them very hard to kill. Their resistance is strong. The latest pesticides only worked once or twice before becoming ineffective. That meant it would last a very long time. Lin Xi understood the situation and began calculating what supplies she needed to stock up on. In recent days, the earnings from her game recordings had been trickling and giving her some money to spend. The two of them rested for a while before starting to unpack the packages. Gu Zicheng had a lot of stuff. It took them over an hour to unpack everything. Among the packages, Lin Xi spotted several protective suits with different patterns. Those were the upgraded versions of protective suits, priced exorbitantly, yet offering the same functions as the basic ones. "There's a sucker in my midst." "What?" Gu Zicheng hadn't caught Lin's eyes muttering and asked. Lin Xi shook her head. How had she let her inner thought? "I need to organize and put things away. Could you take the boxes to the recycling bin?" Gu Zicheng asked, not pressing further, instead asking Lin Xi to dispose of the trash. Lin Xi couldn't refuse. She had already benefited greatly from living in this dormitory, so doing some chores was only right. After several trips back and forth, she finally disposed of all the boxes. On her way back, she saw a familiar figure. "What? Did all of you from Baiyang City come here to take refuge?" Sunning didn't understand. "What refuge?" "I'm telling you, I applied for an exchange program to your school." Surprised. Unexpected. Not surprised, but certainly unexpected. "Where's your dorm?" "They'll find you after I organize my things." Sun Ying had just moved in and hadn't even unpacked her luggage, otherwise she would have invited Lin Xi to her dormitory. Lin Xi told Sun Ying her dormitory number. "Oh, our dorms are next to each other." Sun Ying was overjoyed. "All right, once I'm done unpacking, I'll come find you." When Lin Xi returned to the dormitory, she found a few more boxes. "What did you buy now?" She proactively stacked the boxes together, intending to take them out. Gu Zicheng's head poked out from the kitchen door. "My family sent a lot of natural food. Do you want to take a look?" Lin Xi dropped the boxes in her hands and scampered eagerly toward the kitchen. The refrigerator was packed with ingredients. All kinds of meat and seafood, truly splendid. Gazing at the ingredients, her mind was already running through a list of dishes. "Besides these and those, I have no idea how to cook the rest." Gu Zicheng looked utterly bewildered. He only knew how to eat, not how to cook. A shimmering light veiled her beautiful eyes, stirring an impulse to tease her. Pushing the thought aside, Lin, she turned her gaze to the ingredients he pointed at, clearly tomatoes and cucumbers. She asked curiously, "How do you eat these two?" "Dipped in sugar." Lin Xi. Though dipping them in sugar was indeed quite tasty. "If you buy some seasonings and cookware, it'll cook for you. Don't waste the ingredients." Faced with Lin Xi's disdain, Gu Ziqing wasn't annoyed. He gave a low, obedient, all right. Lin Xi watched for a while, then went to dispose of the boxes. When she returned to the dormitory, she was exhausted. She had already exceeded her daily activity limit and didn't want to move anymore. She pulled out her light brain and searched for what supplies to stock up on in case of a biological virus outbreak. The rest of the time was spent shopping. Gu Ziqing had brought many supplies, most of which were used in the common areas, so Lin, she didn't need to worry. After careful selection, she bought some wire mesh to seal off the balcony and drains from the outside. Food reserves, water purification tablets, backup energy, and lighting equipment. She had already purchased some of these before, but now she added more. Money was running short. Lin, she scratched her head looking at the man installing a bug zapper. Spare some gold coins. He'll pay you back later. Without asking a single question, Gu Ziqing directly transferred 500 to her. Lin Xi. For a moment she didn't want to repay the money and just wanted to take it and run. In the next instant she felt like clinging to his leg and begging for support. Then her thoughts turned to envy of the rich. Finally she channeled her sorrow into strength and continued shopping. Next she purchased home isolation and emergency supplies, plastic sheeting and tape for temporary contamination isolation, and sealed garbage bags for handling contaminated waste. She wasn't sure if these two items would be useful, but since she had money she might as well buy them. Finally Lin, she bought an all-in-one exercise machine. Not planning to go out, she still needed to improve her physical fitness. After Gu Ziqing finished tidying up, he came out and found many more delivery boxes in the living room. He thought they were from his family. Then he realized something was off. He hadn't signed for any deliveries, so these boxes could only be Lin Xi's. Perfect timing. He'll leave these to you. Lin, she unpacked the wire mesh and pushed it over to Gu Ziqing. Only sealing the balcony and drains. What about the bedroom windows? Seeing the shopping list, Gu Ziqing asked. Lin, she slapped her forehead. Right, I forgot. He'll place the order. Interstellar online shopping was extremely convenient. With a sweep of the light brain, the dimensions were sent to the merchant, who would send the corresponding product. Gu Ziqing dutifully went to install the wire mesh. Meanwhile, while browsing the product page, Lin, she discovered a wonderful item, a small discharge robot. Lin Xi's eyes lit up, and she immediately consulted the merchant. Lin Xi, hello, can this robot be installed on the wire mesh to electrocute bugs and such? If so, how long will the energy last? Merchant, dear, we can install a scanning function for the robot according to your needs. With the scanning function, the robot doesn't need to consume energy continuously, so its working time will be longer. Lin Xi, if it works continuously, how long will it take for the robot to run out of energy? The merchant was silent for a moment before replying, 24 hours. Lin Xi did some mental calculations and didn't immediately respond to the merchant. The merchant thought she wasn't going to buy and urgently sent a message, dear, if you buy now, well, include free energy replacement. The more you buy, the more you get. No need to worry about the robot stopping working. Lin Xi, then give me 100 of them. Merchant, sure, well, arrange it right away. Lin Xi saw the merchant's reply and realized she had typed an extra 0. Shocked, she let out a scream. Having grown up poor, she was especially pained by unexpected expenses. What's wrong? Gu Ziqing walked out of the room, panting, his face full of concern. Lin Xi explained, I wanted to buy a few discharge robots, but I typed an extra 0 and the quantity multiplied by 10. Gu Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief. Buying more is fine. I can just give them away as gifts. Lin Xi paused her hand that was about to click cancel. Are you really going to give them away? I haven't placed the order yet. Ooh, I can still cancel. Yes, go ahead and buy generously. As he said this, Gu Ziqing tapped his light brain and transferred another 50000. Lin Xi. Oh, my benefactor. Lin Xi was so excited that she bounced off the sofa. Gu Ziqing was startled by her sudden move, but what stunned him even more was that a gentle breeze swept by and a warmth filled his arms. The warmth was fleeting, leaving him in a daze. Gu Ziqing stood frozen, not moving a muscle, while Lin, she had already curled back up on the sofa. Coming to her senses, she realized belatedly that the money was borrowed and had to be repaid. What was she so happy about? Gu Ziqing blinked, then blinked again, and couldn't help but sigh. Lin, she had lost all interest in continuing to shop. After organizing the items she had already bought, she went to the kitchen. She hadn't cooked in 18 years. The time in the game didn't count. Having already learned about the taste of Gu Ziqing and Sun Ying, both of whom ate anything Lin she could cook without any restrictions. In no time the kitchen was filled with sounds of dong 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 and bang bang bang. Gu Ziqing was jolted back to reality by the noise. He poked his head into the kitchen for a peek, then couldn't leave. His face flushed crimson, his heart racing. What should he do? How could she be so beautiful and so capable? Someone so outstanding. Himself. Gu Ziqing, who had been praised since childhood and always brimming with confidence, felt inferior for the first time. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Ziqing was so engrossed in watching that Lin she thought he was hungry. She directly picked up a piece of meat from the pot and stuffed it into his mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Hot, hot, hot. Spicy, spicy, spicy. The spicy chicken pieces scooped from the pot were unexpectedly thrown into Gu Ziqing's mouth. Despite the burning heat and spiciness, he just couldn't bear to spit them out. Delicious. The dish that was stir-fried again, in his mouth, finally slid down into his stomach. Lin Xi smiled knowingly, dished the food onto a plate, and handed it to Gu Ziqing. Go eat at the table. There are more dishes coming, so don't fill up too fast. Gu Ziqing was speechless. It seemed he had been misunderstood. He opened his mouth to explain, but then glanced at Lin Xi's figure and the dish in his hands. Forget it. What was there to explain? Nothing at all. Eating is the most important thing in the world. Just as Gu Ziqing was about to fully enjoy the food, the doorbell rang. Ah, you. How are you here? Seeing Gu Ziqing, Sun Ying screamed again, looking like a lovesick fool. Having spent over 10 days together in the game, she was still so infatuated with Gu Ziqing. Fortunately, Gu Ziqing had lowered his appearance by 20% in the game, otherwise with Sun Ying around during the last game, he wouldn't have been able to play properly. Holy crap, Gu Ziqing, what are you doing here? Behind Sun Ying stood a man who looked very much like her. He was startled when he saw Gu Ziqing. He pulled the infatuated Sun Ying aside and whispered through gritted teeth, "Didn't you say we were visiting a pauper? How did it become Gu Ziqing?" With an outsider present, he dared not utter the word pauper, considering that compared to Gu Ziqing, he himself was also a pauper. Sun Ying shook off her brother's hand in dissatisfaction. Yes, she should be inside. After fobbing off her brother, she eagerly ran over to Gu Ziqing. Gu Ziqing was speechless. Sun Ming twitched the corner of his mouth and said awkwardly, "I left something behind and forgot to bring it. Wait a moment." With that, he glared at Sun Ying. Sun Ying's attention had shifted from Gu Ziqing to the spicy chicken on the table. "Oh!" She screamed again, even more excitedly than before. She. Gu Ziqing nodded calmly and skillfully set a pair of chopsticks and a bowl for her. Having spent so much time together in the game, the moment they picked up their chopsticks, they became enemies. Target the dishes on the table. When Sun Ming came back in with a new set of visiting gifts, he was speechless. Unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes. Still unbelievable. This piece is mine. You already ate one more, just now give it back. Sun Ying's exasperated voice snapped Sun Ming back to reality. Gu Ziqing refused to yield. Whoever picks it up owns it. Besides, this is my dormitory, and I provided the ingredients. The relationship between idol and fan shattered over a piece of meat. Sun Ying huffed and turned to go into the kitchen, ready to complain to Lin Xi. Before she could even open her mouth, her eyes landed on the several finished dishes on the stove. The words of complaint never came out. Instead, drool dripped all over the floor. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Lin Xi turned off the stove, finishing the last dish. Because people in the Interstellar era rarely cooked, the range hood's smoke extraction wasn't effective. She had closed the kitchen door while stir-frying and had no idea what was happening outside. I sent you a message. You didn't reply, so I came over myself. Sun Ying stared with innocent eyes. You neglected me, so these 2 dishes will be my apology gift. Sun Ming, who had just entered, was apologizing to Gu Ziqing for Sun Ying's earlier behavior when he saw his sister dashing out of the kitchen with 2 plates of food. Sun Ming's hand gesture, like Air Kang's iconic pose, failed to stop Sun Ying. Sun Ming was petrified. After a long moment, he awkwardly smiled and apologized. Sorry, my sister. He'll go back and teach her a lesson. He'll visit you another time. With that, he slipped away and ran after Sun. If he stayed any longer, he could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Where are the dishes? Lin Xi came out to see only an empty plate. She had cooked 5 dishes, but now only the 2 in her hands remained. So where were the dishes? Gu Ziqing rubbed his nose and unhesitatingly found a scapegoat. Sun Ying ate and took them. There's nothing left. Lin Xi was speechless. He'll go stir-fry 2 more dishes, she said calmly after taking a deep breath. Gu Ziqing showed a handsome smile. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Xi replied, not hard work, just a hard life. The hard-lived Lin Xi entered the kitchen and received a transfer labeled as wages. It was from Gu Ziqing. From now on, please prepare a portion for me when you cook. This is your compensation. Gu Ziqing's voice came from the living room. Suddenly Lin Xi felt her life wasn't so hard anymore. Money to be made. Life is good. Hearing the joyful humming from the kitchen, Gu Ziqing couldn't help but curl his lips. This was Lin Xi's first time cooking in the Interstellar era, and she had truly poured all her skills into it. If not for her small appetite, the ingredients in the fridge wouldn't have been enough to go through. With eyes bigger than her stomach, Lin Xi ended up curled up on the sofa, patting her round belly, while watching Gu Ziqing still fighting on. If you can't finish it, just stop. What if you get sick from overeating? Lin Xi's brows jumped at the sight. This way of eating was like eating with one's life. Since they had met Sun Ying at noon, the meal was prepared with her portion in mind, so the quantity was large. Gu Ziqing's hand paused. I'll have some more soup. In reality, he often ate natural food. The taste was neither particularly good nor bad, but it was still better than the highest grade kind, and the variety of choices was richer. He truly developed a love for natural food during the last game, when his taste buds were awakened by all kinds of instant foods. Why the last game and not the first game? Because surviving the first game was too difficult, and he didn't get to taste the good things in the game. He had thought that the natural food of Blue Star was delicious because of heavy oil, salt, and strong flavors, until he drank the soup Lin Xi had stewed. It was incredibly fresh and fragrant. Even among a pile of strongly flavored dishes, this freshness could not be ignored. Delicious. Want more? Want to drink it forever. Gu Ziqing's mouth was drinking the soup, but his gaze kept drifting toward Lin Xi. After giving one piece of advice, Lin Xi picked up her light brain to message Zhou Yi and the other two. There was still a lot of food left. Lin Xi asked the three of them if they wanted to eat. Although offering leftovers to others might seem impolite, Zhou Yi and the others eagerly said yes, wanting as much as they could get without feeling offended at all. Lin Xi sighed with relief upon seeing the messages. The information Gu Ziqing had brought made her afraid to leave any food remnants in the dormitory. Up. Lin Xi covered her ears, speechless, as she watched her three former roommates scream. They had been perfectly normal when they entered, but as soon as they saw Gu Ziqing, they both went mad. Gu Ziqing greeted them calmly, which only provoked another round of screams. You three, that's enough, Lin Xi said, pushing Gu Ziqing back into his room. After a long while, the three finally managed to contain their excitement, though their gazes kept drifting toward Gu Ziqing. No wonder Gu Ziqing had been back in the dorm for half a day, without even stepping out, not even taking out the trash. He had sent Lin Xi to do it. It turned out the fans outside were just too crazy. Lin Xi had never been a fan of anyone, and she simply couldn't understand this kind of behavior. Handing them the packaged food, she asked, what kind of magic does he have that makes you all so crazy? Feng Yilan, he's handsome. Yi Ziyu, he's handsome. Zhou Yi, he's handsome. The three of them nodded earnestly after speaking. Lin Xi was speechless. Who in the interstellar era was not good looking? Even Lin Xi, who had been malnourished for a long time, had a pretty face. Take the food back and eat it now, OITLL lose its flavor if you wait too long, Lin Xi instructed. Also remember to clean up the kitchen waste after eating, or you'll attract cockroaches again. Zhou Yi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth. Can you not bring up my dark history? Lin Xi and the other two burst into laughter. Zhou Yi, flustered and furious, snatched the lunchboxes from their hands. Laugh all you want. I'm not giving you any food. Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu immediately reached out to grab them back. After all, that was natural food. Even leftovers were a rare treat for them. The three of them were a mess. Lin Xi let them fuss while she opened the boxes and took out 5 discharge robots. These are for you too. Take them back and install them where your dorm connects to the outside. Their previous dormitory was the lowest grade on campus. No windows in any of the rooms, and the suite had only a bathroom, no kitchen. So 5 robots were sufficient. 1 for the balcony, 1 for the dorm entrance, 2 for the bathroom, and 1 spare. What are these for? The three stopped their commotion. Zhou Yi took the robot and asked. The robot was tiny, only palm-sized, and from its appearance it was impossible to tell what it did. Lin Xi took them to the balcony and demonstrated. Place it on the wire mesh of the balcony. Once it's turned on, it will detect this area. If a cockroach, insect, or anything like that appears in its range, it will discharge electricity. When you get back, you can follow my example. Install wire mesh on the balcony windows and drains and fix the discharge robot onto the mesh. Feng Yilan thought Lin Xi was being a bit over the top. Isn't this an overreaction? There was only 1 cockroach in the school, and they've already disinfected it. Lin Xi had her answer ready. It's not just for cockroaches, it also keeps insects away. The plants we're growing attract a lot of bugs, so having this makes it easier to care for them. That reasoning was quite convincing, and the three quickly accepted it. We've received so much from you with nothing to give in return. From now on, when you're in the game, I'll take care of the tomato seedlings, Feng Yilan said, patting her chest. Zhou Yi chimed in immediately, then I'll handle the class notes. Yi Ziyu asked, what about me? All the tasks had been taken. What was she supposed to do? Lin Xi smiled brightly. I've already taken leave starting today until the next game ends, so you can help me copy the class notes too. Yi Ziyu was curious about her taking leave again, but it was a personal matter, so she didn't pry and readily agreed. No problem, leave it to me. Gu Ziqing emerged from the room, carrying 3 bags. These are little gifts for you. So polite. Feng Yilan said, though her hands wasted no time in taking the bag. We didn't bring anything. Next time we'll make it up to you. Feng Yilan said, though her hands wasted no time in taking the bag. We didn't bring anything. Next time we'll... The other 2 nodded and accepted the gifts. The 3 left Lin Xi's place with large and small bags. Once they were on the first floor, they couldn't wait to see what their idol had given them. I hope it's not food. Zhou Yi had been traumatized by a gift from someone she once liked, as she still loved receiving presents, but she hoped it wasn't delicate, good-looking food. Their eager eyes turned to their bags, and then Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu's gazes shifted to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stood there dumbfounded. Her heart finally died in that moment. What kind of gifts did you prepare for them? Lin Xi asked curiously in the dorm. Just now Gu Ziqing hadn't given any gifts to Sun Ying and Sun Ming. Was this favoritism? Or maybe those 2 already knew Gu Ziqing, so he didn't. Gu Ziqing sipped the flower tea Lin Xi had brewed and said casually, I gave them the latest insecticide and protective suits. Lin Xi, I want some too. Protective suits. The basic version cost 2 Interstellar credits, let alone the top-tier ones Gu Ziqing had. You have some too. Gu Ziqing set down his teacup. I just bought you a box. Expect the delivery later. Lin Xi. Dear, I'd rather have the cash. After eating and drinking their fill, the two continued reinforcing the dorm. Lin Xi had a habit of assuming the worst, while Gu Ziqing seemed to know some inside information. She had noticed him frowning several times. Are you going to class tomorrow? Lin Xi asked. She really wanted to ask him to take leave, but she felt that her own overthinking was the reason she was taking leave and staying indoors. She couldn't force others to stay home, just because she feared being harmed. No, Gu Ziqing shook his head. I've been here for 3 years, and I can count the times I've been to class on one hand. If not for passing every exam, the school would have expelled him long ago with such an attendance record. That's good, Lin, she sighed in relief. Did you ask for leave? Gu Ziqing raised an eyebrow. I'm a special student. I don't need to ask for leave. His presence on campus caused chaos, so the school asked him not to attend classes. And since his family was wealthy, he could just pay for private tutors to cover any content he missed. Lin Xi had no idea about such ridiculously lavish procedures. If she did, she would have complained to the heavens about why she wasn't born rich. By then, Sun Ying had already finished all the food she had snatched. Sun Ming had originally come back to scold his sister, but couldn't resist the aroma of the food and joined in. He would save the scolding for after the meal. On the day before they decided to self-isolate, Gu Ziqing bought a large refrigerator and a pile of ingredients. When there was natural food to eat, who would want to touch nutrient fluids? He callously tossed the nutrient solution aside in a corner. Lin Xi passed by and picked up all the items. Aren't you going to keep some nutrient solution? The food in those 2 fridges won't last long, Lin Xi reminded him. I've set aside a 3-month supply. Gu Ziqing's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xi with a pitiful expression. I'm just trying to make room for the dried goods. Ever since he learned that Lin Xi could make retro food from launching, Gu Ziqing had bought all the natural food he could. Then he realized the fridge was full. These precious ingredients had no quality issues, and the mall wouldn't accept returns. There was also no extra space in the dorm for another fridge. Left with no choice, he turned to Lin Xi for help. Lin Xi looked around and assured him with a pat on her chest, if the fridge can't hold them, we can turn them into dried goods. Gu Ziqing, who had tasted dried goods in the game, had his eyes gleaming. But as he waited and waited without seeing Lin Xi take action, he had to hint at her indirectly. Lin Xi didn't catch his hint. Although she had taken leave from classes, her day was fully occupied. It wasn't time to make the dried goods, yet the ingredients could wait a little longer, so she wasn't in a hurry. He'll find time to buy some containers for the dried goods. He'll start in the afternoon. Seeing his eager gaze fixed on her, Lin Xi explained instinctively. Take your time. They'll handle the purchases. With a clear answer, Gu Ziqing was no longer anxious. The exercise machine was the one high-priced item Lin Xi had never regretted buying. It could scan her BOTUS data and provide the optimal exercise regimen based on the results. The plan it generated prompted Lin Xi to change her workout routine. Her exercise time lengthened and the variety of exercises increased. She had to carve out time from other activities, compressing her study hours to make room for physical training. At 2 in the afternoon, after a half-hour rest, Lin Xi was brimming with energy as she pulled Gu Ziqing into work. Today's dried goods were meat jerky. She had soaked the meat in salt water that morning to draw out the blood. The meat in the interstellar era had a strong, unpleasant odor. Without soaking Lin, she couldn't stomach the taste. After rinsing the soaked meat thoroughly, she began slicing it into thin pieces. Large domestic robots weren't allowed on campus, so Lin Xi had bought a small slicing machine. With the slicers help, the task of cutting the meat was handed over to Gu Ziqing. He worked diligently feeding the meat into the machine. Lin Xi first set aside a tray of meat for marinating. Ginger, scallion, and garlic, the essential trio for removing odors, were added along with cooking wine, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, sugar, and pepper. She mixed everything evenly. After mixing, she covered the tray with plastic wrap and let it marinate for 2 to 3 hours. Then she proceeded to marinate the second tray in an assembly line. The third tray, the nth tray. This meat didn't seem like much when it was whole, but after cutting it turned into so much. Lin Xi wiped her sweat as she looked at the racks filled with meat. Gu Ziqing, who was still cutting meat nearby, guiltily lowered his head. Lin Xi only muttered a complaint before continuing her work, and Gu Ziqing sheepishly transferred a large processing fee to her. After sending the money, seeing how exhausted Lin Xi was, he felt both guilty and a little sorry. It's too much. Don't overwork yourself. Just discard the ingredients you can't finish. Lin Xi was energized by the transfer and exclaimed loudly, tired. That doesn't exist. And these ingredients are so expensive, it would be a waste to throw them away. Gu Ziqing stared at the transfer page on his light brain, lost in thought. The dorm doorbell rang again. He checked the intercom and saw Sun Ying and Sun Ming, then silently muted the bell. Lin Xi was busy and completely unaware that the doorbell had rung. Outside the dorm, Sun Ying pressed against the door, trying to peer inside. She muttered discontentedly, "Where have they gone? I've come several times and no one's home. Let's go. Not everyone is as idle as you all day." Sun Ming pulled her back to their dorm. coming so many times and never getting an answer. There were only two reasons: either no one was in the dorm. The dorm's soundproofing was too good, so he couldn't be sure. The second reason was that someone was inside but didn't want to open the door. Regardless, lingering at someone's door was inappropriate. Sun Ying was still grumbling, and Sun Ming growled in frustration. If you really want to see Lin, she'd just call her in advance. How would she know you're coming if you don't call? Sun Ying pursed her lips and said nothing. The first time she came to see Lin Xi yesterday, she had called ahead. Today she hadn't, because she had her own selfish motives. Anyone who saw the real Gu Ziqing would have selfish thoughts. If she called Lin Xi, Gu Ziqing, who shared the dorm, would surely refuse. Sun Ying felt that Gu Ziqing was cold to her, even hostile. And Lin Xi was the same. Even though she had known Sun Ying first, she always sided with Gu Ziqing. Why should that be? So calling ahead would likely result in both of them refusing to let her in. A surprise visit, on the other hand, had a better chance of getting her into the dorm. Sun Ming had no idea what his sister was thinking. If he did, he would have scoffed. Why? Because you're annoying. Inside the dorm, Lin Xi had paused the marinating. All the large basins were in use, and the first batch of meat had been marinated for about the right amount of time. She dried the excess liquid from the marinated meat, then laid it flat on racks for baking. This process would take about 3 to 4 hours, with only a flip needed halfway through. After Gu Ziqing finished cutting all the meat, he came over to Lin Xi and observed for a long while. Go take a rest. I'll handle this simple task. Lin Xi was laying out the meat, which was indeed simple work. Lin Xi readily gave up her spot, but instead of resting, she took the newly emptied basin and continued marinating more meat. This batch was slightly different. She added chili powder for a spicy flavor. After finishing the marinating, she washed her hands and collapsed on the sofa. She didn't stir until the dehydrator let out a ding. The dried meat strips were amber-colored, exceptionally beautiful. So fragrant. Gu Ziqing came over. Can we eat this now? Yes, try it and see how it tastes. Gu Ziqing eagerly grabbed a strip and put it in his mouth. Hard. That was his first impression. But the more he chewed, the more fragrant the jerky became. Delicious. His eyes lit up, and he took another strip. Lin Xi also took a strip and started chewing. 2 little squirrels had emerged. After 2 strips, Lin Xi stopped Gu Ziqing from reaching for more. Let's put the rest in to dry first, or we'll be at this till dawn. Fortunately, the dehydrator was large enough to hold many racks at once, otherwise who knew how long it would take. Drying was straightforward with the machine working. Gu Ziqing told Lin Xi to rest early while he watched over things. Having grown accustomed to taking turns keeping watch in the previous game, Lin Xi agreed, without much thought. The soundproofing between dormitories was excellent, but within the dorm the walls between rooms were less effective. Gu Ziqing moved as quietly as possible to avoid disturbing Lin Xi's rest. The next morning, Lin Xi yawned as she emerged from her room, but her yawn froze midway. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling precisely onto the man who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa. The warm light penetrated his fair skin, lending an ethereal quality to the figure on the sofa. His striking features became even more defined in the sunlight. At that moment, Lin Xi began to understand why her 3 former roommates would squeal like blowfish whenever they saw he was indeed handsome. After admiring the handsome man for a while, Lin Xi freshened up and headed to the kitchen. What she didn't know was that after she entered the kitchen, the man on the sofa opened his beautiful eyes and quietly gazed at her retreating figure. The previously messy kitchen had been tidied up. Lin Xi took out meat and vegetables from the refrigerator. With natural food available, the nutrient fluid would only serve as a backup. She washed the rice, added water, and brought it to a boil. While waiting, she began to slice the meat and greens, planning to make a meat congee and boil 2 eggs. It was a simple meal, but the portion was generous. She had already witnessed Gu Ziqing's astonishing appetite and knew he wouldn't be satisfied with less. After all, she had received a handsome salary and couldn't afford to let her benefactor go hungry. Soon the steaming meat congee was ready. She ladled out a large bowl and kept the rest warm in the pot. Lin Xi brought her portion to the living room. Awake, freshen up, and have breakfast. She realized Gu Ziqing had woken up and was sitting on the sofa staring blankly into space. It took Gu Ziqing several seconds to respond to Lin Xi, clearly still groggy from sleep. Lin Xi greeted him and began eating her breakfast. Her schedule was packed, leaving little time for meals. When Gu Ziqing came out, Lin Xi was already gone. Knowing she was busy, he didn't go looking for her. When he reached the kitchen and saw the large pot of congee, he put a hand to his forehead. He did enjoy natural food, but not that much. Resigned, Gu Ziqing took out containers, packed most of the congee, added the dried meat he had made the night before, and called for a delivery robot. Given the speed of interstellar delivery, the congee would still be warm when it arrived. The moment he set down the spoon, he received a notification that his family had received the package along with some bad news. Frowning after reading the message, Gu Ziqing had no choice but to interrupt Lin Xi's plans. What's wrong? Lin Xi turned off the instructional video on her optical computer and asked curiously. The news about the insect infestation has spread. I need your help to stock up more supplies. Should we pause your plans for the next few days? Gu Ziqing spoke sincerely, and his actions were even more generous. As he finished speaking, the transfer arrived. With the money in place, everything was negotiable. Lin Xi took out all the ingredients from the refrigerator, thawing them while soaking out the blood. Then she surveyed the fruits and vegetables, contemplating how to prepare them. Gu Ziqing was busy ordering ingredients on his optical computer. Lin Xi, is there any way to extend the shelf life of ingredients? The storage time for dried meat at room temperature is still too short. Canned food. Both fruits and meat can be canned. Short-term storage can last a year or two, and with proper preservation, 4 to 5 years. Lin Xi thought for a moment. Canned food. Gu Ziqing immediately understood what it was. In the interstellar era, natural food was scarce. If there was surplus that couldn't be sold, it would be collected by companies that produced nutrient fluids. Thus, canned food was truly rare in the market. Can you make it? Gu Ziqing asked. Lin Xi replied, while peeling potatoes, yes please, buy glass jars with lids. Gu Ziqing searched for glass jars and showed Lin Xi, is this the kind? Lin Xi glanced over the jar. Is fine, but the lid needs to be metal. Glass lids can't seal properly. Gu Ziqing understood what was needed and lowered his head to continue working on his optical computer. Lin Xi finished peeling all the potatoes and tossed them into a slicer, planning to make potato chips. To extend the shelf life of the potato chips, Lin Xi asked Gu Ziqing to buy desiccants and food packaging bags. Since the meat still needed time to thaw, Lin Xi decided to make dried sweet potato sticks first. After placing the sliced sweet potatoes into the dehydrator, Lin Xi washed all the remaining fruits and vegetables. Since they were going to be canned, everything could be processed. She washed them all and waited for the tools to arrive. Gu Ziqing didn't stop ordering ingredients, and Lin Xi didn't disturb him. In her spare time, she ordered a few steamers. The dormitory can't hold so many things. Lin Xi reminded Gu Ziqing after signing for another delivery. Gu Ziqing acknowledged and began calling people on his optical computer. Soon the doorbell rang. A girl with short purple hair hurried in. Sister, please take these things to your place first. Gu Ziqing pointed to the items on the floor. Got it. The newcomer greeted Lin Xi and immediately began moving things out. Fresh ingredients arrived, and they could start working with those that didn't need thawing. Lin Xi threw the meat into a slicer to begin cutting, while also using a knife for the same task. Time was tight, and relying solely on machines wouldn't be fast enough. Gu Ziqing took over the tasks of purchasing and receiving deliveries. The dormitory was piled high with delivery boxes, and he had to go out to dispose of the boxes. At such a time, he couldn't afford to worry about rabid fans. He had to clear the trash promptly. No one knew when the insects and cockroaches would overrun the school, but the sooner they cleaned up, the more at ease they would be. The first batch of sweet potatoes finished baking, and Lin Xi placed the marinated meat slices into the oven. The steamer was also processing cans, and the stove and shelves were covered with ingredients. Lin Xi finally had a moment to rest. Gu Ziqing made another call to his sister, asking her to take the laid-out meat slices to her dormitory for baking. That's my cousin Gu Zihan, a mecha student. She has her own dormitory with plenty of free space. The two finally had a moment to talk during their break. Lin Xi nodded to show she understood, but before she could speak, the doorbell rang again. It was Sun Ying. Gu Ziqing glanced at the video doorbell and turned it off, deciding not to bother with her. Lin Xi didn't ask further. One was a roommate and benefactor, the other was a temporary comrade from a single game with a bad temper. Lin Xi knew which mattered more. The doorbell rang several more times before finally falling silent. Just as Lin Xi thought it was over, her optical computer began to ring. It's for you. Lin Xi looked at Gu Ziqing with a knowing smile, not immediately taking the call. She wasn't fooled. Sun Ying's exchange student visit was hardly about treating her to a meal. Yesterday, when Sun Ying entered the dorm and saw Gu Ziqing, her eyes held not only excitement, but also a hint of just as I thought. Earlier, when she asked for Lin Xi's dorm number, her tone had been casual. After hearing Lin Xi's dorm number, she became incredibly enthusiastic. Her ulterior motives were so obvious that Lin Xi, no fool, could see right through them. Gu Ziqing's brow furrowed deeply. This Sun Ying was relentless. They didn't know each other. Well, Gu Ziqing didn't know her, but she knew him. Their first meeting was in the previous game, and the initial impression was neither good nor bad. Aside from her fiery stare, Sun Ying hadn't actually harassed him. After the game, she seemed like a different person. Somehow she had tracked his whereabouts and kept running into him deliberately, which he found extremely annoying. That wasn't what disgusted him most, though. What he hated was her lack of boundaries. When he was transferring money to Lin Xi, she leaned in and saw it, then started belittling Lin Xi. She called Lin Xi a fraud, a poor nobody from some unknown backwater, her words dripping with contempt. Gu Ziqing, already aware that Lin Xi was broke and trying to find ways to give her money, was displeased by Sun Ying's remarks. Irritated, he tricked Sun Ying into transferring some money to Lin Xi as well. Of course, he didn't directly say she had to give Lin Xi money, he just hinted at it vaguely. He mentioned that Lin Xi had saved his life but refused payment, and how guilty he felt, then asked how much Sun Ying, who had been saved by Lin Xi many times, had transferred to her. Sun Ying, who had never considered giving money, transferred a sum to Lin Xi to save face in front of Gu Ziqing. Don't mind her, she's terribly annoying, Gu Ziqing said, displeased. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. This was the first time she saw him show emotion. Perhaps because had been a star for so long, most of his expressions were somewhat fake. Lin Xi respected Gu Zicheng's decision and waited for the optical computer to go dark. It went dark then lit up again over and over as if Sun Ying would keep calling until Lin Xi answered. Lin Xi finished processing another batch of ingredients and was about to check the news on her optical computer when she saw it light up again. She had set it to silent to avoid disturbance. Lin Xi walked to the sofa, sat down, turned on the speaker, and then answered Sun Ying's call. Lin Xi, come out, and her tone was so arrogant and commanding that Lin Xi hung up without a second thought. Who did she think she was? Lin Xi wasn't her servant. Even Zhou Yi and the others had to get permission from another roommate before entering the dorm. What a contrast. No sooner had she hung up than the call came again. Lin Xi waited a moment before answering, and Sun Ying's furious face appeared. No sooner had she hung up than the call came again. Lin Xi waited a moment before answering, and Sun Ying's fury. The optical computer rang again immediately, but Lin Xi didn't answer. Let her stew for a while. Why bother? Just block her, Gu Zicheng said, sitting beside her and naturally massaging her hands. Her hands ached from cutting meat. Lin Xi closed her eyes in enjoyment. I'm bored. I want to see what she's. As you like, Gu Zicheng said without further persuasion. Don't let her affect your mood. Lin Xi hummed in agreement and answered Sun Ying's call again. This time Sun Ying's tone was much better, her voice softer. Lin Xi, could you open the door and let me in? Lin Xi kept her eyes closed, enjoying the comfortable pressure of the massage. What do you want to come in for? Sun Ying forced a smile. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Xi opened her eyes. If you have something to say, just say it here. Sun Ying fell silent. After waiting a moment, and seeing she wasn't going to speak, Lin Xi hung up again. Soon the optical computer rang again. Miss, if you have something to say, just say it directly. I don't have time to play guessing games with you, Lin Xi said bluntly. Sun Ying was choked, her expression sour. I need to talk to Gu Zicheng about something. Open the door and let me in. Realizing Lin Xi was broke, she added, if you open the door, I'll give you 200,000. Lin Xi said, why didn't you say so earlier? Please transfer the money first. Sun Ying's eyes were full of contempt, but she quickly made the transfer. Lin Xi accepted the money, pulled Gu Zicheng to the door, and opened it to find Sun Ying and Sun Ming standing. From their posture, they had been standing there for a while, possibly since the first call. Gu Zicheng, there's a bug infestation outside. We found a way to buy tickets for a spaceship to Baiyang City. Do you want to come with us? Sun Ying and Sun Ming only had eyes for Gu Zicheng, not even glancing at Lin Xi. Gu Zicheng refused without hesitation. Thanks for the offer, but there's no need. My family has arranged a private plane. Sun Ming's eyes flickered with jealousy and resentment. The Gu family was wealthy and powerful with private planes at their disposal, while he had to rely on public spaceships. How could he not be envious? But he quickly suppressed that jealousy. The most important thing now was to build a connection with the Gu family. A rare opportunity he didn't want to give up. I'm sure you've heard that it'll be impossible to leave here soon. Can your family's plane pick you up right away? If Gu Zicheng took his arranged spaceship back to Baiyang City, he would owe Sun Ming a favor, and Sun Ming would be connected to the Gu family. Sun Ming's mental calculations were loud and clear, but Gu Zicheng still refused. Gu Zicheng, please come with us. Staying here will be the end of you, Sun Ying said, her fiery eyes now tinged with worry. No thank you. Gu Zicheng closed the door without hesitation, shutting them out. Outside the door, Sun Ying and Sun Ming stared at the closed door, hoping it would open again. Let's go. We're running out of time, Sun Ming urged after a long while. The spaceship was about to take off. If they missed it, they'd be stuck here, and staying here was no different from waiting for death. Sun Ying reluctantly glanced at the door one last time before turning to leave with her brother. Inside, Lin Xi grinned. This money is way too easy to earn. Gu Zicheng laughed helplessly, his smile carrying a mix of resignation and an unconscious tenderness. Next time you need money, just tell me. I can earn more than 200,000 in a minute just by standing on stage. A loss. It was unclear whether she lamented the underselling of Gu Zicheng or felt shortchanged for receiving less money. Having collected 200,000 Lin, she generously transferred 100,000 to Gu Zicheng. Though you may disdain it, it's still the ill-gotten gains from forcing you to trade on your looks. Keep it as a memento. Gu Zicheng. Though utterly speechless, he obediently accepted the money. Gu Zicheng's claim that the Gu family would dispatch a private jet was no lie. However, the jet was not sent to fetch him, but to deliver other young members of the Gu family to the academy. The insect plague proved more severe than anticipated, with Baiyang City at the epicenter. Sun Ying and Sun Ming believed that as the capital of the interstellar star, Baiyang City, despite being the worst-hit area, would not remain in danger for long. The wealthy and influential all resided there, so even in peril it was safe. Not only they thought so, but many others shared the same sentiment. Gu Zicheng remarked that the news could no longer be contained, at least not among the upper echelons. Ordinary people, unless they actively searched, would remain oblivious to the impending disaster. Lin Xi checked the internet several times, but found no relevant news. Only when she specifically searched did she uncover it. Thus, one must either strive to rise to the top to gain early knowledge of everything, or resign to mediocrity and embrace an early demise. Dong. Dong. The academy's alarm sounded audible to everyone whether inside or outside the buildings. Teachers, students, and staff stared blankly at the source of the alarm. When the academy's alarm rang regardless of one's location, one must return to campus within 1 hour. Those unable to return within the hour would bear the consequences. The academy conducted drills annually, so everyone was familiar with this rule. Did the academy announce a drill in advance? Someone asked. The person beside him shook his head. I didn't receive any notification. They exchanged a glance, deciding that regardless of prior notice, staying within the academy was the safest course. Those planning to leave immediately canceled their plans while those already outside hurried back. The alarm sounded for a full minute, after which all teachers, students, and staff received a reminder from the academy. The insect plague outside is severe. All academy personnel must immediately return to their dormitories. The campus protective shield will activate in 1 hour, preventing any external organisms from entering. The academy sent 3 consecutive messages underscoring the gravity of the situation. Additionally, it required all personnel who had returned to their dormitories to thoroughly clean their rooms and common areas, leaving no breeding ground for the insect pests. It also demanded that everyone stockpile sufficient basic supplies and energy. Lin Xi, upon receiving the message, glanced at it twice before turning off her optical computer. The Gu family members sought refuge in the academy. By some means, they managed to occupy the Gu family's dormitory. Apart from their survival supplies, they brought a large quantity of natural food. Combined with the natural food Gu Ziqing had purchased, the mountain of ingredients overwhelmed Lin Xi. Gu Ziqing instructed the Gu family to quickly install anti-burglar screens in the dormitory, then unpack the supplies and discard the boxes and trash. He then activated the livestream feature, having the Gu family watch Lin Xi handle the ingredients. Meanwhile, he packaged the processed food for shipment to the Gu family. The Gu family had only sent the younger members to take refuge. Most of the family remained in Baiyang City. The ingredients were processed methodically, and Lin Xi, though exhausted, dared not stop. One reason was the money she had received from Gu Ziqing, but more importantly, a portion of these ingredients was hers. The dormitory doorbell rang. Lin Xi's first thought was Sun Ying, but then she reconsidered. It was Gu Ziqing who, upon seeing a familiar figure on the video doorbell, approached Lin Xi and said, "Your former roommate is at the door." Lin Xi, numbly mechanical in her work, took a moment to react. Once she did, she promptly opened the door. "What?" Zhou Yi said. "We traded with Senior for a few insect-repelling plants and brought some for you." Each of the 3 girls carried a flower pot. Lin Xi invited them in to place the pots on the balcony, then went inside and brought out a box. "This is the latest insecticide. Share it among yourselves." Lin Xi had only learned today that the Gu family primarily dealt in pharmaceuticals. The high-priced protective suits and medicines purchased online were all from Gu family enterprises. The reason the Gu family gained easy access to the academy was that the family held shares in the institution, and the medicines required for this disaster were all donated by the Gu family. The medicines Lin Xi now held were gifts from the younger Gu family members upon their arrival, as thanks for teaching them how to store food. The 3, reluctant to accept such gifts for free, each offered to transfer money to Lin Xi. Busy as she was, Lin Xi didn't want to engage in a tussle, so she accepted a token amount and saw them off. The 3 had also noticed Gu Ziqing's bustling figure, so they didn't linger. Just as they were leaving, they encountered Hu Li and his group of 4 at the door. "Lin Xi, we heard you know how to handle natural food, so we specially grabbed some for you." Zhou Yi and her friends had previously brought leftovers from Lin Xi to the 4 who had tasted her cooking. The 4 belonged to the logistics department with access to various supplies. As soon as the academy's notice went out, prices of external goods skyrocketed. Even the price of nutrient fluids, which hadn't risen in a century, doubled. External supplies, even if one had money, were hard to come by. Bringing precious natural food was a thoughtful gesture, though they claimed they brought it because no one else in the academy could handle it. In such times, offering money to Hu Li and the others would be a breach of friendship. Thus, Lin Xi accepted the gifts and gave each of them a set of protective suits, a box of insecticide, and a power-generating robot. "Well, you managed to snag the latest insecticide. That's impressive." Hu Li happily accepted the insecticide. As for the other items, the 4 transferred money to Lin Xi at market price. Lin Xi's poverty was no secret among the 4, and they weren't shameless enough to take such valuable items for free. After handing over the ingredients, they immediately returned to their dormitory. This insect plague was too severe. They needed to fortify their own dormitory. After the 4 left, Lin Xi hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. Then she closed the main door, activated all security measures, and inspected every corner. From this moment on, no outsiders would be received, and the 2 inside had no intention of leaving. Warning: the campus shield will activate in 10 minutes. Once activated, no one will be able to leave. Please enter the school immediately. Warning: the campus shield will activate in 10 minutes. Once activated, no one will be able to leave. Please enter the school immediately. The announcement rang 3 times. Besides the loudspeakers, everyone also received the text version on their personal terminals. The situation was grave, yet there was still little news online. The top trending topics online were the sudden order for all students to return to campus and the rumor that the capital was about to make a major move with high-ranking officials flying everywhere. Gu Zicheng said it's close. It just hasn't fully erupted yet. After all news travels down the chain, if it were all over the internet, the situation would be beyond desperate. Anything you still want to buy? Order it before the delivery system collapses. Prices might skyrocket soon. Gu Zicheng suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Xi paused her work and started buying. She not only purchased for herself, but also sent messages to Zhou Yi and Hu Li to do the same. The insect plague was no longer a secret at the academy, and related news didn't need to be hidden. Gu Zicheng had spent the past few days learning many food preservation methods. Lin Xi went to gather supplies while he took over her tasks. He possessed vast assets, so even a 100-fold increase in prices would barely affect him. As Lin Xi shopped, she pondered where to store everything. Money wasn't a concern. Recently, Gu Zicheng had transferred her a substantial salary, and the Gu family had also paid her generously for teaching them food storage techniques during her livestream. The dormitory was small, already packed with supplies. The only remaining storage spaces were the bathroom and the ceiling. We're about to return to Baiyang City. Put on your protective suit. Sun Ming urged, watching Sun Ying apply. Sun Ying turned her head away, stubbornly refusing. No, the suit is hideous. Sun Ming gritted his teeth. Knowing her temperament, well, he didn't force her to wear it. Look at what happens after being bitten by those bugs. The video wasn't real footage, it was a dramatized documentary with exaggerated makeup. Sun Ying glanced at it, screamed, and without further persuasion obediently put on the protective suit. Her suit was custom-made, not the loose standard type. It had a tailored fit that accentuated her figure. If you're going to wear the suit, at least do it properly. What's the point if you don't put on the hood? Sun Ming growled under his breath. If not for being on the spaceship, he would have yelled. Sun Ying rolled her eyes. No way. If I put on the hood, who would see the makeup I just spent so long on? Sun Ming went silent. He couldn't understand how women's minds worked, worrying about beauty at a time like this. In the end, Sun Ying didn't put on the hood, but she knew leaving her face unprotected was dangerous. She frowned reluctantly, spraying insect repellent on her face. Can't the alchemists give the repellent a pleasant? Sun Ming didn't want to hear any more nonsense. He got up and left the ship first. The streets were bustling, eager to show off to her friends and return home to tell her family about the day's events. Sun Ying and Sun Ming failed to notice the hurried, terrified expressions on the pedestrians' faces. They also didn't see the flying cars all heading out of the city. As soon as Sun Ying got off, she began contacting her friends. But for some reason, every one of them claimed to be busy. So what if they have a little money? They think they're better than everyone, Sun Ying muttered, staring at her personal terminal. When I get rich, I won't bother with you. Across the entire Interstellar, the Sun family was considered wealthy. But in Baiyang City, they were merely, none of her friends were richer than her. And when she spoke of getting rich, she meant marrying a wealthy man. Gu Zicheng was her latest target. With no one to hang out with, Sun Ying returned home in a foul mood. Her family was nowhere to be seen. The house was feeling safe at home. She immediately took off the protective suit. A breeze from the window ruffled her meticulously styled hair. Irritated by the stray strands tickling her face, she slammed the window shut. She brushed the fallen hair. Something's wrong. The texture was off. She had her hair treated every week. It shouldn't feel like this. Her hands froze, and a sense of dread crept over her. Ah! Sun Ying screamed. What the hell was that? A cockroach. Her hands moved faster than her mind. She threw it to the ground and stomped on it. The cockroach burst. Disgusted by the murky liquid on her shoe, she kicked it off. Just as she was about to call her family to complain, she noticed her room was covered in cockroaches. They came from every direction. Run. That was her only thought. But her legs were frozen heavy as lead. Her eyes widened, filled with despair as she stared at the dense swarm. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xi climbed up and hung hooks from the ceiling. She sorted the newly purchased supplies, bagged them, and hung them from the ceiling. The items extended from the ceiling down to just 50 centimeters above the bed. Gu Zicheng came over, glanced at her work, and was startled. A ton of stuff hanging over your head. Aren't you afraid they'll fall and crush you? Lin Xi chuckled. No, I'm not planning to sleep on the bed. Besides the bed, she had the gaming pod. Wherever she slept, it was fine. With the ceiling, bed, and floor all packed with supplies, Lin Xi was satisfied. Meanwhile, news of the insect plague erupted across the internet. The entire interstellar order collapsed instantly. Many refused to believe in an insect plague. Having lived in the interstellar era, they had only heard of bugs, rarely seen them. A minority believed it. Recalling the Academy's drastic measures and the wealthy in the capital making moves, they became certain disaster was imminent. In an instant, online deliveries went into overdrive. Even physical stores, usually empty, were packed with people frantically hoarding supplies. Why hasn't the delivery arrived yet? Interstellar online shopping was typically lightning fast. Lin Xi had never experienced such a long delay. As soon as she said it, she realized the reason. Sure enough, as soon as she opened her light brain, Lin Xi saw the word insect plague prominently displayed on the trending list. The explosive character behind it was deepening in color. Knowing the reason, Lin Xi stopped waiting for the delivery. Now that the entire interstellar community was shopping, it was better to spend time preparing than waiting idly. On the internet, more and more people began to believe that the insect plague was truly coming. One video after another showing insects running rampant appeared. Thus a new wave of shopping frenzy emerged. The Goo family's medical stocks soared, and various insect repellents and antidotes sold. Thus a new wave of shopping frenzy emerged. The Goo family's medical stocks soared, and various insect repellents and antidotes sold like hotcakes. Nutrient solutions were also snapped up. However, since the longest shelf life of nutrient solutions was only 3 months, people bought limited quantities, and the frenzy was not too extreme. Nevertheless, the price of nutrient solutions skyrocketed, and for a time the internet was flooded with complaints against nutrient solution companies, with related trending topics following closely behind the insect plague. The Goo family for not raising the prices of their medicines was held up as a positive example. These two trending topics disappeared after a short while, whether because the nutrient solution companies bought bots, or it's because they were pushed out by other trending topics. On the 8th day after leaving the game, Lin Xi finally finished processing the ingredients, with some remaining in the refrigerator for her and Gu Zicheng's daily meals. Due to her busyness, she didn't browse the internet much and didn't know what was happening outside. The bed was piled with items, and she spent most of the day on the sofa. Gu Zicheng exercised for a while, and then sat not far from her. After just over a day, Lin Xi went online again, and found that the internet had changed drastically. The top trending topic was still the insect plague, but beneath it were countless pleas for help. Their academy had activated a protective shield. Living inside the campus, she only felt the quietness of the school, completely unaware of the turmoil outside. Taking a deep breath, she clicked on the related trending topics below. She didn't expect to see familiar faces among the trending content. It was Sun Ying. The video source appeared to be from a home surveillance camera. In the surveillance footage, Sun Ying sat alone by the window, her eyes fixed on the light brain in her hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind tousled her hair, and stray strands tickled her cheek faintly. Thinking it was her hair, she instinctively reached up to brush it back, but the sensation at her fingertips felt wrong, hard and rough. In the footage, Sun Ying's body stiffened noticeably, then she turned her head to look. When she saw a dark brown cockroach wriggling in her palm, she screamed and leaped from the chair. She frantically crushed the cockroach, threw it to the floor, and stomped on it with her heel. A crack sound, and the cockroach was reduced to a smear. She panted heavily, disgustedly discarding the soiled shoe. Still immersed in the shock from the cockroach, she was completely unaware of the anomaly around her. In the corners, crevices, and under the table of the room, countless cockroaches surged like a black tide, dense and overwhelming, while unknown insects swarmed in from all directions. When she came to her senses, her pupils dilated sharply, her face drained of color. Sun Ying stood frozen in place, whether from terror or sheer shock. Within less than 10 seconds, she was engulfed by the insect tide. The final scene of the video showed Sun Ming and other members of the Sun family using insecticide to clear a path and rescue Sun Ying from the room. Wherever the insecticide sprayed, the insects froze as if paused. The bugs crawling on Sun Ying fell off one by one. Thus, Sun Ying's condition was easily visible in the video. At the start, her delicate face was unrecognizable. By the end, to the point where, as Lin Xi put it, even her own mother wouldn't recognize her. Her carefully chosen clothes were reduced to tattered shreds clinging to her body, beneath which the flesh was torn and bleeding, with blood oozing from the wounds. Lin Xi sharpied saw that in the worst spots the bone was exposed. Having experienced 2 games in the virtual world and witnessed various deaths, Lin Xi still felt a chill running down her spine after watching this video. She forwarded the video to Gu Zicheng. This video was so popular not only because of the horrifying scene of Sun Ying being attacked by swarms of insects, but also because the post tags included the Gu family and Gu Zicheng. Whoever wrote the caption, likely from Sun Ying's family, claimed that the daughter had bought a large quantity of medicines out of admiration for Gu Zicheng. But the medicines were counterfeit, failing to kill the insects. In the footage, Lin Xi saw only a small number of insects died, while most of them slowly revived. In a later part of the video, Gu Zicheng glanced at it and said to Lin Xi, "Don't worry. The company will handle these matters." As for how Lin Xi didn't ask either, but searched for answers online. She found no answers, but from related push content, she learned that at the outbreak of the insect plague, the Gu family had distributed large quantities of medicines and nutrient solutions to their employees. Employees of the Gu group boasted online about their company's welfare benefits. At the time, the insect plague news hadn't fully spread, and netizens laughed at the Gu family for being stingy, mocking the employees for receiving such items. The harder they laughed, then the more envious they were now. Now the comment sections of those employee videos were filled with pleas for medicines. As insects ran rampant, some infrastructure was damaged, online shopping was overwhelmed, and merchants couldn't ship goods. Unable to buy medicines through regular channels, and with offline stores sold out, the only way to obtain medicines was through private sellers. But no one knew who had medicines privately. The boasting Gu employees became prime targets. The horrifying video of Sun Ying dissuaded some people from buying medicines, but more people, seeing the terror of the insects, bought even more. Even if the medicines couldn't kill the insects, they could at least stun them. Stunned insects were much easier to deal with than those that could run and fly. Lin Xi continued to browse other news online. For now, the information available showed no casualties yet. The insect plague was severe and the toxins they carried were potent, but the interstellar medical system was not to be underestimated. Even if they couldn't fully cure the victims, they could still save their lives. That was provided the victims had enough money. The buying frenzy continued, and the affected areas were currently limited to the capital city and its surrounding cities, with other regions untouched. Thus the internet was abuzz. There were plenty of people who resented the rich, and seeing the wealthy suffer was a rare treat. They almost felt like singing in celebration. But in their schadenfreude, they seemed to forget that danger was also closing in on them. Warning! Warning! The protective shield is under attack. All teachers and students must enter the building's closed doors and windows and remain indoors. Warning! Warning! The protective shield is under attack. All teachers and students must enter the building's closed doors and windows and remain indoors. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing stepped off their respective exercise machines and in tacit agreement closed the 2 balcony doors. 2 days had passed since the video went viral. Through the internet, they had already learned of the calamity wrought by the insect. Though not possessing the planet-destroying might of the Zerg, they bore a striking resemblance. Devastating destructive power and a reproductive rate comparable to the Zerg. Moreover, the insects were minuscule, rendering heavy weapons and mechs useless against them. The wire mesh they had installed on the balcony might not withstand the swarm that descended like a tide. The blaring sirens made it impossible for Lin Xi to focus on her studies. She pulled out her light brain to check the situation outside. The advanced technology of the interstellar era did have its advantages. At least during such a catastrophe, one need not fear losing contact with the outside world, unlike in game scenarios. In just 2 days, the insects had evolved drastically. There were already casualties. Some victims had been devoured by the insects, while others succumbed to the viruses carried by them. The pesticides available on the market, which had initially been able to kill some insects and stupefy most of them, were now completely ineffective. At best, these insecticides could only repel the insects, causing them to avoid the sprayed areas. Just 2 days prior, people had been cursing the Gu Corporation for selling fake medicine, but after witnessing these scenes, they fell silent. The medicine wasn't fake, it was simply that the insects had evolved too rapidly and developed resistance. Hey, the latest antidote has been released. She hadn't expected to stumble upon such good news the moment she opened her light brain. Gu Ziqing, however, wasn't particularly pleased. His family was at the forefront of pharmaceutical research, and he knew the ins and outs all too well. This antidote could indeed cure those infected by the insects, but only for the current stage. Should the insects evolve further, the antidote would become ineffective in just a few days. The painstakingly developed antidote would ultimately prove futile. Yet it was a necessary endeavor. As the virus within the insects evolved, the antidote had to evolve with it. If nothing were done, the entire interstellar population would be left to die. Moreover, the antidote had to be publicized, for the whole star realm was now steeped in despair. Society was on the brink of collapse, and they had no choice but to release some good news to stabilize morale. After browsing the internet, Lin Xi found the interstellar government to be quite reliable. At the onset of the insect plague, they had begun disinfection and extermination, slowing the insects' reproduction rate. When pesticides proved ineffective, various insect-killing machines were deployed, but with little effect. If it had truly been effective, the campus sirens would not have been blaring warnings all day. The campus protective shield was a remarkable thing. The warnings rang from morning till night, yet the shield still held firm. The constant warnings gave Lin Xi a sense of urgency, making it impossible to concentrate on anything else. With no space to pace in the dormitory, Gu Ziqing, noticing her agitation, transferred a sum of money to her. "I'm craving that spicy chicken today. Can you make it?" Since she had already accepted the money, she had to make it even if she couldn't. Lin Xi prepared only 2 dishes and a soup, not daring to make more. Confined to the dormitory, they had to deal with kitchen waste carefully. The clean plate policy was the best approach. After all, the dense swarms of insects would devour anything edible. The reason the capital had fallen the fastest was that it simply had too much edible material. To flaunt status, the capital's residents favored natural food, solid wood furniture, and clothing made from natural. In stark contrast, impoverished areas had homes made entirely of metal and subsisted solely on nutrient fluids. When the insects arrived in the slums, they had nothing to gnaw on but the people, which was why casualties skyrocketed when the insects spread to other regions. With nothing else to eat, the insects could only feast on humans. Moreover, the impoverished had no money to prepare in advance, so the insect onslaught met with no resistance. The poor, once injured, had no funds for timely medical treatment, making death inevitable. Lin Xi felt immensely grateful that she had spent all her savings to enter the game, Doomsday, before its launch. If she hadn't entered the game back, then she would be struggling to feed herself now instead of living in a spacious dormitory with a stockpile of supplies. Children of poverty have no right to lie flat, Lin Xi muttered under her breath. Lying flat requires capital. Huh. Gu Ziqing, chewing on the spicy chicken, didn't catch what she said, only hearing the word poverty. Short on cash. That shouldn't be. After the insect plague struck, logistics had nearly collapsed, so how could she have spent all her money? Puzzled but not dwelling on it, Gu Ziqing generously transferred another sum to her with the note. Reward for cooking such delicious food. Huh. Lin Xi was baffled by the transfer, but upon seeing the note she beamed. Thanks. After the meal, Lin Xi handled the cleanup. Having accepted the money, she had to put in extra effort. It was only after entering university that Lin Xi realized how vastly different interstellar life was from her previous existence. Before turning 18, she had lived in an orphanage, never venturing outside except for meals and textbook learning, with no spare energy to learn about the outside world. Her common sense was appallingly low, but fortunately many interstellar citizens shared her plight, so she didn't stand out as a sore thumb. She had thought the interstellar era, aside from metal architecture and nutrient fluids replacing diverse cuisines, wasn't all that different. Only upon arriving at university did she discover that the interstellar realm was vastly different from her original world. It was simply because her surroundings and environment had been the worst the star realm had to offer, depriving her of the awe-inspiring technological marvels. In truth, with enough wealth, one could truly live a life of utter convenience in the interstellar era. Lin Xi had never experienced it because she was poor, and also because the Academy banned many high-tech products. Warning! Warning! The protective shield's energy is running low. All teachers and students prepare for battle. Warning! Warning! The protective shield's energy is running low. All teachers and students prepare for battle. In the dead of night, the campus sirens grew urgent. Lin Xi, accustomed to the electronic warnings, didn't wake immediately. It was the vibration of her light brain that jolted her awake. Upon hearing the warning content, she immediately rose from the game pod and quickly donned her protective suit. Opening the door, she found Gu Ziqing already in the living room. Under the bright lights of the hall, she could see the dense swarm of insects beyond the glass door. Instantly, Lin Xi felt her scalp tingle and her skin crawl with goosebumps. Without wearing a protective suit, Gu Ziqing didn't look outside either. Instead, he kept his eyes on the light brain, his fingers tapping rapidly. Lin Xi didn't disturb him, but approached the glass door to observe the insects outside. Lin Xi only recognized cockroaches, mosquitoes, and spiders among many other unknown insects teeming in the swarm. They were densely packed layer upon layer. As they approached the wire mesh, the electric discharge robot detected living creatures nearby and immediately released a jolt. The current traveled through the entire mesh, causing the crawling insects to rain down in a clattering cascade. The front ones were electrocuted, but the ones behind quickly covered them. Without careful observation, one would never notice any dead insects. Gu Ziqing, having finished his work at some point, changed into a protective suit and walked over. He brought 2 bottles of insect repellent and handed one to Lin Xi. Want to go out and take a look? They sprayed each other with repellent and then slid open the balcony door. Whether it was the scent or the heat, the insects became even more frenzied, desperately trying to squeeze into the room. The electric discharge robot proved reliable. The current never ceased, sweeping away wave after wave of insects. Watching them up close was even more nauseating. Has the ground floor been overrun by bugs? Lin Xi asked. After all, they were on the 10th floor, and as far as she could see, there was no gap in the insect coverage. If even such a high floor had that many bugs, the lower floors must be swamped. Let's go back inside. Once back in the room, they began disinfecting. It wasn't just contact with the insects that posed a danger. Sharing the same space could expose them to the viruses the insects carried, so disinfection was the only way to ensure safety. Get some rest for now. The bugs won't get in anytime soon, Gu Ziqing said, settling down to fiddle with his light. It was 2 a.m, the time for deep sleep. With someone keeping watch, she convinced herself to rest well, to face whatever came next. Just in case, she didn't remove her protective suit and lay down on the other end of the sofa to sleep. Gu Ziqing turned off the lights, plunging the room into darkness. The dormitory, with its doors and windows sealed, was well soundproofed, blocking out the cacophony of insect noises outside. The light brain flickered on and off as time slipped away with Lin Xi's steady breathing. Get up and have breakfast. Still half asleep, Lin Xi caught the scent of food, and her eyes opened before her mind fully awakened. Dazed from sleep, she stared blankly, unable to focus. After a moment, Lin Xi finally responded to Gu Ziqing. She washed up, disinfected, and sat down. Delicious, she said, her eyes lighting up. Your learning ability is incredible. It tasted exactly like the food she made. Gu Ziqing smiled and pushed the dish closer to her. After a satisfying meal, they both donned their protective suits again. Lin Xi slid open the balcony door, and the pungent smell of burnt meat rushed in. Logically, the balcony was equipped with a high-end air purifier, so outside odors shouldn't have penetrated. It seemed the number of insects that had died overnight was beyond imagination. Lin Xi wanted to know how many bugs were outside, but when she looked out, all she saw was a black seething mass. Only the nearest insects were visible, and those farther away were completely obscured. Want to see outside? Yes. Gu Ziqing shared his screen, and the video appeared in the living room. The light brain can control the direction. You can see the entire campus. Try it. Lin Xi tapped the screen a few times to figure out the controls, and then shifted the camera to the area outside her door. Outside insects filled the air and the ground, and building walls were covered with crawling bugs, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Xi searched through the swarm for a long time before finding her own balcony. From the outside, the scene on their balcony was completely hidden. After watching for a while, Lin Xi lowered the camera. Her electric discharge robot had been crackling all night as she wanted to see how many bugs had died. The camera descended further. It kept descending all the way down to the first floor, but Lin Xi still couldn't spot any bug carcasses. Something's wrong. Gu Ziqing also noticed the anomaly. Hold the camera there for a bit longer. They watched for several minutes, yet no corpses fell from above. Frowning, Gu Ziqing used the light brain to move the camera up one floor. Nothing. Up another floor. Still nothing. One more floor up. Again nothing. Only when they reached the 9th floor balcony did they find a clue. Stop right there. On this side of the building, only their balcony had a wire mesh installed, so bug carcasses could only fall downward. Without wind, they should have landed on the 1st floor, but instead they were all piling up on the 9th floor balcony. Wave after wave of insect bodies fell, accumulating on that balcony. Actually, before they fully reached the 9th floor, the corpses were being devoured by the insects on that level. The two exchanged a glance, and a chill ran down their spines. Their eyes returned to the surveillance footage. The bug carcasses were being eaten by the insects on the 9th floor, and under their watch the living bugs there began laying eggs. The eggs quickly turned into larvae, and the larvae into adult bugs. No wonder. No wonder there were no piles of bug corpses after a whole night. No wonder the 9th and 10th floors had the most insects in the entire building. No wonder the bugs never seemed to die out. Lin Xi was stunned, her gaze still fixed on the live video, and soon she noticed another problem. Gu Ziqing. Her voice trembled with shock. The bugs are eating the walls. It was a terrifying. The dormitory walls were made of metal. If the bugs could chew through that, were they still safe holed up in the room? Gu Ziqing immediately lowered his head and began sending messages. In less than 30 seconds, Lin Xi saw many small robots appear outside. Fixed with insect repellent, they climbed the building's walls and began spraying the surface. Visibly, the bugs gnawing at the walls paused, then turned their attention back to besieging the doors and windows of each dormitory. This won't work. They moved their belongings elsewhere. The bugs were eating through metal, and the wire mesh wouldn't stop them. The tomato seedlings and exercise equipment from the balcony were brought inside, leaving only the 3 insect-repelling plants that Zhou Yi and the others had given them. We need to incinerate these bugs completely, Lin Xi muttered. Only by cutting off their food source could they stop them from breeding endlessly. Fire, they said in unison. Gu Ziqing immediately sent a message on his light brain, while Lin Xi went to the kitchen and retrieved a flamethrower. She returned to the balcony, made a small hole the size of the flamethrower's nozzle in the wire mesh, and then ignited. A torrent of fire erupted from the cave entrance, instantly burning a vacuum zone in its direction. Lin Xi kept her eyes fixed on the real-time feed from the camera, watching as the insects at the center of the fire were reduced to ash, while those at the edges flinched from the intense heat. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The insects that had been burned to ashes were not eaten by their kin, but the ones with partially remaining limbs were devoured completely. Fire attacks work, but we need to make sure they're thoroughly burned. Gu Ziqing gave an okay gesture. Lin Xi stopped the fire after a while, and quickly patched up the small holes in the steel mesh. In that brief gap, several insects crawled in from outside. Gu Ziqing quickly and accurately stomped them to death, then burned them to ashes. After disinfecting on the balcony, they returned to the hall for another round of disinfection. In that short time, a rumbling sound came from the campus. It was the first time Lin Xi had seen a mecha in reality. Of course, it hadn't been much longer since she had seen one in videos anyway. The mechas were about 3 meters tall with metallic shells and streamlined silhouettes. They looked heavy on the outside, but were actually agile, holding flame cannons as they flew back and forth through the... Lin Xi wanted to share her excitement about seeing a mecha for the first time with Gu Ziqing, but when she turned around she realized that the mecha's actions were being directed by Gu Ziqing himself. Belatedly, Lin Xi recalled Gu Ziqing's online profile. This stunningly handsome celebrity was also a student in the command department. Lin Xi Interstellar Bumpkin. A person hard at work was the most beautiful sight. Lin Xi stole several glances before taking out her light brain to call Zhou Yi and the others. Zhou Yi, Lin Xi, a mecha, it's a mecha. 2 excited screams echoed beside her. Well, Lin Xi joined the screaming. The 4 of them were excited for a while before calming down. It wasn't their fault for being so ignorant. Mecha department students were not something poor wretches like them could become. Poor wretches had low physical fitness and couldn't handle those heavy mechas. Even though they were in the same college, the mecha department students needed a large area for training far from the teaching areas of other departments. After so long since school started, the 4 of them had never seen a mecha. How are things on your end? Any bugs getting into the dorm? After the excitement returning to reality, Lin Xi asked about their situation. Zhou Yi shook her head. It's fine. We installed steel mesh in advance, and with the discharge robots, no bugs got in. Fongalon, I just checked the steel mesh. There were 2 places where bugs had bitten through the wires. I've already patched them up, they should hold for a while longer. Actually, before they saw the mechas, they were quite worried. If the bugs kept biting, no amount of steel mesh would be enough. Yizu also leaned in. Don't worry about us, we're in good shape. But our classmates aren't so lucky. Some have had the silicone sealant on their dormitory glass doors chewed off by bugs. It's quite dangerous. The bugs don't bite glass, but they bite the silicone sealant. What's the dormitory number? Gu Zicheng looked up and interjected. Zhou Yi and the other 2 quickly searched their light brains for information about the damaged door. I see. After getting the accurate information, he went back to his original spot and continued sitting. A pleasant voice came from behind. Gu Zicheng was directing the mecha to provide assistance. The others were doing serious work, so the 4 of them felt awkward chattering on the side and hung up the light brain. The sky had light, no longer a dark mass. Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief. The oppression in her heart lightened. She looked up at the real-time feed from Gu Zicheng's mobile camera. From the video, it was clear that the number of bugs entering the campus had at least halved. The low-flying mechas split into 2 groups. One group continued to eliminate the bugs, while the other supported other disaster victims. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Lin Xi opened her light brain to check the situation outside the campus. Many areas of the campus had already been overrun by bugs who had occupied human houses and devoured human bodies. There were many short videos of people being eaten to death by bugs on the internet. No matter how many times one watched it, made one's heart pound. Reality sometimes was truly cruel. Sometimes Lin Xi wondered if the signs of the insect disaster had been made public as soon as they appeared, would the casualties not be so severe? The thought was fleeting because she knew that even if it had been announced in advance, the casualties would still have been terrifying. This was not the Zhonghua nation of her past life. This was the Interstellar era. The Interstellar government did not have the cohesion of the Zhonghua nation's government. Even if the Interstellar government had released the news in advance, most people would only think the government was crying wolf, or that some capitalist product needed a boost in sales, and such news was released to encourage consumption. Even if a small number of people believed it, not many would take it seriously. The history of the Interstellar era had never seen an insect disaster, so people's understanding of the term insect disaster was insufficient. Take Sun Ying, who was eaten by bugs. Perhaps it was unfair to some of those who died from insect bites. If everyone had shared information, they might have prepared and not died so early. But the world was inherently unfair. To achieve relative fairness, one could only strive to make one's voice heard. Lin Xi shook her head and stopped dwelling on the issue. She was just the most ordinary member of society. The decision to release such critical information was not something she could decide or participate in. No longer looking at the gruesome deaths, Lin Xi checked the live news. As expected, the government also started using fire attacks to eliminate the bugs. At the same time, the government released information about fire attacks, urging people to save themselves if conditions allowed. After all, the government's resources were limited. It was impossible to eliminate all the bugs at once and restore the beautiful home environment for interstellar citizens. When facing a disaster, people easily fall into despair. Often the disaster hasn't threatened their lives, but they are carried away by this feeling of despair. At such times, some positive information could pull them out of the abyss of despair and lift their spirits. Videos of death and destruction were gradually replaced by videos of massive fires burning bugs. One video after another emerged, making viewers on the other side of the screen excited, eager to join the fight and annihilate the hateful bugs. There was a feeling of settling dust, but Lin Xi felt it was just an illusion. Scrolling through videos was addictive. Lin Xi turned off her light brain and returned her attention to reality. Gu Zicheng was still directing the mecha operations. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do, Lin Xi put on protective clothing and checked the steel mesh of the dormitory. The mesh had been damaged in several places by bugs. Lin Xi found replacement materials and patched them up. The insect disaster seemed to be nearing its end, but Lin Xi had a lingering feeling of unreality. This feeling urged her to make more preparations. Warning, 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 warning. The Academy's mecha energy has been completely depleted. Students and faculty who are able to please prepare and go out to fight. Warning, warning. The Academy's mecha energy has been completely depleted. Students and faculty who are able to please prepare and go out to fight. The campus loudspeakers rang out 3 times in succession and also sent text messages to all students and faculty. Earlier, the Academy's protective shield consumed a large portion of the energy, and then the mecha piloting depleted all the stored energy. From this, one can see how fierce the bugs' attacks were and how vast their numbers were. Are you going out together? Gu Zicheng had already risen at some unknown time, holding a flamethrower and insecticide in his hands with a backpack on his back. I am. Lin Xi quickly got up and went to fiddle with the insect-killing tools. There was only one flamethrower in the dormitory. Lin Xi cut a piece of steel mesh and then tied a discharge robot onto it. The backpack was filled with a large package of disinfectant alcohol. After checking that their protective measures were in order, the two closed the dormitory door and the protective net, then walked toward the campus. There were many people on campus, all dressed tightly. No one knew who was under the protective suits. No matter who they were at this moment, everyone's enemy was the damned bugs. Those with fire used flames, those without used objects to smash them dead, then burned the corpses into a pile and concentratedly incinerated them, determined to leave not a single bit for the bugs to feed on. When watching through the camera, Lin Xi thought the bugs on campus were almost dead, but upon arriving on campus, she discovered that there were still many bugs. However, compared to the dense swarms that filled the entire sky at the beginning, this was a small number. The bugs were inexhaustible. Kill one wave, and another flew in from outside. This can't go on. Lin Xi pounded her waist and shook her head. The protective suit could block out the outside smells, but it could not block out the sounds. The bugs had been buzzing around her for a long time, the sound, surrounding her, making her dizzy. The school has arranged for people to fetch new energy. Hold on a little longer. Gu Ziqing comforted. If you're tired, go back to the dormitory and rest for a while. Lin Xi did not go back. With the protective suit on, she was safe. As long as there was no life-threatening danger, she was happy to put in more effort. All of humanity shares a common fate. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. If everyone was unwilling to contribute, they might as well wait to die together. The two cooperated with great tacit understanding. Lin Xi was responsible for electrocuting the bugs, while Gu Ziqing burned them from behind. These bugs would actively approach upon smelling the scent of living humans, so they didn't need to search for them. They stood quietly on the open ground waiting for the bugs to come to them. The new energy would arrive soon and the protective shield would be reactivated. The bugs outside could not get in, and the faculty and students of the academy seized the time before dark to hurry and exterminate the bugs. The campus infrastructure was severely damaged. As soon as it got dark, the academy was plunged into darkness. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing packed up and returned to the dormitory. Only the mecha department students and teachers were left, driving mechas shuttling across the campus. The bugs' reproductive ability was too strong. They had to hurry and use life detectors to eliminate all hidden bugs. The dormitory had backup energy, so it was still brightly lit for now. For the first time, Lin Xi did not take a bath, but used a high-tech interstellar product to bathe. To be honest, not bathing with water felt just like not having bathed at all. She muttered to herself for a while, but unable to withstand the physical exhaustion, she fell asleep. Gu Ziqing came out of the room and saw Lin Xi sleeping peacefully on the sofa. He took a thin blanket and covered her. The petite figure closed her eyes without any guard, and Gu Ziqing felt his heartbeat quicken a few beats. He averted his longing gaze, checked the dormitory, and then curled up on the other side of the sofa to rest. Dong dong dong. Lin Xi vaguely heard the sound of chopping meat. Opening her eyes and looking towards the kitchen, she saw Gu Ziqing chopping meat. Morning. Lin Xi felt embarrassed and wanted to take over. This was already the second time the patron had cooked. The money she had pocketed made her feel a bit uneasy. No need, Gu Ziqing refused. It will be done soon. Go wash up and you can eat in a moment. Determined that the patron was not angry, Lin Xi quickly went to wash up. Smart people excel at everything they do. Lin Xi had only made the dish once, and Gu Ziqing could replicate it. Delicious, Lin Xi nodded. You're too amazing. Gu Ziqing was in a great mood from the praise. After days of frowning, he broke into a smile, and Lin Xi suspected she was seeing an angel. I feel they are all simple except for the pot of soup you made before. I can't cook it with the same flavor as you. That was the best food he had ever eaten, but unfortunately, he couldn't cook it himself. How come I don't know you made soup? They had been together these days, and she hadn't seen any soup appear. Gu Ziqing coughed lightly and changed the subject. In a moment, I am going out with the mecha department to exterminate bugs. Don't wait for me for lunch and dinner. Bugs had been attacking outside the protective shield. If no one was sent out to clear them, the shield wouldn't hold out much longer. The protective shield and mecha energy were the same. These energies were specifically for the front lines to fight the bug race, and the school had difficulty purchasing them. This time they were able to buy them through the Gu family's connections. Soon after, Gu Ziqing left the academy, sent a text message asking the students on campus to go out and clean up the battlefield. After a night of carpet-style clearing by the mecha department, the interior of the campus had become safe. But Lin Xi still went out in her protective suit, afraid of being bitten by bugs or infected by biological viruses. Many people had the same thought as her, and everyone was wrapped up tightly. The campus after the bug invasion was a terrible sight. The metal walls were gnawed into potholes, and the ground was the most severely damaged, with not only bug bites, but also many traces of burning. Cleaning the battlefield was nothing more than cleaning up the inorganic matter after burning, plus disinfecting every corner. As for the buildings, the architecture department faculty and students would repair them. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xi opened her light brain to routinely check the outside information. The internet had changed from its usual lifelessness to a thriving scene. Under every hot search topic were scenes of bug extermination, truly gratifying. Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief. Recently, she had a persistent, uneasy feeling, always thinking that reality would turn into a disaster scene like in the game. It must be because I've played too many games. A full immersion game could make one unable to distinguish between reality and the game. Lin Xi hadn't felt it at the time, but now she felt the game's influence on her. Lin Xi was about to turn off her light brain and rest when she suddenly saw a hot search topic appear, instantly surpassing the previous ones and ranking high at number 1. Breaking. Inside information concerning everyone. According to insiders of the Qiao family last night, all of the Qiao family's nutrient fluid production bases and planting bases were attacked by an insect swarm. As of now, apart from the nutrient fluids on the market, there is no stock left. Starry night sky, no pictures, no truth. Scatter scatter, it's all fake. Qinghuan companion, if the OP wants to grow an account, can't they be more serious? At least put out 2 pictures to be more convincing. The title was eye-catching and Lin Xi clicked in to see this line of text. As the saying goes, the fewer words the bigger the matter. Unfortunately, the Interstellar netizens didn't seem to buy it. Lin Xi, however, felt that this matter was true. She forwarded the link to Gu Ziqing to ask about the veracity of the incident. The Qiao family, like the Gu family, was one of the 10 major interstellar families. Only the Gu family specialized in pharmaceuticals and medicine, while the Qiao family focused on food. Gu Ziqing's reply came quickly. Only 2 words, it's true. Lin Xi, looks like chaos is coming. The saying food is the first necessity of the people still holds true in the interstellar world, even if the food here is nutrient fluid. Gu Ziqing, don't worry, the nutrient fluids we have stored can last for 3 months. 3 months is enough time for the new nutrient fluid materials to grow and be harvested. Lin Xi wasn't worried about that. Apart from nutrient fluids, they had also stored many dried goods and canned foods enough for a year or 2. But what about the other people in the interstellar? It wasn't that Lin Xi was worried about the interstellar people going hungry, but that they might come to rob her of her food. This was the interstellar, not the China of Blue Star. People here could carry weapons. Normally, with the Tianyin and maintenance robots maintaining order, people wouldn't use weapons recklessly. But once chaos erupted, she who had hoarded food, but not firearms, would undoubtedly be the primary target. Lin Xi silently opened the shopping website. The cheapest air ammunition gun cost 2 million interstellar coins. Too expensive, simply unaffordable. Personal protective shields were even more expensive. The most basic version cost 100 million. Larger and more advanced ones such as house shields had astronomical prices. The shield that could envelop their entire academy had a long string of zeros behind it. It would take a while just to count them. With less than 100,000 interstellar coins left, Lin Xi drooled over the protective shield. She wanted the gun, but she wanted the shield even more. What could be more precious than her own life? Unfortunately, she had no money. Turning grief into appetite, Lin Xi downed a nutrient fluid. She needed to become stronger. In the next game, she must clear it. An hour of high-intensity exercise left her body exhausted, but her mind highly active. She freshened up and plunged into the ocean of knowledge. Game rewards were only temporary, but professional knowledge was tied to her future career. Neither could be abandoned. That day, Gu Ziqing didn't return until nightfall. Lin Xi didn't wait for him, she went to sleep on time. The repair work on the campus buildings had been completed. Except for the most iconic tree on campus, which was gone, it seemed as if the insect swarm had never happened. That was a century-old tree, a symbol and representative of the Academy's status. 90% of the interstellar was black, and white metal natural colors were truly rare. That tree on campus was truly precious. After the tree was devoured, the Academy's official website posted 3 consecutive memorial messages to express its grief. Zhou Lin, she want to go to the mall. The one outside the school has opened. With online shopping so developed, interstellar malls had always been barely surviving. Because of this insect swarm, courier deliveries were stalled, which revived many malls. The one outside the Academy was among them. These malls hadn't dared to open a couple of days ago. It wasn't until yesterday, after the large-scale bug extermination campaign began, that malls gradually opened for business. Lin Xi, I have something to do, so I want go. You guys go ahead. Zhou want me to bring you anything. Lin Xi, no need. Stay safe. Zhou, don't worry, we're all wearing protective suits. Yesterday's news of the nutrient fluid production bases being attacked by the insect swarm was confirmed. The internet was filled with lamentations, and the comments under various trending topics were mostly about purchasing nutrient fluids at high prices. Those with sharp minds like Zhou quietly went to physical malls. Lin Xi didn't go out. First, she wasn't short of food or water. Second, outside, the threats to life weren't just the bugs, but also the viruses they carried. Who knew if the mall's disinfection had been thorough enough? Moreover, a crowd meant potential chaos. That was the real reason Lin Xi rejected Zhou's suggestion without a second thought. After getting off the exercise machine, Lin Xi received another message from Zhou. Zhou, good thing you didn't come. She also sent a video. The subject of the video was Yiziyu. While grabbing items, Yiziyu was knocked flying by the chaotic crowd. She was the smallest of the 3, the other 2 were fine. Lin Xi was even thinner than Zhou. If she had gone, she would have been knocked flying too. Lin Xi, is she okay? Zhou, she seems fine, but also seems not. Lin Xi. A group chat message. Feng Ilan, my money is gone. Yizu, I can't afford anything for the next few months. Zhou Yi, low-grade nutrient fluid has risen to 100 interstellar coins a tube. It seemed her body was fine, but her wallet wasn't. Soaring prices had been expected, but no one thought nutrient fluid would suddenly increase tenfold. Chaos would surely come. Gu Zicheng didn't return to the dormitory today, nor would he for the next period. He went back to Baiyang City to handle family affairs. He specially sent a message to Lin Xi telling her to move her things from the bed to his room, or if she didn't want to move, she could just sleep in his bed. Lin Xi didn't move her things, nor did she sleep in his room. She continued sleeping in the game pod, or on the sofa. She exercised and studied as usual occasionally, taking time to go online and communicate with Zhou Yi and the others. For 3 days in a row nothing happened outside. The insect swarm receded, but it didn't die out completely, nor could it. People in the academy resumed classes, and those outside returned to normal life. If it weren't for the occasional videos posted by patients infected with viruses from bug bites, the trending topics about the insect swarm would have almost disappeared. Huff. Breathing steadily, Lin Xi planned to tidy up the dormitory today. Everything seemed normal outside, but Lin Xi didn't take leave, because she felt it wasn't normal yet. Sometimes she thought she was too paranoid, but then again this paranoia wouldn't harm her, so she indulged it. Wait a few more days. If nothing really happens, then he'll leave the dormitory. Ding. It was a voice message from. Since he went to Baiyang City, the two had not been in contact. Lin Xi tapped on the voice message, and soon Gu Zicheng's familiar voice came through the light brain. His voice was weary, presumably because he hadn't rested well these days. Gu Zicheng, the biological virus has mutated. Even the latest medicine has no therapeutic effect. Don't leave the dormitory recently. Lin Xi immediately searched for relevant information online. She found nothing. So this news had not been made public yet. Lin Xi frowned, thought for a moment, and still sent the message to Zhou Yi and the others. She didn't state it explicitly, only said that she had seen some rumors online and advised everyone not to go out. As for whether Zhou Yi and the others believed it, Lin Xi didn't care. Lin Xi, gotta take care of yourself too. Gu Zicheng did not reply to Lin Xi's message. Maybe he was busy. Lin Xi didn't think much about it, and continued tidying up the dormitory. On the other side, Baiyang City, Gu Family Pharmaceutical Research Base. How is it today? An aged voice sounded. The busy staff members all paused their work to greet him. Old Master Gu, the young master, is much better today than yesterday. He woke up once in the middle and just fell asleep again. A middle-aged man in a white coat stepped forward to answer. Old Master Gu approached the glass room, observing the sleeping Gu Zicheng through the glass. In the medical pod, Gu Zicheng's face was as pale as paper, faintly tinged with a greenish gray. His dark purple lips were cracked and peeling, and fine beads of sweat slid down from his forehead, dampening the white hair at his temples. The skin from the left temple to the side of the nose was covered in large patches of black. Upon closer inspection, the flesh was curled, and the skin was constantly oozing black viscous fluid. His eyes were tightly shut, lifeless. Only the slight rise and fall of his chest proved that he was still alive. Old Master Gus's eyes were full of heartache, but when he turned to look at the middle-aged man, they became calm and unruffled. Approximately, when can he return to normal? The middle-aged man bowed slightly, not daring to hide the truth. There is still 30 of the virus in the young master's body that has not been removed. This virus is very stubborn, and we haven't been able to formulate a medicine that can completely eliminate it yet. Old Master Gu closed his eyes heavily, then opened them. Have everyone work overtime to develop it. Money is not a problem. The middle-aged man shouted excitedly, yes. In this day and age, what could be more thrilling than no budget constraints on research? Old Master Gu turned his head to take one last look at his grandson, then decisively left. The Gu family was not a one-man family. The biological virus outbreak occurred 3 days after Gu Zicheng sent the message. It was very sudden. Instantly, people around suddenly showed signs of poisoning. Many distress videos sprang up like mushrooms on the internet. Lin Xi was having breakfast at the time, and clicked on one without caution, only to be shocked so badly that she almost vomited all her breakfast. Just from the videos, one could see how painful and disgusting the infected people were. Back then in the acid rain game instance, the scenes of NPCs and players being corroded by acid rain were not as terrifying as these people. Ding. Lin Xi was about to turn off her light brain, but the light brain rang before she could. It was Zhou Yi. Suppressing her nausea, Lin Xi answered the call, and Zhou Yi's voice, choking with tears, immediately came through the light brain. Zhou Yi, Lin Xi woo. Please help me, you're the only one who can help me now. Lin Xi, don't cry first. Zhou Yi cried even louder upon hearing this. I was wrong, I should have listened to you, and not gone out, I was wrong. She kept crying that she was wrong, but didn't say why. However, Lin Xi guessed what had happened. Are you infected with the virus? Zhou Yi's face appeared on the screen, only then. Lin Xi was so startled that she stepped back. All exposed skin was dark purple flesh, turned over, and black viscous liquid kept dripping down. She appeared only for a moment, then immediately retreated behind the camera. Sorry I scared you. Whether it was because she had been crying, or because of the virus infection Lin, she thought her voice was very weak. Lin Xi was indeed frightened, but this was not the time to hit a sore spot, so she changed the subject. What can I do? Zhou Yi, with a mix of shame and determination, said, lend me money for treatment. My family blocked me when they knew I was infected. At this point Zhou Yi wanted to cry again. Ziyu and Ilan are also in bad shape. Their families took them to the hospital for treatment. Lin Xi sighed. I don't have much money either. Zhou Yi looked like a deflated balloon, her eyes dimmed. I can only lend you 20,000, I don't have more. Every cloud has a silver lining. Zhou Yi was so excited that she wanted to kneel down, but Lin Xi quickly stopped her. Don't do all that nonsense, hurry to the hospital. Zhou Yi wanted to cry again upon hearing this, but finally held it back. Thank you, Lin Xi. If it weren't for the fact that everyone in her dormitory had obtained the medicine before the insect tide arrived, the three of them would never have lasted until now. Turning off the light brain Lin, she stood up and put on her protective suit. This virus was too terrifying. Online news said that there was no specific medicine, yet going to the hospital could only slow down the spread of the virus, and a full recovery was impossible. Even with the protective suit on, she still felt insecure. Lin Xi closed all the doors and windows of the supply room and turned the air purifier to maximum power. She didn't know if anyone upstairs or downstairs was infected. Lin Xi prayed silently, hoping no one was infected. Online said that being in the same space with an infected person for 10 seconds would lead to infection. She hadn't been out recently, so the only people she could share a space with were the schoolmates upstairs and downstairs. Thinking about how she always liked to go to the balcony, Lin Xi's worry grew heavier. Disinfectant. She found the disinfectant and sprayed every corner of the room inside and out, only then feeling a bit at ease. No matter how severe the injury in the game, she would never lose control because she knew she wouldn't die. In reality, if she could avoid any injury, she would. She was poor and she feared death. After half a day of being paranoid and suspicious Lin, she finally let half of her suspended heart settle down. The remaining half would not settle down. Since Zhou Yi's call, when she learned that all three in her dormitory were infected in the following days, she received calls from other acquaintances one after another. It seemed that everyone she knew had been wiped out. Lin Xi, fully protected, went to the balcony. The vast campus was silent and lifeless. Night fell, and among thousands of lights, only hers remained. A sense of loneliness hit her, suffocating Lin Xi. She usually liked being alone, but she didn't want the world to be left with only her. No, that's wrong. Suddenly Lin Xi stood up. The communication rang for a long time, long enough for Lin Xi to fear that he too had met with misfortune. Her heart sank slowly and her hands fell limp at her sides. Hello. Just before it would have automatically disconnected, a voice came through from the other end of the light brain. Lin Xi suddenly felt like crying. Though she didn't know why she wanted to cry, she couldn't hold it back. Gu Zicheng. Her voice carried a hint of tears, and he immediately grew anxious, his violent coughing erupting in rapid succession. Lin Xi's tears vanished as if by magic, and even her melancholic mood dissipated. How are you? Are you okay? There was silence on the other end for a long time, yet the communication remained connected. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, Gu Zicheng's familiar voice finally came through. I'm fine, I was just frying chili peppers, and they choked me. He explained briefly, then continued, asking, what about you? What happened? Lin Xi. Nothing. She scratched her head, embarrassed. The area has been empty for a long time, and I suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. A low chuckle came through the light brain. I'll be back before the next round of the game starts. Hold on a little longer. There's too much virus outside, don't go out for any reason. Finally, he couldn't help adding another reminder. Lin Xi hummed in acknowledgement. I'm a bit busy here. I'll call you again next time. Without waiting for Lin Xi's reply, he hurriedly ended the call. Lin Xi stared at the light brain screen, feeling something was off, but couldn't figure out what. Thinking back to her overly emotional state today, she rarely blushed. No wonder the psychologist had advised her to go out more and interact with people. Being alone too long really does lead to psychological problems. Lin Xi quickly returned to normal, maintaining her daily routine unchanged except adding one more task: disinfecting her dormitory every day. The surroundings remained silent, but she no longer felt lonely. Baiyang City. The moment Gu Zicheng ended the call, he collapsed into the treatment pod. The pod's red alarm blared, throwing the entire research institute into chaos. Quick, quick, quick. Administer Formula 1. Prepare Machine 1. The commotion in the institute alarmed the Gu family. Gu's patriarch was in a meeting with other clan heads, so Gu's father came instead. What's going on? Weren't the toxins supposedly controlled at 30 with no life-threatening danger? Gu's father frowned displeased as he looked at the man before him. Young Master Gu is fine. He just fainted from excessive emotional agitation. The middle-aged man in the white coat wiped the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, it wasn't a real accident, otherwise the research funding they'd just secured would have flown away. Gu's father shifted his gaze to his son, asking with concern, when will the latest antidote be developed? The antidote has been successfully developed, but it hasn't undergone clinical trials. Gu's father cut him off. There are so many poisoned people out there. Offer a higher price, and plenty will volunteer to test it. Indeed, as Gu's father had said. As soon as news of the new antidote spread before even announcing the trial price, a flood of people immediately signed up voluntarily. Zhou Yi was one of them. After borrowing 20,000 interstellar credits from Lin Xi, rushed to the hospital. For the sake of her own life, she gritted her teeth and took an expensive flying taxi. The entire way she sat slumped in the back seat, dazed as sour bile churned in her stomach, burning her throat. Sweat mingled with pus and blood soaked through her back, sticking to the leather seat. Zhou Yi felt as if she could see her great-grandmother waving at her. Barely making it to the hospital, she was too weak to walk inside. It was a patrol robot that carried her to the emergency room. The emergency room was crowded. Some were pacing, others sitting or lying down. Zhou Yi fainted before she could even get a number. When she woke up, she was already in a hospital bed. The good news was that she wasn't dead. The bad news was that she would die soon. A specific cure for the virus had not yet been developed. Poison patients could only rely on detoxifying agents to maintain their vital signs. The detoxifying agents were already expensive, and with the surge in patients, the price kept rising. Now a single small bottle cost as much as 1,000 interstellar credits. For someone as severely poisoned as herself, one bottle was needed every hour, a cost Zhou Yi simply could not afford. The 20,000 interstellar credits Lin Xi had lent her wouldn't even last a day in the hospital. In addition to the antidote, she also had to pay for hospitalization and other medications to maintain her basic functions. The hospital was overflowing. Once you couldn't pay, the bed you were lying on would instantly be replaced by someone else. So when she saw the news about the new antidote being developed, a fierce will to survive blazed in her eyes. She didn't want to die. Even if her family didn't love her, she still didn't want to die. The poor have cheap lives, and if she wanted to live, she had to find her own way. Recently, Lin Xi noticed that someone had moved into the dormitory across from hers. After so much darkness, a light shining in the distance was hard to miss. Lin Xi didn't plan to go greet them. She didn't know anyone in that dormitory building, and the outside world still felt very dangerous to her. By outside world, she meant anywhere beyond the dormitory. Even the balcony of her own dorm seemed perilous. With enough supplies, she just wanted to lie low. Nothing was more important than her life. As more and more dormitory lights turned on Lin, she felt a sense of dread. She went online every day and knew that no antidote had yet been developed to completely eliminate the virus. The only promising new antidote was still in clinical trials. So these people who had suddenly returned were certainly carrying the virus. At night, more and more dormitories lit up. For safety, Lin Xi dared not turn on her own lights. During the day, she also avoided going near the window to check the outside. But even with such caution, Lin Xi still caught the attention of those who had returned. The moment the door was knocked, Lin Xi's heart leaped into her throat. She had been training non-stop recently, and her physical attributes had improved. But no matter how high her physical stats were, she would still be done for against a mobile virus. The door was banged loudly, but Lin Xi did not open it directly. She wanted to pretend no one was inside, though that trick probably wouldn't work. So she got up and checked her protective suit. At least with it, she wouldn't be directly exposed to the virus. Still not safe enough. She rummaged around and put on 2 more layers of protective suits before she stopped. She had plenty of suits, but wearing too many affected her movement. The person outside seemed to lose patience. The knocking grew faster and louder, as if they might break down the door any second. Lin Xi held a kitchen knife in her left hand and a shock robot in her right, turning the robot's current to maximum. She crept quietly behind the door. Bang! As the door was on the verge of being forcibly breached, Lin Xi deliberately made a noise and cracked it open a sliver. Then with lightning speed and keen eyesight, she thrust the electro-discharge robot forward, and the person outside crashed heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Her arm shot out and instantly retracted the door, slamming shut once more. The movement was fluid and seamless, her gaze not sparing a single glance at the situation outside. What if there were 2 people outside? If curiosity got the better of her, and she looked, she might be dragged out. Lin Xi panted heavily, her back pressed against the door. After a moment with no sound from outside, Lin Xi slid down and sat directly on the floor. She opened her light brain and sent a message to Gu Zicheng. She hadn't obtained the permission for the video doorbell, so she couldn't see the situation outside from within the room. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken such a risk. Fortunately, there was only one person outside. If there had been more, she would have been in danger. Gu Zicheng didn't reply. After catching her breath, Lin Xi attached the electro-discharge robot to the door and set it to continuous discharge mode. Thank the stars that most interstellar buildings were made of metal, which conducts electricity. If that person outside woke up and touched her door again, they'd be in for a shock. The maximum current couldn't kill anyone, so Lin Xi wasn't worried about causing a death. Even though she hadn't touched the person outside, she still felt as if the virus had seeped in through the crack in the door. She got up and disinfected herself and the entire room thoroughly, then retrieved other electro-discharge robots and installed them on the door. If the main door was breached, she could still hide in the room. But hiding wasn't a good solution, or it could only buy time, not last forever. While her mind raced with thoughts, her hands never stopped. She found every protective item in the dormitory and prepared for battle. After all the fuss, she was exhausted. Staring at the unopened nutritional fluids, she debated whether to drink them. If she took off her protective mask, would she immediately inhale the virus? After wrestling with the decision for half a minute, she ultimately decided not to drink. This was reality, not a game. She could survive a day or two without food. She moved the sofa and coffee table to block the main door, then still in her protective suit returned to her room, locked the door, and lay down. She placed a glass bottle near the door. If the door were pushed open, the bottles at both doors would fall, ensuring she wouldn't be unaware of an intruder. This sleep lasted hazily for a full day and night. The glass bottles didn't fall. She had no idea whether the person outside had left or had been electrocuted again. Lin Xi woke up staring longingly at the nutritional fluids. If I don't eat, I'll really starve to death, she sighed. After spraying disinfectant around, she removed her headgear to drink the nutritional fluid, then immediately put it back on. There was no need to use the bathroom. Drinking nutritional fluid only required a small relief, and she was wearing an adult diaper, so she didn't need to go to the toilet. I wonder what it's like outside. With someone out there, she couldn't do anything, so she just huddled on the sofa behind the door and browsed her light brain. A day and night had passed, and Gu Zicheng still hadn't replied. However, the class group messages had already reached 99. Lin Xi opened the messages and was immediately bombarded by the news on the screen. A classmate had died. Not just one, but several. Is it true? She saw death tolls online every day, and it didn't move her much. Across the distance of the interstellar network, those death tolls were just strings of numbers. Only when she saw someone she knew had passed did she realize. Those weren't numbers, they were lives. In the group, some initially offered condolences and grief, but later classmates who were still alive began saying. There were also those who didn't want to die, begging for help, raging and wailing. Lin Xi hugged her knees and buried her. A wave of helplessness washed over her. At that moment, she wanted to go home. Not the orphanage-like home in the Interstellar, but her home on Launching. Even though she no longer had blood relatives on Launching, she still had her motherland. Her motherland wouldn't sit idly by and watch its children wait to die. It would activate emergency protocols the moment a threat emerged. Even if her motherland had its flaws, it was still infinitely better than this interstellar stepmother. In the 18 years since her transmigration to the Interstellar, she hadn't felt the convenience of high technology, only the crushing disparity between rich and poor. Sobs escaped her lips without her realizing. Her shoulders shook and the whimpering in her throat nearly broke through. Hot tears streamed down onto her protective mask, blurring her vision. Don't cry. Don't cry. Lin Xi lifted her head, looking around in confusion. Don't be afraid. He'll be back soon. Lin Xi finally found the source of the voice. It was the video doorbell. She sniffled and choked out, Gu Zicheng, I want to go home. Gu Zicheng. Okay. Lin Xi let out a sudden laugh. Gu Zicheng knew she was an orphan. Oh, where could he find her a home? Don't cry. He'll be there soon. The rest of his words faded away as Lin Xi fell asleep on the sofa. She felt very hot, very cold, and in great pain. Something seemed to crawl over her body, from her ankles to her thighs, then to her neck, and finally to her face. It was light and ticklish, unbearably uncomfortable. Unbeknownst to Lin Xi, as she slumped, unconscious, swarms of tiny white larvae crept in through the crack under the door. They seemed to have a target crawling precisely toward Lin Xi, but she was wearing a protective suit, and they couldn't find an entry point. They crawled over her from head to toe, searching for any place where they could reach her skin. Gu Zicheng waited a long time for Lin Xi's response, calling out several times. The video doorbell's camera was outside, so he couldn't see inside the room. He called out again, but still no answer. He turned off the video doorbell and tried contacting her through the light brain. Still no response. Gu Zicheng pressed his lips together, looked up urgently at the staff beside him, and asked, how much longer until my body recovers? The staff immediately replied, Young Master Gu, it will take 48 hours for your body to return to normal levels. The absorption of the medicament requires a series of. Gu Zicheng cut off his lengthy explanation. How long until I can go out? The staff checked the time on the light brain and gave a precise answer, 40 minutes. That's enough. Gu Zicheng still frowned. Instruct everyone to prepare. We depart for the academy in 40 minutes. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Lin Xi still lay on the sofa behind the door. The larvae, unable to find a breach in her protective suit and unwilling to give up this tempting meal, swarmed onto her body. Piling on top of one another from a distance, the sofa appeared to be a writhing mound. Scoundrel! Old man Gu hurled his water glass forward, the cup shattering instantly, fragments exploding toward everyone present. The other 9 people in the room did not dodge, letting the glass shards fly toward them. Just as the fragments were about to touch their skin, a transparent light shield flickered to life, and the glass shards slid to the ground along its surface. No one was injured. Old Gu, don't let your temper flare so fiercely. It's bad for your health, said an elder only slightly younger than Old Man Gu, calmly sipping his tea. Bullshit. Old Man Gus's anger flared even more. Every single one of you. What do you take human lives for? The vast conference room fell into dead silence. After a long pause, the youngest among them, Head Mo, finally spoke in a measured tone. Those paupers were going to die sooner or later anyway. Oh, a year or two won't make a difference. You're going to die sooner or later too. Why don't you go die now? Old man Gus' face turned green with rage at such callous disregard for life. Old Goo, we've been deferring to you out of respect for your age. Don't take advantage of it and push too far. Exactly. Because of your insistence, we spent a fortune creating Doom to give those paupers a chance. We didn't complain. So please don't interfere too much in these matters. The remaining 7 remained silent, their thoughts inscrutable. Old man Goo abruptly rose and left without hesitation. Just as he was about to step out, he left a parting remark. In that case, let's call it quits. The Goo family and the Goo group will no longer be part of your schemes. This stirred panic in some. Voices hurriedly called out to stop him, but his figure had already vanished. Ugh. A physiological wretch made Lin's eyes already dizzy head spin even more. She knew. Despite all her precautions, she had finally fallen victim. In the videos she had browsed on her optical brain, those infected by the virus were either wildly howling with manic energy or lying still and silent. Lin Xi never imagined that contracting the virus would cause her to faint outright. Luckily, she hadn't removed her protective suit, otherwise when she woke up from it. No, if she hadn't been wearing the suit, she wouldn't have had a chance to wake up at all. Insects densely covered her field of vision, and even brushing them away was excruciatingly difficult. Countless bugs pressing right against her face with no strength to drive them away. Who could understand that helplessness? After 2 or 3 futile attempts, the insects still couldn't penetrate Lin's eyes body. Fine then. Lin Xi lay still in resignation. Yet these bugs were too annoying. Not only did they crawl all over her, but they kept buzzing right by her ears. Didn't they know she was already dizzy? Unable to endure it any longer, Lin Xi mustered the last of her strength to push herself upright. As she moved, that small mountain of insects began to cascade down, covering the floor. Struggling to stand, she nearly collapsed back down. After pausing to steady herself, she grabbed insecticide and sprayed it over herself and the sofa. The best interstellar insecticide couldn't kill them. It only put most of the larvae to sleep and slowed down. That was enough. She pulled out a flamethrower and began incinerating them. In no time, most of the larvae inside the room were dead. Panting heavily, Lin Xi swept the flamethrower along the doorframe, determined to wipe out every last. Previously, the gap beneath the dormitory door had been blocked by a wire mesh. It must have been destroyed by the person who knocked 2 days ago, allowing the bugs to find their way in. On the other side of the door, the bugs seemed endless. Lin Xi had no strength left to move the sofa or coffee table, otherwise she would have peeked out to see what was happening. After several minutes of burning, she could no longer hold on. She found something to block the door gap. Sweat had already soaked the clothes beneath her protective suit. Can't pass out. She encouraged herself. The room was now free of bugs, and the ones outside couldn't get in for the moment. She removed the face shield of her protective suit. First, she downed a vial of nutritional fluid to replenish her weakened body, then took a disinfectant potion. Lin Xi had read all the online guides on how to survive after contracting the virus. She knew the disinfectant couldn't eliminate the virus inside her. It could only slow its spread, buying her a little more time before death. Whether it was the potion's effect or the replenished nutrition, she felt less dizzy. Only then did she have the presence of mind to examine herself. Having seen Zhou Yi's appearance after being poisoned, and now looking at her own Lin, she thought she actually looked rather decent. The skin on her face had turned a grayish black, clearly abnormal. Maybe because she hadn't been infected long, she saw no signs of flesh rotting yet. After resting for a few minutes, she began moving the coffee table and sofa aside. Now that she was infected, staying hidden in the dorm was unwise. Getting to the hospital as soon as possible was the top priority. The dorm still had a large supply of antidotes, and Lin Xi intended to bring them all. Buying medicine at the hospital cost money, and she didn't have much. Better to save it for newly developed potions. Once everything was ready, Lin Xi summoned a flying taxi via her optical brain. Click. Before Lin Xi could touch the door, it opened from the outside. Faster than thought, her hand slammed it shut as she opened her optical brain and called Gu Ziqing. The call was quickly answered. Seeing the background behind Gu Ziqing, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was Gu Ziqing outside. The only 2 people with access to the dorm. Lin Xi, don't come in. I'm infected. Gu Ziqing's voice was steady. I know. Open the door, it's fine. I'm infected too. Lin Xi gritted her teeth and didn't open. Gu Ziqing, wearing a protective suit, only showed the skin of his face. That skin was clearly normal. Gu Ziqing, I really am infected. Open up. Before Lin Xi could answer, she fainted again. This time was better than before. At least she was conscious enough to hear Gu Ziqing's panicked voice through the optical brain. She could also hear the grating sound of the dorm door being forcibly broken open and the heavy, steady pounding of a heartbeat. Today's Interstellar headline was "The Gu family has gone mad." The Gu group has gone mad. This insect swarm attack saw the highest death toll in nearly a century. The number of fatalities was only slightly lower than the interstellar insect war 200 years ago. Yet few official media outlets reported on such a massive figure, because 99% of the dead were Anyone with even a little money could have gone to the hospital in time or bought enough medicine to avoid an easy death. Only the lowest stratum perished, stirring no change beyond a few ripples on the starnet. The wealthy and powerful felt no panic. They simply bought antidotes with money, preserving their lives until a cure emerged. They feared not death but pain and despised the series of transformations brought by the parasites. The rich infected awaited the antidote. The poor could only wait for death. This was the interstellar reality. The poor of the galaxy had long grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Only a few like Zhou Yi refused to resign themselves and rushed to hospitals clutching at life. The vast majority simply accepted their fate. They waited in every corner of the world for the countdown of their lives. Each major disaster was but death's selection of the destitute to be culled. Yet this time something seemed different. Breaking. The latest detoxifying antidote has been released. A single dose can completely purge all toxins from the body. Breaking. The Gu family announces that the new antidote will be prioritized for commoners. The lower one's assets, the greater the discount, with the poorest receiving it for free. Breaking. A guide to purchasing the detoxifying antidote. The interstellar populace rejoiced as one upon seeing the latest headline. Even the wealthy who knew they would not die could not deny the unpleasantness of being poisoned. But upon reading the second headline, their instinctive reaction was disbelief. It was only after some verified the information on the official websites of the Gu family and its enterprises that they began to accept it. Thus the entire galaxy erupted. Was this the dying fantasy of the poor? Some dared not believe, others expressed doubt. But the majority followed the third message and rushed to the designated locations to purchase the antidote. At that moment, the Gu family members felt puzzled and astonished by the old patriarch's decision. Yet since those with the authority had no objections, the younger generation naturally followed suit. When Lin Xi awoke again, she felt weak, but all the previous discomfort had vanished. She gazed blankly at the unfamiliar surroundings, gradually realizing where she might be. Awake. A woman in a white coat approached. Lin Xi nodded. The woman introduced herself and then asked about Lin Xi's physical condition. Lin Xi answered truthfully. Your Botus foundation is too weak. You'll have to stay inside for another 5 days. The woman in the white coat made her final assessment. If you have time, I recommend staying longer. The medical capsule contains many beneficial agents that can improve your health. How much? Lin Xi asked nervously. The price of an ordinary medical capsule she could barely afford, but one with such miraculous functions would surely be exorbitant. 100 million. Lin Xi. Per day. Lin Xi. Even if she were chopped up and sold by the pound, she couldn't come up with that much money. Perhaps amused by Lin Xi's expression, the woman added, by the way, you've already been inside for 3 days. Good heavens, sleeping for 3 days had incurred a debt of 300 million. Then he'll stay for another 7 days. Since she was already in debt, a little more or less made no difference. She couldn't repay it anyway. On the 3rd day after waking Lin, she was finally allowed out of the medical capsule with 1 hour of supervised freedom each day. That day she saw a haggard Gu Ziqing. Are you losing weight for a film? I'm sorry. They spoke simultaneously. Their eyes met and Lin Xi asked again, what are you sorry for? I should be thanking you for bringing me here for treatment. Even though the cost was astronomical, so high she might never be able to repay it in her lifetime. But he had saved her life and gratitude was due. Gu Ziqing, unaware of Lin Xi's internal grumbling about the medical bill, only answered her first question. I couldn't find your family. I'm sorry. He had mobilized the family's resources and scoured the entire galaxy, only to discover that Lin Xi's parents had died young and no blood relatives survived. She truly had no family left. Lin Xi then remembered that during that call she had mentioned wanting to go home. The family of this world had long since perished. It would be a miracle if Gu Ziqing could find them. I never had any family to begin with. It's normal that you couldn't find them. Her tone was indifferent when speaking of family. Carrying memories from her past life, she had arrived in this world without ever seeing the faces of these parents. She had no impression of them at all. Without memories, there was no affection. Gu Ziqing seemed about to speak, but Lin, she didn't want to continue the topic. What happened to you? You look so thin. And old. Gu Ziqing instinctively touched his face. Same as you. I got infected with the virus. You actually got infected? Lin, she still found it hard to believe. Everyone infected looked terrible, yet Gu Ziqing only appeared slightly thinner with none of the typical signs. They didn't chat long. Gu Ziqing seemed busy as several communications came in for him during their brief conversation. You go ahead. I have to get back in the capsule soon. Gu Ziqing nodded and turned away. Lin, she didn't linger either. She didn't know that the man behind her kept his eyes on her until her figure disappeared. Treatment in the medical capsule was incredibly boring. According to the medical staff, the process was so comfortable that if the capsule connected to the Starnet, patients might become addicted to long hours of internet use, which would hinder recovery. After all, this was the most prestigious medical institution in the galaxy. Letting a minor issue affect treatment outcomes would be a terrible blow to their reputation. Thus, poor Lin, she had spent these 3 days with her mind wandering aimlessly. On the 3rd day, she had a 1-hour break, but she spent it all with Gu Ziqing. It wasn't until the 7th day of her stay that she finally accessed her neural interface. Is it true that the new antidote is free, eh? Lin Xi's eyes lit up. The medical staff smiled. Yes, Miss Lin. Lin Xi extended her balance to show the staff. Check my wealth. How much of a discount can I get? If she had known that the poorer you were the bigger the discount, she would have lent all her money to Zhou Yi back then. The medical staff burst out laughing. Miss Lin, you are a lifetime free customer of the Gu Corporation. The staff expected Lin Xi to be overjoyed. After all, even a 10 discount at the Gu Corporation was enough to make anyone ecstatic. But at that moment, only one thought occupied Lin Xi's mind. A conspiracy. Could it be that someone has set their sights on my kidneys? No, that can't be. According to interstellar medical technology, cultivating a new organ is far cheaper and safer than transplanting one from another person. Unable to figure it out, Lin Xi scratched his head. Whatever he thought crossing that bridge when he came to it. Having convinced himself, he settled back into the expensive treatment pod, taking it easy and enjoying the leisurely days. During Lin Xi's treatment, the Star Network once again buzzed with fervor over the Gu family and the Gu group. The distribution of the antidote was in full swing. Due to the decision to prioritize supply to the poor, the wealthy on the network were flooded with complaints. The rich had always enjoyed privileges and they never expected to be treated differently because of their wealth, so they flocked online to denounce the Gu family. The Gu family paid no heed to these people, but those who had received the Gu family's kindness could not tolerate the barking. Already harboring resentment toward the wealthy, they emptied their stores of foul language and hurled it all at the critics. In the midst of the heated battle between the two sides, the Gu family released another announcement. Breaking. A new vaccine has been developed, and humans no longer need to fear insect bites. Insects are indestructible. The rate of extermination cannot keep up with their reproduction, let alone the fact that their small size makes them easy to hide. If a single insect escapes undetected, it won't take long before they multiply into a swarm again. Of course, with interstellar technology and methods, it would be easy to eliminate all the insects. But the project would be too massive and require a substantial amount of funds. The poor lack the means to undertake it, while those with the means are unwilling to spend the money and effort. The Gu family wanted to do it, but other families obstructed them, and in the end they couldn't. The Gu Enterprise, which had been researching a way to kill insects, gave up in a fit of anger and directly switched to researching a vaccine. Since you won't contribute money or effort, and even go out of your way to obstruct, then don't expect me to listen to you, were Old Master Gu's exact words. Breaking. The Gu Group issued a statement. Those who have insulted the Gu Group will be barred from purchasing the antidote. The Gu family kept their word, and those who had cursed the Gu Group on the Star Network were blacklisted. As soon as the news broke, the loudest critics fell silent, and many secretly deleted their comments. But this action changed nothing. A interstellar speech is under a real name system, and the network has its own memory. Deleting comments doesn't make them disappear. Lin Xi was among the first to receive the vaccine. Thanks to being hospitalized, everyone in the facility had been vaccinated. As time passed, her time in the treatment pod grew shorter, allowing her more time to surf the internet. From the network, she saw that many people had already been vaccinated and returned to normal life. Insects still appeared in living spaces, but as long as you didn't feel fear toward them, they couldn't affect you. During this time, she received messages from her 3 former roommates reporting their safety, as well as a partial repayment from Zhou Yi. Lin Xi was in dire need of money, so she immediately clicked to accept the transfer. She sighed. Although the Gu Group hadn't charged her for the medical expenses, she still wanted to pay. Having lived 2 lifetimes, she knew that sometimes the free things were the most expensive. That was what she thought, but when she actually had money in hand, she couldn't bear to part with it. I'll repay it in installments after graduation. Lin Xi thought selfishly. The leaders of the 10 major families gathered once again for a meeting. This time the agenda was to force the Gu Group to share the antidote and vaccine. The Gu Group's decisions regarding the antidote and vaccine might seem to benefit the common people, but in truth the main reason was to spite the upper-class families. The ordinary people had already returned to normal, while the powerful and influential were still in a panic. The 9 people waited in the conference room, but Old Master Gu, who always arrived early, was nowhere to be seen. Why isn't he here yet? He's already an hour late. This is too outrageous, being late for a meeting. An hour had exhausted their patience, and they began to criticize Old Master Gu. They went back and forth, unable to stop. He's not really planning to break away from us and go it alone, is he? Someone said this, and the entire conference room fell silent as a church mouse. Oh ho, if that were the case, things would be serious. The reason the 10 major interstellar families became the top 10 was that each controlled a unique top-tier resource or technology. For example, the Qiao family, which focused on agriculture, the Gu family leaders in medicine, the Liu family, which controlled 90% of the transportation industry. Every family's failure would cause interstellar turmoil, and none could be missing. There were other families or companies in these industries, but even all of them combined couldn't match any single one of the. Perhaps with enough time and favorable conditions, those smaller families could grow to become like them, but what they lacked, they began to panic, frantically contacting Old Master Gu and other members of the Gu family. Before leaving the treatment center, Lin Xi received a customized nutrition guide and exercise guide. These two personalized guides are also a fortune, so you must follow them carefully, the medical staff urged Lin Xi. Lin Xi nodded solemnly, indicating she understood. After leaving the Gu Group headquarters, Lin Xi never saw Gu Ziqing again. At the dormitory entrance she tried again, but the door still wouldn't open and the display showed she had no access permission. Lin Xi took a photo of this information and sent it to the dormitory management and also sent a message to Gu Ziqing asking what was going on. Neither side replied, so Lin Xi had to walk back to the original dormitory. Only Zhou Yi was in the dormitory, the other two had been taken home by their families and hadn't returned. When she saw Lin Xi, Zhou Yi rushed over and hugged her, then burst into tears. In just half a month she had experienced life and death. She thought the world had abandoned her, but she never expected to be saved by her roommate. When her family and friends of over a decade offered no help, a roommate she had known for less than 2 months reached out at the most critical moment of her life. Lin Xi pushed her away in disgust. No matter how sadly you cry, you still owe me money. Zhou Yi rolled her eyes in annoyance. What are you saying? I'll sell my blood if I have to, but I'll pay you back. Seeing her stop crying, Lin Xi let out a sigh. Sis, even if you drain all your blood, it won't sell for much. The two of them bantered for a while, dispelling the gloom in their hearts. Lin Xi said congratulations on surviving. Zhou Yi replied congratulations to you too. They smiled at each other and hugged. Just as they were getting emotional, Lin Xi's personal terminal chimed, interrupting the moment. Ding. It was a communication from Gu Ziqing. Lin Xi answered the call, and it ended shortly. Zhou Yi looked over curiously. There's a reply regarding the dormitory. Lin Xi nodded, hesitating, before finally deciding to tell the truth. Someone died in front of the dormitory before. Gu Ziqing found it distasteful, so we're moving. The truth was that the person who had come to smash the dormitory door died at the doorstep. The insects on Lin Xi had crawled out from that person. Lin Xi had fainted at the time and didn't know the situation, but Gu Ziqing knew. He had someone handle the corpse. Along with dealing with the body, he immediately moved all the belongings out of the dormitory. He had been so busy that his head was spinning, and he forgot to tell Lin Xi about this. So you're moving to a new dormitory? Zhou Yi looked at Lin Xi reluctantly. She had so much to say to Lin Xi, but being in different dorms meant fewer face-to-face conversations. I still have to wait 2 days. They'll be troubling you during this time. The new dormitory was still under construction and not ready yet, but her luggage was in another building, so she could retrieve it first. Zhou Yi smiled. It's my pleasure. The two of them first went to the other dormitory to retrieve some luggage. The familiar campus and buildings, yet strolling through them, they lacked the same feeling as before. On the bustling path, they occasionally saw insects passing by, but they no longer swarmed toward them. The vaccine had made them lose interest in humans, though they were still quite interested in most food. Lin Xi's major hadn't resumed classes yet. They were only counting the number of people. It was then that she learned that among all the school's departments, the one with the highest death toll was the cultivation department. Even before the statistics were compiled, Lin Xi had a premonition. The many farewell messages in the class group were still vivid in her mind, leaping into her thoughts whenever she closed her eyes. But seeing the exact numbers, she couldn't help feeling downcast. There's nothing to be sad about, Zhou Yi comforted her. You should be glad we're not on that list. I'm not sad, Lin Xi said. I'm just a bit wistful. Wistful at how hard it is to live in any world without money. This was also the reason why Lin Xi, an orphan from the start, had studied so desperately, while living at the bottom of society, even willing to give up all contact with outside information in order to strive to get into university. You see, 9 out of 10 students who could attend the Star University came from well-off families. A poor student who managed to get in was considered the cream of the lower class. In their college, there were only 200 to 300 poor students in their department. They had the chance to change their fate with a university diploma, but unfortunately they died in a bug tide. All their efforts turned to nothing. Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu returned to school the day after Lin Xi came back. Having been infected by a virus, the 3 of them, except Lin Xi, had lost a lot of weight. The 4 of them met again, embracing and shouting with excitement. The feeling of surviving a catastrophe. Only those who had experienced it could truly understand. The emotion of seeing familiar faces alive after the disaster was something words could not convey. Yi Ziyu said, the teacher sent an email. We can take the practical lessons for free. Do you want to sign up? The other 2 didn't hesitate at all, nodding directly. Only Lin Xi hesitated. You guys go ahead and take them first. I still need to keep playing the game. After this bug-tied Lin, she didn't want to let go of the most profitable opportunity at the moment. If another disaster as big as this one were to occur in reality, having no money on hand would make her feel utterly insecure. Zhou Yi cheered her on. Go for it. We'll go check it out first. The other 2 nodded in agreement. They both knew that Zhou Yi had borrowed money from Lin Xi to save her life. That might sound a bit impure in intention, but if a friend had some money and could help them out when they were in trouble, they were willing to follow Lin Xi and do what they could in return. On the 3rd day back at school, the entire college had resumed normal classes. Lin Xi still didn't go, as she was moving to the new dormitory today. The new dormitory was in a newly built building on the east side of the college. This time she was still on the 10th floor. It's actually a one-bedroom apartment. Lin Xi exclaimed in disbelief. Even the most luxurious staff dormitory in the college was only a two-bedroom apartment. The dorm room was spacious, and the living room was not small either. The more Lin Xi looked, the more she liked it. Gu Ziqing helped move her luggage over. The luggage has been disinfected. You can organize it yourself. I also need to sort out my own. Lin Xi thanked him and saw him off to the next door. The two were no longer roommates, but had become neighbors. Come over for dinner later. He'll cook. Gu Ziqing saw her curiously looking around the dormitory and extended the invitation. Lin Xi smiled and replied with a yes. Her luggage had grown from just 2 sets of clothes into a mountain. Inside that mountain, apart from the clothes and nutrient fluids, she had bought the rest were supplies she had stored together with Gu Ziqing. Those natural foods had been well sealed and surprisingly hadn't been eaten by insects. Gu Ziqing disinfected them again, confirmed they were edible, and returned the food. Lin Xi specially bought shelves and arranged them on the racks. Both the room and the living room were filled with shelves, leaving only narrow walkways. Hoarding had become her habit. One day she would fill all the shelves with supplies. After finishing the arrangement, it was still early for dinner. She drank a tube of nutrient fluid and then went to the examination room. She had applied for an early exam to finish the theoretical test for the cultivation department ahead of time. The questions were mostly multiple choice with some fill-in-the-blanks. Open-ended questions did not appear in the first year. That meant as long as she worked hard to memorize the knowledge points, the theoretical course was almost without difficulty. At 6 in the evening, Lin Xi walked out of the examination room feeling dizzy. The high-intensity mental work had drained all the energy from the nutrient fluid. She was starving. I'm so hungry. Smelling the aroma of food coming from inside Lin, she felt even hungrier. Wash your hands first. There's a stew that will be ready soon. Gu Ziqing stepped aside to let Lin Xi in. When Lin Xi entered, she noticed there was another person inside. She halted in her steps. Should she make an excuse to leave in such a situation? The bathroom is this way. Gu Ziqing thought Lin Xi was standing still because she didn't know where it was, so he pointed it out. Oh, okay. When she came out of the bathroom, Gu Ziqing had just brought out the last dish. With your cooking skills, even if the Gu family goes bankrupt someday, you'll never starve. The man on the sofa took the dish and teased. This natural gesture immediately indicated a close relationship between the two. The Gu family went bankrupt. Could the Qiao family be far behind? Gu Ziqing raised an eyebrow, beckoned Lin Xi to come sit, and introduced the two to each other. This is my friend Qiao Yunzhou, and this is my good friend Lin Xi. Qiao Yunzhou straightened up, greeted Lin Xi, and Lin Xi returned the greeting. Gu Ziqing, while placing food into Lin Xi's bowl, conversed with Qiao Yunzhou. Lin Xi was ravenously hungry, devouring her food, with head down, completely oblivious to their conversation. All right, let's proceed as discussed. They'll send you the contract later. The topic ended at some unknown point. Qiao Yuanzhou stood up to leave, making sure to bid Lin Xi farewell before departing. The room was left with only Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing. With food in her stomach, Lin Xi's eating pace slowed considerably. What do you think? Gu Ziqing had not eaten himself, but continued to serve Lin Xi. Lin Xi's mind hadn't caught up yet. Oh, when she came to, she replied, he's quite handsome. Indeed, he was quite handsome. No one in the interstellar realm was ugly, but that one just now was far more striking than the average interstellar citizen. In appearance, he was on par with Gu Ziqing, except Qiao Yunz's handsomeness was of a different style, more ruggedly handsome. Gu Ziqing's hand paused mid-motion as he was serving food. He redirected the morsel into his own bowl. He calmly swallowed the food, then calmly spoke again. I was asking about what we were just discussing. What do you think? Lin Xi was bewildered. I didn't really listen. She had caught a snippet, but since she hadn't heard from beginning to end, and their conversation was circuitous, she had lost the thread after just one bite of food. So she simply stopped listening. Gu Ziqing said, that game we played was jointly created by the 10 major interstellar families and the government. Do you know why they created such a game? Lin Xi had never delved deeper. Back then she played the game only for the substantial rewards and to see the familiar people and scenes from her past life. The longer she stayed in the interstellar realm, the more she longed to return to her homeland. Knowing she couldn't go back, she thought it would be good to at least take a look. Lin Xi, who had been frugal for 18 years, spent her entire savings for the first time to secure a chance to enter the game. Gu Ziqing shook his head, confirming that Lin Xi was truly focused on eating and had not heard a single important point. The interstellar living zone is about to be destroyed. Lin Xi, are you serious? Bro, this is no joke. And the joke was too big, it felt like a jest. Under Lin Xi's grinning gaze, Gu Ziqing nodded solemnly. Really? Lin Xi swallowed hard. How could he say such explosive news so calmly? And was this something she should hear? Why tell me news like the world is ending? It would be better to let me die carefree along with everyone else. Now knowing this news, it felt like a sword hanging over her head. Gu Ziqing shook his head disapprovingly. If there were no chance of survival, not knowing would certainly be better than knowing. But now there is a chance to survive. Knowing early allows for early preparation. Lin Xi, it's related to Doomsday. Gu Ziqing nodded without hesitation. The data on Blue Star has been under study but not released. The reason the game's background was set on Blue Star is that the new living environment is very similar to Blue Star. The dormitory was empty, so Gu Zicheng did not hide anything and told Lin Xi the whole story. This matter was no secret among the upper echelons, but the lower-level personnel had no wind of it. The new planet was far from the surrounding planets, and the journey there was treacherous. To reach the new planet, a vast amount of energy would be required. Ordinary people simply did not qualify to go. Because the distance was too great, an ordinary person's physique could not withstand the journey. The poor and the lower class were directly eliminated. The Doomsday game was an opportunity for the lower class to go to the new planet, as well as a chance for the wealthy to become familiar with the new planet's environment in advance. The final rewards of the Doomsday game include the physique-enhancing potion you used during your hospital stay, and Gu Zicheng continued, but this game might not be able to proceed, and those rewards may not be obtainable. The reason the game was conducted across the entire interstellar realm was due to the efforts of the Gu family. Now that the Gu family has fallen out with the other major families, the game project may no longer be open to the public. However, this doesn't affect you much. You've already used the potion in advance. Using it again won't have much effect on your body. To continue improving your physical attributes, you'll have to rely on exercise and diet. As for the ticket, Gu Zicheng didn't mention it. To him, the ticket was a minor matter. Lin Xi's poor physique was the major concern. For the next period, I suggest you focus on training to improve your physical fitness and put your studies aside. Gu Zicheng took a deep breath. Disaster could strike again at any time. Without a good physique, it won't do. Lin Xi nodded. She had already planned to do so, otherwise she wouldn't have applied for early exams. However, back then she was thinking of having a good physique to enter the game. Now it was to cope with possible real-world situations. Regardless, the outcome was the same: improving physical fitness. Also, don't leave this dormitory building unless necessary. Lin Xi frowned. Why? The dormitory building was newly built with funding from the Gu family. Its security measures are very comprehensive. As long as you don't leave the building, safety is guaranteed. You mean that in the coming period the place we live now will experience various disasters? Lin Xi asked. Gu Zicheng, yes. This insect swarm is also the beginning of the disasters. Various calamities will follow until this star region is destroyed. Truly a very bad piece of news. Lin Xi was still thinking if the game couldn't proceed, should she find a part-time job? The guide given to her by the medical staff required a lot of natural food, which was extremely expensive. Without income, it would be impossible to sustain. Besides this reason, there's another. Lin Xi waited for what came next. After weighing his words, Gu Zicheng said, the Gu family has fallen out with the other families. Those associated with the Gu family might also be implicated. Even without the insect swarm, the Gu family would have fallen out with the other families eventually. Back when the Gu family had their younger generation take refuge in the academy, they had already begun preparations for the fallout. The academy could be considered a trump card for the Gu family. At that time, they thought the academy's protective shield would prevent the insect swarm from affecting the interior. The younger Gu family members could enter and secretly transfer some resources within the academy amidst the chaos. However, they all underestimated this insect swarm. A group of Gu family juniors came over, only learned to make some cans, did nothing else, and rushed back to Baiyang City for treatment. Now the Gu family has fallen out with other families, and transferring resources has become open and above board. Lin Xi had no knowledge of the Gu family's affairs. She returned to her dormitory and began searching online for suitable part-time jobs. She cherished her life. Since Gu Zicheng had said danger lurked outside the dormitory, she would not step out of the door unless absolutely necessary. The online part-time jobs were all kinds. Lin Xi inquired about several, but all were blocked by educational requirements. It was a strange phenomenon. With equal abilities they wanted higher education, and with unequal abilities they still wanted higher education. No matter whether your major matches or not, as long as you have a high degree, it's an advantage. Hopeless. Lin Xi turned off her optical brain and lay down on the sofa. This world truly leaves no opportunity for the poor. At that moment, she deeply admired those low-class students who could get into university. Ding ling ling. Why are you here? Gu Zicheng shook his optical brain. I've come to deliver you money. Lin Xi checked the transmitted file, looked up at him in surprise. So the contract you two were discussing today was for me? Yes. Take a look. If there's no problem, sign it. The contract was simple and clear. Lin Xi would provide the can recipes, and it was a one-time buyout. One recipe for 5 million, totaling 15 million. You're really giving me money. Lin Xi looked at Gu Zicheng suspiciously, suspecting he wanted to help her. Cans are just casually made. What recipe is needed? And she had already charged a fee when teaching these cans to the Gu family. Fruit cans are more or less the same, but for meat cans the ratio you use tastes better, Gu Zicheng explained. I wanted to get you a higher price, but the Chow family wouldn't allow it. Don't underestimate the slight difference in taste. For the upper class, spending money to upgrade their palate is a worthwhile endeavor. Lin Xi stared at the zeros and thought this price was already ridiculously high. She signed quickly. If the Chow family was wiring the money, it wasn't Gu Zicheng trying to subsidize her. Lin Xi stared at the zeros and thought this price was already ridiculously high. She signed quickly. If the Chow family was wiring the money, it wasn't Gu Zicheng trying to subsidize her. You need to write down the recipes for the 3 meat cans tonight. The Chow family is eager to start production. Gu Zicheng sent the contract and instructed Lin Xi. Okay, got it. Lin Xi was very proactive when money was involved. Alright. Didn't the Chow family say that the raw materials for the nutrient solution were destroyed by the bugs? How do they still have stuff to make cans? Gu Zicheng, the ingredients for nutrient solution and cans are not the same. The ingredients for cans are almost all from Blue Star. These Blue Star ingredients have been on the interstellar market for less than 2 years and became known to the public only after the game Doomsday appeared. The ingredients grown and raised by the Chow family are unique to the interstellar realm. 90% of these ingredients cannot be consumed directly. Their nutrients can only be extracted to make nutrient solution. In the interstellar, the main materials for nutrient solution are almost self-produced and sold by the Chow family, but Blue Star Natural Food is not. At first, these were resources not yet monopolized by the great families, so naturally everyone wanted a piece. Thus, the interstellar great families all cultivated Blue Star Natural Food. However, after the insect swarm, perhaps only 2 or 3 families still had their natural food untouched by the bugs. The Gu family was one of them. So your family supplies the materials, and the Chow family handles the processing. Yes. Lin Xi still had to write the recipes, so the two didn't talk further. Before leaving, Gu Zicheng turned around and said, "Oh, about the news I mentioned at dinner today. I understand. Lin Xi made a zipping motion over her lips. I won't tell anyone. Such a big matter. No news had leaked to the outside world. Lin Xi wouldn't be foolish enough to tell others. It would bring trouble to herself and others." Gu Zicheng let out a chuckle, and in an instant the whole room brightened with his smile. He shook his head and said, "You can tell if you want, it's not a big deal. What I meant to say is, everything I said today is true. You must take it seriously." "I know. I've remembered it all," Lin Xi nodded. As for spreading it, she had no intention for now. At least until news broke out, she would keep it to herself. Gu Zicheng left. Lin Xi stayed up all night writing the recipes. Whenever she cooked, she relied on instinct to add seasonings. Now she needed to be precise to the gram, so she had to test each one. Though she slept late, she woke up early. Yawning, she sent out the recipes down a bottle of nutrient solution and began her daily routine, improving her physical attributes. After training, she opened her optical brain and found many unread messages. The first was from Doomsday official stating that due to irresistible reasons the game was temporarily inaccessible with normal access time pending. Lin Xi had already learned about this from Gu Zicheng yesterday. She glanced at it and opened Zhou Yi's message. Zhou Yi told her that the school's practical course was about cultivating plants. Plants were categorized from simple to difficult. After passing the practical course, one could take on planting tasks issued by the school. She had already passed the basic practical test and asked Lin Xi if she wanted to take the practical course too. Zhou Yi emphasized that the planting tasks issued by the school paid money, and such major-related part-time jobs should not be missed. Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan's messages were similar to Zhou Yi's. Lin Xi directly refused them all in the group chat. If it weren't for the contract with the Chow family, she would have been tempted by this practical course. Now she had to put it off. Hu Li and her 3 roommates also sent Lin Xi messages congratulating her on being able to take school tasks in her major and have an extra income. The planting department, known as the poor man's concentration camp. No wonder Hu Li specially messaged to congratulate her. In the entire college, only the planting department students were active in various part-time job groups every day. Lin Xi replied to each of them with thanks, then finally had time to browse the internet. The headline was once again dominated by the Gu family. Breaking. The Gu Corporation issued a statement saying they are recruiting outstanding previous graduates of the planting department with favorable treatment. Those interested sign up quickly. The planting department graduates suddenly became hot commodities. Not only the Gu Corporation, but also several other great families were recruiting. Planting department graduates had never been so valued. Breaking. A representative of the Gu Corporation stated that in the next few years various disasters similar to the insect swarm will emerge one after another, urging the public to exercise and stock up on supplies to welcome the approaching storm. No wonder Gu Zicheng said the news could be shared. It turned out the Gu Corporation had no intention of hiding it from the public. However, the most important news about the destruction of the Star region was not disclosed by the Gu family. Lin Xi forwarded the second headline to the former dormitory group chat and a few others, including Hu Li. She didn't say much, only letting them figure it out themselves. The StarNet was abuzz with activity, especially as the second headline had climbed to the top and hung there prominently. Many netizens questioned whether the Gu group was crying wolf. Wang Shufan, who loves rice rolls the Gu group, is making a spectacle again. The government hasn't even said anything. Does it think it's more powerful than the government? Earn more is the Gu group short of money. They went bankrupt from giving discounts on pharmaceuticals to the poor a while ago. Chui Guangsan, can't they sell their pharmaceuticals? Tisk pulling the capitalist trick. The online chorus of negativity pleased the members of other noble families greatly. But in reality, just opening the shopping mall would reveal that since this announcement appeared, sales of various supplies, only a few days had passed since the insect tide, and no one dared to take the experiences of that time lightly. Though they claimed disbelief, they were quicker than anyone when buying supplies. Lin Xi shook her head and got up to cook for herself. She had ordered a batch of natural ingredients from Blue Star from the Goo Group. To better follow the training guide, she couldn't rely solely on nutrient solution. Having received the transfer from the Qiao Group yesterday, Lin Xi didn't return the money to the Goo family. Now that she knew the star domain was about to be destroyed, she set aside the matter of repayment for now. When she was hospitalized, it was said to be free. Lin Xi didn't want to be indebted, so she planned to repay at market price. Now she would rather owe a favor as the money had greater uses. Lin Xi eyed the product page longingly. She wanted to buy a personal protective shield. And not enough money. The huge sum she earned yesterday couldn't afford a shield, only its energy source. Closing the product page, Lin Xi purchased an air ammunition gun. 2 million stellar credits. After placing the order, her hands were trembling. Truly a pauper. Trembling even when buying an expensive item, Lin Xi mocked herself. The gun arrived quickly. She toyed with it, then changed clothes, and went to the first floor. Gu Ziqing had said the first and second floors were training grounds. She wanted to go down to practice shooting. Having a weapon, but not knowing how to use it was useless. No one was in sight on the first floor. Lin Xi walked to the virtual screen to find a vacant shooting room and learned how to shoot from a video. The people of Zhonghua have an inexplicable fascination with firearms, and Lin Xi immediately started firing away. She was so excited that she felt no fatigue until the room system alerted her that her training time was too long. Only then did she belatedly feel the soreness in her arms and shoulders. Overtraining. Body exhausted but spirit high. For several days in a row, she went to the first floor to train, and her shooting accuracy improved greatly. Once the initial enthusiasm passed, Lin Xi shortened her firearms training plan and added cold weapon training. A month passed like this with the outside world remaining calm. The Goo Group's statement still hung high on its official website with netizens flocking to mock it. The matter stirred up quite a commotion, but the Goo Group turned a blind eye to the mockery, letting the netizens rant below. Over the month, Lin Xi's physical fitness greatly improved. Now the personal attribute panel in the game pod read: name Lin Xi. Age 18. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Level 1, 35. 856,100. Attack 26,100. Strength 26,100. Speed 23,100. Physical fitness improved rapidly. According to the medical staff, after using the pharmaceuticals, minor ailments in the body would heal and the body would reach its peak state. At this point, with enhanced nutrition and exercise, all physical attributes would skyrocket. Lin Xi was very satisfied. She glanced at the game pod. Doomsday was still inaccessible, but she could play other games. But she had no free time, and the expensive game pod was gathering dust. Maybe I should return the game pod. It was useless sitting in the dorm, and the rental fee was due every day. Returning it would reduce expenses. She might as well return it, freeing up space to stockpile more supplies. She still had 10 million credits, but she had spent nearly 5 million in a month. Such a huge expenditure. She had never imagined it, not in this life, nor in her previous one. If she were still in her past life, she would have lain flat with that money. Just as her finger was about to click the rental cancellation, a new message arrived. It was a notification from the Doomsday official. Dear players, Doomsday will officially relaunch on December 1st. Please ensure that players who have passed the previous levels are ready to enter the game. No need to return the game pod. Lin Xi sent a message to Gu Ziqing. Are you reconciled? Attached behind the message was a screenshot of the game notification. Gu Ziqing replied quickly, on the surface we are reconciled. As for whether they were truly reconciled behind the scenes, who cared? In peacetime, the interests of the 10 great families were already intertwined. At this critical juncture, to survive, all 10 families had to contribute. Missing even one would make it difficult to leave this star domain. The new planet was far away. Jumping through space would cause the ship to be crushed by spatial pressure, and the people inside would be ejected from the ship. Those ejected would have to endure the remaining spatial pressure. Only with high physical attributes and adequate protective measures could they land safely. It sounded simple in a few words, but ensuring the safe descent of personnel required a massive preliminary effort, a colossal project. Moreover, these projects required the most advanced resources and technologies from each family to be completed together. Missing any one would make it impossible. With that in mind, it was expected that the Gu family would reconcile. However, Lin Xi could tell from Gu Ziqing's usual words that the Gu family was preparing for both scenarios. While continuing to cooperate with the other families, they were also ready to go it alone at any time. The Gu family, previously focused on medical care, had recently been making moves to enter and research other industries. Their intention was clear. Corresponding news could be seen on the headlines every day. No help for it. The Gu family was making big moves, posting recruitment ads on the internet every day. The ads specified that they wanted employees with matching expertise, not high academic degrees. This differed from the recruitment philosophy of other companies, and they mocked the Goo Group for being fit only to deal with commoners. The Goo Group let netizens rant below, only intervening with pharmaceutical purchase qualification restrictions when extreme comments appeared. One should know that during the insect tide some people still hadn't purchased vaccines and new pharmaceuticals and were still suffering. Lin Xi called Zhou Yi and a few others, asking them to take care of the plants she had been growing while she was in the game. Perhaps deep down she still harbored the vain hope that the star domain wouldn't be destroyed, that she was still thinking about her studies at such a critical moment. Lin Xi thought self-deprecatingly. Ding. Welcome to the survival game. The current round is called Cracked Land. This round lasts for 15. Players must survive at least 15 days within the game. If you fail to survive 15 days, the game ends for you, and you will be unable to participate in subsequent game events. Please take the rules seriously. Ding. During the game, one daily supply item will be randomly distributed: food, water, or medicine. Each of the 3 supplies has a 25% chance of being awarded, with the remaining 25% being empty. Click here for details of the 3 supply lists. Ding. In this round, players will be provided with a legal identity in the game scenario, but no other additional assistance. Please be aware. Ding. Friendly reminder: this scenario has 100 people, including 9990 NPCs, and 100 players. The game scenario has been loaded. The game is about to begin. Please get ready. Scene transition. Before Lin Xi could take in her surroundings, her ears were assaulted by a violent noise. She stood behind the door, very close to it. The sound came from the other side of the door. The iron door was being pounded loudly, and Lin Xi felt sympathy for the person's hand just from listening. The knocks were frantic and rapid. Before she could open the door, the knocking had already moved to the neighbor's apartment. Landlord, what urgent matter has you so flustered? Lin Xi opened her door just as the neighbor's door swung open, revealing a short-haired young man who complained as he stepped out. His eyes were bleary, clearly just crawled out of bed. Xiao Jie, you stayed up all night again, the landlord uncle. The young man nodded. Landlord, what are you doing at this early hour? Oh, I almost forgot the real business. The landlord uncle, too busy for idle chatter, walked forward while speaking loudly. The water company issued a notice that there will be periodic water supply for the next week. Our community's water supply is only from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Xiao Jie, you know how to use your phone. Oh, please notify the other tenants in the group. Without waiting for Xiao Jie's reply, the landlord uncle had already rushed to the next apartment and started banging on the door. Xiao Jie turned and saw Lin Xi nodding briefly as a greeting. Was this mutual recognition? Lin Xi muttered inwardly, then mimicked him with a nod. Back in her room, she first found containers to store tap water. This time the game directly provided the game title, Cracked Earth. What kind of disaster could cause the earth to crack? Earthquakes, drought, volcanic eruptions, subsidence, permafrost, thaw, mudslides, and extreme temperature changes were all possible. The apartment was a single room with only a bathroom and no extra space. She turned on the faucet, letting the water run, then began searching for her identification documents. Soon she found her ID card in a drawer along with 2 contracts, a lease agreement and a work agreement. So I'm a streamer. She had felt something was off just now. The apartment was decorated in a flashy style with photography equipment clearly meant for live streaming. Since the system assigned her the identity of a streamer, there should be a phone for streaming, right? Indeed, Lin Xi found a phone and a computer on the other side, even 2 sets. This game start offered such generous benefits: a job arranged and a place to stay. Lin Xi opened her phone and checked the map to determine her current location. Then she searched online for the city's topography. Earthquake was ruled out. This area wasn't on a fault line, with only a few minor seismic records in history, all caused by distant major earthquakes. Drought remained a possibility since an NPC had already informed her about limited water supply from the start. Volcanic eruption was also ruled out. There were no volcanoes here. Subsidence was also kept on the list. Permafrost thaw was excluded. The city wasn't in a permafrost. This was an urban area not built on mountains or steep slopes, so the chance of mudslides was negligible and could. As for extreme temperature changes, the weather app showed no warnings for now, making it unlikely. Therefore, the most probable apocalyptic scenarios were drought, subsidence, and extreme temperature changes. Among them, drought had the highest probability. With a suspicion in mind, Lin Xi filled the water containers and then began searching for funds. Cash, none found. The phone balance was only a dozen yuan, and the linked bank card which she checked was also empty. Lin Xi. Her phone rang with a message from someone labeled Agent. Remember, today's streaming must last a full 12 hours. If it's not enough, you'll be fined. Lin Xi. She replied with, okay, and then searched for her own streaming content. It turned out to be talent streaming, singing. Seeing her own face singing on the phone felt strange. She exited the screen and looked for the withdrawal option on the back end to see if there was any money. So much money. Unfortunately, it couldn't be withdrawn. The streaming account belonged to the company, not her personally, so withdrawals wouldn't go to her own account. Lin Xi was not discouraged. Money didn't necessarily have to be earned, did it? After some self-psychological construction, she downloaded several loan platforms. Lifting her head, shaking it, blinking, opening her mouth. After a few rounds of procedures, the phone kept chiming. Within an hour, 2,000 yuan had been deposited into her bank account. In real life, she would never dare to do this. But this was a game, wasn't it? When the debt collection time came in the game would already be over, so Lin, she had no fear. Could NPCs chase her across the galaxy? With money, everything was easier. Lin Xi put aside the thought of streaming and began ordering the supplies she needed online. Having gone through 2 rounds of the game, the list of necessary supplies was imprinted in her mind. She spent over 10,000 yuan on standard supplies. She spent 2,000 yuan on boxed lunches and another 1,000 on bottled water. With over 100,000 still in hand, Lin Xi packed everything into her space, grabbed a backpack, and headed out. As soon as she stepped outside, a wave of heat hit her face. Coming out of the air-conditioned room, Lin Xi took a moment to adjust. She spent 1,000 yuan to hire a car and drove around the city until evening, determining the game's boundaries. The game's scope could not extend beyond this urban area. That meant she had to find a new place to stay within this city. Along the way, her phone kept buzzing with messages from the agent. Lin Xi glanced at them, replied with him out, and ignored the rest. She searched online for the best location to avoid a severe drought, but the results were not ideal. The night was deep and the temperature outside had dropped slightly, yet it remained scorching hot. Lin Xi asked the driver to take her back to the rented room, where she had started planning to return and get some sleep first. The rented room, quiet during the day, was bustling with activity at night. From the shadows cast on the windows, one could see figures eagerly starting their live streams. Can one really fall asleep in this environment? After a moment's thought, she still turned and went back to her original room. She packed up all the usable supplies in the room and took a taxi to the nearest hotel. After a comfortable shower, Lin Xi lay on the bed and began purchasing high-temperature protective suits. A detachable aluminum foil reflective suit capable of reflecting external infrared radiation and reducing heat absorption. Its detachable design allows removal at night or indoors to avoid excessive heat buildup. Price 1,800 yuan. Liquid cooling circulation system i.e. a liquid-cooled vest with ice water circulation that actively cools through circulating cold water. This item, along with a portable refrigerant, costs 3,500 yuan, and the battery can only last 8 hours. Therefore, power generation equipment would also be needed later. Body temperature monitor, a real-time temperature detector, priced at 1,200 yuan. Mobile air-conditioned tent, an inflatable insulated tent that can reduce internal temperature by 15 degrees Celsius, requires a generator and solar power supply, priced at 1,500 yuan. There were also wide-brimmed insulated hats with ventilation holes, some protective face masks, breathable non-slip, flame-retardant gloves, insulated boots, cooling socks, and several quick-dry garments. All the equipment totaled around 3,000 yuan. Lin Xi purchased 2 sets, one as backup, spending 6,000 yuan. In addition, she prepared 2 types of power generation equipment, a diesel generator and a solar power supply kit. The prices were 1,000 yuan and 2,500 yuan respectively. Lin Xi bought 2 of each, and another 7,000 yuan disappeared. She still had over 5,000 yuan in hand, but also needed to prepare heatstroke emergency kits and constant temperature cooling sleeping bags. She also prepared 2 sets of these, and her wallet decreased by another 7,000 yuan. For all online purchases, Lin Xi paid extra for expedited shipping, requiring them to arrive the next day. For this, she spent another 1,000 yuan as an urgent delivery fee. With 4,000 yuan left, Lin Xi was too exhausted to continue and planned to resume shopping tomorrow. As soon as her head hit the pillow, she fell asleep immediately. She slept until 7 in the morning. If not for the constant ringing of her phone, she wouldn't have woken up so early. Hello, Lin Xi. Where the hell have you gone? The sound of an irritable female voice came from the earpiece. Lin Xi took the phone away from her ear and looked at it. An unmarked number, one she didn't recognize. The voice continued, "Are you still working or not? If not, come back and pay the breach of contract fee." Oh, it was the agent. The voice on the other end carried a hint of smugness, as if confident that Lin Xi would surely come back to continue streaming. If Lin Xi hadn't entered the game, she would have had no choice but to continue working. In the contract she signed yesterday, she saw the penalty for breach of contract, up to 2 million yuan. Yet her salary was less than 5,000 yuan. An outright exploitative clause. In her past life, she had heard that some streaming companies didn't make money from revenue, but thrived on penalty fees. She never expected to experience such a thing in the game herself. Breach it then. Lin Xi directly hung up the phone. A mere 2 million. If they could, they'd have to jump out of the game and find her across the stars. The agent on the other end immediately fell silent upon hearing the word breach. Breach was good. Breach meant money. Lin Xi didn't know what the agent was thinking. Woken up, she didn't want to sleep again. After washing up, she took out a convenience meal from her space for breakfast, eating while scrolling through videos. Then she saw many people with colorful heads appearing in the live streams. Could it be that all the players who entered this time have been assigned as streamers? The players were very interested in the streaming equipment and methods of this era, and their live topics and content were completely mismatched. The NPCs were amusing themselves watching comments flying by. Lin Xi glanced at them a couple of times, and continued swiping, wanting to see if she would come across someone she knew. Her physical attributes had improved a lot, but in the chaotic apocalyptic stage, it was still unsafe. Lin Xi envied the powerful heroines in some novels who had the ability to take on the entire world alone. But unfortunately, she could only dream, not achieve. She was just an ordinary person. An ordinary person living in the end times was very dangerous alone. Not to mention, when exhausted to the extreme, if she fell into a deep sleep, without anyone watching over her, she would definitely end up dead. After breakfast, Lin Xi hadn't found anyone she knew, so she packed up and prepared to go out to find a place to live. As she stepped out of the hotel entrance, a wave of heat hit her. Lin Xi hailed a taxi and went to the nearest real estate agency. If the ground cracking were only due to water shortage, the game would be simple. But this was a city. The reason for the ground cracking was not just drought, but also the extreme heat. When the heat wave struck, the best shelter in the city would be underground basements. Ideally a basement 2 or more levels underground, because when the temperature reaches 50 degrees Celsius, a heat accumulation effect occurs, and the temperature can rise above 42 degrees Celsius. The temperature in the second basement level would be more stable. However, there were other risks in the second basement. After much thought, Lin Xi asked the agent to find a small villa with a basement. The lease period was half a month with a rent of 1,000 yuan, fully furnished. Lin Xi looked at the house, immediately signed the contract, paid, and moved in that very day. The villa was good in every way except that the basement was only one level. But there was a building in the distance with a 3-story underground parking garage. If the temperature became unbearably high, she could simply move there later. The new accommodation was very clean, requiring no cleaning effort on her part. Lin Xi bought a large amount of water storage equipment and planned to spend the next few days storing water. While she was bustling around various stores, she received a call from the hotel. Her expedited package had arrived. Lin Xi stopped what she was doing and went back to the hotel to pick up the package. The contents of the package were the basic necessities for survival over the next 15 days. The rest were just to make her life a bit more comfortable during those 15 days. She unpacked the items, stored them in her space, and checked out of the hotel. Then she continued buying water storage supplies and an ice maker. After returning to the villa in the evening, she began storing tap water. While storing tap water, she also put drinking mineral water into the refrigerator and used some to make ice. She had planned to finish all of this overnight, but unexpectedly the water supply in the villa area was cut off at midnight and wouldn't be restored until 8 in the morning. Lin Xi, who had just joined the homeowners group that day, hadn't seen the notice. A kind neighbor reminded her, and only then did she find out. With the water cut off, she couldn't continue, so she went to bed early. Game day 3, 8:00 a.m. Setting her phone to silent mode, Xi slept until 8 in the morning. When the alarm rang, she went to the tap to let the water run. While the water was running, she washed up. She ate breakfast while the water continued to flow. The good days of the game were only the first few, the rest would be spent in suffering. With such a rare blessed start, she cherished every moment of enjoyment. After breakfast, she picked up her phone and saw a new notice in the property group chat. It was another notice about scheduled water supply. Yesterday water was available for only 4 hours, today it was just 2. The group was filled with lamentations. After reading it, she took a new water container and opened all the taps in the villa to store tap water. The 2 hours passed quickly, but her container was still a third empty. I wonder if tomorrow there will be no water at all. Never mind. If it was just for drinking, this water supply would last for a year or 2. She spent the remaining money on diesel, exhausting her funds completely. Back in the villa, her clothes were soaked through, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. She turned on all the air conditioners, took a refreshing shower, and then lay on the big bed scrolling through her phone. If only this comfortable life were real. She continued to browse local live streams, hoping to spot familiar faces who had entered the game. Unfortunately, there were none. She saw many players, but no one she knew. Not daring to team up with strangers, she decided to stop looking for companions. The app pushed many videos about the severe drought in her city. However, many netizens in the comments found it hard to believe. After all, her in-game location was famously a land of waterways. How could there be a drought? Some local netizens even testified in the comments that the city wasn't short of water at all. Thus a heated debate erupted among locals, with netizens from other provinces watching the spectacle. Lin Xi quickly grew bored of it. Without finding a reliable temporary partner, she decided to reinforce the villa's defenses, hoping to hunker down there for as long as possible. She reinforced all doors and windows and applied privacy film to the window glass, which was both sunproof and prevented prying eyes. It was a huge task, but fortunately the villa's air conditioning was powerful enough to keep her from sweating even during long work hours. After finishing the indoor reinforcements, she looked out the window. The scorching sun blazed its white light, blinding. The large trees outside stood wilted, clinging to life in a state of near-death reluctance. She opened the window, and the scorching air rushed in heat waves, distorting her vision. Even with the air conditioner running, she still felt hot. She checked her phone. It was noon. The weather app showed a temperature of 36 degrees Celsius. Hot, but not unbearably so, still within tolerable limits. After staring out the window for a long while she went to rest, she planned to install a heat-reflective net on the villa's exterior walls at night, which would lower the indoor temperature. As the sun set, Lin Xi ate dinner and began her work. The villa had enough tools, and after 3 hours the heat-reflective net was in place. The night temperature was also high, 34 degrees Celsius. Unsurprisingly, after 3 hours outside, she felt like she was dripping oil. Extreme greasy hair and oily face and sweat-soaked clothes. She had lost all semblance of decency. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lin, she was a bit startled. Thinking about the continued heat wave, she decisively cut her long hair with scissors, then washed her hair and took a shower. Indeed, only under the air conditioner can one live like a human. Lin, she let out a satisfied sigh. She set the morning alarm and went back to sleep. On the 4th day of the game at 8 in the morning, the alarm went off, and Lin, she immediately turned on the taps to fill containers. She had used quite a bit of water over the past 2 days, freeing up several large barrels. She rushed around the 2 floors with various containers, filling them at every tap. When the 2 hours were up, the water cut off immediately. 1 barrel remained unfilled, but she was already satisfied. As soon as the water stopped, it was 10 in the morning, the official start of the 4th day. The temperature on the weather app immediately jumped from 34 to 36 degrees Celsius. And this was only 10 in the morning, not the hottest part of the day. If this trend continued, wouldn't noon and afternoon temperatures approach 40 degrees? Lin, she gasped in the cold air, then stored the water from the refrigerator and the ice cubes from the ice maker into her spatial storage. For now, the space held only perishable items like bento boxes, while everything else was cleared out to make room. She thought that order wouldn't collapse so quickly in the early stages. Before it did, her supplies would be safe inside the house. When collapse was imminent, she could simply store everything away. The doors and windows were all reinforced, so even if someone broke in, she would have enough time to transfer all supplies into the space. Lin's phone rang. It was her neighbor, mentioning her in the group chat, asking where she bought the heat-reflective netting, as he wanted to buy some too. With the rising temperatures and sporadic water rationing, the more cautious residents had started stockpiling supplies. But this neighbor wasn't one of them. He just liked to sit in his garden and wanted to put up some netting for shade. Lin, she sent the store's address to the group chat and added, "It's getting hotter every day. We've only had scheduled water cuts so far, but who knows if the drought might lead to power outages. I really hate the heat." Those simple words made everyone uneasy. People in the group began clamoring to buy heat-reflective nets as well. They mentally planned to not only buy nets, but also stock up on other essentials. Seeing these messages, Lin, she breathed a sigh of relief. If more households in the villa complex installed heat-reflective nets, her own home wouldn't stand out as a target, and the area wouldn't descend into chaos too soon. At noon, the phone showed 39 degrees Celsius. Lin, she staying in the air-conditioned room, didn't feel much, but the outside world was buzzing. Today's online chatter was all about the heat wave, and she even saw several videos of people suffering heat stroke while working outdoors. Some netizens questioned whether the temperature had already exceeded 40 degrees and not just 39. This claim gained widespread support, and the topic surged in popularity. As the heat grew, more and more bloggers took professional equipment outdoors to measure temperatures or conduct experiments. It was a clever way to ride the trend, earning them huge attention. But just as they were about to go viral, their related videos were taken down one after another. The Sharpie could see that the authorities were preventing panic. However, the heat was not something that could be hidden. As more and more videos emerged, the authorities could no longer suppress the information. By the time evening fell, Lin, she received an official high temperature warning and a notice to suspend outdoor work on her phone. Major platforms released emergency plans for the heat wave and drought. In Lin Xi's homeowner group chat, someone suggested buying water together. Only about half of the residents responded, though many went to purchase heat-insulating nets. Having lived in peace for so long, the people were ill-prepared for natural disasters. The government had sheltered them too well. With officials on hand, ordinary citizens rarely faced danger in typical calamities. Lin, she merely lurked in the group chat without speaking. At 5 in the evening, her doorbell rang. Through the video intercom, she saw only a woman outside. After a moment's thought, she went out and opened the door. "Hello, I'm your neighbor," the woman said with a warm smile. "Thank you for telling me where to buy the heat-insulating net. Please accept this water as a token of my gratitude. You're too kind. I bought 2 cases of water yesterday myself. You should keep these for your own use." The woman set the items by the door. "Just take them. I noticed you don't have a car, so going out is troublesome. You have no idea how fierce the rush for water is out there. Having an extra 2 cases on hand will give you peace of mind." Before Lin, she could refuse, the woman drove back to her own home. Since they were neighbors, and the woman often sat idly in her yard, she had a clear view of Lin's situation. Lin, she always came and went by taxi. How inconvenient that must be. Lin, she looked at the 2 cases of water on the ground, and finally carried them inside. Compared to the cold, indifferent era of interstellar civilization, the people of this time were mostly kind-hearted. As the sun set, more and more people emerged from their homes. Lin, she was no exception. Staying indoors with the air conditioning on was comfortable, but lingering too long would trap one in a cozy prison. The game's later stages would only grow more difficult, so it was essential to spend time outdoors improving heat tolerance. By the time the sun had completely vanished, the weather app still showed a scorching 37 degrees Celsius. To be honest, after just a few steps, she felt her heart race. Sweat poured from her body, as if it cost nothing. Reaching a large tree limb, she sat down, without any regard for her appearance, watching the bustling street. The oppressive heat left no one in the mood for a leisurely stroll. Most of those on the road were adults. They were either heading home from work or out buying drinking water. An hour earlier, the government had issued a notice due to the drought. Normal drinking water supply could not be guaranteed. Starting tomorrow, the water supply period would be further shortened, with each district receiving only 1 hour of water per day. The 1-hour window varied by district, so not everyone could be home to collect water. Some stayed home waiting for the tap water to flow, while others, unable to do otherwise, went out to buy water to stock up. Many, with a sense of crisis, began hoarding large. The weather app showed forecasts for the next 15 days or so. The outlook was grim. The heat wave would persist. Without rain, domestic water supplies would be compromised, and even drinking water might run short. The clever ones stockpiled not only water but also food, and those with means began storing electricity. Damn. 10 yuan for a 250 milliliters bottle of water. That's daylight robbery. A couple walked past Lin Xi, the man cursing and pointing at his wife. You're buying 2 cases at that price. Are you out of your mind? The price went up because of the shortage. If there weren't a shortage, why would I buy water? Do I have money to burn? The wife, already irritable from the heat and the accusation, snapped back. Her husband, already resentful over the expensive purchase, lost his temper at her retort. The two began brawling in the street. The Chinese love a spectacle, and even the scorching heat couldn't dampen their enthusiasm. As the couple fought, someone in the crowd egged them on, and the violence escalated. For her own safety, Lin Xi stepped back several paces, distancing herself from the fray. She didn't go far, and could still see the commotion. More onlookers gathered. Lin Xi decided to head back to her villa, and only step out to the front yard from now on. She walked slowly when suddenly a hot gust of wind blew from behind. Lin Xi instinctively dodged as a figure brushed past her. Stop! Give back the water. It was the husband from the fight. He had abandoned the brawl to chase someone. Though she hadn't seen the whole scene, Lin Xi understood what had happened. The couple must have dropped their water during the fight, and someone had snatched it in the chaos. No one in the crowd helped. In fact, several people who had bought water themselves hurried away from the trouble, clutching their purchases. Honey. Lin Xi also left, but after a few steps, she heard the wife's terrified scream. The dispersing crowd froze, some turning back. A kind-hearted person went to check. Looks like heat stroke. I'm not a professional. You'd better call 120. With the extreme heat and strenuous activity, collapsing from heat stroke was hardly surprising. Lin Xi didn't stay to watch the aftermath. Moving at a pace of 10 meters every 10 minutes of rest, she finally made it back to her villa. The neighbor who loved sitting in her yard was there, greeting Lin Xi warmly. Girl, where have you been? I heard there might be water and power outages, so I wanted to buy some supplies, Lin Xi replied, fanning herself with a flyer. But it's too hot. I felt unwell halfway and turned back. Probably heat stroke, the woman said, kindly handing her a bottle of water. Next time you go out, just call me. I have a car, it won't be so hot. Lin Xi didn't take the water. She thanked the woman and said she felt unwell, then went straight back inside. The cool indoor temperature was so inviting she didn't want to leave again. She washed herself thoroughly from head to toe, scrubbing away every trace of oiliness. Finally, she felt the air conditioner hummed steadily as Lin Xi fell into a peaceful sleep. She woke up feeling hot, her forehead drenched in sweat, sticky strands of hair plastered to her cheeks and neck. She reached for her phone on the nightstand. The screen lit up, showing 3:00 a.m. and a temperature of 36 degrees Celsius. The air conditioner had stopped sometime, turning the room into a steaming oven. Lin Xi, who had covered herself with a quilt to avoid catching a cold from the air conditioning, was speechless. That she hadn't been cooked alive was sheer luck. She wiped the sweat from her face, threw off the sodden blanket, and turned on an emergency light to see the room. There was no lingering trace of coolness indoors, and no one knew how long the power had been out. Lin Xi walked to the window and pushed it open, hoping for a breath of cool air. But the air outside was even more stifling than inside. Helpless, she closed the window and took some ice cubes from the space to place in front of the electric fan. The pre-charged power bank came in handy now. The fan's breeze carried a hint of chill, and only then did Lin Xi feel a bit more comfortable. The ice-enhanced fan was still no match for air conditioning. Though it brought some coolness, she still felt unbearably hot. It was precisely the time for deep sleep, and she was both hot and drowsy. She didn't want to move at all, only wishing to die in front of the fan. She dragged the fan over to the sofa and leaned against it, dozing off. The temperature was too high for comfortable sleep. In a half-awake, half-asleep state, the sun rose again. Lin Xi woke fully. Sleeping through the night felt no different from not sleeping at all. In fact, it was more exhausting. She glanced at her phone screen. The sun had just risen, but the temperature had already soared to 38 degrees Celsius. The ice cubes in the fan's water tank had melted completely, and even the melted water had evaporated significantly. She added more ice cubes to the fan, and then took out the portable air conditioner and tent to set up. She also brought out the solar generator. Feeling the cool air again, only one word came to Lin Xi's mind: bliss. She had bought the portable air conditioner tent based on the size of the space. She moved some supplies into the tent. If any accident forced her to leave the villa, she could simply pack it up. The temperature inside the tent was so comfortable that she didn't want to leave, and so she stayed put. Leaning back in her chair, she opened her phone to check messages. Last night the screen had flashed repeatedly, accumulating an unusually high number of messages. Most of the messages came from the owner's group chat. Last night's blackout had left the entire villa district's residents simmering with resentment. It was the dead of night, and the security guard was the only one on duty at the property management office. The electrician was absent, and no one could be found to activate the backup power. Lack of sleep combined with irritation made the messages in the group chat nearly 90 profanity. After about an hour of complaints, unable to bear it any longer, they all rushed outdoors. But outdoors was no better. After a futile struggle, the group was utterly exhausted. In the end, one owner who had a generator at home called everyone over to spend the night there. Just when everyone thought things would calm down, a new commotion erupted barely 10 minutes later. Someone's elderly relative had fainted from the heat. Because no one noticed in time, by the time the family found them, the old person had already passed away. Logically, this should have been the family's fault for failing to look after their elder properly. But whether due to a twisted mindset or a desire to shift blame, that family accused the owner with the generator of not letting everyone into his home to escape the heat in time. The owner felt his kindness had been repaid with ingratitude, and his mood soured more than if he had eaten filth. Still, considering the family had just lost a loved one, he didn't argue much. But the bereaved family refused to let it go. They clamored for the owner to compensate for the old person's life. Some owner had filmed the scene and posted it in the group chat. Many residents spoke up for the generator owner. This seemed to stir up a hornet's nest. The family with the deceased claimed that all these owners were in cahoots, plotting to kill for money. They declared that anyone who spoke in defense of the generator owner should be careful. They would not let the murderers or their accomplices off the hook. The generator owner was even threatened to his face. Some owner couldn't stand it anymore and directly called the police. When the police arrived, an ambulance came along as well. After all, a life had been lost, and the hospital needed to be present to issue a death certificate. The final message was a video posted by an owner showing the accused owner being taken away by the police while still threatening the other residents. The group chat was full of comments calling that family ungrateful and saying they deserved it, but no one took their threats seriously. Lin Xi, however, raised an eyebrow as she read. There were all kinds of twisted minds in this world. She hadn't encountered such situations in the previous 2 games. Would she be unlucky enough to run into them this time? Apart from the owner's group chat, there were also messages from her former work group. That group had been silent for a long time, but unexpectedly the power outage had made it lively last night. First came the power outage, and the streamers cheered. Without electricity, most live streams couldn't proceed. Under the glamorous facade of their on-screen presence, they were all overworked beasts of burden in private. In addition to the 12-hour streaming hours stipulated in their contracts, they had to spend private time preparing for broadcasts. If that were counted as work time, they would have to add another 3 or 4 hours. It was rare to have an irresistible reason to skip work. How could they not be excited? But the joy was short-lived, and soon they began to complain. The rest was a string of complaints. Lin Xi glanced through them casually and turned off her phone. The alarm went off. It was time for water supply. She had already opened the faucet early, so there was no rush. When she came out, she found that the power supply had also been restored. At the same time, she received an official message urging electricity conservation. Lin Xi. Silently, she turned off all the air conditioners on the 2nd floor. Even though she knew that whether she turned them off or not, the game's rules would eventually cut the power when the time came. After turning off the air conditioners, she went to the faucet. Her brow furrowed as she silently turned the tap off. None of the water she had just collected was drinkable. The water quality was terrible, obviously so at a glance. It was a murky grayish-black with many sediments. It was clear that the reservoir had run dry. She opened her phone, and sure enough, the group chat was full of complaints about the water quality with calls to file complaints. Ding. While she was reading intently, a friend request popped up. Lin Xi looked at the profile picture. It was the neighbor woman. After a moment's thought, she accepted the friend request. Soon a message came. Little sister, want to go to the mall. I've asked a friend to set aside some bottled water. Let's go buy some. Sister, I'd like to go, but my salary hasn't been paid yet, and I don't have much money. I'd better not go. Lin Xi sent a screenshot of her balance along with the message. The other party replied with a simple, okay, and said nothing more. Lin Xi looked at the murky water in front of her, but ultimately didn't pour it out. This water could be made drinkable after settling and using purification tablets. It was only because she had abundant water supplies that she felt so particular. She decided to keep it. Perhaps it might prove useful later. The group chat erupted in cheers that the power was finally back, but soon people were cursing the Water Resources Bureau. Who would dare drink such filthy water? Several households angrily dumped all the water. Since there were many wealthy people in the villa complex, their daily drinking water was mostly mineral water or filtered water. Naturally, they looked down on this dirty water. Online heated discussions erupted over the tap water issue. Many people were cursing the government and the Water Resources Bureau. Many directly poured the water away, claiming they would rather die of thirst than drink water of such quality. At the same time, many bloggers suddenly emerged to teach how to filter turbid water into drinkable water. Amidst all this, there were also many merchants advertising water purifiers and purifying tablets. Of course, the most popular were the various drinking water merchants. Without any need for streamers to promote them, orders came pouring in. Even as prices kept rising, it couldn't stop people from frantically buying. When disaster strikes, there will always be those who profit from the calamity. How long could the online frenzy last? Just as Lin Xi finished thinking this, the power supply system collapsed again. It was still daytime, and in 2 hours the temperature would reach its daily peak. How could the power go out at such a... Lin Xi could already imagine the chaos outside. After placing the solar panels in an inconspicuous spot between the first and second floors, she entered the tent. It was 11 a.m., and the temperature had already reached 40 degrees Celsius. It was not suitable to go out. With an iced drink in her left hand and her phone in her right, Lin Xi picked a melodramatic novel and planned to stay cozy until sunset. Speaking of melodramatic novels, Lin Xi felt quite nostalgic. The interstellar world also had novels, but they were almost all AI-generated. They were enjoyable and rigorous, but not enough melodrama. In terms of melodrama, even in the interstellar age, AI still couldn't surpass the human brain. If she had enough time, Lin Xi actually wanted to write novels in the interstellar era to make money. Reading novels would make one forget the passage of time. If it weren't for the neighbor sending a message, she would still be turning page after page. Little sister, my car has a flat tire. Can you come over and help me move some water? It was around noon, and the temperature had reached 42 degrees Celsius. Lin Xi felt that going out in such heat would cause heat stroke. The neighbor sent a location. It was very close. The car was parked next to the neighbor's house, just one house away from. Remembering that the neighbor had just given her 2 cases of water, Lin Xi put on an ice water circulating vest, a heat insulating hat, a sun protection mask, and finally a protective suit before going out. As soon as she left the tent, Lin Xi wanted to retreat. After psyching herself up for a while, she continued outside. There was no wind, the heat waves distorted the air, and every breath she took was hot. Lin Xi locked the door before proceeding. She didn't encounter anyone along the way, mainly because the villa area had few people. Soon she saw her neighbor, who hadn't gotten out of the car and was enjoying the air conditioning inside. Upon seeing Lin Xi, she lowered the window and invited Lin Xi to sit in the car. It's hot outside. You sit inside and I'll move the water in. She could have moved them in herself, but the car was parked in front of someone else's house, and that family was greedy. If she made several trips back and forth, the water in the car would definitely be stolen. That's why she had called Lin Xi over. She wasn't called to move water, but to keep an eye on the car. After all, the family in that house was not only greedy, but also cowardly. As a longtime neighbor, the woman understood them to some extent, otherwise she wouldn't have asked Lin Xi to come out. If Lin Xi got harmed by outsiders because she called her out, that would be a grave sin. Lin Xi nodded and obediently got into the car. The woman had bought a lot of water. The trunk and back seats were full. She looked slim and petite, but when she lifted the water, the muscles on her arms showed she was a regular exerciser. It took her over half an hour to move all the water in, and Lin Xi sat in the car with nothing happening. Thank you for your help. The woman's clothes were already soaked with sweat, and her long hair was drenched. She should have looked disheveled, but she still appeared composed. Thank you. I was planning to drive you to the mall to escape the heat after moving the water, but now the car is broken, so going out is no longer realistic. She sighed. With the citywide power outage, only some large shopping malls and buildings had backup power. Ordinary households rarely had that. You could take a taxi if you want to go, Lin Xi suggested softly. The woman raised her phone to show her. I tried, but no one has taken the order for an hour. The scorching heat made those without cars take taxis. The distance from here to the mall was too short, and such a small fare generally didn't appeal to drivers. Lin Xi. The woman continued, it's okay. I installed a heat insulating net on the wall last night. It's actually not that hot inside. They'll just stay home. It was clearly self-consolation. At worst, I can just stay in the car and use the air conditioning. She also had a portable power station at home, but she didn't want to use it now, as she was saving it for the fan at night while sleeping. Lin Xi didn't want to chat, as she was still eager to read her novel, so she said goodbye. The woman, still wanting to enjoy the air conditioning, waved goodbye. When she returned to the gate, Lin Xi found 2 more cases of water by her fence. Judging by the brand, they were clearly just moved there by the neighbor. No wonder it took her a bit longer on the last trip. Lin Xi thought she was just tired, but it turned out she was moving a thank you. Her heart felt mixed. She moved the water and locked the door, and quickly went to shower and wash her hair. After just a short time outside, she had turned into a greasy mess again. Her short hair dried quickly after a quick wipe, and she swiftly crawled into the tent. If she had delayed a few more minutes, she would have had to wash her hair and shower again. She stayed in the tent and continued reading her novel. When she got tired, she slept. When hungry, she ate. The day passed like that. Thanks to her preparations, the scorching heat outside didn't affect her. At 10 p.m., the power supply system was restored again. Along with the restoration came an official text message. The gist was to ask everyone to conserve electricity, turn off unnecessary appliances, or else the power would go out again soon. Having endured a day of extreme heat, people no longer dared to use electricity recklessly. They only dared to run one air conditioner in the house with the whole family huddled together to enjoy the cool air. Even so, at midnight the power supply system collapsed again. However, this time, most people were somewhat prepared. They had prepared portable power banks, ice blocks, or ice water. The night was hard to endure, but it passed nonetheless. Lin Xi had been so engrossed in reading a novel last night that she slept straight through until 1:00 a.m. on the 5th day of the game. Of course, she knew that this was a Doomsday game and not the time to indulge in novels, so she had taken many safety precautions before sleeping so peacefully. She was naturally a light sleeper. No matter how deeply she slept, any sound would wake her. 42 degrees Celsius. Before she could finish, the temperature on the phone app changed to 43 degrees Celsius. She glanced at the game's virtual panel. The 5th day of the game officially began with 21 deaths, all in. Yesterday, when she checked her phone, she already knew that many deaths had occurred in the game scenario, all without exception due to heat stroke. Even though the government ordered a halt to outdoor work and urged people not to stay outside for long, they still could not prevent these deaths. The temperature was so high that even staying indoors could lead to heat stroke, let alone those who had to risk working, because stopping would mean starving to death. Death was just the beginning. Taking out a boxed meal from her space Lin, she lingered in the tent, unwilling to move. After a night, she was no longer so obsessed with the novel she had read. Ignoring the scorching heat outside Lin, she felt as if she were on a vacation staying inside the tent. At noon 12:00, the temperature rose to 45 degrees Celsius, a terrifying level. At 45 degrees Celsius, the perceived temperature outside could reach 50 to 55 degrees Celsius. One must know that when a person's fever exceeds 40 degrees Celsius, they are prone to convulsions. It goes without saying what happens to those exposed to over 45 degrees for prolonged periods. Indoor temperatures were slightly lower, generally 510 degrees below the outside, yet still unbearably high. The air conditioner in her tent maintained a constant 26 degrees Celsius, and the cooling effect never ceased. That is, the space she occupied never dropped below 26 degrees. Lin Xi speculated that the death toll in this game would not be low. At noon, the temperature on her phone rose another degree and the air conditioner kept running. She did not lower the temperature. In this apocalypse game, she could not simply hide in the tent inside the house. Not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. The game would likely not allow players to stay in one place forever. Since she was destined to face the dangers outside, she had to prepare in advance. Heat tolerance training was necessary. Just as Lin Xi finished lunch, her community group chat kept buzzing with messages. Opening the chat, she saw, oh no, things were serious. The greenery tree not far from her door was on fire, and according to the latest video, it was about to reach her doorstep. Lin Xi quickly changed into her gear and prepared to flee at any moment. She opened the front door and took a look, feeling that it might still be salvageable. The fire was not huge, but with the high temperature and dry conditions outside, anything flammable would ignite instantly. Why hasn't the fire truck arrived yet? There are multiple large fires. The fire brigade is all out. They told us to find a way to save ourselves. How can we save ourselves? The tap water hasn't come today. We can't use the drinking water we hoarded to put out the fire, can we? These people were hopping around in panic, while a few carefree ones kept filming videos. The videos Lin Xi saw were taken by those who enjoyed the spectacle without worrying about their own houses burning down. Fortunately, there were still sensible people. Fire extinguishers appeared. Those from their cars, and those prepared by the property management, were all brought out. The fire was getting smaller, but still not out. No good, the extinguishers are used up. If it keeps burning, the house will catch fire. One must know that their walls were hung with insulation nets which were highly flammable. Lin Xi had already gone back inside, and when she came out, she was carrying a bucket full of water. This water was the blackish tap water and bath water she had stored yesterday. Bucket after bucket of dirty water was carried out. After closing the door, she shouted, "There's water here." Immediately, everyone's attention turned to her. Some residents came over, grabbed the buckets, and ran off. Others saw the dirty water, curled their lips, and turned away to continue watching the commotion. Lin Xi was speechless. What kind of people were these? She instinctively moved away from those who still wanted to take advantage at such a moment. With Lin Xi taking the lead in contributing dirty water, other residents also brought out their wastewater. Several muttered that they shouldn't have poured away the water when it was too dirty. If another fire broke out, they would have no water to extinguish it. The great fire was extinguished. Grayish-white smoke rose from the charred branches and lingered in the air. The once towering trees were now reduced to a few charred remains. The lawn was even worse. The lush green blades after the scorching heat had turned yellow and sallow, and now they were nothing but thick layers of black ash on the ground. The fire was out, but smoke remained. Several residents were checking for any remaining embers. Lin Xi, feeling that there was no further problem, nodded to the neighbor next door and returned to her villa. The others also left one by one. The fire had just been put out, and the surrounding temperature was scorching. Staying any longer would cause heat stroke. From the time the fire was extinguished until now, Lin Xi hadn't seen a fire truck, but she could hear the sound of fire engines passing by. After entering the house, Lin Xi first downed a large glass of warm saline water before starting to wash up. Anytime she went outside, she inevitably ended up drenched in sweat. With so much water still at hand, and no companions to share with, she could use it freely. She stayed in the tent until 7 p.m., when the temperature dropped to around 42 degrees Celsius. Someone in the community group suggested that all residents pull out the flowers and plants in their yards to prevent another fire. Today's fire was in the public green belt, and fortunately, it was discovered in time, causing no major damage. If a resident's house caught fire, it would spread from one to another, and then it would be impossible to save. This suggestion received little response. In this damned weather, they didn't want to move at all. Asking them to go out and weed or pull flowers was no different from taking their lives. In the evening, Lin Xi came out of the tent to train her heat tolerance. She didn't specifically go to weed the yard, but with the mindset of, since I'm idle anyway, she spent a long time pulling weeds. Her neighbor was also there, and they chatted for a while. It was during this casual chat that she learned her neighbor had been a remarkable figure before retirement. Having someone to talk to made the time pass very quickly. I wonder if the electricity will come back tonight, the neighbor said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The power in her outdoor battery was almost depleted. If electricity didn't return, she wouldn't even have a fan to blow. As soon as she finished speaking, the lights in her house came on. Without time for pleasantries, she dashed inside. Lin Xi heard bursts of cheers from the neighborhood in the yard. In an instant, myriad lights illuminated the entire city. Yet these radiances vanished in less than half an hour, with only a few scattered glimmers persisting stubbornly. Lin Xi clapped her hands, double-checked the door locks and her homemade traps, and after ensuring everything was in order, returned to the villa. The cool breeze, a rare treasure in this scorching weather, allowed her to recline comfortably in her tent while scrolling through her phone. Online, the populace complained bitterly before the cameras. The triple onslaught of water outages, power cuts, and extreme heat was unbearable for most. Major supermarkets and hospitals were packed every day, especially the hospitals. Ever since someone who had fainted and was taken to the hospital by ambulance posted a video of the hospital's air conditioning, upon waking, many who were not even ill began flocking to the hospitals. Some boasted online about spending thousands of yuan to be hospitalized and escape the heat. This was highly unethical and illegal, but the unbearable heat left people with little choice. Consequently, hospital admissions soared, with both the sick and the healthy clinging to the wards, impervious to forced evictions. The government issued directives urging citizens not to occupy public resources and to leave hospitals for those in genuine need. To little effect. Hospitals remained overcrowded, and to free up space for real patients, the police had joined the maintenance teams. Apart from these, the most prevalent videos online were of fires. The combination of high temperatures and drought made everything flammable. Today's fires, except for two caused by human factors, were all natural. For instance, spontaneous combustion of dead trees, reflections from high-rise glass fires from daytime focusing effects, car explosions, and electrical fires due to overheated wires. The fires were vast in scale and numerous in occurrence, further raising the city's temperature. At night, the villa was even hotter than during the day, with the entire structure becoming a heat battery. This was because the concrete's thermal conductivity had reached its critical point after about 5 days, and now the outdoor temperature at night was slightly lower than indoors. Lin Xi's 10 air conditioner was still running, and the space was filled with various cooling items, as she had no intention of leaving the villa. However, many in the villa complex were sleeping outside in their yards. A neighbor specifically messaged Lin Xi to ask if she wanted to join. Lin Xi saw the message but did not reply, pretending to be asleep. The villa area had private yards, and late at night, everyone stayed in their own yards. Even if someone spoke loudly, the sound would not reach Lin Xi's place. Lin Xi did not sleep very soundly. Throughout the night, she kept hearing sounds of explosions and rolling steel balls. With the air conditioner not set very low, she drifted in and out of sleep. It was not until the latter part of the night that she turned down the air conditioner and finally fell into deep sleep. On the morning of the 6th day of the game at 8 o'clock, the faucet yielded no water at all. Even the dark, dirty water that everyone had once scorned was gone. In the group, a homeowner sought help, wanting to buy water. Now there was absolutely no water for sale outside. Drinking water could only be obtained by waiting for supply or buying from those who had stockpiled. No one in the group responded. At this point, no one was foolish enough to let go of water, not even at exorbitant prices. After a long silence, the person seeking help posted a video. It was a video of a baby crying loudly, with a voice in the background explaining that there was no water to make formula. The child was starving and pleading for someone to sell them water. The tiny infant was crying so hard its voice had become hoarse. People have a natural compassion for young children, and soon a homeowner offered to sell water. The person seeking help kept expressing gratitude. Believing the matter was settled 2 hours later, the water seller went berserk in the group. She shouted that there was no more water, telling people not to come to her house or ask her again. All homeowners in the group had their unit numbers listed. She probably hadn't expected that a moment of compassion would make her a target for those with ulterior motives in the same compound. One after another, people came with money, trying to force a purchase. Would people living here lack money? The group had been quiet, and it was unclear whether her outburst had deterred those intentions. At noon, the temperature rose to 50 degrees Celsius. In just over 2 hours, 4 ambulances visited the compound. 4 elderly people and 1 child were hospitalized due to heat stroke. An hour after the ambulance left, the homeowner announced in the group that an elderly family member had passed away. Heat stroke. A wave of nameless grief and helplessness spread among everyone. Over the next 2 hours, news of more deaths trickled in, and 2 more ambulances arrived. The piercing siren sounded like a funeral dirge. At 4 in the afternoon, the temperature dropped to 49 degrees Celsius. Though the temperature had fallen, the perceived heat was even higher. It was then that someone posted a video in the group. Lin Xi opened the video in her tent and was almost sickened by the scene. In the blurry footage, a crystal chandelier had crashed onto a leather sofa, its metal frame piercing the chest of a woman in a silk nightgown. Worse still, the persistent heat had caused the corpse to swell like leavened dough, the skin turning a translucent bluish-purple, with limbs grotesquely bloated and contorted. Her abdomen was hugely distended, stretching the silk nightgown almost to bursting, making her appear like an inflated balloon. The homeowner group exploded with messages. 27th, where did you find such a disgusting video? How long has she been dead? The body is already showing signs of advanced decomposition. Disgusting. The owner of Unit 27 quickly came forward. It's from Unit 26. I just smelled a foul odor and followed it to Unit 27, and this is what I saw. The group fell silent for 3 seconds before someone sent the first message. Unit 27. Didn't she speak in the group this morning? Indeed, the owner of Unit 27 was the woman who had sold water out of compassion and then been harassed by others in the compound. In just a few hours, she had turned into such a horrific sight. How disgusting. She was so beautiful when alive, but now she looks like this. Owner of Unit 18, do you think it's appropriate to say that now? Owner of Unit 26, have you called the police? The appearance of the corpse was clearly not accidental. The owner of Unit 27 was a single mother, reportedly with children abroad, living alone in the house. No one knew how she died. Lin Xi stopped reading the group messages. The death of Unit 27 was clearly a homicide, and the murderer was likely someone from the same compound. The most terrifying thing about the apocalypse is not the disasters themselves, but the human nature that emerges amid the calamities. The thought that the murderer might be inside the residential complex made Lin Xi restless. She rose and meticulously inspected the villa from top to bottom, ensuring all doors and windows were securely locked and her own reinforcements intact before returning to her room. Her room's defenses were the most robust. Any outsider attempting to force entry would require considerable effort. In this game, where she was the sole player, she had contemplated many possibilities and prepared thoroughly. Without wearing cooling gear, the brief walk left her dizzy and lightheaded. She downed some Huaxiang Jingqi water and lightly salted water, then retreated to the tent. The external temperature was scorching. The air conditioner set at 26°C offered little relief. The tent's interior was merely cool, sparing her the shock of alternating heat and cold. After recovering Lin, she performed a simple wash in the space, feeling revitalized. She did not discard the used water, keeping it in case it might prove useful elsewhere. In the group chat, owners No. 26 and No. 28 kept complaining about the police's delayed arrival and the nauseating stench of decay. Lin Xi glanced at the virtual panel. It was still the 6th day of the game, yet the death toll had already exceeded 10,000. She didn't need to go online to know the situation outside was dire. Ding. A private message came from her neighbor. The neighbor warned her that the complex was unsafe, that living alone as a woman was precarious, and asked if Lin Xi wanted to move in together. Lin Xi refused without a second thought. The other party did not insist, only advised her not to sleep too soundly and to stay vigilant. After all, nighttime temperatures were relatively lower, and that was when people were most active. Lin Xi thanked her and urged her to be careful as well. Either everyone's phones had run out of battery or the heat discouraged online activity, but today there was very little news on the internet, and even the 2 group chats were almost silent. Lin Xi had already begun inventorying her belongings and donned cooling clothes. Influenced by online information, she had a premonition that danger might strike at any moment. She set the air conditioner to 24°C and closed her eyes to rest. At 7 p.m., the temperature dropped to 47°C. The sound of a loudspeaker came from outside. Lin Xi had shut the doors and windows, so she couldn't hear clearly. A kind soul in the group chat informed everyone that the government had sent water trucks, urging people to bring containers to the gate to collect water. The government had been distributing water all along, but it had only now reached them because the villa area had a small population and the property management liaison staff were absent. To blend in and avoid revealing that she had supplies Lin, she took 2 buckets and went out. Though the evening was still hot, without direct sunlight Lin, she reduced her cooling gear to appear normally dressed before heading out. Her villa was rather secluded, requiring a long walk to the main gate. On the way she ran into her neighbor. They exchanged smiles and teamed up. Passing by Villa No. 27 Lin, she couldn't help but gag. No wonder owners No. 26 and No. 28 kept complaining. The smell was beyond foul. The two quickly left the vicinity of Villa No. 27 and arrived at the community gate. The government water truck was already there with a long queue of people in front. Thanks to the maintenance personnel, there were no incidents of line cutting, but the scene was still quite lively. The owners at the front kept asking when power and water would be restored, each narrating their own hardships. Lin Xi stood at the very back, deliberately keeping her distance from the crowd. After all, not everyone had water to bathe daily like she did. These owners barely had enough water to drink, so hygiene was a secondary concern. Their hair was greasy and matted, sweat dried and re-wetted, and their skin seemed coated with a layer of paste. Lin Xi's sharp eyes caught a man scratching his neck and flicking off a clump of grime. The group resembled a pile of rancid salted fish. Perhaps accustomed to their own stench, most of them didn't realize how foul they smelled and were talking loudly. The line moved at a snail's pace. By the time it was Lin Xi's turn, only she and her neighbor remained. Lin Xi had brought 2 buckets, but only received 1 full bucket. Perhaps because many had asked, the staff explained to Lin Xi without her having to speak, the current water supply can only sustain drinking, and each person's share is limited. Lin Xi nodded in understanding. Her neighbor was waiting nearby, and together they carried the bucket back to their villa. The two walked in silence until they reached the neighbor's doorstep. Lin Xi spoke. "Sister, the water you gave me before. I still have some left. What's given is yours. Do I still have enough here?" The neighbor lowered her voice. "Don't let anyone else know you still have water, understand?" Lin Xi nodded. They didn't linger, and each carried the water home. Back in the villa, Lin Xi didn't crawl into the tent, but instead went to the edge of the yard to test her heat tolerance. The power supply wasn't restored until midnight, so Lin Xi only went inside to rest then. As the night before, she heard the sound of rolling steel balls and cracking noises. These sounds made her uneasy. Lin Xi was the only one in the villa area sleeping indoors, but her house was secluded, and aside from her neighbor, no one noticed she hadn't gone out at night. Having slept poorly, Lin Xi woke up late. She ate breakfast from the space and sat in the tent in a daze. The group chat was quiet and short videos were repetitive. It was a bit boring. At noon on the 7th day, the temperature didn't spike drastically. The highest was 51 C. Inside the tent, Lin Xi barely felt the 1-degree difference, but when she checked the virtual screen around 4 p.m., she realized the difference was enormous. In just one day, the game's death toll had exceeded 30,000. Many had collapsed from heatstroke without timely discovery and died of hyperthermia. In most cases, the bodies were only found when they began to decompose. The effects of the high temperature didn't stop there. Due to the delayed disposal of corpses, an epidemic broke out in the city. Panic spread instantly. The corpse of owner No. 27, crawling with maggots, had been left unattended for so long that owners No. 26 and No. 28 spent a case of bottled water to hire someone to deal with it privately. Though the body was removed, the lingering stench remained sickening everyone nearby. The two owners even went to the property management office to get disinfectant supplies and sanitize the area. Thus ended the 7th day of the game. On the 8th day, Lin Xi expected things to continue as before, but at noon on the 8th day, a loud bang startled Lin Xi. She swiftly placed the supplies from her space into the tent, then packed up the tent and ran outside. The sound seemed not far away. After running out, Lin Xi checked what the problem was. Looking up, she saw the thermal insulation film outside the house was on fire. The fire spread rapidly, burning a large hole in the blink of an eye. She quickly tore off the burning insulation film and extinguished it with water. After all the fuss, she was drenched in sweat. With the flames extinguished and black smoke billowing, Lin Xi ignored the need to rest and checked all the insulation films before finally feeling relieved. She looked up at the spot where the fire had started, where she had placed the solar panels. The solar panels were now destroyed with debris scattered on the ground. The explosion she had heard earlier must have been from the solar panels. "What happened?" asked the neighbor, who came out wearing a sun protective suit. Lin Xi looked over the other side of the fence. The insulation film caught fire. She didn't dare mention the solar panel. This neighbor was kind, but one must be cautious. If others knew she had been using air conditioning at home all along, who knew what thoughts they might have? "Oh my God, it can catch fire." The neighbor was startled and quickly tore off her own insulation film. She was a warm-hearted person. After removing her own insulation film, she didn't forget to tell everyone in the group chat. The entire community took the matter seriously and sent messages thanking her for the reminder. It was extremely hot outside. After confirming there were no sparks, the two returned to their own homes. Back home, the neighbor specially sent a message saying she would rest in the yard every night and could keep an eye on the surroundings, allowing Lin Xi to sleep normally at night. As for the daytime, she would be in the underground garage. If Lin Xi didn't mind, she could help watch the area around her house. Lin Xi replied with an okay. As neighbors, the woman was aware of Lin Xi's unusual behavior. Lin Xi also knew she couldn't hide it from the neighbor. Just like the solar panels. Even if Lin Xi installed them in a hidden spot, they could still be seen with a careful look. The neighbor knew how to get along with others, and Lin Xi understood the principle of returning a favor. Back in the house, Lin Xi didn't plan to sleep. The cracking sounds from last night still made her uneasy, and she had just promised to keep an eye on the outside during the day. How could she observe if she slept? Unable to sleep, she huddled in the small tent and could only play on her phone. At times like this, constantly reading news from the outside world easily led to anxiety and unease. The outside world was no different from a purgatory. Yesterday, the shopping mall still had power for people to cool off inside, but today most malls couldn't supply electricity. Places to escape the heat dwindled, and everyone tried to go to the hospital. However, the hospital's power supply was also under great strain. Except for a few special departments where air conditioning still ran, no other areas provided cooling. Unsurprisingly, this led to several more incidents of chaos. With solar generators unusable, some had to run generators inside their houses. The noise so loud it gave everyone a headache. There was no avoiding it, one could only adapt. After dinner, the sun set. Lin Xi turned off the generator. Others also came out of their houses one by one, since at night the temperature inside the building was even higher than outside. Even after preparing herself mentally many times, she still felt uncomfortable every time she went out. She still wandered around the yard, pulling weeds while chatting occasionally with the neighbor. The game had been going on for 7 days, and the once elegant neighbor could no longer maintain her refinement. She should have been enjoying a peaceful retirement, but due to the disaster, she was still suffering. Yet even in such harsh conditions, she remained composed. This was something Lin Xi couldn't achieve. What kept Lin Xi going was the countdown on the virtual screen and the huge prize for successfully completing the game. As soon as midnight struck, Lin Xi's ordeal ended. She bid farewell to the neighbor and returned to the tent. That night, she slept even more restlessly, tossing and turning. Unable to sleep, she simply sat up and stared into space. With the tent light off, her vision was impaired, but her hearing became much sharper. The sounds of cracking and steel balls rolling on the ground were clearly audible. She knew this was because the high temperature during the day caused building materials to expand, and as the temperature dropped at night, they contracted, releasing internal stress and producing these sounds. Is this sound getting more frequent? No one answered her question. Lin Xi felt it might be an illusion brought on by the long night. Around 4 or 5 in the morning was the coldest time. Lin Xi thought it over and decided to go out for a stroll. Crash! Lin Xi stopped in her tracks and held her breath. She had already left the house and was behind. Before she could move the glass bottles on the ground, the gate, pushed open from outside, knocked over 2 bottles, producing a loud noise. She stepped back, quietly, a tennis racket from her space in hand, and waited for the person outside to make a move. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After waiting more than 10 seconds, the person outside, hearing no one inside, boldly pushed the door open. Bang! A first strike. A man's body fell down, fully pushing the gate open. Lin Xi poked the man a few times with the baseball bat. Seeing no reaction, she breathed a sigh of relief. Just to be safe, she used all her strength to strike his legs several times. Hearing a crack, she stopped. Leaning on the baseball bat, she took out her phone to call the neighbor. The phone rang for a while with no answer, so she approached the fence and shouted loudly. A voice responded from next door, but it was a pained response. After a while, a figure emerged from the side of the house. Are you okay? I'm fine. The neighbor gasped for breath and after a long moment asked, Is he dead? Not dead. Another silence. After recovering, they each went back to their own house and dragged a man out. Too reckless, the neighbor said, still shaken. Thank goodness I kept up with my fitness routine, or I would have been done for today. Lin Xi nodded in agreement. Fortunately, her physical attributes had improved greatly, and thanks to normal eating and drinking these days, she still had the strength and means to fight. Otherwise, she would have been done for too. They dragged the men to a public area, then left them there. Whether they lived or died depended on fate and whether their accomplices would come looking for them. After repairing the fence and fixing the gate lock, Lin Xi planned to catch some sleep. The neighbor, meanwhile, took a key from the robber's pocket and opened the car parked in front of their houses. He'll stay in the car during the day. You go ahead and sleep. Originally, she had planned to keep watch during the night to ensure their safety, but who knew she would be tied up by the robbers and didn't have time to warn her younger neighbor. The neighbor felt she had let her down, so she decided to spend the day in the free car with the air conditioning on. Okay, Lin Xi would not entrust her safety entirely to others. After inspecting the measures inside the house, she finally entered the tent. Having not slept a wink the entire night, the noise of the generator running failed to prevent her from falling asleep. This sleep carried her straight past the 9th day of the game into the 10th. The moment she opened her eyes, Lin Xi was nearly blinded by the exclamation marks on the virtual screen. In a fluster, she took out a bento box and water from her spatial storage. Only after consuming something did the exclamation marks vanish. This was one of the game's most unreasonable aspects. If one slept through a full day and night without eating, the plummeting hunger meter could prove fatal. She tossed the empty bento box and post-meal trash into the spatial storage to prevent the high temperature from making them rot and stink up her living space. Pulling out her phone, Lin, she first checked the weather forecast. A day had passed, yet the temperature hadn't risen. In fact, today's forecast indicated rain. This rain feels. Lin, she checked the group messages. In the homeowners group, there had been only a dozen or so messages over the past day, and the same few people were the ones speaking. She wondered whether the other homeowners had run out of phone battery or simply lost their lives. Perhaps it was a 50-50 split. After all, the virtual screen showed that over half the population had died, and it was unlikely that everyone in the villa district had survived. Lin, she sent a message to her neighbor, who replied quickly. She also sent Lin Xi a video of the two thugs being arrested by the police. When the two were taken away, they looked as if they were on the verge of death. It's good they were arrested. If they had died right in front of the house, how could we still live here? Time and circumstances truly change a person. Lin Xi herself never imagined she could become so cold-blooded. They're just virtual characters, not real people. In the previous two games, even though she hadn't killed anyone, she hadn't saved many either. Most of the time, she watched the deaths of NPCs and players with cold detachment, only extending a helping hand to a few who were beneficial to her. Perhaps she was born cold-blooded and selfish. Lin Xi shook her head. She was just herself, neither a saint nor a cold-blooded creature. She wouldn't assign herself a persona. Drip, drip. It was raining. Lin Xi stood up and stored the tent and other items into her spatial storage. With only 5 days left in the game, the closer to the end, the more cautious she had to be. Wearing the expensive cooling gear she had purchased, Lin Xi walked straight out of the villa. She wasn't the only one. Everyone who was still alive emerged from their houses, looking up at the sky. It's raining. Someone shouted, their hoarse voice unpleasant to hear, but no one cared because they were all shouting with equally raspy voices. Is it raining? Is it raining? It's raining. After a long drought, people cheered with excitement, the light in their eyes even more dazzling than the sun overhead. Drops of rain hit the ground, each one sizzling into a puff of white steam. Some people stripped off their clothes, letting the rain fall freely onto their bodies. Some lifted their heads and opened their mouths, eagerly swallowing the precious water. Others rushed back into their houses, frantically searching for basins and buckets to collect the rainwater. Lin Xi was among them, but she wasn't as excited as the others. Thus she could calmly feel the ambient temperatures. The arrival of the rain seemed not to cool things down, but instead to raise the temperature. The reveling crowd appeared not to notice this change. The pelting rain lasted only 10 minutes before stopping. This amount of rainfall was just enough to wet the ground. Any more would have been gone. After the rain stopped, Lin Xi returned to the house. The outside was unbearably hot. Even with all the cooling devices she wore, she couldn't bring her body temperature down to the optimal level. She left decisively, while the others outside lingered reluctantly, staring at the sky with longing. Crackle. Lin Xi was counting the times she heard the sound. Having slept all day, she didn't feel sleepy even at night, so out of boredom, she counted the frequency and intensity of the sounds coming from the walls. It's not an illusion. The sounds were coming faster and more violently. Lin Xi packed up, storing everything into her spatial storage, and decisively left the villa. She had barely been in the yard for 2 minutes when a deafening boom erupted behind her. Cough, cough, cough. Boom. Boom. The collapse of the villa was like a trigger. The villas built at the same time in the same neighborhood all collapsed around the same time. Lin Xi was not far from the villa. When it collapsed, the shockwave carried rubble and debris toward her. She instinctively crouched and hugged her head, but still got her arm cut by flying shards of glass. A wave of heat mixed with lime powder surged over her, making her cough violently, and her eardrums buzzed from the thunderous roar of the collapse. In the distance, rumbling sounds continued, and in an instant the bustling city was reduced to ruins. When the dust cleared, Lin Xi stood up from the ground. The villa that had stood moments ago was now a twisted heap of steel and concrete. The feeling of having narrowly escaped death allowed Lin Xi to hear her own heartbeat clearly. Thump thump. That was the heartbeat of panic and also proof that she was still alive. The sharp pain in her arm snapped her back to reality, and the rapidly dropping health points on the virtual screen instantly calmed her down. She found the appropriate medicine from her spatial storage and skillfully bandaged the wound. Her health points stopped dropping, but they didn't rise either. The number of survivors on the virtual screen kept falling, only slowing down when it reached the 200 range. Lin Xi didn't stay where she was, but walked out of the villa area. She needed to find an open space to set up camp. The villa district and other residential areas were no longer habitable. With the massive deaths of NPCs and players, the stench of corpses would soon spread. The stench carried toxins and bacteria, so she had to take protective measures and leave quickly. She moved slowly. Not only was her arm injured, but her waist had also been struck by rubble, and the weight of her gear prevented her from moving fast. As she passed other villas, she heard moans and cries for help from some people. Lin Xi looked at the collapsed ruins, felt no extra sympathy, and continued walking out of the neighborhood. She had long memorized the city map and had simulated multiple walking routes in her mind. Even though most of the landmarks on the ground were gone, it didn't affect her plan. The absurd scene of searching for high ground in the first game. Experiencing it once was enough. In the darkness, she walked alone with hell on both sides. As she walked searching for direction, the sun unknowingly climbed high into the sky. The scorching weather rapidly drained her body of moisture, and Lin Xi periodically replenished her light salt water. Day 11 of the game, 8:00 a.m. The intense physical exertion caused her hunger level to plummet, forcing her to halt and replenish food. No matter how delicious something might be, it becomes unpalatable when surrounded by the stench of decay. Finishing her breakfast quickly, she set off once more. At 1:00 a.m., the temperature unknowingly soared to a staggering 50 degrees Celsius. Lin Xi could distinctly feel her heart beginning to race, sweat pouring down her frame as if it cost nothing. This was the most miserable day she had experienced since entering this game. After replenishing her fluids, she continued forward, encountering no other souls on the road, as though the entire city had perished into silence. An hour passed, and the temperature climbed to 54 degrees Celsius. Even with the aid of various equipment, Lin Xi sensed she had reached her limit. Her heart pounded as though it might leap out of her chest as she felt that if she remained outside even a minute longer, she would collapse at any moment. She had no choice but to stop her advance. Finding a relatively open space, she retrieved a mobile air-conditioned tent from her storage. The generator hummed for a while before Lin Xi began to feel the heat subside, and her heartbeat gradually slowed. She was in an unusually disheveled state, yet she lacked the energy to tend to herself. Having been frightened the previous night and marching without sleep, her temples now throbbed with a dull ache. The health indicator on her virtual panel also flashed warnings of extreme fatigue. Slowly she closed her eyes. Without anyone to keep watch, she dared not sleep too deeply. Yet such a fragmented rest only left her feeling her sleep was broken into pieces. The slightest movement would jolt her awake. It was not until 4 in the afternoon that she replenished her food and emerged from the tent. A loud buzzing filled the air. Flies and mosquitoes swarmed everywhere, as if they had materialized out of nowhere. Retrieving insect repellent from her storage, Lin Xi sprayed herself thoroughly and then resumed her journey. After 4 in the afternoon, the temperature gradually dropped. The heat still felt oppressive, but with her various devices, she could tolerate it for now. She walked and walked. At 1:10 p.m. Lin Xi finally reached her destination, a park, a botanical. Given its vast area, the park was located in a remote area, meaning no residents lived nearby. The flowers and plants within the park had already withered. Following the map, Lin Xi arrived at a pavilion and set up her tent inside. At the edge of the pavilion, she wound a string around several times from bottom to top, then hung glass bottles filled with stones on the string. The bottles were heavy enough that ordinary wind would not move them, but if anyone entered, they would certainly rattle. After finishing the setup in the pavilion, she also placed a ring of glass bottles around the tent, connecting them with string. If someone approached and kicked one bottle, the rest would fall in succession. Such a commotion would wake even the deepest sleeper, wouldn't it? Climbing into the tent, Lin Xi finally had a chance to tidy herself up. After a full day outdoors, she was thoroughly marinated in grime. To dry her hair quickly, she stuck her head outside, while the rest of her body remained in the cool breeze. Soon her hair was dry, but her face was oily. Wiping her face, Lin Xi collapsed into sleep. This time her rest was much more peaceful than during the day, and she slept soundly until 6 in the morning. She would have liked to continue sleeping, but noises from outside made her feel unsafe. She left the tent in place since she would need to sleep in it again. With outsiders around, it would be difficult to set up again once packed away. However, she stowed all the contents inside, leaving only a few items as a facade. She retrieved all the water bottles outside the tent, but left the empty bottles tied to the pavilion pillars. Lin Xi. Just as she finished packing, she heard someone calling her name. The voice was hoarse, and Lin Xi couldn't immediately recognize who it was. "You're alive, thank goodness." The person wiped the sweat from their face, brushing aside the hair that clung to it, revealing their full features. At 6 in the morning, the sun had already risen, and Lin Xi could see clearly. "Sister, you're alive too." Indeed, the newcomer was her neighbor. Compared to Lin Xi's coolness, the neighbor was extremely warm, especially upon seeing the tent. "I barely survived and made my way here under cover of darkness. I never expected to run into you." She approached, but was blocked by the string Lin Xi had tied around the pavilion pillars. "Is this tent yours?" She had a torrent of questions, but Lin Xi responded with silence. Only when asked about water did she hand over a bottle. This water was originally given to her by the neighbor. After drinking, the neighbor began recounting how she had arrived here. She was quite fortunate. Having forcibly opened the thug's car, she drove it into the basement at night and rested inside. When the villa collapsed, the basement remained unblocked. She woke in terror and drove straight out. But most of the city's buildings had crumbled. After driving out, she had no idea where to go. It wasn't until daytime, when she rolled down the window and smelled the nauseating stench of corpses, that she remembered this place. The car had only 2 bottles of water and no other supplies. The fuel was also limited, though it should have been enough to get here. However, halfway through, the intense heat caused a tire blowout. It was the hottest part of the day again. With no choice, she stayed in the car until the sun was nearly down before setting off. She only had the most basic sun protective clothing, nothing like Lin Xi's cooling gear. Wearing ordinary clothes, the discomfort was immense. Yet she finally reached her destination. You have no idea, the road was crawling with all sorts of bugs. I was almost sick to death. Lin Xi listened, quietly nodding from time to time. Only when the neighbor finished her water did she stop talking. Any more water? Lin Xi opened the tent, revealing a box and a backpack. She deliberately moved the box out and took 2 bottles of water from it. That's all I have. 6 bottles total. Lin Xi gave her 2. Thank you, the neighbor said with a smile, but her eyes were fixed on the box. Your tent. Sister, there's another pavilion not far away. It's cooler there. Lin Xi cut her off. To be honest, Lin Xi's impression of the neighbor was sometimes unfavorable. Though she was socially adept, always smiling at Lin Xi, and had given her several boxes of water at the start of the game, the look in her eyes, when unintentionally revealed, carried an aggressive, invasive glare that made Lin Xi uneasy. Perhaps it was because the neighbor had been a strong career woman in her youth. But Lin Xi always adhered to the principle, do not form deep bonds with those who make you feel uncomfortable. Of course, that was only on the condition that she was not in a vulnerable position. For instance, during the second game, Sun Ying had made her deeply uncomfortable, but at that time, she was weak and could only back down. It was also because Sun Ying had misunderstood her identity back then and refrained from throwing a tantrum. Otherwise, even though Lin Xi was weak, she would have eventually clashed with her. The neighbor forced a faint smile, walking away while glancing back reluctantly at the tent. The heat outside was unbearable, so Lin Xi retreated into the tent once more. Even without air conditioning, due to the special material of the tent, the internal temperature was about 4 to 5 degrees Celsius lower than the outside. Lin Xi poked her head out and saw the neighbor already resting in a pavilion not far away. She estimated the distance and pondered whether using the generator would be discovered. After all, the generator was rather noisy. After some deliberation, she decided not to use it. She was wearing a cooling vest, and as long as she stayed out of the sun, she could endure. As time passed, the temperature rose higher, and more people gathered in the park. The crowd did not bring liveliness. The heat rendered everyone unwilling to move or speak. Those who had fled here each found suitable spots to rest. The botanical garden was renowned for its scenic beauty, with small pavilions and benches placed at intervals for visitors to rest. But now there were no ornamental plants in the park. Only withered trees, dry grass, and a stretch of blackened ash. Lin Xi guessed that a fire had occurred here not long ago. Each person kept to themselves, maintaining a fragile peace. As more people arrived, their supplies grew more abundant. Tents, RVs, generators all appeared, making Lin Xi's small tent suddenly inconspicuous. Unless someone was a professional, no one could tell that her tent's material was different from the others. At 11 in the morning, the temperature peaked for the day. Those who had previously kept to themselves now crowded around the few people with cooling devices seeking refuge from the heat. Faced with such a large group, the owners of the cooling devices dared not drive them away. As long as they maintained a decent attitude, they turned a blind eye. Several groups approached Lin Xi, asking if they could take shelter in her tent. She refused everyone. Seeing the empty interior and realizing there was no cooling equipment, they did not insist. Gradually, word spread that Lin Xi's tent had no supplies or cooling devices, and no one came to ask anymore. As for the possibility of someone with ill intentions targeting a young woman living alone in a tent, it was almost impossible. No one was as well prepared as Lin Xi. The days of scorching heat had worn them down to the point where they had no thought for matters between men and women. The 12th day of the game passed safely. Although the new shelter had its frictions, they did not involve her, allowing Lin Xi to breathe a sigh of relief. In the eyes of others, the only things worth coveting were a tent and 2 bottles of unfinished water, hardly worth making a major fuss over. At night, the temperature dropped slightly, bringing a bit more activity than during the day. People were moving around nearby, and Lin Xi dared not close her eyes to sleep. She kept her eyes closed, resting until dawn, welcoming the 13th day of the game. Today, the total number of survivors in the game was just over 10,000. With just over 2 days remaining, no one knew how many would survive. Last night, many more people had arrived at the park. Lin Xi spotted several players, all familiar faces, streamers she had watched on videos. On screen, they had been glamorous, but now they looked utterly disheveled, a complete contrast to their former selves. Lin Xi could only recognize them by their hair color. No matter how greasy, the color remained unchanged. The newcomers had no good spots to rest, so conflicts began anew. This time, Lin Xi became their target. You have 2 choices: either give us the tent or vacate the pavilion. Lin Xi swept her gaze over the 4 men before her and reached a conclusion. She couldn't win. Give me a bottle of water, and I'll let you have the pavilion. She deliberately lowered her voice to sound pitiful. It wasn't for pity, but to prevent others from hearing her normal. In a crowd where everyone's voice was hoarse, her clear voice would betray that she was not dehydrated or suffering. The 4 men exchanged glances, looking at her slender frame, young age, and injured arm. 1 bottle is too much. At most, half a bottle. Lin Xi quickly produced an empty bottle and agreed. Unexpectedly, their bottle was not a small one, but a large jug. Her bottle would be filled to the brim, while theirs would barely lose a third. Thank you, Lin, she said, her eyes showing a mix of longing and fear. Then she swiftly moved her tent to a new spot. The new spot was a bit far from the crowd with no pavilion or shade nearby. No one would come during the day. Lin Xi was somewhat satisfied. She zipped up the tent and took out a frozen bottle of mineral water from her space to cool the interior. From the crowded area, voices occasionally drifted over. She didn't dare risk using the generator. After all, the few people with generators and cooling devices had already had their equipment borrowed by the major factions that arrived later. Lin Xi didn't want to be the next lamb. Having not slept the night before during the hottest midday period, she dozed for 3 hours near the ice. After waking up and replenishing her energy, she heard footsteps outside before she could finish tidying up. She methodically packed everything from the tent into her space and unzipped the tent to let it air out. The chill from the ice still lingered. If she didn't air it out, anyone entering would notice something amiss. Damn, you're still alive. I thought you were dead. The visitors were 2 of the 4 men who had given her the ultimatum about the tent or the pavilion. They hadn't done anything evil before. If not for this hellish weather, they would never have resorted to threats. This was the first bad thing they had ever done, and it weighed on their conscience, so they subconsciously kept an eye on Lin Xi. At midday, several people in the park had died from the heat. Lin Xi had gone into her tent and not emerged for hours, so they assumed she had also died. A tent with no ventilation would suffocate you, and with the heat, it would be unbearable. Huh. Lin Xi looked confused. The 2 men awkwardly scratched their heads and rubbed their noses before walking away. In the evening, as the temperature dropped, the refugees began to stir. Everything was as it had been the day before until a loud shout rang out from the crowd, throwing the entire park into fire. The voice echoed in everyone's ears. Upon hearing the shouts, Lin Xi emerged from her tent. All she could see was a blaze of flames. The origin of the fire was some distance from Lin Xi. Her tent was pitched on ground previously scorched by fire, devoid of any combustible materials, so it remained relatively safe. Quick, put out the fire. Howie, run. Chaos erupted on the scene. Some fled the blaze, others rushed recklessly toward it, while a few took advantage of the confusion to loot supplies. With everyone's attention fixed on the fire, Lin Xi seized the moment to stow her tent into her storage space. Watching the fire grow larger and feeling the rising temperature, she ceased her hesitation and turned to leave. If she didn't leave now, she might never be able to. More and more people came to their senses, swelling the ranks of those fleeing. With no human intervention, the flames in an instant set the sky ablaze. Running in the opposite direction from the fire, she still felt the scorching heat at her back. Thump, thump. Intense exertion made her heart race, but survival mattered above all. Run. Some sped past in vehicles, but many had to rely on their own 2 legs. Thump, thump. This time it wasn't the sound of a racing heart. It was the sound of bodies collapsing beyond their limits. Screams, cries for help, and agonized wails interwove in the air. Chaos reigned, utter chaos. Finally, Lin Xi escaped the park area and turned to look back at the sky, now a brilliant red. Her parched lips parted slightly, and fear flickered in her eyes for the first time. Instinctively, she stepped back 2 paces, stumbled on a loose stone, and snapped back to reality. She took a few gulps of diluted salt water from her storage space, ate some food from a lunchbox, and without resting pressed on. A hot gust of wind swept over, and the fire swelled even more. Back on launching, she had once read online about a place where a wildfire left unchecked eventually consumed an. She was very young then, and she wondered what kind of inferno could raise a city of mostly cement and non-combustible materials. She walked from night until morning, finally forced to stop and rest. Her body had reached its limit. Running any further would only lead to death. From her current position, she could only see a patch of red in the distance. An uninformed observer would never guess it was a sea of flames. It shouldn't spread here too quickly. Lin Xi reassured herself, swiftly pulling out her tent and cooling equipment from her storage space. She needed rest, and her cooling vest needed recharging. Through the night, she had run blindly with no idea where she was going. But she was certain she had made it back into the city. The stench of decay drifted faintly from all directions while mosquitoes and flies swirled in the air. Once inside the tent, the odor lessened. She set an alarm on her phone and collapsed into sleep. An hour later, the alarm rang. Lin Xi poked her head out to check. The fire had crept closer, but still some distance away, not yet an immediate threat. It was the morning of the 14th day of the game, and the heat remained oppressive. But knowing it would only grow worse at noon, Lin Xi steeled herself and retreated once more. At 1130 Lin, she stopped again to rest. Still, she checked the situation outside every hour. By 3:30 p.m., the fire was drawing nearer and growing more intense. What had been only a blaze behind her was now surrounded by sparks on all sides. Which way should I go? Lin Xi murmured. With fire closing in from every direction, could she truly escape? Flames leaped into the sky. A breathtaking sight, yet also a countdown to death. Go. She scanned the surroundings and chose the direction where the fire seemed weakest. There were still over a dozen hours before the game ended. Oh, she couldn't give up yet. Thump. Numb Lin, she took a moment. Someone had collapsed. After walking so long, she met people again, but the person died quickly. Wah. Mom. Huh. Not dead. Lin Xi approached. The child's voice came from beneath. Even in her final moments, the woman had arched her body with all her remaining strength, shielding the child beneath her from harm. The child wailed heartbreakingly, his voice loud and clear. It was obvious that in these past days the child had not suffered much. Hearing her child's cries, the woman's fingers twitched, but only twitched. Lin Xi stepped forward, but didn't dare get too close. She took out a baseball bat and used it to roll the woman over. The child, freed from the weight, crawled out from her embrace with effort, his tiny head pressing close to the woman's neck as he whispered, "Mom." The woman's parched, peeling lips moved faintly, as if responding to her child. "Mom." The child cried until he grew tired of calling, then buried his head in his mother's arms and fell asleep. After a minute or two, the two on the ground lay utterly still, but the rise and fall of their chests indicated they were still alive. Lin Xi drew closer and noticed the woman's exposed skin was severely sunburned, peeling to reveal large patches of pink raw flesh. That wasn't what shocked Lin Xi, though. What shocked her was the cut on the woman's wrist. She instinctively looked up at the child in her arms. The little one, barely 1 or 2 years old, still had fair, tender skin despite the scorching apocalypse. Thus Lin Xi easily spotted a trace of reddish-brown stain on the child's pale cheek. Blood. Despite her usual reluctance to meddle, she felt a pang of compassion. Checking her storage space, she saw that after surviving tomorrow, she would still have plenty of supplies. She opened a bottle of diluted salt water and brought it to the woman's lips. The instinct to survive was still strong. As soon as the water touched her lips, the woman swallowed eagerly. The woman carried the child in front and a large backpack behind, with a large umbrella wedged between the backpack and her body. Lin Xi took out the umbrella and propped it upright over the mother and child to shield them from direct sunlight. She then took 2 bottles of sugar salt water and 2 sausages from her storage space, placed them in their hands, and stood up. That was all she could do. Whether they lived or died was up to them. Soon the sun set. Lin Xi decided not to run any further and set up her tent. Outside, the child's crying began anew. Soon after, the woman on the ground woke up. From inside the tent, Lin Xi faintly heard the woman soothing her child in a hoarse voice. The child stopped crying, and Lin Xi then heard the sound of food being chewed. Then came the sound of more and more footsteps. Lin Xi did not go out again, but she stowed all the tent's amenities back into her storage space. The temperature inside the tent immediately rose. The game was not over yet. The surrounding noise grew louder. As the crowd swelled, chaos ensued, with people constantly trying to enter the tent. Lin Xi rose decisively, zipped up both sides of the tent, and allowed everyone to come and go freely. There were still 12 hours until the game ended, and she had no intention of packing the tent back into her space. Seeing Lin Xi so open and welcoming, those people instead chose not to enter. "Thank you." A hoarse voice sounded beside Lin Xi. When she turned, the owner of the voice had already left her with only a back view. It was that mother. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lin Xi's lips. Helping others and receiving their gratitude brought a pleasant warmth to her heart. The fire was closing and advancing from all directions. The surviving players and NPCs almost all converged on this spot. The circle of safety had shrunk to this very size, which was why the place was becoming increasingly chaotic. From a game venue of 100,000 souls, only a little over 500 remained. The NPCs were nearly wiped out and half of the players had perished. The players who entered this game were highly skilled. They were not Lin Xi lacking her knowledge of Huaxia. To have advanced to the 3rd round in a completely unfamiliar game setting demonstrated their formidable strength. Yet such powerful players, well prepared, had lost nearly half their number. The difficulty of this round was no ordinary challenge. Heaven is taking people. Why are we even struggling? Let's just die. Despair spread through the crowd. Some knelt on the ground weeping, while others dragged their lifeless bodies and walked resolutely toward the roaring flames. Like a bucket with a hole, once a small crack appeared, all the water poured out. The death toll steadily decreased by one then another. Perseverance felt interminable, but surrender took only a single moment. In that instant, all the strength they had mustered seemed to become a mockery. Lin Xi bit her lip, watching those who still held on. They were just data, and she was data too. If they gave up, so be it. Even if she persisted, the encroaching dragon of fire could not be overcome by sheer will alone. At 1100 p.m. the system delivered supplies as usual, 2 bottles of mineral water. Perhaps aware of the players' thirst, the game had only provided water since they entered. She had stockpiled a great deal of water upon entering the game, and with the daily system deliveries, her space now held a large reserve. She retreated to the back of the crowd and placed most of her water on the open ground. Then she shouted loudly among the crowd, "There's water on the ground, everyone, don't give up. Water." Those shrouded in despair hesitated at the thought of death. One person walked over, took a bottle, twisted it open, and gulped it all down. So sweet. If they died, they would never taste such sweet water again. One by one, others followed suit, walking over, taking a bottle, opening it, and drinking. No one snatched, no one took more than one. Each person drank their bottle in calm silence. What use was it to fight over a single small bottle at a time like this? At the rate the fire was spreading, it would reach them in at most 4 or 5 hours. Would an extra bottle of water grant them another minute of life? Even if it did, what difference would it make? Death was inevitable anyway. The atmosphere grew heavy, yet the suffocating despair seemed to recede slightly. Damn it, waiting to die slowly isn't my style. I've got no water, so we'll use sand. I refuse to believe the fire won't slow down. A burly man suddenly stood up and roared, then strode toward the direction where the fire was weakest. Wait, a red-haired young player said. I still have 2 bottles of water. Hey, race one for you. The big man took the water without looking back. Please look after my child for me. I'm going to fight the fire. A woman gently placed her sleeping child on the ground and followed the big man with determination. Forget it, I'm going to die anyway. Before I do, I'll buy you a little more time to live. If any of you are lucky enough to survive, remember to burn plenty of paper money for me. My name is Li Boyu. One by one, the hollow and numb people stood up, uttered their last words, and marched resolutely toward the Crimson Demon. The players infected by the atmosphere also joined the growing army. Lin Xi hesitated, then rose to her feet. The person beside her also stood up. Before Lin Xi could react, a child was thrust into her arms. You stay and watch the children. It was an elderly woman. Let us older folks handle the dangerous tasks. Lin Xi looked up, and the short, small woman suddenly seemed immense. Lin Xi. It was her neighbor from the villa, still alive, but in poor condition. Of course, no one present was in good shape, including Lin Xi herself. Can I have a bottle of water? Lin Xi handed her one directly from her backpack. She took the water but didn't drink. Instead, she continued speaking. Tell me, why did I spend my whole life scheming to climb upward? Her eyes were glazed as if lost in a memory. I've been trapped for 20 or 30 years, and only now have I gained freedom. She sniffled. Is heaven displeased with me? Is this punishment for what I did before? She grew more agitated. I've been doing good deeds to make amends, so why does heaven still punish me like this? Lin Xi, startled by her frenzied appearance, took several steps back while holding the sleeping child. She pressed forward, envy burning in her eyes. Why? We were both beauties in our youth. Why did I have to suffer so much just to live in a big villa while you, without any effort, live in the same villa district? When Lin Xi moved into the villa community, she had taken notice of her. At first she assumed Lin Xi came from a wealthy family, but after learning she was an ordinary person, she suspected Lin Xi was a kept mistress. There were plenty of mistresses of influential figures in the villa district, and she believed Lin Xi was one of them. However, after repeated observations and inquiries, she discovered Lin Xi was not a mistress at all. With such a beautiful face, no family wealth, and relying solely on herself to own a villa, why wasn't she a mistress? How could she not be a mistress? Revealing her true face, did this woman no longer want to live? Or rather, she wanted to die, but also drag Lin Xi down with her. Damn, what kind of madwoman was this? Lin Xi stepped back, one arm cradling the child, the other hand behind her back. The tennis racket was somehow already in her hand. She gripped it tightly, her eyes fixed on every move of the crazy woman. Since heaven is so unfair, I'll seize that fairness myself. Die. As she charged forward, the baseball bat struck down, without mercy, aimed squarely at her head. The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't fathom how Lin Xi, whose hands had been empty moments ago, suddenly produced a baseball bat. With a thud, the woman collapsed upright, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Xi set the child down and prodded the unconscious woman with the bat, ensuring she was truly out cold. That blow had been delivered with her left hand, lacking the force of her right. Yet it sufficed. Even if she survived, she would be nursing a serious headache. Lin Xi retrieved 2 soiled garments from her spatial storage, bound the woman, and after venting with a couple of kicks, ducked into the tent. The survivors were all fighting the fire, leaving Lin Xi as the only adult here, along with 3 half-grown children. She produced a cooling device and a generator from her space, then waved the children inside. Having just witnessed Lin Xi's forceful strike, the children showed no fear. Instead, they crowded around, excitedly chattering about their exhilaration. They had all seen that the woman intended to kill someone, and the big sister had acted to eliminate evil. Lin Xi had never taken care of children before, but basic common sense she possessed. Knowing that children could easily fall ill from sudden temperature changes, she set the air conditioner to 26 degrees Celsius. The unit ran for a while, but barely cooled, only slightly lowering the temperature compared to the outside. The 3 children gazed at Lin Xi with adoration, their mouths never ceasing. Their lips were chapped and parched, yet they seemed oblivious to it. She hadn't slept well in days, and the children's incessant chatter grated on her nerves. Stop. Do you want chocolate? Instantly, all 3 children fell silent, their eyes brimming with longing. Before the disaster struck, they had been pampered little ones at home, picky eaters all. But in the past 10 odd days, that finicky habit had vanished amid the scarcity of food and water. Forget fragrant chocolate. Even their most detested vegetables, if offered now, they would accept without hesitation. I'm going to sleep later. After you eat the chocolate, you must not disturb me. Can you do that? Yes. 3. Lin Xi handed each of them a chocolate bar. While I'm asleep, if anyone approaches from outside, the child who notices first can get an extra chocolate. The one who wakes me up also gets one. Big sister, rest assured. We'll call you if someone comes. The three children huddled in a corner whispering among themselves as they nibbled on their chocolate. Lin Xi laid down beside the child who had been sleeping soundly and closed her eyes. Big sister, someone's coming. At the sound, she instantly opened her eyes. Go out and block them. Don't let anyone in. The oldest boy nodded with an understanding air and strode out. Lin Xi initially thought to stow the equipment back into her space, but at the last moment she abandoned the idea. There were still over 5 hours until the game ended. Let them discover it if they would. She turned the air conditioner to its lowest setting and opened both sides of the tent, letting the cold air escape. Lin Xi stepped outside. There's cold air inside. Go in and rest a while. The sudden chill did not bring joy to the people returning from fighting the fire. Come on, let's sit for a bit. Enjoy the luxury before we die. They crowded into the tent, which was too small for so many, so people also sat along both sides of the canvas. Unlike their silent, brooding demeanor just hours before, they now sat together talking and even laughing. You know, I heard that those who die unnaturally relive their final moments over and over. So when we go down, will we keep? Huh? What nonsense. If you're going down, go yourself. I've been a good person all my life. I'm definitely going up. The three children, still too young to grasp life and death, were proudly showing off the chocolate they'd gotten from Lin Xi. Mom, eat it. It's delicious. A child held the chocolate up to his mother's lips, eagerly awaiting her praise after tasting it. Wah! Gazing at her child's innocent, guileless eyes, the mother's emotions suddenly burst forth. She pulled her child into her arms, resting her head on the child's, and wept bitterly. The parents of the other two children did not cry. They merely stroked their children's faces soothingly, their eyes filled with deep reluctance. Another hour passed. The time had come to 5 in the morning. The sun had not yet risen, but the sky was already faintly bright. Brighter than the sky was the sea of fire beneath it. The flames illuminated every person, scorching every inch of skin. Mom, I feel terrible. The child's voice was soft, but everyone in the tent heard it. The adults inside the tent stepped out, signaling the child's parents to carry the child inside. In the final moments of life, let the child not suffer anymore. Another half hour passed, and the glow of the fire in everyone's eyes went out. The great conflagration had arrived at their doorstep. There was no hope now. Hot, scorching hot. Before the flames consumed them, they might die of heatstroke first. Another half hour, and the fire was less than 20 meters away. This distance seemed large, but with the flames leaping skyward, it felt as if the fire was right before their eyes. The efforts of the previous night had yielded some results. They had cleared a small firebreak, slowing the spread slightly. Otherwise, at the normal rate of combustion, the fire would have already reached them. At 7:00 a.m., the fire was only 10 meters away. Even though they had accepted the possibility of death, they still clung to the hope of survival. They had retreated step by step from the fiercest flank of the fire to this remaining 10-meter gap. The spot where they had camped last night was now a sea of red. At 7:30 a.m., the fire was estimated to be just 7 meters away. Even the four children, who didn't understand the meaning of death now, seemed to sense its approach deep within their heart. Mommy, Daddy. They nestled in their parents' arms as if that could banish the unease from their hearts. But emotions are contagious. No one can face death with complete equanimity. If the parents themselves were uneasy, how could they convey a sense of safety to their children? The fire was just 5 meters away. Thick smoke made breathing difficult and triggered violent coughing. Lin Xi took out all her water, tore up spare clothes, soaked the cloth, and handed the wet pieces to everyone. Mechanically, they pressed the wet cloths over their mouths and noses. Bang, bang, bang. Overwhelmed, their bodies reached their limits. One by one, people collapsed. Before the flames could touch them, they had already fainted. Better this way. At least they won't suffer too much when they die. The person beside Lin Xi removed the wet cloth, uttered those words, and then fell as well. Even the cooling device Lin Xi wore was now of little use. She felt dizzy, and hallucinations and auditory illusions began to assail her. Buzz. Clatter, clatter. It was loud and noisy. The source of the sound was immediately identifiable, above the head. It was a helicopter. Lin Xi thought she was hallucinating. She felt as if she were floating. It wasn't until warm water splashed onto her body, landing in her only unprotected eye, that she realized it was no illusion. There. Someone has come to rescue us. Her voice was hoarse, but fervent. The dozen or so survivors who were still standing also spotted the rescue helicopter and instantly perked up. They went over to the unconscious ones, shouting in their ears that help had arrived, kicking and yelling, and indeed managed to wake several of them. Listen up, people below. The fire is too intense for the helicopter to hover low. Firefighters will descend to rescue you shortly. Please follow our commands and cooperate. A loudspeaker sounded from the sky, and simultaneously the helicopter began dropping fire-extinguishing bombs. Along with the bombs, fire blankets also fell from above. The conscious ones draped the fire blankets over themselves and also covered the unconscious. The extinguishing bombs halted the fire's spread, and firefighters in full gear descended from the hovering helicopter. The firefighters lowered rescue harnesses and stretchers via winch. Under their guidance, the conscious survivors secured themselves, while the unconscious were fastened onto stretchers with the firefighters' assistance. Evacuating everyone was a lengthy process, so large firefighting drones were also deployed. They dropped smoke masks, fire blankets, drinking water, and fire-extinguishing balls to the people below, buying time for those still awaiting rescue. The unconscious were evacuated first. Lin Xi and the others who were still conscious voluntarily stayed behind. There were still 2 hours until the game ended. The fire raged on, but it was under control, and they were temporarily safe. With the orange-clad firefighters before them, hope for survival blazed in everyone's hearts. The number of survivors was quite large, and the rescue team attempted long-range firefighting and a breakout. In the end, they failed. Left with no choice, they kept dropping fire retardants and extinguishing bombs. Under the instructor's guidance, the survivors covered their mouths and noses with wet cloths to avoid inhaling smoke. They also dug shallow pits on the ground and laid down to reduce the harm from high-temperature radiation. Don't be afraid, hold on. Rescue is on its way. The firefighter encouraged them. He wasn't lying. Reinforcements were indeed coming. Fewer and fewer people remained on the ground, and only a handful were still conscious. In the end, only Lin Xi and 3 sturdy men remained awake. At that moment, there was only half an hour left until the game ended. Lin Xi watched the drones still dropping fire retardants, thinking that even if she didn't make it onto the helicopter in the end, she could still clear the game. Finally, Lin Xi boarded the helicopter. Looking down from the helicopter, she realized how immense the fire was. The helicopter flew over vast stretches of blazing red or charred black. Beside her sat the last NPCs who boarded with her and the firefighters. From their conversation, she learned that this fire was global. Wildfires were breaking out everywhere around the world. It was estimated that this great fire had killed nearly 90% of the global population, and some countries had been completely burned away. Lin Xi couldn't hear the rest of the conversation because she had already ended the game and returned to the virtual space. Game over. Settlement in progress, please wait. When Lin Xi opened her eyes again, she was back in the biting cold seemed to linger in her body, clashing with the warmth of reality, creating an unreal illusion. Congratulations, player, for passing this round. Game cracked Earth. Player Lin Xi 222,222. Passing the game earned a base of 1,000 points. Player's life value at game in 26,100, earning 260 points. Game in rating C, earning 300 points. Survivors at game in 13,100, earning 130 points. NPC survivors 332,9900, earning 33. 2 points. Due to the high number of deaths in this round, the system deemed the difficulty excessive and compensated the player with 1,000 points. Total points earned this round 2,723. 2. Name Lin Xi. Age 18. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Level 1, 63. 088100. Attack 26,100. Strength 26,100. Speed 23. Points 6,208. 8. 6,308. 8. Skill space, level 2. Capacity, 2 cubic meters. It was over. Lin Xi felt very uncomfortable stepping out of the game pod. The intense heat and fire in the game were even more unbearable than spending a long time in a sauna. She felt as if she had been in a sauna for ages, dizzy from the heat, and then suddenly hit by air conditioning. Basking in the pleasant temperature, Lin Xi felt a strong reluctance to enter the Doomsday game again. The realism of the full dive game was indistinguishable from actual experience. After all, no one who had experienced the game would look forward to going back in, except for masochists. Sitting quietly for a while, her eyes inadvertently fell on the drinking water on the floor. She subconsciously swallowed. Following her instincts, she picked it up, opened it, and drank in large gulps. She knew the game had affected her. It wasn't just her craving for water and comfortable temperatures. The scenes from the game were still replaying in her mind. Ding. It was a message from Gu Zixu. Gu Ziqing, don't use your points for now. They'll be important later. Gu Ziqing, it's safe outside the campus now. You don't have to stay in the dormitory building. Lin Xi, are you guys from the major families done with your squabbles? The reply was simply a yes with no further. Lin Xi drank another bottle of water. When her hand reached for a third, she used strong willpower to put it back. Even though Gu Ziqing said the campus was safe, she didn't feel like going out to attend classes or wander around. She was too exhausted. In the final days of the game, she hadn't been able to rest properly, catching only fragmented sleep. The tense state of mind hadn't dissipated with the game's end. She took a shower, didn't even glance at the game pod, and went to the soft bed. She fell asleep within a second. While Lin Xi slept peacefully at the top floor of the Star Federation's government center. Report: the 111th entry into the backup planet has reached the jump point. The starship will commence jumping in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. 1. Jumping in progress. Report: jump complete. The starship is damaged at 80. Damage too severe for self-repair activation. Report: the starship is approaching the backup planet's atmosphere, entering the atmosphere. Report: the starship has successfully entered the backup planet. The number of surviving volunteers and the integrity of the space equipment. A middle-aged man counted the time and inquired of the detection system. Collecting data, please wait. Collection complete. Space equipment no. 1 damaged space equipment no. 2 damaged space equipment no. 3. No. 10 equipment damaged. Report all space equipment has been damaged. The middle-aged man furrowed his brows upon hearing this while the detection system continued its report. Upon inspection, all space equipment was annihilated the instant they entered the atmosphere. Now reporting the number of surviving volunteers. Volunteer no. 1 deceased volunteer no. 2 deceased volunteer no. 3. Volunteer no. 10 still alive. Just when he thought it was another total loss, one had slipped through. System retrieve volunteer no. 10's data. Affirmative retrieving now. Please wait. Name Chen Ming. Age 33. Height 186 centimeters. Weight 76 kilograms. Attack 50,100. Strength 50,100. Speed 50,100. Upon entering the backup planet, he was wearing No. 11 protective suit and had ingested No. 11 agent beforehand. The No. 11 protective suit was the latest development specifically designed for entry into the backup planet. Correspondingly, the No. 11 agent was also the newest formulation, its function being to rapidly repair cells upon sensing damage to the BOTUS cells. Retrieve the agent usage data of the other volunteers. Retrieving, please wait. Volunteer no. 1 used agent no. 11. Volunteers no. 1 and no. 2 used agent no. 11. Volunteer no. 3. That is to say all volunteers had taken only 2 types of agents no. 11 and no. 11. No. 1 agent. The No. 11 agent was a new type independently developed by the Goof family, while the No. 11. 1 agent was developed by the Interstellar government and other families based on the No. 11 agent. Back then the Goof family had fallen out with the other families. Though they outwardly reconciled, the various noble houses and the government had all been strangled by the Goof family's chokehold. Following the Goof family's approach to avoid being held by the throat, they secretly developed an enhanced version of If the enhanced version proved more effective than the Goof family's original, then the Goof family could be excluded from this plan. They would no longer have to constantly defer to the Goof family. Retrieve all volunteers' data. Soon the data of all 10 volunteers appeared on the screen. Among all volunteers no. 9 and no. 10 had the highest personal attributes. Apart from using different agents, their other configurations were identical. Yet in the end volunteer no. 9 died, while volunteer no. 10 survived. It remained uncertain whether the survival of volunteer no. 10 was due to the agent or mere luck. The distance was too great for them to ascertain the specifics. If it was truly because of the agent, then the Goof family could not be allowed to fall out again. Upon entry, the 10 volunteers all wore identical equipment. The only variable was the difference in their individual personal attributes. This was the control group experiment they had designed. All these experimental subjects were Interstellar Death Row inmates. By participating in this voluntary experiment, if they could leave this star domain and reach the backup planet, their crimes would be pardoned. Thus there were quite a number of volunteers. Volunteer no. 10 was lucky. The moment the man finished speaking, the system's voice rang out, volunteer no. 10 deceased. This experiment is a total loss. The man, rubbing his forehead, he began writing the experiment report for the various noble houses. This was the 11th experiment and the 11th failure. Fortunately, there was some progress this time, otherwise it was uncertain who would provide resources for the next experiment. Soon the leaders of the 10 major families and the relevant government personnel received the experiment report. Within half an hour they gathered for a meeting. Another failure. How many times is this? Patriarch Lu slammed the document onto the table in dissatisfaction. My family's resources can't withstand your repeated squandering. Since the appearance of Doomsday, ordinary items from Earth had gradually entered the public view and become trendy. Paper documents returned to high-level meetings. The other patriarchs looked down at the documents, then remained silent. Since learning that this star domain would be destroyed, they had been searching for a habitable planet. It didn't take much effort to find one. But entering that planet was no simple matter, otherwise they would have long since fled this star domain. It's not without progress, at least volunteer no. 10 successfully entered the backup planet this time, Patriarch Xiao said, trying to comfort everyone. Though he survived less than 10 minutes after landing before dying. Naturally, everyone had seen this report. It was placed prominently on the first page, impossible to miss. But everyone remained silent, wasn't it, because they held grievances against the Goof family. The incident during the insect swarm still left a rift in their hearts. If not for the sake of interest, how could they sit calmly with the Goof family? Damn the Xiao family. Hadn't they just formed a partnership with the Goof family? Did they have to fawn so much? Come up with a plan. We can't keep running experiments like this forever. We don't have that many resources to waste. Patriarch Lu spoke again. Since the start of this experiment, his family had contributed 11 starships and 1100 space equipment units. The production cost of these 2 items was high, but more importantly, the materials were hard to find. Why hadn't space equipment become widespread across the interstellar after so many years? Because space equipment was expensive and the materials required were difficult to procure, making mass production. To date, the most critical material was discovered a century ago, a finite resource that diminishes with the reserve planet had been experimented on numerous times, yet not a single living organism had successfully entered it. Well, that's not entirely accurate. This time one did manage to enter, though it survived only for an extremely brief period. This brief period gave them great hope. As long as they persevered, the next volunteers would have a high probability of successfully surviving on the reserve planet. Therefore, everyone present focused their attention on the space equipment. The reserve planet was peculiar. The moment a living organism entered without a specially designed protective suit, the human body would explode upon contact with the atmosphere. However, when using the same protective materials to deploy some electronic devices, the success rate was quite high. Yet applying these protective materials to the space equipment proved ineffective. The space equipment was destroyed along with the starship at the moment of its destruction. All the corresponding materials inside the space equipment burst out, making it impossible not only to enter the reserve planet, but even to reach its atmosphere. According to the data obtained from the deployed electronic devices, the living environment of the reserve planet closely resembled that of the former blue planet. Yet it was even more hostile than the blue planet's living conditions, and for some unknown reason there were no traces of human existence on the reserve planet. In other words, even if they successfully entered the reserve planet, they would not only face a harsh living environment, but also have to start from scratch together. Starting from scratch. How could these interstellar people ever adapt to that? Without any equipment to assist them, entering the reserve planet would lead only to their certain death. Therefore, the space equipment experiment must succeed no matter the cost. This experiment has still yielded significant gains. For instance, the next batch of volunteers must have physical attributes no lower than 50 in all categories. Secondly, the degree of damage after the starship jump was also better than the last time. We can use better materials in the starship, and perhaps the next starship will be able to touch the atmosphere of the reserve planet. After a summary, the conclusion was clear: increase investment funds and intensify research efforts. The major families who had contributed both money and labor remained silent, while the government representative's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. As usual, Liu family head spoke first. It's impossible to keep investing more money. Our Liu family has already provided enough. Any more, and my family will go bankrupt. Xiao family head immediately followed. As you know, when the bug tide struck, our Xiao family suffered the heaviest losses. We've only just managed to set up a new profit channel with the Gu family, and the invested funds haven't even been recouped yet. I have no money either. Gu family head said bluntly, no money, no talk. At worst, they would go it alone and develop a way to leave this star sector themselves. Collaborating with these people with all their scheming and calculations was just too troublesome. The other family heads also expressed that they had no money, telling the government to figure it out on its own. You've contributed neither money nor effort before. Now that funds are short, you should make up the difference yourselves. The interstellar government's annual tax revenue is far higher than our income. You can't always take advantage of us, can you? Li family head had long been displeased with the government. Their families always contributed money, labor, and resources. What about the government? Utterly useless. Right, echoed 9 times. Thus, the government representative who had originally intended to secure additional funds to continue the experiment ended up not obtaining any extra funding, and instead had to cover the entire shortfall out of his own pocket. With a mournful face, the representative returned to the office. Colleagues immediately gathered around to pry for gossip. As government officials, their days were unbearably dull. Everyone usually looked the same. It was rare to see a colleague's sour face which piqued their interest. The representative rested his chin on the desk and recounted the matter to the office colleagues. Terrible. Once I submit this report, it'll be scolded to a bloody pulp. The amount of interstellar tax revenue directly affected the salaries of all government staff. Having the interstellar government pay was like reaching into the pockets of colleagues, both known and unknown. He would become the center of the entire government. Hey, what's the big deal, eh? After hearing the representative's words, none of the colleagues showed any change in expression. The representative sat up straight and said exaggeratedly, this is a small matter. They're taking money from your pocket. Don't you care? Aren't you angry? Young people sure love to make a fuss. A colleague patted him on the shoulder. Go ahead and submit the report boldly. No one will blame you. The representative was skeptical. Really? He wasn't entirely convinced. The colleague, who rarely gave explanations, added a remark. As long as the interstellar tax revenue is sufficient to ensure our salaries won't decrease, what's there to be angry? Lin Xi slept straight through until the next morning. With sufficient rest, her vitality returned. Yet a trace of gloom in her heart had not completely dissipated. After breakfast, Lin Xi changed into a sports suit and went to the first floor. All the training rooms on the first floor showed no one inside. It seemed the conflict between the Gu family and other families had truly been resolved. The other Gu family members were not in the dormitory building. After venting for 2 hours in the training room, she felt she had become a mentally healthy, good child again. Sitting on the floor and enjoying the robot's massage, she opened her optical brain. She had slept so soundly yesterday that none of the messages on her optical brain could wake her. The most messages came from her 3 former roommates. They first asked if Lin Xi had cleared the game, then told her some good news. They had passed the most basic farm assessment. With one more assessment, they could access the intermediate farm's plants, and their income would double. While telling Lin Xi this news, they also sent her their respective notes, urging her to strive to pass the assessment soon and make big money together. Lin Xi replied to each with congratulations and thanks. None of the 3 replied immediately. Being a fellow student in the agriculture department, she knew how busy they were, and not replying promptly was the norm. Besides the messages from Zhou Yi and the other 2, she also received messages from the 4 in Huli's dormitory. They first congratulated Lin Xi on clearing the game again, then spent the rest of the time discussing her performance in the game. Lin Xi covered her face. The embarrassment of being watched through the entire live stream by acquaintances was truly. Lin Xi quickly replied with thanks and hastily closed the chat page. If she continued chatting, her toes would be able to dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor. After leaving the training room, she took a shower and lay down on the sofa. She had just applied to resume normal classes. The moment she sent the application, her advisor's message immediately. The gist was that Lin Xi had already passed all theoretical basic knowledge assessments with outstanding results, and it was not a good choice to attend theoretical lectures at this point. He suggested Lin Xi directly attend practical classes to get in touch with real plants and learn Hansen cultivation knowledge. This was Lin Xi's first time seeing the native plants of the interstellar world. Even though she had learned about various interstellar plants in the course materials, Lin Xi admitted that the real encounter still left a profound impact. Plants several meters, or even over 10 meters tall, made a person walking among them feel like a tiny chick. Moreover, these plants, like the hair colors of interstellar people, presented a riot of colors. No wonder interstellar people handled blue star plants with such care. Compared to their native flora, the plants of Blue Star were both delicate and exquisite. So stinky, someone nearby complained, covering their nose and mouth. Lin Xi, who had come prepared, already wore both a mask and a face shield. The notes of Zhou Yi and the other 2 all emphasized that when entering the plantation, one must take protective measures, not only a mask and face shield, but also long sleeves, long pants, and gloves for extra safety. The reason was simple: most interstellar plants emitted a foul odor, and a toxic one at that. Quickly matching the plants in the garden with the knowledge in her mind, she soon entered a working state. An afternoon passed quickly, and she could not finish recording all the plants in the low-level cultivation base. She would have to continue the next day. That day, about a dozen students applied for the same slot, including, but not limited to, freshmen. In fact, most were upperclassmen from the 2nd year and above. After all, in the past, practical courses required a fee to attend. This year, however, reforms had been made. Not only were practical courses free, but passing them also allowed students to take on related planting tasks to earn money. Impoverished planting students, upon hearing this good news, abandoned other courses and rushed to join the practicals. I heard that the Gu and Xiao families are mass hiring graduates from the planting department, offering generous salaries. Lin Xi was jotting down notes for the day when she overheard a conversation. Really? Those 2 families have always hired planting graduates every year. Have they increased the number of openings this year? One family produced nutrient fluids, the other pharmaceuticals. Both required extracting certain components from plants and some ores, so they had a tradition of annual recruitment. Haven't you been online lately? The student who initiated the topic continued without waiting for an answer. The number of positions they're offering this year is 10 times the previous figure. As a fellow planting student, the other person understood how busy they were, so not being online was no surprise. Upon hearing this, they immediately opened their optical brain to check. Wow, it's true. Their eyes sparkled with excitement. Look, they're not only recruiting graduates, but also outstanding current students. Should we give it a try? Lin Xi didn't continue listening to the last part of the conversation. It was already late, an hour past the normal class in time. One of the side effects of the game in reality was that she felt compelled to replenish food around the usual time, otherwise she lacked a sense of security. Back in the dormitory, she drank a bottle of high-grade nutrient fluid. Lin Xi stared at the empty glass bottle, unable to imagine how the nutrient fluid she had just consumed could be extracted from those fierce and sprawling plants. Lin Xi shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought. To understand the principle, she would have to switch to a different major. After all, although the interstellar network was highly developed, professional knowledge had strong anti-self-learning measures. To delve deeper into a subject, one couldn't find answers online. They had to go to universities. That was why graduates from universities were so highly valued. After an hour of training on the simulator and a refreshing shower, Lin Xi went to sleep again. After 2 days of effort, Lin Xi finally mastered the practical knowledge of the low-level cultivation base. On the 3rd day, she immediately applied for the assessment. According to the class group chat, the low-level practical assessment was the easiest to pass, with a pass rate of about 50%. Lin Xi was confident, but didn't dare to be careless. After 4 hours of high-intensity operation and 2 hours of QA, she was finally free. It was the first time she had encountered such a long exam. Fortunately, she had brought 2 extra nutrient fluid bottles, or she would have fainted from hunger in the exam hall. Lin Xi sent the news of passing the assessment to Zhou Yi and the others. The 3 replied in the evening, all congratulating her. They also suggested going out for a natural food meal to celebrate. It had been only 4 months since the game Doomsday was released, and natural food from Blue Star had already become highly sought after among interstellar people. Now not only academies and big cities, but even remote places had open natural food restaurants. Lin Xi, not today, I've overused my brain and just want to rest. The other 3 who had also experienced such intense assessments fully understood. Zhou Yi, rest well, make plans another time. Feng Ilan agreed. Yiziu agreed. 1. Lin Xi tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. The overuse of her brain that day left her body exhausted, but her mind was too active to rest. An hour later she finally drifted off, though the sleep quality was poor. After the assessment, the official results would be announced the next day. Since she had passed all the theoretical exams, she could choose not to attend class. After some thought, Lin Xi went to the training room on the first floor for physical training. Experiencing the changes brought by enhanced physical ability in the game, she had become somewhat addicted to the feeling of growing stronger. After training, she rewarded herself with a natural food set meal. Lin Xi thought that life was nothing more than this. Having been reborn in the interstellar era for 18 years, she finally felt like she was living like a human. She cooked a large meal, 4 dishes, and a soup. Knowing she couldn't finish it all, she still made it. Back on Blue Star, when she ate alone, she would usually make just 1 dish. Most of the time she would grab fast food and not even bother to cook. The reason she made so much this time was that this meal was solely for herself. After 18 years, she finally cooked a hometown-style meal for herself, as she didn't want to be too frugal. Once the official results of the basic practical assessment were announced, Lin Xi could finally enter the medium-level plantation. As for taking on low-level planting tasks, she wasn't considering it for now. Those tasks would consume too much of her. Though she still couldn't quite believe that the star domain would be destroyed, she also knew that Gu Ziqing wouldn't say such things just to deceive. The contradiction between belief and disbelief swayed in her mind. The medium-level plantation was even larger than the low-level one. The site was larger, but the number of plants had diminished considerably. As the mentors explained, intermediate plants were slightly more delicate, requiring more specific environmental conditions for cultivation. Lin Xi nodded, acknowledging their delicacy. They were about half the size of the plants in the low-level plantation. She had once thought the distinction between intermediate and low-level plants was based on size. As a freshman, Lin Xi had limited knowledge of intermediate plants in her textbooks. There were 2 ways to acquire some. The first was to receive the relevant learning materials for free in her sophomore year. The second was to purchase them in advance on campus. Without hesitation, Lin Xi spent 10,000 interstellar coins to acquire the complete intermediate course. There were 12 ebooks in total. Buying them individually cost 1,000 interstellar coins each, while the entire package was only 10,000, saving 2,000 coins. The books were sent to her mailbox, and Lin Xi immediately began a life of learning and practice. Of course, studying only took up a small part of her time. She spent most of it on training. The effects of the potion she had taken during her hospital stay had not yet fully manifested. Recently, with the help of training, all her physical attributes were improving. By the time she next entered the game, her physical condition would be excellent. Lin Xi, Zhou Yi, and the other 2 eventually found time to go out for a meal together. Zhou Yi and the other 2 treated Lin Xi. As they said, they had taken on tasks at the plantation and now had stable work, so it was only right to treat her. Lin Xi, don't refuse anymore. You treated us to meals before, so why can't we treat you once? Yiziu reached out with 2 fingers to pinch Lin Xi's lips, mimicking a manual mute. But that's different. I gave you leftovers before, Lin Xi said, brushing her hand away. On Blue Star, giving leftovers to others might make them think you look down on them. If not for the extreme preciousness of natural food in this world, and the fact that she couldn't finish it, she wouldn't have given away her leftovers. Hilarious. What's wrong with leftovers? If someone sent me such high-quality leftovers, every day I'd call them Dad, without hesitation. Feng Yalan said earnestly. Lin Xi replied. Can't do that. At least not for now. The first time they ate was at the meal Hu Li and the others treated them to. Given Lin Xi's current assets, she could afford to eat like that every day, but the cost-effectiveness was still too low. The meal cooked by Gu Ziqing was beyond luxurious. She couldn't afford it, not at all. If not for the insect tide and the fact that the dormitory fridge couldn't hold all the ingredients, she would have saved the leftovers from that time for the next meal. When she suggested giving them away, Gu Ziqing's eyes were full of reluctance, but his stomach simply couldn't hold any more. It was either give them away or throw them out. In the end, Gu Ziqing told her to think of someone to give the food to so it wouldn't go to waste. As for why he didn't give them himself, but asked Lin Xi to do it, Gu Ziqing said that giving leftovers to the scions of noble families was a degrading act. Even though he thought such delicious food would be a point of pride to give away, the social circle operated on a different code, and he didn't know what others were thinking. Preferring to avoid trouble, he thought it better for Lin Xi to give them. Just eat when we treat you. Zhou Yi pressed her into a chair. For stingy people like us, treating someone to a meal is a rare event. Don't be ungrateful. Lin Xi didn't refuse again. Any more refusals would hurt the friendship. The four of them laughed and ate to their heart's content. The food wasn't as delicious as what Lin Xi cooked herself, but the atmosphere was excellent, adding much to the meal. After leaving the restaurant, the three immediately started lamenting their wallets. Indeed, we need to keep earning money, Yiziu sighed. Zhou Yi walked over and put an arm around her shoulder. When I'm rich, I'll order 2 portions of every dish, 1 to eat, 1 to throw away. Feng Yilan leaned in, looking left and right, then rolled her eyes. Let me see who likes to daydream at night. Feng Yilan bolted. The three immediately chased after her. Even after earning some money, the stingy horticulture students remained stingy. They would rather walk than pay for transport, and their physical stamina was higher than that of ordinary interstellar citizens. Back in the dormitory, Lin Xi initially wanted to give each of the three a set of clothes. But in the end, she hesitated while placing the order. Whether for friends or family, she believed in reciprocity. Feelings required mutual effort, not one-sided enjoyment. But calculating too clearly could sometimes hurt feelings. With a sigh, Lin Xi turned off her light brain. In the end, the clothes were not sent. She would send them later. She threw herself back into training, exhausting herself completely before stopping. That night, she slept well. Perhaps it was the joy of spending time with friends, or the extreme physical fatigue. Regardless of the reason, the result was what Lin Xi wanted. The next day, she maintained her usual routine. She balanced training and study without neglecting either. She thought it would be a long time before she saw Zhou Yi and the others again, but unexpectedly, they met once more. Your learning progress is way too fast. Feng Yilan expressed her envy. Hand over your study method, or else. Zhou Yi brandished a small shovel in mock threat. When they shared a dormitory, they often exchanged study methods. Lin Xi had moved out quite a while ago, and she really did miss the dormitory days. You want to know? The three, are you sure? You want like the answer? Lin Xi straightened her back with a serious face. The three nodded again, and Feng Yilan said, how do you know we want like it if you haven't even said it? Alright, I'll say it. Everyone stopped what they were doing and focused on Lin Xi. She deliberately cleared her throat. The method is simple. Just don't take any tasks, and you'll have much more time to study. Zhou Yi. Yiziu. Feng Yilan. It was indeed something they didn't want to hear. Did they really think they liked taking tasks? It was because they were poor. If they had money, who would take those dirty and exhausting tasks? Actually, if they had money, they wouldn't be in the horticulture department at all. And if they weren't in horticulture, what tasks would they take? Ding, ding. The light brains of all four chimed simultaneously, making it impossible to ignore. When Lin Xi opened her light brain, she felt a sense of, finally. Notice. In the coming days, toxic fog will appear on various planets within the star domain. All interstellar citizens are advised to prepare survival supplies to face the upcoming difficulties. Gu Zicheng said that the star domain would be destroyed, and the prelude to destruction would be various disasters and chaos. Is this news real or fake? Zhou Yi pointed at the message and asked for opinions. Feng Yilan sighed, it's real. The government has issued an official notice, and all the major families have forwarded it. Zhou Yi slumped to the ground, lifeless. I just got a little money in my pocket, and now it's been discovered. The world just doesn't want me to have a break. Was she born to be poor? Was she not allowed to have savings? The class lost all focus, and they sat on the floor starting to buy supplies on their light brains. The insect swarm incident had only passed not long ago, and their dormitory still had some supplies. This time the three of them only purchased nutrient solutions and masks. We have to buy nutrient solutions sooner or later anyway. Thinking of it this way, the money is going to be spent regardless, so it doesn't make much difference whether we spend it now or later. This self-consolation was powerful, and the three instantly felt comforted. Have you ever encountered fog before? Lin Xi suddenly asked. The place she had been before had never experienced fog, so she didn't know what the situation was like. Feng Yilan and Yiziu both shook their heads. Yiziu, there was no fog in my hometown. Feng Yilan, same for my hometown. I've experienced fog once, Zhou Yi comforted them. Don't be too nervous. When the fog appears, just stay in the room, wear a mask, and don't inhale it, and you'll be fine. The fog was a black mist generated within the planet. Every planet in this star domain had experienced it, but the frequency was very low. This was the first time they had seen information about fog appearing across the entire star domain. Such a large-scale occurrence was unprecedented. What Zhou Yi said was largely consistent with what was written online, indicating that the fog was not something to be feared. However, when the fog appeared, people couldn't go out, causing trouble for daily life and work. Nothing more than that. Yiziu and Feng Yilan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. But then Lin Xi said something that made their hearts tighten again. If it were just a trivial matter, they probably wouldn't bother sending out a special notice, and all the major families wouldn't have forwarded this. It means the situation might not be so simple. We'd better prepare some other supplies as well. Zhou Yi and the others found this reasoning sound, so they started buying again. When the rich buy, they buy whatever they want without looking at the price, they just take it directly. When the poor buy, they compare prices from 3 different sellers, and then haggle, saving wherever possible. But today the poor couldn't save money. Profiteers. All of them are profiteers. Zhou Yi gritted her teeth. Many people had seen the notice and realized this fog was no ordinary occurrence, especially merchants. The moment they heard the news, they immediately raised their prices. After comparing prices and then returning, Zhou Yi and the others found that the prices had skyrocketed. 1 second, an item cost 10 interstellar coins, the next second it became 20, and the price kept changing. During the time they were comparing and asking about prices, the prices of those items had changed several times. Without hesitation, they decisively purchased the items they had inquired about. If they kept comparing, those items would only rise to who knew what level. Ding! The light brain notification sounded again. This time it was a notice from the academy identical to the one the government sent to all citizens. It seemed the situation was serious. "I'm going back to the dorm first. I won't be coming to class for the next few days," Lin Xi said, getting up to return to her dormitory and see what preparations were needed. "I'm going back to the dorm to receive my packages too." Zhou Yi followed suit. The other two did the same. Having experienced a life-threatening disaster once, they clearly understood the priority of life over studies and money. They hurried back to the dormitory, and the roads were filled with students from all departments. Those running on the ground, and those flying in the air. Everything looked rushed and chaotic. Lin Xi saw so many different small personal vehicles for the first time, and looked up several times. With multiple departments sending messages one after another, even the most clueless person would know something was up. Half of the students were running out of the school gates to go home. This time the academy did not close the gates so students could enter and leave freely. The other half were running back to the dorms, planning to stay in the academy, since not everyone's home conditions were better than. Lin Xi quickly returned to her dormitory, where several delivery robots were waiting at the door. She signed for her packages and opened the dormitory door, but didn't move the items inside. Currently, only a few children from the Gu family were still living in this dormitory building. Most of the rooms were empty, so leaving things in the hallway for a while wouldn't be a problem. The dormitory consisted of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, but the space was already packed full by Lin Xi. When she opened the door, only a narrow passage was visible. She had been stockpiling supplies whenever she had free time, filling the entire dormitory. In fact, she didn't really need to buy any additional supplies this time. But with repeated notifications on her light brain Lin, she felt a nagging unease, so she bought some more anyway. After walking around the dormitory, she realized there wasn't much she needed to prepare. It seemed that when the Gu family built this dormitory, they had taken every aspect of safety into consideration, including the best ceiling for the building. She stepped out of the dormitory, went to the stack of delivery boxes, and found the protective film she had just purchased. With a burst of activity, she sealed the entire dormitory, up and down, inside and out, with the film. The dormitory had an oxygen generator and an air purifier, so even with everything sealed, she wouldn't suffocate. Ding, ding, ding. The light brain's notification sounds came one after another. Lin Xi stopped and opened her light brain. 2 of the messages were government notices identical to the previous one, and another was a list of precautions for citizens. The precautions were largely the same as what she had seen online. Lin Xi skimmed through them and closed the page. Apart from that, most of the remaining messages were delivery confirmations, with one from Gu Ziqing mixed in. "Gu Ziqing, Lin Xi, I can't come back to the academy for now. I bought some protective film. Could you please wrap the supplies in my dormitory with it?" Below the message was a transfer with a note saying labor fee. Then a few minutes later, several more transfers came and also marked as labor fees. Scrolling to the very end of the chat, she saw another message from him. "Gu Ziqing, this is the labor fee for the children of the Gu family asking for your help. Please also put protective film on their supplies." Attached was a list of names and the door lock passwords. Lin Xi cheerfully replied with an OK. Money-driven. That described Lin Xi perfectly. Lin Xi first went to sign for all the packages outside, then started opening them, and based on the proximity of the room numbers, began wrapping the supplies of the Gu family members with protective film. The material of this protective film was the same as the one Lin Xi had bought for her own room. Thinking of her own supplies, she decided to wrap them with the film as well. This was no small task. Lin Xi worked until midnight to finish wrapping everyone's supplies. To keep her employers satisfied, she took a photo of each completed job and sent it to Gu Ziqing. Back in her dormitory, Lin Xi didn't rest. She immediately ordered more protective film online. Even in the middle of the night, delivery was still swift. After wrapping her own supplies, it was already 2 in the morning. She had missed her usual exercise time, but she had done plenty of physical work. Not bothering about it, she washed up and fell asleep. She woke up at 8 in the morning. While eating breakfast, she checked the online trends. Netizens were discussing the government's notices, but no fog had appeared anywhere yet. For now, it was safe. However, because no fog had been spotted, yet many people speculated whether the government had made a mistake or was just scaring them to boost the economy. The second speculation gained wide acceptance among netizens. After all, as soon as the news came out, many goods sold out. Lin Xi had already taken leave and didn't go to class. She sighed. College had been as good as not attending. She was either on leave or on the way to taking leave. Many students were absent. By morning, only 4 students in the cultivation department had insisted on going to class. At noon, the academy directly sent a message to all faculty and students, all classes suspended. Zhou Yi did the academy get wind of something. They actually gave everyone a holiday. During the last insect swarm, the academy didn't give a full holiday. At least the mecha manufacturing and potion departments didn't get a break. Feng Yulan, I think this is serious. Should we buy more supplies? Yiziu, I would like to, but I have no money left. Feng Yulan, I still have some. They'll lend you some first. Zhou Yi, I have some too. I can lend you some if you need. The despair of nearly dying during the insect swarm because she had no money still haunted her. She remembered how Lin Xi had given her a glimmer of light in the darkness, so within her ability, she also wanted to give light to others. Yiziu, thank you, love you guys. The 3 chatted in the group, all tacitly avoiding asking Lin Xi for money. They still hadn't repaid the kindness Lin Xi had shown them before, and they weren't thick-skinned enough to take it for granted. Zhou Yi, Lin Xi, can you share what preparations you've made? After finishing her workout, Lin Xi saw the group chat and shared a link to the protective film. Lin Xi, I bought protective film to wrap up the dormitory and supplies along with some protective gear like masks and protective suits. Zhou Yi replied quickly. Zhou Yi, thank you so much. The 3 acted fast. Within an hour, Zhou Yi sent a video in the group showing the dormitory wrapped in protective film. According to them, they didn't have much money, so after much deliberation they bought protective film. But only a small amount, enough to cover 1 room. They planned to all stay in that 1 room, putting all their supplies there. That room was the one Lin Xi had previously lived. After the insect swarm, many students from the cultivation department died, leaving many empty dormitories, which hadn't been reassigned to new students yet. Because of this, the 3 had saved a little money and didn't think about switching dorms. Unfortunately, that little money, the day ended amidst everyone's preparations. Another day arrived, the 3rd day since the notice. Still no fog appeared, and the internet was filled with curses against the government and the major families. Random talk from a red silk fish lover. If I ever believe the government and the families again, I'm a dog. They're all capitalists at heart. Crazy little person, whenever there's a little money in my pocket, the capitalists want to empty it. So it's not my fault that I'm Qing Luo selling protective suits and masks at low prices, all recently produced. DM if interested. Butcher of 10 years, same as above, selling various supplies at low prices. Then the comments were all about selling various supplies that had just been snapped up. Lin Xi was tempted, but since they were private sales, she didn't make a purchase in the end. Opening them all, Lin Xi bought a mid-priced hover scooter. She had been eyeing one since she saw someone riding it on campus. As time passed, more and more people started reselling supplies. Most of them were relatively poor. Zhou Yi and the others were tempted to resell as well. Having no money at all in their pockets gave them a sense of insecurity. But in the end they held back. Money could be earned again, but life was only once. Ding. In the middle of the night, the light brains of all faculty and students at the academy sounded. It was a notice from the academy telling them to go to their respective classrooms to collect supplies. 2 in the morning. The timing of this distribution. Lin Xi wrapped herself tightly from head to toe and arrived at the classroom. Zhou Yi and the other 2 had already arrived and waved at Lin Xi to come over. After waiting about 10 minutes, the homeroom teacher entered yawning. Line up, 1 per person. After you get yours, go back to the dorm and don't come out. He sat down and continued yawning. The students lined up, orderly took their share and left. Lin Xi arrived relatively late, so she was almost the last to get her supplies. Zhou Yi and the others had already gotten theirs and were opening them right in the classroom. Inside there was a protective suit, a mass protective film, and a small box of nutrient solution. The nutrient solution was scarce, only 10 vials. Why is the school suddenly handing out supplies so generously? A puzzled student asked. However, the students from the agriculture department were all poor. Even with doubts, they clutched the free items tightly. They couldn't use these things themselves, but selling them online would fetch a decent sum. It was like money falling from the sky. Lin Xi exchanged a glance with Zhou Yi and the other 2, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. The school wouldn't do such pointless things. Distributing supplies in the dead of night could only mean the situation was worse than imagined. On the way back to the dormitory, Zhou Yi's optical brain rang. It's Huli. He said many students from other departments took the supplies and threw them away. He asked if we wanted them, so we could pick them up at the logistics department. Of course they wanted them. Indeed, only the poor agriculture students cherished these supplies. The rich kids from other departments dismissed them. The 4 of them first took their own things to the dormitory, then went to the logistics department. The school issued the most basic version. The young masters and misses didn't care for them, so I collected them. After getting to know Zhou Yi and her friends, they understood how poor the agriculture department was. What the upper class disdained, the poor couldn't even afford to buy. Thank you so much. After repeated thanks, they began moving the supplies. Hu Li and his 3 roommates had nothing to do and helped carry the items to their dormitory. There were too many items to carry. If 4 girls alone would have needed many trips. Lin Xi's dormitory had plenty, so she took only one box and stopped. Then she helped Zhou Yi and the others move several loads. If we don't use all these supplies, we can sell them and split the money. You'll get a share. Hu Li and his 3 roommates came from well-off families and didn't care about such small sums, so they declined. Lin Xi, however, agreed after their persuasion. 3 hours had passed, and it was now 5 in the morning. Sleepiness had faded. After returning Lin, she prepared breakfast, rested for half an hour, exercised, and then went back to sleep. She slept until noon. The mist still hadn't appeared, but the news of the school distributing supplies to faculty and students was causing an uproar online. Some thought the school had inside information and had purchased large quantities of supplies to distribute. Others believed the school was buying expensive supplies to cook the books. The school ignored all speculation, and the controversy grew. By 5 in the afternoon, Gu Corporation and Xiao Corporation issued announcements, finally calming the netizens. The announcement stated that the supplies distributed by the school were donated by the 2 companies with a list attached. Thus, the cooking spooks theory was unfounded, but the first guess became more plausible. Those who had sold their supplies at low prices began to regret and wanted to break the contracts. Private transactions were not like online shopping with guarantees. If a private seller broke the contract, the money would be returned to the buyer, but the buyer would receive no compensation. Online buyers and private sellers were at each other's throats, while other netizens enjoyed the drama. Seeing this, Lin, she was glad she hadn't been tempted to buy private items, as she hated dealing with disputes. Turning off her optical brain, Lin, she threw herself back into training. Her physical attributes were steadily rising, but she felt a growing urgency. Not enough. Far from enough. During this break, she trained at the maximum tolerance level suggested by the training. She was exhausted every day, only going online during training breaks or meal times. The 4th day after the announcement arrived. That day, everyone thought the mist wouldn't appear again, and the online buzz faded. But just when people least expected it, on a remote planet, black mist suddenly erupted from the ground. Lin Xi happened to be eating when she saw a live stream and clicked in. Why does the color seem different? As soon as she entered the stream, Lin, she felt something was off. She had previously watched videos of the mist, which was mostly gray. But the mist in this live stream was black. It was so thick and dark it seemed to drip with moisture. Viewers also noticed the anomaly, with comments asking if the streamer had used a filter. When the streamer confirmed he hadn't used a filter, the chat exploded. This black mist looked extremely dangerous. And indeed, it was far from safe. Encouraged by massive tips, the streamer agreed to go outside and film the mist. The streamer had done his research, knowing that inhaling the mist was harmful. So he put on a mask and everything. Before leaving, he thought better of it and put on a long coat. He didn't have a protective suit, so he had none to wear. Soon he stepped out. The mist was not far from his home. Within a 5-minute walk, he reached the vicinity. He pointed at the mist nearby and was about to interact with the audience when his words turned into a scream. The scream was genuine, and no one thought it was an act. Because the camera followed the streamer's perspective, the viewers could clearly see his pointing hand. That hand was initially a short distance from the mist, but as he raised it, a gust of wind blew the mist toward him. The moment the streamer's exposed skin touched the black mist, the skin was instantly corroded, revealing the bone. The bones were not white, but black like the mist. It was a horrifying sight. The chat fell silent for a second, then erupted, all urging the streamer to run for his life. The streamer writhed in pain on the ground, too distracted to read the chat. But instinct made him roll away from the mist rather than back and forth. He rolled in one direction, putting some distance between himself and the mist. If he could stand up and flee, he might still survive. The chat grew, even more frantic, viewers anxious for him. It was as if they wanted to reach through the screen and drag him away. Unfortunately, the streamer still wasn't looking at the screen. Finally, a wealthy patron entered the stream and sent a starship. This special gift triggered audio and visual effects, finally catching the streamer's attention. The streamer scrambled to escape the mist center. His camera never stopped, so viewers could see his situation clearly. He fled all the way to his house, then fainted from pain. The camera, which followed his gaze, stopped streaming when it could no longer detect his eyes. Lin Xi broke out in a cold sweat after watching. That black mist seemed even more potent than strong sulfuric acid. She recorded the stream and forwarded it to the professional group and her former dormitory group. Instantly, both groups exploded. Zhou Yi, damn, how did the mist mutate? Easy, you don't look at it now. Oh, let's check if our doors and windows are sealed properly. This is terrifying. Teacherly students, make sure to protect yourselves. Wear masks and protective suits. Don't go out unless necessary. Meanwhile, the video was spreading online. Some initially questioned its authenticity, but professionals debunked. The video was 100% real. With more and more people filming the mist and uploading it, netizens couldn't, especially those who had bought supplies earlier and then sold them cheaply, were now kicking themselves. The sales of various merchants boomed again because of these videos. Lin Xi, feeling uneasy, inspected her room inside and out several times. Only after ensuring everything was secure did she relax. No, it's still not enough. She got up again and gathered all the protective film. Some she had bought herself, some were leftovers from packing supplies for the Gu family, all piled up in the hallway. She unrolled the film and reinforced the room once more. Security is something you give yourself. After finishing, she opened her optical brain and started watching the live stream again. The mist from the earlier stream was far from the academy, on a remote planet. She wondered if other planets had also seen the mist. As soon as she opened the live stream page, she was recommended the same streamer from before. This time he wasn't going outside, but was at his window. Viewers were asking about his condition. Thanks for the concern. As soon as I got back, I cut off my arm. They'll go to the hospital to get a new one when the mist clears. He moved the camera to show his arm, which was indeed now empty. It was surprising how decisive he was in cutting off his own hand. But in the interstellar era, this was somewhat normal. Severed limbs could be easily replaced with medical technology, and the cost wasn't too high. The camera shifted from the streamer to the window. Even through the glass, the scene outside was clearly visible. It was a boring stream, a fixed camera, pitch black mist, and only the streamer's voice. The streamer seemed weak, lacking the energy of the previous day. Yet the viewer count was increasing. Some longtime viewers were scrolling to explain the situation outside. Love eating fried squid with lotus root, and the mist is spreading. It was just covering the third building on the left a moment ago. Now, it's almost at the building in front of the streamer. Newcomers saw the left side of the screen completely dark like night, while the right side was still daylight. Lin Xi ate while watching the mist. For now, only this planet had the mist, so this stream was the only source of information. Ding. Lin Xi opened the message, glanced at it, and continued watching. It was another government message. She had received several similar ones in recent days, and was used to it. As time passed, the mist drew closer to the streamer's house. Within half an hour, the black mist had reached the building opposite, plunging the stream into darkness. Viewers tipped the streamer to find a high-intensity light to see if the mist affected buildings. Motivated by money, the streamer, who had no such light at home, forced a neighbor to sell him one. The high-intensity light was powerful, but the black mist was no pushover. When the light shone through, it penetrated the mist, but was still blurry. The streamer zoomed in, adjusted the clarity to maximum, and fixed the light in place. The chat momentarily quieted as viewers focused on the walls under the mist. 10 minutes passed. Lin Xi rubbed her tired eyes. Staring continuously was exhausting. Love eating fried squid with lotus root, and can't see with the naked eye. Let me get an AI to analyze. Soon Nan returned. Love eating fried squid with lotus root, and AI implanted successfully, waiting for analysis. 5 more minutes passed. Love eating fried squid with lotus root, and AI observation and analysis result: the observed target was damaged by 1 in 5 minutes. The chat exploded with this news. Even the half-dead streamer jumped up. Nan, is that true? If the walls were also corroded, would he be safe inside? Love eating fried squid with lotus root, Nan, it's true. The observation time was too short. We need more time for accurate data. Luo Maomao, investigate further. Qinghuan Xiangban, investigate further. The chat was filled with requests for Nan to continue observing. Love eating fried squid with lotus root, Nan already investigating. It was a slow process. The streamer fixed the camera and went to reinforce his house. Even without the official result, he was convinced the black mist corroded walls. Recalling the pain when his hand was corroded, he only wanted to flee the planet. But it was too late. As soon as the mist appeared, starships on the planet had ceased operations. Escaping would require both capital and connections. An alarm rang. Lin Xi clicked follow, started recording, and then went to the training machine to exercise. The planet where the academy was located had yet to see the mist, and life continued as usual. Stepping off the exercise machine, she sat drenched in sweat on the chair, watching the replay at double speed. Nan, who loved stir-fried lotus root with squid, announced the AI survey results every 5 minutes. Lin Xi switched from double-speed playback to skip mode, focusing only on the AI survey results. Unsurprisingly, the findings confirmed that the black mist could corrode buildings. This was expected. She had already concluded as much when she saw the streamer's hand corrode down to bone. Now precise data merely confirmed it, a final nail in the coffin of hope. Nan, who loved stir-fried lotus root with squid, the AI analysis concludes that using the current building materials, as an example, the structure will completely disintegrate within 3 days. At these words, the live stream fell silent save for the streamer wailing on screen. Wah. 3 days. Can this eerie fog dissipate in 3 days? No one could answer his question. Based on past patterns and experience with such mists, it would take at least 7 days for the fog to clear. And even after dissipation, it wasn't safe. Toxic residues would linger in the air, requiring masks and other precautions. Yet this fog was unlike any that had appeared before. The usual patterns and experience were no longer reliable. Sha Shangfei, streamer, hurry and reinforce your walls and windows. Delay the inevitable as long as you can. Huyen, who loved red silk fish, also wear protective suits and gas masks. They work against most common toxic gases. Viewers rushed to offer suggestions, as the streamer's face looked terribly pale. Had the comments stayed silent it might have been bearable, but now the streamer clutched his head in despair. I thought this was just ordinary fog. I only prepared masks and nutrient fluids. I didn't buy anything else. Sob. Now it was too late to buy anything. The fog had already reached his doorstep. He wouldn't dare go out to sign for a delivery, even if it came. A mere touch had cost him his hand. Confronting the fog directly would be suicide. Qinghuan Xiangban, my condolences. Qinghuan Xiangban, luckily am a bit far from the streamer's planet, so I can still rush to buy supplies. Fenghuang Xiaoran, hey, can you not make such snide remarks and twist the knife in the streamer's heart? Chi Huzuns, who loved peaches exactly. Some viewers condemned Qinghuan Xiangban, but many more were reminded by that comment. They could still rush to stock up on supplies before the fog reached their own areas. Of course, a few clung to the hope that such misfortune wouldn't befall them, taking no precautions at all. After watching the video and resting Lin, she cooked a proper natural meal, ate heartily, and then took out a tent. There wasn't enough floor space to set up the tent, so she brought it onto the bed. The interstellar tent resembled those from Blue Star in appearance, but differed in material and interior design. The material was waterproof, fireproof, lightweight, and durable. Inside it had an air purifier, a constant temperature system, and lighting, all of which could run for a long time on a tiny energy source. Looking at the compact air purifier Lin, she felt it was practically a lifesaver for interstellar people. They were installed in dormitories, classrooms, and even outdoors at regular intervals as public air purifiers. The tent opened with a single button. The instructions were that brief, something Lin she had never seen before. Crawling inside, she began wrapping the tent in protective film. If the fog corroded the dormitory, she could at least hide in the tent and buy some time. After wrapping the inside layer, she tested it. Folding and unfolding worked fine. She opened the tent again, wrapped another layer of film on the outside, and tested it again. Still no issues. Then she opened it once more and wrapped both inside and outside with another layer. After repeated wrapping and testing, she found that the outer layer could take at most 2 layers. More would prevent the tent from folding. The inside could take up to 4 layers. Testing a 5th layer forced her to remove it regretfully. She packed the modified tent and placed it by the door. When the dormitory was on the verge of being completely corroded, she could grab the tent and leave immediately. Always ready to flee. Food, clothing, shelter. The shelter was prepared, and food and clothing must not be lacking. With no backpack or suitcase in the dormitory Lin, she opened her optical brain and quickly ordered one online. Expecting a quick delivery, she was surprised to wait 2 hours. During those 2 hours, Gu Zicheng returned to the dormitory and brought Lin Xi a protective suit and a gas mask. The dormitory might not be safe. Do you want to come with me to Baiyang City? We can come back after the fog clears. Gu Zicheng's face showed a hint of nervousness. In his heart, he hoped she would agree. Even though the dormitory was built with the best materials available, it was constructed hastily, relatively safe within the academy, but still inferior to buildings in Baiyang City. And more importantly, he had been busy lately and hadn't seen her in a long time. He missed her. Lin Xi refused. It's a strange place, better not. She smiled. Besides, prices in Baiyang City are ridiculously high. I'd be living on nothing but the wind. You're in my territory. How could I let you spend a dime? Even though he had prepared himself for rejection, hearing it, Lin Xi kept smiling as she declined. She already owed Gu Zicheng too much. Strictly speaking, her life was saved by the Gu family, by Gu Zicheng himself. Such a great debt remained unpaid. If she kept piling on more, she wouldn't know how to repay it. All right, Gu Zicheng dropped the subject. This is a small protective shield. Wear it. It will keep you safe. This is too expensive. Take it. Before Lin Xi could finish, Gu Zicheng thrust the item into her hands. No matter how precious, it's worthless compared to a life. Seeing she still wanted to refuse, he quickly added, "You'd better not get into trouble. My allowance can't afford many of these. When the fog clears, you'll have to return it to me." "What about you then?" Lin Xi was quite tempted. If she had the money, she would have bought one herself. She was timid and afraid of death. Such a life-saving device was tailor-made for her. Gu Zicheng smiled and pulled out an identical one from around his neck. "Don't worry, I have another." Lin Xi found Gu Zicheng oddly captivating at that moment, uncertain whether it was due to his striking appearance or the exorbitant value of the item in his hand. The two did not exchange many words. Gu Zicheng was primarily occupied, as this trip back was solely to transport all the supplies from every dormitory. This task didn't necessarily require his personal presence, yet he had insisted on coming. "I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself." He bid farewell reluctantly. Lin Xi replied, "You too." Gu Zicheng turned around, then, as if recalling something unsaid, he turned back. "By the way, I've granted you full access to this dormitory. All the individual rooms inside are currently vacant. You can let your close friends and classmates move into these rooms. This mist is no ordinary mist. The college dormitories are built with the most basic materials. They might not withstand it for long. If necessary, please allow any alumni or teachers in need to take refuge here." The use of the word refuge alone indicated how extraordinary this mist was. Lin Xi nodded solemnly. "Okay, I understand." Gu Zicheng felt that Lin Xi was sometimes too accommodating, so he had to add, Of course, opening the dormitory is based on your own wishes. Don't let in anyone who makes you unhappy. Lin Xi. Just go now. Her disdain was obvious. Gu Ziqing laughed a genuine laugh. He couldn't help but ruffle Lin Xi's hair. All right, I'm off. As soon as Gu Ziqing left, her package arrived. The newly purchased backpack was 1 meter long and half a meter wide. When worn, it reached down to Lin Xi's ankles. She tried it on and found it quite comfortable. It was spacious and lightweight. Equipped with a levitation device, the backpack made even heavy loads feel weightless when carried. Night had fallen. Lin Xi originally planned to pack the supplies into the backpack before messaging Zhou Yi, Hu Li, and the others to ask if they wanted to temporarily move dorms. On second thought, since the mist could emerge at any time, she decided to notify them immediately regardless of the late hour or potential disturbance. Young people are all night owls. As soon as Lin Xi sent the message, she received replies instantly. The 7 of them unhesitatingly agreed to move in, and they would do so that very night. Lin Xi found her homeroom teacher's contact information in her list and decisively pressed the dial button. The call was quickly answered. Lin Xi informed the homeroom teacher about the dormitory's availability and asked the teacher to arrange for people to move in. The Gu family's dormitory building was no secret among the faculty. The teacher's initial annoyance at being disturbed late at night turned into excitement, and she hurriedly contacted others in the school. Zhou Yi's trio and Hu Li's dormitory of 4 soon arrived at the dormitory building. Lin Xi granted them access. The dormitory has single rooms, but later students and teachers from other departments will move in, so you might have to share a room with a few people. Lin Xi explained. We know it's great to live together. Zhou Yi and her friends didn't mind at all. This 1-bedroom, 1-living-room suite was even larger than their original dorm. Most importantly, it was safe to live inside. How could they complain? Hu Li's group also showed no dissatisfaction, appearing curious instead. I heard the materials used in this building are the same as those in aristocratic clan buildings, Hu Li said. The 4 of them came from well-off families, but only moderately so. They were completely insignificant in the interstellar hierarchy. Zhou Zimo tapped his head. Nonsense. This is a building built by the aristocratic clans, so the materials are naturally the same. They chose the rooms on either side of Lin Xi's and began unpacking. They had a lot of luggage. Besides what they brought, they still needed to retrieve the rest from their original dorms. Lin Xi didn't help because the homeroom teacher contacted her. The school quickly compiled a list of the faculty and students still on campus. There weren't many left, less than a quarter. After the school's announcement and suspension of classes, a large number of faculty and students had left. Those remaining on campus numbered fewer than 3,000. 3,000, it didn't sound like a lot, but this dormitory building couldn't hold that many people. The dormitory had only 208 suites for occupancy. Excluding the 3 suites taken by Lin Xi, Zhou Yi, and their friends along with some Gu family members who hadn't left, only about 200 suites remained vacant. Even if each suite housed 4 people, it could accommodate at most 800. Lin Xi relayed this information to the teacher and let him decide how to select residents. Soon the homeroom teacher messaged again. Over 900 people indicated they would stay in their original dorms, mostly those living in 2-person suites in other buildings. Another 400 or so expressed unwillingness to live in crowded conditions and also gave up moving in. That meant about 1600 people still needed to be accommodated. The number was still too high. Lin Xi arranged for 6 people per suite. For the rest, opened up the training rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors for them to live in. The homeroom teacher said. This was the result of discussions with the college's higher-ups. As an institution with a deep heritage, the college was well aware of the consequences this mist would bring. In such a time of crisis, it wasn't excessive to have 8 or 10 people per suite. It was just a pity that some students absolutely refused to move in. Lin Xi did as the college arranged. She didn't show up at all, letting the college handle everything. After opening access to all vacant suites and informing the homeroom teacher, she went to rest. It was already 1 a.m. If she didn't sleep, now she'd have to stay up all night. The dormitory had excellent soundproofing, so Lin Xi slept soundly. Little did she know how lively the entire building was that night. The next morning, her internal clock woke her right on time. However, due to insufficient sleep, she felt a bit dazed. After lying in bed for 5 minutes, she got up to wash up and have breakfast. Mealtime was also her time for browsing the internet. In just one night, 2 more planets had been covered in black. Many videos about the black mist appeared online, instantly panicking those who had been wishful thinkers. They wanted to stock up on supplies. But at such a time, where could supplies still be sold? Even if some were available, they came at exorbitant prices that ordinary people couldn't afford. The comment sections of major posts were flooded with high-price purchase requests, especially for protective films and suits. After the meal, it was usually rest time, but Lin Xi didn't rest this time. She hadn't yet placed the supplies into the backpack she bought last night. How could she rest without properly preparing her escape bag? Packed a large backpack to the brim, Lin Xi estimated that these supplies, if used sparingly, would last for a while. If it really came to that, staying outside for 7 days with the fog unyielding and no rescue in sight would mean certain death. I hope things don't escalate that far. Lin Xi prayed silently. This was no holographic game. Dying in reality meant true death. Just as she finished packing her backpack, Huli sent a message inviting her and Zhou Yi and the others to gather. Lin Xi replied with a simple, okay. The gathering was at noon, and since there was still time left, Lin Xi headed to the training machine to train. The training grounds on the first and second floors were now occupied, so she couldn't go there for now. 2 hours passed, and the time had come to 1130 in the morning. After resting for 10 minutes and freshening up, Lin Xi finally made her way to Huli's dormitory. She didn't come empty-handed. She brought 2 jars of homemade meat and fruit preserves. Each jar was a liter in size, so the quantity was substantial. Zhou Yi and the other 2 arrived a little earlier than Lin Xi, and they were already seated at the table waving her over. Lin Xi, come quick. Huli and the others got new food, and they're waiting for you to start, Zhou Yi said excitedly, waving her hand. Lin Xi walked over and immediately saw what was on the table: canned food. It was indeed canned food produced by the Qiao family. You know about canned goods, hey? Zhou Zimo pulled out a chair for her to sit down. This is the latest canned product from Qiao's, made with launching fruits. I've heard it tastes great. Yes. Not only does it taste good, but it's also said to be beneficial to health, Huli added. The problem is it's so hard to buy, always out of stock and with purchase limits. Launching plants were delicate and production only started after the insect swarm. There wasn't much raw material, so shortages were inevitable. Now that everyone was here, Huli took out plates to open the cans. Get a few more plates. I have 2 more cans here, Lin Xi called out. Wow, you managed to snag some too. Ku Wensheng stood up and followed to get plates. Apart from the canned goods, Zhou Yi and the other 2 had brought tomatoes they had grown themselves. The tomatoes were sliced and arranged on a plate, looking quite appealing. Hee, lucky we didn't come empty-handed, Feng Yulan said, rubbing her head. It was also fortunate that after submitting their professional coursework, they still had some small tomatoes left. Otherwise they would have had nothing worthy to offer when visiting someone else's dorm. Lin Xi, your cans don't have any labels. Huli noticed the difference as she poured the contents. Lin Xi smiled. These were given to me by the Qiao family, so I don't know. She didn't say she had made them herself. The recipe for the canned goods had already been sold, and without the Qiao family's permission, she couldn't casually disclose it. Although the Qiao family hadn't requested confidentiality, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Indeed, it's from Qiao's. The taste is exactly the same, Yi Ziyu remarked. The 8 of them enjoyed a wonderful meal, though none left fully satisfied. Each downed a nutrient solution to round. Having spent the whole night packing up their dormitory, everyone looked completely drained. After the meal, they returned to their respective rooms and fell into a deep sleep. Ding! It was a message from the academy. News about the fog was trickling out, and none of it was good. The academy decided to lock down the campus. All faculty and students still on the premises must return by 5 p.m. Additionally, the campus would wrap all dormitory buildings in protective film by 6 p.m. Therefore, the remaining students had to move into the same dormitory building. Lin Xi was exceptionally pleased to see this message. With the entire dormitory building enveloped in protective film, safety was greatly enhanced. After resting for half an hour, she trained for another 2 hours. The time reached 5 p.m. Lin Xi had full access to the building's permissions and could see the external situation of the entire building. The faculty and students on campus were sensible. Starting around 4 p.m., they gradually streamed back into the dormitory. Few people ventured out at this point, and those who did only went to stock up on supplies before rushing back. Lin Xi watched the live stream again. In just half a day, 5 planets had been struck by the fog. Disaster was unfolding, and the internet was flooded with cries for help, urging the government to provide assistance. After all, this disaster affected not only the poor, but also the wealthy. The rich were major taxpayers. If their lives and property were threatened, government revenue would take a significant hit. The government responded promptly this time, immediately dispatching rescue teams. However, since all citizens were involved, the government dared not save only the rich, while neglecting the poor, making the rescue efforts extremely difficult. Perhaps because this was the government's first major operation, and to build a favorable image among the populace, the entire rescue was broadcast live. Lin Xi missed the live stream and didn't want to watch the replay, so she directly viewed the edited version. In the end, as many people as possible were rescued and properly settled. Despite the fog's prolonged presence, there were no casualties, though only the people's homes and the government's rescue starships were lost. Yes, the government's rescue starships were damaged. Though they weren't completely destroyed, the subsequent repairs and maintenance would be a massive undertaking. At 6 p.m., the dormitory building was completely wrapped in protective film. The film was transparent and extremely thin, so from the outside the building appeared unchanged. Lin Xi watched for a while before starting to prepare dinner. There was still plenty of natural food in the refrigerator, enough to last a few more days. After dinner, another round of exercise began. Drenched in sweat, she stepped down from the exercise machine, too exhausted to lift her arms. She had been pushing herself hard lately. Anyone with a sword hanging over their head would do the same, giving their all to prepare for the moment of reckoning. In the meantime, Zhou Yi and the others had invited her to their dormitory. With no classes to attend and no need to squeeze time for earning money, they had plenty of free time these days. Lin Xi declined the invitation, citing her need to exercise, and reminded them to improve their physical fitness. Unable to tell them directly about the impending world destruction, she simply said that a strong body was essential for better earning potential. The three found her reasoning sound and joined the training ranks. As for who Li and the other three, Lin, she did not remind them. As long as one wasn't at the very bottom of society, people in this world tended to prioritize their health. Their physical fitness might not match that of people from launching, but it was certainly superior to Lin's eyes when she was poor. Time slipped away quietly. During the 8 hours while Lin Xi was asleep, fog appeared on 10 planets simultaneously. Among these 10 planets were the ones where refugees rescued earlier had been resettled. The people who had just been rescued yesterday hadn't even calmed down before they were thrown into crisis again. Casualties soon followed. This time the government cannot save anyone. They themselves are deeply mired in it. They also have no desire to save anyone. The first time they aided disaster victims, they spent a vast amount of funds without achieving the desired effect. Now they must spend enormous sums to repair the equipment damaged during rescue operations. Where could the government possibly have that much money? Not to mention the 10 great families constantly urging the government to fund the backup planets, another colossal expenditure. Regardless of the citizens' pleas for help online, the government uniformly replied that everyone should save themselves. Of course, such a blunt and cold response would never do. Only after being polished with linguistic artistry did the reply appear on the official website. The gist was that the government itself was also in disaster, temporarily unable to lend a hand, and asked citizens to save themselves first while waiting for the government to free up. No matter how perfect the linguistic artistry, the expressed meaning remained. No rescue. The citizens were enraged. In the end, they were merely angry for a moment. The interstellar government's inaction was nothing new. It was just like most capitalists. Yesterday's willingness to dispatch starships to rescue people was a jaw-dropping move. Moreover, the corrosive mist takes time to destroy buildings, so for now everyone is not in immediate danger of death. The casualties occurred because on one planet the mist fissures appeared directly within residential areas, catching people off guard. Without the slightest warning, people fell into it. Breaking. Baiyang City has fallen. This news overwhelmingly climbed to the top of the trending list. Qinghuan Xiangban hahaha, serves them right. So what if they're rich? They still have to face the mist attack. Many fish at this moment. I should sympathize with these suffering citizens, but I feel so good inside. What's going on? Fish butcher for 10 years. You two above, don't be too jealous of the rich, or you might get a surprise visit from the water meter inspector at night. The term water meter inspection was learned from the game Doomsday. In the interstellar era, water meters don't require door-to-door checks. Qinghuan Xiangban, am not afraid, come at me if you dare. Many fish am not afraid either. The two who claimed not to be afraid deftly deleted the comments they had just posted. The comments below were all harmonious. Lin Xi's screen had now switched to a chat window. Lin Xi, let me see if you're still alive. The other party quickly replied to her message. Gu Ziqing, dying with eyes wide open, looking down at you from behind. Lin Xi felt a chill on her back and couldn't help touching her goosebump-covered arm. Lin Xi, you scared me. Pay up. 30-meter blade ready with a ding. She actually received a transfer. Lin Xi. Gu Ziqing, even in the dorm you must wear protective suits. Don't go out unless necessary. After a bit of teasing, they returned to business. Gu Ziqing, when fissures appear, their locations are random. Without professional instruments, it's impossible to accurately track specific positions. Gu Ziqing, moreover, the size of the fissures is also random. If an ultra-large fissure appears, the entire dormitory building could be torn apart. Although saying such unlucky words is not good, it's better to be mentally prepared in advance than to lose your life when it actually happens. Lin Xi, okay. Lin Xi, thank you for the reminder. After sending the message, Lin Xi realized her tone was too formal and polite, so she quickly sent another one. Lin Xi, what's the situation over there? Are you in danger? The man under the light looked at the page on his optical brain, placed his fist on his lips and laughed. Gu Ziqing, the most developed city in the interstellar with the most advanced technology and medical measures. Even if the world is destroyed, Baiyang City can still hold on for a few more minutes. Lin Xi, don't say that. You make me regret not going to Baiyang City with you. The man's handsome eyebrows curved and a low laugh echoed in the room. Ding. What's wrong? The two were typing normally when a video call suddenly came in. Lin Xi's mind hadn't reacted yet, but her hand had already clicked to answer. She had just finished exercising and her disheveled appearance appeared on the screen. How embarrassing. Want to come over? Huh. Lin Xi hadn't reacted, yet as she was looking at herself through the camera. Though disheveled, she was still beautiful. But when she shifted her gaze slightly, that bit of confidence was completely shattered. There was someone even more beautiful than her before her eyes. Want to come to Baiyang City? They'll send a starship to pick you up, Gu Ziqing said again. Lin Xi was quite tempted, but in the end she still refused. The academy is locked down, and sending a ship to pick me up would be too grand. As if she were some important person. The person on the other side closed his eyelids, concealing the emotions in his eyes beneath them. It's good that you're not coming. There's no mist there yet, so it's safer than here. This was a fact, but he felt unwilling in his heart. Will every planet have mist? Lin Xi changed the subject. Gu Ziqing nodded and said, yes, all planets in the star domain have been surveyed, none are spared. This can be considered the beginning of the star domain's destruction. Lin Xi's scalp tingled. She couldn't hold on to any hope. Her interstellar life had just begun to take shape, and now the star domain was about to be destroyed. She didn't know why she had transmigrated to the interstellar. She was neither a secret agent nor a cultivator, she was just an ordinary person. Making her transmigrate to the interstellar where she could do nothing. Was it because she didn't suffer enough in her previous life, so they sent her here to suffer more? Crisis can come at any time. Remember to wear protective suits next time. If you want to exercise, wearing training clothes inside is the same. Before hanging up, Gu Ziqing had to remind her once more. Lin Xi got up, washed herself thoroughly, and obediently put on training clothes as the innermost layer. The training clothes had 2 layers. The inner layer material had sweat-absorbing and deodorizing functions, while the outer layer had water-absorbing and water-storing effects. Sweat produced during exercise is quickly absorbed by the inner layer of fabric and transferred to the outer layer for storage, keeping the inner layer dry at all times. The only downside is that when too much sweat is absorbed, the clothes become heavier. She hadn't worn them before simply because she was used to showering after exercise. After putting on the training clothes, she then wore the protective suit. Perfect. After dressing herself, Lin Xi did not forget to send messages telling Zhou Yi and the others to do the same, and also sent the same message to the class advisor. She specifically noted that the message came from Gu Ziqing. Those who had seen her live stream in Doomsday knew that she knew Gu Ziqing, so spreading such a message would not be ignored. After learning that mist had appeared in Baiyang City, Lin Xi shifted her online attention to Baiyang City. Just as Gu Ziqing had said, Baiyang City was safe with no explosive news coming out. Boom. The explosion that echoed in her ears instantly jolted Lin Xi out of bed. She opened her optical brain to check the dormitory's access permissions, and only after confirming that everything was normal did she feel slightly relieved. The group chat was already in an uproar, but no one dared to leave their dormitories recklessly. The homeroom teacher and all the school leaders were tagged repeatedly by the students. Lin Xi sat on the bed using the surveillance system of the entire dormitory building to check the situation outside. The soundproofing of the dormitory was exceptionally good, yet the noise that penetrated through was still so loud. The source couldn't be too far away. Soon Lin Xi found the source of the sound. It was a nearby dormitory building that had collapsed due to a fissure. Lin Xi gasped sharply, but her hands did not forget to quickly send the surveillance screenshots to the teacher and Zhou Yi and the others. The building was less than 20 meters away from their dormitory, no wonder the sound was so loud. The surveillance camera was fixed on the fissure, and through it black mist could be clearly seen emerging from the edge. It was not large, but it was continuous. Ding. Are you okay? Though it was a question, the tone clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Xi, I'm fine. Fortunately, the fissure wasn't under our dormitory building, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to reach you in time to save you. Gu Ziqing somewhat regretted not being forceful enough to bring her to Baiyang City earlier. You're not thinking of coming here to save me now, are you? Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. Gu Ziqing shook his head. I can't come anymore. The orbital routes connecting the 2 planets have been hijacked by space pirates. It's not safe. Space pirates usually don't dare to show themselves, only emerging during times of chaos. If the Gu family were fully prepared, they wouldn't fear mere space pirates, but Gu Ziqing was only one member of the Gu family, unable to represent the entire clan. He also couldn't command the whole family to act on his behalf. You must not come. Lin Xi was startled by the news. You're so handsome. If you got captured by space pirates, what if they ruined you? In the interstellar era, sexual orientations were diverse, and regardless of gender, good-looking people were 9 times out of 10 targeted. Everyone lived orderly under normal circumstances, but falling into the hands of space pirates was a different matter altogether. Gu Ziqing didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. Oh, you. He paused. Stay in the dormitory and don't go out. The materials of the dormitory building are special. They can hold out for at least a week. As long as you don't leave, you'll be safe. Lin Xi nodded. Even without Gu Ziqing's advice, she wouldn't go outside. She was afraid of death. She wanted to live. The 2 didn't hang up the communication, but they stopped talking. In the silent space, only the sound of their breathing remained. With a dangerous source nearby, Lin Xi didn't want to sleep anymore. She stared absent-mindedly at the surveillance page. And Gu Ziqing stared at the absent-minded person, lost in thought. After a long time. I'm going to sleep now. You should rest too. Lin Xi stretched lazily. I'm not sleepy yet. You go to sleep. Gu Ziqing instructed. Set the volume of your optical brain's notifications to the maximum. If anything happens, I'll contact you. Okay. Before sleeping, Lin Xi shared the real-time surveillance footage of the mist in the group chat so everyone could see the situation. The unknown sometimes drains a person's resolve. Knowing clearly what's happening outside greatly improves one's mental state. With someone keeping watch for her, Lin Xi slept better, sleeping straight through until morning. But the morning sky was pitch black. In just a few hours the mist had already spread across the entire dormitory area. There were many message notifications on her optical brain, but Lin Xi didn't open them. Instead, she first called Gu Ziqing. Awake so soon. A deep, pleasant voice came through the other end quickly. Awake. Lin Xi just woken up sounded a bit languid. Thank you. You should rest too. A soft hum came from the other end, and the call ended. Lin Xi opened the group chat. There were 999 new messages from the group overnight, but she had no desire to scroll through them, so she opened the small group instead. The small group was formed by Zhou Yi, Hu Li, and a few others, and there weren't many messages. Everyone had been startled awake by the loud noise last night, and hadn't slept since. From the initial anxiety to the present, they remained uneasy. The 7 of them occasionally exchanged trivial, meaningless words in the group. Lin Xi, Gu Ziqing said that the structure of this building can withstand the black mist for at least 7 days. Are you really planning to stay awake for all 7 days? The building could last 7 days, and with the protective film adding 2 or 3 more days shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou Yi, Lin Xi, you're awake. Hu Li, it's rare for the whole school to stay up all night together. Well, join in too. It's fun. Lin Xi, better to spend that time exercising. All kinds of disasters will appear one after another in the future. A healthy body is more important than anything. She couldn't mention the apocalypse, but the fact that disasters would emerge one after another had been publicly announced by the Gu family, so it was okay to mention it. The pain of knowing the danger was coming while her companions were oblivious, and being unable to tell them directly, was driving Lin Xi crazy. She wanted to grab everyone by the neck and shake them into action. Exercise. The Doomsday countdown is on. Unfortunately, her friends couldn't understand her urgency. Fongalon, we do exercise, half an hour every day. Lin Xi. The appearance of the mist didn't have much impact on everyone. Aside from the initial fissure that caused a dormitory building to collapse, startling everyone, and the inability to go out freely, there really was no other effect. Lin Xi stayed in the dormitory and continued with her daily routine as planned. The difference was that during exercise time, she dragged the other 7 people along. They all exercised together online, so no one could escape. If they ever had a chance to escape this star system, but missed it due to poor physical condition, the regret would be beyond words. Zhou Yi and the others were also bored, and had a competitive spirit, so none of them slacked off during training. In the evening, Gu Ziqing would call to tell Lin Xi to go to sleep. He also had access to the dormitory building's surveillance, and could see the entire building clearly. This was what they called remote night watch. When she woke up during the day, Lin Xi would call him to tell him to rest. Lin Xi felt quite sorry. What's the big deal? Just think of it like in the game. We used to take turns keeping watch in the game, didn't we? Gu Ziqing said with a smile. You said it yourself, it was taking turns. Now it's just you keeping watch, Lin Xi retorted, exasperated. I can't sleep anyway, so I might as well do something useful. Gu Ziqing explained, and I can observe the mist situation at the same time. Since he said that, Lin Xi let him do as he pleased. On the 3rd day of the mist appearing on campus, the protective film covering the dormitory building was damaged. It was only on the morning of the 4th day that Gu Ziqing told Lin Xi about it. As the mist dissipated on the first planet where it appeared, Lin Xi asked with concern. It's been 7. It hasn't dissipated, Gu Ziqing replied, pulling up the data. It's been 8 days now. Satellite images show the entire planet is pitch black. The inhabitants of the first planets overtaken by the mist had been safely evacuated by the government. No one remained there. All information could only be obtained through satellite observation, and the true conditions within those planets remained unknown. 8 days. That was truly ominous news. Both were burdened with worry, pessimistic about the future. Gu Ziqing in particular was deeply concerned for Lin Xi's safety. He himself was not afraid, as he had often said. All the finest resources in the galaxy were concentrated in Ares City. Even if doom came, he could hold out for a few more days. Lin Xi remained composed. Based on the estimate of 2 layers of protective film lasting 3 days, I can hold out for at least half a month here. If the mist doesn't clear in half a month, few in the galaxy will survive. Adding the 4 days since the mist appeared to the 15 days, that was nearly 20 days in total. Aside from the high-ranking officials who had known long before Lin, she believed her preparations were no worse than any. If even she with such thorough preparation could not survive, then 90% of the galaxy's citizens would have no. When that time comes, just put on more layers and survive a few extra days, can you? Gu Ziqing said sternly. The Gu family's medical technology is advanced. As long as you're still breathing, we can save you. So stay alive, you hear? Alive? Who wouldn't want to be alive? Save me. Someone save me. Mom. Cough cough. I want my mom. Honey, the pain is too great. I can't go on. See you in the next life. Husband. While Lin Xi and the others could still hide in their dormitories praying for the mist to clear soon, those on the first planets overtaken by the mist were now suffering and dying in agony. First, they were engulfed by the black mist. Except for the small area where they stood illuminated by light, everything else was plunged into darkness. The pitch-black environment bred unease, but at that time, they could still communicate with the outside world, and knew that their homes remained intact, and they were safe. As time passed, communication networks were severed. Such news, if posted on the Interstellar network, would have been met with a torrent of online abuse. The Interstellar network had never experienced an outage before. This was the first time citizens had encountered such a situation. Those accustomed to relying on their optical computers 24 hours a day, suddenly unable to use them, had their mental state shattered. Unable to pass the time on the network, all their attention was focused on the mist outside. The network was down, and the buildings began to corrode. The first to go were the window seals. Even though they were promptly reinforced to prevent the windows from falling, they could not stop the black mist from seeping indoors. Strands of black smoke-like vapor crept through the cracks, and they could only watch helplessly, unable to block it. But that was not the worst part. By then they had already prepared. Those with protective suits wore them, those without layered on long sleeves, wrapping themselves from head to toe. As long as they avoided direct contact with the black mist, it could not harm them for the time being. Moreover, the rooms were equipped with air purifiers. Air purifiers could remove most harmful substances from the air. As long as the building stood and the energy supply lasted, they remained safe. The problem was that the buildings could not hold out for long. The news that the black mist corroded structures had already spread throughout the galaxy. They were not the first planet to experience the mist. Whether to protect the buildings or themselves, everyone had applied protective layers to their homes to some extent. Yet, even so, the buildings began to collapse around the 5th day after being enveloped by the mist. Those protective measures only bought them an extra 2 days. The moment the building collapsed, the surroundings were instantly plunged into darkness. All lighting equipment stripped of the building's protection was swallowed by the mist. Darkness breeds fear. Darkness also breeds despair. Yet survival is an instinct. Struggling to survive in despair and fear, they waited for death to claim them amidst terror and hopelessness. Before death, they could not even see the faces of their loved ones one last time. One by one, lives faded away in the darkness. Lin Xi informed the homeroom teacher about the damage to the dormitory building's protective film. The teacher reported it to the school, and the school issued a notice to everyone. Those who received the notice put on their protective suits and checked the condition of their dormitories at regular intervals. The teachers and students who had been relatively calm for a few days were now deeply unsettled. The entire dormitory building was already surrounded by mist. Without a strong flashlight, visibility was limited to just outside the window. The blackness outside resembled a gaping maw, a demon ready to devour them. Fear. The unknown breeds fear. Lin Xi was also afraid, but fear was useless. She kept her routine unchanged, knowing that the dormitory would not collapse immediately, and forced herself to calm down. Under the intense training, the fear within her vanished without a trace. On the 6th day after the protective film disappeared during a call with Gu Ziqing, the connection was suddenly cut off. It wasn't her in that failed, it was Gu Ziqing's. Lin Xi could still access the internet. She searched for news about Ares City, but could only find old information. Real-time updates were unavailable. That meant the central star had fallen. Lin Xi was a little worried about Gu Ziqing, but only a little. Losing communication didn't necessarily mean he was in trouble. She firmly believed that the wealthy had far more means of survival than a poor student like herself. Suppressing the slight concern, Lin Xi sent a message to Zhou Yi and the others, warning them that their communication might soon be cut off as well. The mist had appeared on the central star only a day earlier than on the Academy's planet. The communication breakdown was not what Lin Xi worried about. What worried her was that the dormitory building might not last much longer. Gu Ziqing had told her that the construction materials could withstand the mist for at least 7 days, and today was already the 6th day. Lin Xi, everyone should be prepared to leave the dormitory at any moment. Don't sleep too deeply. The group replied with acknowledgements. The school's main group had its own teachers to remind students, so Lin Xi didn't bother with that. Preparing to evacuate the dormitory at a moment's notice, Lin Xi paused her training. Her dormitory was on the 10th floor, she would need stamina to run down. She also had to conserve her energy. Being too exhausted could cause her to sleep through the danger. Boom. The familiar sound of a massive structure collapsing. It wasn't Lin Xi's dormitory building. According to calculations, it was another dormitory building housing students. Over the past few days, dormitory buildings had been collapsing one after another. Only the 2 buildings wrapped in protective film had stood firm until today. The other dormitory housed students who were slightly wealthier. Before the school applied the protective film, they had funded a layer themselves. Otherwise, it wouldn't have lasted until today. Their planet's network communication was still normal, and soon messages appeared in the group chat confirming that the collapsed building was exactly the one Lin Xi had predicted. All the students inside had been safely evacuated to the 1st and 2nd floors of their dormitory building. Those floors were originally occupied by the school's teachers. No teacher would fail to care for their students. Even knowing that letting those students in would bring danger to their own location, they still opened the doors. Shortly after this group entered, Lin Xi received a message from her homeroom teacher. Head teacher Lin Xi, are there any spare air purifiers and filter cores on the 1st and 2nd floors? The moment the doors were opened for the students, a large amount of mist surged into the dormitory building along with the crowd. The air purifiers detected massive toxic substances in the air and began running at full speed, rapidly depleting the filter cores. Once the filter cores were exhausted, without timely replacement, the purifiers would be corroded by the black mist. Lin Xi, hold on, let me check. She wasn't sure if there were any, but she had dormitory access privileges and could check. Soon she found them. Lin Xi, teacher, there are some in room 1B23. Send someone to look for them. There are other supplies there too. Let them see if anything is useful and take it all. Head teacher, alright, thank you. Lin Xi, it's my duty. The homeroom teacher didn't reply again, likely off to find the air purifiers. At this critical juncture of life and death, those pampered young masters and ladies set aside their pride and didn't complain about the limited space. On the 10th day of the mist's appearance, which was also the 7th day after the outer protective film failed, their communication devices were paralyzed. Their light brains could only show the time and provide illumination. All network-dependent functions were unusable. Everyone had already mentally prepared for this, so there was no panic. Moreover, with the disaster, the crowd gathered together, and having company made the time less unbearable. Lin Xi's dormitory was occupied only by herself, but after surviving the insect swarm disaster, her mental fortitude had greatly improved. Even when alone, her heart remained calm. On the 11th day, Lin Xi didn't sleep well that day. Earlier, Gu Ziqing had said the building materials could withstand the mist for at least 7 days, and today was exactly the 7th day. Her attention was fixed on the dormitory building, ready to flee at any moment. She slept intermittently throughout the day, yet nothing happened to the building. On the 12th day, Lin Xi's own dormitory room remained unaffected. However, other rooms began to experience window detachment one after another. The rooms on either side of hers were the same. At first, Zhou Yi and Hu Li tried to remedy the situation. But as time passed, the mist seeped through the gaps into the rooms, and their repair efforts couldn't keep up with the mist's destruction. They packed up and left the dormitory building. Both groups silently agreed to fetch Lin Xi, meeting at the entrance of her dormitory. And then they discovered that Lin Xi's room had not yet been invaded by the black mist. Zhou Yi, should we still call her? Hu Li pressed the doorbell without a second thought. Lin Xi heard the sound and went to the door, but without a network, she couldn't see the situation outside through the video doorbell. Lin Xi, our dormitory has been invaded by the mist. What about yours? Hearing Hu Li's familiar voice, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. She shouted back, my dormitory is fine for now. How many of you are there planning to leave? The outer wall of the dormitory had been largely corroded by the black mist, greatly reducing sound insulation. Otherwise, even shouting at the top of their lungs would have made it hard to hear each other. 7, including Yi and the others. Hu Li replied promptly. The longer they stayed outside, the more wear on their protective suits. They had to hurry to a new location. We're leaving. Do you want to come? Lin Xi opened the door. Come in first. The group wasted no time and rushed inside. The moment the last person entered, Lin Xi closed the door. The air purifier began working furiously the instant the black mist entered. Lin Xi never knew the purifier could make such a loud noise when operating. The filter core had plenty of life left, so she didn't bother replacing it. Where are you planning to go? Everyone was in protective suits, making it hard to tell who was who. First floor. 7. Good, perfect unison. Who was on the first floor? That everyone wanted to go there. What are you going to do on the first floor? Lin Xi asked again. Hu Li, didn't you check the messages? The teacher said there are spare air purifiers and filter cores on the first floor. If anyone's purifier is damaged, they can temporarily stay there. Lin Xi hadn't actually checked the group messages. That large group chat was full of chit-chat all the time, so she had just stay here. She had all the supplies available on the first floor. Moreover, the building wouldn't hold out much longer, and most of her supplies would eventually be corroded by the mist. Since they couldn't be saved, she might as well give them to Zhou Yi and the others. Lin Xi distributed the supplies, telling them to take what they needed when necessary. Stay in my dorm for now. We'll run if anything happens. The group had portable tents, but ordinary tents wouldn't last long outdoors. Lin Xi still had some protective film left, originally intending to cover her own tent entirely. But she later found that too many layers hindered the tent's folding, so she hadn't used it all. Wrap this protective film around your tents. It'll help them last a little longer outside. And the protective Lin Xi had plenty of protective suits, all high-quality ones from Gu Ziqing. She was wearing several layers herself, and there were a few spare sets in her backpack. Even so, there were still leftovers. Lin Xi told them to get ready and went to rest. With companions around, she could sleep for a good longer stretch. She didn't want to be caught off guard by a sudden disaster while dead asleep. She didn't want a short nap to turn into an eternal slumber. Lin Xi slept in the room while the 7 busied themselves in the living room. When tired, they ate and drank. Lin Xi had said, eat as much as you can. Anything left over will eventually be corroded. To avoid wasting food, they had to eat plenty. Lin Xi slept soundly for 6 hours straight. She was awakened by Zhou Yi. Lin Xi, wake up quickly. The wall has been corroded through. The wall had a hole, but the dormitory room remained intact. She had also wrapped a protective film inside the room. In theory, as long as the building didn't collapse, they could stay in the dorm for a few more days. For now, only the outer wall was corroded. The floor partitions were still intact. But this was only the situation for their room. They were on the 10th floor, and the state of the 9 floors below was unknown. They couldn't take that risk. Let everyone wake up, eat something, and prepare to go downstairs. Fresh ingredients had long been consumed. The remaining supplies were only cans, dried meat, dried vegetables, water, and nutrient fluids. All supplies were wrapped in protective film to maximize their edible duration. But once the dormitory building collapsed, these food items would be buried under the rubble. They couldn't possibly dig through the ruins to retrieve them. Everything that could be taken they took. What couldn't be carried they ate. What couldn't be eaten they would deal with later. After finishing their meal, they didn't rest. They immediately began putting on protective suits and clothes. Lin Xi directly put on 8 layers of protective suits, plus 2 layers of clothing. She had taken Gu Zicheng's words to heart. Wearing too many layers affected movement, but this was a special time, not a life or death escape, so moving a little slower didn't matter. She shouldered her backpack with supplies hanging from her hands, body, and neck. Lin Xi glanced at the indoor protective film. There were 3 layers in total. She tore off the 2 innermost layers, planning to take them along. The 8 of them began running downstairs. On the way, they encountered fellow students fleeing outward. Wearing protective suits, she couldn't tell who was who. Hey classmate, room 103 has supplies we couldn't take. If you need them, you can go there. They're all food. The person who was called paused mid-stride, glanced at the stairs leading down, then at the stairs leading up, and decisively ran upward. Running upward, now the dormitory building was still safe. Going down, and then coming back up, that was uncertain. The 8 quickly reached the 1st floor. Lin Xi led the way and the others followed closely. The black mist obstructed their vision. If they fell even a step behind, they might get lost. Lin Xi had already planned the route. When she saw the crack's location on the surveillance footage, she headed in the opposite direction of the crack, a path she had mentally rehearsed for escape many times. Even without visibility, it didn't affect her. They walked in the dark for 2 hours, occasionally hearing voices and faint lights. Those were fellow students and teachers who had fled earlier. Do we still need to go on? Feng Yilan asked, panting heavily. After 2 hours of running under a heavy load, she was exhausted. Not just her. Everyone except Lin. She was gasping for air. No more running. Let's stop here. Lin Xi put down her belongings. The situation farther ahead was unknown, but she estimated this spot was relatively safe, better than heading into an unknown area. Lin Xi wore a headlamp with a strong beam. The others hadn't prepared one. She opened the tent and let everyone inside. Inside there were lighting devices and an air purifier, so they could finally see each other's figures. Let's rest first, then we'll merge the 2 tents. Lin Xi's tent was small. With 8 people and supplies, everyone sat inside, without even being able to stretch their legs straight. After resting for 15 minutes, they worked together to merge the tents into one large one. The space was still limited, but they could squeeze into sleep. Find the other tent, and they'll wrap it with protective film. Lin Xi called out while searching for the film she had torn off. The 3 dormitories had 3 tents. Back in the dorms, the remaining film could only cover 1 tent, leaving. Now they had 2 more sheets of film from the walls, so they could also cover the other tent. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 tents were merged together finally, giving them room to move. There was still leftover film. Lin Xi went outside and wrapped it all around the exterior of the tent. Previously, they hadn't wrapped so many layers because it would hinder folding the tent. Now that they were outside, the tent didn't need to be folded. They could wrap as many layers as they had materials. When she came back in, the tent's air purifier hummed for about 10 minutes before stopping. In that short time of assembling the tent, 1 filter cartridge had been used up. This was a newly replaced one. We won't go out for the next while. We didn't bring many filter cartridges. Everyone nodded. The outside was too dangerous. No one was foolish enough to go out. The 2 ordinary clothes Lin Xi had worn on the outermost layer had been corroded away by the black mist. Completely gone, not even a trace remained. The outermost protective suit also had a few small holes corroded into it. With those holes, its protective capability was greatly reduced. Lin Xi took it off along with the other 6 layers, leaving only 1 protective suit on. Wearing too many made it hard to breathe, so she removed them to rest for a while. After resting briefly, she put the protective suits back on, but this time only 4 layers. The outermost one was the tattered one. The others hadn't worn as many layers as Lin Xi, so they didn't take theirs off. The air purifier finally quieted down. After waiting another half-hour, Lin Xi dared to take out food to eat. Unsure whether the purifier had filtered out all harmful substances, Lin Xi ate quickly and immediately put on her mask afterward. Meanwhile, the other 7 had already fallen fast asleep. They hadn't slept the previous day, having been busy packing luggage, and had just endured intense physical exertion. Exhausted and drowsy was their state. Only Lin Xi remained awake in the tent. When Feng Yilan woke up and told Lin Xi to rest, she finally slept. She was tired too. When Lin Xi woke again, she noticed the surroundings had become noisy. Other people from the academy must have set up camp nearby. The tent didn't have soundproofing like the dormitory, so with so many people, it was naturally noisy. But despite the noise, privacy was still strong. No one would be foolish enough to visit others' tents at this time. That wouldn't be a visit. It would be delivering poison. Lin Xi listened to the sounds outside, looked at the 7 people who seemed oblivious to the danger, and sighed. She gestured for the 7 to come closer and lowered her voice. The others don't have equipment as good as ours. From now on we must have someone on watch in case their tents get damaged and they try to take ours. In the face of life and death, human nature is complex. The 7 were not naive. Their expressions turned serious. They had all participated in Doomsday, and they had experienced the complex nature of humanity within it. Eating, drinking, and sleeping. The 8 of them lived an unusually lazy life. Lin Xi was uncertain how long the mist would last. The food in hand would sustain them for about half a month at most. If they maintained high-intensity exercise at such a time, food consumption would accelerate, and they might die from starvation. How frustrating would that be? Unable to engage in strenuous exercise, she could only do basic exercises to preserve her physical attributes. Attributes were not static. They could increase or decrease. Those who did not exercise for a long time would see their physical fitness decline, and corresponding attributes would drop. Regular exercise coupled with a reasonable diet would increase various attributes. Whenever Zhou Yi and the others took turns on duty, they could always see Lin Xi bouncing up and down. Zhou Yi said, "If I had your perseverance, I would succeed in anything I did." Lin Xi glanced at her and said, "Haven't 2 disasters been enough to motivate you to exercise?" Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and nodded firmly. During the insect swarm, her survival was due not only to getting to the hospital in time, but also to her relatively high physical attributes. Some classmates with lower physical attributes simply vanished on the way to the hospital. She was only slightly higher than them, yet she managed to hold on until reaching the hospital, where she collapsed and was rescued by the medical staff, allowing her to be the lively person she was now. She should have started exercising much earlier. The government had heavily promoted Doomsday, emphasizing that in-game attributes were linked to reality. Was the government hinting that they should train to face the real Doomsday? The government had no idea someone was giving it a good person card. After Zhou Yi figured it out, she joined the exercise group. She was willing to listen to Lin Xi's advice. Lin Xi was her lifesaver, more reliable than family. Would she harm her? Zhou Yi's exercise intensity never matched Lin Xi's. What was basic for Lin, she was high intensity for her. With 2 of the 8 so proactive, the other 6 couldn't remain idle and occasionally twisted and stretched to keep their bodies moving. They spent 3 days safely in the tent with no incidents among them. On the 4th day, chaos began outside. The poorest quality tents began to corrode under the black mist, leaving some people without shelter. Though they still wore protective suits, they couldn't last long. So they set their sights on others' tents. Lin Xi's large tent was not a target at first. For 2 consecutive days they remained undisturbed. But the information gleaned from the noisy outside kept the few inside on high alert. Those on duty recently must stay focused, or we might lose our tent. Huli said seriously to everyone. They had no idea what was happening outside. All news came from listening. If the mist dissipated in a few days, they could endure in their protective suits. But damn it, no one knew when the mist would clear. With uncertainty, they had to be conservative. Another day passed. Those who had forcibly entered others' tents lost their own tents again. This time more people lost their tents, and how long a tent lasted depended on how much protection it had. Obviously, most people's tents could only hold out for 5 or 6 days in the mist. Lin Xi's tent became the primary target. Previously it wasn't, because few had lost tents and they dared not confront a large group. But now many had lost theirs. Did the people inside outnumber them? There was no courtesy or negotiation. Without a word they tore open one. The tent's air purifier whirred frantically, emitting a clattering sound. Lin Xi and the others were prepared. The moment the intruders entered, they had already strapped everything on their backs. After days of consumption, supplies had dwindled and the burdens didn't hinder movement. The tent was instantly collapsed, and they stood back to back facing the outsiders. Damn, why did you take down the tent? The intruder was angry at Lin Xi's group's action. Pa, should we leave it for you to live in? Huli retorted without backing down. With the tent folded and lights off, both sides relied on the strong flashlights on their heads to see each other. Those flashlights flickered, clearly about to be ruined by the mist. We can share the tent. What's the big deal about squeezing together in times like this? The intruder said with a straight face. No one wanted to die, and no idiot thought of destroying the tent or monopolizing it. If someone monopolized the tent, the original owner, out of spite, might destroy it altogether, leaving everyone dead. We don't want to share with you. Zhou Yi rolled her eyes. If these people had asked nicely, they might have given up one tent. With supplies reduced, they had more space, and 2 tents would suffice. They were all schoolmates. In a critical moment, they could help if they could. They wanted to help, but not people like this. Let's go. Lin Xi didn't want to waste words with these people. Hey, don't go, the others blocked them. With greater numbers, they surrounded the 8 and slowly closed in. This was an attempt to rob them by force. Lin Xi turned on her strong flashlight, which was wrapped in a protective film and not affected by the mist. Being so close, it was easy to see what Lin Xi held in her hand. Whoever steps forward gets a bullet, Lin Xi said calmly. I won't kill you, just punch a hole in your protective suit. How is that different from killing them? There was a difference. A direct death was less painful. A punctured suit meant being tortured by the mist for a while longer before dying. Faced with a choice, they would pick the former. But now it was a three-way choice, and the group immediately let Lin Xi and her companions leave. Lin Xi led the 7 away quickly with no one obstructing them. Halfway, Huli met an acquaintance, and after consulting, everyone transferred 1 tent to them. They received a large sum of interstellar coins, though they didn't know if they'd ever get to use that money. They walked for 2 hours, only stopping when they were sure no one was around, and began to set up camp. With experience, they quickly erected the tent. The familiar hum of the air purifier brought sighs of relief. Hold on a bit longer, let the air inside purify first. Lin Xi interrupted Huli's movement. Huli lay directly on the ground upon hearing this. Having not eaten for most of the day, and after walking such a long distance he had no strength left. The air purifier ran for about 10 minutes, and then stopped abruptly. Lin Xi held up a light, while Zhou Yi found a new filter and replaced it. The machine resumed its clattering operation. The moment the machine noise ceased, they couldn't wait to start eating. The pangs of hunger were unbearable. Cough, 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 cough. As soon as they removed their protective hoods, several of them began coughing involuntarily. Only Lin Xi, who hadn't taken off her hood, escaped the ordeal. The air purifier could only remove most harmful substances. Lin Xi, being cautious, waited even after the purifier stopped before daring to remove her hood. She preferred to let any residual harmful substances damage the tent rather than harm herself. As for Hu Li and the others, she had reminded them more than once, but they still did it their way. They could bear the consequences themselves. The coughing stopped after a few seconds, indicating that the toxic substances in the air were not excessive. After wolfing down a meal, the 8 began discussing duty arrangements. Only then did Lin Xi remove her mask to eat. She didn't cough. They simply changed the duty schedule, dividing the day into 4 shifts, with 2 people responsible for 6 hours each. No one objected. A day passed like that. Whether they had walked too far into the wilderness or something else, no voices came from near their tent. The silence was unnerving. Without the presence of other living people in a pitch-black place with only the lamp inside their small tent, any normal person would develop some psychological issues. Another day passed. Only the last layer of protective film remained on Lin Xi's tent. The black mist and the film were the same as before. But the film deteriorated much faster. Normally 1 layer could last at least 3 days. Perhaps the concentration of the black mist had changed. Lacking professional instruments and knowledge, Lin Xi could only speculate in her mind. Before the outer film was damaged, they wrapped the tent's frame with protective film inside, and then fashioned a new tent over the frame according to its shape. This was something Lin Xi hadn't thought of earlier. If she had, she would have wrapped the frame in the dormitory beforehand. Lin Xi felt numb from the daze. Opening her eyes, she could only see the cramped space and the lamp above her head. What day is it? No one answered Zhou Yi. After eating, they slept. After sleeping, they ate. They really hadn't counted the day. Day after day passed. They lived day after day. Another day went by. The outer protective film was damaged, and the tent's original fabric was corroded by the black mist, small holes visibly becoming large ones. Whoa, I want my mom and dad, Feng Yilan suddenly cried while eating a can. Yi Ziyu also sniffled. I miss my parents too. Initially, their families thought the academy was safer than home and told them to stay on campus. They listened, as their families were ordinary, and going back would only add to the burden. But if they had known they would all die anyway, they would have preferred to die with their families. Now that the network was down, they couldn't even see their families for the last time. They regretted it deeply. The 4 men, including Hu Li, were infected by the atmosphere and remained silent. Only Zhou Yi and Lin Xi looked normal. One had been completely abandoned by her family, the other had lost all her family. Dying anywhere was the same. What was there to cry about? But since everyone was grieving, they lowered their heads to fit in. However, they couldn't fake the deathly atmosphere. They exchanged glances, hugged each other in tacit understanding, and went to sleep, leaving the space to these children. They only pretended to sleep at first, but eventually fell asleep for real. Waking up groggily, Lin Xi felt the crying still lingering. She got up and saw only Zhou Zimo awake. The others were asleep. Who's crying? Lin Xi asked. She scanned the tent, but saw no one making a sound. Zhou Zimo pointed outside. It's coming from out there. Just as he answered, the crying grew closer. Lin Xi turned her head toward the source and was startled. The tent fabric had been completely corroded, leaving only the protective film. The entire tent was transparent, so they could see outside. Of course, it was pitch black out there, and all they had seen was darkness. Suddenly, a blurry human head appeared in the darkness. At a sudden glance, it was terrifying. The crying stopped. The person outside with wide round eyes curiously peered inside. Through the protective suit and film, Lin Xi couldn't make out the person's features. What do you want? As she spoke, she pulled out her pistol and aimed at the outsider. The person was startled by the gun and quickly retreated, vanishing into the black mist. The others in the tent were awakened by Lin Xi's voice and roused from sleep. What? Someone trying to take the tent? Hu Li asked while hastily slinging on his backpack, ready to leave at any moment. The others moved swiftly, nearly packing up the tent. A woman was just outside. Not sure of the situation yet. Let's observe first, Lin Xi said, also carrying her backpack. They didn't want to abandon this spot unless absolutely necessary. Every change of base severely damaged the air purifier. It couldn't withstand such rough handling. Without the air purifier in a sealed tent, they would have no source of oxygen. The 8 packed their belongings and took out food to fill their stomachs. After eating Lin, she opened some dry rations and placed them near the protective film, avoiding the problem of eating safely outside the tent. Everyone followed suit, placing food under their protective suits. Having food in that position was uncomfortable, but it ensured safety. They took turns sitting and standing, waiting for the person to reappear. An hour passed, and the person didn't come near the tent. However, the woo sound kept reaching their ears. What's with this person? Trying to put psychological pressure on us. Huli paced restlessly inside the tent. From the pitch black outside came faint sobbing. This psychological attack was more devastating than direct physical assault. Right? Sorry. Huli's words had barely faded when suddenly a voice came from outside. Damn. Huli retreated repeatedly. The main reason was that the voice seemed to come from right beside his ear, as if someone was whispering against his ear. Right? Sorry. The voice came again. Lin Xi and the others walked over. Zhou Yi asked bluntly, stop crying first. Tell us what you want. It's really exhausting for them to stay constantly alert, you know. The girl outside was obedient, trying hard to hold back her. After about a minute, the speaking voice finally became clear. I didn't mean to. I'm just afraid of the dark. She was a female student from the pharmacy department. Her tent had been stolen yesterday. The tent wouldn't have lasted long anyway, so she wasn't sad about losing it. What saddened her was that when she stepped out of the tent, all she could see was pitch blackness. She had been afraid of the dark since childhood, and this had terrified her senseless. She had intended to return to her original tent to share some lighting equipment, but after coming out, the darkness made her disoriented, and she didn't know which direction to go. So she cried and searched along the way until she eventually found Lin Xi and the others' tent. It was like a drowning person seeing a piece of driftwood, or a person afraid of the dark seeing a source of light. Li Qianqian felt she was saved, and so she started crying excitedly. Woo. Then a series of subsequent events. Can you please not drive me away? They'll just stay outside the tent and not come in. The 8 people exchanged glances. Lin Xi said, all right, but don't damage my tent. Li Qianqian nodded hastily, afraid that a moment's hesitation would make Lin Xi change their mind. She was truly afraid of the dark. After Lin Xi agreed, she came to the spot closest to the lighting equipment by the tent. With the light, she stopped crying and sat quietly outside the tent eating. She was smart too. When she saw the tent was about to collapse, she hung the nutrient solution on the innermost layer of protection so that she could just reach in from outside and lift it up to drink. Lin Xi and the others saw that she was indeed not causing trouble, and their hearts eased a bit. However, they didn't fully relax. During the watch, someone always kept an eye on Li Qianqian. After eating, Li Qianqian fell asleep, hugging her knees. In the pitch-black environment, she was too scared to do anything else. It was lucky she wasn't scared to death. Sleeping had been impossible before. But now with light and company, although she was still somewhat afraid, her physical exhaustion had reached its limit, and she couldn't hold on any longer. When she woke up again, she found a patch of light before her eyes. Still half asleep, her consciousness not yet fully returned, she reached out to touch the light. Her fingers passed through the light beam, and she woke up. It turned out to be a high-intensity light. Lin Xi had specially turned it on for Li Qianqian. The light still had plenty of energy, so leaving it on was fine. As long as the person outside was not malicious, Lin Xi was quite willing to help. Thank you, Li Qianqian said, looking at the tent with tears in her eyes. After experiencing the theft, suddenly receiving warmth from strangers made her want to cry to death. But she held it in. The people inside the tent didn't like hearing her cry. What are your names? Li Qianqian sniffled and asked. If I survive in the end, you'll have my parents thank you properly. A mere verbal thank you seemed insincere, but now the network was down and actual action was impossible. The 8 people introduced themselves to each other. They didn't care much about thanks or not. Having someone to chat with to pass the time was better than anything else. Your family seems quite wealthy. Why did you choose to stay at the academy back then? Zhou Yi couldn't help asking out of curiosity. In the academy, the ones with exceptionally wealthy families had all left before the mist appeared. Those who remained were either poor or not so poor, with only a very few wealthy students still in the academy. Li Qianqian answered without thinking, my parents have to work and no one is at home. Besides, our house is old and not as sturdy as the academy buildings. Both parents were researchers, eating and living in company dormitories. The house at home was bought before Li Qianqian was born. Since it had been unoccupied for years, her parents told her to stay at school directly. Li Qianqian's parents were very worried about her, but no matter how worried, they couldn't bring her to the lab. Their experiment was at a critical moment. They couldn't even get out themselves, let alone bring someone in. So all they could do was repeatedly instruct their daughter to take protective measures. The group listened to her ramble on about many things about her family. She was a child who grew up without parental companionship, yet she hadn't gone astray. Everyone felt she was quite pitiful, but she herself thought she was very happy. My mom and dad are the best parents. When Li Qianqian said this, her tone clearly rose, and she truly believed it in her heart. Zhou Yi echoed enviously, they really are the best parents in the world. Compared to her own parents, Li Qianqian's parents were simply the best parents in the world. Except for not being able to accompany their child, they lacked nothing else. Love, given money given, and a life without supervision. If only she could have such a pair of parents. The two sides communicated amicably through the protective membrane, creating a peaceful scene. Another protective suit of mine is damaged. Now I only have 3 left, Li Qianqian pouted. She had a total of 7 suits, 6 bought by her parents, and 1 issued by the academy. At that time her roommate only had the 1 issued by the academy, and begged her to spare 2, leaving her with only 5. In just over 2 days, she had lost 2 more. The 1 issued by the academy was of poor quality, and only lasted a day before failing. The ones her parents bought lasted a day and a half. She still had 3 on her, but at this rate they could hold out for at most 3 or 4 days. If the mist didn't dissipate after 3 or 4 days, she would be in danger. She somewhat regretted sparing the protective suits to her roommate. She had spared the 2 suits because her roommate was on good terms with her, but that friendly relationship shattered the moment the tent was stolen. That was what Li Qianqian regretted. At this critical moment, she had been willing to spare 2 suits because she believed their friendship was worth it, but that friendship was used for betrayal. The 2 groups were chatting leisurely, unaware that not moment she had been willing to spare 2. With their tents and protective suits corroded by the mist, those left in ordinary clothes could see the last of their protection slowly disappearing. Seeing that some people still had tents for protection, those whose lives were counting down instantly became readied. Why should I die while you live well? If we're going to die, let's die together. The readied people stood up from the ground where they were waiting to die, ran to the nearest tent, and destroyed it. Inside the small tent, a group of people were exposed to the air without any protection. The air purifier emitted a loud cracking sound, and the lights overhead flickered. In a short while their location was plunged into darkness, and the cracking sound also ceased. Which bitch? Only then did the people inside the tent realize what had happened. But now plunged into darkness, they couldn't even find the culprit. The group frantically searched for the destroyed tent, trying to repair it. Meanwhile, the perpetrator listened to the panicked sounds in the darkness, laughing silently. After a while he groped in the dark to find the next victim. The black mist obstructed vision, but finding people was easy. Just calm down and listen. The perpetrator preferred to target tents filled with laughter and joy. He wanted to make those people fall from heaven to hell, to join him in death. That night sounds of rage and crying mingled in the darkness. At first there was only one perpetrator, but gradually perpetrators became ubiquitous. What good was even the most thorough preparation before the disaster? In the end we all die together, ha. Did you hear something? Having slept too much, Lin, she couldn't fall asleep. With faint sounds reaching her ears, she became even more awake. It's not me, I didn't cry. Li Qianqian's first reaction was to defend herself. To stay near this tent, she had been very well behaved. When the people inside didn't invite her to speak, she remained quiet. It's not you. It's coming from farther away. Lin Xi pressed her ear against the protective membrane, and confirmed that there was indeed a sound. Li Qianqian, forgetting her fear, quickly stood up from the ground. Not far away was pitch darkness, and nothing could be seen. Everyone held their breath, and listened quietly for a while. There is indeed a sound. It's quite noisy, Li Qianqian affirmed. It was much clearer outside the tent than inside. Lin Xi listened quietly for a while longer. The noise was chaotic, not like something 1 or 2 people could make. Wake everyone up. Zhou Yi immediately ran over and kicked them. Those resting on the ground didn't need further instructions. They immediately got up, shouldered their supplies, and prepared to evacuate. Lin Xi, the sound is getting closer. Li Qianqian wanted to cry again. The sound was closer, so they could faintly hear that the people's words were not good. Having just been betrayed by her roommate, she felt very scared and terrified. Is everything packed? Lin Xi urged. All packed. All packed. Let's go. Lin Xi had a bad feeling and didn't want to stay. Ha. Die? All of you die. Playing, they were already so close. Up. Li Qianqian shouted, run. She had just shouted because the knife had slashed her protective suit. Fortunately, she was wearing more than one suit, so she was temporarily unharmed. The tent had been packed up, and the area suddenly went dark. The group stood back to back and took out high-intensity lights. Even with the lights, they couldn't illuminate much distance in the thick black mist. But it was enough. Lin Xi pulled Li Qianqian over and handed her a light. This child was afraid of the dark. With the light, her emotions could stabilize a bit. Bang! Since the light wasn't much help, Lin Xi used a gun directly. The gunshot was exceptionally clear in the darkness. Apart from the person who was hit crying out in pain, everyone else dared not make a sound. Lin Xi hadn't expected that her random shot would actually hit someone. The wailing continued, growing more agonized, then turned hoarse, and finally faded to silence. In just a few minutes a life had vanished. Lin's heart raced, but she felt no regret. Between others' lives and her own life was naturally more important. Silence. Utter silence. No one dared to move rashly, afraid that any sound would draw a bullet. The passion for destroying others' survival bases when faced with a threat to their own lives forced even the most hot-headed to calm down. They were also afraid of death. If they weren't, they would have long ago taken off their protective suits or clothes and ended it all. They wanted to live one more second for themselves, yet they trampled on others' lives casually. Let's go. After 10 minutes passed with still no sound, Lin Xi finally called out. The two groups moved simultaneously, keeping far away from each other. The sound of hurried, chaotic footsteps faded away. Lin Xi and her group of 9 walked for a while before stopping. The tent was set up again, and the lighting and air purifiers started working once more. But this time there was one more person inside the tent. Whoa, I'm still alive. Li Qianqian cried again at the sight of the light. But after a couple of sobs, she immediately fell silent. She was still inside their tent as she couldn't do anything they disliked. The tent won't last much longer. Use the remaining time to make final preparations. Lin Xi said. Not only the tent, but even the air purifier was about to break down. This was also why Lin Xi had been reluctant to change locations frequently. Every time they set up camp it caused serious damage to the tent and air purifier. Ka. The air purifier completely stopped working. Fortunately, before it stopped, the sound it made wasn't too loud. That meant the air inside the tent had been purified to a large extent. The group didn't rashly take off their protective suits to eat. Instead, they waited another hour before opening their hoods. Canned goods were the first things they needed to eliminate. Canned food was difficult to open and eat while inside the protective suit. Li Qianqian also received 2 cans, and Lin Xi gave her an additional protective suit and 2 sets of ordinary clothes. This gesture made the tearful girl start crying again. After eating, everyone began stuffing food into the innermost layer of their protective suits. Food was meant to be eaten. It must not come into contact with the outside air, otherwise the food would rot, and the outside air would also corrode their mouths and esophagi. After stuffing the food full, everyone adjusted the positions for easy access, and then began to put on additional protective suits and ordinary clothes over the innermost layer. Once preparations were complete, there was nothing left to do. The tent stood firm as Lin Xi rested her head on Zhou Yi's thigh, while the others chatted idly. Li Qianqian, the newcomer, was exceptionally excited. She believed that being allowed into the tent meant she had been accepted. Pop! A small hole suddenly appeared in the tent's protective membrane. Pop, pop. That sound seemed like a starting signal, and in an instant continuous noises arose. The protective membrane visibly corroded away completely. The lighting equipment was still shielded by the protective membrane, so the gathering area hadn't yet fallen into total darkness. He'll get some sleep first. You all carry on. Zhou Yi adjusted her position to make Lin Xi more comfortable. Pitch black all around, it was impossible to tell day from night, so they slept whenever they felt like it without any hesitation. When she woke up, everyone had stopped chatting. Only Feng Yilan and Zhou Zimo were still watching their light brains. Is there internet? No. Feng Yilan sighed in frustration. She wished there was internet. At least then she could contact her family. I'm wondering how long light brains can last in the black mist. Zhou Zimo said. Lin Xi glanced at her own light brain, which she had wrapped in layers upon layers. Because it was small, she had covered it with countless layers. With that many layers, even if she died days ago, the light brain would likely still be intact. The group began chatting about the survival of light brains. Light brains were not just communication tools, they also served as identity documents. If the light brains perished, even after the mist finally cleared, their lives would be in chaos for a while. Without any exercise, their energy consumption was minimal. The vast supplies on them were consumed only a little each day, though at this rate they could last for a very, very long time. But who knew if they could live that long? On the 3rd day after the tent vanished, all unprotected light brains died. The only one still functioning was in Lin Xi's hands. However, by then the light brain could only show the time. Its usefulness was limited. Another day passed. Lin Xi was woken by a familiar crying sound. Why are you crying again? Lin Xi asked. The kid had been cheerful the past few days. Why had she switched back to sobbing mode? Her protective suit is down to the last one, Zhou Yi explained to Lin Xi. So it had come to a countdown of life. Li Qianqian's previous protective suit had been pierced, leaving only the last one. Lin Xi had given her a protective suit and 2 sets of normal clothes which had sustained her until now. That protective suit and the 2 sets of clothes had bought her 4 days. No one knew how much longer this last suit would last. Stop crying. I still have 2 sets of normal clothes in my backpack. I'll give them all to you. Zhou Yi's heart softened. The well-protected backpack was already tattered, but fortunately there was still a layer of protective film inside, so the contents were unharmed. Zhou Yi personally draped the clothes over Li Qianqian. The others also took out clothes from their backpacks and put them on. Wearing them could still provide some protection. The backpack didn't just contain 2 sets of clothes. After putting 2 layers on Li Qianqian, Zhou Yi also put on 2 layers herself. Her own protective suit was down to just 2 sets, not much better off than Li Qianqian. The others also took out clothes from their backpacks and put them on. Wearing them could still provide some protection, while leaving them in the backpack would only result in them being corroded into nothing. Once the clothes were on, they didn't spare the remaining protective film from the backpack either. It feels great to wear it like a vest, Huli chuckled. If they were lucky enough to survive, given the medical standards of the interstellar era, as long as the heart and brain were intact, it meant they were still alive. Lin Xi also took out all her clothes and put them all on. She had promised someone she would wear more layers. I still have a few sets here. Take them if you need them. Lin Xi said to everyone. She still had 4 sets of protective suits plus 3 layers of normal clothes on top. Any more would be too cumbersome. After all, there were still many food items hanging beneath the protective suit. The clothes they wore bought them an extra 4 or 5 hours. Li Qianqian gained an extra day and a half. During that day, the lighting equipment above their heads also gave out. The surroundings fell into complete darkness. The clothes they wore bought them an extra 4 or 5 hours. Li Qianqian gained an extra day and a half. During that day, the lighting equipment above their heads also gave out. The surroundings fell into complete darkness. The floodlights were unusable too. The protective film wrapped around them had long since corroded. Without light, the whole world fell into deathly silence. Li Qianqian stopped crying. Apart from everyone's breathing, there was no other sound. They spent 2 days in the darkness. Apart from the light brain in Lin Xi's hand, no other source of light appeared. In the silent space, a sound suddenly arose. "Mom, it hurts." It was Li Qianqian's voice. A small hole had appeared in her last protective suit, and the black mist drilled into her body through the hole blocked momentarily by the innermost layer of clothes. Even so, her flesh was still corroded. Lin Xi got up, tore off the protective film from her light brain, and stuck it over the small hole. With the protective film, she could last another hour or 2 at most, but there was nothing she could do about the pain from the already corroded flesh. All the medical potions and such had long been corroded away. The 9 of them groped in the dark and sat back to back. Apart from Lin Xi, everyone else had only one last protective suit left. If the black mist didn't dissipate, soon their lives would enter a countdown. "Lin Xi, if you manage to survive in the end, please go to Red Wolf Star." In the silent space, Feng Yilan began to utter her last words. Among everyone present, Lin Xi had the highest chance of survival, so it was most fitting to leave her farewells to her. Lin Xi listened quietly, occasionally replying with a simple, "Okay." At this moment, comforting them or encouraging them to keep fighting felt hollow. It wasn't a matter of whether they could survive by trying harder. After Feng Yilan finished, it was Yi Ziyu's turn. Both of them deeply regretted not being with their parents at the final moment of their lives. Lin Xi, afraid she might forget their words, turned on the recording function of her light brain to capture them. Everyone knew that these messages had a very low chance of being delivered. Even if Lin Xi were lucky enough to survive, what about their parents? They had lasted this long because they were well prepared and had the Academy's support. Ordinary people couldn't manage that. They probably couldn't even afford protective suits and might have died long before them. After Yi Ziyu finished, it was Li Qianqian's turn. Her voice was very faint and her vital signs were unstable. Even though Lin Xi and the others surrounded her in the middle to minimize contact with the black mist, they still couldn't stop its invasion. Li Qianqian spoke at length, and after finishing she said to Lin Xi, "My parents' address is confidential, so you might not be able to find them. Therefore you don't have to deliver my words." Lin Xi nodded, indicating she understood. The other 4 were boys, and their last words were brief, finished in just a few sentences. Perhaps having settled their affairs, their moods lightened, and they even managed to joke. Time passed moment by moment. Li Qianqian's moans went from frequent to silent in just half a day. Her protective suit had completely failed, leaving her in only the ordinary clothes she had worn while fleeing. She still had 2 layers of hood on, so for now, she still had breath. Cough, cough, cough. The other 7 had the same number of hoods and protective suits. The hoods were damaged, meaning their protective suits were also ruined. "How I still have a mask on me," Huli said, then coughed violently several times. Putting on the mask helped a little. He had kept it in the innermost layer of his clothing. Had the protective suit not been breached, he would never have dared to open it. The mask could only prevent direct inhalation of the mist, but it could not stop the mist from corroding them from the outside. Moans spread from 1 person to 8. Their protective suits had been damaged and fallen off. The clothes underneath were corroded, revealing skin that was also being eaten away. The masks were made of ordinary material and would only last 2 hours before becoming useless. The mist entered their bodies through their breath, damaging their organs. But even more harmed than the internal organs were their 5 senses. Ears, nose, and eyes were slowly corroded. Even though she couldn't see their condition, she could imagine the scene. Their breathing continued, but their moaning had stopped. Perhaps they were too exhausted, or maybe the pain was too great. They had passed out. In the darkness, only Lin Xi remained. She wept. Hot tears slid from the corners of her eyes, silent and unseen by anyone. In truth, death itself was not terrifying. What was terrifying was watching those she knew await death, while she could do nothing. Am I hallucinating? After crying for a while, Lin Xi looked up and noticed that her surroundings seemed different. Before, everything was pitch black. Now it was still dark, but not quite as dark. The mist is dissipating. Lin Xi was uncertain, feeling it might just be an illusion. She turned on her light computer, and the moment the light lit up, she knew it was not an illusion. The distance the light could reach had changed, as she could see farther. Though only a little farther, it was enough to show that the concentration of the mist had shifted. The mist is clearing. The mist is clearing. Lin Xi shouted excitedly, but the surroundings were silent, and no one answered her. As if there were no living creatures around. Lin Xi suppressed her excitement, feeling for the pulses of the others to confirm they were still alive. One protective suit could not be divided among 8 people. Fortunately, before they collapsed, they had stacked on top of one another, reducing contact with the black mist. She could give the suit to the one on the outermost side, while she herself was at the edge. For those in the middle, they could only ensure that the area around their hearts did not directly contact the black mist. As for breathing, she had no solution. Now they could only endure holding on until the mist completely dispersed, and then they would have a chance to live. "Don't you die too fast, you hear me?" Lin Xi gritted her teeth and shouted. Still no one answered her. The silence was terrifying. The dawn was right before them, yet they had no chance to even open their eyes and see it. The black mist slowly faded, turning from thick black to light black, then to gray. The heartbeats of the 8 also went from strong and powerful to weak and feeble, until finally they were barely audible. "We are safe." A gentle breeze blew, answering Lin Xi's words. "If you don't get up soon, you'll be scorched by the sun." She raised her hand to shield her eyes. Prolonged darkness made her unaccustomed to the sudden flood of light. Whoosh! The wind grew stronger, tousling Lin Xi's hair. Her hood had been damaged at some point, leaving her entire face exposed to the air. The black mist had corroded the skin on her face, but she felt no pain. The wind intensified. Lin Xi stood up and looked toward the sky. Someone was coming. People in protective suits. She didn't know who they were or why they had come. The light on her light computer flickered on and off and on. Her beautiful eyes closed and opened, then opened and closed weakly. Thump! "Hurry, hurry, there are survivors here." As she fell into unconsciousness, she only heard those words. So they were rescuers after all. A stunningly beautiful face was the scene before Lin Xi. A magnified, handsome visage right in front of her. She was momentarily stunned. Awake. The person was beautiful, and the voice was beautiful too. No response. Did she hurt her brain? The handsome face changed to another still breathtakingly good-looking. "Move aside." Gu Ziqing pulled the other away and leaned in himself. "How do you feel?" Lin Xi fully regained her senses, a bit hungry. "Tada. See, I came prepared." Xiao Yuanzhou took out a can he had prepared. "Try the canned food made from your own recipe." Before he could finish, Gu Ziqing pulled him away again, and the bedside quieted down. Gu Ziqing returned with a bowl in his hand, soft mushy porridge. "You should like this." This was also a recipe Lin Xi had made. Gu Ziqing always saw a look of contentment on her face whenever she ate it. "Thank you." Lin Xi took the porridge. She couldn't hold it steady, and the porridge ended up back in Gu Ziqing's hands. "Let me feed you." Lin Xi enjoyed being served. A bowl of porridge was quickly finished, and Lin Xi felt revived. "Was it you who came to rescue me?" Lin Xi asked. What she really wanted to ask was about Zhou Yi and the others. But the words stuck in her throat. She was afraid. She had almost lost her own life there. She dared not imagine what had become of Zhou Yi and the rest. Gu Ziqing paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "I would have liked to play the hero saving the beauty, but someone else beat me to it." Lin Xi, huh? Gu Ziqing handed the bowl to a robot and explained, "Xiao Yuanzhou saved you. He was originally supposed to rescue Li Qianqian at the Li family's request, and then found you all together." Lin Xi hesitated, then asked nervously, "Are they okay?" "They are not in good condition." Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing, "Not in good condition." "Not in good condition, not gone. They are all alive. The worst is Li Qianqian, whose entire body has been corroded through. Fortunately, her genetic sequence is all intact. It just takes a large sum of money to create a new body, and she will become lively and jumping again." The situation of Zhou Yi and the other 7 is similar, with the 3 girls' condition being slightly worse than that of the 4 in Huli's dormitory. The 3 girls' physical attributes are generally lower than those of the 4 boys, making their condition more severe under the same attack compared to the 4 boys. The flesh wounds of the 7 are the most severe, but their organs are relatively fine. On launching, such injuries would have a mortality rate of up to 99, but in the interstellar world they are minor. Lin Xi looked at the 8 people through the glass, but couldn't see anything clearly. All she could see were many tubes connected outside the treatment pods and numerous instruments and equipment operating within the pods. It will take at least 10 days or so for them to wake up. After waking up, they will need to undergo rehabilitation training for about 10 days before they can return to normal. Gu Ziqing explained the situation of the few people beside her. Lin Xi nodded, glanced a few times, and then planned to return to bed. As she turned around, she accidentally caught sight of the glass not far away and was startled. "Damn." She quickly walked toward the glass, and upon approaching it, she was even more shocked. "How can you keep from laughing at this ghostly appearance of mine?" Lin Xi rubbed Gu Ziqing's arm. The muscles on his arm were firm. Pushing those lewd thoughts aside, Lin Xi examined herself in the glass. The exposed skin was simply gone. What was visible was flesh, pink tender flesh. At first glance it was terrifying. Even without a sudden look, it was still frightening. A humanoid ball of flesh was moving. How could this person remain so calm? Gu Ziqing coughed lightly, covering his mouth with his right fist, and played with the corner of his mouth. "It looks much better now." Lin Xi looked at him as if he were an idiot. Is there something wrong with this guy's aesthetic sense? His gaze was too frank. Gu Ziqing coughed again and reached out to pull her to a nearby chair. Let me show you what you looked like before. Lin Xi took one look and immediately pushed his light brain far away. Compared to her previous appearance, she indeed looked quite good now. At least it wasn't pitch black, oozing black blood and pus. Is there any special medicine that can spray me back to my original appearance? The laughter beside her was too irritating. Lin Xi couldn't bear to look at anyone. She quickly stood up, wanting to leave the laughter behind. Gu Ziqing followed closely. You'll have to wait 2 more days. The toxins in your body have just been completely removed, and the skin cultivation won't start until tomorrow. See you the day after tomorrow. Having received a definite answer, Lin Xi shut him out of the ward. Gu Ziqing rubbed his nose and didn't intend to force his way in. Yo, someone got the cold shoulder. Xiao Yuanzhou had come over at some point and put his hand on his shoulder. Gu Ziqing ignored him. This guy was always frivolous when there were no outsiders around. Just then a medical staff member passed by, and Xiao Yuanzhou immediately took his hand off Gu Ziqing's shoulder and straightened his clothes. The two kept their eyes straight ahead and walked all the way to an office. Once inside the office, Xiao Yuanzhou became frivolous again, sprawled on the sofa like a lazy dog. Gu Ziqing, used to it, went to a nearby chair to deal with information. This mist destroyed 90% of the buildings and 90% of the supplies in the star domain. The death toll reached tens of billions, and this disaster can be classified as a super large-scale catastrophe. If it weren't for the advanced medical technology in the interstellar world, which saved many people on the brink of death, the death toll would have been even higher. The interstellar population is huge. The death of nearly 10 billion people actually accounts for less than 1%. Those who have money and resources immediately flee to another planet that hasn't been hit by the mist as soon as one planet is affected. The rich who stayed on the same planet like them were a minority. Those people think the death toll is still too low. The person who was lying listlessly on the sofa suddenly sat up and said angrily, "The rich are indeed not afraid of the poor, and they have even been suppressing them. But that's under normal circumstances. If the poor were to find out that the star domain is about to be destroyed, and that these noble families have a way to escape, but don't want to take them along, no need to think these people will rise up. Even if they can't escape the planet, they will drag the noble families down with them. The poor indeed have no resources and little ability to fight the rich. But the sheer number of the poor is overwhelming. No matter how many resources and armed forces the rich have when facing nearly 100 billion poor people, the winning side will definitely be the poor. This is why so many noble families have never dared to disclose the backup planet, and also why they disregard the lives of the poor. The poor currently create little value for them. On the contrary, one less means one less trouble. Of course, the more die the better. Don't worry about those people. The elders at home have their own plans." Gu Ziqing was very calm. According to the original plan, the Gu family intended to inform the entire interstellar community about the backup planet during this period. Before they could announce it, the instruments detected the news of the impending mist. The matter of the backup planet the plan was delayed. However, this is not a bad thing either. After experiencing this mist disaster, when the backup planet is announced, the people will accept it more quickly. The two didn't speak anymore. As children of noble families, they had no idle time. From a young age, they had to participate in family operations and various studies. The more they explored the backup planet and understood it, the more they needed to learn. Having entered the backup planet for tests so many times, the results were never satisfactory. The noble families have already prepared for the worst. They now have only one requirement: that personnel safely land on the backup planet. As for equipment and space, they dare not even imagine. If only they had a little more time left. Knowing that Zhou Yi and the others were still alive, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. In this interstellar world, she knew only a few people, and losing any one of them would be a great sorrow for her. With no more worries in her heart, Lin Xi finally had the mind to open her light brain and check the outside news. The mist had not completely dissipated. Many planets were still being tormented by the mist, and many were still incommunicado. However, the star network was as lively as ever. The interstellar population was already huge, and the death of 10 billion people really didn't make much difference. To the interstellar people, if the dead didn't include their own friends and family, the dead were just a string of numbers in the statistics. Lin Xi thought that based on her experience at the academy, the death toll should have been more than that. The StarNet quickly provided the answer. The Qiao and Gu families took over the government's rescue efforts, contributing funds, manpower, and equipment. Gu Ziqing had not been able to pick up Lin Xi because he was stranded on another planet at the time, while Xiao Yuanzhou was nearby. At that time, the Gu and Xiao families had no intention of rescuing anyone. They had formed an alliance, pooling all their resources to focus on developing the backup planet. The two families had been preparing to abandon the other clans and go it alone. Their resources were certainly less than those of the 10 families combined, so they had to economize everything. Rescuing the common people was not their responsibility or obligation, and with resources scarce, no one considered saving anyone. Not until the capital star experienced a network outage and lost contact with the outside world. Many employees of both families unable to contact their families on other planets turned to their bosses for help. These employees were involved in the backup planet trials, so their pleas could not be ignored. Thus the decision was made to send out rescue teams. The two families figured that saving one person was the same as saving many, and in the end they saved everyone. Lin Xi sighed. In fact, quite a number of people from their academy had survived. Because her team had been staying far away from the crowd, they hadn't known that some academy members had been rescued earlier. They were rescued a full day earlier than Lin Xi and her team. One should not underestimate that single day, and it could save many more lives. Those people had been gathered together, so finding one meant finding them all. Only Lin Xi and her group had wandered too far, and with insufficient detection equipment, it took a long time to locate them. Lin Xi sighed. It felt as if it were her fault. If she hadn't kept away from the crowd, Zhou Yi and the others wouldn't have suffered so much. The thought crossed her mind, and then faded. If she could go back in time, she would still choose to stay away from the crowd. The next day, Lin Xi's skin required treatment. It was a lengthy process, so long that she fell asleep several times before it ended. The treatment caused nothing more than a slight itch with no discomfort. The treatment is complete, Miss Lin. You may get up and see your current appearance. The medical staff had a robot bring a mirror over. Lin Xi gazed at the mirror, her fingers unconsciously tracing the skin on her face. So supple and smooth. Rosy and fair. My, what incredible skin. How gorgeous. The medical staff explained, the new skin is still delicate. You'll need 3 days of skin rehabilitation training. After that it will return to normal strength. Thank you, I understand. You're welcome, Miss Lin. If you have no further questions, I'll take my leave. You can ring the bell. The medical staff hurried away after speaking. With so many patients this time, they had to move on to the next one immediately. Lin Xi touched her own skin again. What could she do? She wanted so badly to pinch her baby's soft skin. But she dreaded pain, so she refrained, simply admiring herself in the mirror like a lovesick fool. Lost in self-admiration, she didn't notice the door open. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou stood outside watching. Hey, you've got new skin. Xiao Yuanzhou leaned in toward the mirror. The high-definition reflection showed Lin Xi's delicate features and flawless skin. The words died on his lips. Beautiful, Gu Ziqing said, walking over and circling her in fascination. Lin Xi glanced at him, then back at herself. Not as beautiful as you. Seeing Xiao Yuanzhou's eager gaze, she added, not as beautiful as you either. All three had good looks, but there was something called presence. The presence of these two had been cultivated atop piles of wealth. In that regard, Lin, she couldn't compare. Hee, I think I look good too, Xiao Yuanzhou shamelessly said, admiring himself in the mirror. Gu Ziqing said nothing, just grinned silently at Lin Xi. Lin Xi reached out and pushed his head aside. Being handsome and smiling so brilliantly was just unfair. One of your companions is awake. Do you want to see them? Gu Ziqing changed the subject without offense. Yes, Lin Xi answered without hesitation. The three arrived at the familiar ward, still only able to observe through the glass. Can't we go inside? The medical staff refused. The patient is still very weak. No visits allowed for now. Lin Xi let out an O, glanced inside a few times, and then left. After the round trip, she didn't even know which of her companions had woken up. Gu Ziqing rubbed his nose. He hadn't asked clearly before calling her over. A wasted trip. They'll be leaving the base soon. Stay here and recuperate. Contact me on your light brain if anything comes up. Yes, he had come to say goodbye. Rarely were they in the same place, but parting was imminent. Where are you going? Lin Xi asked, then immediately realized she was overstepping. If it's inconvenient, forget I asked. Gu Ziqing suppressed the urge to pat her head. What's there to hide? We're going to inventory supplies and try to leave as soon as possible. Leave where? Leave this star region. The appearance of the fog had shortened the lifespans of many planets. Their time to escape was running out. I see. Then you'd better hurry. My life is in your hands, Lin, she said, waving goodbye. The two waved back. In the skin rehabilitation room, Lin, she wondered what the training would involve. She found out it was getting naked, being sprayed with medicine, and then basking under a lamp. 1 hour a day under the lamp for 3 consecutive days. During that time, strenuous exercise was forbidden. When free, Lin, she wandered to the wards of Zhou Yi and the others. According to the medical staff, they had been severely injured. Though they had regained consciousness, they still couldn't move. It would be a long time before they could leave the ward. After 3 days, Lin, she completed the skin rehabilitation and resumed her daily exercise routine. Gu Ziqing sent a message. The academy had been completely corroded by the black fog into nothing. He told her to stay at the base temporarily and return only after the academy was rebuilt. Lin, she didn't ask about the medical fees or accommodation costs. Without asking, she knew they were astronomical and she couldn't afford them for now. The live broadcast and replay earnings from Doomsday came in daily, but they were still insufficient. Lin, she no longer opened the earnings notifications. With so much debt, the income no longer brought her any surprise. On the 7th day at the hospital, the fog across the entire star region completely dissipated. The death toll has increased once again. Compared to the death toll, the number of injured is even higher. At first, the rescued citizens of the Interstellar were grateful to the Gu and Xiao families for in such a critical moment someone was selflessly saving them. Unless one was an ungrateful wretch, anyone would feel gratitude. However, as treatment facilities became overcrowded and various medicines sold out, the prices of nutrient fluids skyrocketed and even ran out. Those feelings of gratitude instantly turned into fury. Kong Kong Lele Ping Ping Anan. In my opinion, the reason the mist appeared on such a large scale is that the Gu Corporation and Xiao Corporation are behind it. Xiaya from Nanfeng City agreed. The two corporations are disregarding human lives to make dirty money. Ruan Wan from Shichu agreed too. If they weren't behind it, would those heartless capitalists be so kind as to save the lives of us insignificant ants? In an instant, all related posts became trending topics. Lin Xi sent screenshots of the posts to Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. Gu Ziqing no need to mind its people from other noble families stirring up trouble. The other families have always been unwilling to give the poor a chance to go to the backup planet. It was the Gu family that insisted, and later the Xiao family joined in. Now they have a chance to make these two families despise the commoners, so that both families give up their previous intentions. Naturally, they seize the opportunity to sow discord. Xiao Yuanzhou, these people are just bored. They'll have the operations department blacklist them. Previously, the Gu family had already blacklisted netizens, and now the Xiao family joins in. The Gu family's blacklist only prevents purchasing their related medicines and medical equipment. The Xiao family's blacklist is more severe. It directly blocks the purchase of nutrient fluids. Being sick without medicine can be endured for a while, but going without nutrient fluids is unacceptable. Starving for 2 days could kill a person. The online sentiment shifted instantly. Having just narrowly escaped death, no one was yet desperate enough to die, and especially dying of starvation. Escape director of the very mental hospital, you cowards, what difference does it make whether Xiao blacklists you or not? You can't buy nutrient fluids anyway now. Interstellar citizens never imagined that one day, purchasing nutrient fluids would be time-limited and quantity-restricted. And even with those restrictions, they might not even get any. However, no one dared to complain online. They only dared to urge Xiao's official site to restock more. They feared that if they spoke too harshly, the Xiao family would blacklist them, and they would lose the qualification to buy nutrient fluids altogether. It was also because they knew that the mist had destroyed many resources, causing the shortage of nutrient fluids, and that the Xiao family was not intentionally refusing to sell to them. The Xiao family did not issue a notice or a statement. The materials for making nutrient fluids had become severely scarce after the insect tide and the mist. The reduction in raw materials made them anxious too. Those were all money. Who wouldn't be worried? But worrying was useless. Resources wouldn't grow back all at once. Xinghuan Xiangban, according to insider information, the raw materials for nutrient fluid production are in severe shortage and production will be greatly reduced for the next 6 months. Xinghuan Xiangban, so dear friends, if you don't want to starve, go buy and stock up every day. This goes without saying. Everyone was already out buying and hoarding daily. Those who used to have 3 meals of nutrient fluid a day now reduced to 2 meals. Those on 2 meals it was said that the original supply could not be restored for the next 6 months. What if some other accident occurred during these 6 months? Having experienced 2 disasters, interstellar citizens had developed an obsession with hoarding. As long as they had spare money, every household stocked up on something. The online storm continued. It was an ordinary morning. The vast number of netizens suddenly discovered that the Xiao Corporation, which had been playing dead, had issued an announcement. Without even reading the content, everyone rushed to comment first. After taking their spots, they realized that the announcement was completely different from what they had expected. Most importantly, many celebrities had left comments on this announcement. The belatedly aware netizens carefully read the notice. Notice starting today, the Xiao Group, in collaboration with the Gu Group, is launching Blue Star food cans. As is well known, Blue Star food is extremely beneficial to the human body. Many fish on know. How come I don't know this well-known fact? After reading the detailed notice, many interstellar citizens were shocked. How could they not know that Blue Star food had so many benefits? Even if they knew they couldn't afford it, it was completely different from not knowing at all. Huyen, who likes red silk fish, no wonder so many celebrities commented, it turns out it's so good for health. The poor are still thinking about how to fill their stomachs. Only the rich care about what is good for the body. Crazy little person, no wonder the Gu and Xiao families made such a big move to recruit so many plant-type people. Some people immediately recalled the previous recruitment by the Gu and Xiao corporations. So it was to prepare for planting Blue Star food. As soon as this news came out, those who knew about the backup planet immediately placed orders for cans. The key was not that Blue Star food was good for health, but that these foods combined with exercise could improve various physical attributes. So far, only one person had safely arrived at the backup planet, although he died shortly after arrival. But from numerous experiments, it was proven that the higher one's physical attributes, the greater the chance of survival upon entering the backup planet. These people not only ordered cans, but also went to offline restaurants to buy Blue Star food. However, just after the mist, Blue Star food across the entire star domain was mostly destroyed. Those restaurants wanted to sell, but could not find any supply for customers. Merchants saw money coming but couldn't take it, and they slapped their chests in regret. Damn the Chow and Gu families, they actually concealed such important data. In the meeting room apart from the Gu and Chow families, representatives of the other noble families and the government were all present. Every face carried some degree of anger. Apocalypse was jointly created by the noble families and the government. Everyone knew about the appearance of Blue Star food. They also knew that Blue Star food would spark a craze in the Interstellar. For something that could make money, the noble families and the government had no reason to miss out. They themselves had also planted Blue Star plants at the beginning. However, Blue Star plants were delicate, so they only planted a small amount. Moreover, they were not the Chow and Gu families whose main business included planting, so they didn't have the same advantages. In the end, these families only planted a little for their own consumption or for ornamental purposes. Compared to native interstellar plants, Blue Star plants were more visually appealing. Because they didn't know the importance of Blue Star plants, they didn't plant them on a large scale. Due to their neglect, they didn't protect those plants when the disaster struck, and now they had no stock at all. No, I can't swallow this. The head of the Liu family slammed the table and stood up. If the Gu and Xiao families don't give a reasonable explanation, they can't just let this go. At such a critical juncture, none of the 10 great families could afford to be absent, and certain information was shared among them. Under normal circumstances, any family that discovered a profitable method would have kept it tightly under wraps and monopolized everything. Old Master Gu snorted coldly upon hearing that someone was coming to inquire. However, the facade of propriety still had to be maintained. They could not do without the Gu family, and the Gu family could not yet do without the other families. Old Master Gu forwarded a link to the small group chat. The link contained data on the physiological changes in humans after consuming Blue Star food, with the publication date shown as 1 month ago. In other words, the Gu family had never concealed anything from anyone. It was simply that the other families had not taken. Patriarch Liu was red-faced with rage. The Gu family had released such crucial information not in the group chat, not on the official website, but in a subsidiary company's announcement. Who would pay attention to an obscure subsidiary's notice within a massive conglomerate? The other families had no choice but to swallow this bitter loss and reluctantly purchase canned goods from the Chow family. Given more time, they too could cultivate large quantities of Blue Star food. But what they lacked most was time. The upper echelons replaced all nutrient solutions with canned goods, causing a sharp decline in high-level nutrient solution sales. The Chow family redirected the raw materials used for high-level nutrient solutions to produce low-level nutrient solutions, alleviating the market shortage of the latter. Lin Xi as a partner received priority purchase eligibility for canned goods. This eligibility is as good as none, Xiao Yuanzhou said with a grin as he instructed a robot to bring 2 boxes of canned goods to Lin Xi. Having learned from the apocalypse that visiting a patient required bringing gifts, he brought Lin Xi canned goods every time he returned from an outing. These items were rare and made respectable gifts. Most importantly, they were produced by his own family, so they cost him nothing. Gu Ziqing also brought gifts for Lin Xi, but he always brought fresh ingredients. Fresh ingredients had to be consumed quickly, so the canned goods Xiao Yuanzhou brought accumulated dust. But he didn't mind at all because with fresh ingredients Lin Xi would cook Blue Star dishes, and he thoroughly enjoyed the meals. I thought Ziqing was gifted learning Blue Star recipes after just a few times in the game. Who knew these recipes came from? Patting his slightly protruding belly, the eldest young master, Qiao narrowed his eyes in contentment. I really envy the people of Blue Star. You're not bringing gifts just to freeload meals, are you? Lin Xi teased. Xiao Yuanzhou cupped his face and said pitifully, how could you think that of me? Suddenly her collar tightened, as Gu Ziqing pulled her up from the sofa by the scruff of her neck. He's just here to freeload. He'll help you collect the labor fee. Amid Xiao Yuan's hiss wailing, the two left Lin's. No sooner had they left than Lin Xi received transfers from both of them. She accepted with a smile, and sent each a message welcome to come again next time. She truly welcomed their visits. Unfortunately, both were very busy, and could only come every few days. When cooking for herself, she made only 1 or 2 dishes. When the 3 of them ate together, she could prepare several more to satisfy her own cravings. Eating with more people makes the food taste better. Zhou Yi and the other 6 had already been moved out of their original wards. Lin Xi visited them daily for a while. The saying survive a great disaster, and you will be blessed with great fortune didn't quite apply to Zhou Yi and the other 2. After receiving the treatment bills, they felt it might have been better to have died earlier. Especially Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan, who became silent and withdrawn after seeing the charges. When Lin Xi first visited them, Feng Yilan hugged her and cried, Lin Xi, our family's medical bills won't be paid off even in 3 generations. Wah. Good news, none of the family members had died in the disaster. Bad news, they hadn't died, but they would be impoverished for 3 generations. There, you only have 1 life. Money can be earned again. Look on the bright side. Lin Xi comforted her. She herself was deeply in debt. This treatment wasn't free, it was offered at a 50% discount, because they were academy students. Even with the 50% discount, the exorbitant cost was beyond what ordinary people could afford. Because of the medical fees, Gu Ziqing felt embarrassed when he saw her. The Gu family's medical institution did not belong to Gu Ziqing, but as a member of the Gu family, he had a treatment quota. This quota could be used for himself or for relatives and friends. Lin Xi's previous so-called free treatment had used Gu Ziqing's own quota. This time Gu Ziqing's quota was insufficient. The treatment base couldn't reach him immediately, so they informed Lin Xi, who then learned the truth. When Gu Ziqing returned and found that Lin Xi had already arranged installment payments for the medical fees, he covered his face in dismay. He directly transferred money to Lin Xi, but she refused to take it. That's why whenever he freeloaded a meal, he would transfer a little extra as a so-called labor fee to subsidize her. I'm so broke. Zhou Yi lay flat on the bed. But she was easygoing. Since the Gu Corporation hadn't asked them to repay immediately, they would take it one step at a time. The others initially felt immense pressure. After a few days they adjusted their mindset and decided it wasn't such a big deal. Perhaps the debt was so huge that it would take a lifetime to repay, so they simply gave up. I heard Li Qianqian is awake. Should we go visit her? Li Qianqian had been severely injured. While the others were already out of bed doing rehabilitation, her new body had only just been completed and she was still lying in bed. Can we visit her now? Zhou Yi asked. Although they had only known her for a few days, everyone had a good impression. Lin Xi nodded. Yes, we can visit. Want to go? Yes, let's all go. Being hospitalized was terribly boring. Zhou Yi and the other 6 were still in the rehabilitation phase, not yet fully adapted to their new limbs, so they had to use wheelchairs delivered by robots. The entire group moved in a procession to the ward on the other side. They happened to run into Li Qianqian's parents visiting her. Lin Xi had met them before. They came to express their gratitude to Lin Xi, but after a few words they hurried back to the laboratory. Meeting again, this time Li Qianqian's parents were overjoyed and extremely warm toward the 8 of them. Li Qianqian's entire body, including her organs, was new, so she was still in the adaptation period and could not get out of bed. However, her eyes were bright, and she seemed in good spirits. She couldn't get out of bed and still had difficulty speaking. The group didn't stay long and took their leave. If only her parents were that supportive. If we were injured that badly, would have no choice but to die. Zhou Yi expressed her envy once again. This was a kind of envy she could never attain in her lifetime. She had neither parental love nor their money. We may not have such parents, but we can become such parents. Lin Xi patted her on the shoulder. Zhou Yi smiled. You're right. If you can't change others, change yourself. If you can't be born into wealth, strive to create it. The academy had. When they received the academy's notification, Zhou Yi and the others decided not to return for now. They already owed medical fees. What was a little more or less to them? They couldn't pay it back anyway. Since that was the case, they might as well stay at the treatment base and recover fully first. Lin Xi, seeing they weren't leaving, thought she might as well stay too. The latest round of the game, Doomsday, had been announced, and she planned to play through it at the base. Originally a monthly game, the schedule had become irregular due to the various real-world disasters. This time the game's start time was decided by a vote among players who had cleared previous rounds. Most wanted to enter as soon as possible, while a minority preferred to delay further. That was because the majority of players who cleared the game were relatively poor, eager to earn money quickly. Whether it was live streaming tips or game clearance points, it all meant hard cash. Having endured 2 disasters in reality, most ordinary families had their savings drained. Everyone was desperate to make money fast. 3 days before entering the game, Li Qianqian was finally able to get out of bed and speak. The moment she opened her mouth, she burst into a loud wail. Her crying gave Lin Xi's group of 8 a headache, and they all made excuses to leave the ward. Not long after they left, each of them received a huge transfer from Li Qianqian's parents. 2 million interstellar credits. Zhou Yi and the others were stunned when they saw the number. They had never seen, even Hu Li and the other 3, who came from relatively well-off families, had never had that much money at their disposal. Having wealthy parents didn't mean they themselves were rich. Perhaps because no one had clicked to accept the transfer, Li Qianqian had a robot carry her over to find them. With tearful eyes she stared at them until they had no choice but to accept the payment. My parents wanted to buy you gifts too, but they're too busy. The presents will have to wait until next time, Li Qianqian said apologetically. No gifts needed. Feng Yulan waved her hands and stepped back. If they were giving away 2 million, how expensive would the gifts be? It was terrifying. Li Qianqian pouted. No way, I promised you all a reward back in the tent. Zhou Yi put an arm around her shoulder. Qianqian, are you trying to insult our friendship with such lavish gifts? This time it was Li Qianqian who waved her hands. No, how could you think that? Yi Ziyu chimed in. Transferring us so much money is already an insult. We'll send it back. Just by sheltering her for a while they were receiving 2 million. The penniless students felt too guilty to keep it. Li Qianqian glared. You're trying to trick me. Not accepting my money would be an insult to our friendship. The crybaby was clever enough to know she couldn't argue with 8 people at once. Once she confirmed everyone had accepted the transfer, she immediately had her robot carry her back to the ward. Holding such a huge sum, everyone exchanged glances, deflated. Compared to those debts, this fortune was nothing. They scorned Li Qianqian's gift. At the mention of medical fees, everyone's spirits deflated. Compared to those debts, this fortune was nothing. They scorned Li Qianqian's gift, but were very interested in the free services at the treatment base. One after another, they milked the treatment base's resources for all they were worth. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou returned to the base from outside, bringing Lin Xi a game pod. It's best to be at the treatment base. If anything goes wrong, professionals can help right away, Xiao Yuanzhou grinned. Gu Ziqing rolled his eyes. What are you going to lose, an arm or leg in a game? The Doomsday game at most causes psychological issues, not physical injuries. As for mental problems, therapists outside were even more professional than those in Gus base. Not to mention the Qiao family had their own psychologist. But this guy for some reason refused to go home and kept hanging around their base. The two directed robots to line up the game pods side by side. Soon the 3 of them would enter the game pods in the same space. According to players' experience, the closer your real-world distance, the higher the chance of entering the same server. 9:58 a.m. The game was about to begin. Lin Xi opened her personal attribute panel. Name Lin Xi. Age 18. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 48. Level 1, 35. 856,100. Attack 36,100. Strength 36,100. Speed 34,100. The increase in her attributes gave her a sense of security. 1000. The game began. Ding. Welcome to the survival game. The current round is called Super Typhoon. This round lasts 7. Players must survive at least 7 days in the game. If you fail to last 7 days, your game session ends and you cannot participate in subsequent game events. Please take the rules seriously. Ding. During the game, 1 supply item will be randomly distributed each day: food, water, or medicine. Each has a 25 chance, and the remaining 25 is empty. Click here for the detailed list of supplies. Ding. This round will provide players with a legal identity within the game scenario, but no other additional assistance. Please be aware. Ding. Friendly reminder: this scenario has 1-0 people, including 100 NPCs and 900 players. Game scenario loading complete. The game is about to begin. Please prepare. When Lin Xi heard the system prompt about the game time, a sense of foreboding washed over her. As the scene shifted before she could even take in her surroundings, she felt as if an invisible force was yanking at her entire being. Before she could make any move, she was swept into the air by a fierce gale. A sensation of weightlessness and helplessness instantly flooded her entire body. Even though she had prepared herself mentally faced with this scene, her heart still uncontrollably skipped a beat. Shattered shards of glass brushed past her ears, instantly turning into shooting stars in the gale before vanishing. The howling wind filled her eardrums, and suspended in midair, she felt as if her great-grandmother was beckoning to her. She was still descending from the high altitude, and it felt like half a century had passed, though in reality the fall was only the height of about 2 floors. The curtains on that floor danced in the wind through the window frame. Lin Xi, ignoring everything else, swiftly grabbed them. All her training in reality finally proved useful at this critical moment. Her powerful arms held the curtains firmly. With her core strength, she managed to wrap the fabric around her waist while gripping tight. Wrapping her waist made it easier to bear the strain with her arms. Yet danger still loomed. Lin Xi now floated like a kite, swaying in the midair wind. Hold on, curtains. Rain blurred her eyes. Life or death now depended on the quality of the curtains. Warning. Player health at 50. Half her life was gone right from the start. Hanging in midair, she drifted with the wind, surrounded by various objects tossed about. Shards of glass, furniture, shoes, clothes, even people. Without glancing at the virtual panel, Lin, she knew the first day's death rate in this round would be high. Several players from upper floors, swept out by the gale, clung to objects and flailed in the air. Those who had survived to this round were all somewhat capable. But even the capable struggled against such a brutal start. Health continued to drop. Lin, she gritted her teeth, searching for a landing spot. But the wind blew steadily in one direction, denying players any chance to approach the buildings. An hour passed, and Lin's health had fallen to 40. Her arms could no longer feel the texture of the window frame, only warm liquid trickling down her forearm. Just as she thought she might die here, the wind shifted. The gale no longer blew in a single direction, but swirled from all sides. Dizzy and disoriented, she spun in the air. Already lightheaded from blood loss, the tumbling nearly killed her. Lin, she bit her tongue to stay conscious. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her body was hurled toward a building by the wind. Large panes of glass shattered on impact. Lin, she crashed into a suite, adding new wounds. Her health instantly plummeted to 30. The gale still raged. The curtain wrapped around her waist tugged at her, pulling her back toward the open. Whoosh, crack, crack. Amid the roaring wind, Lin, she clearly heard the curtain slowly detaching from its rod, and she was already being dragged to the edge of the building. At this rate, if the curtain tore free just as she was swept, then there would be no chance of survival. The curtain couldn't be untied immediately. Lin's eyes were bloodshot. She didn't want to die. Another gust came, and the curtain left the rod. Lin Xi's body was dragged to the balcony's edge, her hands gripping the railing desperately. Her arms clung to the railing while her body and legs flailed in the air. I can't hold on. Lin Xi despaired. Too much blood, lost, her strength failing. She was going to die. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed, welcoming death. Slap. 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 The sound of slapping reached her ears. Lin Xi half opened her eyes. She saw the curtain around her waist had been blown to the railing and tangled there. The tangled curtain couldn't be blown away by the gale, though its end flapped wildly. She had a chance. Lin Xi's eyes lit up, her will to live rekindled. Adrenaline surged. In a brief lull of the wind, she seized the opportunity, pulling herself back to the balcony using the curtain. She lay flat on the balcony, limbs spread wide to maximize contact area and reduce wind resistance. The method worked. Though she still felt she might be swept away at any moment, she remained anchored. The wind continued, changing direction in cycles. Lin Xi stayed prone, and when the pull lessened, she quickly crawled into the building. She succeeded. Lin Xi had never been so disheveled. Pale-faced, she curled up in the corner where the balcony door met the wall. The wind howled through the windows and balcony, but could no longer sweep her away. Yet she was also trapped in this deadly corner for now. If she stepped out, the wind would drag her again. Health was down to 25, satiety a pitiful 40. A brutal start, no safe time to gather supplies. She had nothing usable. At this rate, he'll die anyway. Lin Xi scanned for an escape route, tearing strips from her clothes to bandage wounds. The wind would eventually stop, but her health wouldn't give her much time. Another half hour passed. The wind shifted to the opposite direction. Now Lin Xi's health was only 21 points. In 10 more minutes, she would die. She had only 10 minutes to save herself. During her time in the corner, she had observed her surroundings and realized this was a hotel suite. Since it was a suite, there should be supplies inside. She couldn't wait any longer. Taking advantage of the wind's direction not affecting this room, she began searching. The room looked empty, most items swept away by the gale. Only a few searchable spots remained. She dashed into the bathroom and found a first aid kit behind the mirror cabinet. Bandages, alcohol pads, elastic bandages, emergency, scissors, a rescue breathing mask. Standard hotel first aid kit. Lin Xi used everything immediately. Even in a virtual game, medical supplies restored health, which began to rise. It stopped at around 40. Supplies were limited and not all appropriate, but as long as it stayed above 20, she was satisfied. The bathroom had escaped the wind's destruction, so it held its usual supplies. Towels, bathrobes, toiletries. Without examining them closely, she stored everything in her inventory. After looting the bathroom, she rushed to the main room to search for useful items. Most of the living room had been blown away, leaving only a few custom cabinets. Lin Xi opened the cabinet doors. She found 2 bottles of water, 2 packs of instant noodles, and some toilet paper. She also took the bedding and linens from the bedroom into her inventory. Done searching, she sat down at the entrance hall. It was the safest spot in the suite. She opened a pack of instant noodles and ate them dry with the bottled water. Her satiety had dropped to 20 after all the exertion. Without replenishing food, she would suffer negative effects. The howling wind continued. Lin Xi didn't dawdle, quickly filling her stomach. A bottle of mineral water and a cup of instant noodles only increased her satiety by about 50 points. Looking at the remaining food, Lin Xi decided not to eat anymore. She had found only 2 items of food in the suite, and it was uncertain where the next meal would come from. After eating and drinking her fill, Lin Xi realized her body felt chilly. She had been too focused on survival to pay attention to her clothing. The clothes on her body had been torn into strips, and they were soaking wet. No wonder her health points had been steadily decreasing. The only thing in her inventory was the bathrobe she had scavenged, so she changed into it directly. She didn't discard her old clothes either, as resources were scarce, and keeping them might prove useful later. After all, her inventory space was empty anyway. Lin Xi's face flushed red as she used all her strength, but she still couldn't open the door. An invisible force pulled against the door as she tried several times, but it remained immovable. She didn't know the layout of this hotel, but under normal circumstances the door shouldn't lead directly to the outside. So either the door was stuck because of a peculiar design, or the outside was just beyond the door. Alternatively, the doors of other rooms or the corridor windows had been shattered by the hurricane, allowing the wind to enter the interior and create this pulling force. Whichever it was, the outcome was unfavorable for Lin Xi. She urgently needed to go out and search for supplies. But if it was the latter scenario, with the current wind force, stepping out would likely mean death. Death awaited whether she stayed or left. The only difference was that going out might offer a glimmer of hope. To slow the decline of her satiety, Lin Xi didn't keep pulling the door constantly. She tried once every half hour or so. The strenuous exercise rapidly depleted her satiety. Each time she glanced at the virtual panel, anxiety gnawed at her. She attempted to open the door again. Still a failure. This was her 13th attempt. Panting heavily, Lin Xi leaned against the back of the door, took out the remaining mineral water and instant noodles from her inventory. Her satiety had plummeted with each failed attempt. If she didn't replenish, soon the value would hit the critical point again. After eating, Lin Xi maintained the rhythm of trying the door every half hour. It wasn't until 10:00 p.m. when the system randomly distributed supplies that she stopped. 2 sandwiches, with meat, eggs, and bread. With food in hand, she felt less urgency to go out. Glancing at the satiety and health indicators on the virtual panel, she decided to sleep first. The hotel's power system had long failed, and combined with the weather, the room remained gloomy. At night it was pitch black, the howling wind outside being alone in the room. All of it was quite frightening. But Lin Xi was used to it and her heart was strong. Extreme physical exhaustion left no room for extra thoughts. The moment she decided to rest, she curled up behind the door and fell asleep. She slept until 8 the next morning. In her previous life on Blue Star, typhoons often ravaged the place. Ordinarily, the wind circle would have passed after a day and a night. But in this game, a full day and night had passed, and the wind was still blowing. Listening closely, the wind seemed even stronger. After sleeping, her health rose to 50, while satiety dropped to only 20. She took out a sandwich, raised satiety to 70, and immediately began a new round of door-opening attempts. She expected the door to remain stuck, but to her surprise it opened easily. As Lin Xi had guessed, the door and window of the opposite guest room had been destroyed, which was why she couldn't open it yesterday. Today the gale seemed to have shifted direction, so the pulling force on the door was gone. No matter what, being able to get out was what mattered. Without a room card, all guest room doors were locked, and she had no tools to break in. She could only search the public areas for useful supplies. Following the faintly lit signs, she quickly located the emergency staircase. Only then did Lin Xi realize she was on the 8th floor. That meant she had started on the 10th or 11th floor. Pushing these insignificant thoughts aside, she hurried down the stairs. The dark staircase with echoing footsteps made her heart race faster. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but the echo seemed to contain more than just her own footsteps. Soon she reached the 1st floor. As soon as she opened the door to the stairwell, the fierce wind yanked her out. She gripped the door handle tightly, but within 3 seconds she was airborne. Floating in the air for less than a second, her hand still outstretched was caught by a warm, large hand. Lin Xi looked up and saw a familiar face. Gu Ziqing, she called out. The wind was too loud, she didn't know if he heard her. Gu Ziqing held her with one hand, while gripping the heavy fire door with the other. The immense wind pressure made the veins on his hands bulge. If this continued, both of them would be in danger. Gu Ziqing pressed his lips together, staring at her resolutely. He spoke, but Lin Xi couldn't hear him. His lips seemed to form the words, "Hold on." Lin Xi wanted to reply that it wasn't about her holding on. It was him who needed to hold on. Suddenly Gu Ziqing let go of the door, using both hands to grasp Lin's eyes. Her eyes widened, and before she could speak, she saw another pair of large hands wrap around Gu Ziqing's waist. For the moment they were safe. But Lin Xi felt as if she were being torn apart by the opposing forces of the wind and Gu Ziqing's grip. Gu Ziqing noticed her pain. He tilted his head slightly and said something to the person behind him. In a flash, the hands around his waist were replaced by cloth strips. Then a figure emerged from behind the door. It was another familiar face, but this time devoid of its usual carefree. He wore a grim expression, staring fixedly at Lin Xi. Suddenly Lin Xi felt an immense weight pressing down on her, and her wind-tossed body landed on the ground. The violent wind only made her bathrobe rustle loudly, but it no longer affected her. Suppressing her shock, Lin Xi quickly regained her senses and strode back into the stairwell. Thump, thump, thump. Each step produced a loud sound. Lin Xi looked down at her feet. The floor tiles she walked on were all cracking. Lin Xi. So under Qiao Yuan's skill, she had become a true 1,000 weight. 1,000 kind of heavy, right? Soon Lin Xi returned to the stairwell. The first thing she did was close the door firmly. This door is truly sturdy and heavy. Lin Xi was blown away by the wind, yet the door remained steadfast. She was still examining the door when in the next moment, she was suddenly enveloped in warmth. Scare me to death. A trace of fear leaked from the low voice. Before Lin Xi could respond, someone hugged her from behind as well. With one in front and one behind, they almost squeezed the breath out of her. Hey, I just escaped death, and you want to kill me. Xiao Yuanzhou let go and said, I was just excited. Gu Ziqing was speechless that the moment he was hugged, his hair stood on end. Indeed, Xiao Yuanzhou had wrapped his arms around both of them. Skipping the sentimental part, the three sat on the stairwell waiting for the wind to stop. What are your skills? With the heavy feeling gone, Lin Xi finally asked. Having cleared so many games, she had never asked other players about their skills. This was the first time she had seen someone else's skill. Speaking of skills, Xiao Yuanzhou perked up. My skill is called 1,000 Gene. It can turn an object into 1,000 Gene heavy. It can be used once a day, and the cooldown resets every night at midnight. He had last used it the moment he entered the game yesterday. Because his body became heavy, he wasn't blown away by the wind, and calmly returned to the suite. He was probably the fastest among everyone to escape danger. Let me tell you, this skill is amazing. When fighting someone, if you turn their hair into 1,000 Gene, you can crush them to death. But it's a pity there's a cooldown. Lin Xi. With such an overpowered skill, if there were no cooldown, wouldn't he be the only one alive on the whole field? What about you? Lin Xi poked Gu Ziqing. This was the second time they were in the same server, and she still didn't know what his skill was. My skill is called see-through. Lin Xi, what kind of skill is that? From the name I can't guess at all. I know Xiao Yuanzhou interjected. Zicheng's skill can see through everyone's skills in the game and also estimate a player's probability of clearing the game based on their anomaly. Lin Xi, oh, no wonder he had directly approached her to cooperate back then. Lin Xi, so does that mean players can't hide information from you? Gu Zicheng paused then nodded, He hesitated because apart from Lin Xi none of the other players seemed to be hiding their identities. Their flamboyant hair colors one after another proclaimed their identities as players. The wind howled as if it had no intention of stopping. The three took stock of their supplies. Each of them had obtained different supplies. Food, water, and medicine. Because Xiao Yuan's his skill kept him safe in the early stage, he had looted all the supplies in his room. He didn't lack supplies. Lin Xi was the most severely injured among the three. They gave all the medicine to Lin Xi, and her health value was pulled up to 80. She had heard others talk about how great it felt to win without lifting a finger, but Lin Xi had never experienced it. This time she finally got a taste of it. It felt really good to have supplies without having to do anything. Keep everything, having it on us will hinder movement. Gu Zicheng handed her his backpack. Xiao Yuanzhou also passed his without hesitation. All to me. If I accidentally die, won't you be out of supplies? Lin Xi didn't take them, she pushed their backpacks back. You'd better keep them yourselves. Put any extras on me. Gu Zicheng frowned deeply, and Xiao Yuanzhou also looked disapproving. What are you talking about? With the two of us here, how could we let anything happen to you? Xiao Yuanzhou spoke with a hint of impatience. Even though his expression couldn't be seen in the dark stairwell, it was evident in his tone. Gu Zicheng's frown deepened. He looked at Xiao Yuanzhou, wariness deep in his eyes. All right, I'm warning you in advance. Don't blame me if you run out of supplies. Lin Xi put both backpacks into her space. The atmosphere among the three suddenly became silent. No one spoke again. Gu Zicheng shifted his position, moving closer to Lin Xi. He whispered, I want to sleep a bit, let me lean on you. Lin Xi naturally offered her shoulder, not even realizing that Gu Zicheng could have leaned against the wall. Familiar tone, natural gestures. Somehow Xiao Yuan's his just calmed emotions became restless again. Time passed amid the howling wind. The three sat on the stairwell, taking turns to rest. During this time some surviving players and NPCs came by. Seeing that there were three of them, those who came alone mostly left silently. Those who came in groups after almost being pulled away by the wind when they opened the door also chose to leave. Rather than waiting foolishly at the service desk, it was faster to forcibly break into other guest rooms to search for supplies. On the second day of the game, around 5:00 p.m., the wind direction changed again. The cloth strip Lin Xi had extended wasn't blown away, so she happily woke the other two. To be safe, they tied themselves together with a rope before opening the stairwell door. It wasn't yet dark outside, was merely dim, and everyone could see the situation on the first floor. The huge glass door on the first floor was long gone, leaving only a pile of glass shards. The greenery at the entrance and the ornaments nearby were all missing. The three arrived at the front desk. The service counter was completely empty. Things were either blown away or moved in advance. They started searching for supplies around the front desk. Soon they found the usual emergency candy under the POS machine. In the employee drawer, they found several packages containing meal replacement powder and clothes. In the lost and found cabinet, they found many snacks. These snacks and food were enough for the three of them to survive the first 3 days. Found it. What did you find that's so exciting? Lin Xi's voice made both of them turn their attention here. It's a master key card. With this card, we can open all guest room doors. Lin Xi explained. Besides the master key card, she also found a warehouse key. The three immediately went to look for the warehouse. This warehouse wasn't the hotel's main warehouse. It was a small one for storing front desk supplies. Inside, there were various small candies, drinking water, basic medicine, instant noodles, and more. The supplies were diverse, but not in large quantities. Lin Xi put everything into her space. As soon as the items disappeared, her sharp ears caught footsteps outside. Someone's coming. The other two immediately became alert. The footsteps grew closer. Hand over everything you have. There were about 10 of them, all wearing the same uniform, clearly NPCs in the game, also employees of the hotel. The three exchanged glances, acknowledging they were outmatched. Gu Zicheng stepped forward, shielding the two behind him. We have nothing. To show sincerity, they raised their hands. But the other party was not appeased. Take off your clothes. Who knows what you might be hiding? The leader's gaze swept over them. When his eyes fell on Lin Xi, his stare lingered noticeably longer. The impure scrutiny made Lin Xi deeply uncomfortable. Gu Zicheng and Xiao Yuanzhou shifted to completely conceal Lin Xi. Simultaneously, they rolled up their sleeves. Behind them, unseen, Lin Xi pulled a metal bar from her spatial storage. Their sleeve-rolling action did not escape the notice of the other side. The leader realized Gu Zicheng was not cooperating. With a wave of his hand, his men spread out, encircling the three. Brat, you're asking for trouble. Whether you strip or not is no longer up to you. Bang! Gu Zicheng kicked one of them flying. Thump! Xiao Yuanzhou knocked another down. Crack! Lin Xi bashed one's head. Their sudden assault and 3 cries of pain startled the others into hesitation. With 3 of them down, the encirclement had a gap. "You're asking for death," the leader roared, and the group surged forward. But the trio had already slipped through the opening. They weren't fools. Knowing they were weaker, they wouldn't fight Heaton. With mutual understanding, they dashed off in 3 different directions. Xiao Yuanzhou and Gu Ziqing headed toward the stairwells on either side, while Lin Xi darted into the first-floor lobby. The lobby was a large banquet hall, spacious inside. But due to the fierce wind, the tables and chairs were scattered haphazardly. As Lin Xi ran and she stumbled over, it was around 7 in the evening, and the already dim light had turned to complete darkness. In the pitch-black Lin, she didn't venture deeper. Instead, she crept quietly along the wall, stopping after a few minutes. She crouched down to rest. From the footsteps, she judged 2 pursuers were following. The moment they entered the hall, they tripped over the debris. Their cries of pain, tisk, quite pleasing to the ear. Having failed to catch her, and injured by the obstacles, the 2 cursed loudly near the entrance. Lin Xi lowered her breathing, waiting quietly for them to leave. Those men were tall and burly, likely the hotel. Confronting them directly had low odds of success and a high risk of injury. The supplies they'd found at the front desk and small storage room were only enough for 3 days of survival, without mishap. If they got injured or engaged in prolonged strenuous activity, those supplies wouldn't last 2 days. They still needed to find more. After waiting over half an hour, the footsteps gradually faded. The main issue was that the 2 men had no light source. They kept wandering near the entrance, bumping into things repeatedly. Fed up with getting hurt, they decided to wait at the door for Lin Xi to come out. Were they stupid? They discussed their plan loudly, completely unconcerned that the person inside could hear them. Suspecting a trap, Lin Xi didn't move. She leaned against the wall and waited another half hour. Then she began to edge along the wall again. She was very careful not to make a sound, and luckily she encountered no obstacles. In fact, aside from the entrance area, the deeper part of the banquet hall was undisturbed, probably because the entrance near the main door was affected by the wind. She walked on for what felt like an eternity. Finally, when her hand touched nothing but air, she let out a sigh of relief. A typical banquet hall has a main entrance for guests and a service entrance for waitstaff. This entrance is usually separate from the main one near the kitchen or similar areas. As expected, this hotel was no exception. Lin Xi didn't rush out. Even an outsider like her knew there were 2 entrances. The hotel staff surely knew too. Who knew if those 2 were waiting for her there? She pulled a metal bar from her spatial storage and tossed it out the door. The crisp sound echoed in the corridor, clear and loud. After a long wait with no footsteps or voices, Lin Xi finally dared to step out. She had found a flashlight in the small storage room, and it came in handy now. This corridor was intact, undamaged by the wind. Walking through it, even the sound of the wind diminished. The flashlight illuminated the directional signs and the hotel's floor plan. Following the floor plan, Lin Xi made her way to the hotel's main warehouse. The door was open, so she entered. Once inside, she understood why the group had been so concerned about the small storage room. The main warehouse was empty. Not a single scrap of food or drink remained. Lin Xi gazed at the bare shelves and walked quickly through the warehouse. In the end, she only found some alcohol, wax, and tableware. All inedible items, probably left behind for that reason. Storing them in her space, she searched for the freezer room according to the floor plan. The key was hanging by the door. She pushed open the heavy freezer door and shivered from the cold. Looks like the power hasn't been out long. If the power had been off for too long, the temperature inside would have matched the outside. She shone the flashlight around. The freezer was also empty. This is too abnormal. If the supplies had been moved out in advance, the staff wouldn't have stayed inside. Moreover, they had entered the game from the guest rooms, meaning there were many hotel guests. With so many people, why were all the storerooms empty? Could it be that the hotel staff had taken everything? Rummaging through the boxes, Lin Xi found a large bag of pre-made fried dough twists and a bag of steak. Both items were hidden under a pile of cardboard, either forgotten or deliberately stashed. Regardless, they were putting them into her space. Lin Xi returned to the banquet hall. It wasn't that she didn't want to take another route, but whenever she approached other passages, she felt a faint breeze. Having been blown away twice already, Lin Xi had no desire for a third experience. As she approached the banquet hall, Lin Xi switched off her flashlight. Retrieving a steel pipe from her spatial storage, she once again crept along the wall, her movements light and deliberate. She heard no sounds from within except the howling of the gale, not even the faintest breath of another person. Inch by inch, she shuffled forward. When she was nearly at the exit, Lin Xi employed the same trick, once more tossing a steel pipe toward the doorway. It was the very same pipe she had thrown before, retrieved and put to use again. The clatter of the pipe ceased, and there was no response from outside. The person beyond must have abandoned their ambush. Or perhaps they recalled that the venue had more than one exit and realized they could not trap her, thus leaving. Lin Xi exhaled in relief and tightened her grip on the steel pipe, preparing to emerge. The banquet hall was no place to linger. It was surrounded entirely by glass. Just because nothing had happened yet did not mean it would remain safe. With the current wind force, it was indeed a possibility. For safety, her best course was to find a guest room without windows and lie low. Lin Xi had taken only 2 steps when footsteps suddenly echoed from the doorway. She froze, holding her breath once more. The footsteps drew nearer, and from the sound there were still 2 people approaching. She instinctively clutched the steel pipe, but her palms were slick with sweat from nervousness, making her grip less firm. In her mind, she simulated the various scenarios she might face next. Thump, thump, thump. In the silent space, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat. It felt as if her heart was about to leap into her throat. Fear stemmed from a lack of power. If she had a gun in her hand right now, she would have charged out and fired rather than cowering like an ostrich. Lin Xi, are you still there? Her heart suddenly dropped back to its normal rhythm. I'm here, I'm coming out right now, she replied. The flashlight flickered on again, and she hurried toward the entrance. Are you alright? Even though the person was standing right before him, Gu Ziqing couldn't help asking. Are you injured? Xiao Yuanzhou was also quick to inquire. Lin Xi shook her head. I'm fine. What about you? We're fine too, Gu Ziqing said as he walked. During their time in the stairwell, they had made plans on how to escape and regroup should an emergency arise. That was why they coordinated so seamlessly. I went to the large warehouse and the freezer. The supplies there were entirely empty. There's something strange about this hotel, Lin Xi explained as she followed them. That's to be expected, Gu Ziqing said. The game only gives us 7 days. It won't leave much food and water in the scenario. In reality, it would be hard to imagine why all supplies had been cleared out, but in the game it made perfect sense. Reasonable, Lin Xi nodded. The 3 of them began climbing the stairs. They stopped only when they reached the 4th floor. The 1st and 2nd floors were dining areas. The 3rd floor was staff dormitories. The 4th floor housed guest rooms, the cheapest ones. Cheap rooms usually came with 2 drawbacks: small space and poor views. And right now they wanted rooms with poor views. A poor view meant fewer glass windows and doors, making it the ideal place to survive the violent wind. They had found a master key that could open any room. Fortunately, the first room they chose near the stairwell was unoccupied. It had 2 single beds, no balcony, and no windows, exactly the type they needed. The only drawback was that the bathroom was transparent. With 3 people, anyone needing to use it would feel awkward. It's okay, we can draw the curtain to block the view, Lin, she reassured herself. The 3 closed the door and began eating to replenish their energy. The day's frantic running had consumed an enormous amount of stamina. After eating, Lin, she told the 2 to sleep first while she processed the food. Using alcohol wax to heat the ingredients she had found in the freezer, she cooked and stored them in her space for later consumption. The room was small, so Lin, she went into the bathroom to cook. In extraordinary times, cooking in a bathroom was hardly a big deal, was it? While eating, Lin, she sorted through the supplies in her spatial storage. There was only 1 case of drinking water, enough for the 3 of them for about 3 days. Considering the rain outside and the high humidity, their water intake would be greater than usual, meaning the 3-day supply might only last 2 days. As for food, it was just enough for 3 people for 5 days. But that assumed the next 5 days would not involve such intense physical exertion as today. If energy expenditure remained high, food consumption would also rise. As she tallied, Lin, she felt the supplies were still insufficient. Water was lacking and they had no medicine. Both needed to be found. Food could be sought or not. The system randomly delivered supplies every day. Surely not all 3 of them would be so unlucky as to receive no food at all. Soon all the food was cooked. She tidied up the bathroom and changed into a set of clothes she had taken from the space. Clothes from the parcels she had found at the front desk earlier. They were new, unwashed clothes. In these special circumstances, skipping the wash was fine as she could endure it. After all, their bodies in the game were merely data. She took off the bathrobe and put on the top. The pants she had on were the torn ones she had been wearing when she entered. In the room, she had only found a bathrobe, not pants. She had feared that the strong wind might expose her, so she had put on the wet pants after opening the door. Now she had new pants, and finally she could change out of the soggy ones. The clothes were a bit large, but much more suitable than the bathrobe, and Lin, she was pleased. When she came out of the bathroom, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou were still asleep. Both were injured with low health values. Although they had used medicine, health values didn't always fully recover with medication alone. That was why Lin, she had insisted they sleep as soon as they found a room. Without severe wounds, resting after taking medicine could restore health. Since they were resting, Lin, she could not sleep. She had to keep watch, an unspoken agreement among comrades. Unable to sleep, she began to search the hotel rooms were required to provide certain basic amenities. In this room, she found 2 instant noodles, 2 bottles of water, a pile of toiletries, bathrobes, and towels. She put the food and drinks into her space, leaving the rest untouched. The small room was thoroughly turned over. Sitting on the chair, Lin, she waited for the 2 to wake up while pondering where else she could search for supplies. After waiting over 2 hours, the system delivered its daily supplies. This time she received medicine. The other 2 were also medications. The shortage of medicines had not been replenished because the detestable system had delivered Huoxiang Zhengqi oral liquid. Do you want to take a break as well, eh? Gu Ziqing and the other had already awakened and were dining on freshly baked steak and flour rolls. Let's scavenge for supplies first before resting. In the dead of night, people's vigilance was at its weakest, making it the perfect time to gather supplies and avoid many troubles. The group first checked the wind direction before deciding which rooms to scavenge. The universal key card could open any hotel room door except those occupied by people. They would block the doors of occupied rooms with objects. When encountering such situations, Lin Xi and her team would not press further, but instead move on to the next room. Even so, after more than 2 hours of scavenging, they had little to show for it. They had arrived too late. More than half of the rooms had been destroyed by the gale, their supplies nearly blown away, and what remained had been picked over. The rooms that had not been damaged by the wind were occupied by survivors. Many intact rooms had been vandalized. Thus, after much labor, the three had gained very little. Only 4 bottles of water, 4 packs of instant noodles, and a pile of band-aids and gauze. They stored the items in the space, then searched the cleaning room, and found many garbage bags. They took the bags to the fire hydrant, filled them with water from the tank, and returned to their room. The hotel had no water or electricity. If they holed up in the room, besides food and drink, water for daily use was also essential. If they still couldn't find enough water later, they could boil this water for drinking. The 3 returned to the room 8, and then one stood guard while the other 2 rested. Lin Xi slept until 10 in the morning on the 3rd day of the game. She was woken up simply because her 2 teammates' satiety levels had reached the critical point, and they were waiting for her to feed them. "Feed us first, then you can go back to sleep, okay?" Lin Xi. As if she were that domineering. She took out food for the 2, and after washing up she joined them. The windowless rooms still allowed the clear sound of the howling wind outside. The 2 said that during their watch no one had come to scavenge, and no footsteps had been heard in the corridor. "I just slept for a while, and the death toll has increased by another 100. Lin Xi clearly remembered that before sleeping she had seen about 500 survivors, but now after waking there were fewer than 400. Gu Ziqing and the others shook their heads. They had been in the room isolated from the outside. Gu Ziqing, the wind was strong last night. I suspect those people were blown away. Speaking of last night's wind, he searched for the right adjective. Around 2 in the morning the wind made the building sway. At first I thought it was an earthquake. At that time, he had even considered carrying Lin Xi and running. They were on a low floor, and even there the shaking was severe. It would only be worse on higher floors. From this one could infer the ferocity of the wind. Perhaps it was then that the powerful gusts killed some surviving players and NPCs. After all, the hotel had very few windowless rooms, which couldn't accommodate 500 people. They were likely staying in rooms with intact doors and windows. If those rooms encountered a typhoon of extreme force, even without opening the windows, the high pressure could easily burst them. Once a window burst, the people and items inside would be sucked out by the wind. Anyone with common sense would rather hide in the stairwell than stay in the room. After eating, the 3 prepared to go out and check the situation. Their supplies were in the space, so they weren't worried about their base being raided while they were away. The door won't open. As soon as Lin Xi reached for the door, she felt the pull from behind it. "Xiao Yuanzhou, it seems the window in the corridor is broken. No wonder we didn't hear footsteps last night. So anyone who came to this floor's corridor would be blown away. Who would dare come? Gu Ziqing, if we can't get out, so be it. This gives us some rest time." No one objected. Going out in this weather was suicide. With supplies in the space, Lin Xi preferred to stay in the room. If only this wind would last. Don't get your hopes up. The game's difficulty will only increase as time goes on. Gu Ziqing initially wanted to pat her head, but instead patted her shoulder. Lin Xi shrugged. She understood that. But constantly surviving through a series of disasters, she was tired. Couldn't she take a lazy break? The 2 men had kept watch all night, so Lin Xi voluntarily took the shift. She moved a chair to the door, doing nothing and unable to do anything. With this wind, no one would come to open the door. Even if they did, she would know immediately from behind the door. In the dark room, 3 steady breaths sounded. Having rested enough during the night, Lin Xi mostly dozed without falling asleep. She woke a few times to stretch her limbs and test the door to see if the wind had changed. Sleeping intermittently, she arrived at the 4th day of the game. The supplies consumed on the 3rd day were minimal, mostly rest, so food and water usage was only half of the previous day, and medicines even less. Lin Xi finally experienced what Gu Ziqing meant by the building shaking like an earthquake. It felt a bit like motion sickness. It was 8 in the morning. The other 2 were still asleep, so she took out food to eat first. But the moment she put the food in her mouth, dizziness and nausea struck. It was only then that she realized the building was swaying. The shaking lasted quite a while. After adapting, Lin Xi ignored the steak in her hand and immediately looked at the virtual panel. As she had expected, the number on the panel was dropping, but the decline was slow. It seemed that players who had survived multiple games had some skills. Shoving the cooled steak into her mouth, Lin Xi kept her eyes fixed on the virtual screen. Only when her satiety was full did she look away. "Could you get me one too?" Gu Ziqing had woken up at some point and stood before her. Awake. Lin Xi took out a steak and 2 flour rolls from the space and handed them to him. The shaking was too strong. "I couldn't sleep well, so I decided to get up." Gu Ziqing took the food and urged, "You should rest too. The 4th day might bring new changes. Conserving energy will help us face the challenges ahead." Lin Xi placed an extra breakfast on the table reserved for Xiao Yuanzhou. "He'll go to sleep now. You handle the—" Gu Ziqing nodded and softly replied, "Okay." Lin Xi slipped back into the still warm bed and fell asleep instantly. The best part of having reliable companions was that she could rest without worry. A sudden knock at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Jolted Lin Xi awake as Qiao Yuanzhou shook her. Wake up, someone's here. Lin Xi snapped back to reality, instinctively sweeping everything off the bed into her storage space. What do you want? Gu Ziqing deliberately raised his voice, making it sound more imposing. The person outside paused upon hearing a response, then resumed knocking with even greater intensity. Open up, or we'll break the door down. Hearing the reply, the three inside knew they had no choice but to open the door. That familiar voice. It was the same man who had clashed with them on the first floor 2 days ago. Lin Xi silently retrieved 3 steel pipes from her storage space and handed one to each companion. Why should we open just because you say so? That would be embarrassing. Qiao Yuanzhou pressed his fingers against his throat, altering his voice slightly. He hoped to make the outsiders think there was more than one person inside discouraging them. Kid, don't be ungrateful. The man outside grew impatient. Chop the door down. The 3 inside frowned. They even brought weapons. This was getting tricky. Lin Xi cleared her throat, stepped behind the door, and softened her voice to a sweet tone. Big brother, don't be so angry. They'll open the door right away. Please don't damage it. We still need this room to rest. Her words had an unknown effect on those outside, but it softened her voice to a sweet tone. Big brother, don't be so angry. They'll open the door. Lin Xi nudged the 2 dazed men, gestured, and after they nodded, she called out again. Big brother, give me a moment. It's too dark in here. I can't find the lock. Hurry up, don't try to stall. The man outside urged, but his voice had dropped a few notches. Clearly Lin Xi's sweet talk had worked on him. Coming, don't rush, big brother. Lin Xi deliberately made some noise before opening the door. Only a crack, just wide enough for one person to enter. She stood behind the door a little distance away. A beam of strong light shone in, making her squint. It's you, the man outside exclaimed. Where are your 2 companions? Not hiding to ambush us, are they? Lin Xi lowered her head, one hand behind her back, the other twisting the hem of her clothes, and said pitifully, They're injured, and have been bedridden these past few days. Her voice trembled with tears, and the opposite party was almost convinced. Of course, it wasn't just her words that made them believe Gu Ziqing and the others were seriously ill. It was because 2 days ago it was their group that had beaten them up. They knew exactly how badly Gu Ziqing and Big brother, do you have any medicine or food? Please give some to my brother and me. Without them they'll die. Lin Xi stepped back. We're so pitiful. Can you help us? If you do ill. She didn't finish the sentence, only glanced up at the man, then quickly looked down again, sidestepping further back. Lin Xi's face was outstanding, whether on Earth or in the interstellar realm. With recent exercise and added weight, her figure was no longer bony, enhancing her looks even more. The man took the bait. Fine, since you're so pitiful, we brothers will help you out. He turned to reassure the others, gesturing for them to wait while he entered the room alone. As he stepped in, Lin Xi retreated to the door and closed it, saying loudly, Too many people make me shy. Her voice was still sweet, but her expression remained calm. The man's flashlight followed Lin Xi's movements, completely missing the fact that the 2 men inside were standing, not lying in bed as she claimed. The moment the door shut, the 2 men, already prepared, struck the man with their pipes. He collapsed without a sound. One blow wasn't enough. They struck again. Some pent-up anger seemed to be. Lin Xi didn't watch the fight. She took a bathrobe from her storage space, put it on, let down her hair, and rolled up. She picked up the flashlight from the floor, checked her reflection, then deliberately tousled her hair. Clearing her throat again, she called to the 2. Keep going, or take a break. Qiao Yuanzhou said irritably, I want to go out and fight directly. Using a woman's seduction to win felt humiliating. No life is more precious. It's just acting, Lin Xi said nonchalantly. But Gu Ziqing sided with Qiao Yuanzhou. Even acting is too much. It makes me feel sorry for you. He felt frustrated too. But a heated fight would get you hurt. The 2 ignored her and walked to the door. As soon as the door opened, voices from outside were heard. Seriously. Brother Chong only went in a moment ago and already opened up. Tisk, with such a pretty girl, I'd be quick too. Without the flashlight, the outsiders couldn't see inside. Hearing the door open, they crowded forward. The door was wide open and the first 2 entered easily. The others tried to follow, but Lin Xi quickly shut the door. If too many came in at once, they would surely lose. The 2 men were still muttering crude remarks when Gu Ziqing and Qiao Yuanzhou struck them down. How many are left outside? When the door was open, only Lin Xi had seen the full situation. The 2 men didn't know. 4 more. Lin Xi didn't hide it. Previously there were 4, but over the past 2 days the other side might have lost 3 or left 3 to guard their base. In any case, only 7 had come. 4. Gu Ziqing tapped his steel pipe, then turned to Qiao Yuanzhou. 2 each. Let's go. The 2 of them set off without hesitation, and Lin Xi quickly followed. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of the 4 people outside. Changgu and Xiaolong, why are they so fast? Have they been using the 5-fingered maiden too much, getting weak? The moment the door sounded, someone immediately teased. But only he was the one without a brain. The other 3 felt their hearts tighten and assumed defensive postures. Clearly such speed was abnormal. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou took the lead, and Lin Xi was not slow either. As soon as she came out, she immediately turned on the flashlight she had taken from Changguo. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared in the darkness, shining directly into their eyes. Even with prior preparation, they couldn't help but instinctively shield their eyes. Gu Ziqing and Gu Yuanzhou insisted on acting, and without a word while the others hadn't yet reacted, they first knocked down the two nearest, then swung their steel pipes at the two still standing. Crack, crack. The force of the blows was great. Lin Xi heard the sound of bones breaking. The two who had been knocked down immediately sprang up and attacked Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. Lin Xi threw the flashlight away and smashed her steel pipe onto the top of one person's head. Bang! Bang! Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou were not slow either. The two who had just stood up fell instantly. Are they dead? Lin Xi asked, panting heavily. Dead. Gu Ziqing kicked the person beneath him, and only after seeing no response did he go to the other side. There were still two people alive over there. The two whose legs had been broken by the steel pipes upon hearing the news of their companions' deaths forgot their pain and screams. They were dragging their broken legs backward. They couldn't believe that these three people actually dared to kill. Although they had been robbing people these past few days relying on their numbers, they only beat people, not killed them. The dead hadn't died at their hands after all. In the previous 30 or 40 years they had lived in a peaceful country. Killing wasn't yet on the agenda. That bottom line still existed. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou strode over, not giving them a chance to live. Two terrified screams rang out, then immediately fell silent. Lin Xi was seeing this side of them for the first time and felt a hint of unfamiliarity. Someone's coming. Lin Xi shook off the feeling of strangeness and immediately alerted the two. The three tightened their grip on their steel pipes, their eyes fixed on the direction of the staircase. The chaotic footsteps grew louder, and soon several figures emerged from the staircase entrance. Lin Xi's flashlight pointed at the staircase, and the other side was also prepared, holding flashlights as they came out. Go ahead, we're just passing through. Seeing the motionless bodies on the ground, those people instinctively swallowed, then darted straight down to the next floor. Lin Xi and the other two didn't move. They waited until the group disappeared before breathing a sigh of relief. But perhaps they sighed too early. The chaotic footsteps faded, but soon the sound grew louder again. They've come back. The three raised their steel bars, waiting for the group to reappear. As soon as the group came up, they saw Lin Xi and the others' stance, and were so scared they almost tumbled down the stairs. Fortunately, the person behind was quick and caught him, preventing a stampede. The same person spoke again, but this time with a sobbing, trembling voice. The first floor is flooded. We're going upstairs. We didn't mean to. Seeing Lin Xi and the others didn't move, that person darted upstairs. The sound of his footsteps, thump, 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 was fast and urgent, as if he was afraid that if he ran too slowly he would end up lying down. The number of surviving NPCs this time is quite large, Xiao Yuanzhou said, watching the disappearing figures. Lin Xi, that's normal. According to common logic, the people who stayed here should have received the relevant information early. Generally, when natural disasters occur, there is usually some warning. As long as one prepares in advance, the survival rate can be greatly increased. Players like them who were kite as soon as they entered have a high mortality rate. The three didn't want to move yet, so after a short rest they began to deal with the bodies. Burning was not an option. The best method was to simply throw the bodies out the window, letting them drift away with the water. Simple and straightforward. The commotion they made was quite loud, yet aside from the group of NPCs that had accidentally wandered in earlier, no one else came out to check. The wind stopped. Not changing direction, but completely ceasing. Lin Xi leaned against the hallway window and looked outside. Under the dim sky, only the murky water could be seen. Beyond a certain distance, nothing was visible. Their location was like an isolated island in a vast ocean. Is this the rhythm of locking players in and making them plunder each other within the hotel? So the first 3 days are about surviving the natural disaster, and the last 4 days are a resource war, right? Should we change rooms? Gu Ziqing came over to ask for opinions. Since the gale had stopped, they didn't need to stay cooped up in the dark little room. Most importantly, 3 disgusting men had died in the room, and Gu Ziqing considered it bad luck. Let's wait a bit longer and see if the weather changes, Lin Xi said after thinking. The 3 of them had lunch and dinner. After eating and drinking their fill, the 3 began to choose rooms. The doors of many rooms had already been broken by other survivors, and those that weren't broken were occupied by people. After searching around, they found a suite on the top floor. The suite had been ravaged by the gale and then looted by survivors, leaving it broken and messy. But fortunately, one room in the suite had intact windows and doors, and the 3 agreed they could stay there. Having a window with light coming in was much better than a pitch-black small room. They cleaned up a bit, installed a makeshift door at the entrance of the suite, secured it with tables and cabinets, and then moved in. The gale had stopped, but the rain from the sky hadn't ceased. Listening to the rain during leisure time is a pleasure, but in the apocalypse it only adds to the irritation. Today's exercise was excessive. Aside from the person on duty, the rest went to sleep. During their rest time, on the 6th floor of the hotel, the surviving NPCs had gathered there. After encountering Lin Xi and her group killing people at the stairs, they subconsciously paid attention to their every move. Knowing that Lin Xi and her group were staying on the top floor, about a dozen people gathered to discuss how to obtain supplies. Those 3 people are killers who I don't want to die yet. Immediately someone stood up and expressed his opinion. The other NPCs also expressed that they didn't want to face Lin Xi's group. Even if they had a numerical advantage, they didn't dare to go. Originally, the NPCs were divided into 2 factions. One mainly consisted of hotel staff, and the other mainly of hotel guests. The hotel employees had seized the advantage, claiming almost all the resources. The tourists, initially acting on their own, suddenly noticed that the hotel now teemed with a multitude of colorful-haired visitors. Thus, the tourists with entirely black hair, the NPCs, banded together. Those with vibrant hair colors they dared not provoke from the start, and indeed they had not been provoked in return. Only the hotel employees pursued and plundered them. Familiar with the hotel's layout, and armed with basic weapons, they held the upper hand. The scattered NPC tourists could only suffer under the hotel employees' bullying. Finally, a leader emerged, rallying resistance against the employees, forcing them to think twice before provoking them. As the gale subsided, unable to contain themselves any longer, they all rushed downstairs to scavenge for supplies. There they witnessed the scene of Lin Xi and the others killing someone. They could steel themselves for a fight, but when it came to murder, they were incapable. "Don't we know that?" the leader said irritably. "Besides them, aren't there others around? With so many choices, I'm not foolish enough to stubbornly confront murderers." After a long whispered discussion among the dozen or so, they finally settled on a target. It wasn't that they were heartless enough to rob others, but they had been starving for 2 days. Without food, they would die. They had hoped to stockpile enough supplies before the typhoon to safely weather these days. Yet the typhoon's fury was so immense that all their supplies were blown away. Surviving the storm was already a stroke of sheer luck. Gu Zicheng took the first watch of the night. Without the howling wind, the hotel's quiet was eerie. Suddenly, in the dead silence, other sounds emerged. Voices, footsteps, collisions. Gu Zicheng rose and walked to the nearest window. The cacophony grew clearer. He immediately turned back to the room to wait. Xiao Yuanzhou. A fight downstairs. Xiao Yuanzhou listened for a moment and understood. "They'll keep watch, you go sleep. It might reach us later." No one had rested during the day. He had called Xiao Yuanzhou up to ensure a quick power nap, so they would be alert for any sudden crisis. Entering the room and closing the door tightly, the noise faded by half. Gu Zicheng glanced at Lin Xi, who was fast asleep nearby, before lying down in his own spot. He stayed there until dawn, the 5th day of the game, without Xiao Yuanzhou waking him. Opening his eyes, he instinctively looked toward that direction and saw the empty bed. Gu Zicheng snapped awake instantly. "Lin Xi." He jumped up, his voice urgent. "What's wrong?" came a voice from outside the room. "Hungry." Before Gu Zicheng could answer, Lin Xi took food from her space and handed it to him. "Eat, or you'll starve in the game." He had slept long, so his satiety must be very low. Gu Zicheng accepted the food, glanced at the girl before him, and silently sat aside to eat. Xiao Yuanzhou yawned as he passed by. "Too tired. He'll sleep first. Ask Lin Xi anything you want to know." Gu Zicheng nodded. Lin Xi pulled a chair over and recounted the previous night's events while he ate. She had heard it from Xiao Yuanzhou that morning. Last night had been lively downstairs, but much ado about nothing. After a whole night of commotion, not a single person had died. No deaths last night, but many injured. Lin Xi showed him the virtual screen. The hotel now held fewer than 200 people, nearly 100 fewer than the previous night. No one had died during the night, but the deaths occurred today. The NPCs suffered the most, casualties now reduced to single digits. With so few people, I suppose there won't be more fights over resources, right? Lin Xi propped her chin and said listlessly. A beautiful face is always a pleasure to behold. Even eating seemed more appetizing beside her. Now that only players remain, resource grabbing should cease, Gu Zicheng said, wiping his mouth. Players still get random daily supplies. If they just lie low, they'll have enough until the game ends. Having survived to the 5th day, they certainly had some resources left. They wouldn't fight over them. Players should have enough self-awareness. If not resource conflicts, then the remaining days would surely bring other challenges. No one knew what they would be. Either natural disasters or man-made calamities. They would just have to wait and see. The rain never ceased. Looking down from the window, the water level had risen noticeably. Look, are there many corpses floating on the surface? The distance was too great for Lin Xi to see clearly. Besides, the water was cluttered with debris, making it hard to distinguish bodies. Too far, I can't tell. Gu Zicheng shook his head. The rain also obstructs the view. Lin Xi stared at the floating objects, especially the human-shaped ones, and a sense of dread crept over her. This premonition was confirmed at noon. At midday, the incessant rain suddenly stopped. The sun hung high, brightening the gloomy sky, and the temperature shot up. Taking off the bathrobe draped over her, Lin Xi sniffed. It stinks. The words had barely left her mouth when a thought flashed through her mind. Quick, put on masks and close the windows. She put on a mask herself and handed one to Gu Zicheng. After pulling him into the room, she took out another mask and placed it on the sleeping Xiao Yuanzhou. Feeling the movement on his face, Qiao Yuanzhou snapped his eyes open. His sharp gaze swept over, seeing it was Lin Xi. His expression softened, and he slowly closed his eyes again. Unaware that he had woken Lin Xi after putting the mask on him, turned to close the windows and doors. Gu Ziqing shut the door. What did you find? Those are corpses on the water. There's already a stench of decay. I suspect the challenge for the next 2 days will revolve around those bodies. Just the smell alone would be a severe ordeal. Not to mention the chain of consequences from decomposition. Pathogens would breed mosquitoes and rats would multiply, bringing diseases like dengue and cholera, and the rotting corpses would release toxic gases. Prolonged exposure would cause poisoning. In the face of such a mass of corpses, the best course was to evacuate quickly. But the water level downstairs made it impossible to leave. This game system wanted them to stay in the hotel, not venture outside. Gu Ziqing realized the gravity of the situation. They'll look for something to seal the outside doors and windows. Wait in the room. They'll go with you. Lin Xi woke Qiao Yuanzhou. With fewer survivors, their safety margin increased, but they still couldn't rule out the possibility of someone with peculiar tastes coming by. Leaving Qiao Yuanzhou alone to sleep in the room was unsafe. He was very drowsy and took a while to respond after being roused. By the time he came to his senses, the two had already left the room. They had searched the rooms in this building many times and had a good idea of what each room contained. The two quickly entered those rooms, collecting curtains, trash bags, tea bags. These were supplies they had previously overlooked, but now Lin Xi stowed them all into her spatial storage. They made no attempt to conceal their actions. Some players recognized Gu Ziqing and boldly approached to ask why. Just look downstairs. Gu Ziqing merely pointed outside the window. Those players were not fools. Seeing the dense mass of corpses floating on the water below, they immediately understood what was happening. Thanks. The Inquirer thanked him and hurried back to his team. Within 10 minutes, all surviving players began moving upstairs. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing stopped once they had gathered enough supplies. The remaining players were not opponents worth going to extremes over. In the game, corpses decayed many times faster than in reality. In just the hour or so they spent scavenging, the stench of rotting flesh became overwhelming, penetrating even their masks. Back upstairs, Lin Xi took everything out of her spatial storage. They were now on the top floor, far from direct contact with the corpses, making it the safest area for the moment. The next step was to seal off the suite from the environment. They used tape, wet towels, and plastic sheeting to cover doors and windows, reducing the stench and preventing insect intrusion. The three first reinforced the rooms with doors and windows, then moved to the main hall. The same procedure was applied, but since the hall lacked doors and glass, the isolation was far less effective. Lin Xi's idea was that the hall could serve as an activity area while also functioning as a ventilation point. The room's doors and windows were sealed tight, and without airflow they would suffocate. Opening the vents directly would let in the stench and attract flies and mosquitoes. The hall could act as a buffer zone. The windows there were covered with curtains, allowing air in while reducing odor and blocking insects. The windows were large. The three first fixed the curtains to the walls, then covered most of the curtains with plastic sheeting, trash bags, reducing the size of the ventilation openings. Wearing bathrobes, they went downstairs again to find combustible wood. This wood could be turned into activated charcoal and placed at the vents as simple filters. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Damn, how can the game progress so fast? Qiao Yuanzhou yelled, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. The decay of corpses and the appearance of flies seemed to require no time at all. Go leave it, Gu Ziqing urged. The three began sprinting up the stairs, encountering many other players also desperately climbing upward. Soon, panting heavily, they reached the suite and closed the makeshift door, finally relaxing. They had moved quickly, and the flies hadn't followed. They'll make the activated charcoal. You two go wash up first. Lin Xi filled the bathtub in the bathroom with water for them and went to another room herself. That room had only a curtain fixed, so ventilation was excellent. Making activated charcoal would take 3 to 5 hours. Batch production meant a few hours of busy work. Gu Ziqing and Qiao Yuanzhou finished washing. Qiao Yuanzhou was too tired and went to rest first. Teach me, then you can go wash. Gu Ziqing walked over, towel drying his hair. He casually wiped his hair with the towel, damp strands falling over his forehead, water droplets clinging to the tips, adding a touch of lazy tenderness to his usual demeanor. Unreal beauty. What did you say? Nothing. Come, I'll teach you. Lin Xi forced a smile to hide her embarrassment. How had she let that slip out? In truth, there wasn't much to do. Just watch the fire for now. Handing the task to Gu Ziqing, Lin Xi went into the bathroom to wash. When they'd gone down to collect supplies, they had been immersed in the foul odor. Without a shower and change of clothes, the stench seemed to linger around their noses. After washing, she discarded the clothes and mask she had worn, replacing them with a fresh bathrobe. After draining the water, she sealed all the bathroom drains, not opening them unless the bathroom was in use. 3 hours later, the activated charcoal was ready. They brought the charcoal to the hall and closed the door of the room where it was made. Eat something. With everything done, it was time to eat and drink. Okay. Qiao Yuanzhou was still fast asleep. The two sat on the floor eating warm steak and instant noodles. The hot water for the noodles had been boiled while making the charcoal. After eating and drinking, the two entered the room together. She still had a curtain in her spatial storage. Lin Xi thought for a moment and fixed it over the doorframe. This feels more secure. They wouldn't close the door unless necessary since no air would come in. But leaving it open felt unsafe. What if the curtain they'd fixed over the hall window came loose? The players were all hiding in their own rooms, so the three didn't take shifts. Instead, they placed glass bottles behind the door. If the main door was pushed open, the bottles would shatter, waking them immediately. Just as she lay down, Lin, she felt a gaze lingering on her. She immediately opened her eyes. What? Scaring someone to death is a real thing, you know. Rubbing his sore chin, Xiao Yuanzhou complained, "You ate without calling me." Lin Xi took out warm steak and steamed rolls from her spatial storage and handed them to him. Xiao Yuanzhou didn't take them, looking at her with a resentful gaze. "I want instant noodles. You both had some, but I didn't." Lin Xi. Luckily, she had hot water in her spatial storage, so she could make instant noodles right away. Delicious. With the noodles in hand, Xiao Yuanzhou buried himself in eating. The dry version was already tasty, but the soaked version was even better. Seeing him enjoy it so much, Lin, she made another cup and set it aside. Turning around, she bumped into a warm, solid wall. "Why are you up too?" Lin, she rubbed her slightly sore forehead and asked, "Do you want another cup of instant noodles?" Having seen how much people from the Interstellar era loved Earth's junk food, she asked without thinking. Gu Ziqing shook his head. "I want it, but I can't eat anymore." Lin, she understood. His mouth craved it, but his stomach couldn't hold more. "Then just smell it from the side." "I'm going to rest now." Gu Ziqing. "Go ahead. It stinks." Lin, she immediately took out a mask from her space and put it on. She hadn't worn a mask while sleeping, never expecting to be woken up by such a foul odor. The other two also woke up. They put on masks, opened the cloth covering the door, and walked out. "How did this curtain fall off?" Xiao Yuanzhou exclaimed, immediately stepping forward to pick up the cloth. Gu Ziqing came to help, and together they quickly nailed the cloth back over the window. No one knew when the cloth had fallen off, but it must have been during their sleep. Fortunately, it was nighttime when the temperature was slightly lower and the activity of mosquitoes and flies was not high, otherwise the entire hall would have been swarmed by them by now. Although it wasn't completely swarmed, there were still many mosquitoes and flies in the air and on the walls. "Xiao Yuanzhou, don't roll up your sleeves. There are so many insects." Lin, she quickly reminded him. The two soon finished fixing the curtain, but the air was still thick with a heavy stench. Lin, she promptly took out all the activated carbon from her space. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou went to check if the curtains in other rooms were damaged. Meanwhile, Lin, she began to eliminate the mosquitoes and flies. Using a simple wooden board, she started slapping, and a multitude of lives vanished amid the sound of slap, slap, slap. On the morning of the 6th day of the game, the three of them worked hard for half a day before finally taking a break. "Let's go into the room to eat. The hall still smells too strong." After washing her hands, Lin, she called to the other two. They said they still wanted instant noodles, so Lin, she prepared them first. The stench was so intense that even inside the room it was still detectable. Lin, she remarked that no matter how delicious the food, it smelled foul in this environment. After eating, she immediately put on her mask, and the other two also put on theirs after cleaning up the kitchen waste. "I'm so bored. Let's play some games." Lin, she took out a deck of cards from her space which she had found in a room. Besides these, there were also some tea bags forgotten in a corner of her space. She took them all out, opened them, and placed them aside. The foul smell in the air was gradually masked by the fragrance of tea, finally giving their noses a respite. "How do you play this?" Xiao Yuanzhou immediately leaned in. Gu Ziqing also moved closer. "With 3 people we can play Do Di Zhu." Lin, she explained the rules once, and the two understood immediately, quickly getting into the mood. They played for 2 hours. Another round. Xiao Yuanzhou was hooked and urged them to continue. Lin, she was tired and leaned against the edge of the bed. "Let's take a break." The death count has dropped by 1/3. In the game, everyone would occasionally check the virtual screen. In just about 2 hours, the number had decreased by 1/3. The death count has dropped by 1/3. In the game, everyone would occasionally check the virtual screen. In just about 2 hours, the number had decreased by 1/3. While they were looking at the virtual screen, the number of survivors decreased by 1 more. Gu Ziqing stood up. "He'll check the doors and windows again." If the number plummeted, their danger level would also increase significantly. One from the inherent dangers of the apocalypse, and another from other players. At such times, they had to be wary of players who might try to drag others down with them before dying. Lin, she also got up, and as soon as they stepped into the hall, all 3 frowned. A buzzing sound surrounded their ears. Through the cloth on the window, looking out revealed only darkness. Almost all indoor light was blocked. From the occasional tremors of the cloth, one could tell the number of mosquitoes and flies was extraordinary. The 3 moved everything movable to block the door and checked whether all the curtains were securely fastened. "Let's go to the room. Don't leave unless necessary." Xiao Yuanzhou clapped his hands. Just 1 curtain apart, the air in the room was completely different from that in the hall. The stench of decay clung to their noses, and no amount of time could make them get used to it. Back in the room, they lost their playful mood. Lin Xi went to the window in the room. Perhaps due to the material, there were few mosquitoes on the glass, so the light and view were not obstructed. Looking down from above, the water was still there, and the bodies floating on it remained. Because of the submersion and high temperature, the number of corpses below seemed more than double compared to before. It was nauseating to look at. With a swish, she closed the curtain and no longer gazed outside. Only one day left. Just a little more perseverance, and they would clear the game. The three began their rotation of rest again. Steel pipes were taken out from the space, ensuring each person had a weapon to deal with any enemies from Turkey. Time passed slowly, yet the death toll skyrocketed sharply within just a few hours. After a day of calm, they finally heard sounds other than the buzzing of insects from upstairs. Downstairs was bustling, and their hearts tightened. There were still 16 hours until the game ended. Extreme players had appeared, someone infected with the virus taking others down with them just before dying. The motto was, "If I can't survive, no one else should." Rest while you can, Gu Zicheng said with pursed lips. Lin Xi took out the instant noodles from her space and distributed them to the other two. If a big melee was coming, keeping food on oneself would make the other two unsafe. Judging by what those people downstairs are saying, this virus spreads fast. We need to protect ourselves. Lin Xi found all the protective gear she could. The game was short, and the plot changed rapidly. They had never heard of a virus becoming life-threatening within 1 or 2 hours of infection. Without hazmat suits, they improvised protective outfits using garbage bags and tape. Wear them under your clothes. They're easy to tear off on the outside, Gu Zicheng suggested. The plastic felt uncomfortable against the skin, but they endured it for safety. The screams from downstairs paused for a while, then started again. Each screams and signified a decrease in survivors. Sometimes only one, sometimes several. Gu Zicheng listened for about 5 hours before Qiao Yuanzhou came to take over. We've made it through 5 hours safely. Hope the remaining 11 hours are just as safe. Gu Zicheng rubbed his temples. Staying highly alert was exhausting. Get up, something's wrong. Lin Xi heard the sound and immediately got out of bed, the steel pipe beside her already in her hand as she stood up. There were 6 hours left until the game ended. At that moment, the door to the hall was being pounded loudly. The items stacked behind it were shaking from the impact. Qiao Yuanzhou stood behind the door listening to the commotion outside while preparing to strike down anyone. The door wouldn't open for now. Lin Xi checked her protective gear and found a spot to stand. A battle was about. Bang! A loud crash. It wasn't the front door collapsing. Lin Xi guessed it was the person outside who had fallen, because after the crash the pounding on the door ceased. The three exchanged glances. Lin Xi said, "It seems he's dead. You two rest for a while, and we'll keep watch here." Both of them had been on duty last night, so she was the only one in good spirits, and it was just her turn to keep watch. Gu Zicheng and Xiao Yuanzhou did not immediately enter the room. They waited for a while until they were certain there was no sound outside before going in. Lin Xi sat behind the door for a long time without any movement, then got up to check the windows and doors. After a full inspection, finding nothing amiss, she returned to her spot behind the door. The smell is too strong, isn't it? The tea bags were gone, but there were still plenty of toiletries. Lin Xi took out the most fragrant bottle of shower gel, poured it into water, and then sprinkled the water on the floor. The smell in the air was no longer so nauseating as she felt she could endure a little longer outside the room. An hour later, Lin Xi declared she couldn't stand it anymore. The nauseating odor was growing stronger, not as if it were drifting from afar, but rather emanating from right beside her. Beside me? Lin Xi shot to her feet, finally realizing. Of course it was coming from right beside her. There was a corpse just a wall away. At that thought, Lin Xi couldn't sit still. She quickly stood up and instinctively glanced at the door. Through the crack a strange liquid was seeping in. Lin Xi. Ugh. She dry-heaved several times in a row, unable to bear it any longer, and ran back into the room. Her commotion woke Gu Zicheng. What's wrong? He came over and patted her back to ease her discomfort. Corpse fluid. Corpse fluid is seeping in. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Lin Xi replied. Then don't go out. There are only a few hours left until the game ends. At worst, we'll spend the rest of the time fighting. Gu Zicheng comforted her. There were less than 4 hours remaining in the game. 4 hours of high-intensity combat shouldn't be a problem for them. Of course, that was assuming they came out on top. That shouldn't be a problem. There were fewer than 50 players still alive. It was impossible for all of them to gang up on the 3 of them. Even in the worst-case scenario, if at most 1/10 of them attacked, that would be only about 5 people. And usually players who made such decisions were on the verge of death, so their combat effectiveness wouldn't be high. Lin Xi nodded, her spirits suddenly deflated. Another hour passed. No one came to cause trouble during that hour, but the stench of the corpse outside grew even stronger. Even Xiao Yuanzhou, who was asleep, was awakened by the stench. This smell wasn't something one could get used to by enduring it. It was too foul, a physiological revulsion they couldn't suppress. Dry heaves echoed intermittently in the room. Ugh, this apocalypse game. Ugh, can't it be less torturous every time? Xiao Yuanzhou wanted to curse. Vomiting was contagious. Even though he had held it in, hearing the retching sounds beside him triggered the urge again. No, this won't do. Lin Xi directly closed the door and took out all the fragrant items in the space. Half an hour later the stench was finally suppressed. It wasn't a good solution. Closing the door would consume the air in the room. But if they kept vomiting they'd go mad. First stop the vomiting. The three sighed in relief and collapsed onto the large bed. Qiao Yuanzhou, we're alive, we're alive. Bang bang bang. Gu Ziqing gave him a helpless look, shut your crow's mouth. Bang bang bang. The knocking outside continued. The three still lay on the bed, unwilling to move. After all, the door wouldn't be broken down anytime soon. The things blocking it weren't just for show. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes of knocking, a loud crash followed, and then silence. Another one dead. Lin Xi sighed. Dead or not, they died right at their doorstep. They didn't drag them down, but they would stink them to death. Gu Ziqing, 2 more hours. Just bear with it. Lin Xi felt it was hard to breathe, whether from wearing the mask too long or from the room being stuffy. I feel a bit dizzy. How about you? Lin Xi asked. I'm dizzy too. Me too. So it was oxygen deprivation. Lin Xi prepared to open the door, but then turned to the window and opened it. She only opened it a crack, not daring to open it wider for fear of flies. Stinky. She had thought opening the window would lessen the smell, but it was still appallingly foul. Closing the window, Lin Xi turned and opened the door. Since it was stinking anyway, opening the window would just invite mosquitoes. This time with ventilation, the three didn't vomit. They were prepared, wearing 2 layers of masks. Between the 2 layers of masks, they had sandwich tea bags. Buzz buzz. As soon as the door opened, Lin Xi heard the sound of flies. They could hear them inside the room too, but not as clearly. Soon they guessed the reason. On the cloth covering the door was a dense swarm. The hall had been taken over by them, and the entry point, they guessed, was the windows had been reinforced and the cloth on them wouldn't be blown off by the wind. But the front door had just been battered by players, though it hadn't been knocked down, it had probably been forced open a crack. Stay away, it's filthy. Gu Ziqing pulled her back to the bed. As he did, he noticed something wrong. You have a fever. Lin Xi touched her forehead. No, I don't think so. I don't feel it. Except for a little difficulty breathing, she didn't feel unwell. Qiao Yuanzhou came over. 100% fever. Your face is so red. Look for some fever medicine. Don't let yourself die in the last 2 hours of the game. Without needing urging Lin, she had already taken out the medicine. She found the antipyretic and swallowed it. It doesn't seem to be working. Lin, she felt dizzy. It was only then that she realized she was truly sick. My health is dropping steadily. It dropped about 1 point per minute. At this rate, there was no way she'd last 2 hours. Gu Ziqing wet a towel and brought it over for physical cooling. After more than half an hour, whether due to the medicine or the cooling, the rate of health loss slowed. It dropped about 1 point every 10 minutes. There were still 70 minutes left until the game ended. At this rate, getting through the game safely shouldn't be a problem. But could the remaining time really pass without incident? After taking care of Lin Xi for half an hour, Gu Ziqing also fell ill. Go lie down. Can't you stay still when you're sick? Qiao Yuanzhou roared. Gu Ziqing was forcibly pressed onto the bed by him. For easier care, he and Lin Xi lay on the same bed. Bang bang bang. The annoying pounding sound resumed. How annoying. By the time you break through the door, you'll be dead. Wouldn't it be better to find another player? The pounding outside paused for a moment, then ceased altogether. Whether the player left or stayed remained unknown. The two on the bed had flushed faces from the fever. Lin Xi, the first infected, began coughing again. Hey, report your health values. Qiao Yuanzhou, unaccustomed to caring for others, poked the two who were barely conscious. 42. 73. Alright, looks like you won't die soon. That's a relief. Qiao Yuanzhou breathed a sigh of relief. But the very next second, he too showed symptoms of infection. None of the three escaped the virus assault. However, his symptoms were mild, and he could still move for now. If only known ID be the second to fall. Qiao Yuanzhou grumbled. Those who fell first had someone to care for them, but those infected later had to get up and tend to the earlier ones. Qiao Yuanzhou gritted his teeth. If not for the fear that no one would care for Lin Xi, and she wouldn't clear the game, he would have lain down too. The virus struck fiercely. Qiao Yuanzhou only lasted half an hour before collapsing. There were still 30 minutes left until the game ended. Inside the room, the three were completely unconscious. The players downstairs made no more sounds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mosquitoes seemed to sense the scent of food, their wings fluttering more eagerly. At the gap beneath the hall door, a milky white strip of something was wriggling back into the room. It was unbearable. Too painful. Lin Xi couldn't move a muscle, but her consciousness remained. The realism of the full dive game was identical to real-life experiences. Even though this wasn't her first brush with death, she still couldn't get used to it. Time trickled away. Lin Xi couldn't see the outside world, only the game's virtual interface. She saw her health value plummet the moment Qiao Yuanan fell. The game countdown beside it seemed to crawl at a snail's pace in comparison, long and agonizing. With 10 minutes left, her health was 32. With 5 minutes left, it was 20. If it continued at this rate, she could survive until the game ended. But the problem was that the health value was dropping faster and faster. With 3 minutes left, it was only 14. With 2 minutes left, it dropped to 8. 1 minute left, only 4. 30 seconds, only 2. Lin's heart was in her throat. 10 seconds left, and her health was a mere 1. Despair set in, and within those 10 seconds, she had already planned how to earn money without game income. Ding. Game over. If not for the system prompt in her ear Lin, she would have felt as if she had truly died. Calculating settlement, please wait. Ding. Congratulations player on clearing this round. Game Super Typhoon. Player Lin Xi 222,222. Game clearance 1000 base points. Player health at game in 1110 points. Game in rating D 100 points. Survivors 9,990 points. NPCs alive 100 points. Total points earned this round 1200. Due to the high difficulty of this round, all players across the server who cleared the game received an additional 100 points. Lin Xi opened her personal attribute panel. Name Lin Xi. Age 18. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 48 kilograms. Level 1, 57. 856,100. Attack 36,100. Strength 36,100. Speed 34,100. Skill space, level 2 capacity, 4 cubic meters. I wonder what these points are for. Lin Xi snapped back to reality, stared at the level indicator for a long time, then opened the game pod. Gu Ziqing had told her not to exchange points for anything, so she hadn't looked at the game shop since. Damn, are you two? Lin Xi had just climbed out, when Xiao Yuan's his urgent voice came from beside her. Lin Xi alive. Gu Ziqing not dead. Good. Glad you're not dead. Xiao Yuanzhou laughed heartily. I worked so hard taking care of you two. If you died in the game, would you have been worthy of my efforts? Gu Ziqing got up and shot him a glance. If we had died, it would only mean you didn't take good care of us. Xiao Yuanzhou yelped, accusing Gu Ziqing of being heartless. Lin Xi propped her head up and watched the two chase each other. You two make a perfect couple. The air suddenly stilled. Xiao Yuanzhou snatched his hand away from Gu Ziqing, as if shocked. Gu Ziqing, I don't like men. Xiao Yuanzhou, I don't like men. Lin Xi grinned at them. Even your synchrony is so strong, truly. The last words were cut off as the two manually silenced her small mouth. Lin Xi's eyes darted left and right, full of teasing, as if to say, see, even your actions are in sync. They understood and simultaneously removed their hands. Uft. They were in sync again, then looked at each other with disgust. Ha. Shut up. Too. Lin Xi ha. They wanted to silence her again, but this time they both. After laughing for a while, Lin Xi stopped. Seeing the two look utterly defeated, she said sincerely, you two are both handsome from equally good families, and your personalities complement each other. Truly a perfect match. Her voice grew quieter as Gu Ziqing's expression clearly soured. Gu Ziqing looked at him with disdain. Did the Qiao family abandon you? Why are you still hanging around? Xiao Yuanzhou find ill leave. Humph. The room was left with only Gu Ziqing, Lin Xi, and 3 game pods. Clang. I'm back. Awkwardness filled the room. Just as they were about to speak, Xiao Yuan's familiar tone rang out again. For some reason, both of them subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. What are you back for? Gu Ziqing's tone was thick with unwelcomeness. After the 3 of them had frolicked for a while, Gu Ziqing had someone deliver ingredients from launching. They joined forces to prepare a sumptuous and delicious meal. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Xi left the base. It was time to return to school. Only Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou remained indoors. Do you like her? Xiao Yuanzhou asked. When no one else was around, he always wore a listless demeanor. In contrast, Gu Ziqing maintained impeccable bearing no matter where he was. A graceful curve touched his lips as he spoke in a gentle, yet resolute tone. Yes, I have feelings for her. Xiao Yuanzhou sat up straight, placing his hands on his knees, and looked up at Gu Ziqing with a serious expression. Coincidentally, I like her too. They both gazed directly into each other's eyes, then after a moment, turned their heads away. What did it matter if they liked her? The timing and place were all wrong. No one would tear open the veil of love at such a time. Both still relied on their families and could not provide the best assurance for the one they loved. Both were key trainees of their families, and reason often suppressed emotion. But emotion could only be suppressed, never concealed. Lin Xi had arrived at the base empty-handed. When she left, not only was she loaded with bags, but there were also a pile of parcels that had been shipped over. These things included items she had bought at the base, as well as gifts from Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. Stepping off the hovercar, Lin Xi gazed at the familiar school gate and felt a momentary daze. Once inside the campus, the disorientation only deepened. After the reconstruction, aside from the gate, which still looked familiar, the buildings and layout inside had all changed. By rough estimate, the number of buildings had at least halved, and the rest were vacant. Furthermore, an enormous training ground had been added inside the campus. Following the information on her light brain, Lin Xi found the new dormitory. The dormitory was a quadruple room, and she was still sharing it with Zhou Yi and the others. According to her roommates, all students were now in quadruple rooms, even those with wealth and power had to share. Opening the dormitory door, Lin Xi saw a familiar layout. It was the same layout as her first dormitory, except this time the room was much larger. Word had it that the school had spared no expense reinforcing protective measures in every dormitory building. The two previous disasters had claimed the lives of many students, and the academy did not want the remaining ones to meet with accidents. Lin Xi finished collecting her parcels at the entrance before starting to organize the dormitory. With items she brought, and those sent by courier, the dormitory was crammed to the brim with necessities for daily life. She spent the entire afternoon tidying up the room. Around 7 in the evening, Zhou Yi and the other two returned from outside. Lin Xi. 3. The moment they opened the door and saw Lin Xi, the three rushed over and hugged her together. Yi Ziyu released her long time no see. Zhou Yi, Lin Xi, it's great that we're in the same dorm again. Feng Alon, a rare reunion. Let's go eat together. The three spoke in turns, not giving Lin Xi a chance to interject. On their way to the cafeteria, they bumped into Hu Li and his group, turning their 4-person dinner into an 8-person gathering. Why do you all look utterly drained? Lin Xi asked, sizing them up after they sat down to order. They looked exactly like she did after being worn down in the game. At this question, the 7 of them launched into complaint mode. Hu Li, the school has gone crazy building a huge training ground out of nowhere, and now we have a physical training class added to our curriculum. Zhou Zimo, this class is every day, 1 session in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. If you miss a day, you have to make up double later. Everyone chimed in, venting their grievances. Hu Li and his 3 friends had relatively light courses and could keep up with the daily training. But they were accustomed to laziness. Having lived so long doing nothing, they had only trained with Lin Xi and the others for a few days not long ago. Suddenly thrown into high-intensity physical training, not only did their free time vanish, but they also suffered. They complained bitterly. Hu Li said, this is torture. Students from our department protest and complain every day, but it's useless. Zhou Yi and the other 2 grumbled, but none of them refused to go or protested. That was because completing the training class twice a day entitled them to a free low-grade nutrient fluid. For poor students, this nutrient fluid was like manna from heaven. Of course, the wealthy turned up their noses at low-grade nutrient fluid. Even though nutrient fluids were now time-limited and quantity-limited outside, the rich still looked down on them. Hu Li and his 3 friends gave all the nutrient fluids they earned from check-ins to Zhou Yi and the others. The 3 of them had made quite a bit of money selling nutrient fluids during this period. As Feng Yilin put it, if this activity continued until graduation, they could pay off their debts. Hearing this, Lin Xi thought this business was indeed very lucrative. After the meal, everyone said they were exhausted after a long day and returned to their respective dorms to rest. On the way, Zhou Yi and the other 2 shared the recent changes on campus. The environmental changes went without saying. Lin Xi had seen them directly. The courses in our department have changed. Now we only have 2 core classes and 1 practical class per day. All other courses have been suspended. With fewer classes, their free time increased, giving them enough time to exercise and earn money. The content of the core courses had also been reformed. Subjects like interstellar plants were removed, entirely replaced by studies of launching plants and animals. Animals? Lin Xi questioned. They were in the cultivation department, weren't they? Were they turning into a botany and zoology department? Yi Ziyu nodded. Yes, but for now it's only theoretical knowledge, no practical work. Only a few launching animals had been cloned, and such precious things wouldn't be given to students for hands-on practice. Lin Xi looked thoughtful. Was the school's new reform a preparation for relocating to the backup planet? The Gu family had always advocated for the commoners to go as well. And the academy had shares held by the Gu family, who even had absolute say in the school. If this decision came from the Gu family, then the series of changes at the school would be understandable. Zhou Yi forwarded the class schedule to Lin Xi. The class times vary each day. Take a look. Lin Xi, thank you. Between us, there's no need for thanks. Zhou Yi grinned foolishly. The academy's courses were all very useful for Lin Xi. The training class went without saying. It was a daily exercise routine she needed. The cultivation and livestock classes would be greatly beneficial after relocating to the backup planet. When at the base, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou had mentioned that according to the transmitted data, the backup planet was essentially a replica of launching. After returning to the academy, Lin Xi attended every single class without fail. Moreover, she intensified the difficulty and duration of her training sessions. Occasionally, when she encountered Hu Li and Zhou Yi, they would gaze at her with expressions of utter disbelief. They were already half dead after completing the basic courses, yet she was increasing the difficulty. Was she even human? Lin Xi, we're going to do some part-time work. Do you want to come? Yi Ziyu called out as usual when she was leaving. You go ahead, I still need to train for another half an hour. Lin, she said, waving her hand. Recently, the academy had introduced numerous part-time jobs for students, providing them with more ways to earn money. After the last game, Lin Xi received tips amounting to nearly 50 million interstellar credits. She was not short of money at the moment, so she showed no interest in those part-time jobs offered by the school. Compared to her classmates in the planting department, she had much more time to train. Back in the dormitory that evening, the 4 of them rarely gathered together. Did you know? Several departments have merged with ours. Zhou Yi had heard the news from somewhere. Feng Yalan was extremely surprised. What is the school thinking? Don't the students from other departments have any objections? After all, the planting department was notorious for its tough workload and the lowest employment rate. Zhou Yi, I don't know what the school is thinking, but the students from other departments definitely have objections. Look, the three of them opened their optical computers and entered the campus network. As expected, the students were very vocal in their objections, protesting on the campus network. Some students threatened to drop out if the school did not rescind the notice. The school was equally tough, telling them to drop out if they didn't want to join the planting department. The campus network became even more lively, with more people joining the protests. Apart from the planting department students, those from other departments came from well-off families. They believed the academy should prioritize their own departments. If there was to be a merger, it should be into their department. Lin Xi scrolled to the latest posts. A student from the mecha department had pasted their curriculum schedule on the post. The schedule clearly listed planting courses. Below it was a series of. The mecha department students had not merged into the planting department, but they had added planting courses to their curriculum. This was even more grueling than merging into the planting department. At least if they had merged, they would only need to learn planting courses, but the mecha department still had to study mecha content as well. Suddenly, the noisy students quieted down. Observant people noticed that none of the students from prominent families had spoken up throughout. Perhaps they knew about a new trend, which was not surprising. The logistics department is also joining our department. That means Hu Li and the others will be in the same class as us. Yi Ziyu reacted belatedly. Oh, our planting department is starting to have wealthy students too. The next day, in the classroom, Lin Xi and the others saw Hu Li and his group. After exchanging nods, they were separated by the teacher. It turned out that the planting department students had already laid a solid foundation and were now mostly engaged in practical operations. The students transferred from other departments had to first build their foundation before they could join the practical classes. Even in the same class, they didn't have much time to interact. As if racing against time, the academy's courses were extremely rushed, as if they wanted to cram all the knowledge into their heads at once. On the 5th day after Lin Xi's return to the academy, Li Qianqian also came back. As soon as she returned, she invited Lin Xi and the others to the school cafeteria to eat launching cuisine. With the increase in planting department students, the cafeteria had added many launching dishes. Many outsiders wanted to purchase them, but this time the academy refused. On the network, many people begged the academy to open a purchasing channel for outsiders. The fact that launching natural food could enhance physical constitution drove the wealthy crazy. Unfortunately, no matter how rich they were, there was currently no external channel to buy launching food. The plants damaged by the insect tide and black mist needed time to grow. They also required professional care and knowledge. After returning to the academy, Li Qianqian joined the planting department and also signed up for Lin Xi's grueling training plan. She complained about the hardship and exhaustion, but her parents only sent her more money, refusing to let her quit the planting department or reduce her training. Zhou Yi and the others had to comfort her every day. According to the three of them, they had taken so much money from her before that they felt uneasy, so comforting her was like being paid to play with the little princess. Complaints. None existed. Only after hearing enough did they feel at ease. However, after hearing so much, the few of them sensed something from Li Qianqian's parents' attitude and the academy's reforms. Recently, their training had become more active and the duration had been relatively extended under the conditions. Human intuition was sometimes so magical. Even though nothing had happened, they could still feel the approach of danger. Soon, everyone adapted to the new campus life after the reforms. The routine pace of life was monotonous, but the days without danger felt truly wonderful. Until, why have prices become so expensive lately? Lin Xi heard Zhou Yi's complaining voice as soon as she returned to the dormitory. Lin Xi, puzzled, walked over. She hadn't bought anything online recently. Since returning from the base, the gifts from Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou were enough to last her for a while. Moreover, after learning that Lin Xi cooked every day, the two of them, one paying for the ingredients and the other providing the materials, asked her to cook for them. The meals were delivered to them quickly each day by courier robots. If the meals were especially to their liking, they would send some things back via courier. In any case, she had no need to spend. You don't know? Zhou Yi looked up in surprise. Lin Xi had been receiving a lot of packages lately, so she assumed Lin Xi knew. Just open the shopping page and see. Lin Xi sat down on the sofa and, following the suggestion, opened the shopping page. Just one glance, and she frowned. How had the prices suddenly risen so outrageously? The necessities for clothing, food, housing, and transportation had all roughly increased tenfold. Notably, during the last mist incident, these items had already undergone a round of price hikes. Are they trying to leave no way for ordinary people to survive? Lin Xi murmured. It's a good thing the school provides one free nutrient fluid every day, otherwise I'd have to take out a loan to buy 3 meals a day. Zhou Yi was dejected. She had been feeling smug about her recent increase in income. But now, looking at the prices, she realized she was nothing. The little money she earned would be gone in half a month just for basic living expenses. I thought the money I earned recently would last me until next semester, Zhou Yi said gloomily. The other two also became dejected. Whenever their income rose, they found that prices had risen even higher. Lin Xi continued to frown at the shopping page. On the shopping platform, the prices of basic daily necessities had all risen sharply. Conversely, the prices of luxury items had dropped somewhat. Not only were these goods not marked up, but many were also on sale or bore labels indicating a certain percentage of government subsidy. The more Lin Xi looked, the tighter her brows knitted. Why was this happening? Had the economy declined to such an extent? Yet that didn't seem right either. Since the twin disasters of the insect swarm and the mist had struck, the platform's transaction volume had soared to unprecedented heights. Apart from the severe shortage of nutrient solution, whose sales volume was far lower than usual, the sales data for other products showed no abnormalities. So why were the prices of these necessities skyrocketing? Lin Xi couldn't understand, so she decided to seek outside help. Returning to her room, she lay on the bed. After weighing between Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou, she ultimately chose to call Gu Ziqing. The communicator rang for a long time, but no one answered. Lin Xi hung up and called Xiao Yuanzhou instead. Xiao Yuanzhou answered promptly. Xiao Yuanzhou, oh, what's this? Why are you suddenly calling me? It was truly a rare occurrence. After all, even when he called Lin Xi on ordinary days, she might not have time to answer. Without wasting any words, Lin Xi sent him a screenshot. Take a look at what I sent you. Xiao Yuanzhou glanced at it and immediately understood. His voice carried a hint of anger. Those bastards are inhuman. After saying this, he kept tapping on his light brain, presumably sending messages to someone. A long while later, he looked up and asked, do you need money? Lin Xi shook her head. No, I don't. He seemed skeptical. If you do, just say so. Don't tough it out. As my friend, I won't allow you to be short of funds. Before Xiao Yuanzhou could finish Lin, she hung up the communicator. She shook her head. The reason she disliked calling Xiao Yuanzhou was precisely because he talked too much. After being hung up on by Lin Xi, Xiao Yuanzhou was left speechless. Although he wanted to call back, he knew it would only be ended again. He rubbed his nose in boredom and decided to return to the Qiao residence to consult his old grandfather about the situation. At that moment, Old Master Qiao was in the office of Old Master Gu. The two elders were furious. So furious that they brushed aside the other aristocratic families and government officials, rejecting all their communication requests. They've gone mad, Old Master Qiao said, glaring at the communicator that rang again, a surge of rage rising in his heart. Due to a lack of experimental funding, that bunch of government officials had cooked up this money-grabbing scheme. They had multiplied the prices of essential goods tenfold, forcing ordinary people to pay exorbitant amounts, thereby collecting hefty taxes. Meanwhile, they discounted or subsidized luxury items to stimulate spending among the wealthy. They didn't want to spare a single wallet among the interstellar population. Absurd, utterly absurd. They've had screws loose for ages. Why are you making such a fuss? Old Master Gu spoke calmly, but his brows never relaxed, indicating that the situation was indeed dire in his mind. If this continues, how many more people will take their own lives? When Old Master Qiao said this, his face was filled with helplessness. They had always wanted to announce the existence of the backup planet, but had never done so. This time, they had finally mustered the resolve to disclose it, only for that group to pull this stunt. The suicide rate was already high enough. If they released the news now, suicide wouldn't be the primary concern. Public order would be. There are always those who, when they see no way out, try to destroy the hope of others. If they too were heartless and could ignore the lives of the interstellar poor, they wouldn't be so exhausted. Among the leaders of the 10 great families, he and Old Master Gu had aged the fastest. The root cause was that their hearts were not ruthless enough. No, the government has issued a new directive. Gu Ziqing sent the new directive to the two elders. After reading the government's latest announcement, the old men's brows wrinkled into a deep furrow. The gist of the notice was to ensure the normal lives of the general populace. The government had introduced low-interest loans. Seemingly for the benefit of the citizens, it was actually a ploy to mortgage their future. Not content with draining the citizens' current assets, they also wanted to squeeze out the future earnings of the next several years, or even decades. It's fine, let everyone borrow more. In the future, after 10 or more years, what future would they have? Old Master Gu comforted Old Master Qiao, while also comforting himself. The star domain wouldn't last for more than a decade. Even lasting a year or two would be a miracle. That group was still busy testing ways to transfer interstellar goods and technology to the backup planet. The Gu and Xiao families had already given up on that, focusing only on ensuring the safe passage of people. Rather than spending so much time moving items and technology, they believed that lives were what truly needed to. Therefore, aside from purchasing the necessary equipment and materials for the trip to the backup planet, all the remaining assets of the two families were now invested in improving physical attributes. Not only the physical attributes of the two families' members, but also those of the employees of their enterprises and the teachers and students of their academies. As for the rest, they were beyond their reach. In the evening, Gu Ziqing finally saw Lin Xi's call. After learning her purpose, he said, "The government has launched loan-interest loans. Borrow as much as you can and make the term as long as possible." Lin Xi's mind was slow to grasp it at first, but after a moment she understood. Wouldn't that be too unscrupulous? Gu Ziqing, only a fool doesn't take advantage of a bargain. Lin Xi, you sound just like Xiao Yuanzhou when you say that. Gu Ziqing. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile. Can that thing compare to me? Lin Xi, even more alike, what should she do? Was the noble Gu Ziqing she knew being assimilated by Xiao Yuanzhou? Putting aside her playful thoughts, Lin, she asked with concern, what happened today? You don't look well. A single sentence soothed his restless heart, and Gu Ziqing's brows instantly relaxed. It's nothing, just a little heavy-hearted. Take it easy. If it's too much, go out for a walk. Staying tense all the time is bad for your health. Having known him for so long, Lin, she had never seen him idle. Even when they were having a meal or chatting face-to-face, he was always handling matters on his light brain. Okay, Gu Ziqing replied with a smile. There is one way to instantly lift my spirits. Would you be willing to help? What method is so effective? Lin Xi was curious. Does it have to be me? She thought for a moment. Aside from knowing some basic survival skills from Blue Star, she wasn't particularly good at anything. Gu Ziqing covered his lips and let out a low laugh. It has to be you. Lin Xi thought it was some grand mission, only to be told to apply for loans. Not only was she to do it herself, but she was also to mobilize her friends and family to do the same. Lin Xi said, I checked, and the longest term for students is 3 years. Gu Ziqing replied, 3 years. Lin Xi's heart skipped a beat. Could the star domain not even hold out for 3 years? She closed her eyes to conceal her emotions and said, all right, I understand. On the other end of the optical brain, Gu Ziqing sighed. Tell your friends to improve their physical fitness as soon as possible. Opportunities only favor the prepared. Lin Xi nodded, and they ended the communication. After collecting herself for a while in bed, she went out and told Zhou Yi and the others about it. When Yi Ziyu heard about applying for a loan, she shook her head frantically. No way. If I apply today, my parents will barge into the dorm tomorrow. Feng Yilan also shook her head. Lin Xi, the burden of debt is unbearable. I'm already crushed by the medical bills I owe. Lin Xi sighed and turned to Zhou Yi, who looked conflicted. Her current savings could last a while, so there was no need for a loan. But based on past experiences, nothing Lin Xi had asked them to do had been pointless. Back then she had been foolish, failing to pick up on the subtle hints and even ignoring the not-so-subtle ones. After so many setbacks, if she still didn't heed the advice, she would be asking for trouble. Many thoughts flashed through her mind, and finally she gritted her teeth and decided to boldly ask. Lin Xi, can you tell us why? This question caught Lin Xi off guard. Gu Ziqing had said he would announce the backup planet, but so long had passed, and no news had leaked out. Would it cause trouble if the news came from her mouth? Never mind, if it's inconvenient, don't say it. I trust you. Zhou Yi quickly changed her mind, seeing Lin Xi's hesitation. She was alone, and Lin Xi wouldn't harm her. At worst, she could take on more jobs to pay back the money. Zhou Yi acted immediately and applied for the loan. Yi Ziyu, seeing her decisiveness, couldn't help but urge, think it over. Zhou Yi shrugged nonchalantly. No need, I've already submitted. The moment the data was uploaded, the loan was a total of 100,000 interstellar credits. This amount was trivial to Lin Xi now, but to Zhou Yi, it was a fortune. The notification sound made the atmosphere around her heavy. Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu exchanged glances. Lin Xi spoke up. Now that you have money, cut down on part-time jobs and focus on improving your physical condition. Zhou Yi was reluctant to give up her income sources, but eventually nodded. Ilan Ziyu, I won't harm you. Consider applying for loans, Lin Xi persuaded. If you really don't want to at least improve your physical attributes. Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan wavered at that moment. Lin Xi looked at them and said, that's all I can tell you. I'm sorry, but I can't say more for now. Feng Yilan sincerely thanked her. Thank you, Lin Xi. Let us think it over. Lin Xi nodded and returned to her. When Hu Li and the others heard about the loans, they agreed without hesitation. Lin Xi's prepared words never got a chance to be spoken. Hu Li, with her striking red hair, said, Lin Xi, we understand. We'll take out loans and get our friends and family to do the same. Lin Xi found that hair a bit too dazzling now. Don't you want to know why? Lin Xi asked curiously. Hu Li chuckled. You're close with Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou, so you must have gotten some insider info. We trust you. Zhou Yi's trio's living conditions limited their foresight, so they hadn't thought of that. Hu Li's group came from well-off families and took such resources and information seriously. Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Use the money to work out. That's my most important advice. At the mention of training, Hu Li's group grimaced. In the interstellar era, the upper echelons placed great emphasis on physical fitness, so the wealthier people were the fitter they tended to be. The middle class had the means to exercise but preferred the conveniences of technology, so their overall fitness was. The lower class struggled just to fill their stomachs, let alone exercise. Thus the proportion of people with high physical fitness across the entire interstellar community was pitifully low. Lin Xi had only a few acquaintances, and she had notified them all. Whether they chose to take loans was beyond her control. The next morning at the training ground, all 9 of them met. Previously only she and Li Qianqian had come so early, now everyone was there. Li found it unbelievable. I just realized that the Gu and Qiao family members come this early to train. But then she figured that Lin Xi's information came from Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou, and members of those families would naturally know things they didn't. The four who had initially resisted training now changed their minds. They had to console themselves a lot before coming. Zhou Yi's trio belatedly connected the dots and turned to Lin Xi. She nodded and immersed herself in her physical attributes had improved, so her training intensity was different from theirs. When Lin Xi finished, Zhou Yi came over and whispered, Ziyu and Elon just applied for loans, and their parents found out. They're on their way here. When they applied, they listed their parents' contact info, so the moment the application was submitted, their parents were notified. Of course, Zhou Yi had also listed her family's contact info. But since the bug swarm incident, her relationship with her family had soured, so even if they received the message, they wouldn't care. Will there be a fight? Zhou Yi shook her head, hard to say. They packed up and headed back to the dorm, ready to intervene if a conflict broke out. When they arrived, the parents were already there. They greeted Lin Xi and Zhou Yi politely before pulling their daughters into their rooms. The dorm had decent soundproofing, so Lin Xi and Zhou Yi could only hear muffled sounds from inside while sitting in the living room. Lin Xi felt a bit uneasy. On Blue Star, convincing someone's daughter to take out a loan would surely have the parents coming after her with knives. Time passed slowly. About half an hour later, the door to their room finally opened. Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu walked out with their heads down, following their parents, who wore stern expressions that clearly indicated their displeasure. However, they still greeted Lin Xi and Zhou Yi warmly before leaving. With the parents gone, Zhou Yi immediately stepped forward and asked with concern, So did your parents blame you? How about? Lin Xi walked over and started to speak, but before she could finish, the two lifted their heads. Their sparkling eyes showed no trace of the dejection that comes from being criticized or scolded. Don't worry, my parents didn't scold me, Feng Yilan said, happily jumping. They said as long as we think through the consequences. My parents didn't either, Yi Ziyu said, raising her hand. All the previous worry and anxiety vanished, and the two instantly brightened. My parents said that since we have money now, we should properly thank our roommates, and let me treat you all to a meal, Yi Ziyu said sheepishly. Especially Lin Xi. She was the savior of the entire dormitory. She had helped them many times on ordinary days, but they had never given her commensurate returns. In the past, they were tight on money, so it was understandable. But now they had money and their parents' instructions, so the two genuinely wanted to treat everyone to a meal. No need. Lin Xi smiled and refused, pointing to the refrigerator in the kitchen. There's still a huge pile of ingredients in the fridge. There's no need to go out and waste money. The ingredients there were more than they could ever finish. If it weren't for Zhou Yi and the other two refusing to take advantage and insisting on not eating, the food wouldn't be left over so much every day. Then let's eat in the dorm. Consider these ingredients as bought by us, and we'll transfer the money to you. Feng Yilan's suggestion was unanimously approved, leaving no chance for Lin Xi to refuse. The few of them had never bought natural food before, so they searched online for the prices of various ingredients and transferred the corresponding amount to Lin Xi. Lin Xi couldn't refuse. Every time she tried, the others would threaten to drag her to the cafeteria to eat. The other three were not good at cooking, so they only took care of washing and cutting the vegetables, and in the end, Lin Xi still had to be the one to cook. The four of them made 6 dishes in total. They found takeout boxes from the cabinet, packed 2 portions, and sent them to Xiao Yuanzhou and Gu Ziqing respectively. Then they began to eat and drink the rest. Lin Xi, the food you cook is even better than the cafeterias, Zhou Yi said, squinting her eyes in enjoyment. This was not the first time they had eaten Blue Star food, nor the first time they had eaten Lin Xi's Blue Star cooking, but it was the first time they had eaten Lin Xi's hot, freshly made food. That deliciousness was the best they had ever tasted in their lives. The other two nodded in agreement. Delicious too. After the meal, the 3 of them voluntarily took on the job of washing the dishes. Lin Xi rested for a while, and then threw herself back into training. Ding. Gu Ziqing, why is today's meal so abundant? Lin Xi sent him a photo of today's gathering. Gu Ziqing, great. Gu Ziqing, envious. Lin Xi, next time I have time, I'll make a full table for you too. Gu Ziqing, it's a deal. Xiao Yuanzhou's message came right after. Xiao Yuanzhou, delicious. Xiao Yuanzhou, please accept the transfer. Neither of them objected to Lin Xi using so many ingredients. In fact, they both coincidentally sent her another batch of ingredients. These ingredients were meant for Lin Xi in the first place. Whether she ate them herself or shared them with others, as long as she was happy, it was fine. Loving someone means wanting them to be happy. That is, they didn't know when they could give her gifts without needing an excuse like asking her to cook. Although Lin Xi's cooking was indeed not bad, the two of them had synchronized thoughts again. Lin Xi had no idea what they were thinking. Ever since she learned that the star field was about to be destroyed, she had cast aside all feelings of love and romance. In the past few days, the 9 of them had extended their exercise time, and no one complained. A sense of impending storm weighed on everyone's heart, even though they didn't know why they suddenly had this feeling. Have you noticed that more students have been coming to train recently? Yi Ziyu asked. Zhou Yi glanced around and sighed. You only just noticed. Recently, the number of students coming to exercise has increased significantly. It's visible to the naked eye. It's not the training that the college requires for 2 classes a day, but the time students voluntarily come to train. Zhou Yi pursed her lips looking at the students. Now prices are ridiculously high. Many people don't even throw away the nutrient fluids they receive after checking in. If no one discards them, they can't pick up the leftover ones to sell or eat. You know, as their exercise volume increases, the nutrient fluid consumption also goes up. The single nutrient fluid provided by the school was a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, I didn't quit all my part-time jobs, Zhou Yi said thankfully. With the current prices, the loan of 100 would be spent entirely on nutrient fluids in no time. The aftermath of soaring prices soon appeared. Even though the government's so-called loans gave citizens money to spend, that money really didn't go far. Many people, seeing no hope, committed suicide. Whenever Lin Xi turned on her computer, she would see news or videos of people taking their own lives. Many people online protested, demanding that the government and capitalists lower prices. Except for the Qiao group and the Gu group, which responded, everyone else was playing dead. Neither the Qiao group nor the Gu group could lower prices, as other noble families and the government were pressuring them. All they could do was offer daily discounts on products, with the discounted prices being roughly the same as the original. However, the discounts were time-limited, requiring people to wait every day, and not everyone could get the discounted goods. Moreover, these food items were daily necessities. If they couldn't buy them at a low price, they had to buy them at a high price. Anyway, the entire interstellar civilization was now in a state of belt-tightening and widespread misery. Lin Xi closed her optical brain, and suddenly a sound of vomiting came from nearby. So low-grade nutrient fluid tastes this awful, a student said, looking at the nutrient fluid in his hand with a conflicted expression. After a long psychological preparation, he closed his eyes and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he retched on the side, just dry heaving, no actual vomiting. Huli walked over and said, "Hey, when will this ever end?" Before it was the poor who couldn't afford nutrient fluid, now even the lower-tier people can't afford it. Even someone like him, with a fairly well-off family, had switched from high-grade nutrient fluid to mid-grade. The quality of life had dropped too much, and it was not surprising that so many people couldn't bear it and committed suicide. If a person starts to skimp on food, it means the economic winter has arrived. The days ahead would not be easy. The number of people training in the training ground began to dwindle. Apart from the hours mandated by the academy, many no longer set foot in the training ground. If not for the nutrient fluid they received for clocking in, they would not even want to step into the training ground. A wave of news urging people to improve their physical attributes to face greater disasters spread across the internet, and was even endorsed by the Qiao and Gu corporations. Every employee, including the leadership, gave it their stamp of approval. Even the most sluggish individuals would find ways to exercise. Yet this message came at a time when prices were at their peak, and people had no money. The consumption of nutrient fluid during training alone posed a daunting challenge for many. The number of people training outside of the required hours grew smaller, and even Zhou Yi and the others began to waver. A single low-grade nutrient fluid now cost 200 interstellar credits, and they needed at least 5 or 6 per day during training. Adding other living expenses, they would need at least 1500 credits per month. With monthly necessities costing as much as 4500 credits, how long could the loan of 100 credits sustain them? My parents also took out a loan, said Yi Ziyu, her face full of worry. They had been unwilling to take loans before, but now they had no choice but to borrow money to buy daily necessities. Your parents only took a loan now. Mine have been borrowing for days, said Feng Alan. Both families had similar financial situations, and they had only managed to hold out this long through extreme frugality. But with prices so high, frugality alone was useless. This can't go on. I plan to find a few more part-time jobs. Do you want to come along? Asked Yi Ziyu. Lin Xi shook her head. I still have some income for now. I'm going to focus on improving my physical attributes for the next game. Yi Ziyu nodded and looked at the other two. Without a second thought, the other two nodded and agreed to look for part-time jobs together. After the academy's reform, many part-time positions had been added for students, so they no longer needed to go off campus. It was quite convenient. Lin Xi took a break and started cooking. The meal was not even ready when the three returned crestfallen. What's wrong? Couldn't find suitable part-time jobs. Zhou Yi began to complain bitterly. It's not that there are no suitable jobs, there are no jobs at all. Previously, only students from the cultivation department took the academy's part-time jobs, as they were the only ones short on money. Now the entire academy was scrambling for them. With so many wolves and so little meat, the jobs were snatched up the moment they were posted. The current situation was that the rich grew richer with their quality of life unchanged, while those below the middle class found life increasingly difficult. They had to lower themselves to do work they once looked down upon. This in turn stole the livelihoods of those at the very bottom, making their lives even harder. Aren't there any part-time jobs in our department? Asked Lin Xi, confused. Departmental jobs were reserved for students of that department, as most required specialized knowledge that students from other departments could not handle. Zhou Yi shot her a reproachful look. We three never quit our departmental jobs. You never pay any attention. Lin Xi rubbed her nose, feeling a bit guilty. Her schedule was packed every day, and she had indeed never asked about their part-time work. Since you have departmental jobs, why are you still rushing to find others? Of course we're worried. Our money is running out. If prices don't drop, it'll starve to death in a month, Zhou Yi muttered, fidgeting with her holographic terminal. Our departmental job only pays 30 interstellar credits a day. Can't even afford one low-grade neutral. That was indeed a pressing concern. No one knew if the star region would still exist in a month. Even if they were to move to a backup planet, they would still need money. Rumor had it that the equipment needed for the backup planet was exorbitantly expensive and would not be provided for free. Hang in there, Lin, she comforted them. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. If you really can't find a job, I can support you for a while. Lin Xi, you're amazing. Zhou Yi lunged toward her. With that safety net, I feel so much calmer. No longer restless, the three began searching for part-time jobs again. They couldn't really rely on Lin Xi to support them. Every time Lin Xi saw her roommates with gloomy faces, she reluctantly removed the cooking robot from her shopping cart. I have to cook every day, and preparing ingredients and cleaning the kitchen wastes too much time. I'd like to hire you to help me with these tasks. Would you be willing? Yes, came the unanimous reply. Their eyes lit up. Lin Xi originally planned to pay each of them 1,500 interstellar credits, but the three refused. After some back and forth, they settled on 1,000 credits per person. Thus, the tasks of preparing ingredients and cleaning the kitchen for 3 meals a day were handed over. Each person was responsible for one time slot rotating every 5 days. Anyone who has cooked knows that the actual cooking doesn't take long, it's the preparation and cleanup that are time-consuming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have considered buying a robot for help. Lin Xi calculated the price of a robot. Compared to the wages of the three, it would be enough to pay them for 3 years, a good deal. With an extra source of income, smiles finally returned to their faces. The four were enjoying harmony in their dormitory, unaware of the storm clouds gathering outside. The highest death toll in the interstellar era occurred in a time of peace. Not from an insectoid invasion, not from natural disasters, not from war, but from the sudden collapse of the economic system. Every day, people who could not bear it chose to end their lives. At that moment, in the conference room of Ares City, report the number of suicides yesterday reached a new high of 200. The government representative's voice echoed flatly across the empty hall. That's all. An aged voice spoke. It was fortunate that Old Master Qiao and Old Master Gu were not present, or a fight would surely have broken out. Did these people have loans? Another patriarch raised a key question. Reporting to all patriarchs, they all had loans, the government representative said, glancing at the report. Good that they borrowed, said the same patriarch as before. If they have families, let the families repay the money quickly. If they have no family, confiscate their assets. As for those with no assets, it didn't matter. By ending their lives, they had already made their contribution. Spending a mere 100,000 or 200,000 to erase a worthless life. Worth it. News of a suicide on campus reached even Lin Xi, who usually paid little attention to the outside world. How could they be so desperate, wondered Zhou Yi. When she had been at her wits' end, she never thought of death. She just swallowed her pride and asked Lin Xi for a loan. When the pressure becomes too much, people get trapped in a dead end and think only of using death to escape their difficulties. The student who attempted suicide did not die. A roommate discovered them in time and saved their life. The school responded swiftly, sending a psychologist to provide counseling for the student. Meanwhile, the psychological counseling office was opened 247 for all faculty and students free of charge. The next day, the school issued another notice. The notice roughly stated that students who successfully checked in at the training ground every day would receive not only one free low-grade nutrient fluid, but also the eligibility to purchase a nutrient fluid at a low price. The price was indeed low, only 10 star credits per bottle. Normally, a low-grade nutrient fluid cost 200 star credits outside. 10 star credits was the price before the insect tide emerged. This price was practically giving it away. With an extra nutrient fluid, one could either drink it themselves or no matter how it was used. For students trapped in financial hardship, it undoubtedly offered them another lifeline. These policies had no impact on Lin Xi, as she handed all the nutrient fluids she received to Zhou Yi and the others, asking them to sell them. Lately, she hadn't spent a single cent on daily necessities. On the contrary, people watched her game replays every day, bringing her a substantial stream of income. Having enough money on her, she paid off the installment medical expenses ahead of schedule. The moment she made the payment, Gu Zicheng received a notification. Gu Zicheng, why did you pay it off early? Lin Xi, the feeling of having no debt is absolutely wonderful. This amount of money was a mere pittance to the Gu Corporation, but from her frequent contact with Gu Zicheng and Xiao Yuanzhou, Lin Xi knew that both the Gu and Xiao corporations were currently desperately short of funds. The expenses required for preparing to migrate to the backup star were greater than anticipated. Various research and development projects needed funding, and various tests also required money. They also had to pay employees' salaries and support the students at the school. Everywhere required money. Gu Ziqing directly transferred a large sum of money to her. Lin Xi was about to ask why he sent her the money, but his message arrived first. Gu Ziqing, he'll send you a spreadsheet. Could you please take the time to buy the materials listed on it? Lin Xi opened the materials. The list was dense and overwhelming, and she didn't recognize a single item. Gu Ziqing, these are all materials needed to build the backup star. Other noble families know we're doing this privately. So many materials are unavailable to us. Lin Xi, okay. Lin Xi searched for the first few materials and found that their prices were lower than those Gu Ziqing had sent, and there were also government subsidies. However, it seemed each material was subject to purchase limits, allowing only one purchase per week. She sent this information to Gu Ziqing. Gu Ziqing. Yes, that's why we're asking others to buy together. Unable to purchase in bulk, the Gu Corporation now transferred money to acquaintances to help buy on their behalf. The purchasing process became more troublesome, but it didn't affect the quantity bought, and it even saved money. However, each purchase required immediate payment, making capital turnover more difficult. Previously, when buying in bulk, the merchants allowed them to purchase on credit. Thus, Lin Xi's daily tasks added another one, helping to purchase supplies. Her fulfilling life made her pay less attention to the outside world. The new notice from the academy eased the heavy atmosphere at school, as if everything had returned to its original state. But outside, in places she couldn't see and didn't pay attention to, lives were quietly fading away one after another. Child, are you short on money lately? An elderly man looked at the middle-aged man with affectionate love. For some reason, the middle-aged man's heart tightened. He forced a smile and said, Dad, I'm a bit short, but it's nothing serious. Just a matter of buying fewer clothes. The young man beside him moved his lips, but under the threatening gaze of the middle-aged man, he ultimately remained silent. The young man sighed inwardly. This was not just about buying fewer clothes, it was to the extent of reducing meals. In the household, except for the youngest, who still maintained 3 meals a day, the rest either had 1 meal or 2. The middle-aged man silenced his son, then turned to the old man. He opened his light brain and, gritting his teeth, transferred half of his meager balance to the old man. Dad, this is your living allowance for this month. Spend it. This money was loaned, and now it was almost spent. The entire star domain was experiencing an economic crisis, and the old man was well aware of it. But he did not expose his son's financial embarrassment. He just shook his head, smiled, and returned the transfer. Dad still has money. The money you gave me before is all saved up. I'm not short. Dad. Hearing that his father hadn't taken the living allowance, the middle-aged man's foreboding grew stronger. Child, Dad has money. The old man patted the middle-aged man's head. I know your situation all too well. After saying this, the old man changed the subject. It's rare for the whole family to gather. Why don't you all stay and have a proper meal with me before going back? For interstellar people, a meal was simply a few sips of nutrient fluid. But as the old man said, it was rare to be together, so even the fastest meal had to be savored slowly. After all, they had no work recently and plenty of free time. Happy moments passed quickly, and evening arrived. The old man saw the family off to the bottom of the building, his reluctant gaze following their departing figures. The middle-aged man, as if sensing something, turned back to look at his father. The old man smiled and waved at him. Only after their figures disappeared from sight did the old man laboriously walk back into his own house. He surveyed every corner of the house, then silently sat down on the sofa. I'm sorry, blame your father for not studying hard when young, for not finding a good job after growing up. I'm sorry, blame your father for not being ambitious when young, for not creating a wealthy family condition for you. I'm sorry, blame your father for being incompetent, for being fired before retirement, for dragging you down in his old age. I'm sorry, your father shouldn't have brought you into this world to suffer when he had no ability. Dad doesn't want to be a... The middle-aged man's unease grew more intense. No, I have to go back and check. Hey Dad, the bus is here. Where are you going? The closer he got to his father's house, the faster the middle-aged man's heart pounded. Soon he opened the door and saw his father lying asleep on the sofa, but he did not relax. Instead, his heart seemed to skip a beat. His steps became heavy as he quickly approached the sofa. He raised his trembling hand and placed it under his father's nose. Dad, Daddy. The middle-aged man turned his head, his eyes vacant as he looked at the young man. After a long silence, he spoke in a hoarse, lifeless voice. Son, your father has no father anymore. Similar scenes were unfolding in many homes across the galaxy. Elderly individuals or other family members who felt they were a burden chose to end their lives, leaving the limited survival resources to the rest of the household. Some posted these incidents online. Mo Xiaomo, it's so heartbreaking. How can they be so ruthless? Meow meow, damn government, come out and see how many lives your inaction has cost. Don't you feel any guilt? I kishi empapeo, boo-hoo, my family wanted to do the same, but luckily we caught them in time. Many people empathized online while others raged against the government's incompetence. Some also took the opportunity to stir the pot. Jiang Dachui 2333. Tisk, who are you crying to online? You knew you were poor, yet you still had so many children. That's just asking for trouble. Wudianhyun, poverty is the original sin. Knowing you're poor and still bringing children into suffering is sin upon sin. Sky Orchid, do you have any conscience? They're in such pain, and you're here making sarcastic remarks. Be human, will you? Tianwa Widiokian, what the hell? Does being poor mean you can't have children? Fate-changing Shinbinyuan Zazang, of course they can. If the poor don't have children, where would the rich find their sense of superiority? Doghead JPG. The online battle raged on. The uproar eventually affected students at school. Many students and teachers who had elderly or chronically ill family members saw the online posts and requested leave to return home and check on their loved ones. And when they did, they were shocked. Logically, students and teachers at the academy came from fairly well-off families, so they shouldn't have had such concerns. But the trend of self-sacrifice had spread like wildfire online. Many elderly people, after reading the posts, began to internalize the idea. They fell into self-doubt, and indeed, quite a few family members of students considered ending their own lives. Those students and teachers who had taken leave returned home and discovered this, saving the lives of several elderly or chronically ill relatives. After being rescued, the elderly were severely scolded by their families. Their families then posted about the incidents online, urging netizens to heed the warning and go home to check on their own. When Yi Ziyu and Feng Ilan saw the relevant posts, they immediately dropped their part-time jobs and contacted their parents. Feng Yilan's parents answered quickly, reassuring her they would not do anything drastic. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. But Yi Ziyu's parents didn't answer. Her heart raced with every ring of the communicator, and eventually, she broke down in tears. What's wrong? The supervising mentor approached with concern. Yi Ziyu's eyes were red, and she sobbed, my parents aren't answering my call. The mentor decisively said, I'll grant you leave. Go home and check on them. Yi Ziyu nodded, took off her gear, and prepared to leave the campus. Just as she was about to step out of the work area, her parents called back. After repeatedly confirming they were truly fine, she returned to her part-time spot. Huh, where's the mentor? He was just here a moment ago, but now he was gone. She wanted to cancel her leave. The mentor's father couldn't take it anymore. The rest didn't need to be said. Yi Ziyu understood. I hope his father is okay. Good news, this month's fiscal expenditure on pensions is 80 lower than estimated. The government has decided to use the saved 80 on. Early that morning, Interstellar citizens received this notification. The words good news were nothing short. The interstellar web was flooded with profanity directed at the government. How had these pension savings come about? Every percentage point was paid for with a life. These people had contributed to society in their youth and were entitled to old age security, yet they received none of it. Instead, they became burdens on their families. Their pensions were insufficient to support them, forcing them to rely on their families to survive. To avoid being a drag, they chose to end their own lives. Was this their fault? No, it was the government's fault. It was society's fault. The government's actions were akin to feasting on the blood of the people. Others who feast on blood at least do it in secret. But the government, after openly feasting on blood, brazenly announced it as a good news. How could any human do such a thing? No human could. The government's official website was overwhelmed by furious netizens' scathing comments. The comment section was closed, and the good news post was quietly deleted. Did they think that was the end? Enraged, interstellar citizens began protests and marches, smashing government offices and even attacking officials. Those who had friends or relatives working in the government dared not boast about it, fearing the wrath of the masses. The government did attempt to suppress the unrest with force, but the number of enraged citizens was enormous. Unless they deployed Mecha Corps to confront their own citizens as if they were Zerg, they could not quell the uprising. With the economy in decline, most people who vented their anger on the government did so with a resolve to die. After all, continuing as they were would only lead to starvation or suicide before that. Since death was inevitable, why not drag the culprits down with them? Even if they couldn't kill them, they could at least take a chunk. With such determination, the protests and resistance caused immense damage to the government. The government office buildings were empty, and no one dared to go to work. Anyone who went to work risked death or injury. Even government officials who stayed home were not safe. Interstellar citizens broke into their homes and vandalized them. The situation escalated and showed no signs of abating. The government had no choice but to seek help from the aristocratic families. After all, while the government had implemented the policies, it was the aristocratic families who had agreed and supported them. They were accomplices, and how could they refuse to help? The aristocratic family's response was indeed a refusal. Outrageous. They take all the benefits, and we have to bear the consequences alone. A government official kicked over the chair in front of him in anger. Little did they know the aristocratic families were also speaking ill of them behind their backs. These government buffoons are brainless to blurt out such things. They're stupid enough to cause trouble, and now they want us to clean up their mess. Dream on. Their cooperation did not end there. They were bound together like locusts on a string. The loss of either would be a devastating blow to the subsequent plan of migrating to the backup planet. The aristocratic families who had sworn not to aid the government ultimately relented and lent a hand. First, they relocated key government personnel to hidden locations, concealing them from the furious interstellar citizens, allowing the latter to vent their rage unrestrained. The strategy was to stall, letting the people's fury run its course before resolving the issue. Of course, they were not entirely idle. The most vocal instigators of the riots were quietly eliminated. Without leaders, the crowd scattered like loose sand. The violent protests raged on for about 10 days before beginning to subside. Casualties occurred on both sides. Proportionally, government personnel suffered more losses. In terms of numbers, however, more interstellar citizens died. The government and aristocratic families secretly rejoiced at this outcome. Their plan was to deprive the lower class of any means of survival. Only by reducing their numbers could they prevent unrest and secure the limited spots for the backup planet. Even though the government and aristocratic families provided the quotas and equipment, they could not fully control the allocation of these spots. The aristocratic families and the government lacked the strength to annihilate the commoners outright. The military's greatest firepower was directed at the Zerg clan on the front lines. Notably, most soldiers were commoners, with very few from aristocratic families. Most aristocratic children could not endure the hardships of military life. Only commoners seeking upward mobility would consider joining the army as a stepping stone to a higher class. As for the destitute, those who could barely feed themselves had no chance to even touch this springboard. Directly attacking the commoners was impossible, as the military could easily split into two factions. Moreover, two aristocratic families had turned traitor, siding with the commoners. If the commoners were directly targeted, those two families would not stand idly by. Thus, they could only quietly reduce the number of commoners. Once the count dropped low enough, the commoners would be unable to stir up any trouble. Then all the quotas would belong to the aristocratic families and the government. The chaos gradually subsided, though a few still protested, until they were violently suppressed by the government. Everything seemed to return to how it was before. If not for the loss of vitality in society, nothing appeared to have changed. After this incident, the comment sections on the government's official channels were permanently closed. From then on, the government's credibility plummeted in the eyes of the people. For the commoners, nothing had changed. The government made no improvements. Their lives saw no improvement. The only change was that government officials no longer dared to speak so arrogantly. Life went on. Those crushed by poverty, who had once contemplated suicide, now turned their thoughts toward overthrowing the government. The government, overwhelmed by the constant disturbances, saw their experiments delayed, much to the displeasure of the aristocratic families. Lin Xi was very busy lately, busy training, cooking, and purchasing supplies. Today, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou contacted her to help mobilize students at the academy to purchase supplies as well. From previous experiments, they had gained valuable insights. In the last trial, 3 test subjects successfully reached the backup planet. Unfortunately, those 3 still could not survive for long on the backup planet. A pity. Yet because of this, they obtained more accurate data. Now they needed more materials to continue their experiments. Other aristocratic families allied with many small companies blocked the supply of materials to the Gu and Xiao families, forcing them to have unrelated personnel purchase the materials. So they turned to Lin Xi. As a destitute person and an outstanding player in the game, Doomsday, she earned a large amount of money daily. Depositing money into her account would not arouse suspicion. The government and aristocratic families could not see direct financial transactions unless they jointly issued an investigation order. Lin Xi had to make time to handle this matter. It was also a matter of her own survival. If the migration to the backup planet failed, all life in their star sector would cease. This task was easy yet difficult. The materials were valuable, and if someone resold them after purchasing, both the money and the materials would be lost. Lin Xi found an opportunity to discuss with the teacher and posted tasks in the class under the guise of a part-time job. The job was to purchase materials. Every 5 materials formed a task, and each task was issued 5 times. The prerequisite was signing an agreement before taking the part-time job, or violating the terms would lead to expulsion and legal liability. As soon as the news broke, the group chat was flooded with questions about when the teacher would open the tasks. The agreement didn't bother them. In the current situation, they were willing to do anything that could earn money just to fill their stomachs and support their Lin Xi scrambled the list of materials and randomly selected 5 materials to form each task. Those who received the tasks could collect the deposit from the teacher to pay for the purchases. The tasks had been live for 2 days without any anomalies. A few merchants noticed that the buyers' addresses were from the academy and felt a bit suspicious. However, the students had coordinated their stories, claiming the materials were for experiments at the academy. Since only 5 people shared the same list, the merchants did not think much of it, assuming it was for a 5-person team project. This part-time opportunity brought a rare vitality to the academy. Simple, easy, and profitable, it was a dream job. 5 days later, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou invited Lin Xi to an online meeting. Lin Xi asked, "Is there something important?" The 3 of them, who usually didn't even reply to messages, promptly suddenly wanted to meet online. Xiao Yuanzhou said, "Good news and bad news. Which one do you want first?" Lin Xi replied without hesitation, "Bad news first." Gu Ziqing said, "The bad news is that the latest experiment sending people to the backup planet has failed again. That is indeed bad news. Lin Xi's mind remained calm. What's the good news? Xiao Yuanzhou took over. The good news is that individuals with all physical attributes above 50 can safely reach the backup planet, and the higher the attributes the longer they can survive there. Lin Xi glanced at her notes. Her physical attributes were just over 40, still far from 50. The further along, the slower the growth. Her progress was now as sluggish as a turtle's crawl. Lin Xi thought, it seems neither of these is good news for me. Intensifying exercise was also ineffective. The training system informed her that further training would overload her body, leading to more harm than good. There's no need to worry about physical attributes. Gu Ziqing consoled her with a smile. Gus Company has released a new type of potion that when used in conjunction with exercise can accelerate the improvement of various physical attributes. Lin Xi asked, hasn't this potion been out for a while? The one I used before. Gu Ziqing shook his head. It's an enhanced version of that one. Besides boosting physical attributes, it also has the effect of repairing hidden injuries. The strength of this potion lies precisely in its ability to repair hidden injuries. It could instantly fix any hidden injuries in the body. If there were none, the potion's effects would remain in the body for a month before fading away. It sounded like a remarkable potion. The potion is still in the experimental phase. After it passes safety tests, I'll send it to you. Gu Ziqing said. Among those who went to the backup planet, some had used this potion, and because of it they survived longer than in previous missions. Lin Xi was silent for a moment, then smiled, and said, then I'll thank you in advance. After turning off the optical brain, Lin Xi lay weakly on the bed. The debts of gratitude kept piling up to an extent that money could not measure. Shaking off her inner gloom, Lin Xi opened the optical brain and instructed Zhou Yi and the others to intensify their training during this period. These people had recently been engrossed in making money and had slacked off on training. Though they didn't understand why, they all responded affirmatively. Lin Xi looked at the lively chat messages in the group for a long time and sighed. She couldn't even save herself, so why worry about others? What did it matter to her whether they lived or died? But could a person truly watch their loved ones and friends die without being moved? Government officials looked at the week's tax revenue with bitter expressions. The anticipated increase in transactions had not materialized. Instead, there were signs of a decline. The more they tried to push consumers to buy, the less consumers wanted to buy. Even the best-selling nutritional supplement, due to Qiao's sporadic promotions, saw no increase in sales revenue, and naturally tax revenue did not rise much. When the economy deteriorated to a certain extent, people only consumed to fill their stomachs, cutting back on all other expenses. Sales of luxury goods were also bleak. Wealthy individuals with sharper senses of danger believed that such great bargains must conceal some conspiracy, so they tightened their purse strings and spent as little as possible. Look, sales of rare materials have been quite good in this wave, another government official said optimistically. Good, but the amount of revenue they generate is not much. At least it was far from the amount demanded by the noble families. The prices of these rare materials remained unchanged, and with government subsidies, sales volume increased, but after deducting taxes and subsidies, there was hardly anything left. Do we really have to pay out of our own pockets? Murmured the official holding the report. Who would be willing to take money that had already entered their pockets? What? This government must be out of its mind. Zhou Yi cursed loudly. What kind of normal person would come up with this tax? Lin Xi walked in and heard her agitated voice. Not knowing what had happened, she immediately opened the optical brain. Sure enough, the top headline was the government's announcement. Single tax. Seeing this familiar tax, Lin Xi immediately thought of the bizarre taxes in Blue Star's countries. Aside from the single tax, there were also so-called rain taxes, window taxes. Lin Xi clicked on the headline details and soon saw the specific content. Recently, frequent disasters across the star domain have caused a rapid decline in the interstellar population. To boost population growth and urge citizens to procreate, a single tax is now being introduced. Interstellar citizens aged 20 and above with no children will be required to pay a monthly tax of 200 interstellar coins until they have children. Lin Xi. Truly, they could come up with any excuse to extort money. Comments on the government's official website were still disabled, but that didn't stop the netizens from venting their anger. A dedicated thread was created to curse the government. Moonlight Plum Shadow, what the hell? I'm 20 and haven't even graduated from college, and am supposed to have a child. Love sauce cauliflowers, Yuzun am poor, I don't deserve to have children. Let the rich go have kids, rolling eyes. AIing whoever wants to pay this tax can pay it. I'd rather be a blacklisted householder than pay. The interstellar netizens reacted fiercely. Lin Xi turned off the optical brain and rubbed her forehead. In her ears, Zhou Yi's cursing was incessant, with a high concentration of expletives that never repeated. No wonder she was so agitated. Zhou Yi had just turned 20 after the new year, a year older than Lin Xi and the others, making her exactly the target of the policy. How could she not be agitated? The cursing abruptly stopped, followed by an even angrier voice. Damn it! Indeed, the tax had just been deducted directly from her account. Lin Xi could already imagine the storm on the internet. The network was already in chaos, and Lin, she could tell even without opening her optical brain. The optical brain kept sending notifications with a constant ding-ding-ding. Lin Xi ignored the still furious Zhou Yi. She had to continue training later, so she decided to cook first. When the food was ready, Zhou Yi had shifted from cursing to sobbing. Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu were comforting her. Alright, it's just $200. Consider it feeding the dogs, Yi Ziyu said, patting her head. What do you mean just 200? I worked so hard to earn that money. Zhou Yi remained resentful. Then what can you do? You can't get it back. Feng Yilan interjected. The key now is to prevent the deduction next month, right? The first deduction was on the day the notice was issued, and the second would be on the first. There were only a few days left until the first. Zhou Yi immediately jumped up, tears forgotten. No, I have to transfer all the money out of my wallet. She looked at Lin Xi with pleading eyes. Lin Xi, can you keep my money for me? She had fallen out with her family, so she couldn't transfer it to them. Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan were close to her age and would soon be subject to the single tax as well. Only Lin Xi was suitable, as she still had a year before turning 20. As for what would happen a year later, they would deal with it then. For now, protecting her own money was most important. Lin Xi sighed helplessly. Fine, transfer it to me. Many people acted just like Zhou Yi. The government also knew that collecting the single tax afterward would not go smoothly, and they never expected to receive a large amount of funds later. The amount forcibly deducted in the first round was enough to bail them out. Here it comes again, here it comes again. Zhou Yi's optical brain was still on, and she immediately saw the latest news. I don't even need to look to know it's not good. The government is really inhumane. She muttered as she opened the headline link, paused for 3 seconds, then spoke uncertainly. This seems like a good thing. Moi. Lin Xi was eating and didn't want to open her optical brain, but upon hearing this she immediately opened it. Another familiar term, loan for meals. Notice recently, due to soaring prices, citizens have been complaining that they can't afford to eat. After a unanimous decision by the government, a special loan program has been launched today. Citizens in need can. Feng Yilan also opened and read the details. The interest rate is way too high. This special loan can be used 3 times a day each time, allowing the purchased food ingredients to be paid in installments to ease the buyer's financial pressure. But the interest rate here, one would think it's a usurious loan from some shady company. The interest rate is as high or not, it can solve the initial financial difficulties better than starving to death. Zhou Yi didn't take it to. This high interest rate isn't due now, will leave future worries to the future. Maybe by the time it's due or maybe she'll be dead by then. If she had a stable income and happy living conditions now, she wouldn't touch these things. But now she's drowning in debt, barely surviving, so of course she'll use these things first. I dare not use it. Yi Ziyu finished reading and closed it. I know my own limits well. If I use it, I'm done for in this life. It's either repaying debts or on the way to repaying debts. Just thinking about that scene makes her feel suffocated. Zhou Yi shrugged. Oh, everyone has their own opinion. She thought it was actually quite good. She poked Lin Xi. Lin Xi, what do you think? Moi. Lin Xi was still reading the terms and took a while to answer. I think it's pretty good. The main thing is that the maximum installment period for the loan is 5 years. In the first 5 years, you can repay one of the principal each year, with the remaining principal and interest paid off in a lump sum after 5 years. Of course, early repayment is also allowed. Early repayment only reduces some interest. There are no other benefits. In 5 years, the star domain will be destroyed. This is a chance to milk the system. You think so too? Zhou Yi said with a grin. I plan to use this loan to buy all the nutrient fluids from now on. Buy them and don't buy low-grade nutrient fluids, buy all high-grade ones. Lin Xi patted her shoulder. Zhou Yi thought Lin Xi was joking. Lin Xi continued. I'm serious. After buying, choose the longest repayment period. Her serious expression made Zhou Yi's smile freeze on her face. After a long moment, she found her voice. Lin Xi, is it? She swallowed. Do you know some earth-shattering inside information? Like the end of the world, or something? It was a ridiculous idea, but for some reason it suddenly popped into her. She herself was startled by the thought. The other two also turned to look at Lin Xi. Recalling Lin Xi's occasional warnings and some unusual behaviors in daily life, the idea actually seemed more and more plausible. Lin Xi blinked and suddenly smiled. I didn't say anything, but it's all your own guesswork. Lin Xi, this isn't funny. Yi Ziyu's voice was trembling. Is the end of the world terrifying? Terrifying and not terrifying. Sometimes they themselves think if they just died suddenly, so be it. But the thought that their family, friends, and the people most important to them would also die, that suffocating, heart-wrenching feeling is truly terrifying. If it's not funny, then don't laugh. Lin Xi said calmly. I'm going to send a package, then work out. You guys do as you please. The three. How could they possibly do as they please at a time like this? I need to take a moment. Zhou Yi held her head and went back to her room. Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan also needed a moment. They sat on the sofa staring blankly. After a while, Yi Ziyu said, I'll try to persuade my family. She completely believed Lin Xi's words. But how to persuade her family to believe such an absurd story? She didn't know how to say it. Such an absurd thing would probably get the call hung up before she even finished speaking. Lin Xi didn't know what kind of bomb she had left on her teammates. As soon as she left the dormitory, she told Gu Ziqing about this. Gu Ziqing quickly replied, "Gu Ziqing, it's fine, no impact." Seeing this, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he had told her earlier that this matter could be shared, she hadn't dared to spread it further. After sending the package, Lin Xi arrived at the training ground where she met Hu Li and a few others. They greeted her warmly and even treated her to high-grade nutrient fluids. What's with the sudden generosity? Lin Xi raised an eyebrow while holding the nutrient fluid. Hee, Hu Li chuckled foolishly. It's because of that special loan thing. All of us used it. Their parents were quite supportive of them using the loan. According to their parents, the money seemed like a lot, but once the economy improved, it wouldn't be much to them now. Then thank you for the nutrient fluids. Receiving 4 bottles at once was quite pleasing. Perhaps because of this special loan, the training ground suddenly saw many more people coming to train. Previously, they didn't want to come, and when they did want to, time didn't allow. Now that they had the conditions, they came back. It was worth noting that the aristocratic children in the academy had never missed training during this period. These pampered aristocratic children were not cut out for such hardship. If they could endure this kind of suffering, the military would have been under their control long ago. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. These high-ranking officials must have obtained information unknown to them and were preparing for something they didn't know about. Smart people who wanted to get a piece of the pie would follow suit and prepare. After all, exercising is not a bad thing. Drenched in sweat, Lin Xi walked out of the training room. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. These high-ranking officials must have obtained information unknown to them and were preparing for something. Lin Xi opened the online shopping platform, intending to use the special loan opportunity as well. Want to buy but can't. He hadn't bought nutritional fluids online for so long that he forgot they now required a rush purchase. He couldn't buy. Lin Xi directly ordered natural food. Natural food on Blue Star was much more expensive than nutritional fluids, but since she had to eat anyway, buying this was more cost-effective. She sent the screenshot of the online purchase to Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou, telling them she had already bought ingredients and not to send any more. Xiao Yuanzhou, alright, we made the money from the ingredients and even got some perks. Gu Ziqing replied with an okay and a transfer. The transfer note read ingredient cost and labor fee. Just as she finished receiving Gu Ziqing's transfer, Xiao Yuanzhou's transfer also came through. Xiao Yuanzhou, he forgot to transfer you the money. They'll trouble you with the meals from now on. Life went on as usual, except there was one more thing: taking advantage of the government's benefits. When she woke up the next day, Lin Xi saw 3 panda individuals. The 3 looked at her resentfully. After drinking a high-grade nutritional fluid, Zhou Yi looked at her admiringly. You can still sleep after learning such explosive news. Lin Xi looked at her speechlessly. You'll only have trouble sleeping the first few days. After a few days, you'll get used to it. Zhou Yi. I don't know what the 3 of them thought about all night, but that day they quit some part-time jobs, keeping only the 2 at Lin Xi's. All the time freed from part-time jobs was devoted to training. Tacitly, they didn't ask Lin Xi to what extent she wanted to train their bodies, nor did they ask why she was desperately exercising instead of stockpiling supplies when the apocalypse was coming. Their changes were soon noticed by Hu Li and others. Why are all of you so desperate lately? Hu Li asked, puzzled. Although he was also working hard, it was only because he saw the upper-class training. It wasn't really desperate, unlike these people who made themselves look like drowned rats every day. Zhou Yi slapped him hard on the head. If you want to live a long life, go train. Why ask so many questions? Hu Li was stunned by the slap, but he was someone who liked to follow the crowd. It wasn't following the trend of the high-ranking people, but the trend of his own small group. So he actually went to train. The 4 people in his dorm were like Siamese twins, following him everywhere, and thus 4 more people began training desperately. With companions to train together, there was no chance to slack off. After the single tax and special loan were introduced, the outside world was in an uproar. The single tax was definitely met with a chorus of curses, while the special loan received mixed reviews. In the end, both those who cursed and those who praised all used this special loan. What did it matter if the interest rates were extremely high? When on the verge of starvation, even doubled interest rates, anyone who didn't want to die would use it. As long as stomachs were filled, society would stabilize accordingly. The situation was not as good as before the economic crisis, but it was much better than the previous period. At least, not as many people were thinking about suicide. They were now busy figuring out how to earn money to pay the interest. The impact of the economic crisis seemed to disappear. In this disaster, nearly 20 of the interstellar population lost their lives. Before the latest round of the game, Doomsday, began, Lin Xi had an online video chat with Gu Ziqing. During this time, the experiments of the aristocratic families and the government failed again. It was the kind of failure with no progress at all. In other words, all the money squeezed from the common people by the government went down the drain. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xi had mixed feelings. The funding for this experiment was obtained from lives measured in billions, and the final result was failure. Those high-ranking officials with a casual "do it again" might once again take the lives of who knows how many billions. Gu Ziqing sighed. Although the Gu and Xiao families believed that moving to the backup planet should not exclude the common people, they also knew it wasn't something they could just decide to move everyone there. Based on the current experimental results and the resources of the star region, in the end, less than 30 of the people could move to the backup planet. Some might not meet the physical attribute requirements, directly eliminating their chance to migrate. Others might have no way to obtain the protective suits and equipment for migration, losing the chance again. Let's not talk about this unpleasant topic, Xiao Yuanzhou said. Let's talk about the results of the experiment our two families jointly participated in this time. Of course, the result was also a failure. But compared to the previous experiment, there was progress. After the experimental personnel landed on the backup planet, they all survived. It's just that they didn't live for many days. The distance was too great, they could only detect their vital signs and some scattered data. Nor did they need to know what those people experienced on the backup planet that caused them to lose their lives even after a safe landing. There has been some progress, at least we can safely land on the backup planet. Xiao Yuanzhou comforted himself. Lin Xi nodded affirmatively, indeed it was. The conclusion from this experiment was that all physical attributes must be above 50 to safely land on the backup planet. The second confirmed point was that the protective suits worn to enter the backup planet still needed improvement to allow people to land without injury. Therefore, while developing the protective suits, they also needed to start stockpiling large amounts of materials for mass production. Time is running out for us, so Lin Xi will trouble you with the materials, Gu Zicheng said. For the protective suits of the aristocratic family's, time and materials were certainly not a problem. But they had to consider many ordinary people, so time became tight. Materials were also insufficient. They had to make more protective suits in limited time. I understand. Lin Xi nodded. After the three-person meeting ended, Lin Xi saw a push notification from the Gu group. A new type of potion has been released which, combined with exercise, can improve all physical attributes in the shortest time with no side effects. Then followed the price of the potion. Lin Xi counted 7 zeros, a price of 10 million. Most importantly, it stated that only full payment was accepted, no credit or installment. Lin Xi. She sent the link to Gu Zicheng. Lin Xi, is this the potion you mentioned before? Gu Zicheng, no, this is the one you used before. The latest model still needs a few days to finish testing. Okay, she had thought the latest version had appeared and was considering whether to buy it since she now had 10 million. It turned out to be just the old version. The old version of the potion can only be used once per person. A second use yields no discernible effect. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xi sent the next message. Lin Xi, is your family really short on money now? If not for the lack of funds, given the Gu family's usual style, they wouldn't be pushing the potion so hard. Gu Zicheng. You caught me. The Gu Corporation was indeed strapped for cash. Research and development required funds, personnel expenses were another burden, stockpiling materials cost money, and there were countless other places demanding expenditure. There was income, but normal revenue couldn't sustain such massive outflows. Gu Zicheng, my allowance has been getting smaller lately. I'm thinking about returning to the game. Lin Xi, go for it while you're still young enough to sell your looks. Selling his looks was out of the question. Many projects in the Gu family were now managed by the Gu clan's younger generation, each spinning like a top. Even the Gu family members still in the academy were tasked with collecting materials. The Gu Corporation's official account sent a message, and a swarm of people below expressed astonishment. The impecunious claimed they had never seen such an expensive potion and declared they wouldn't buy it even if they had the money. Interstellar medical conditions were excellent and technology was advanced. With high physical attributes in daily life, as long as one's attributes weren't at the extreme low end, there was usually little difference. If they truly had that kind of money, they wouldn't spend it on a single potion. After all, replacing every part of their body would cost about the same. Wouldn't it be better to spend that money on food, drink, and entertainment? The netizens gleefully mocked the Gu Corporation for investing heavily in a potion that wouldn't sell. But they didn't know that while they were happily ranting, the potion sales were skyrocketing. Tens, hundreds, thousands. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions. The numbers kept climbing. Lu Xiaoming at 31. 7C. Hey everyone, check out this good stuff. Link. This unusual message brought a momentary silence to the lively comment section. A moment later, the comment section exploded, the comment count updating so fast that one couldn't pause to read what people were posting. Chucky's cat sitter, there are so many rich people in the world. Why can't I be one of them? Nangong Lingshu, people keep saying the economy is bad, and I agreed. Until just now, when I realized it's only bad for me. Money from heaven, why do you think the rich are so obsessed with this potion? User 664777657, what else? They have too much money and nowhere to spend it. From the moment Money from Heaven asked that question, the number of comments noticeably decreased. Anyone with a brain realized that the potion sale was no ordinary event. The rich weren't fools, they rarely did pointless things. Especially when a group of rich people were all doing the same thing. It could only mean there was some information circulating among the upper echelons that they didn't know, and this potion could help them. Suddenly the potion's sales doubled. In fact, aside from the topmost families who knew the specific reason, those at the next level only knew the general idea. The rest just followed the trend and bought it. In the eyes of the wealthy, 10 million was a small sum. They bought it thinking maybe it would be of great use. Then the 10 million would be well spent. Those with brains and spare cash bought it. Those without money but with brains considered borrowing to buy it. Zhou Yi stared at the product page, unmoving for a long time. The rich can take shortcuts, she murmured after a long while. Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu stood silently beside her, offering comfort. Compared to others who were still ignorant of the truth, they were already fortunate. They had learned the truth in advance and could prepare ahead. If they were poor, so be it. They could make up for the gap caused by money with extra sweat and effort. Lin Xi bowed her head, staring at her optical brain without speaking. She had the money to buy the potion, but that didn't mean she could spend it on her roommates. As their roommate and friend, she had already helped them enough. They already knew information that others didn't. She had also provided them with ways to earn money. Throwing money at them to buy the potion would no longer be help. It would make her a sucker. The three girls never thought of asking Lin Xi to buy the potion for them. This was precisely why Lin Xi was willing to keep looking after them. They knew their limits. After she helped them, they would find ways to repay her in other matters. For something as large as this, they knew they couldn't repay it, so they didn't even consider asking Lin Xi. The Gu Corporation was raising funds at a rapid pace. That very day, Lin Xi received a large transfer from the Gu Corporation, the funds for purchasing materials. Upon receiving the money, she immediately began delegating tasks. Since she was about to enter the game and would be unavailable for at least a week, she needed Zhou Yi and the others to oversee the progress. They had helped with the previous material purchases and were familiar with the process. This was also part of the care Lin Xi had shown them, giving Zhou Yi and the others a part-time job and income. The oversight job was simple. If they noticed any irregularities, they just needed to contact the teacher or the Gu Corporation procurement manager in time. After arranging everything, Lin Xi took a flying car to the Gu Corporation base, ready to enter the game with Gu Ziqing and the others. She had been delayed at school, so when she arrived at the base, the game was about to start. Lin Xi hurry up, grab a flying car, and get to the room. Xiao Yuanzhou had a small flying car under his feet, and another one beside him, clearly prepared for her. Lin Xi stepped onto it, and the small flying car immediately started. Arriving at the familiar room, without time for greetings or catching up, the three of them hastily laid down in the game pods. The moment they laid down, the game start prompt sounded. Ding. Welcome to the survival game. This round is ding. This round lasts 15 days. Players must survive at least 15 days in the game. If you fail to survive 15 days, your game ends, and you cannot continue in subsequent game events. Please take the rules seriously. Ding. During the game, one supply item will be randomly distributed daily, including food, water, and medicine. Each of the three has a 25% chance of appearing, with the remaining 25% being empty. Click here for the detailed list of supplies. Ding. This round will provide players with a legal identity document in the game scenario, but no other additional assistance. Please be informed. Ding. Friendly reminder, this scenario has a total of 100 individuals, including 9900 NPCs, and 100 players. The game scenario has been loaded. The game is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. How do you feel? Any discomfort? A strange female voice carried a tone of impatience mixed with a hint of concern. Lin Xi, who had just opened her eyes, felt her mind in a daze. Still feeling unwell. The voice's owner, having waited in vain for a response, asked again. Lin Xi rubbed her head. Still a bit dizzy. The moment she spoke, Lin Xi was startled by her own feeble voice. High fever and no food intake. Dizziness is normal. The female voice continued, there's a bread here. After you eat it, if you feel fine, you can go through the discharge procedures. Lin Xi took the small bread. While the woman spoke, she realized she was in a hospital, and the speaker was a nurse. After handing over the bread, the nurse hurriedly left the room. Once Lin Xi had eaten the small bread, miraculously her dizziness subsided. Surveying the ward, Lin Xi saw 2 other patients and 2 family members present. All were NPCs. Perhaps she had been admitted temporarily, as she was not wearing hospital attire. Lin Xi checked her pockets and found a phone and an ID card. At the front desk, she inquired about discharge procedures. Here are your medical records and the bill. Please take a look. Lin Xi took them, and upon seeing the amount, felt a strong urge to make a morally questionable decision. She wanted to skip out on the bill. Excuse me, do I have medical insurance? In the end, she didn't flee. The medical staff showed a momentary surprise, but quickly used her ID to check. No medical insurance under your name. Lin Xi. Then what do? I don't have any money to pay the bill. The medical staff handled the situation with ease. If you have no money, go raise it. Come back when you have it. Now please step aside so the next person can proceed. Lin Xi spread her hands. I'd like to raise it, but I don't remember anything. There's no one in my phone contact. The medical staff finally glanced at Lin Xi and pointed to the right corridor. Go to the front desk in the main hall and explain your situation to the staff there. They'll tell you what to do. Lin Xi obediently went to the front desk. After learning that Lin Xi had no memory of her past, the staff immediately arranged for her to undergo examinations. After Lin Xi firmly refused, they began setting up a payment plan. The minimum monthly payment was only 100 yuan, and she could pay the full amount later when she had the money. The system-issued phone had 2000 yuan in it. Lin Xi reset the password using her ID card and facial recognition, then successfully paid the 100 yuan. After the payment, Lin Xi hurriedly left the hospital with her medical records and bill. In the 2 short hours she spent there, the sound of ambulances never ceased. Patients were constantly rushed past her by medical staff. For some reason, looking at those patients filled Lin Xi with a sense of panic. She wanted to escape the hospital, losing all desire to search for Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. Outside, the streets were bustling with traffic, a scene of peace. No abnormality seemed to exist. The glaring sun shone on her face. Lin Xi oriented herself, rented a bicycle, and pedaled away from the hospital. With less than 1900 yuan left, she needed to stock up on supplies and find a place to stay. As she turned a corner on her bicycle, she spotted someone selling fast food. It wasn't the food that caught her attention, but the incredibly low price, just 7 yuan per meal. Back in the inpatient ward, she had seen the breakfast delivery slip of a neighboring patient. A single bowl of porridge and 2 steamed buns cost 20 yuan. Yet here boxed meals were only 7 yuan each. Lin Xi turned her bike toward the stall. "Boss, give me 30 of the cheapest boxed meals." At such a low price, she wouldn't be picky about the dishes. "Little sister, how many people are you feeding?" The vendor smiled kindly. "Our portions are big, 1 box is enough for a grown man." Lin Xi hesitated. 15 people. 15, huh? The vendor began packing meals, but only prepared 15 boxes. "Little sister, 30 is too many. I can only sell you 15. Huh? Turning down a sale. The vendor wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and explained, "This boxed meal isn't for profit, it's specially for the needy patients. I make them alone, and I can only produce a limited number each day. If I sold them all to you, someone else would go hungry. A boxed meal with meat and vegetables for 7 yuan. Cheap, right? Extremely cheap. In this area, ordinary boxed meals cost at least 15 yuan. Yet even this low price was still steep for the families of seriously ill patients. Many couldn't even afford 7 yuan. Some people dared to buy only 1 box a day. He prepared slightly more than the actual demand, and if any remained unsold at the end of the day, he would sell them at a loss for an ultra-low price to those in need. Because he had made extra, he sold 15 boxes to Lin Xi. But he could not sell more. Lin Xi looked at the vendor with admiration. He was a truly kind person. The kind man only charged Lin Xi 100 yuan. "Uncle, will you set up your stall tonight? He'll come back then." A pang of guilt struck her, but she couldn't bear to pass up such cheap boxed meals. "Yes, same place. Come whenever you like." Lin Xi carried the 15 boxed meals, found the nearest restroom, stored them in her space, and then opened her phone's map. She located the nearest pharmacy and convenience store, then rode her bike to buy supplies. She bought 2 cases of the cheapest bottled water, each costing only 10 yuan. After getting the water, Lin Xi found a spot to sit down and started drinking. The weather was scorching, and she was already drenched in sweat. Arriving at the pharmacy, Lin Xi glanced at the prices and immediately left. The prices in the store were far too high. Stepping out, she found a shady spot, sat down, and began shopping online. Yes, the very same pharmacy's medicines were more than half the price online compared to buying them in store. With practiced ease, she ordered all the essential medications she needed, then sat in the shade waiting for the delivery. With nothing else to do, Lin Xi opened her phone and started the same process again. She attempted to apply for online loans. Lin Xi. What kind of background had the game given this character? She couldn't secure a single online loan. Lin Xi tried several more platforms, but none succeeded. Soon the delivery driver arrived and handed her the... After obtaining the medicine, Lin Xi followed the map on her phone to the nearest large market. The comments on the map said it was a very old-fashioned market. In other words, it was a place where all sorts of odds and ends could be bought. The market was not very crowded, perhaps because it was not yet rush hour. Lin Xi bought 3 sets of clothes there, spending less than 150 yuan in total. While chatting with a vegetable vendor by the roadside, the lady learned that Lin Xi had neither a job nor a place to stay and warmly offered to show her an apartment. "Just go with her, she has plenty of houses around here," urged the fruit vendor next to the vegetable seller, noticing Lin's eyes hesitation. Along the way, the vegetable vendor chatted with Lin Xi. Upon learning that Lin Xi had just been discharged from the hospital, was separated from her family, and had little money, the vendor's face was full of sympathy. Soon the vendor led her to a self-built house. 6th floor, unit 601. The vendor pulled out a large key ring from her waist pouch and fumbled for a while before finding the key to 601. "Come in and take a look," the vendor said, opening the door and showing Lin Xi around. The space was not very large, about 30 square meters, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom fully furnished with appliances. "What do you think?" the vendor asked. "If it's not suitable, I have other rooms." "Well, keep looking until you're satisfied." It's fine. But the rent?" The apartment was indeed acceptable. It was neither brand new nor old. The sunlight streamed in, the surroundings were unobstructed, and it faced the street. "It's a good apartment. Since it's on the top floor, it gets a bit hot. The rent is cheaper than the units below. Only 600 yuan a month, not including utilities." 600 yuan. Lin Xi thought the price was acceptable. Just as she was about to nod, she heard the vendor add, Since you have no money right now, I won't ask for the deposit or rent for the time being. You can pay me back after you find a job. Could such a good thing really happen? Seeing Lin Xi's astonishment, the vendor smiled warmly. Everyone has their difficulties when away from home. A few hundred yuan is not urgent for me. Paying later is fine. Lin Xi immediately expressed her gratitude sincerely. Thank you, auntie. Although the rent and deposit were temporarily waived, the vendor was still a stranger she had just met. The vendor photocopied Lin Xi's ID and had her sign a contract to have a record in case any unexpected incidents occurred with the tenant. After signing the contract, the vendor took her to the rooftop. As soon as she stepped up, Lin Xi saw a vast expanse of green. Auntie, do you grow all your vegetables here? Not all, I also grow them on other rooftops. Lin Xi was speechless. A legendary landlady, a wealthy woman. There was a small room on the rooftop near the stairwell for convenience. It was filled with clutter. Take a look and see if there's anything you can use, the vendor said, pointing to the storage room. These are things left behind by tenants. The ones on the left are unopened, the ones on the right are used. But don't worry, I've washed and disinfected all the used items. Some tenants too lazy to move bulky items simply left them in the rental apartment. The vendor would pick up anything still usable and store it here. Lin Xi thanked her again and selected a few unopened daily necessities and 2 used buckets. After Lin Xi finished choosing, the vendor handed her the key to Unit 601 and left. I don't live here usually. If you need anything, you can call me or find me at the market. Before leaving, she added, I have to go back and sell vegetables now. I'm off. It was almost rush hour and the market would soon be flooded with customers. Lin Xi took her things back to the room and immediately went out. She returned to the hospital from the beginning, but instead of entering, she found the fast food uncle and bought 15 more boxed meals. Uncle, have you noticed any increase in patients at the hospital recently? The uncle answered without hesitation. Yes, especially in the last couple of days. Just then a patient's family member came to buy a boxed meal and joined the conversation. There have been so many fever patients these 2 days. The nurses won't even let us pass through the fever clinic, afraid we might bring the virus back to our children. Did the nurses say what kind of virus it is? Lin Xi pressed. The family members shook their head. I asked, but they said it's an unknown virus. Seeing Lin Xi's furrowed brow and worried expression, the family member tried to comfort her. The virus doesn't seem to be transmitted between people for now, and blood tests can detect abnormal data different from other viruses. Lin Xi recalled the report she had received at the hospital. Her blood test results showed no abnormalities, which slightly eased her anxiety. This time the game name was a big question mark, and it had appeared in a hospital ward, which made Lin Xi wonder if the theme of this apocalypse was related to a virus. Lin Xi stayed nearby and asked about Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. They were relatively easy to recognize with their unusual hair colors and strikingly handsome looks. Most people who had seen them would likely remember. I haven't seen them, the fast food uncle said, shaking his head. Who are they to you? They're my 2 older brothers, Lin Xi lied without batting an eye. The uncle didn't suspect a thing. They're your brothers. They'll keep an eye out around here and let you know if I see them. They exchanged phone numbers for easy contact. On her way back, Lin Xi ran into her landlady. Thinking about the little money she had left, Lin Xi tentatively asked, Annie, do you know where I can buy a cheap second-hand tent? What do you need a tent for? The landlady asked casually. I think I have one in another storage room. Come with me, and well, the landlady's storage room did have one, and Lin Xi quickly obtained a tent. It was small, just enough for. After getting the tent, Lin Xi returned to the rental apartment. The place had been unoccupied for a long time, so the first thing she did was thoroughly clean the supplies inside. The top floor was very hot, but with the air conditioner in the room, it made little difference. An ordinary tenant might have complained about the electricity bill. But Lin Xi was just a passerby, and this world was about to be destroyed. One apocalyptic game after another had turned her heart cold. During her first game, even though she knew the game world would eventually be destroyed, she foolishly tried to alert the police. Now, the first day of the game came to an end like this. Upon waking, Lin Xi saw the supplies the system had delivered the previous night. They were 2 bottles of water. After freshening up, she took down her fully charged phone. The phone charging cable had been retrieved from the landlord's storage room, otherwise her phone would have died long ago. This game instance was vast, and Lin Xi had no intention of wasting energy searching for Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. With 15 days of game time, only the first 3 were a safe period. Spending those 3 days on searching for people would be a terrible waste. There was no noteworthy news on the internet. On the first day of the game, the supplies were water. Lin Xi thought for a moment and decided to go buy more bottled water. She returned to the same market as yesterday. The prices there were much lower than those at the convenience store, so she planned to buy everything she could from the market. Spotting the landlady selling vegetables at her usual stall, Lin Xi went over to greet her. After buying 2 cases of water and loading them onto a shared bike, she passed by the landlady's stall again. She returned to the same market as yesterday. The prices there were much lower than those at the convenience store, so she planned to buy everything she could from the market. What do you want them for? Before Lin Xi could answer, the landlady began bagging the leaves. I'm going to cook them, they look delicious. Lin Xi replied. The discarded leaves were indeed fresh, the only flaw being their mediocre appearance. The landlady hesitated for a moment, then picked a large good cabbage from her stall and put it into the bag. Take it home and eat. I have more here, take some too. The vendor Annie next to her also packed a bag for Lin Xi. I've been trying to sell these for days, but no one bought them. They'll go bad if I don't get rid of them, so you can have them all. Lin Xi's pitiful story had spread throughout the market through the landlady. If the vendors inside recognized her, she would have been surrounded by a crowd. Thank you, Auntie, Lin Xi said with a sweet smile. She deliberately went back to the market to buy some basic seasonings. The boxed meals she had bought contained vegetables, but they were cooked in large batches specifically for patients, so the flavor was very bland. They weren't very tasty. When Lin Xi returned to the stairwell and found no surveillance cameras, she stored everything into her space. Just as she finished putting things away, she received a message from the fast food uncle. Girl, I've got news about your brother. I got his contact info, I'll send it to you now. Contact him yourself. Based on the message, Lin Xi made a phone call. Soon a familiar voice answered. Lin Xi, come save me. It was Qiao Yuanzhou. His voice was full of energy, showing no sign of danger. Besides, it was only the second day of the game. Unless one went out of their way to court death, nothing fatal would happen. Wait there. After getting the address, Lin Xi rode her shared bike again. Arriving at the hospital entrance, she thought for a moment, put on a mask, and went to the second floor. Qiao Yuanzhou was being held in the laboratory on the second floor. Outside the lab, a crowd of patients with test requisitions was waiting impatiently in line. Recently, more and more people were running high fevers, and everyone with a fever needed a blood test for a complete blood count. The medical staff and machines were overwhelmed. Then Qiao Yuanzhou for some reason managed to sneak into the lab amid the chaos and broke their equipment. Qiao Yuanzhou waved excitedly. Are you his family? A medical staff member in a white coat sized up Lin Xi and cut to the chase. Perfect timing. He broke our equipment, you need to pay for it. Lin Xi paused mid-step. This wasn't a rescue mission, it was a wallet-draining disaster. Qiao Yuanzhou rubbed his nose guiltily. He had never seen such an old-fashioned hospital before, so he got curious and examined it. In previous rounds of the game, he had never encountered a hospital, and when he entered this game scene, he didn't even realize where he was. The hospital was packed with patients, and the medical staff were too busy to pay attention to him. So he wandered around and ended up in the laboratory. Lin Xi shot him a glare, then said sheepishly, "We have no money, but we have a life." She pointed at Qiao Yuan. The medical staff was speechless. How could anyone say such a shameless thing with such an innocent look? Before the staff could speak, Lin Xi continued, I just arranged an installment plan for medical bills yesterday, as a hardship case. The staff was again at a loss for words. He didn't want to pay for the equipment repair out of his own pocket, nor did he want to write a report. Although I can't help as his family, maybe our other family member can. The staff, whose mind had been wandering, snapped back to attention. Who? Call him here quickly. Lin Xi, we don't have his contact information. Medical staff, miss, please don't joke at a time like this. We don't have all day to play games with you. Under the staff's murderous gaze, Lin Xi insisted, we really don't have any money on us. If you want payment, you'll have to contact our other family member. The staff gritted his teeth. Then go ahead and find him. Lin Xi, we don't have his contact info. Staff, Lin Xi. After 3 seconds of mutual silence, Lin Xi spoke again. We don't have his contact info, but we know you can reach him. The staff immediately pulled out his phone and called a colleague in psychiatry. Hello, Dr. Zhou. I have 2 patients here with mental. Before he could finish, Lin Xi snatched the phone and ended the call. She said to the staff, I'm serious. All 3 of us were hospitalized here. You can check his records. The staff didn't immediately order a search because the equipment repair technician arrived. If the machine could be fixed, compensation became less important. It'll take at least an hour, the technician said after a quick look. With nothing else to do, the staff first calmed the patients and their families outside, then took Lin Xi and Qiao Yuanzhou to search for the person. When they searched for the name Gu Zicheng on the computer, they eliminated a 60-year-old and a 12-year-old, and Lin Xi pointed to the one aged 24. Yes, that's him. A nearby nurse immediately picked up the landline to call the number listed. Lin Xi leaned in closer to the earpiece. The line rang endlessly. Hello. A deep, pleasant voice came through the phone. Lin Xi immediately spoke up. Gu Zicheng, am at the Gu Zicheng said, okay, I'll come find you now. Qiao Yuanzhou also leaned in. Old Gu, am here too. Gu Zicheng replied. You can be absent. Soon Gu Zicheng's figure appeared before them. Old Gu, over here. Qiao Yuanzhou waved his hand joyfully. Lin Xi felt this scene was somewhat familiar. You are the family member of these 2, right? The medical staff from the lab looked Gu Zicheng up and down. Lin Xi felt this scene was even more familiar, so she couldn't help covering her face and stepping back 2 paces. Gu Zicheng glanced at the 2, hesitated for a moment before replying, I am. He had already sensed the hostility in the medical staff's tone. He broke our equipment. The medical staff pointed at Qiao Yuanzhou. Now let's discuss compensation. Gu Zicheng looked at Qiao Yuanzhou with contempt in his eyes. Even if they were close friends, there was no need to set him up like this. Qiao Yuanzhou winked and gestured, his eyes darting toward Lin Xi as if to say that the one who called him was Lin Xi, not him. He'll settle the score with you later. Gu Ziqing smiled at Xiao Yuanzhou, then returned to a normal expression. I'm very sorry. He apologized solemnly. The medical staff waited quietly for him to continue, but after a long silence he didn't speak, so they asked, very sorry, and then, there's no, and then. Gu Ziqing said calmly. The other party almost jumped up incredulous that he wasn't mentioning compensation at all. Dr. Li, don't be angry. The nurse beside him pulled the lab doctor aside. Put aside the compensation for now. This Mr. Gus medical bills haven't been settled yet. The implication was that this person had skipped out on the bill. Gu Ziqing was speechless. Lin Xi looked up at the sky and down at the ground, thinking, the sun is really bright today. No. You three are all so outstanding in appearance, how can you have no money on you? The lab doctor found it unbelievable. With faces like theirs they could earn a decent amount just by sitting by the roadside for a day. The other two also joined in looking up at the sky and down at the ground. After discovering that the three were truly broke, and since the equipment wasn't seriously damaged, compensation was waived. Xiao Yuanzhou only needed to write a letter of self-criticism. Meanwhile, Gu Ziqing, who had skipped out on the bill, was dragged away to set up a payment plan for his medical expenses. Having nothing to do, Lin Xi crouched on the ground watching the bustling scene of the hospital. There were so many patients with fevers. Men, women, old, young. Their faces were flushed red, and almost all had fever patches on their foreheads. Lin Xi tugged at her mask, trying to stay away from the crowd. Soon Gu Ziqing finished setting up the payment plan and walked over. Is that guy Yuanzhou still not done? Lin Xi shook her head, and the two went directly to find Xiao Yuanzhou. Before they got close, they heard loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. That stood out even in the noisy environment. Lin Xi approached, craning her neck to look at what Xiao Yuanzhou had written, and couldn't help laughing. People from the Interstellar era had almost never used pens. Xiao Yuanzhou had used them, but he had never practiced. So his handwriting was extremely funny. While they say the handwriting reflects the person, but how can your handwriting be so different from you? The old man watching laughed heartily. Xiao Yuanzhou didn't feel embarrassed. He chuckled and told the old man that this was the best he had ever written. The three left the hospital when it was almost noon. Lin Xi took them to a fast food stall where they bought boxed lunches and packed another 15 boxes before leaving the hospital area. Where are you staying now? Lin Xi asked. Away from the noisy hospital, Lin Xi felt more at ease. Xiao Yuanzhou, needless to say, had been in the hospital for the past 2 days and hadn't found a place to live yet. Gu Ziqing said, I'm at the police station. Lin Xi was confused. This was actually inspired by Lin Xi's first game. When in trouble, go to the police. The three went to the police station to pick up some supplies Gu Ziqing had collected and then headed to the old vegetable market. Since they had met in the game, of course, they would live together to face the upcoming difficulties. The landlord aunt was very happy to hear that Lin Xi had found her family. Lin Xi sought her mainly to ask if the two could move into her rented apartment. Of course, why not? The aunt immediately agreed upon hearing this, then fumbled in her waist pouch for the keys. Room 601 is only 1 bedroom. It's too small for 3 people. You can switch to room 602. The rent is only 200 more. Room 601 had 1 bedroom and 1 living room, while room 602 had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. After repeatedly thanking the aunt, the three went back, cleaned room 602, and then began preparing supplies. The supplies Lin Xi had stocked up were for 1 person. They wouldn't be enough for 3. Lin Xi asked the other two, do you have any clues about the direction of this game? Gu Ziqing said, starting in the hospital, I think the theme this time is related to disease. Xiao Yuanzhou nodded, I think so too. I've been in the hospital for the past 2 days, and after observing I found that in just 1 day the number of patients. Lin Xi thought the same. So in the following days they focused on stockpiling medical supplies. However, the system had given each of them a limited amount of initial funds on their phones, so they could only buy limited supplies. Should we go work to earn money? Xiao Yuanzhou asked. Stealing or robbing was not an option. In this information age, stealing and robbing wouldn't get you much money. Moreover, order hadn't collapsed yet. They would probably be locked up before they even succeeded. Lin Xi shook her head. I don't want to go to crowded places. Working usually meant being around people. If she knew the game theme, she would have looked for a daily paid job. But unfortunately, the apocalypse theme was unknown, and the starting point was in the hospital. If it really was a disease-related instance, as they guessed, it was best to minimize contact with the outside. But being broke wouldn't work either. This was a small city. They needed money to get supplies. Lin Xi thought for a moment and sent a message to the landlord aunt asking if she had any manual work to recommend. Before asking, she specifically explained that the three had just been discharged from the hospital and hadn't fully recovered, so they couldn't go to work yet. They were looking for some manual work to earn money for food. At that moment, the landlord aunt, who was setting up a stall at the vegetable market, saw Lin Xi's message and showed it to the person beside her. See, I told you they are good kids, not the kind who are lazy and cheat people. The landlord aunt said this with great smugness. It was because her old friend thought that taking in Lin Xi and the others might be a problem. How could 3 fine young men, refined and fair-skinned, have not a single coin to their names? It would be odd enough to have 1 such person in a household, but to have 3 at once was beyond belief. Any normal person would have been suspicious. The landlady soon recommended a manual job to Lin Xi, assembling artificial flowers. So the three of them fetched the materials and spent the entire day on the balcony putting the flowers together. These artificial flowers are even more beautiful than the real ones in the interstellar realm, said Xiao Yunzhou, his eyes full of admiration, showing no sign of fatigue. Lin Xi thought of the ferocious plants in the interstellar realm and then looked at these artificial flowers. The artificial flowers won hands down. On the second day of the game, the trio spent their time assembling artificial flowers. That day they received the system's unified supplies, all masks and antipyretics. At 9:30 a.m. on the third day of the game, right after the morning rush hour, the three of them took the flowers they had assembled overnight to exchange for money. With the money, they immediately bought 2 sets of protective suits. Keep it up. Once we finish today's quota, we can buy the 3rd protective suit. The protective suits were classified into 3 grades. The highest grade, level 3, was not available in stores. They could only purchase level 2 suits. Level 2 protective suits were used in medium-risk environments such as operating rooms, ICUs, regular isolation wards, and when handling infectious materials. Level 3 protective suits were intended for high-risk environments like infectious disease wards, highly contagious zones, handling high-risk viruses such as Ebola, and surgeries with splash risks. They would have preferred to buy level 3 suits, but unfortunately such suits were not sold in pharmacies or elsewhere. Online purchases were an option though, but they had little money left, so they could only afford the intermediate level suits. After another busy day, the three rushed to exchange their goods for cash and bought another set of protective suits. We have a little money left. What should we buy? Xiao Yuanzhou asked, rubbing the paper notes in his hand. Buy garbage bags, Lin Xi replied without hesitation. Garbage bags were immensely useful in every game and had to be stockpiled. They bought extra-large garbage bags and 2 rolls of tape, spending every last coin they had. Back home, Lin Xi cooked all the vegetables the landlady had given them, and the three enjoyed a hearty meal. These greens taste better than the ones we grew in the interstellar realm, even though they're the same type, Xiao Yuanzhou remarked, genuinely puzzled. The same cook, yet such a vast difference. Lin Xi remained silent. What could he say? Vegetables grown in different soil and water conditions varied greatly. After eating and drinking their fill, they rested well. Tomorrow would be the 4th day of the game. According to the pattern, clear signs of the apocalypse would emerge. Danger would begin to appear, and their time for rest was running short. At 8 a.m. on the 4th day, the three woke up and checked the supplies the system had sent overnight. Disinfect. They exchanged glances, their suspicions confirmed. As long as we don't come into contact with outsiders, we should be safe from infection. Let's not go out today, Gu Ziqing suggested. Lin Xi nodded. We still have 2 hours before the official start of the 4th day. Let's find materials to reinforce the doors and windows. During the later stages of a disaster, home invasions were common. Staying indoors wasn't necessarily safe. Lin Xi first messaged the landlady asking if she had spare wood planks and nails. She replied that there were some in the storage room on the rooftop. Lin Xi informed Xiao Yuanzhou and Gu Ziqing, who immediately went up to look for useful items. Meanwhile, Lin Xi called the landlady. Hello? Did you not find the things? The landlady's cheerful voice. Lin Xi lowered his voice. Auntie, I need to tell you something, but please don't tell anyone else. The landlady, though puzzled, sensed his seriousness and readily agreed, turning off the speakerphone on her end. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Auntie, a patient from the hospital just told me that a virus has emerged, a deadly one. It's very dangerous. The landlady remained silent, only her breathing indicating she was listening intently. This news hasn't been released yet, and it's not supposed to be shared. If you trust me, stock up on supplies and stay home. Don't go out, understand? The landlady's breathing grew heavier. She lowered her voice. Is this reliable? Lin Xi answered firmly. Absolutely reliable. Auntie, I'm only telling you because you've been helping me. If you trust me, use these 2 hours to stock up. If not, forget it. But please don't tell anyone else whether you believe me or not. Lin Xi hung up and went up to the rooftop. Meanwhile, at the old vegetable market. What happened? You look like you've lost your soul after that call, a fellow vendor asked the landlady curiously. The landlady snapped back to reality and urged, stop buying. Pack up and buy more food and drinks to What? Tell me what's going on. The landlady didn't answer. She quickly tossed fruits and vegetables from the stall into her cart, then drove her 3-wheeler into the market to buy everything in sight. The other vendor didn't get an answer, but the landlady's actions were more convincing than any words. She abandoned her unsold greens and drove into the market as well. The landlady remembered Lin Xi's mention of a 2-hour window. Allowing for travel time, she stopped 10 minutes early. I'm going back now. You should stop too. Any later and you won't make it, the landlady said to the other vendor. She also warned the other stallholders to go home early before it was too late. But only the other vendor heeded her words, the rest ignored her. The day's business had just begun and no one was willing to close up and go home. The landlady drove off, unconcerned whether they believed her. She made it home safely as it was still early. The other vendor, however, thinking of her large family and alarmed by the landlady's behavior, lingered in the market a while longer. Soon it was 10 a.m. The vendor confirmed she had nothing left to buy and got ready to drive home. But just as she settled into her seat, several screams erupted behind her. In the bustling market, the cacophony of haggling chopping on wooden blocks and the slapping of fish tails against water filled the air. It all seemed no different from any other day. The vegetable vendor, oblivious to the looming danger, continued her frantic scramble for supplies. Her only thought, etched by her landlady, was to stockpile enough and stay indoors. She harbored no suspicion of her surroundings, perhaps because familiarity dulled her vigilance. A guttural roar erupted. A scream followed. Anyone with a sense of peril would have fled upon hearing that agonized, desperate cry. Unfortunately, the vegetable vendor was not a cautious soul. She was in fact a fervent spectator of commotion. Thus, at the first shriek, she instinctively turned toward the source. And so she witnessed the entire scene in stunned silence. The market's din was shattered by an inhuman roar. By the fish stall, a young man with a pallid face lunged at the vendor. The fishmonger, caught off guard, felt a searing pain as teeth sank into his neck. Flesh tore and dark blood spattered across the fish scales, and the young man's ashen face, the metallic stench mingling with the fishy odor. A choked gasp escaped the vendor's throat as his body slammed into a wooden rack hung with iron hooks. The cleaver clattered to the ground. He convulsed and slid down his throat, emitting only a hollow wheeze, his eyes wide with terror. Silence. Deathly silence. That silence lasted only a moment. Then screams erupted. The women nearest to the scene let out piercing shrieks. An old woman dropped her basket, egg shattering, as she stood frozen. The chubby man who had witnessed everything turned pale, doubled over, and vomited violently. Panic spread through the crowd like wildfire. People pushed and trampled each other, crying and shouting as the crash of overturned stalls drowned the market. Vegetables and fruits were crushed underfoot. The vegetable vendor, being farther away, was momentarily unaffected by the chaos. Run. Flee. That was her only thought. Yet in this critical moment her body refused to obey, every limb betraying her will. Her hand clutching the car key trembled uncontrollably, unable to find the ignition. She told herself to calm down, but calm eluded her. Her mind screamed at her not to look back, to leave this place swiftly. But her treacherous gaze remained fixed on the scene, as if spellbound. The vegetable vendor felt like crying. As if sensing her stare, the attacking young man slowly raised his head, his face smeared with blood and fish scales. His murky gray eyes seemed hollow, yet the vendor read hunger in them. A guttural growl rolled from his throat as he stiffly turned his neck, his gray pupils sweeping over the dying vendor and the pool of blood before locking greedily onto the vegetable vendor. A harsh shaft of sunlight pierced through a hole in the canopy, illuminating the vendor's mangled neck and that inhuman, blood-streaked, famished face. In that instant, the vegetable vendor felt as if she could see her ancestors waving. With a series of swift clicks, the shopkeepers with rolling doors yanked them shut and hid inside. Those without doors had mostly fled, as had the customers. The vast market seemed to hold only the vegetable vendor and the still vomiting fat man. The vendor's hand stopped trembling. She was completely frozen. Death's countdown began with the gray young man. As he drew near, a putrid stench of decay assaulted her nostrils. She retched, unable to control her fear or her bogus reaction. She closed her eyes in despair, awaiting her end. 1 second. 2 seconds. Closer. The stench seemed to cling to her nose. 3 seconds. The terror of death numbed her mind, as she did not even notice the key being snatched from her hand. It was only when the bumpy road jolted her body from side to side that she realized she was still alive. Could you move back a bit? This seat is too cramped. Okay. She shifted instinctively. Only then did she snap back to reality. The fat man had taken her keys. She was now in her own electric tricycle. The market road was littered with obstacles knocked over by the panicked crowd. The tricycle was slow to begin with, and the debris made it even slower. Fortunately, the attacker's pace was also sluggish, and he failed to catch up. With the immediate threat gone, the vegetable vendor's gaze remained fixed on the market. She saw the gray young man, having failed to pursue them, redirect his attention to a shop with its rolling door shut. He clawed at it, his sharp nails scraping against the metal with a grating sound. She also saw the fallen fish vendor's body twitch, then slowly rise. Her sharp eyes noticed that the vendor's complexion had turned the same deathly gray as the young man's. In their parlance, that color was called corpse gray. The tricycle turned a corner, obscuring the view. The vendor felt a pang of regret. Lin Xi and the others had hauled all the potentially useful materials down. The tricycle turned a corner, obscuring the view. The vendor felt a pang of regret. Lin Xi and the others had hauled all the potentially useful materials down from the 6th floor. The cramped rental room was now filled with clutter, leaving barely any space to stand. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lin Xi asked, "What time is it?" 10 o'clock, Gu Ziqing replied. 10 o'clock. The 4th day of the game had officially begun. The trio, ignoring their fatigue, started sorting through the supplies they had brought down from the storeroom. Society hasn't collapsed yet. If we start renovating someone else's house, won't we get arrested? Gu Ziqing asked uncertainly. Before Lin Xi could answer, her phone rang. It was a call from the landlady. "I'm glad you're safe. No need to thank me. You helped me, so it's only right that I repay you. Alright. Thank you, Auntie. After a brief exchange, Lin Xi hung up. After ending the call, Lin Xi relayed the news she had just received. Annie just called to say that something like zombies has appeared outside, and she even sent me a video. Lin Xi opened the video, immediately recognizing the familiar market. The clip was short, but it captured all the essential details. It was clear that the person who filmed it, if not a professional, was at least an enthusiast. Zombies. Xiao Yuanzhou pointed at the screen. Is that what they call zombies? The term zombie was not unfamiliar in the interstellar realm. The first lesson in interstellar history was about zombies. Due to the outbreak of the zombie virus, only 10% of humanity on Blue Star survived. The current citizens of the interstellar era are all descendants of Blue Star's original inhabitants. Since everyone knew what zombies were, Lin Xi spared no words, and the three immediately set about reinforcing the house. Zombies could still move even when injured. Only by smashing their heads into pulp could they be completely killed. Thus, in a confrontation, humans were at a disadvantage. Humans felt pain, could be injured, and could lose combat effectiveness, whereas zombies suffered none of these. Knowing they were at a disadvantage, charging head-on was nothing short of foolish. Avoiding battle was the best choice. After half a day's effort, the house was finally reinforced. We have a safe house, but we still lack weapons, Gu Zicheng said, checking everything before sitting down to rest. Lin Xi raised 3 wooden sticks, their tips sharpened into spikes. They're sturdy enough to serve as makeshift weapons. Gu Zicheng weighed them and gave his verdict. Lin Xi nodded. Besides these, there are steel rods and all kinds of kitchen knives. These were all taken from the landlord's storeroom. Alright, these should be sufficient. Since the game's background was set in Zhonghua country on Blue Star, they couldn't find any weapons with high lethality. After resting for a while, the three began to eat. Lin Xi took out her phone to check the online trends. The video the landlord had sent her became a trending topic. Initially, netizens thought it was just a script. But as more and more similar videos emerged, netizens began to sense that something was wrong. Lin Xi was still reading the comments when the video became unavailable, and even the uploader's account showed an anomaly. Her fingers moved searching for videos on related topics, but none were found. Every single one had vanished. Perhaps to avoid causing public panic, the authorities were suppressing the news. But given the video's view count, the news couldn't be contained. Lin Xi shook her head and sent a message to the landlord. She wanted to remove the door from the upstairs storeroom and install it between the 5th and 6th floors. After all, it was the landlord's property, so asking was necessary. Whether the landlord agreed or not, she would still take the door down eventually. It would just mean a delay of a couple of days until the landlord was too busy to attend to the rental property. The moment she sent the message, the landlord called her immediately. Hello, Lin Xi. You can dismantle the house however you like. We have no objections. Our whole family is deeply grateful for your warning. We leave the house at your disposal. Do as you wish. When the call connected, a young male voice came through, interspersed with the landlord's explanations in the background. That voice belonged to the landlord's son. Thanks to Lin Xi's tip, the landlady not only managed to stock up on supplies, but also forcefully made all her family members return home and wait. At first, her family complained about the landlady. After all, some were at a critical point in their careers, others in their studies. They being suddenly called home without reason affected both their work and education. It wasn't until the video from the vegetable selling aunt arrived, and they saw the company's surveillance footage, that the landlady's family realized how fortunate they were to have come home. Lin Xi thanked him, then reminded them to reinforce their house and watch for any physical changes before hanging up. After the call, Lin Xi and the other two immediately went upstairs to remove the storeroom door. The storeroom had all kinds of tools, so installing a door was no trouble. Just as they finished setting it up, the landlord called. Lin Xi, my son has used a drone to deliver the keys to the rental house and some food to you. Please go to Unit 601 to pick them up. Lin Xi's eyes lit up, and she hurried to Unit 601. The drone hovered over the balcony, and she reached out to take the items one by one. Perhaps because Lin Xi's earlier act of picking up discarded vegetables had left a deep impression, the landlady assumed she was too poor to afford food. She specially sent meat and told her to help herself to the vegetables on the rooftop. Lin Xi was tired of saying thank you, but the other party felt they hadn't done enough. The drone made several trips back and forth, delivering necessities for food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and finally asked if she needed anything else. Lin Xi paused for a moment, then brazenly asked if they had any weapons, preferably ranged ones. There was no reply, but an hour later a bow and arrows were delivered. Another hour later a gun arrived. However, the blade was not sharpened and required secondary processing. Lin Xi was very satisfied with this. She no longer offered words of thanks, only telling them to watch more movies and materials about zombie sieges and prepare mentally according to those resources. The other party was intelligent, no further words were needed. Being smart, wealthy, and facing the early stages of a zombie outbreak, as long as they were cautious and made ample preparations, their future wouldn't be too difficult. The rental building had 6 floors with 2 apartments on each floor. Only the 3 of them lived on the 6th floor. On the 2nd floor, 1 apartment was vacant while the rest were fully occupied. The vacant apartment contained only furniture and appliances with no other supplies. Bringing those items back now would only take up space without serving any purpose. Lin Xi held the keys, but made no move for the moment. If needed later, having the keys would make it much easier to scavenge supplies from the other rooms. Throughout the day, videos about zombies appeared intermittently on the internet. Each time they surfaced, they were immediately suppressed. Without paying close attention, one would never know about it. Before the matter could escalate, news of an unknown virus sweeping through the city spread first. Hospitals were overcrowded and antipyretics were in short supply at pharmacies. In the evening, Lin Xi joined the tenant group and learned that 2 households had been taken away by ambulance due to high fever and unconsciousness. That night, 2 more families posted messages begging for medicine for their fevers. The messages received no replies from other tenants, and she didn't know if they had eventually obtained medicine. Lin Xi hoped they would all seek treatment outside, reducing the number of occupants in the rental building. That night, the entire building reeked of disinfectant. The remaining tenants, terrified of being infected by the unknown virus, disinfected their own apartments and the hallways. Especially those near the sick households, they practically wanted to soak themselves in disinfectant. After a full day of hard work, Lin Xi was so exhausted that her fingers twitched. The sound of ambulances never ceased, but she used it as a lullaby and quickly fell asleep. She slept straight through until 10 in the morning on the 5th day of the game. The room was silent, and the outside was eerily quiet. This stillness felt unsettling. Lin Xi lay in bed, grabbed her phone from the nightstand, and turned it on. In just 10 hours, the world outside had undergone earth-shattering changes. The news about zombies outside could no longer be concealed. It all began when a popular influencer who was ill decided to broadcast the spectacle of crowded hospital waiting areas live. With so many fever patients recently, he happened to be sick himself, and hosting a live stream at the hospital seemed like a perfect way to work while seeking medical attention. That live stream turned into a catastrophe, capturing the entire process of a normal person transforming into a zombie and then devouring others. Due to the massive viewership, even though the platform shut down the stream, immediately related videos still leaked out. Trying to take down all those videos like yesterday would only seem like a cover-up. Lin Xi opened the video trending on the hot search list. The footage initially showed a crowd of flushed faces followed by the influencer's own rosy cheeks. The influencer was rambling, urging fans to wear masks and take care of their health. Everything seemed perfectly normal. The first sign of trouble came from a Sharpied fan who commented asking the influencer to shift the camera. There was a patient behind him whose condition seemed off. Knowing the host had a massive audience, this fan made a generous donation before sending the message, ensuring. Of course, the influencer complied with the request of his benefactor. The camera lens focused on the direction the fan had indicated. The viewers then saw that patient, his face flushed crimson, standing in line like everyone else. But upon closer inspection, his limbs hung limp and lifeless. The high-definition camera even captured his dilated pupils. Many viewers spammed the comments, urging the influencer to call a doctor. That patient was clearly not right. The influencer, kind-hearted, began making his way toward the medical staff while still holding the streaming device. But the hospital was packed, and after a minute he hadn't moved even a meter. Instead, his pushing and shoving drew angry reprimands from other patients waiting in line. The camera kept pointing at the strange patient as the influencer suppressed his frustration and tried to explain. "Bro, that patient over there is not right. Let me get through to find a doctor." In front of the camera, he couldn't resort to. He wanted to stay in this industry, so he had to mind his behavior. "You think you can fool me? Everyone here is not right." Trying to cut in line. "No way. No, it's not." Before he could finish, screams erupted from behind him in a continuous wave. The audience had been watching that patient. They saw his flushed face begin to change, from red to white, then to a sickly gray. Then his limp limbs slowly rose and his hands suddenly grabbed the closest patient. That patient, dizzy and confused, didn't realize he was being held because the waiting hall was so crowded and physical contact was constant. When he finally did, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Hearing the chaotic noise, the influencer instinctively turned around, but the scene was utter pandemonium. Only a blur of shoving bodies, nothing useful to see. The crowd was too loud to extract any valuable information, just piercing screams upon screams. Already lightheaded from fever, the noise only made his head spin more. Yet he remembered he was a streamer. Perhaps the audience knew something he didn't. So he quickly glanced at the live chat. To his surprise, his stream had been shut down without warning. No comments, nothing. But many loyal fans had sent him private messages. He opened them and found everyone telling him to run. Panic peaked instantly. Without asking why, he immediately tried to escape the hospital. The waiting hall was packed with people, and amid the chaos, he didn't know which way to flee. Eventually, luckily, he managed to get out and survived. The video Lin Xi was watching now was the one the influencer edited and posted after his escape. Though many viewers had recorded and shared clips earlier, none had the same impact as the original source's account. Just as Lin Xi finished watching the entire recording, a government notification popped up on his phone. No mention of zombies, only that a new type of virus had emerged. The virus caused infected patients to exhibit biting behavior, urging everyone to take precautions. No sooner had he read that message than another arrived. This one urged residents to stock up on supplies for 7 to 15 days and advised those with fevers or other symptoms to self-isolate at home. If the influencer's video had only fueled speculation among some netizens, these two official messages from the government directly confirmed the severity of the situation. Those with a sense of crisis had already started hoarding supplies after watching the live stream. Those without one now had to act after receiving the government's text. In an instant, all store supplies were cleaned out. Lin Xi was still reading the messages when Gu Ziqing knocked on. "I'm hungry." Lin Xi glanced at the time. It was already 11 a.m. Coming right away. He first took out the boxed meals for the two of them before going to wash up. After reinforcing the house, they had extra space to store water. They now only used the water they had stockpiled, not knowing if the zombie virus could spread through water sources. After washing up Lin, she opened the fridge to cook some vegetables. To his surprise, all the greens were gone. "Next time you're hungry, just knock directly. You don't have to eat the vegetables raw." Lin Xi knew exactly what had happened. Gu Ziqing laughed. "I didn't eat them raw, I stir-fried them." Lin Xi planned to go to the rooftop after eating to harvest more vegetables. The three decided not to go out and went straight up after eating. The landlord had planted many varieties of vegetables. They originally intended to pick only enough to eat, but seeing the tall buildings nearby, they ended up harvesting everything. Today NPCs were scrambling to buy supplies, order still maintained. But in 2 or 3 days that might change. The rental house was low if people in nearby high-rises saw it or drone owners discovered this place. Wouldn't everyone without food and water flock to this building? The rooftop had a large quantity of vegetables and Lin, she had his spatial storage, so he wasn't worried about them spoiling. Just as they finished harvesting, the landlord called again. This time the drone delivered 2 of them to their doorstep. According to the landlady, having a drone to scout the outside world was now a necessity. It was indeed a thoughtful gesture. Lin, she had only ever heard others rave about the thrill of being lucky in games, but now she finally experienced that feeling herself. The sensation of getting whatever she wanted was truly exhilarating. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou went to room 601 to study the drones while Lin, she stayed in the kitchen to process the greens and ingredients the landlady had given. After a while, Gu Ziqing returned from room 601 and immediately joined in preparing the ingredients. "Mastered the drone already?" Lin Xi asked. Gu Ziqing nodded. It came naturally, simple to handle. Having never flown a drone herself, Lin, she simply took his word for it. All the greens were washed clean, and the meat the landlady had given was sliced into pieces. The water supply in the room had decreased by nearly a fifth, and Lin, she eyeing the empty space, decided to stock up on water again. She made a special mark on this batch of water, reserving it for last. Of course, not having to use it would be ideal. Just as she was about to turn the marinated meat slices into jerky, Xiao Yuanzhou returned from outside. "Come take a look," he said. Lin, she walked over to see the image on his phone. "Which room is this?" "Room 3. Xiao Yuanzhou replied. It was footage captured by the drone just moments ago. The tenant of room 301 had turned into a zombie. Lin, she forwarded the video to the landlady, then pointed at the image and asked Xiao Yuanzhou to zoom in. "Has it evolved, or what?" The zombie's skin was still a grayish blue, but it looked different from the zombies in the videos they had seen yesterday and this morning. On the exposed skin of this zombie from room 301, distinct patterns and rotting flesh were visible. "Why does evolution have to go in such a disgusting direction?" Xiao Yuanzhou complained. The three of them took a glance, and then looked away. What was it like knowing there was a zombie downstairs? No particular. According to information found online, zombies lack the ability to think, acting only on the instinct to spread. Those videos of zombies biting people, according to experts, weren't about feeding, but about transmitting the. In all the footage that emerged, once a zombie bit a human, it never proceeded to consume blood or gnaw on flesh. The rental apartment had security bars on the windows, and room 301's door was most likely closed, with the bars blocking the way as long as no one opened the door on purpose that zombie wouldn't get out. After receiving Lin Xi's video, the landlady let out a piercing shriek. Lin Xi, that's the young man from room 301. He has a child living with him. Could you check if the kid is okay? So the drone circled around room 301 again and again. With the security bars in the way, the drone couldn't enter the apartment, only observe from the outside. The kid is fine, locked inside a room. Gu Ziqing maneuvered the drone to hover in front of room 301's window and spoke after a long pause. Perhaps the father had noticed something wrong with himself, so he locked the child in a room, and then feeling unsafe locked himself on the balcony. The child was now pounding on the door inside the room, shouting for his father to let him out. Lin Xi relayed the situation to the landlady, who replied instantly, clearly glued to her phone. Please keep an eye on the child. I'll call the police and have them handle it. Lin Xi replied with an okay. In less than 30 minutes, a police car arrived at the rental building. Lin Xi, using a rope, lowered the keys to the main gate and the key to room 301 from the balcony of room 601 to the officers. Through the drone feed, they soon saw the police enter the apartment, rescue the child, and take away the zombie. When the officers reached the first floor, Lin, she shouted from the balcony of room 601, asking them to return the keys and lock the main gate. The commotion of the police car drew attention, and the tenants still in the building began asking in the group chat what had happened. The landlady quickly informed the group that an infected person had been found in the building. The group chat exploded instantly. The news of a zombie lurking nearby had only just reached their ears, but none of them had seen one in real life. Even the cases they could find online were rare. They couldn't imagine that a zombie would appear in the very place they lived. Tenant from room 302, is the virus airborne? I didn't even manage to grab disinfectant. I'm dead. Tenant from room 401. Oh God, I even greeted the guy from 301 this morning. How did he suddenly turn into a zombie? Tenant from room 202, the city isn't safe. Landlady, I want to go home. Can you refund my rent and deposit so I can buy a bus ticket? Landlady, it's dangerous outside. Are you sure you want to break the lease and go back? Tenant from room 202. Yes, I want to go back to my hometown. Landlady, alright, I'll transfer the money to you. Be careful on your way. After that, 2 more tenants asked to break their leases, and the landlady agreed. Of the 12 rental rooms including Lin Xi's, only 3 were still occupied. Apart from the rooms that were already vacant, there were those who had been taken to the hospital with a fever a couple of days ago and never returned, plus those who just checked out today. These people are really malicious. They deliberately left the main gate unlocked, Xiao Yuanzhou complained. Grumbling aside, he didn't go down to close it himself. Instead, he posted a message in the rental group chat about the unlocked gate. Living on the top floor, they were less anxious than the tenants below. In no time, one of the downstairs residents, bundled up tightly, went down to the first floor, quickly shut the gate, and blocked it with something. Their attitude was clear: no one would get in easily from the outside. Lin Xi and the others were satisfied with the video the tenant took, and another tenant praised the person's actions. From their chat messages, it seemed the 2 tenants had stocked up enough supplies at home and had no immediate need to go. Those who had checked out of the building didn't leave the group chat. Shortly after they left, someone posted a video in the group. It appeared to have been taken from the roof of a car. An endless road filled with an endless line of vehicles escaping the city. This was the unanimous thought of everyone living in that city. If the virus was indeed a zombie virus, how could a densely populated city be safer than a sparsely populated rural area? Once a large-scale zombie outbreak occurred, the city would grind to a halt. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, none could be self-sufficient. No matter how you looked at it, the countryside was safer. So congested. If a zombie shows up on the road, they wouldn't even know where to flee. Lin Xi and the others did not see the subsequent plot in the group chat, but they did see it on the internet. It was exactly as Xiao Yuanzhou had said. If a zombie appeared on the road, they wouldn't even know where to run. People's fear of the unknown always outweighs their curiosity. When a monster appeared on a road packed with cars, everyone's first instinct was to flee. But the road was so clogged that cars couldn't move at all. Abandon the cars and run. Most people were unwilling to part with their vehicles. A few who were willing to leave their cars stepped onto the road, only to find themselves surrounded by an unbroken line of vehicles, unsure of which direction to take. The zombies are mutating so fast. Gu Yuanzhou gasped after watching the video. When the zombies first appeared, their movements were extremely slow. But now the zombies in the video moved much faster. Just a little more, and they would move like normal people. Their strength seems to have increased too. Lin Xi rewound the video a bit and had everyone watch again. The zombie in Unit 301 was trapped on the balcony and couldn't even damage the security bars. But the zombie in this video had managed to dent the car hood. If this continued, it felt like they might end up being able to bend cars with their bare hands. This game is going to be very difficult. We need to prepare, Gu Zicheng said after watching. Xiao Yuanzhou put his hands behind his head. Prepare for what? Prepare to die. Gu Zicheng nodded. Sure, next time we need it, I'll use you as cannon fodder. Under official military suppression, the zombie on the highway and those it had bitten were all shot dead. This action sparked heated debate online. Some thought the authorities did well. Only by killing these people could the spread of zombies be effectively controlled. But many opposed it, arguing that these were human lives and they shouldn't be killed just because they were sick. The families of the infected were the most vocal. One after another, they protested online, demanding compensation from the authorities. Amidst the noise, time arrived at the 6th day of the game. The 6th day of the game. The government continued to urge everyone to stockpile supplies for 7 to 15 days. They advised people to go out less and recommended that those feeling unwell self-isolate at home. More and more videos about zombies surfaced online, scaring many schools and companies into granting sudden holidays. Haha, zombies. Schools are so ridiculous. A group of students in school uniforms passed by the rental building, captured by a drone's live feed. Whether there are zombies or not, as long as we get a holiday, I'll believe the world is full of monsters. Another student said nonchalantly. I saw zombie videos online. A student with glasses started, but was interrupted by another. It'd be even better if there were zombies. If there were, I'd go live stream how to kill them, wipe them all out. He waved his hands as he spoke, as if already imagining himself slaughtering the enemy. Youth is truly wonderful, Lin Xi sighed. Gu Zicheng looked puzzled. Youth. Lin Xi was young herself. Where did that sentiment come from? The group of students quickly passed the rental building, and the drone stopped following them. They thought they wouldn't see them again, but before long the students came running back. Only this time their faces no longer held the joy of a holiday. Instead, they were filled with panic and fear. The student who had bragged about wiping out the zombies was now running the fastest. Lin Xi and the others went to the balcony of Unit 601 and watched them being chased by zombies. Nearby other residents were doing the same, and the group chat was constantly updated with the latest videos. So much energy. Xiao Yuanzhou munched on food while watching the show. Indeed, they had been running around the area for several laps, and were still going. The surrounding residents, bored out of their minds, cheered them on from the buildings. As for going down to help, but it seemed they didn't need help anyway. As long as they could suppress their fear given the zombies' speed, they could easily lead. That was why everyone was leisurely watching the spectacle from upstairs. They're in danger, Gu Ziqing pointed to them. Unbeknownst to them, 2 more zombies had joined the chase. The students' running speed had already slowed down. Now surrounded by 3 zombies, how much longer could they last? Despair crept into the students' eyes, and the nearby onlookers fell silent. They watched the running student. Up. Bang. The student with glasses stumbled and fell. His companions glanced back and immediately fled without a second thought. He raised his right hand, watching their retreating backs, then let it drop weakly. The thickening stench of rot, and the hoarse growls that seemed to sound right in his ear told him he had no way out. He closed his eyes in despair, his mind flashing through the brief memories of his short life. So this was what it felt like to recall the past before dying. Bang. Was he dead? No. The familiar uniform seemed to shine. What are you staring at? Oh. The boy with glasses quickly scrambled to his feet and fled the scene, glancing back at the police officers still fighting the zombies. 2 gunshots rang out, bringing the farce to an end. Why did you meddle this time? Gu Ziqing leaned on the railing and asked casually. He had watched Lin Xi's game replays, so he knew that in the game Lin Xi often did seemingly meaningless things, like helping NPCs in the game. Or for example, sending messages to the game officials to try to change the fate of the NPCs. As everyone knew, the NPCs in the game were virtual characters extracted from a certain memory fragment of a former Blue Star human. They were just data, and also dead people. Lin Xi shrugged. 1 less zombie means 1 less difficulty in the game. It's just a casual thing. Indeed, it was a casual thing. Just a phone call to the police telling them that several flowers of the motherland were being ravaged by zombies. And soon the nearby police arrived in time. Lin Xi looked at the virtual screen. The number of NPCs had dropped by 3, but in a flash it rose again. Correspondingly, the number of players was also decreasing. She had noticed the difference in this game session earlier. In this round, when a player died, they turned into a zombie, which meant the number of NPCs increased. NPCs also have 2 forms. One is the normal human form. When a human form dies, the number of NPCs does not decrease. Only when the zombie form dies does the NPC count decrease. After watching the commotion, the 3 returned to room 602. With such a high frequency of zombies appearing nearby, the number of zombies elsewhere would not be small. As expected, more and more videos of zombie sightings emerged. More and more people lost their lives to zombie. Those who had previously condemned government personnel for arbitrarily shooting zombies now dared not speak out loudly. If zombies were left unchecked, this city would soon become a dead city. People only learn to shut up when something harms their own interests. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the authorities sent another message to everyone. This message urged everyone to actively report zombie locations, and the authorities would begin a full-scale extermination. By evening, more and more videos of zombies being shot emerged, and the outside world seemed to become safe again. 2 households downstairs asked in the group chat whether they should go out together to buy supplies. Lin Xi said she had no money and asked if they could lend her some if she would go out. As soon as she sent the message, the 2 households immediately fell silent. However, the landlady saw it and privately transferred a sum of money to Lin Xi. Landlady Lin Xi, do you think it's safe outside? Lin Xi saw it and replied with 3 words, not safe. Landlady, I see, thank you. On the other end of the phone at the landlady's residence, the landlady showed the phone to her family. See, Lin Xi says it's still unsafe outside. The landlady's family, who had wanted to go out, all fell silent. Even the landlady's little grandson, who had been clamoring to go out, obediently said he would stay home. If we're not going out, we're not going out. They'll offer extra money online to see if anyone is willing to buy supplies for us, said the landlady's son. The government announced that it was safe outside, so presumably many people were going out now. In this world there are many rich people, but even more poor people. He didn't believe anyone would refuse a paid errand. You even know such high-end skills. What else can't you do? Xiao Yuanzhou exclaimed in amazement, circling Lin Xi to examine her. Gu Ziqing, who was nearby, couldn't stand it and grabbed him. You're making me dizzy. Lin Xi didn't look up. I know lots of things. Gu Ziqing nodded in agreement. Xiao Yuanzhou escaped from Gu Ziqing's clutches and wandered back to Lin Xi. You say you have this skill, so how come you live so frugally? Lin Xi rolled her eyes. Because according to interstellar regulations, those under 18 are not allowed to work for money. Secondly, most interstellar jobs require high education. What a bizarre interstellar world. It didn't care whether your major matched, only whether your education was high enough. Lin Xi tugged at the backpack in her hand, confirmed it was sturdy enough, and tossed it to Gu Ziqing. As for sewing, she only knew simple mending, she didn't know embroidery or anything like that. Trying to earn money in the interstellar world with just sewing skills wouldn't really make money. What about mine? Xiao Yuanzhou grew anxious when he saw Lin Xi not moving. Lin Xi stretched. It's dark now, sewing is bad for the eyes. He'll make one for you tomorrow. All right. Xiao Yuanzhou agreed verbally, but his hand was already stroking the backpack in Gu Ziqing's hand. All the previous supplies were in Lin Xi's space. Lin Xi felt it was unsafe to keep everything in her own space. This game theme was about zombies, and zombies were related to the number of people. If most of the people eventually turned into zombies, their current temporary base would be 100% unsafe. Then they would have to abandon this place and run outside. She feared that if they left here, the three of them might be forced apart, or if she was eliminated by the game, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou would also be eliminated due to lack of backup supplies. That's why she made 2 backpacks. The needle and thread were found in the warehouse, and the backpack material was the curtain cloth from room 601. After dinner, the three planned to rest early. After all, tomorrow was the 7th day of the game, marking the beginning of another increase in difficulty. Resting early to deal with emergencies was a wise precaution. Just as they finished washing up and were about to sleep, the landlady called again. Lin Xi, I've had a courier deliver supplies to your building. Drop the door key to the guy and have him bring the supplies to... Lin Xi had to get up and drop the key down. Gu Ziqing had the drone follow the courier and instructed him to place the supplies and key at the stair landing between the 5th and 6th floors. Under the drone's surveillance, he had the courier lock the main gate. After the courier left, Gu Ziqing put on protective gear, used disinfectant on the newly arrived supplies, and only after disinfection did he move the items to the corridor on the 6th floor. They're all canned goods, Gu Ziqing said after opening the box. Lin Xi shouted to him, after disinfecting, leave them there for now. He'll put them into the space tomorrow. Gu Ziqing replied with an okay, disinfected himself again, and took off the protective suit before returning to the room. The canned goods the landlady sent this time were particularly to their liking. Lin Xi was worrying about what supplies to put in the backpacks for Gu Ziqing and the others. The food in the space almost all had short shelf lives, making them unsuitable for the backpacks. Day 7 of the game. When Lin Xi woke up, it was only 7 in the morning. There were still 3 hours until the official start of the 7th day. After 3 hours, they would feel the changes in the game. After washing up, she put on a mask and gloves, went out to collect the canned goods into the space, then began breakfast. Afterwards, she started sewing the second backpack. Time flew by quickly amidst the busyness. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou had also woken up, and were on these boring days the two made their own breakfast using ingredients Lin Xi had left in the fridge for them to practice. It's 10 o'clock. The three opened their phones to learn what was happening outside. It's raining, Gu Ziqing said. He used his phone to control the drone for a look around outside, and found it was raining. The rain was not heavy, sparse, and scattered. But the color of the rain looked abnormal, as if the transparent rainwater had taken on a color. Gu Ziqing couldn't see clearly, so he asked Lin Xi and Xiao Yuanzhou to look together. It seems gray. Lin Xi was uncertain. The images captured by the drone were not very clear. To see clearly, one would have to go out and check in person. Looking like this, I can't see even if I stare until my eyes blur. He'll go out and take a look, Xiao Yuanzhou said, getting up to go out. Lin Xi suddenly called him back. Don't go out. Xiao Yuanzhou was confused. What's wrong? For a moment, Lin Xi didn't know how to explain why they couldn't go out. After all, how could he tell her that in the Doomsday novels he read in his past life, rain never brought anything good? I just feel a bit uneasy. Better not go out. All right, then we want. Xiao Yuanzhou didn't. Some people have keen intuition and inexplicable sense of impending danger. The three of them stared at their phones for a long while, but found nothing unusual. So putting their phones aside, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou picked up needle and thread to learn sewing. An ancient, inefficient skill long obsolete in the interstellar age, mastered by few. The Gu and Xiao families had recently been searching for ancient artisans solely for the purpose of utilizing their skills when relocating to the backup planet. As of their entry into this game, spatial device migration remained unsuccessful. No matter how well protected, every device exploded upon reaching the backup planet's atmosphere. Thus, both families braced for the worst. After the move, they might have to revert to a primitive lifestyle. Prepared for this, they had recently been learning non-technological manual skills. The rain poured for 2 full hours before stopping. During that time, the internet flooded with news about the rain, almost all asking if it was contaminated. Some netizens collected rainwater in containers and found it, as Lin Xi and the others had observed, to be gray. Gray rainwater, filthy in appearance. It also reminded many of the complexion of zombies. This rain looked suspicious at first glance, Gu Ziqing said, pointing at the screen. The game wouldn't include meaningless scenes. At such a critical moment, a peculiar rain was bound to provoke speculation. Are those people brainless, touching the rain with their bare hands? Xiao Yuanzhou remarked. Lin Xi nodded. For any other Doomsday-themed game, she wouldn't feel so exasperated. But this world had already seen zombies and the news had spread across the entire internet. How could they still not realize the apocalypse was upon them? The aftermath of the rain emerged immediately after it stopped. Those who had direct contact began to develop. Some begged for medicine, some for medical help. The situation was even graver than before. According to online information, direct contact with the rain caused fever within about 5 minutes and a high fever of 40 C within half an hour. Regular antipyretics could only lower the temperature slightly, and once the effect wore off it shot back up to 40. At such a critical time, a fever was a death sentence. The virus ravaged the body while the fear of zombies tormented the mind. Without strong physical and mental resilience, one would collapse immediately. The three of them glanced at their phones from time to time. Yet another person turned into a zombie before their eyes. Just 2 days ago, the authorities had rounded up all zombies, but after only one night, they re-emerged. Lin Xi sighed. This time the government might not be able to operate as it did 2 days ago. After the zombies appeared, official personnel were dispatched to patrol and stand guard on every street. In other words, during those 2 hours of rain, many officials were directly exposed. By this calculation, lower-level officials were now feverish or even turning into zombies. Given their training, endurance, and higher physical resilience, Lin Xi believed they were slightly less likely to become zombies for now. By 4 p.m., another wave of fever cases appeared. According to them, they had no direct contact with the rain. They simply hadn't closed their doors or windows indoors. More and more people confirmed that they hadn't touched the rain, only left windows open, and still developed fevers. Online speculation suggested that the virus entered the body through breathing in airborne moisture. As soon as this speculation surfaced, those still unaffected panicked. From upstairs, Lin Xi and the others could clearly hear people downstairs slamming their windows shut. The difficulty just spiked instantly. This is tough, Lin Xi muttered as she got up to check the doors and windows. The three of them wore masks indoors, so the virus wouldn't affect them for the moment. But with the virus in the air, escape was inevitable. They had reinforced the windows and doors, and since the air conditioner was on, they had never opened them. Temporarily safe, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou had lost their enthusiasm for learning skills. While they could still move freely, they began boiling all their stored water. If they all eventually got fevers, boiled water would be essential. With limited containers, they had to boil the water, let it cool, and then pour it into food bags. The sealed bags were placed in Lin Xi's space for preservation. All bottled mineral water from the space was taken out for backup, ensuring that if Lin Xi met with an accident, the other two would still have resources. Boiling and bagging water they could handle. Lin Xi quickly moved supplies out of the space and packed emergency backpacks for the two. Clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, none could be omitted. A small backpack held enough supplies for 2 days. Lin Xi lined the backpacks with plastic bags for waterproofing, so they could withstand rain even outdoors. After packing the backpacks, Lin Xi tested the weight. It felt manageable, not hindering movement. She then placed some potentially useful items by the bedside in both rooms. Things like antipyretics, cooling patches, and water, placed within easy reach. Anyone who has been sick knows that when illness strikes, the body feels limp and weak, devoid of energy or spirit. Dragging a sickly body to search for supplies could easily end in collapse along the way. The other two were still in the kitchen boiling water and preparing dinner. Lin Xi piloted a drone to observe the outside. Yesterday, the government announced that it was safe to resume work and school, so today the streets were filled with pedestrians. Now those pedestrians were either flushed red or pale green. The red-faced ones were still conscious, fleeing quickly through the crowds. The pale green ones were zombies chasing after the living scent. In the drone feed, Lin Xi saw several feverish, delirious people being tackled by zombies. They struggled and resisted instinctively for a moment until their bodies went still, then the zombies moved on. Shortly after, the fallen began to stir again. Slowly, the skin color of the pedestrians on the street turned into a ghastly gray. They wandered aimlessly, and whenever a vehicle or passerby approached, they swarmed like they had caught a scent. Lin Xi withdrew the drone after a few glances. The zombies outside hadn't increased their sensitivity to the next level, or at least they couldn't yet detect the living on the upper floors, only chasing those who passed by. Time to eat. Gu Ziqing poked his head out and called, "Come try my cooking today and see if I've improved." Lin Xi went in to help bring out the dishes, waiting for everyone to gather before eating together. "How is it?" "Tasty." Xiao Yuanzhou looked at Lin Xi expectantly. He wasn't as gifted in cooking as Gu Ziqing, and these past 2 days he had been quite discouraged by his own dishes. Lin Xi was gracious, taking a bit of everything and praising it constantly. As long as she didn't have to cook herself, she found everything delicious. At night, before bedtime, the system-delivered supplies appeared again, this time 2 sets of protective suits. She was about to sleep, but got up to knock on the other two's doors. After learning that everyone's supplies were also protective suits, Lin Xi went to sleep with a heavy heart. Day 8 of the game. The outside remained quiet, and inside was even quieter. So quiet it seemed no one was alive. After stretching, Lin Xi felt no abnormalities in her body. Great, another day to survive. She got up, washed up, and had breakfast. The three gathered again. "Let me first check the situation outside," The drone's feed quickly appeared on the phone screen. Everyone's eyes shifted to it, drawing a sharp breath. Before sleep, they had checked the outside. Yesterday, only 3 or 5 zombies wandered the streets. After all, these creatures would follow the scent of the living and wouldn't stay long in one spot. But what did they see now? The zombies below the building stood densely packed on the street. Looking down from above, all they saw were heads. Nowhere did all these zombies come from. Xiao Yuanzhou continued controlling the drone to fly around. This situation was clearly abnormal. The drone circled around, and around the 3 focused on the phone screen. Seems no abnormality, Lin Xi frowned. It wasn't just under their building. All buildings had zombies below. It felt like all the zombies had come outside. No, there is something abnormal, Gu Ziqing pointed at the screen. It's raining outside. Look at them. Aren't they all letting the rain fall on them? The zombies' faces were tilted upward, their arms and legs spread wide, as if trying to let the rain soak them as much as possible. Today's rain was light, what people call a drizzle. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even notice it was raining. Why are they letting the rain hit them? Do they know they stink? Xiao Yuanzhou didn't understand. Evolution, they both said. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing exchanged a glance. Their thoughts were the same. Lin Xi opened her phone to check online information. She found that many people had posted about the zombies' unusual behavior today. Besides the strange scene under their building, many people whose families had zombies posted videos. Sha Shangfei, everyone, do your zombies show this behavior too? This morning my zombie didn't scratch the door or try to bite us. Instead it reached out the window, ignoring the living in the house. Below was the video he took. A zombie stood motionless, both arms stretched out of the room. Qinghuan Xiaoban, thanks for the invite, but I have no zombies at home. And I, Yu Jinshe. Wait, your family members turned into zombies, and you still let them live inside. The netizens' focus seemed to have shifted, but fortunately other netizens gradually commented, saying their zombies exhibited similar phenomena. The derailed thread was pulled back on track. Then came the netizens' analysis of this zombie phenomenon. The final conclusion matched Lin Xi and her. The zombies were evolving. No one knew how many people had turned into zombies. Judging from the pictures posted online, the number was substantial, and many were still feverish and mutating. Nor did they know in which direction the zombies would evolve. Humans were already at a disadvantage in numbers. If they evolved further, would they still have a chance to survive? Lin Xi took out a longbow from her space and stroked it. This was a weapon given by the landlady's son. Gu Ziqing couldn't help asking at her action. Lin Xi shook her head. Not going down. Right here on the upper floor. In the interstellar training room, she had specially trained in cold weapons. The longbow was one of her specialties. Now that the zombies were standing still, the kill rate should be high. Put on the protective suit before going out, Gu Ziqing instructed. It's raining outside. Getting wet is not good. Lin Xi nodded, then went to the balcony of 601. There weren't many arrows. She tied a long rope to each arrow so that after shooting, Lin Xi locked her gaze on one zombie. Her fingers released the string, and the arrow shot through the air. With a thud, it struck the target. The zombie fell to the ground. But the arrow was stuck in the zombie's brain, and she couldn't pull it back. My physical attributes are still too low. Lin Xi tugged a few more times, but couldn't budge the arrow. Gu Ziqing saw this from inside, put on his protective suit, and came out to help pull the rope. Lin Xi handed him the rope, then took out another arrow, tied it, and locked onto another zombie. One was responsible for shooting, the other for retrieving arrows. After a morning, the ground in front of the balcony was cleared of zombies. The hunger indicator was flashing red. Time to go back. The two tidied up, disinfected twice, before daring to take off their protective suits. You two are famous. Someone filmed you killing zombies and posted it online. As soon as they entered, Xiao Yuanzhou came over with his phone. Lin's hands were too tired as she glanced at it and looked away. Gu Ziqing, however, stared intently at the person in the video. Stop watching, let's eat first. Lin Xi walked over and patted his shoulder. The fridge was empty. From this meal onward, they could only eat. After exercising, they ate nearly half more than usual to bring the hunger indicator up. After eating half a pack, Lin Xi felt in the mood to play on her phone. A resident from a nearby building had filmed Lin Xi shooting zombies and posted it online, attracting netizens' attention. Lin Xi only glanced at it briefly and swiped away. She and Gu Ziqing were both in protective suits. Even if they were filmed, no one would recognize them. Lin Xi was not the only one who shared this thought. Whether players or NPCs, more and more videos of zombies being assassinated were appearing. Lin Xi guessed that those people were more likely players. NPCs were normal people. Normal people wouldn't break through their psychological defenses so quickly to kill, even if that person was no longer human. But they still bore the appearance of humans, and in the eyes of normal people they were no different from humans. While Lin Xi was eating, the game's official forces made another move. Occasionally, continuous gunfire could be heard outside. However, the timing of the official forces' intervention was not ideal. They had been in action for less than 10 minutes when the drizzle that had lasted all morning stopped. The reason Lin Xi could kill zombies so easily was that the rain had caused them to cease their activities. They stood motionless in open spaces, making them easy to shoot. Once they could move, the difficulty of shooting them immediately increased. From the balcony of room 601 Lin, she had observed that many of the zombies downstairs were wearing official uniforms. In other words, the official forces had suffered considerable losses. With less than 100 NPCs in the game, the proportion of official personnel would not be large. With limited numbers and already depleted strength, the official side could only send a limited force. Lin Xi looked at the numbers on the virtual screen. NPC 876-229-9000. Players 986-1000. The death toll was not high, but the pressure for survival in the later stages remained immense. The official forces have withdrawn. Xiao Yuanzhou had been controlling the drone to observe the outside situation, providing real-time updates to the two of them. As soon as the rain stopped, the zombies outside immediately resumed their movement. The official forces had not come out in groups. If they lingered any longer, their lives would be at risk. Withdrawal was a wise move. This time the officials were actually quite decisive. Gu Zicheng sighed. But they underestimated the situation. They didn't expect things to turn out this badly, and it might even get worse. As soon as the zombies appeared, the order to kill was issued. Such a decisive decision was rare anywhere. Talking about this, if the officials do everything, then what are we players here for? On vacation, Xiao Yuanzhou immediately retorted. The game had a high degree of freedom, but no matter how high, it couldn't change the overall direction of the game. So in the first game, many people couldn't understand why Lin Xi provided information to the police station. With an unchangeable outcome, why bother doing useless work? Although after the game ended, comparing the progress and mortality rates with other servers, Lin Xi's actions did prove useful. Yet many players and viewers still thought her actions were foolish. The zombies began to move and sounds immediately emerged from outside. It was as if the pause button had been switched to play and the world came alive. But those sounds were terribly unpleasant. Roars mixed with low hoarse grunts like the sound of breaking bones. Are we going to kill zombies later? Gu Zicheng asked. Lin Xi shook her head. No, my hands are too sore. I can't draw the bow. After all, her physical attributes were only this high, and she hadn't trained for long, so she couldn't sustain output for extended periods. Then stay home and rest. Yuanzhou and I will go out, Gu Zicheng said. Xiao Yuanzhou looked at him displeased. Hey, when did I say I was going out with you? Gu Zicheng ignored his words and pulled him up. Hurry up and put on the protective suit. Lin Xi waved her hand. Go for it. After eating, her hands still sore, she controlled the drone to watch their operations. Their movements were very standard, clearly indicating they had trained specifically. Moreover, judging by their explosive power, their physical attributes were definitely much better than Lin Xi's. Lin Xi watched for about 10 minutes, and then went to rest. The zombies that had been rained on had increased sensitivity, and the arrows they shot did not hit the target every time. After waking up Lin, she found that the number of NPCs had decreased, but not by much. It seemed that not only were they eliminating zombies, but others were also doing so. In the evening, the landlady called specifically to ask if the person using the bow and arrow online was Lin Xi. After receiving an affirmative reply, the landlady sighed. Lin Xi, will this world become even more severe? Lin Xi replied without hesitation. Yes, you need to prepare yourself mentally. There was a silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, the landlady's voice slowly sounded. Thank you. I used to think you were just an ordinary child in need, so I wanted to help you. Now I'm very glad that I helped you out of kindness so that our family has a way to survive. Lin Xi interrupted her. I should be the one thanking you. Because of your kindness, we have a place to stay. The landlady laughed. Then we are both kind. Lin Xi also laughed. Yes, we are both kind. Lin Xi live well. Finally, the landlady said solemnly. Lin Xi. You too. After hanging up, Lin Xi's heart couldn't calm down for a long time. Live. They were in the game. Death was not death since they wouldn't die anyway. But all the NPCs in the game were made from the consciousness of the deceased launching people. In other words, they had long been dead. Gu Zicheng and Xiao Yuanzhou returned from outside. How were the results? Lin Xi, having composed herself, asked with a smile. Gu Zicheng handed back the cleaned and disinfected bow and arrows. Not bad. Xiao Yuanzhou was somewhat frustrated. I killed 9, he killed 10. Male competitiveness got the better of him. Not beating Gu Zicheng made him unhappy. But the zombies downstairs had disappeared somewhere, preventing him from continuing even if he wanted to. The three of them had a warm meal taken from the storage space, washed up, and then went to sleep. Outside, occasional hoarse roars could be heard. Having listened to them all day, Lin Xi said she was almost used to them. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. In the middle of the night, Lin Xi was awakened by the sound of banging. The banging wasn't from their building, so Lin Xi wasn't too worried and didn't get up. But the banging always came just as she was about to fall asleep, which was really annoying. Completely losing her drowsiness, Lin Xi sat up and controlled the drone to find the source of the sound. There were only 2 households downstairs, and Lin Xi soon found it. It was on the 4th floor, the resident of 402. The male owner of 402 had turned into a zombie, and at that moment, he was locked on the balcony. The banging sound was the noise he made while hitting the balcony door. Lin Xi maneuvered the drone closer, and through the balcony door, he could see living people in the living room. the other occupants of apartment 402. A woman and 2 children. At that moment the woman was holding the children tightly, trembling and looking anxiously toward the balcony. There stood the person they loved most, yet now that person wanted to devour them. The zombie, catching the scent of living humans, instinctively rushed toward them. But the sturdy door blocked its way, leaving it to ram against the obstacle again and again. The solid door groaned under the impact, and near the gap dust and fragments of stone showered down with each collision. By the look of things, even the strongest door wouldn't hold out much longer before giving way. Through the drone's camera, it was clear to see the woman inside, tears streaming down her face as she stared at the man on the balcony, her arms locked tightly around the children to keep them from rushing to the balcony edge. Either take the children and flee, or kill the zombie outside. The moment Lin Xi's voice echoed through the drone, the 3 people inside jumped in fright, save for the zombie that continued its relentless battering. The woman spotted the drone hovering in the air beyond the balcony, and as if finding an outlet for her despair, cried out, "No, that's my husband. I won't kill him. How can you be so heartless as to suggest such a thing? Lin Xi, if you want, kill him, then take the children and leave this door." Before Lin Xi could finish, the woman cut him off with a furious shout. "I'm a woman alone with children. Going out there is certain death. I want leave, and I want to abandon my husband and run away with the kids. Give up on that idea, Lin Xi." Kindness met with ingratitude. The drone left the balcony of apartment 402. If not for the pitiful crying of the 2 children, Lin Xi wouldn't have said a word. Since the family was determined to live or die together, Lin Xi would respect their choice. The drone ascended to the 5th floor. The commotion below had already reached the upper floors, and the lights were on in the apartment. At that moment the family was huddled on the sofa, their faces twisted in terror as they stared outside. They had also heard Lin Xi's voice from the drone. They couldn't see what was happening on the 4th floor, but if what Lin Xi said was true, that the balcony door wouldn't hold the zombie for long, and the zombie's family refused to leave, wouldn't that mean more zombies on the floor below? Over the past few days the family had been at home watching zombie videos online to steel their nerves, just in case they had to face a zombie face-to-face and could stay calm. They thought the training had worked, but now it seemed utterly useless. They hadn't even encountered a zombie yet, and the mere sound of one below had them trembling in fear. With legs weak and hands shaking, how could they possibly face it? The more they thought, the more terrified they became, almost scaring themselves to death. When they heard the drone's voice, the man of apartment 502 called out, his voice trembling. "Don't go, please tell us what to do now." The family was in a complete daze, their minds muddled, desperately needing someone. "Either flee to a safe place or reinforce your shelter," Lin Xi said simply. From their appearance, running was most likely they would opt to fortify their home. This time Lin Xi wasn't being overly kind with advice. Since they all lived in the same building, the fewer zombies the better. No one likes having danger lurking nearby. "Thank you. Thank you." The man of apartment 502 quickly expressed his gratitude. When people are terrified, a command can disperse the fear, and they will mechanically carry out the order. Lin Xi retrieved the drone and lay down to sleep again. The zombie downstairs posed no immediate threat to the 6th floor, so he would just plug his ears and get some rest. Day 9 of the game. 10:00 a.m. He hadn't slept well last night, and waking up left Lin Xi feeling a bit dazed. NPCs 8712299000. Players 9261000. Both the numbers of NPCs and players had decreased. While eating breakfast, Lin Xi scrolled through his phone. The hospital had fallen. Someone had flown a drone to check the hospital's condition and found it completely overrun with zombies. The netizen who posted the video warned the survivors not to go near the hospital anymore. Going to the hospital now was suicide. Guishan River, who likes leopards, can't go to the hospital. What about people with high fever? Guangliang T kid, take medicine for high fever. Why go to the hospital at a time like this? Are you tired of living? Guishan River, who likes leopards, there's no medicine. User 134844170. If there's no medicine, use physical cooling. As long as you keep the body temperature below 40 C, they won't turn into zombies. Remember that. Guangliang T kid, how do you know they won't turn if the temperature stays below 40 C? User 134844170. Everyone in my family, except me, had a fever. I gave them medicine and used physical cooling to keep their temperature below 40 C. It's been 3 days, and they're still normal. User 134844170 shared his experience with the netizens. Over the past 3 days his family's temperature hadn't dropped, but it hadn't risen either. If it suddenly spiked, he would use ice for rapid cooling. Although ice cooling is bad for the body compared to turning into a zombie, a little poor health is a small price to pay. Lin Xi noted this information and forwarded it to the other 2. Whether it was useful or not remained to be seen, but at least it was one piece of temporarily available knowledge. After the meal, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou announced they were ready to go downstairs and kill the zombies in apartment 402. Yes, overnight the woman and her children had turned into zombies. Now for zombies were battering against their own door. Lin Xi decided to go down as well. So the 3 of them, wearing protective suits, descended the stairs for the first time in a long while. The residents on the 5th floor work fast. In just one night, they had installed an extra door between the 4th and no need to guess, they had copied the method used by Lin Xi's group. The occupant of apartment 502, hearing footsteps, rushed to the door to eavesdrop. When he saw that the figures on the stairs weren't zombies, he let out an obvious sigh of relief. You three. Where are you? His eyes were filled with longing. If they were fleeing, could he take his family along? We're going down to kill the zombies. Want to join? Lin Xi replied. The man was slightly disappointed not to hear the desired response, but the fact that someone would go down to slay the zombies was more gratifying than escaping outside. No, my legs are weak. You all be careful. The man quickly waved his hand in refusal. Lin Xi nodded without a word and went straight to the 4th floor. Sensing the scent of living humans, the trio reached the 4th floor, and the zombies in room 402 immediately erupted into frenzy. The iron door clanged loudly as they rammed against it. Xiao Yuanzhou stood behind the door, while Gu Ziqing and Lin Xi positioned themselves on either side. The three exchanged glances, and Xiao Yuanzhou used a chainsaw to cut through the door of room 402. They pried the door from outside, while the zombies slammed violently from within. Soon the door was breached. Xinjin. The 4 zombies rushing in were instantly frozen. Their craving for the living drove them to stagger forward relentlessly, their flesh peeling off from the strain. Even the separation of bone and flesh could not stop their pursuit of the living. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing stepped forward. With a blade and a gun, the 4 zombies collapsed instantly. Lin Xi said, drag the bodies downstairs and burn them. The other 2 raised no objection. They were all wearing protective suits, so they had to maximize the use of the suits. Although the system had been sending them only protective suits these past few days, that was no excuse to waste them. The trio, reluctant to let the zombies contaminate their space, carried the bodies with great effort. The zombies downstairs had seemingly scattered elsewhere. The 3 dragged the 4 corpses to an open area not far from the building, then hauled all the zombie bodies they had shot from the balcony earlier to that spot and piled them up. Set fire. Xiao Yuanzhou waved his hand grandly. Gu Ziqing and Lin Xi rolled their eyes in unison. One began pouring oil over the corpses while the other prepared to ignite the flames. A little oil and fire were enough to incinerate all the bodies. I've been wanting to burn these zombies for ages. They stink to high heaven, Xiao Yuanzhou grumbled. Zombies were essentially walking sources of rotting stench. The 3 watched the blazing fire from a distance, careful not to let it spread to the buildings and end up killing NPCs and players alike. Zombies were highly sensitive to the scent of the living. Though no zombies were visible nearby, just standing there for a while attracted some that followed the smell. Bang! Another zombie was slain. Gu Ziqing skillfully tossed the body into the fire. The fire had been burning ever since it was first lit. Whenever the flames began to dwindle, new fuel would arrive on its own. Can't go on. My hunger value is flashing red. I need to go up and replenish food, said Lin Xi, glancing at the virtual screen. Before the other 2 could reply, a male voice came from behind. You go ahead. We'll keep an eye on things here. The 3 turned around. The newcomers were also a trio. Gu Ziqing stepped forward. Players. The 3 nodded, and the one who spoke earlier said, we're players too. Would like to practice our skills. Is that okay? Fine. If you need help, just shout. We're heading up. After cleaning, disinfecting, and changing into fresh protective suits, Lin Xi and the others went upstairs to eat. After eating, just as they were about to put on their protective suits again, Lin Xi handed out the homemade jerky she had prepared and told them to stash it inside their suits. They couldn't always count on being lucky enough to run back home for food. Having some emergency rations in their suits was essential. After a short rest, they went back down to the 1st floor. As they passed by the 5th floor, the male resident there stammered that he also wanted to go down to steal his nerves. From his balcony at home, he had observed everything. There were many uniformed figures on the streets. He no longer harbored hope that the authorities would come to rescue his family. He had to find a way to save himself. Suit yourself, but I'll warn you now. We won't protect you, Lin Xi said. The man nodded. He didn't expect anyone to protect him. He just wanted some company to give him courage. When the trio reached the ground floor, the fire was still burning. The 3 players had killed the zombies and noticed the man from room 502. Are you out of your mind? You came down with just a mask. The man instinctively stepped back and then explained timidly, I only have masks at home. In the end, the man from room 502 was persuaded by the 3 players to go back upstairs. If you don't have a protective suit, at least wear a long-sleeved shirt, okay? If you don't have a long-sleeved shirt, at least wrap yourself in a garbage bag. Coming down in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts with only a mask was practically suicide. No more zombies approached from the vicinity. Probably the nearest ones were too far away. The 6 people sat on the ground to rest. I know who you are. It's an honor to meet you in the same server, said one of the players, breaking the silence. Except for the first game, which had a survival rate of 30%, the remaining games had a survival rate of only about. With some players dying in the real-world disaster, the current number of players in Doomsday was less than 80 million. 80 million sounded like a lot, but at the very start of the game, the number of participants had exceeded 90 billion. The reason they were instantly recognized among the 80 million was because of Gu Ziqing. As a celebrity, even after retiring from the spotlight, his fan base remained enormous. When it became known that he had joined the game, his in-game identity was exposed, and fans compiled extensive albums for everyone to see. As his former partners in the game, Lin Xi and Xiao Yuanzhou, also became well known. After the two sides introduced themselves, they fell silent. Anyone who had survived this far into the game had to have some skill. Capable people rarely engaged in sycophantic. Having gone through so many games, there was an unspoken understanding among players. The six took turns killing zombies. In a single day, the number of zombies had noticeably decreased. NPCs 801-239-9000. Players 827-1000. Nearly 700 NPCs had been lost. Those numbers were certainly not the sole achievement of Lin Xi and her group. They were the result of joint efforts by the in-game authorities and players, plus a few scattered ordinary NPCs. Players who had survived to this game were no fools. Knowing that the game would only get harder later, why not eliminate these threats before they grew stronger? That day the six worked until 9 in the evening. However, at 8 o'clock, they went back upstairs, leaving someone on the balcony to keep an eye on the fire to make sure it didn't spread. If they stayed downstairs, zombies would keep appearing from time to time, and the fire would never go out. Time came to the 10th day of the game. Even though Lin Xi knew the difficulty would escalate another notch that day, the sudden increase caught her off guard. A series of coughs. Before fully waking Lin, she was the first to sense something wrong with her throat, and instantly, she realized it was bad, just as she thought. Looking at the thermometer reading Lin, she immediately took a fever-reducing pill. She also applied a cooling patch, doing everything she could to keep her temperature from rising. After all that hustle, Lin, she finally took out her phone to send a message to Gu Ziqing and the others about her fever. Upon opening her phone, the first thing she saw were messages from Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. Both of them were also running a fever. Fortunately, no one's temperature was alarmingly high. Still, to be safe, the three of them isolated themselves from each other. Xiao Yuanzhou and Lin Xi locked themselves in their rooms, while Gu Ziqing stayed in the living room. They had messaged Lin Xi to make sure she locked her door, so that if one of them turned into a zombie, they wouldn't infect the others. The three players they had met yesterday had also exchanged contact information. Early that morning, those three players informed them that everyone was running a fever and would not be teaming up today. They weren't sure whether this fever was just a result of the few players getting infected while fighting zombies, or if it was a widespread phenomenon. After taking the medicine, her temperature dropped a bit, but the fever persisted. Lin Xi took out her phone to go online and discovered that the fever wasn't limited to just a few of them. It was a massive collective outbreak. The activity of netizens had collectively plummeted. The few still chatting were all complaining about their own physical discomfort. Lin Xi got up and pulled open the curtains. Just as she suspected, it was raining outside. She lay back down in bed and piloted the drone outside. How eerie. It was pitch black, a black so intense that even the grainy camera could capture it. It looked more like black oil than rain. After observing the rain, Lin Xi steered the drone toward the street. Just like before, all the zombies on the street had come out one by one, opening their arms to bathe in the eerie rain. Seeing them standing motionless, Lin Xi longed to go out and blow their heads off. Unfortunately, she was still feverish. Her body felt weak and limp, and she couldn't even draw her bowel. The physical discomfort kept Lin Xi in bed all day. With her mental state not great, she even reduced the frequency of using the drone to check the situation. Her mind was in a fog. It wasn't until evening that she belatedly realized she had eaten 3 times her usual amount of food that day. Realizing this, Lin Xi quickly sent messages to Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou asking if they had enough food. Both of them replied that they had a little food left, but it was almost gone. After confirming that their mental state was still okay, Lin Xi opened the door to hand them some food and water, then retreated back to her room. That night, all three were in a dazed state, and they didn't regain their spirits until the 11th day of the game. Finally, the fever has broken. Lin Xi sighed in relief. Fortunately, during the fever period, no humans or zombies came to trouble them. Otherwise, in that state, they would have had absolutely no chance of survival. She picked up her phone and messaged the other two. After confirming they were also fine, the three gathered in the living room. Good thing we prepared enough food and water. Gu Ziqing stretched his body. They had prepared supplies based on the needs of 3 people, and fortunately the landlady had given them extra supplies, otherwise they wouldn't have had enough food alone. Look at the virtual screen, Xiao Yuanzhou suddenly said. The two quickly opened the virtual screen and saw that the numbers of players and NPCs had changed. NPCs 803-249-9000. Players 626-1000. In one day and one night, nearly 200 players had died, while the number of NPCs had increased by nearly 200. Before the three could speak, the game time reached 100, announcing the arrival of a new day. Crash. Thump. Thump. A series of sounds came from outside. Lin Xi piloted the drone outside and saw 3 corpses lying directly below their building. It's the 3 from 502. The 3 corpses lay face down on the ground, looking as if they had fallen from upstairs. The drone approached them, and it was clear to see that their skin was a grayish blue. The family of three had ultimately not escaped the fate of turning into zombies. Suddenly, the three corpses moved. They slowly climbed up, but their bones must have been shattered from the fall. They couldn't support themselves to stand. Especially the male owner of 502, his body was twisted at a physically impossible angle. His left leg was splayed in a completely anti-joint direction, and his right arm hung limply by his torso, barely attached by only the outer layer of skin and clothing. Truly resilient. Lin Xi averted her gaze with difficulty and raised the drone higher. Was it her imagination? The moment the drone left, she thought she saw the zombie's head move slightly upward. Lin Xi specifically brought the drone closer to observe, but didn't notice any obvious changes in the zombie. It seemed that it hadn't sensed the presence of living humans, and after standing up, it didn't move again, standing there foolishly like a puppet. Lin Xi watched it for 2 or 3 minutes, without finding anything unusual, then hovered the drone at the position of 502. The doors, windows, and security grills of 502 had been violently destroyed. The outermost protective net had a huge hole. The zombies have evolved way too much. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou came over and fell silent for a while upon seeing the destroyed hole. We should arrange someone to keep watch at night, Gu Ziqing said. When the 402 resident turned into a zombie, it was trapped on the balcony. But for 502, the security grills and doors were no match for it. The destructive power had evolved too quickly. They sent this news to the other 3 players and the landlady, warning them to be careful. The players replied quickly, simply with a word of thanks. However, the landlady never replied to their message. They didn't know if she had turned into a zombie or was still in the fever stage. After evolution, the zombies' destructive power increased. It seemed they also had evolved hearing. Reaction speed was to be determined. The sensing range for living humans was also uncertain, as the zombies on the ground floor hadn't yet detected Lin Xi and the others on the 6th floor. In theory, by hiding on the 6th floor, they were temporarily safe. But that was just theory. The actual situation was still unknown. After having a hearty meal, the 3 put on protective suits, grabbed their bows, and went down to the 5th floor. 3 zombies were below the 502 unit. Lin Xi drew the bow and released the arrow. Whooshed! The arrow whistled through the air. Then it missed the target. All 3 were surprised. Just as the arrow was about to hit the zombie's head, it suddenly fell over. This. Gu Ziqing frowned. He dodged. It doesn't feel like dodging, but an accident, Xiao Yuanzhou said uncertainly. At the moment the arrow was about to hit the zombie's head, its head suddenly drooped downwards. The angle of the droop looked as if the cervical spine could no longer support the head, and in an instant the head hung on its chest. This appearance didn't seem like a deliberate dodge, but the timing seemed very much like a deliberate dodge. Lin Xi drew the bow again, aiming at the zombie's head. Whether it's deliberate or not, we'll know after one more try. Whooshed! The arrow shot through the air again. This time the speed was slightly slower than before, and the 3 of them clearly saw that the zombie's head had indeed deliberately dodged the arrow. Pat! Whooshed! The moment the first arrow fell to the ground, another arrow had already pierced through the second arrow was countless times faster than the first, and the zombie did not dodge. The remaining 2 zombies, after hearing the loud thud of the male zombie falling, twisted around in a daze, looking about. Judging from the situation, the evolution of these 2 zombies was not as advanced as the male zombies. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou pulled back the arrows, and Lin Xi shot 2 more arrows. The family of 3 in room 502 had thus been united forever. Wrap it up, Lin Xi said as she put away her bow and arrows. Gu Ziqing glanced outside and called out, "Wait, more zombies are coming." These zombies moved very fast, no different from normal humans. In less than a minute the zombies had reached the ground floor. There were 2 zombies in total circling the fallen zombie. As if they hadn't detected the scent of living humans, the 2 zombies stood motionless beside the 3 fallen zombies. Lin Xi silently took out 2 bows and handed one to Gu Ziqing. The 2 pulled the bows simultaneously. Whooshed! Whooshed! Both arrows hit their targets, but these 2 zombies were even more agile than the male zombie that had just died. This time Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing had used all their strength, and the arrows flew at an extremely fast speed. However, the 2 zombies downstairs not only made dodging movements when the arrows were still some distance away, but also avoided the vital points when they couldn't dodge completely. "They've spotted us." Xiao Yuanzhou exclaimed, his hands still retrieving arrows at the same speed. At this moment the 2 zombies were raising their heads, looking in the direction of the 3. In an instant the 2 zombies, as if locking onto a target, charged toward the wall. Having lost their human memories, they didn't know to enter through the door, but recklessly began climbing the wall. Unfortunately, it seemed they hadn't mastered the skill of wall climbing. So they climbed a little, then slid down, climbed a little, then slid down again. Lin Xi's originally tense mood vanished upon seeing their comical movements. Xiao Yuanzhou handed the arrows to the 2. The 2 began shooting arrows the moment the zombies started climbing. Midair they were not as agile, and their heads were immediately pierced. The sound of the 2 corpses falling was loud. Lin Xi and the others observed the commotion downstairs. Sure enough, more zombies were coming. This time there were even more, 7 or 8 of them. Xiao Yuanzhou deliberately made noise to attract the zombies' attention in the same way, then let them climb the wall. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The ground was piled with 10 zombies. Let's move, change position, Lin Xi said, decisively, looking at the endless stream of zombies. The 3 left room 502 and went to the balcony of room 501. If they kept shooting from the balcony of room 502, the corpses would pile up high, making it easy for zombies to enter the room. They made noise again to attract the zombies outside to climb the wall. This time Lin Xi let Xiao Yuanzhou shoot the bow while she stepped back to rest and tie ropes to the other arrows. Previously, only 2 arrows had ropes tied to them. It wasn't that Lin Xi didn't want to tie more, but she didn't have that. Just now, when retreating from room 502, they had found ropes in the living room, and Lin Xi grabbed them, which came in handy. Each person now had 2 extra spare arrows, so they didn't have to retrieve the arrows after shooting before shooting again. Lin Xi's arm strength was not as great as Gu Zicheng's and Xiao Yuanzhou's, so retrieving arrows had to be done by them. She took out the binoculars she had taken from room 502. Lin Xi looked at the house not far opposite. The building they were in had no obstruction in front, and the nearest house was some distance away. Simply using the naked eye, they couldn't fully see what was happening across. With the binoculars, Lin Xi could see everything clearly. At this sight, she drew in a sharp breath. What's wrong? Hearing the sound, Gu Zicheng turned around to ask. Lin Xi placed the binoculars over his eyes from behind him. The warm breath behind him made Gu Zicheng's body stiffen. The hand holding the bow loosened and tightened and loosened. Do you see it? Lin Xi asked. I'm still looking, Gu Zicheng said, pretending to adjust the angle. But when he saw the scene in the opposite building, he also couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The building was only 6 stories high, but now its outer surface was densely covered with zombies. It wasn't that there were zombies at the base of the building, the entire outer wall was covered with zombies. They were stacked one on top of another, almost reaching the 3rd floor. Let me see. Gu Zicheng hadn't finished looking when the binoculars had already changed hands. There are people on the 3rd floor over there, Xiao Yuanzhou said after a glance. What's wrong with those people? Opening the door to attract zombies. When the binoculars were snatched away, Lin Xi had already flown the drone toward the opposite building. As it approached the group of zombies, the topmost zombie heard the drone's sound and even reached out to swat at it. This evolution speed was indeed extraordinary. Bypassing the zombies, the drone hovered at the 3rd floor of the opposite building. From the drone's surveillance feed, there were indeed people inside, living people. Several of them, it seemed. They were singing and dancing in the living room on the 3rd floor, truly unaware of the situation outside. The music they were playing was so loud that even when Lin Xi called out through the drone, they didn't hear. Fortunately, the balcony and windows of this building had no security bars. When Lin Xi flew the drone over one person's head, someone finally noticed something was wrong. The person heard the drone making a sound, but the music was too loud, so he couldn't make it out. He had to walk over and turn off the music. What are you doing? We're having fun. Why did you turn off the music? As soon as the music stopped, someone immediately complained. There were 7 or 8 young people in the room, aged between 10 and 20, just at the age for fun. Having just recovered from their fever and unable to go out, they were directly raving in the room, completely unconcerned about what was happening outside. Still playing? The zombies are coming for you. Without waiting for them to dawdle, Lin Xi shouted first. Instantly, everyone's attention focused on the drone. Lin Xi was speechless. What are you looking at me for? Look at the balcony. The group quickly reacted and rushed to the balcony. Damn. They had no idea. Until they looked, their legs went weak from fear. They had thought zombies moved slowly and couldn't sense humans beyond 3 meters, but now everything had changed. They were on the 3rd floor, already 3 times that distance. How could these zombies perceive them inside the room? The group felt like crying. Lin Xi had already flown the drone away. She warned them only because she didn't want them to turn into zombies too quickly. As long as they were still human, they wouldn't become enemies, at least not for now. After putting away the drone, Lin Xi picked up Gu Zicheng's bow and began shooting the zombies. Gu Zicheng stepped back to rest and replenish his satiety. The trio took turns shooting zombies all day before finally stopping. Only then did Lin Xi find time to check the situation in the building across the street. When the drone flew over, no one was left on the 3rd floor. She couldn't tell if they had escaped or become part of the zombies. Seeing that the zombies were no longer stacked on the wall, it seemed the people were likely gone. As night fell and visibility dropped, the trio ceased their actions. Without the lure of sound, the zombies slowly drifted away or stood still. Before sleeping, Lin Xi checked the survivor count: NPCs 791, 209, 9000, players 606, 1000. Both numbers had dropped. Game day 12. Waking up, Lin Xi heard the familiar snarling. Xiao Yuanzhou yawned as he walked over. These zombies are going mad, howling all night. Like yowling stray cats. Go get some rest. Lin Xi urged him, seeing his eyes barely open. After breakfast, she launched the drone to scout the surroundings and found all the nearby zombies had vanished. The nearest zombies were now 500 meters away. Then where had the sound she heard come from? She circled the nearby buildings, but saw no zombies, only many surviving NPCs. Xiao Yuanzhou was still asleep. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing planned to continue killing zombies as they had yesterday. What's going on? Lin Xi scratched her head. The noise was loud, yet not a single zombie was attracted. Maybe we should go downstairs. Gu Ziqing suggested. Lin Xi thought the same, but to be safe, she still flew the drone around to check for any surprise attacks. Safe. The two went down to the first floor. Half an hour passed, and still no zombies came. Seeing this, they didn't go far, but dragged the zombie corpses from downstairs to the usual spot and started burning them. Soon after the fire started, many people were attracted. All were players, including old acquaintances of Lin Xi's. Don't know what happened. The zombies howled all night, and this morning they all headed in the same direction, a player said after exchanging greetings. 3 days left in the game. Maybe they went to level up, another player joked. Though said casually, it was quite possible. After all, it was late game, the zombies had to get stronger to increase the difficulty. The group waited by the fire until it died out, but no zombies returned. With nothing else to do, a few players discussed moving their supplies into Lin Xi's building for mutual support. So a group moved into apartment 601 and the 2 suites on the 5th floor. Though they said it was for mutual support, everyone still operated independently. Game day 13. Time reached 10:00 a.m. A peaceful day passed, and everyone felt uneasy. It was like the calm before the storm. Sure enough, just after 10 the storm arrived. A rumbling roar accompanied by the shaking of the earth. What's happening? Xiao Yuanzhou, who had just lain down, jumped out of bed immediately. Go back to sleep. Save your energy for later. Gu Ziqing pushed him back into the room. The three went to the balcony. Without needing the drone, they could see the streets densely packed with zombies. An endless sea of them. They came from all directions, heading straight for Lin Xi's building. A knock at the door. Lin Xi opened it. The other players had all gathered. One of them said, "Should we check the balcony?" Lin Xi nodded and handed over the key. Gu Ziqing went into the room, hoisted Xiao Yuanzhou onto his shoulder, and carried him to the balcony to sleep. With no obstruction, the view was even more shocking. How can we fight so many zombies? One player said in despair. It seemed all the zombies had converged here. There were only a dozen of them. Even if each killed 100, they couldn't finish them all. And these weren't the early zombies. They had evolved and wouldn't stand still for you to kill. Lin Xi's scalp tingled. She swallowed hard before looking away. A familiar voice came. Don't be so pessimistic. See those flames and explosions over there? We're not fighting alone. Anyone who wanted to survive, players or NPCs, was fighting now. That's the official forces. I didn't expect they're still around. Lin Xi took out binoculars and saw the familiar uniforms. Only the official forces had such powerful weapons. Why are the zombies chasing the officials? As they got closer, everyone noticed the zombies' movement followed the direction of the explosions. No one knew the answer. Lin Xi watched the steadily declining NPC count, but felt no joy. Through the binoculars, she saw the official vehicles dwindling. The few remaining were about to be overrun by zombies. The game wouldn't let players win easily. Our official help was limited. They'll go down to find something useful. You watch, Yuanzhou. Lin Xi whispered. Gu Ziqing nodded. Be careful. Lin Xi quickly went downstairs. Her spatial storage was nearly half empty, so it was the perfect time to scavenge. She focused on collecting weapons and ignored food and water. Kitchen knives, scissors, collect. Benches, chairs, collect. Sticks, steel pipes, collect. Stones, bricks, collect. Gas canisters. One by one she ransacked houses until her storage was completely full. Lin Xi returned to the rooftop. Only a few of these players lingered to observe their surroundings while the rest had already rested on the spot. Lin Xi glanced toward the convoy's direction, where explosions still occasionally echoed, though the frequency was diminishing. Whether the official side had run out of personnel or ammunition remained uncertain. In any case, it seemed they would soon be unable to hold out. Lin Xi retrieved many gas canisters from her spatial storage. She then found cloth strips within the space and soaked them in alcohol. Counting all the gas canisters, she prepared the corresponding number of wet cloth strips. Once everything was ready, Lin Xi called out loudly, "Is there anyone among you who can throw these into the zombie horde?" 2 players immediately stepped forward. My skill is strength enhancement. I can try, said a player with purple hair. I have wind type skills, so I should be able to as well, added a blue-haired player. Lin Xi pointed at the gas canisters and said, I'll ignite the cloth strips shortly. You'll only have a very brief window to throw them out. The 2 nodded earnestly. Other players gathered around. Even after experiencing so many games, many were still unfamiliar with various items from Blue Star. I remember this thing. It's called a gas canister, a yellow-haired player asked. What use is throwing it into the zombies? Lin Xi explained it can explode. No way is that true. Lin Xi nodded. The player looked at the distance of the zombies, then turned to the others and said, friends, there are many of these gas canisters not far away. While the zombies haven't arrived, yet who will come with me to move them up here? Everyone glanced at the zombies' position and eagerly volunteered. Lin Xi looked at the zombies' distance and decided to go as well. The main reason was that the 2 players indicated the zombies were still a bit far off, making it impossible to throw all the gas canisters in the extremely short time frame. Lin Xi emptied out the miscellaneous items she had just collected and followed the group. The gas canisters were indeed not far, just around the corner of the rental building. It was a specialized gas shop. Weigh them in your hands. Not every canister has gas. Those without gas won't explode, Lin, she shouted, then began collecting the canisters. This collection took several minutes. Hurry, the zombies are almost here, one player yelled, and everyone stopped selecting canisters. Lin Xi's spatial storage was nearly full, so she ran without any hesitation. The others each carried 2 canisters and ran as well. By the time they returned upstairs, the main zombie horde had reached the nearby streets. The distance was just right, not too close. Even if the fire spread, it wouldn't reach them immediately. If it did, at least they still had a chance to escape. Lin Xi took out most of the gas canisters and taught them how to make gas bombs. She stuffed the alcohol-soaked cloth into the handle of each canister and then lit the cloth. Throw. The thrown gas canister, trailing a small fiery dragon, streaked across the sky like a meteor toward the zombie horde. Boom. A swollen, blinding white fireball exploded. The players on the rooftop saw limbs and debris blasted outward in a ring, and even the floor beneath their feet trembled. It works. Let's continue. A player shouted immediately. The explosions from the official side had barely ceased before they picked up the slack. The blasts continued intermittently through the night. By dawn, Lin Xi glanced at the virtual panel. NPCs 491-209-9000. Players 301-1000. Both players and NPCs still had many survivors. However, the players were scattered while the zombies seemed to have gathered mostly in this vicinity. Since the official convoy's destruction, the zombies had lost their target and no longer moved in a single direction. Most lingered on the streets around Lin Xi. The surviving players also appeared to be in the nearby streets. Though the vast majority of zombies wandered aimlessly, many were also climbing the buildings. The player count dropped rapidly when the zombies began scaling the walls. No more gas canisters. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gas explosions mixed with the charred, sickly sweet odor of burning zombies. The surrounding streets and buildings had been ravaged by the explosions, resembling a post-war city. Call everyone to eat and prepare. Prepare for what? For close quarters combat with the zombies. After a hearty breakfast, everyone tucked food and drink into their clothes, readying for the final battle. Even with preparations made, the sight of the dense sea of heads below made no one on the rooftop eager to charge down. None wished to die senselessly. It's raining. Just then the time reached 1:00 a.m. on the 14th day of the game. Recalling the zombies' strange behavior during the previous 2 rains, Lin Xi hurried to the edge and looked down. The zombies are evolving. They're immobile right now. Instantly, everyone peered down below. Let's go, now's the time to take their lives. Those resting were roused, and the entire group rushed downstairs. The motionless zombies, coupled with the dark rain and the explosion-scarred streets, made the players instinctively swallow as they emerged. Lin Xi stepped forward and shot a zombie in the head with her gun. It was like a signal. The other players snapped out of it and began harvesting zombie heads. Killing immobile zombies was a simple task. At first, only a dozen or so players mechanically reaped the head. Before long, more and more people descended from the surroundings to join the fray. Players in the system's standard protective suits, as well as NPCs in long-sleeved clothing. No one spoke, no one slacked off. Only one thought burned in their minds: faster, faster still. Run. The zombies are moving. A shout jolted the numb slaughterers. The crowd scattered in panic, and those who ran too slowly were instantly torn apart by the zombies. Lin Xi lost count of how many heads she had pierced. As she killed, she felt as if she were working on a factory assembly line, her gaze blank. But she knew the stakes, constantly observing the changes around her. The moment the rain stopped, she immediately grabbed Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. That shout had come from Xiao Yuanzhou. They ran toward the nearest building. Lin Xi and her group had been near the rental house, so they fled back there. The 3 were the last to enter the rental house, so after entering, they had to close the door. The evolved zombies were far faster and stronger than ordinary humans. Despite their quick reactions, by the time they reached the 3rd floor, they could already hear the 1st floor door being battered with a loud bang. By the time they reached the 5th floor, the crashing sounds had diminished somewhat. Whether it was due to the increased distance, the additional door, or the zombies moving away, the noise had indeed lessened. They dashed all the way to the 6th floor, locking the stairwell door behind them before finally catching their breath. Swiftly shedding their outermost protective suits and tossing them downstairs, they cleansed and disinfected the 2nd layer of suits before retreating into the room. After removing the protective suits, Lin Xi brought out food and water from her space. The 3 of them ate hastily, then took turns resting. The zombies downstairs hadn't left. Their howls mingled with the thuds of impact, making it hardly suitable for sleep. Yet after 6 hours of exertion, they were in no position to be picky. Lin Xi felt as if she had just closed her eyes when Gu Ziqing woke her. Get up, the zombies are coming up. Instantly alert, she hurriedly put on her protective suit while asking, where are they now? On the 4th floor, Gu Ziqing replied, already moving furniture from the room to the hallway. Between the 4th and 5th floors, the resident of 502 had installed an extra door, and now the zombies were blocked by that barrier. They were now moving objects to block the door between the 5th and 6th floors. These two doors were makeshift constructions, not nearly as sturdy as the main entrance. Piling things there now was merely to buy time. If they could just hold out until the game ended, they would win. They stuffed all movable items in the room into the space, then used those items to barricade the stairwell door. After that, the three of them headed to the rooftop. The other players were already waiting on the rooftop. As soon as they saw the trio arrive, they quickly shut the rooftop door and secured it with objects, allowing everyone to breathe a little easier. There were still 12 hours until the game ended. No one clung to hope of clearing the game. At present, the NPCs, the zombies, numbered nearly 20,000 while fewer than 300 players remained. 20,000 against 300. What did that mean? Thankfully, we split up back then, a player remarked in relief. If they had all fled in the same direction, the horde of zombies could have wiped them out in one fell swoop. It was no exaggeration to say that 20,000 zombies could reduce this 6-story building to rubble. Once on the rooftop, Gu Zicheng laid down on the ground and immediately fell asleep. He had been the one keeping watch over Qiao Yuanzhou and Lin Xi, having taken no rest himself. He needed to recharge before the zombies reached them. Though they held little hope of clearing the game, no one was willing to give up until the very last moment. Lin Xi kept busy, as did all those who hadn't rested. Zombies weren't only coming up the stairs, some were trying to scale the walls. When the zombie numbers were small, they couldn't climb up. But with so many, they climbed on top of each other. Looking down from the rooftop, they saw zombies covering all 4 walls. These zombies far outnumbered those that had come through the main gate. Players with offensive skills stood at the railing and unleashed their abilities downward. No need to aim. The ground below was packed with zombies. Any attack would hit. Those without offensive skills wielded weapons and stabbed from the side. They might not kill them, but they could knock them off the wall. Lin Xi and Qiao Yuanzhou chose the same direction, using guns to aim precisely at the zombies' heads. At night, it was a technical feat. This work was easier than the daytime slaughtering spree they had done downstairs. At least they only needed to knock down the zombies that stuck their heads up, allowing their arms some respite. They kept at it for over 3 hours before someone came to relieve them. The relieved players couldn't muster the energy to speak. They ate and collapsed into sleep. This was the advantage of numbers. They could safely recover their strength and stamina after such intense output. Another 3 hours passed, leaving less than 5 hours until the game ended. The zombies in the stairwell had already broken through the 2 doors on the 5th and 6th floors. Now they were hammering at the rooftop door. The door shook violently under the pounding, and those behind it could clearly feel the intensity of the impact. No one paid much attention to the zombies behind the door. The stairwell was narrow, limiting how many could come up at once. As long as they didn't rush in all at once, there was no need to worry. Still, no one wanted that door to be destroyed too quickly. Once it was breached, they would have to divert manpower to deal with it. The already exhausted players were barely handling the zombies on all 4 walls. Adding more from the stairwell would push them beyond their limits. Lin Xi took out the last of her supplies from the space and distributed them to Gu Zicheng and Qiao Yuanzhou. With less than 4 hours remaining, there wasn't much left. What are you taking them out for? Qiao Yuanzhou asked while stabbing at zombies. Lin Xi replied, I'm preparing to collect things. Collect what? The moment the stairwell door was destroyed, before the zombies lurking behind could even lunge at the living, they vanished in the blink of an eye. Hey, that's handy, another player guarding the stairwell said, giving a thumbs up. Looks like it'll save quite a bit of effort. Indeed, it saved a lot of effort. Except when her space was full and she had to walk to the railing to dump the zombies downstairs, she could basically coast through the rest of the time. This position became so leisurely that other players used it as a rest station. Anyone who needed a break would take this post. 2 hours remained until the game ended. Just as everyone thought they could hold on until the end, the number of players was silently dwindling. Everyone was busy and no one paid attention to the virtual screen's information. It wasn't until the zombies on all 4 walls started popping up faster that they realized something was wrong. Why are there suddenly so many more zombies? They were too exhausted to even speak. That sentence was uttered only because the player was baffled. The player who had come to Lin Xi's side to rest, upon hearing this, ignored his fatigue and glanced at the virtual screen. He exclaimed, damn, there are only 60-something players left. Once the player count dropped, the zombies that had no targets to besiege all converged on the places where survivors still remained. As a result, the pressure on them multiplied instantly. Lin Xi dumped the zombies that filled her space down the wall, sending a whole swarm of climbing zombies tumbling down. The cleared wall was recovered within 3 minutes. Lin Xi didn't linger, she hurried back to her post at the stairwell. Her ability was limited, and she couldn't help the others. Another hour passed. 1 hour remained until the game ended. Up! A scream rang out as the player guarding the western side was torn apart by countless hands before everyone's eyes. Lao Gu. His teammate beside him wanted to lend a hand, but the zombies around him also emerged, making it impossible to reach out. Moreover, because his own teammate was absent, he now found himself surrounded by zombies. The players who were with Lin Xi in the corridor saw this and immediately ran to that wall. Their reaction speed was fast, but one wall had already been breached. Everyone on the rooftop had to deal with the zombies on the walls as well as those that had already climbed up. Lin Xi also joined the battle. While collecting zombies, she also shot at the approaching zombies with her gun. After more than 10 minutes of arduous struggle, they finally cleared the zombies that had climbed up. However, this further increased everyone's fatigue, with the most obvious sign being that their reaction speed began to slow down. This couldn't go on. Lin Xi bit her lip collecting zombies while looking around. On the rooftop, there were only people and zombie corpses. She wanted to block the corridor door, but couldn't find any usable objects. During her contemplation, her space had already been filled with zombies. No one was free to take over for the dozens of seconds she needed to dump the zombies. Lin Xi turned to look at the surging zombies, closed her eyes, and directly sent all the zombies back the way they came. Dozens of twisted zombies instantly poured out of her space, tumbling down together with the zombies that had just emerged from the corridor. The narrow corridor was instantly clogged with so many zombies. It took them quite a while to squeeze out a single zombie. Lin Xi's eyes lit up. Do it again. As if discovering a new world, she repeated this trick several times. Get on the water tower. We can't hold on. Following a hoarse shout, Lin, she quickly dumped the zombies from her space and scrambled up to the water tower platform in a few moves. The water tower was located above the corridor and also above the storage room, only about 1/5 the size of the rooftop. After all 10 people climbed up, they stood back to back. With the area reduced, the space they needed to defend became smaller, but the pressure didn't decrease because of it. How long until the game ends? 20 minutes left. Hang in there. Lin Xi, who had been watching the virtual screen, immediately responded. They were at the final critical moment of the game. Losing even one person would greatly increase the pressure they faced. Moreover, dying at this point would be really infuriating. Hearing that there were only 20 minutes left, everyone suddenly became energized, as if injected with adrenaline. The water tower platform was only about 2 meters above the rooftop, so zombies could easily climb up by stacking too. The players never stopped moving their hands, they just closed their eyes and stabbed. As long as they could stab them off, it was a gain. Lin Xi was in charge of the side near the outer wall edge, where she collected zombies by herself. Once full, she would start dumping. Because it was so easy, she had time to observe the other situations. The other players, including Gu Ziqing and his companion, were not doing well. Even those with high physical attributes couldn't withstand prolonged output. Trembling hands, weakness, mental disorientation. These most common symptoms were present on them. Most importantly, they hadn't eaten for a long time, and their satiety value was pitifully low. Everyone had food on them, but they had no time to eat and no free hands to grab it. Damn! A player caught off guard had his arm scratched by a zombie. He decisively chopped off the injured arm. His already pale face turned several shades whiter. How are you? Can you still hold on? His teammate heard the sound and immediately asked. Maybe not. My health value keeps dropping, and it drops faster when I move. Hearing this, the other players tacitly adjusted their positions to let him go to the middle to heal and rest first. After Lin Xi dumped the zombies from her space, she took advantage of the lull before any zombies climbed up to collect the water tower into her space. She couldn't lift the water tank with her bare hands, but collecting it with her skill was very fast. The water tower contained water, and combined with its own weight, it was extraordinarily heavy. Thud! With a loud crash, the water tower fell from the 6th floor. The zombies hit by it had their heads smashed and limbs flying everywhere. After falling from the 6th floor, the water tower crushed a group of zombies and rolled a distance before stopping. Instantly, an empty space was cleared near Lin Xi. Without looking at the scene behind her, Lin Xi immediately began to bounce around collecting zombies. Because of her skill, she was the most relaxed among all the players present. The others had long been unable to hold on to the player who had just been scratched was only the beginning. Then more and more players had their protective suits and skin torn by zombies. On the small rectangular rooftop, she went back and forth collecting zombies. One full circle was enough to fill her space, and she immediately dumped them down. As soon as she dumped, she ran another circle to collect, and the pressure on the players instantly decreased. As soon as the pressure decreased, people immediately collapsed. Several players fell directly to the ground. It was unknown whether they had fainted or died. The players still fighting had no time to check whether they were alive or dead. They were barely managing themselves. There were only 2 minutes left. Lin Xi was tired from running, but seeing the time decreasing, she became unusually energetic. 1 minute left. Lin Xi's running speed slowed down, and one of the walls was breached again. Fortunately, the other players reacted quickly and kicked the newly arrived zombies down. But just as they kicked one down, another zombie came up, then 2, 3. 10 seconds left. Lin Xi couldn't run anymore. She finally stopped behind Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou, and the three stood back to back. A zombie with green pus dripping from its mouth swung its arms and lunged at Lin Xi. Lin Xi watched the claws growing larger before her eyes. Boom! A loud roar in her ears and a flash of white light before her eyes, signaling the official end of the game. Ding! Game over. Game settlement in progress. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations player on passing this round. Game Zombie Siege. Player Lin Xi 222,222. Clearance basic points 1,000. End of game player health 30,100 points 300. End of game player health 30,100 clearance rating D points 100. End of game survivors 52,900 points 520. End of game NPC survivors 879,0100 points 879. Total points earned in this game 2799. Due to the high difficulty of this round, all players who passed have received an additional 1,000 points. Lin Xi opened her personal attribute panel. Name Lin Xi. Age 18. Height 165 centimeters. Weight 48. Level 1, 85. 846,100. Attack 43,100. Strength 43,100. Speed 41,100. Skill space, level 2 space capacity, 4 cubic meters. Lin Xi emerged from the game, her vision slightly blurred. The blinding white light at the end of the game had been so piercing that even after logging out she still felt as if needles of radiance were stabbing through her eyes. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou also climbed out of their pods. What are you looking at? Gu Yuanzhou asked, rubbing his hands together. In the game he had waved his arms endlessly. He knew that once out of the game the fatigue and pain from injuries would vanish, yet his mind stubbornly clung to the sensation of exhaustion. This lingering psychological residue was why many players needed therapy after logging off. Mental trauma. Lin Xi projected the contents of her optical brain onto the wall. Let me see what that final white light was about. She located her server, filtered out players from other buildings, and finally found the perspective of the player at the epicenter of the final explosion. After watching Lin, she could only feel admiration. Her own playstyle was to stockpile supplies, and then lie low, surviving as long as possible, never striking unless absolutely necessary. She preferred cautious gameplay, and the players around her followed similar strategies. But now she witnessed a completely different approach, the exact opposite. Aggressive confrontation. While they struggled to survive until the final moments, these players had found the game's official armory, wielded devastating weapons, and fought all the way to the end. As the game was about to conclude, that group detonated the most powerful weapon in the game. The blinding flash Lin Xi and the others saw in the final second was the release of that ultimate tool of destruction. They're playing with fire, Gu Ziqing summarized after watching at double speed. Such a style was forbidden among the scions of noble families who were raised to analyze pros and cons, not to take extreme risks. Lin Xi closed the optical brain after viewing. She had only been curious about the strong light. Once she knew what caused it, she lost interest in watching further. By the way, the latest serum has passed clinical trials. You can use it now if you have time, Gu Ziqing said after looking at the optical brain. After a week in the game, the serum had finally been successfully developed. Let's go right now. Lin Xi stood up, put on her shoes, and rushed out the door impatiently. Her physical attributes were still below 50, and that made her uneasy. I'm coming too, Xiao Yuanzhou said, stretching as he followed. Gu Ziqing led them to the pharmaceutical lab. Under the supervision of a doctor and medical robots, the three successfully administered the new serum. The serum's effects are strongest within the first month. Train hard during this period and your physical stats will skyrocket. The doctor advised, don't be afraid of overtraining. The serum contains repair properties. As long as you don't die, push yourselves to the limit. The three nodded obediently and were released only after confirming they understood. Lin Xi packed her belongings and immediately hailed a flying car to return to school. The school had professional training equipment, and the base did too, but her dormitory had her personal items, making training at school more convenient. The flying car arrived swiftly. Lin Xi hastily waved goodbye to the two and ran out. Boom. An explosion, right where she stood. Lin Xi was stunned both by the blast and the tremor. Screams and alarms swirled around her, but she heard them only faintly. The deafening roar temporarily robbed her of hearing, and the blinding flash stole her sight. Suddenly plunged into a world without sound or vision, panic seized her. Lost and bewildered, she stood by the roadside. The searing heat from the explosion urged her to flee, but she could not see the way. She screamed for help, but heard no sound. Despair. Until a warm embrace enveloped her. Until her feet left the ground. Until she was carried away from the scorching heat. Until she felt safe, and only then did she calm down. Then, blind and deaf, she lost all perception of the outside world. When Lin Xi woke, she was immersed in warm, familiar medicinal fluid. The injuries from the explosion had vanished under the fluid's healing. Awake. Gu Ziqing turned off his optical brain. Any discomfort? Lin Xi stretched languidly. I'm fine. How long have I been lying here? Not long. Just 2 hours. It won't delay your training time. Gu Ziqing's relief was evident. 2 hours. Lin Xi marveled again at the medical technology of the interstellar era. As if reading her thoughts, Gu Ziqing smiled deeper. It's not the medical tech. You weren't seriously injured. Most of the damage had been blocked by her protective shield. The temporary blindness and deafness were caused by the shockwave, which would pass with rest. A delivery robot approached. After signing, Gu Zicheng took out an item from the box. Your shield is broken. This is a new one. He looked displeased at the new shield. The previous model was not for sale, and for Lin Xi's safety, he had to buy a mass-produced version. Protective shields were luxury items affordable only by the upper class. Their carriers were usually unique. The one Gu Zicheng had given Lin Xi was designed and custom-made by himself, a pair with the one he wore. Lin Xi was unaware of his thoughts. She looked at the new shield with mixed feelings. How much? He'll transfer the money to you. Gu Zicheng pretended not to hear. It's dangerous outside now. Wear this for now. He'll give you another one in a few days. Lin Xi didn't argue about the money, as she could simply waive his payment for materials later. Hearing about the danger, she immediately opened her optical brain to check the network risk. The hottest headline was, "The apocalypse is coming." Lin Xi's first thought was the game, Doomsday, but then she realized that was wrong. The game had always been popular, but it never topped the headlines. So the apocalypse in the headline could only... Indeed, upon clicking in, it revealed content about the interstellar apocalypse. The entire subsequent page of trending searches was related to the interstellar apocalypse. After learning that the news of the apocalypse had spread, Lin Xi roughly understood why she had been attacked. Once this news got out, the wealthy would hasten to improve their physical attributes, while seeking opportunities to leave the star domain. As for the poor, they fell into several categories. Some, after reading it, dismissed the information from their minds. Too destitute to afford even 3 meals a day, they had no thought for the future. Another category thought like the wealthy, striving to enhance their physical attributes and find a way to escape the star domain. Yet another group harbored the mindset that if they couldn't survive, no one else should either. Lin Xi's attack was orchestrated by individuals with such a mindset. Once the news of the apocalypse broke, everyone recalled the potion previously released by the Gu group and the frenzy with which the upper echelons of the interstellar hierarchy had purchased it. Naturally, these people targeted the wealthy. The Gu group's medical base and other well-known establishments of prominent families became their stalking grounds, especially the Gu group's base. To be safe, after purchasing the potion, the wealthy returned to the base to use it under a physician's supervision. Hence, this was the place they frequented most. Lurking there, they could always take down a few wealthy individuals. Driven by a blend of class resentment and a collective death wish, they indiscriminately killed at random. Stay here and observe for an hour. They'll have my family arrange a vehicle to take you back to school. Gu Zicheng's optical brain kept ringing. After hastily giving instructions, he stepped aside to answer the call. Seeing how busy he was, Lin Xi didn't disturb him. By then, the video of her attack had spread across the entire interstellar network. As a frequent teammate of Gu Zicheng in the game, she still had some popularity in the interstellar community. Thus, as soon as the video surfaced, its popularity skyrocketed. Lin Xi's optical brain buzzed incessantly. Zhou Yi and the others from her dorm, as well as the 4 from Huli's dorm along with the academy's teachers and some classmates, all called to check on her. Suddenly, Lin Xi found herself busier answering calls than Gu Zicheng. Hello, I'm not. Lin Xi, let's talk. Lin Xi moved the optical brain away, then glanced at the call log. There was no name saved. When are you free? I'd like to treat you to a meal, how about it? Lin Xi frowned, offering no reply. The call had no saved contact, yet the voice was familiar. Who could it? After pondering for a while without recalling, Lin Xi directly asked, "Excuse me, who is this?" The other side fell silent. Lin Xi could clearly hear her breathing grow heavier. It felt like suppressed anger. Anger. Was she upset that Lin Xi hadn't remembered her? Bewildered, Lin Xi grumbled inwardly and promptly hung up. If it wasn't someone in her contacts and they wouldn't speak, surely they weren't important. No sooner had she hung up than the other party called again. Lin Xi eventually answered, since the voice was indeed familiar. It must be someone she knew. Lin Xi, don't hang up. The other side deliberately lowered her voice, tinged with a hint of flattery. Sun Ying, do you remember? At the mention of Sun Ying, the image that surfaced in Lin Xi's mind was of her body crawling with insects. As for her original appearance, Lin, she could no longer recall clearly. Is there something? Lin Xi asked. You know my situation. I can't go out for now. If you have something to say, just say it here. Someone who hadn't contacted her in ages suddenly reaching out and offering a meal. It couldn't be anything good. Are you selling your game points? He'll buy them at a high price. The other party cut straight to the chase, no longer mentioning the meal. The invitation was merely a pretext, not genuine goodwill. Lin Xi minimized the call and opened the network page. She hadn't checked the content of the apocalypse post before, but now she had to. Sure enough, news had leaked that game points in the apocalypse game could be exchanged for materials and slots related to the reserve star. Now many people on the network were offering heavy sums to buy game points. The other party, having received no answer from Lin, she grew impatient. Aren't you short on money? He'll buy at 3 times the in-game exchange rate. Wow, really? Lin Xi's face was expressionless, but her voice brimmed with exaggerated surprise. 3 times. If she hadn't opened the network page and seen a 100-fold offer, she might have actually believed the other party's sincerity. Of course it's true. How about this? He'll transfer the money to you now and you log into your game account and sell me the points. Not a chance. Lin Xi had been reluctant to use her game points, even for upgrading skills, obediently hoarding them. Why would she sell? Oh, I'd love to sell them, but after the game settlement, I used them all to upgrade my skills. Now I only have a single-digit balance. Before Lin Xi could finish, the other party hung up. Game points could be directly exchanged for Interstellar credits in the game mall at a 1-10 rate. Most players didn't convert points directly to credits. The earnings from game streaming and replays far exceeded the points value, and selling second-hand items bought from the mall was more profitable than direct conversion. Let's go the cars here. Gu Ziqing turned to see Lin Xi staring blankly at her optical brain and reached out to snap her out of it. The car pulled up inside the base, and he saw her off. I've already notified the academy. The car will drive straight onto campus. You only get off once you're inside, Gu Ziqing instructed. The vehicle is made of special materials. As long as you're inside, you're safe. The flying car looked identical to any other on the outside, but Lin Xi trusted Gu Ziqing. If he said it was safe, as the door was about to close, Lin Xi stopped it. She turned and pulled him into a tight embrace. Let's survive and go to the reserve star together, okay? Startled by the sudden embrace, Gu Ziqing's heart thumped irregularly. With the soft voice of his beloved in his ear, he feigned calmness while nervously returning the hug. Okay. Lin Xi released her arms and closed the door without hesitation. The car vanished from his sight in an instant. His hands hanging at his sides clenched into fists, and the light in his eyes outshone the sun overhead. Inside the car, Lin Xi struggled to calm her racing heart. Gosh, that was so tense. She patted her flushed cheeks, unable to compose herself. She wasn't foolish. Gu Ziqing's attitude toward her was so obvious that even the slowest person would have realized what was going on. But she simply didn't know how to face it or respond. Alas, Lin Xi sighed, her gaze drifting toward the window. When faced with life and death, romance had to be set aside. That was how she thought, and Gu Ziqing felt the same. Otherwise, based on her understanding of him, he wouldn't have hidden his feelings. Still, it was impulsive. The hover car soon arrived at the academy. Lin Xi's luggage had been blown to pieces. She had nothing left but her neural interface and protective shield. As soon as she reached the school, she informed her teacher and announced her return in the group chat, then headed straight for the training ground. The potency of the elixir forced her to race against time. Exhausted like a dog, she collapsed onto the floor, letting the massage robot work on her. During training, her neural interface kept buzzing, but she ignored it, choosing to reply during her break. It was messages from Zhou Yi and the others. Since news of the impending apocalypse broke, no one idled around the academy anymore. Everyone was busier than ever. Lin Xi specifically called her roommates. Lin Xi, are you at the training ground too? As soon as the call connected, Zhou Yi recognized the familiar setting and asked for Lin Xi's location, and the three roommates rushed over. Seems like you've been training well lately. Lin Xi could tell at a glance that her three roommates were in remarkably good shape. Made progress, but still halfway from reaching 50, said Yi Ziyu. They were all from poor families, and their physical condition wasn't much better than Lin Xi's. Lin Xi's high physical attributes were due to her training since entering the game last year, and later using elixirs to reach her current level. As for Zhou Yi and the other two, after earning money, they just wanted to save it, making no changes to their lifestyle. If not for Lin Xi subtly encouraging them to exercise, their physical stats would be even lower. Do you still have any spare time lately? Lin Xi asked. I plan to stay in the training hall for a month and need someone to prepare 3 meals a day for me. Cooking was time-consuming, though the most lengthy part, prepping ingredients, had already been handed over to Zhou Yi and the other two. We do have time, but our cooking isn't good, said Zhou Yi. They rarely had the chance to cook, so they had no culinary skills. The few times they did cook were in the dorm, taught by Lin Xi. Taste doesn't matter, oh, just keep it simple. Do you have time to cook? Lin Xi asked again. If you cook, you can eat with me, or I'll pay you a salary. Yes. 3. They chimed in unison. All three declined the salary, asking only for meals. Nowadays, interstellar credits were worthless. A salary could only buy nutrient fluid, nothing else. And the school gave out 2 bottles of nutrient fluid a day. The three quit their part-time jobs on campus to work solely for Lin Xi, using the free time to prepare her 3 daily meals. After solving the food issue, Lin Xi downed a bottle of nutrient fluid and plunged back into training. If not for the fact that nutrient fluid wasn't as good as natural food, she would have preferred to just drink it. Drinking nutrient fluid allowed her to train immediately, whereas eating natural food required a break for digestion. A waste of time. Lin Xi truly meant what she said about living in the training base. She brought her change of clothes there, and her roommates delivered her 3 meals daily. When tired from training, she would just lie on the floor, cover herself with the blanket she brought, and sleep soundly. Such days were exhausting, but every time she checked her physical stats, the fatigue vanished instantly. Half a month passed, and Lin Xi never stepped out of the training hall. Besides training, she spent her breaks continuing to post part-time job ads for the Gu Corporation to purchase supplies, leaving almost no free time. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou barely contacted her either, as if they had gone into seclusion for training themselves. Boom. A deafening roar accompanied by earth-shaking tremors. Lin Xi steadied herself, moving away from large machinery. When the tremors subsided slightly, she ran toward the door. Just as she exited the training room, she saw her 3 roommates rushing toward her. Put this on quickly and get outside. Zhou Yi handed her a vest-like item and urged. Lin Xi put it on while running. As she was about to exit the training base, another loud boom and a massive tremor hit. All the teachers and students inside the training base crouched down, covering their heads. Those who had already run outside were wearing the vest Zhou Yi had handed out, and they pressed a button on the vest to float in the air. The tremors weakened again, and everyone filed out in an orderly manner. Once outside, Zhou Yi pressed the button on Lin Xi's vest before pressing her own. What's going on? Floating in the air, she could see the entire building complex shaking, and not far away something like auroras flickering. Judging by everyone's practiced movements, this wasn't the first time such a scene had occurred. Earthquake. Zhou Yi said concisely. It happened once while you were in the game, and it's occurred several times on other planets. The school specially arranged drills and purchased survival equipment. That vest was bought by the school. During a major earthquake, wearing it allowed one to rise into the sky and avoid being swallowed by fissures. It was precisely because of the frequent earthquakes that when someone leaked the news of the apocalypse, no one doubted it. With the black mist earlier, and now the constant quakes, even without anyone revealing the apocalypse, the interstellar civilians already felt it was the end of the world. However, they believed the end would mean everyone dying together, never imagining that the wealthy would move to another, and that such a plan had been set in motion long ago. The earthquakes continued for a long time, interspersed with several smaller tremors. The group floated in the sky, never descending to the ground. Ding. Lin Xi opened her neural interface. It was a video call from Gu Zicheng. Are you okay? Even seeing her in the video, Gu Zicheng's voice was still anxious. Not that it was his fault. Lin Xi looked utterly disheveled, and anyone unaware would think she was seriously injured. Lin Xi patted her stomach. I'm fine, just a bit hungry. Training had worn her out like a dog, and she hadn't had time to refuel before fleeing. No wonder she was hungry. Gu Zicheng calmed down upon hearing this, scanned her from head to toe, and only relaxed after confirming she was unharmed. Wait. Lin Xi stared at the now dark interface, puzzled. Wait for what? 2 or 3 hours later, no more major tremors occurred. The feared ground fissures also didn't appear. But for safety, everyone remained floating in the sky. Those who had come out of the training hall complained that if they kept floating without eating, they'd soon become real ghosts. Clack clack. As everyone was listless from hunger, a rhythmic mechanical sound emerged. Damn, how did the training room robots get out? Zhou Yi was astonished. Can the robots sense danger too? Attention, all teachers and students, please come down to collect nutrient fluids when it is safe. Each person is limited to 2 bottles. All teachers and students, please come down to collect nutrient fluids when it is safe. Each person is limited to 2 bottles. The robot's voice repeated 3 times before stopping. Ding. Gu Zicheng, I have controlled the robots to deliver food to you. Be safe. Lin Xi saw Gu Zicheng's message, pressed the switch on her armor, and descended to the robot's side. After the robot confirmed her identity, its mechanical hand handed over 2 bottles of nutrient fluid. They were low-grade nutrient fluid. It had been a long time since she had tasted such unpleasant liquid. As it entered her mouth, she felt a momentary nausea. Staring at the empty glass tube, she thought she should prepare an emergency kit to carry with her once it was safe. The star domain was on the verge of destruction, with disasters occurring frequently across the world. She hadn't planned thoroughly enough. The tremors, both large and small, never ceased, so she floated back into the air. While suspended in midair, she did not stop training, exercising both her limbs and core strength. Zhou Yi and the others who had been gathered chatting saw Lin Xi training and dispersed to join in the exercise. The second bottle of nutrient fluid was quickly consumed under intense training. Lin Xi descended halfway to purchase several bottles of high-grade nutrient fluid, then floated back up into the air. In fact, many people had already descended from the air. The earthquake had been going on for so long without a major one occurring, it seemed unlikely that a catastrophic quake would suddenly strike. But Lin Xi was afraid of death, so she dared not stay on the ground for too long until it was completely safe. It was only after 2 days and 2 nights that everyone received the all-clear signal. Interstellar construction materials were special, as long as there was no major earthquake causing ground fissures, and swallowing buildings were almost never damaged. Everyone immediately returned to their normal routines upon receiving the notice. Lin Xi headed straight to the training base and trained herself until she was a pile of mush. Taking advantage of the break, she opened her optical brain and directly purchased an emergency kit package. A large backpack contained everything needed for survival: clothing, food, shelter, and travel, saving the buyer the trouble of selecting each item individually. She was not short of money now, so she directly bought the highest grade package. She purchased 3 in total, sending 1 to Gu Zicheng and 1 to Qiao Yuanzhou. These 2 always sent her things, but she had never formally given them anything. After sending the packages, she went into seclusion again. This time she deliberately chose a room closest to the entrance so that if any special situation occurred again, she could escape quickly. Sure enough, within a few days the earthquake struck again. Lin Xi, being clothes, immediately ran out. It comes every few days. How can I concentrate on training? Lin Xi expressed her resentment. Although she was resentful inside seeing that her physical attributes were about to break through 50, she felt reassured. In order to break through 50 before the next game, she trained day and night, not even letting herself off while hard work is contagious. Under her influence, many people who had entered a training slump resumed training. Finally, on the 20th day after leaving the game, all her physical attributes broke through the 50 threshold. The moment she saw the data, Lin Xi's tense heart relaxed instantly. Of course, 50 was just the minimum standard. The higher the physical attributes, the safer she would be. However, completing a milestone was worth celebrating. To celebrate Lin, she specially gave herself half a day off and returned to the dormitory. She had been in the training base for 20 days, isolated from the world for 20 days. Back in the dorm, she took a nice bath, then bought ingredients and cooked a big meal. On Blue Star, she used to celebrate special holidays and happy occasions by eating out. But the culinary skills of interstellar chefs were mediocre, so she had to cook herself. In high spirits, she prepared 10 dishes. By the time they were ready, an hour had passed. She opened the photo function on her optical brain, took a picture of the prepared dishes, and posted her first social media update on the interstellar version. When the last dish was finished, Zhou Yi and the other two returned. Behind them were several followers, the familiar four from Hu Li's dorm, the younger generation of the Gu and Xiao families at school, as well as Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. How come you two are free to come? Lin Xi was both surprised and amazed to see Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. As for the others, they were all at school, so their arrival was not surprising. But these two busybodies suddenly showing up here was truly unexpected. You tempted me with so many delicious photos on your social media. How could I not come? Xiao Yuanzhou said with a look of accusation. I haven't eaten your home-cooked food in ages. Once you get used to good food, you can't stand bad food. Previously sending ingredients to Lin, she was willingly helping her, but wasn't it also because he wanted to eat these delicious foods himself? Gu Ziqing stared at Lin Xi with a gentle smile, saying nothing, yet his eyes contained 1,000 words. The small dormitory couldn't hold so many people. The younger Gu and Xiao family members, upon seeing Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou, packed up half the dishes and took their leave. Are you two like big bosses at home? Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. She felt both of them were easy to get along with, so why did those people want to bolt the moment they saw them? They feel inferior when they see us, so they get uncomfortable. Xiao Yuanzhou stated a blunt truth. The two most outstanding juniors in both families were them. The others, though also excellent, were only good compared to outsiders. Compared to these two, they were far behind. Having been held up as benchmarks since childhood, the two held exceptionally high status in their families, so the other juniors usually didn't want to approach them. Being compared was the worst. Lin Xi, familiar with the two, didn't feel awkward, but the three dorm mates, and Hu Li's four, were sitting very nervously. Hu Li and Zhou Yi exchanged a glance, and wanted to find an excuse to slip away. However, their actions were not as fast as Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. The two seemed to have prepared in advance, or perhaps they were in a hurry as they had brought their own lunch boxes. They packed some of each dish, then took their leave directly, leaving the space for the 8 of them. I feel like I can breathe again. Yi Ziyu took a deep breath. Lin Xi laughed. Is it that exaggerated? They're just people, they want to eat you. Hu Li interjected. Not exaggerated at all. Sitting in front of them makes my heart beat faster than sitting in front of my parents. As the child whom his parents viewed as a disappointment that could not be forged into steel, Hu Li had always been terrified of them. Every time he saw his parents, it was like a mouse encountering a cat. All 8 were old acquaintances, so the meal was casual and joyful. The group chatted and laughed, but as they laughed, tears began to fall. Among the 8, only Lin Xi met all the physical attribute standards. The other 7 had not even reached. Hu Li and 4 others came from better-off families. Recently, their families were preparing to purchase potions to help them accelerate the improvement of their physical attributes. This is a good thing. We want potions but can't afford them. Zhou Yi sniffled. She was envious. Envious that others had money and envious that they had love. Zhou Zimo set down his wine glass. If all the money is spent on us, what about them? Parents exhaust everything to give their children a chance to survive. How could the children in turn watch their parents die with a clear conscience? They couldn't. They were filled with guilt. They felt helpless. Zhou Yi fell silent. She hadn't been in touch with her family for a long time. If not for the occasional posts on her social feed, she wouldn't even know if they were alive or dead. Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan, however, felt a deep resonance. Both came from impoverished families. Their parents couldn't afford potions, but they did their best to provide whatever support they could. Where they couldn't help, they at least tried not to hold their children back. This month, they had been eating natural food with Lin Xi for all 3 meals, intending to give the nutrient fluids from the academy to their families. But their families refused, urging them to train harder and break through the threshold of 50 as soon as possible. The basic conditions for migrating to the backup planet were known throughout the interstellar community. Everyone who wanted to survive was striving toward that goal. Wealthy families had fewer worries. They could simply focus on training. But for children from poor families and those not in the upper economic echelons, they could only exhaust their family's resources to secure a chance for the one most promising individual. These 6 were clearly the most promising ones in their families. Yet being chosen as the lucky ones, their hearts were far from light. During class and training, they concealed their emotions, bottling up a fierce determination. But this low-alcohol drink had finally loosened their tongues, letting all their worries spill out. Emotions were contagious. One person's melancholy quickly turned into a collective gloom. Don't be too pessimistic, Lin, she comforted them. The experimental data is getting better. Perhaps the final migration conditions won't be so harsh. She said it only to console them. In reality, over the past month, the experiments conducted by the noble families and the clandestine tests of the Gu family had all yielded the same result. One's physical attributes must exceed 50 to survive the journey to the backup planet. Her words sparked a flicker of hope in the 6, and their spirits perked up instantly. Really? Zhou Zimo, Lin Xi smiled. I can't guarantee that. Just be prepared for the best at all times. Just like she had started training her body early after she could eat enough before any potions had even appeared. If she hadn't started training back, then she would be just as anxious about improving her physical attributes now. Zhou Zimo nodded. You're right. As long as it's not the last moment, we can't give up. In the end, the 7 of them got drunk. They had promised to handle the logistics, but now they were all too drunk to get up. Lin Xi shook her head, placed an order for ingredients, and began to clean up. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou hadn't left yet, so she planned to cook another meal for the 3 of them. The ingredients arrived quickly. Lin Xi tidied the kitchen and carried the items to Gu Ziqing's dormitory. Tired? Gu Ziqing asked as he took the ingredients. Lin Xi shook her head. She had been training intensely lately, and today was the easiest day in a while, just cooking. Even though she said she wasn't tired, Gu Ziqing insisted she rest. He drafted Xiao Yuanzhou as his sous chef, and the 2 set out to prepare a full table of dishes. I want Lin Xi's cooking. I don't want yours, Xiao Yuanzhou muttered while picking at the vegetables. Gu Ziqing calmly prepped the ingredients, ignoring him. If I wanted to eat your cooking, would I have traveled all this way? Gu Ziqing retrieved the nearly shredded cabbage leaf from his hand. If you don't want to eat mine, then make your own. Xiao Yuanzhou. I like yours. He forced a smile. His own cooking was a disaster. The 2 of them worked quickly, and in about an hour, all the time to eat. Seeing Lin Xi asleep on the sofa, Xiao Yuanzhou swallowed his words. In the end, only the 2 men had dinner together, which gave Xiao Yuanzhou plenty to complain about. Lin Xi woke up at 8 in the evening. Her stomach growled with hunger. Awake. The food is on the table, still warm. Go eat, Gu Ziqing said, looking up from his optical computer before returning to work. Lin Xi stretched and noticed Xiao Yuanzhou sleeping on the other end of the sofa. She had thought had left. With one busy working and the other sleeping, Lin Xi quietly ate her dinner. The dishes made by her own apprentice suited her taste perfectly. For some reason, Lin Xi suddenly smiled. She hadn't even realized it herself. Soon she finished the meal. Just leave the dishes there. Someone will wash them later, Gu Ziqing said, and Lin Xi obediently put them down. Exactly, leave them. Someone will wash them, Xiao Yuanzhou chimed in, having woken up at some point. He walked over to Lin Xi. Let go. I'm calling someone. Lin Xi. Hello, someone. Xiao Yuan's face grew even sourer. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing's smiles grew brighter. After Xiao Yuanzhou came out of the kitchen, the 3 sat together for a brief meeting. Gu Ziqing said the latest experiment on the backup planet, the people who entered have survived for 3 days. This was truly good news. Is it our experiment, or theirs? Lin Xi asked. Xiao Yuanzhou replied, ours, of course. Their progress is touching. It wasn't that they had no progress, but the pace was painfully slow. So they were still devising ways to rake in money. Gu Ziqing said if the experimental subjects can survive 7 days, the equipment and other items used to enter the backup planet will become the final production standard. Xiao Yuanzhou chimed in, that means, my dear friend, you can start preparing to buy materials and equipment. Lin Xi still didn't understand why Gu Ziqing told her to keep the game points. Alright, send me a list. Then she voiced her doubt. What's the use of keeping the game points? Aren't the equipment and slots for migration developed by your 2 families? Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou exchanged a glance, then nodded. Gu Ziqing cleared his throat and explained, on the surface it seems only the noble families and the government are jointly testing the feasibility of going to the backup star, but in reality, there is a third party. Third party? Lin Xi couldn't think of anyone else. Who? The AI. The AI. The one in Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou both nodded. Lin Xi drew a sharp breath. She knew that the optical brain was managed by the AI, but she never knew that the optical brain's authority and capabilities were so great that it stood on equal footing with the noble families and the government. Whether it's the experiments of the noble families and the government or the experiments of our 2 families, the AI participates in all of them. If the experiment succeeds, the AI will account for 1/3 of the slots, and these slots will be distributed to interstellar citizens. Among them, the slots in the game Apocalypse account for half of the AI's share. As members of the Qiao and Gu families, the slots in their hands were insufficient to distribute among their family members and employees. Therefore, the 2 families still in the game were striving to earn their own slots, trying to free up family slots for others. The game slots only account for half of the optical brain's share. How will the AI distribute the other half? Lin Xi asked a key question. It can't be random distribution, can it? Gu Ziqing shook his head. We're not sure how the AI will distribute them, but the candidates on the random distribution list will have all physical attributes no lower than 50. Those below 50 won't appear on the list. Lin Xi nodded in understanding. In other words, having all physical attributes above 50 was a stepping stone. Try to get your friends to train to 50. In the Interstellar, the proportion of people with all physical attributes above 50 is not large. Gu Ziqing added. According to the current experiment progress, the final plan to enter the backup star would definitely be the one developed by the Gu and Xiao families. This plan had no slots for other noble families or the government. But they had money. Money could be used to improve physical attributes and buy game points. Therefore, their chances of entering the backup star were higher than those of ordinary interstellar citizens. However, after all, the number of noble family members was not large. Ordinary citizens who met the conditions still had a chance to be the lucky ones. Alright, I'll tell them. Lin Xi nodded. Is it really okay for you to reveal these things? These matters had not leaked at all on the network. Could she really be hearing this? Xiao Yuanzhou pointed to the optical brain. If we weren't allowed to speak, the AI would have stopped us long ago. Not being stopped meant it was permissible to speak about it. Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly developed a strong interest in the AI. What kind of existence is the AI? The AI is everywhere. Gu Ziqing took over. All interstellar technology was inseparable from the AI. It was truly omnipresent. Interstellar people couldn't do without it, so it carried such weight in major matters. A lifeless intelligent entity was the true master of the entire star domain. Fortunately, it served humanity, how otherwise interstellar people would have become slaves of the AI. The experiment had made a major breakthrough, and Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou could finally relax. The two planned to stay in the school until the next game started. From now on, you'll see us every day? Are you happy? Xiao Yuanzhou leaned in and asked. Lin Xi nodded without hesitation, happy, very happy. Xiao Yuanzhou was not very happy. He finally had some time thinking he could spend more time with the girl he liked. Who knew that although his time was indeed abundant, the girl he liked was extremely busy. Except for meal times, he couldn't see her at all. Most importantly, during meals there was another person present. He couldn't drive the other person away because the person cooked the meals and he himself also had to mooch off. Our IQs are clearly similar. Why is my cooking so terrible? Xiao Yuanzhou complained while stuffing food into his mouth. Among the three, he was the only one who hadn't unlocked the cooking skill. It wasn't that he couldn't cook, but the taste of his food was far inferior to the other two's. Compared to robot-made food, his was still more delicious. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Xiao Yuanzhou stopped eating and glared at Gu Ziqing. Gu Ziqing suppressed the corners of his mouth, but the amusement in his eyes remained. He wasn't laughing at Xiao Yuanzhou. He had just recalled a line he saw while researching the blue star background in Apocalypse. To capture someone's heart, you must first capture their stomach. Because of this line, Gu Ziqing had put a lot of effort into his cooking skills. He secretly glanced at Lin Xi, seeing her eating happily, and the corners of his mouth, which he had just suppressed, involuntarily curled up again. Xiao Yuanzhou felt that today's meal was completely unappetizing. He ate furiously, but the other two only thought he was eating with great gusto. What are your physical attributes? Don't you need to train? Lin Xi asked, halfling down after eating. You both seem quite idle. Gu Ziqing, around 75 for all. Xiao Yuanzhou, all 73. The two answered simultaneously. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Yuanzhou became even angrier. When did you become 75? Last time we were the same. He pushed the bowls and chopsticks toward Gu Ziqing. I'm not washing dishes today. I'm going to train. He left as soon as he said it, disappearing in an instant. If I didn't know he doesn't like you, his demeanor really makes it look like he's in love with you. Lin Xi teased with a smile. Gu Ziqing patted Lin Xi's head. Don't joke like that. Lin Xi rubbed her nose. It's time for my training. There was a competitive spirit between men, and even more so between men and women. Gu Ziqing smiled and resignedly packed up all the lunchboxes to go back. The physical attributes of Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou spurred Lin Xi on. In the following days, she trained even harder. Every time she came out of the training room, she was so exhausted she couldn't move a finger. Gu Ziqing felt sorry for her, but he didn't stop her self-torturing training method. He just called a massage robot to massage her after each training session while he fed her on the side. Xiao Yuanzhou's competitive spirit had been acting up, and he hadn't been seen for several days, leaving space for the Why do you keep staring at your light brain the moment you rest? Gu Ziqing's heart was filled with resentment, yet his outward demeanor remained perfectly composed. Although their feelings had been made clear, no official relationship had been established, so he could only nurse his quiet bitterness, unable to even demand that she look at him with imperious insistence. Someone keeps messaging me on the light brain. Lin Xi moved the device over for him to see. They're all asking whether I'm selling my points. Gu Ziqing glanced at it, then directly set her light brain to reject contact from non-contacts. Don't waste your time on these people. They're not worth it. Someone who spent every day holed up in the training room with only meals and rest as free time squandering those precious moments on strangers. Truly not worth it. Lin Xi explained, sometimes merchants contact me, so I've never enabled this feature. She only visited the mall once a day to buy things. When merchants couldn't reach her through the mall's backend, they would send her communications, and she would check all those messages during her rest periods. Next time you shop, use this communication number. It's the logistics department under the Gu Group. Gu Zicheng sent her a communication number. Anyone buying materials, including those you ask others to buy for you, can use this number. He hadn't given it before because all employees of the Gu Group were busy. Now that even he had free time, their staff had also become idle, so they might as well find something for them to do. Lin Xi was more than happy to avoid dealing with such trivialities, so she obediently changed the communication number. 30 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xi's self-torturing training regimen came to an end. The healing effects of the potions had ceased, and both the duration and intensity of her training returned to normal. She finally had time to spend in the dormitory. That day she returned to the dormitory, as usual, only to find all 3 roommates present. The moment she opened the door, Zhou Yi along with the other 2 turned their gazes toward her, their eyes filled with apprehension. What do you want? Lin Xi took a step back. Lin Xi, come here quickly. Zhou Yi smiled ingratiatingly, stood up, and pulled her onto the sofa. Lin Xi, just say it directly. We're close enough. No need for such creepy smiles. Instantly the 3 of them dropped their awkward grins, leaving only anxious expressions on their faces. Under Lin Xi's gaze, the 3 explained the matter in a jumble of words. To summarize, they needed to borrow money. We've prepared the IOU and interest has been added. You can deduct the money directly from our part-time wages along with the equivalent school allowance. Is it okay if we pay it back within 3 years? Zhou Yi sent her the IOU via Lightbrain. The other 2 did the same. Lin Xi glanced at it and nodded. Each borrowed 8 million, totaling 24 million. Zhou Yi sent her the IOU via Lightbrain. The other 2 did the same. Lin Xi glanced at it and nodded. Each borrowed 8 million, totaling 24 million. Simply too rare to. The potion that the Gu Group was selling externally was running a lucky draw. Winners could purchase that potion at a 20% discount. The 3 had never intended to buy it, but they casually signed up for the promotion when they saw it. Who would have guessed that all 3 of them would actually win? Upon seeing the spots, their first thought was to resell them and earn a commission. However, their families, and Hu Li and the others, strongly urged them to use the potions themselves. They insisted on borrowing money to make the purchase. In particular, Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan's families resorted to emotional pleas, demanding that they absolutely buy the potions to improve their physical attributes as soon as possible. Knowing that the apocalypse was imminent, their families wanted them to have a chance to survive. If the government hadn't suspended loans after the news of the apocalypse spread, their families would have taken out loans to buy the potions for their children. Lin Xi was aware of the potion promotion. Gu Zicheng had told her that the success of the experiments had significantly reduced costs, and the funds were now sufficient. With enough money, they wanted to lower the potion price so more people could afford to buy and use it. However, the price couldn't be reduced directly. If they did, those who had purchased the potion at a high price earlier would surely cause trouble. So they had to resort to activities like lucky draws to effectively lower the price. The winners were carefully selected by the Gu family. The result was that none of them were from aristocratic families. As for whether the 3 roommates were deliberately chosen by the Gu Group, Lin, she had no idea. But since they had been selected and had come to her for help, giving them a hand wouldn't hurt. It wasn't as if it was free. Of course, whether it was paid or not wasn't the point. The important thing was that she had a reason to help her friends, and that was what truly mattered. The moment they received the money, the 3 thanked her and eagerly purchased the potions. After buying them, they had to go to the Gu Group's medical facility to use the potions properly. Thus, only Lin Xi remained in the dormitory. As soon as they left, the notification for the upcoming game arrived. Seeing the fridge full of natural food, Lin Xi specifically sent a message to the 3 telling them to eat it when they returned. If they didn't, it would rot in the fridge. Such a waste. After sending the message, Lin Xi began to cook herself a delicious meal. Only after eating and drinking her fill did she start packing her luggage and heading to meet Gu Zicheng and the others. The planet had been unstable lately. When they entered the game, their bodily consciousness would be inside the game. If danger struck, they wouldn't be able to react in time, so the entry point couldn't be at the school. Everyone was from the same school, and because of the material purchases, Lin Xi was somewhat familiar with them, so the journey was not awkward. Everyone was from the same school, and because of the material purchases, Lin Xi was somewhat familiar with them, so the journey was not awkward. Chatting and laughing, they arrived at the Gu family base. There was still some time before the game started. The base's medical staff came to conduct physical examinations on them to check the absorption of the potions. After the whole procedure, the game time was almost upon them. Lin Xi entered the game pod ahead of time and saw her latest physical data under the pod scan. Name: Lin Xi. Age 19. Height 167 centimeters. Weight 52 kilograms. Attack 53,100. Strength 53,100. Speed 51,100. All stats were above half, which gave a strong sense of security. If her physical data had been like this in the last game, she would have had a much easier time. Pushing the thought aside Lin, she closed her eyes and quietly waited for the game to begin. Ding. Welcome to the survival game. This round is called Resident Evil. This round lasts a total of players must survive at least 15 days in the game. If they fail to last 15 days, either game session ends, and they will be unable to participate in subsequent game projects. Players are advised to take the rules seriously. Ding. During the game, one random supply item will be issued daily, which can be food, water, or medicine. Each of the 3 types has a 25% chance of being distributed, with the remaining 25% being empty. Click here for the detailed list of the 3 supplies. Ding. This round will provide players with legal identification within the game scenario, but no additional assistance. Please be advised. Ding. Friendly reminder: the total number of characters in this scenario is 100, including 9900 NPCs and 1000 players. The game scenario has been loaded. The game is about to begin. Players, please prepare yourselves. When she opened her eyes again, the scene shifted instantly. Lin Xi now found herself in an office within a high-rise building. The floor was densely packed with workers. At a glance, she estimated no fewer than 100 people. Every workstation was equipped with a computer and headphones. Amid the clamor, Lin Xi strained to pick up useful information. From their conversations, she gathered that all the employees on this floor were debt collection agents. These collectors employed intimidation threats or reasoned persuasion to compel debtors to repay. Lin Xi examined her own computer, headphones, and the stack of papers before her. Without a doubt, this game had assigned them the role of low-level collectors. Lin Xi. Before she could ponder further, a stern-faced man in a suit strode over. Have you met today's collection targets? Have you made enough calls? Have you? A barrage of questions came crashing down on her. Lin Xi instinctively stepped back. It wasn't that his words affected her, but rather that his spittle nearly flew into her face as he spoke. Still daydreaming? Get on the phone now. If you don't finish today's tasks, every single one of you will stay late. Seeing Lin's eyes silenced, the man angrily slammed the table, making it thud loudly. The colleagues nearby, hearing the noise, pretended not to notice and shrunk into their seats, speaking loudly on their phones. Yet even their feigned busyness couldn't escape the man's wrath. You too. Anyone who doesn't finish today's tasks will stay behind and work overtime. After he left Lin, she leaned over to her neighbor's workstation to observe how they operated. There were so many software buttons on the screen that she was overwhelmed. After learning the ropes, Lin, she immersed herself. At one point, she noticed someone getting up to fetch water from a nearby dispenser. After a moment's thought, Lin, she picked up her own cup and filled it with a large glass of water. The water dispenser was near the company's main entrance. After filling her cup, she tried to leave the premises. But unfortunately, the door was locked, and there were guards resembling security personnel stationed at the entrance. As soon as Lin Xi approached, they spoke up. It's not time to get off work yet. What are you doing here? Assessing the guards' physiques and the weapons they carried, Lin, she lowered her head and hurried back to her workstation with her cup. Throughout working hours, patrols were constant at Lin. She couldn't even use the computer to look up information. It wasn't until noon, when the meal delivery staff arrived, that the workers finally stopped their endless phone calls. Everyone lined up to collect boxed lunches, then queued again to retrieve their personal phones. Each person was allowed only one boxed lunch. After receiving her meal and retrieving her phone, Lin, she quickly returned to her workstation. While waiting in line, she observed the company's main door, still firmly shut. Moreover, during the shift change at lunchtime, Lin, she noticed that there were more security personnel than the 2 she had seen earlier. Escape was impossible for now. Even if she could break through the door and run out, she had no idea what the outside world. Who knew if there were more guards waiting outside? The lunch break was 2 hours long, but in reality, it was only an hour and a half, because they had to start a meeting 30 minutes early. During that hour and a half, Lin, she used her phone to search for information about the game's background. It was an ordinary small city, and the office building she was in was the tallest in the city. According to online sources, the employees in this building were among the city's highest earners. Many people dreamed of working in this building. If Lin Xi weren't currently inside it, she might have believed those online. The people on this floor were nothing like normal office workers. After researching Lin, she checked her account balance. What she saw left her speechless again. There wasn't a single cent left. She tried to apply for online loans, but all were rejected. Don't be foolish. We're debt collectors. From your first day on the job, your credit was ruined by the company, her desk mate who had been observing her warned when he saw her trying to borrow money. He continued, from your first day on the job, your credit was ruined by the company. Lin Xi glanced at the date on her badge. She had joined today. Lin Xi. What a shady company. Lin Xi. What a shady company. Lin Xi lowered her head, took a moment to compose herself, then looked up and said, Bro, I'm really strapped for cash. How can I get some money? Her naturally attractive features combined with a deliberately pitiful expression would soften anyone's heart. If you need money, ask the supervisor. He'll lend you any amount, but what? Lin Xi pressed immediately. But the interest is sky high, double the highest rates outside. What? This company was not only in the debt collection business, but also in the lending business. And those loans were specifically for employees. Was this a company recruiting employees or recruiting money god? They ruined employees' credit scores, forcing them to borrow from the company and then use their wages to pay off the interest. According to her colleagues, some people had worked there for years without receiving a single cent of salary. It all went to pay off loan interest. Lin Xi wanted to ask more, but the hour and a half were up and it was time for the meeting. The so-called meeting was just everyone standing up chanting motivational slogans that were actually brainwashing. The slogans were written on a whiteboard at the front. Lin Xi blended in and chanted along. But because she was too quiet, the so-called supervisor dragged her to the front and made her stand there watching the others chant before letting her go. After the slogan concluded, they immediately resumed work. Lin Xi never imagined that one day she would become hoarse from speaking so much. She feared that because of her hoarseness, the unscrupulous company would let her go. But the unscrupulous company remained unscrupulous. They assigned her to an information role and even thoughtfully provided her with throat medicine. Take the medicine and you'll be back at your original post tomorrow. This afternoon you'll be responsible for sending messages. The supervisor left her at the workstation, handed her a stack of papers and departed. Lin Xi glanced at the phone numbers and scripts on the paper, then resignedly began editing messages and engaging in heated exchanges with the debtors. After enduring until 5:30 p.m., they were finally allowed to rest during mealtime. During this period, even using the restroom required reporting. Lin Xi scanned her colleagues who appeared human, but were devoid of spirit, wondering how they had managed to endure so long in this company. If it were her, even if she owed the company a usurious loan, she would find a way to escape. This place was no place for a human. After collecting her boxed meal and phone, instead of eating immediately, she sought out the supervisor to request a loan. How much? Lin Xi asked tentatively. The supervisor lifted his eyelids, appraised her, and said indifferently, "You can borrow as much as you want." Lin Xi. 1 million. Hi, you're quite greedy. The supervisor sneered, then added, "You've been here less than 3 days, I wouldn't dare lend you that much. At most I can give you 100,000. Lin Xi feigned regret. 100,000 will do. The supervisor skillfully pulled out a contract from the drawer for her to sign. Upon reading the contract, Lin Xi realized the loan was not under the company's name, but an individual's. Moreover, the amount listed was not the 100,000 she had requested, but 300,000. This? Lin Xi pointed at the issue in the contract. What's the problem? The supervisor glanced at it casually and said, "The personal loan is to prevent you from defaulting, so we can have the police arrest you for a chat. As for the extra amount, that's the loan interest." It was utterly black-heart. Yet, even this brazen injustice did not deter Lin Xi from signing. Fortunately, the supervisor was straightforward in disbursing the funds, handing her 10 stacks of cash. With the money in hand, Lin Xi tentatively asked, "Supervisor, could I have half a day off to send the money to my family?" The answer was negative. After work, you can deposit it at the ATM and transfer it to your family. Don't think about slacking off during work hours. So much for her plan to escape early. However, there was a silver lining: they were allowed to leave the company after the evening shift. Returning to her workstation, Lin Xi immediately began eating. Her colleague, who had already finished, pulled her chair closer to talk. "So, did you get it?" Lin Xi, with food in her mouth, could only nod in response. The colleague looked at her with a complex expression, then warned, "Don't go missing once you've got the money." "Why, oi?" Lin Xi had a guess, but asked anyway. The colleague sighed. "The company doesn't just do phone collections, it also has door-to-door collectors. If you disappear, your family will suffer." How would they suffer? Lin Xi could imagine from the threats the collectors made over the phone. She thanked her colleague and buried herself in her meal. Borrowing the money had taken a while, and if she didn't eat now, there would be no time. After dinner, everyone returned. Fortunately, as unscrupulous as the company was, it wasn't heartless enough to keep them working until midnight. At 9 in the evening, work ceased, but they still had to endure a half-hour brainwashing session and punishment for those who hadn't met their targets. Lin Xi was also among those who failed, but since it was her first day, she was spared the public humiliation of doing planks and squatting with her hands behind her head. By the time Lin Xi stepped out of the company gate, it was 10 in the evening. Days she thought she hadn't even experienced the apocalypse on her first day in the Doomsday game. Just a day of drudgery. When the elevator reached the first floor, someone called out to her. "Want to team up?" Under the bright lights, she spotted several people with eye-catching hair colors. "Players." "I have teammates," Lin Xi declined. Though she didn't know if her teammates were on the same server, she wasn't keen on teaming up. This wasn't like the early stages of the game, she was no longer a weakling. The players didn't insist, and they exchanged contact information. "If you want to team up, feel free to contact us. We've watched your game replay, and your skills are worth waiting for." Lin Xi smiled. "Okay." The city streets were still lively even at night. Finding a supermarket still open, Lin Xi went in to purchase basic necessities. After buying supplies, she also stopped by a pharmacy for basic medications. The Doomsday theme was Resident Evil, so Lin Xi wanted to buy a biohazard suit. But she didn't know where to get one. Crouching by the flower bed, she searched for biohazard suits. Only industrial-grade protective suits appeared, designed for chemical spray, painting, asbestos removal, etc. Besides that, there were high-level medical protective suits capable of handling viruses like Ebola. As for genuine effective biohazard suits, there were none for sale online. When Lin Xi asked why such suits weren't sold, the merchant replied they were controlled equipment. Purchasing them required both registration and certification. In short, Lin Xi was not qualified to buy them legally, and she had no channels to buy them illegally. Lin Xi. Undeterred Lin Xi asked if there was a way to purchase them. The merchant remained silent in the face of such a legally dubious question. Helpless Lin Xi inquired about alternative substitutes. One merchant did provide an answer: industrial-grade heavy protective suits. This type of suit was designed for specific known chemical hazards in industrial environments, such as strong acids, alkalis, organic solvents, toxic gases, and vapors. It couldn't compare to chemical protective suits designed for unknown mixed or highly lethal biological or chemical agents, but it was the best alternative Lin Xi could obtain. Lin Xi asked about the price. A full set of head toto gear cost as much as 15,000. After some thought, she bought 3 sets for self-pickup. The shipping address wasn't far from Lin Xi, so she arranged to pick them up directly at 8 a.m., no delivery needed. In addition to the 3 heavy-duty suits, she also bought 3 sets each of industrial-grade and medical-grade protective suits. The 100,000 yuan borrowed from the loan shark was spent in one big splurge. Lin Xi found an internet cafe, spent a dozen yuan to stay overnight, and slept there until dawn. With the widespread use of computers, internet cafes nowadays are no longer the smoky, chaotic places of the past. Spending a single night, there was a decent choice. At daybreak, Lin Xi used the internet cafe's bathroom to wash up, briefly grabbed a simple breakfast, rented a car, and drove to the merchant's location. "Your car can't fit 3 sets of protective suits," the seller said, dumbfounded, as he helped move the items to the door. The heavy-duty protective suits were bulky and extremely heavy. "No worries, I live nearby. They'll just make another trip," Lin Xi replied with a smile. She hadn't expected the suits to be so large and heavy. Each one weighed nearly 20 kilograms. Lin Xi loaded 2 suits into the trunk first, then drove to a secluded spot, stowed them away in her spatial storage, and returned to the merchant to pick up the remaining suit. After leaving the merchant, Lin Xi drove around the game map, wanting to explore the extent of the game's area. She had checked online and learned that the city's population was nearly 1 million, but the game displayed only about 100,000 NPCs. That meant the entire city couldn't be the game zone. As Lin Xi suspected, the game area was not the whole city. The game zone was limited to the city center with an invisible barrier separating it from the outskirts. As Lin Xi drove around, her phone kept ringing. She stopped the car to rest and answered the call. "Lin Xi, get back here." She hung up without hesitation, and the other side called back persistently. Having worked at that shady company for a day, Lin Xi knew blocking the number was useless. They had countless virtual numbers they could dial nonstop until evening. So she set her phone to block all unknown calls and messages. After that, she decisively dialed the police. Such an illegal company deserved to be shut down entirely. She didn't call the police number posted on the streets, she dialed the 3-digit emergency number instead. After all, a company that could brazenly recruit so many people in the bustling city center might have powerful connections. She didn't want to get entangled with officials during the game. To be safe, Lin Xi tossed her phone into her spatial storage, ensuring no one could find her. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, the company staff, hearing repeated busy signals, quickly realized what Lin Xi had done. "She's blocked us. She must have run off with the money." The colleague who had sat next to Lin Xi earlier stood trembling before the supervisor, his voice shaking. He was one of the longest-serving employees and had witnessed and experienced the company's methods. That was why, even though he didn't know the company any money, he dared not leave. He couldn't believe that after he had warned Lin Xi just yesterday, she still had the nerve to run. "Run? The monk may run away, but the temple stays," the supervisor said, not the least bit angry. No one could take a single cent from his pocket. As the supervisor plotted how to torment Lin Xi, a sudden crash came from the main door. He stood up to shout, but before he could utter a word, he was pinned to the ground. Lin Xi had no idea how much chaos her phone call had caused. After tossing her phone into the spatial storage, she continued driving around the city. After half a day, she had determined the game's boundaries and map. During the game, they couldn't leave this area, so familiarizing herself with the map would help her choose a temporary shelter. But it felt like wasted effort. The game zone was centered around the city center with towering skyscrapers and a bustling scene everywhere. If a zombie apocalypse broke out, sparsely populated areas would be ideal. But it seemed the population density was the same everywhere. The rental period was almost up. Lin Xi drove around hoping to spot Gu Ziqing or Qiao Yuanzhou. But by the time she had to return the car, she hadn't found her usual teammates. She stopped searching and rented an apartment through a real estate agent. Short-term, fully furnished. It cost her 6,000 yuan. Lin Xi chose the top floor. When signing the contract, she inspected the apartment and made sure the door's security features were adequate before breathing a sigh of relief. The apartment had 2 floors, each with a bathroom. The upper floor could be lived in, and the lower floor also had a bedroom. Lin Xi took out the protective suits from her spatial storage, washed up, and fell into a deep sleep. She hadn't slept well at the internet cafe, and the day's hustle had exhausted her. She slept through until the 3rd day of the game. In the first 2 days she had stockpiled supplies, but only enough for herself. Counting the money she had left Lin, she tidied up, grabbed a shared bike, and roamed the streets. With space freed up in her storage, she bought affordable goods whenever she found them. After riding for most of the day, she was exhausted. She found a shady spot to rest, hoping to run into someone she knew. The TV trope of bumping into acquaintances didn't happen in real life. She had been out for a long time without seeing a single player. After resting, she cycled back to the building where she wasn't going back to work. The building had a giant screen. From a distance, she saw a contact number for advertising. After inquiring about the advertising fee, she gritted her teeth and went ahead. Since she had enough supplies, she might as well use the last of her money to find her friends. She didn't dare use her own name or phone number. Instead, she used a code name familiar to the three of them and the address of a nearby convenience store. The company she had started it might still be there if it hadn't been raided. Being in the vicinity would be dangerous. Wearing a mask, she bought some food at the convenience store and sat there waiting to see if the advertisement had been. She waited until 5 in the afternoon. Looks like we're not in the same server, she muttered as she stuffed the cold food into her mouth. She planned to finish eating and return to the rented apartment. Tomorrow would be the 4th day of the game, the first day of the crisis. Tossing the trash into the bin, she got on her little electric scooter and headed back. Lin Xi. She turned her head, and upon seeing who was calling her, she immediately revved the scooter. Lin Xi. The person behind kept shouting, but Lin Xi pushed the scooter to its maximum speed. The voices behind her grew faint, and Lin Xi let out a sigh of relief. The one calling her was none other than her colleague from the exploitative company. She had just fled with the money, and who knew if that colleague was coming to catch her? Better to run first. The car felt like it had traveled far, but in reality, it was just circling the building not far from the convenience store. However, she didn't plan to wait at the convenience store anymore. The car was about to turn toward the apartment. Just as it turned, a vehicle marked with hazardous materials brushed past Lin Xi. Seeing the hazardous sign, for some reason Lin Xi's heart skipped a beat. The two vehicles passed each other, the distance between them growing. Lin Xi. Boom. A shockwave came from behind. Lin Xi ignored the familiar shout and sped up as fast as possible. Yet even so, she and her bike were thrown to the ground by the blast. Lin Xi. Xiao Yuanzhou sprinted over in a few strides. Are you okay? At that moment her entire body ached and her limbs were numb. However, looking at the exploding vehicle spewing colorful smoke, Lin Xi gritted her teeth and shook her head. Quick, leave here now. Xiao Yuanzhou carried her on his back and obediently ran. Lin Xi caught her breath on his back for a while and finally could move. Taking a mask from her space and putting it on Xiao Yuanzhou, Lin Xi then said, scan a bike that's faster. Because going back to the apartment, a car would have to pass the explosion site, while an electric scooter could weave through alleys. Soon they arrived at the apartment entrance. Without time for more talk, Lin Xi, enduring the pain, took off her outer clothes and went to shower, unsure if the toxic gases from the explosion had stuck to her skin. Fortunately, after knowing the game theme, Lin Xi had been wearing a mask, hat, long sleeves, and long pants outside. She used outerwear and hat to cover exposed skin, preventing toxic substances from contacting her skin. The mask also reduced inhalation of toxic gas. Presumably after the explosion, she wouldn't be in great danger. After rinsing under the shower for 15 minutes, Lin Xi finally came out of the bathroom. Lin Xi was injured. She used the first-floor bathroom, while Xiao Yuanzhou was on the second floor. The changed clothes were in her space. Lin Xi didn't touch them, unsure if they had toxic substances on them. After drying her hair, Lin Xi began applying medicine to herself. The injuries were not serious. Being immobilized was just from the shock-induced numbness. Her bones and internal organs were mostly fine. However, there were multiple abrasions on her skin. With the pain sensation in the holographic game set to 99%, Lin Xi grimaced as she finished applying the medicine. Xiao Yuanzhou came downstairs holding a black trash bag. How should we handle this? Lin Xi reached out and took it. Throw it into my space for now. Toxic clothes couldn't be casually thrown into the trash. Are you alright? Xiao Yuanzhou asked. Lin Xi glanced at the virtual screen. Health value is 88. Oh, not a big problem. Alright, since you're fine, I'll go out first. My supplies are still outside. Everyone entered the game prepared to be alone, so they certainly had to stock up on supplies. Xiao Yuanzhou had prepared supplies in a hotel not far away. Lin Xi took a set of ordinary industrial protective suit from her space and tossed it to him, telling him to wear it when going out. Although tomorrow was only the 4th day of the game, being cautious was never wrong. After Xiao Yuanzhou left, Lin Xi began storing water in the apartment. Xiao Yuanzhou had prepared supplies in a hotel not far away. Lin Xi took a set of ordinary industrial. She had drinking water in her space, but this game was a biohazard scenario, so there would likely be many toxic substances, making situations like today's, using large amounts of water to rinse the body, common. So she needed to stock up on water. The tap water was flowing, and Lin Xi also held a bottle of water to drink. Drinking more water helps detox. Xiao Yuanzhou soon returned carrying large bags with an extra person behind him. Where did you two meet? Seeing Gu Ziqing as well, Lin Xi felt completely relieved. We met at the door. I live next door. The two answered simultaneously. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. Gu Ziqing tossed the large bags to Qiao Yuanzhou to organize himself, walked over to Lin Xi to check her injuries, and explained, I didn't find you two when I entered the game, so I used my skill to find a safe place, and started hoarding supplies. At the time, there were many players where he appeared. He used insight to check each player's probability of clearing the game, and followed one player all the way here. This apartment isn't cheap, where did you get the money? Surely he didn't borrow from loan sharks like her. Gu Ziqing shrugged. Ran into a rich second generation. The rich second generation was driving drunk and nearly hit Gu Ziqing. Although Gu Ziqing dodged, the guy felt guilty and compensated him with a sum of money. Why haven't I encountered such good luck? Qiao Yuanzhou muttered while packing his luggage. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing turned to look at him. Gu Ziqing said, you have money to stay in a hotel, isn't the good thing you encountered even better? Qiao Yuanzhou shut up. Where did he encounter good luck? On the first day of the game, because he had no money, he squatted by the roadside. Then a drunken man, seeing that he was good-looking, started to touch him inappropriately. So Qiao Yuanzhou also touched the man. Under the man's howling, he received a mental compensation fee, and then he checked into the hotel. Qiao Yuanzhou didn't dare to mention this. For some reason, he had a feeling that if he said it, Lin Xi would laugh at him. Are there many players in this building? Lin Xi, seeing Qiao Yuanzhou silent, turned back to ask Gu Ziqing. There are a few players, not many. Gu Ziqing said the rent here is quite expensive. Not all players could obtain huge amounts of money upon entering. The house Gu Ziqing rented was right next door. Since the three met, they certainly would live together. In the end, he moved some of his luggage over, leaving the other house empty. Gu Ziqing and Qiao Yuanzhou had only bought ordinary protective suits. However, they both bought many gas masks, but not many medical masks. Gu Ziqing and Qiao Yuanzhou had only bought ordinary protective suits. However, they both bought many gas masks, but not many medical masks. The three pooled their supplies together with the bulk stored in Lin Xi's space. Then they packed 2 small portions in backpacks for Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. The 2 men applied protective film to the windows and doors while Lin Xi handled the supplies. This busy work lasted until 10 o'clock at night. Has your health value changed? Lin Xi asked Xiao Yuanzhou. She had external injuries and had applied medicine, so her health value was constantly changing. This made it impossible to tell if toxic substances had harmed her. Xiao Yuanzhou had no external injuries, and his health value remained at 100. If it decreased, it would mean toxic substances had invaded his body. No change, still 100. Xiao Yuanzhou glanced and replied. It's fine then, Lin Xi said, looking at her health value and breathing a sigh of relief. The distance between the two today was not great. If Qiao Yuanzhou was fine, she was likely fine too. The health value had not recovered to its full state, probably because the injury had not fully healed. To be safe before going to sleep, Lin Xi gulped down another glass of water and a carton of milk. The next morning, the first thing Lin Xi did upon opening her eyes was to check her health value. Seeing the full health value, she finally felt completely at ease. Presumably, they had run fast enough at the time and had not been contaminated by the toxic substances. After washing up with stored water, Lin Xi went to the first floor. Gu Ziqing had woken up even earlier than her. When she came down, he had already prepared breakfast. Come and eat something. Lin Xi nodded. At that time, she had not found a place to live, and the food she had stockpiled was all fast food and canned goods. She hadn't bought any fresh meat or vegetables at all. The two ate breakfast in silence, then curled up on the sofa to look at their phones. When Xiao Yuanzhou came out of his room, what he saw was the scene of the two snuggled together on the same sofa. You two move over, give me some space. Xiao Yuanzhou carried his breakfast and sat between the two, instantly filling the small sofa. Gu Ziqing frowned, pulled a dining chair to the side, and left the space for the two of them. Lin Xi was browsing online information and did not feel uncomfortable. Yesterday's news of the car explosion had become a trending topic, not just locally, but across the entire internet. The sound of the explosion was too loud to be concealed, and coupled with the colorful smoke, even people far from the explosion site could see it. There were plenty of videos shot by passers-by alone. The authorities could not suppress the news at all. Since they could not suppress it, they did not try, but instead issued a notice stating that they were actively handling the aftermath of the explosion. Yesterday, the authorities had already issued a notice telling residents nearby not to go out, and if they had to go out, they must wear masks and so on. Workers who worked nearby were also temporarily prohibited from going to work, and a cordon was set up around the area. Everything seemed to be fine. Under the official notice, many local residents were flattering the authorities, saying the government handled it quickly and actively, etc. A chorus of praise seemed to tell everyone that this was a minor incident. The second day after the explosion, the authorities issued a new notice informing the public that the post-explosion work had been completed and that everyone could go out and come to work as normal. The citizens' flattery grew even louder, but this time some dissenting voices appeared among the flattery. And the explosion was accompanied by colorful smoke, and you tell me it's safe after just one day. This comment stood out prominently among the flattery, so someone below asked what was wrong with the colorful smoke after the Meng Hui Sihai Bawang, let me explain to everyone what substances generally accompany different colors of smoke in chemical explosions. Yellow-green smoke, chlorine, phosgene, fluorine. Brown-red smoke, nitrogen dioxide, bromine vapor. White pungent smoke, ammonia hydrochloric acid, mist, fuming sulfuric acid. Blue-purple smoke, ammonia hydrochloric acid, mist, fuming sulfuric acid. Purple iodine vapor, potassium permanganate dust. Yellow nitric acid, mist, hydrogen sulfide. When colorful smoke appears at an explosion site, it indicates a mixture of toxic substances, making the toxicity more dangerous due to synergy. This was an extremely dangerous signal. If ordinary people did not understand, how could the relevant government departments not understand? Lin Xi watched the government personnel conducting post-disaster cleanup, wearing ordinary clothes, at most only a mask. She thought to herself, maybe the relevant government departments really did not know how dangerous this explosion was. The comments of Ni Yujin She and Meng Hui Sihai Bawang caused a huge stir in the comments section. Hua Hua Shi Jieta Fen Si. Is there any professional who can confirm whether the two above are telling the truth? Chi Chi Ru Shi, a chemical engineering professional here, confirming that the one above the above is correct. Suddenly, all the netizens who were flattering the government stopped, and they all asked in the comments whether the government knew the severity of the situation and whether the explosion site was safe. Under the official post, no relevant government personnel replied, no matter how the netizens clamored, the authorities remained silent. However, someone living near the explosion site was live streaming, and in the live stream, it was clearly visible that the relevant government departments had sent people again to handle the situation. This time the handling personnel were different from the previous ones. The last time they were shabbily dressed, as if going to clean, but this time, they were all wearing professional protective suits and carrying professional equipment, looking like true professionals. As soon as this live stream came out, people living nearby and across the city exploded with panic. This display clearly indicated a serious situation, especially after some people saw Meng Hui Sihai Bawang's popular science post on the official website and went online to look up related information, discovering that things were even more serious than imagined. Panic immediately spread through the city. Big data is a magical thing, but when you see a message that makes you panic, the next recommended information is all related to it, making you more and more panicked. Hua Hua Shi Jieta Fen Si, damn, things are serious. Those who should evacuate as soon as possible. Staying here is too dangerous. Lan Tian Baiyun, can you not spread panic here? The comment from Hua Hua Shi Jieta Fen Si was quickly reported and deleted. But panic cannot be eliminated by deleting comments. Leaving the city is not something everyone can do, nor does everyone have the courage to leave the city. Moreover, the government had not issued any announcement, so they still harbored a glimmer of hope. Maybe those colorful smoke clouds were not toxic after all. Maybe the netizens were really just spreading panic. But the more they looked at online information, the more uncertain they felt. Amid hesitation and struggle, most people chose to wait and see. A small minority decisively left this troubled place. Some others who wanted to leave, but could not due to various reasons, began to stockpile supplies. If it was really as the internet said, the soil, air, and water sources in their area would all be contaminated. For the sake of life safety, they had to buy food, drinks, and protective gear for themselves. They thought protective suits were too exaggerated. Masks, long-sleeved clothing became their primary protective equipment. Kind-hearted people online advised those nearby to remember to stockpile mineral water and such. However, it seemed that few people responded. Lin Xi watched the vehicles and people coming and going from upstairs. She couldn't see the cars clearly, but she could make out pedestrians or those riding electric scooters. After watching for so long, she didn't see anyone stockpiling supplies. It seemed that everyone was not taking it seriously. Having already prepared supplies and reinforced the house, Lin Xi, with nothing to do, stood by the large glass window, observing the outside situation. Ding dong. A visitor has arrived. Lin Xi, come and collect the outer packaging. Gu Zicheng called out to her. After putting on protective gear, Lin Xi opened the apartment door, where several large parcels were waiting. Lin Xi tore open the parcels, took out the contents, and then tossed both the outer packaging and items into the space. The moment she entered the house, she also threw her coat and gloves into the space. After closing and locking the door, she took out the items. An air purifier. Great stuff. Do you still have so much money on you? Lin Xi started fiddling with the air purifier. Gu Zicheng also came over to study the instructions. Not much money, just enough to do installment payments. Lin's eyes lit up, and she ran over to Xiao Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou, transfer all the money on you to me. Lin Xi had already used up all her money. Among the three, only Xiao Yuanzhou had money. Originally, he had planned to rent a house as a temporary base if he couldn't find Lin Xi and the others. Go ahead. Xiao Yuanzhou waved his hand generously. After getting the money, Lin Xi began to purchase air purifiers on installment. As for food and drink, she was not worried because she had the space. What she feared was air pollution. Even if they hid in the house and sealed off the outside, air pollution would still seep into the apartment. After all, they couldn't survive long in a completely sealed space. For the entire day, they relied on the air conditioner's fresh air system, barely taking off their masks indoors. The fresh air system of the air conditioner had minimal filtering effect on toxic substances. It merely served as a psychological comfort. Hourly delivery. An order placed would arrive within an hour and the air purifiers were delivered home. Lin Xi purchased 3 air purifiers and 12 filter cartridges. After testing that the purifiers worked properly, she kept only 2 running and set the rest aside. Then she began to modify the air purifiers. Air purifiers were better than the air conditioner's fresh air system, but they still couldn't completely filter out all toxic gases in the air. So Lin Xi added activated carbon particles to the air purifiers so that the toxic substances in the air could be absorbed by the activated carbon. With an extra layer of protection, their tense hearts felt a bit more at ease. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the workers who had come to inspect in the live stream still hadn't left, and instead several more workers in protective suits had arrived. Meanwhile, the government finally issued a new notice. The gist of the new notice was that the explosion site contained hazardous chemical substances and residents were advised not to approach. Residents within 100 meters had to be forcibly evacuated while those within 500 meters should try not to go out and take protective measures. The government acted swiftly. As soon as the notice was issued, evacuation vehicles were immediately arranged. The evacuation point was a large hotel about 10 kilometers from the explosion site. With this notice, those who had harbored wishful thinking were disillusioned. A panic-buying frenzy began from this moment. Food and drink were necessities, and masks, gas masks, and protective suits were also indispensable. Even air purifiers and water purifiers were snapped up. The apartment where Lin Xi and her group were located was about 12 or 13 kilometers from the explosion center, not a very long distance. If they were NPCs, they would have left the city early, but unfortunately they were players. Players couldn't leave the city. They could only find a suitable place to survive within the city. From the high-rise, Lin Xi watched the vehicles fleeing the city, densely packed in every lane. She was curious if they as players couldn't leave the game scene. Could the NPCs leave? No one gave her the answer. Anyway, on the 5th day of the game, the number of NPCs remained unchanged. Except that on the 3rd day, a car explosion killed 1 NPC, reducing the count by 1. Lin Xi ate breakfast while browsing the latest news online. Early in the morning, the official notice expanded the evacuation zone. The reason for the expansion was the wrong operation on the 1st day of the vehicle explosion. At that time, the workers handling the scene were not professionals. They used a large amount of clean water to wash the explosion site. They washed with clean water as they pleased, and the toxic substances flowed into the surroundings with the contaminated water. Some netizens analyzed that the affected area was larger than the official estimate, suggesting that residents within 10 li should all evacuate. Contaminated water does not stay in one place, it flows, and the range expands over time. Moreover, because of this operation, the surrounding soil is 100% contaminated. With the soil contaminated, water and air are also doomed. Staying here only leads to death. Relevant comments were copied and pasted by many netizens, turning the already anxious citizens into frightened birds. Escape. To survive, they had to flee, but here they had houses bought with half a lifetime of hard work and jobs and degrees earned with countless efforts. They were reluctant, they were unwilling. Leaving here meant that their decades of struggle would come to nothing. In the end, except for a few who left, the vast majority did not want to go. 1000 in the morning. Officially entering the 5th day of the game. The harm caused by the explosion began to show signs. People with skin and respiratory diseases appeared one after another. This issue had already attracted social attention, and when a large number of such patients appeared, relevant reports immediately emerged. The situation became severe. The government's attempt to suppress the news was futile. In the afternoon of the 5th day, some netizens were horrified to find that their tap water had become turbid and had a pungent odor. The tap water was contaminated. This was truly bad news. The city government was overwhelmed dealing with the explosion site, ongoing evacuation operations, and now the additional water issue. Water is the source of life. Without clean drinking water, a major disaster could occur. To appease the nearby residents, the authorities immediately replied that they were following up on the tap water contamination and would restore safe water supply as soon as possible. Meanwhile, during this period, the authorities would arrange dedicated personnel and vehicles to provide free water supply, so there was no need to panic. The government's measures could indeed resolve the people's immediate problems, but they could not alleviate the panic in their hearts. The trending local news was all about videos of panic buying and pleas for help. The supermarket supplies were completely bought out. Around 9 in the evening, Lin Xi and the other 2 were preparing to wash up and go to sleep. Then suddenly, boom, boom, a period. Continuous explosions rang out, some distant, some near. Vehicles parked by the roadside due to the blasts and vibrations had their alarms chirping incessantly. Both those asleep and those awake were jolted to alertness. Inside the house, Lin Xi could still hear a constant stream of screams and cracking sounds from outside. Why so many explosions all of a sudden? Xiao Yuanzhou muttered under his breath, hurrying to check the doors and windows of the apartment. Those cracking sounds were likely the noise of window glass shattered by the explosions. The 3 each checked and found the doors and windows intact, Then they all curled up on the sofa to look at their phones. During their days holed up in the building, the only channel for information was the internet. At that moment, Lin Xi felt a bit nostalgic for the drone from the previous game. There were many explosion sites covering a wide area. Soon Lin Xi and the others saw first-hand footage shot by nearby residents. Guang Liang Cha Zi, who can understand family? I just got out of my car, and it suddenly blew up into user 640555695. Bored and idle, I filmed the rare empty streets, never expecting to capture this astonishing scene. When were bombs buried underground? This video was shot from a high floor showing manhole covers on the street suddenly exploding into the air, flying. Of course, there were also explosions in places without manhole covers, but those areas were less dramatic. Perhaps because the gaps around the manhole covers amplified the blast. Scrolling down, many videos showed shattered windows in homes, and some even had cracked walls. Checking their location tags, they realized the explosion range exactly matched the size of the game scene Lin Xi had set. This was the prime time for internet users. Within less than 10 minutes of the videos being posted, the explosion incident in their city shot to the top of national trending searches. Many people's first reaction was whether it was a war. But then they thought even if it were a war, it would be fought in first-tier cities. Their small city was hardly worth the manpower and resources to attack. Immediately, netizens associated it with the earlier chemical hazardous vehicle explosion. 30.7° Lu Xiaoming. Could it be that the explosives rushed into the sewer and caused a chain of explosions? Don't say it, but you really have to say it. This speculation was indeed well-founded. From the multitude of online videos, it could be seen that the explosion sources were all along the sewer lines. The local residents went from anxiety to outright terror. The incident was too massive for local authorities to handle. That very night, the national government issued a notice that experts would be dispatched. Throughout the night, the sounds of fire trucks and ambulances came and went. After checking that the house was still safe, Lin Xi and the other two went to rest, not continuing to track the developments. Game day 6. Early in the morning, the three got up to check the progress. The explosion range last night was huge, and by early morning the authorities had already tallied the casualties. There were few people outside at the time, so only a few died. However, the shattered glass from the explosions injured many, though mostly minor injuries. Online people were not very concerned about the death toll. They were more focused on why the explosion happened. The authorities understood what the public cared about and promptly issued an announcement. The cause of the explosion was, as netizens had guessed, toxic chemicals flowed into the sewer and then ignited. However, the reason why it took so long for the explosion to occur after entering the sewer was not specified. It only told the public that this explosion was somewhat a good thing because the blast consumed most of the toxic substances. Of course, the small portion of harmful substances remaining in the soil and air was still quite troublesome. The national government urged people who were near the primary and secondary explosion sites to go to the hospital promptly for health checks. Everyone else should take protective measures and temporarily leave the city, allowing the residual toxic substances to dissipate before returning. Evacuating an entire city was a massive undertaking. The government did not arrange for relocation. They only stated in the notice that residents would receive accommodation subsidies after leaving the city. In the homeowner group chat, many people saw the message and were asking whether they should leave. Their apartment was one street away from the nearest explosion site, neither the primary nor secondary scene. Nearly everyone in the group indicated they would leave. After all, life was the most important thing, not to mention that the government subsidy would make leaving more justifiable. The entire building except for the players had all left. The players expressed envy, wishing they could leave too. Unable to leave, Lin Xi and the others could only constantly monitor online updates. The exploding vehicle remained a mystery. According to regulations, vehicles carrying dangerous goods were not allowed through the city center, yet this vehicle had passed through. After tracking down the owner through surveillance, the authorities contacted the family. But the family said the owner was still alive and his car was still there. So the exploding vehicle was a clone license plate car. What exactly was being transported on that vehicle was still not fully understood. Experts identified certain chemical elements from residues in the air, soil, and water and took some emergency measures. Time passed, slowly reaching noon. The surrounding people had all left. The entire building was silent, and even outside was very quiet with few Since everyone had left, updates on the situation could only be obtained from official releases and netizens had no first-hand information. Everyone knew that official information updates were slow. Scrolling through their phones yielded nothing new. The three bored in the room started playing games. Three people were just right for a game of Didizu Fight the Landlord. After playing for most of the day, Lin Xi stretched and accidentally glanced at the virtual screen. The two immediately glanced at their virtual screens. The number of NPCs was indeed increasing and at an extraordinary rate. In the previous game, there had also been an increase in NPCs. But back then, every time an NPC was added, the number of players decreased correspondingly. Yet this game was different. The player count remained unchanged while the NPC count had already surged by over 1,000. Could there be a system error? Qiao Yuanzhou remarked. Gu Zicheng shook his head. The brain wouldn't make such a minor mistake. I suspect a mutation has occurred among the NPCs. Logically, after many NPCs left the game scenario, their numbers should have decreased. But the virtual panel showed an increase instead. This suggested that the NPC species might not be limited to humans. The thought flashed through his mind, and Gu Zicheng's brow instantly furrowed. If things truly aligned with his conjecture, the situation would become dire. Do we have any weapons this time? Xiao Yuanzhou asked, his voice laden with despair. The previous game had been a relentless fight against zombies, leaving him traumatized. She had bought several of the fire guns when she spotted them on sale. So this game is also about brute force. Xiao Yuanzhou asked, his voice laden with despair. The previous game had been a relentless fight against zombies, leaving him traumatized. He had sought psychological help after exiting the game, and now it was happening again. The thought made him want to scream. Gu Zicheng was uncertain. That's just my guess. We'll have to wait and see. At that moment, he too began to yearn for the drones from the last game, just like Lin Xi. Unable to obtain more information, the players were at a severe disadvantage, especially with the anomalous increase in NPC numbers this time. Lin Xi's group was not the only one to notice the anomaly. The player they had encountered on the first day in that shady company had also detected it. He even sent a message asking if Lin Xi's virtual panel was the same and once again invited her to team up. Lin Xi truthfully answered his question, but declined the invitation, citing the inappropriateness of going out. Day 7 of the game. The outside world remained quiet, but today the internet was different. The official government was live streaming the post-disaster management of the explosion site, giving Lin Xi and the others access to first-hand information. Such live streams were actually quite dull, as no one could understand what was happening, and there was no host to liven up the act. The vast screen showed nothing but workers in heavy protective suits walking around with instruments or equipment, offering no visual interest. Lin Xi watched while yawning. Xiao Yuanzhou and Gu Zicheng, after a few minutes of boredom, began to delve into the knowledge of launching. All the knowledge within the game was stored in the brain, but even though the brain contained vast amounts of related information, the interstellar humans could not access it directly. This knowledge of launching came from the lingering consciousness of the launching people, which could not be presented directly, but only explored through the virtual game. The brain's role in Apocalypse was to centralize the vast consciousness and present it logically. Since the game was in livestream mode, Gu Zicheng knew that the knowledge obtainable within the game was limited. Therefore, he displayed all the knowledge from his phone in front of the camera and rapidly scrolled through it. After exiting the game, professionals could organize and compile this knowledge. As for Xiao Yuanzhou, he immersed himself in culinary arts. His inability to cook well had become a source of pain. The three were each busy with their own tasks, while Lin Xi focused intently on the live stream. She wasn't watching the workers in the stream, but rather their working environment. On the empty roads, due to the scarcity of people, some small animals boldly poked their heads out. For instance, rats, cockroaches, and stray animals that favored the sewers. The camera was focused on the workers, so the small animals appeared only briefly, making it difficult for Lin Xi to get a clear look. She recorded the entire live stream, marking the timestamps when small animals appeared, intending to slow down the footage later to observe any changes in them. Lin Xi's fixation on the small animals was not without reason. The NPC count on the virtual panel was steadily increasing. After the residents evacuated, very few returned. Since no one came back, the continuous rise in NPC numbers was highly suspicious. The live stream continued, and Xiao Yuanzhou finished his culinary study session. Lin Xi took his phone to continue recording while she began replaying the marked timestamps on her own device. It was a tedious process, but since they were already bored, having something to pass the time was not a bad thing. Most of the small animals in the footage were blurry, and zooming in only made them more indistinct. After watching for a long time, she finally caught a close-up of a small animal. It was a rat. Only after reducing the playback speed to 1/8 could she make out what it was. Upon seeing it clearly, Lin Xi sprang up in excitement, her sudden movement drawing the attention of the other two. "Look at this," she said, replaying the video on her phone. The rat in the footage was vastly different from ordinary rats. It was huge, about the size of a cat. Of course, its size was not what startled them. What shocked them was its appearance, which bore a resemblance to the zombies from the previous game. The rat's fur had fallen off entirely, revealing a festering purplish-black skin covered in slime. Its abdomen was riddled with tumors, and its limbs were twisted and deformed. If Lin Xi hadn't been familiar with rats, who would have guessed that this grotesque creature was one? "What animal is that?" Xiao Yuanzhou asked, feeling only revulsion. The zombies from the previous game had been disgusting enough. He had almost forgotten those ugly things, but this rat brought the memories flooding back. Why did the last two games both feature such nauseating creatures? Lin Xi said, "It's a rat." "A rat, too." Both reacted strongly. "Not the kind of rat I'm thinking of, right?" Xiao Yuanzhou asked, refusing to accept it. Lin Xi nodded. And so the sky fell for the three of them. A rat. A rat. In a city there might be more rats than people. If they had mutated and become enemies, dealing with them would be even harder than fighting zombies. Just from the one rat on the screen, one could tell small size, fast speed. If it suddenly flew at you and bit you, you might not even have time to react. The three exchanged glances and quickly grabbed their phones, frantically typing. Their sky had fallen, but other skies were still intact. Come on, if the sky is falling, let it fall for everyone. And so the skies of the other players also came crashing down. Having survived multiple games, the remaining players possessed both strength and wit. Just from watching a video of rats sent by Lin Xi and his team, everyone had already pieced together what was to come. The moment they received the news, they began reinforcing their shelters, especially sealing off all sewer openings. Once everything was ready, everyone stayed indoors. Besides the mutant creatures, the greatest threat in this game was the intangible toxic substances. Even the most aggressive players dared not venture outside. With their lives preserved, the players began to stir up. If they couldn't go out themselves, weren't there still NPCs outside? Thus, numerous videos about mutant creatures suddenly appeared online, tagged with words like explosion and mutation, filled with eye-catching shock value. Within just an hour, the content soared to the top of trending searches. Lin Xi did nothing beyond providing the rat. A single rat mutation video alone couldn't stir the internet. Players also sprinkled in some film clips. When some NPCs contributed their own animal mutation videos after seeing them, the online buzz quickly. Many netizens expressed terror at the mutated animals. Those within the game zone pleaded for the government to dispatch teams to exterminate them. Some questioned the video's authenticity, while others condemned the government for withholding information. If leaked toxins could mutate animals, were humans truly safe? Under public pressure, the government had no choice but to reassure the masses and implement corresponding measures. Cleanup after the explosion continued, and the government had to assign specialists to hunt mutant creatures and conduct disinfection. Due to the initial botched cleanup, the public demanded full live streaming of the extermination process. That night, all players monitoring the virtual screen noticed the NPC count fluctuating constantly. Through a chain of invitations, all players joined the same group that night, where they could share and exchange information. On the 8th day of the game, Lin Xi immediately checked the NPC count upon waking and gasped in shock. After a day of extermination, the NPC count had doubled from 9900 to 2000. Lin Xi, thinking she was still dreaming, collapsed back onto the bed. Players felt hopeless, but the NPCs were quite satisfied with the result. Without a virtual panel, they couldn't see the numbers, only the live stream showing one monster after another being eliminated. Cheers erupted online, but players knew that any attempt to pressure the government into intensifying the extermination through public opinion would fail. The turning point came at noon. A nearby netizen posted a surveillance video featuring his aquarium fish. The time-lapse footage clearly showed how a normal goldfish transformed into a tentacled monster. It was horrifying, and even more so when the tentacled goldfish crawled out of the tank and attacked the owner. The video ended with the fish's corpses. The owner tagged officials asking how to dispose of the bodies. From the video, the owner seemed calm, but Lin Xi clicked into his latest post and found he had already broken down. Subsequent videos were filled with screams, smashing, and frantic running. If even indoor goldfish mutated, wouldn't they soon become hideous too? Outsiders mocked, but those in the blast zone felt only despair. As more people shared pet mutation videos, the hopeless crowd swelled. Those who hadn't left earlier now rushed to escape. Maybe it wasn't too late, they were still normal. A second wave of escape began, but they couldn't leave. Some who had already fled carried animals that also mutated. The mutated animals injured people, causing greater chaos. For safety, all evacuees from the epicenter were quarantined, and those still inside were forbidden to leave. Forbidden. Those two words crushed the remaining civilians. They collapsed, despaired, and panicked. Eventually, like the goldfish owner, they began to lose their minds. They had been abandoned. From inside, Lin Xi and her team occasionally heard shouts and cries outside. Everyone was going mad. At 10 p.m., after receiving supplies from the system, the three prepared to sleep. Just as they lay down, rain pelted the window. The rain was heavy. Is this expanding the affected area? Lin Xi murmured, touching the glass. Many shared her thoughts, discussing fervently in the group. Lin Xi glanced at the group and turned off her phone to sleep. When she woke, the NPCs felt the sky had fallen again. During the night, 3 more vehicles exploded on the outskirts. Now not only locals, but also residents of neighboring cities were in despair. The explosions occurred at midnight, while everyone slept. The rain was heavy, accompanied by thunder. The explosion sounds were mistaken for thunder. Only after seeing the videos in the morning did they realize the truth. Hadn't the sky fallen? The first blast evacuees were still within the city, far from the epicenter. The second blast engulfed the entire city and affected neighboring ones. This is a conspiracy. Which country wants to destroy our homeland? A single explosion might be an accident, but repeated ones could only be a long-planned conspiracy. Conspiracy or not, ordinary people could not care less. That was the business of those at the top. What concerned them now was the impact of this explosion on their health. With the previous explosion as a cautionary tale, everyone immediately took protective measures as soon as news of this blast spread. Yet they were not professionals, nor did they possess professional protective equipment. They had no idea whether the makeshift protections they cobbled together would be of any use. Uncertainty gnawed at them, leaving them to pin their hopes on the government for evacuation. The government. It was already overwhelmed with not a single spare hand to offer. At the epicenter of the contamination, there was a dire shortage of personnel equipment and protective suits. The local government could only pray for assistance from neighboring regions and the central authorities. The severity of the pollution was beginning to show its fangs, and it seemed unlikely that many would come to their aid. After all, the corresponding protective suits were scarce. Rescue had yet to arrive, but the scorching heat came first. Last night's downpour had spread harmful substances wherever the water flowed, and today's high temperatures only dispersed the toxins further. The city's residents were forbidden to leave, yet those who could find a way used every trick in the book. Those who had emerged from the blast zone were treated like a plague feared by all. But those who fled did so to survive. Even as the outside world hurled insults, they pressed on. Lin Xi and her companions witnessed for the first time in the game hospitals overflowing with patients outside the game's usual setting. The NPCs had all fled outside, leaving the game scenes empty. Was it any wonder that the hospitals outside the game scenes were packed? As expected, nearly everyone who went for a checkup was found to have health issues. Some posted their test results online, calling on the government to provide a reasonable explanation while seeking help from netizens. The government remained silent, and netizens told them to go back to their own city and not spread the virus. Game Day 10. More and more escapees were voicing their grievances online. The reason hospitals in various regions had received orders to refuse relevant health checks. This move ignited a fury among those who had fled. They were denied even the chance to save themselves. A new day dawned, and information on the internet burst forth like a spring that had been compressed too tightly. Apart from the above news, the most critical piece was this morning a mutant had appeared. Small animals mutating had become a commonplace sight, but a human mutation was a first. This mutant was one of the spectators who had gathered at the scene of the first explosion. When small animals mutated, the government had no hesitation in culling and disinfecting them. But when it came to their own kind mutating, they hesitated to give the order to shoot on sight. They were still fellow beings, still moving, still lives. Without an official directive from above, no one dared to decide whether these infected individuals should live or die. Humans fear the unknown. Many outside called for the mutants to be exterminated, but most of that clamor was confined to the internet. In reality, when they encountered a mutant, they ran as fast as their legs could carry them. The first mutant did not appear in the city at the epicenter of the explosion, but in a neighboring city. He was now in police custody, and the public knew nothing of what would happen next. But a second case of mutation soon emerged, and this time it happened in a crowd, startling everyone nearby. In the ensuing panic, the second mutant raised its strange tentacles and pierced the heads of the nearest people. Lin Xi had been glued to her phone, so she saw the crime scene as soon as the video surfaced. The bloody spectacle sent chills down her spine, even through the screen. The mutant that had wounded people did not flee immediately. Instead, it took advantage of the stunned crowd and began harvesting heads. The ground was littered with blood and corpses, a sight that turned the stomach. That video was quickly reported and taken down. It was long, and Lin Xi had not finished watching it, which she found a pity. She wanted to study the mutants' characteristics so she wouldn't be caught off guard if she had to face them. She was about to turn off her phone and get some food when the next new video turned out to be the same one she had just seen. Only this time it was censored with the bloody parts blurred out. She took out some food from her inventory and unflinchingly used the video as a side dish, eating while watching. The mutant killed tirelessly, cutting a path through the crowd until the terrified people finally snapped out of their stupor and began to fight back. Fleeing was not an option. The only exit was behind the mutant. The only way to survive was to resist. More and more people calmed down and joined the battle. In the end, they survived, but the mutant escaped. Gu Zicheng walked over and took his share of the food. Since the mutant animals appeared, he and Xiao Yuanzhou had been wearing protective suits and scavenging other empty houses for usable supplies over the past 2 days. Now the house they were in and the one next door were stacked with supplies, and they had reinforced and modified both houses. All three agreed they did not want to experience the soreness of their hands from the last game again. If they could avoid directly confronting NPCs, they would. Lin Xi nodded. I noticed something. These mutants were easier to deal with than zombies. Although they were faster and larger than zombies, they had a weakness. They felt pain. So when someone fought back and hurt them, they would shrink back and flee. Afraid of pain. That makes things easier. Gu Zicheng shared this information with other players. If they were like zombies, feeling no pain and attacking relentlessly until a vital spot was hit, then this game would be impossible to play. With a weakness, players were not afraid of them. Ordinary people lost their combat effectiveness due to fear of their appearance, but players did not. The biggest obstacle now is these toxic substances, Lin, she said, subconsciously glancing at the virtual screen. She had been at the scene of the first explosion, and she still worried about being affected by the toxins. Every time she worried, she would glance at the virtual screen, and only when she saw her health value full would she breathe a sigh of relief. We have protective suits, so it's not a big problem, Gu Zicheng analyzed. But the heavy suits hinder our movement. It's best not to wear them when fighting enemies. Yet without the heavy protective suits, they could easily be infected. So the best strategy was to stall. Stall until the game ended. If they couldn't stall until the end, then stall until the very last moment. The toxic substances would dissipate over time, and perhaps later in the game they could go without protective suits. As the two spoke, their surroundings suddenly went dark. The power went out. The three of them checked the wiring and switches. Lin Xi took out her phone. It's not the house's wiring. The players in the group chat had also experienced the same blackout. It was a widespread outage. What do we do now? Pry open a vent. Xiao Yuanzhou stared helplessly at the air conditioner that had stopped running. The air conditioner was used for ventilation. They had replaced its filters with activated charcoal to absorb as much toxic substances from the outside air as possible. Now that the power was out, outside air couldn't enter, and the indoor air would soon be consumed by the three. Let's not dismantle it for now. Lin Xi found the oxygen cylinders. The indoor air can sustain us for a while, plus the oxygen tanks. We don't need to worry about oxygen for at least a day or two. As long as they didn't suffocate, they could drag it out as long as possible. Who knew what those toxic substances outside would do to them? The other two had no objections. Lin Xi turned her attention back to her phone. The blackout had already caused an uproar online. For those already terrified of being infected by toxic substances, losing electricity was a severe psychological blow. Without electricity, once their phone's batteries died, their mental state would collapse completely from being unable to communicate with the outside world. Home isolation was not terrifying. What was terrifying was isolation cut off from the world. Lin Xi searched for the state grid's phone number online and dialed without hesitation. Since the game was set in the Zhonghua country of launching, the state grid here should handle things as swiftly. Sure enough, not long after she called, the power was restored. However, less than an hour later, it went out again. Lin Xi called the state grid again. The staff member told her that power couldn't be restored for now. The reason was that unknown creatures kept damaging the power lines. It wasn't just one or two gnawing, many creatures were gnawing all at once. The damage was so fast that the repair crews couldn't keep up, so they had to temporarily suspend power supply. Hearing the explanation, Lin Xi immediately thought of the mutated rats she had seen earlier. Rats love to gnaw on things, but was it really plausible for them to gnaw on power lines? Wouldn't they get electrocuted and die? After the blackout, Lin Xi couldn't keep playing on her phone. She had used most of the borrowed money to buy protective suits, so she hadn't bought a generator. Only 2 large backup power banks, and some lighting equipment. The apartment's ventilation was already poor, and they had sealed all the vents. The air inside felt stuffy, and with the 3 of them wearing protective suits, at all times the discomfort doubled. In truth, given the precautions they had taken, it might have been fine to take off the suits now, but to be safe they kept them on. Time passed slowly without internet access. Xiao Yuanzhou and Gu Zicheng were studying the knowledge they had just gained from the game. Lin Xi, feeling awkward asking them to play, picked up the materials they had and started reading. Familiar content brought long-forgotten information to the surface of her mind. She had majored in accounting in college, but that was just her university major. She had learned many things to make a living. Anything that could earn money she had specifically looked into. For example, this basic herbology. Because it was familiar, she flipped through the pages, quickly finishing the thick stack in no time. That night, Lin Xi had a dream. In the dream, she was running across one hill after another. She would run a few steps, then crouch down, then run again, and crouch again. Herbs. So many herbs. Ha ha ha. Day 11 of the game. Lin's eyes had ached. She had never known she had such an uninhibited side. In her dream, she had laughed ha 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 all night long. Exhausted. Too exhausted. The power still hadn't been restored, and the power grid had even issued a notice telling residents that because the city's electrical system had been completely destroyed by unknown creatures, it would be impossible to restore power for some time. If this weren't a disaster zone, rebuilding the power system wouldn't be difficult. But unfortunately, the toxic substances here were too concentrated. Workers had to wear professional protective suits to enter, greatly reducing work efficiency. Most importantly, those unknown creatures kept attacking any place with electricity. As soon as power was restored, the system would collapse again in no time. So to restore normal electricity, they had to eliminate those unknown creatures first. But so far no one had managed to capture what these unknown creatures actually looked like. The players calmly waited in their temporary shelters for the game's progress to change again. In this game, it seemed no player could freely wander outside. Online videos of mutated people were increasing. Without exception, all of them had stayed near the explosion center. Lin Xi looked at the videos on her phone, then glanced at the NPC count on the virtual panel. There were so many zeros after that number that Lin Xi didn't want to count them. The 3 of them continued their own tasks, and suddenly Xiao Yuanzhou shouted, "Holy crap! Where did it come from?" As he shouted, his steel pipe swung, and the rat that had just poked its head out turned into a bloody pulp instantly. Disgusting. Extremely disgusting. Bang. Another loud sound, another pile of pulp. Bang. Bang bang. The continuous thud of the steel pipe echoed through the small apartment. One pile after another of stinking bloody pulp formed a small mountain. Is there no end to this? Xiao Yuanzhou was growing frantic. The creatures were small, but fast. The 3 dared not lose focus. They had to kill them the moment they slipped out, or else it would be impossible to keep up with their speed once they got into the open space. Lin Xi looked at the air conditioner. She couldn't believe that despite the entire apartment being sealed, the rats were coming in through the air conditioner duct. Fortunately, the duct was narrow, allowing only one rat at a time, so they were easy to kill. Lin Xi packed up and moved to the next apartment first. "We can handle this," Gu Ziqing said. The apartment full of pulp was definitely uninhabitable. Moreover, the rats had damaged the air conditioner opening, letting in the toxic outside air. Even with protective suits, they couldn't stay long. Lin Xi nodded and started stuffing things into her spatial storage. They had stored a lot of supplies that would take several trips to move everything. The neighboring apartment had been fully sealed and reinforced, including the air conditioner duct and drains, all blocked. So far, no rats had appeared there. Lin Xi went over, unloaded the items, and made 2 or 3 trips to finish moving everything. When she returned to the original apartment, Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou had pulled up chairs and were sitting beneath the air conditioner. The two of them took turns each strike, flattening a rat into a meat patty, creating a rhythmic and relaxed atmosphere. Lin Xi also pulled a chair over and joined the fray. Since they were bored anyway, they decided to play a game of whack-a-mole. Lin Xi held a steel pipe in one hand and her phone. In her spare time, she glanced at the screen and saw that other players were also being swarmed by rats. The group chat was filled with the howls and wails of players. It was quite lively. When mealtime came, the 3 took turns eating. Everyone had the same idea. While they only had to deal with NPCs coming in one by one, they would kill as many as possible to avoid being overwhelmed by a crowd later. Thanks to the players' efforts, the number of NPCs was slowly decreasing. By the time Lin Xi took her break, there were still about 50 NPCs left. They couldn't kill them all. Absolutely couldn't. The break was only 4 hours, after which others would take their turn. It wasn't yet the late game, so they had to conserve their strength and energy for the even more difficult scenarios ahead. Seeing Lin Xi arrive, Xiao Yuanzhou eagerly bounced off to rest. He had been whacking moles for 8 hours and his hands had gone numb. Why is the number dropping so fast? Lin Xi glanced at the NPC count and saw it had suddenly plummeted to 300. Which player was so fierce that they had wiped out 200? The government in the game has stepped in, said Gu Ziqing, having just killed a rat and switching the steel pipe to his other hand. No matter how high one's physical attributes were, one couldn't use a single hand for extended output. While you were sleeping, the government issued a notice: all mutants and mutated creatures are to be exterminated. Gu Ziqing told Lin Xi the information he had learned. The mutants had been studied by the relevant government departments. Those mutants were no longer human and carried a massive amount of biochemical virus. For the sake of the public, they had to be killed and disposed of centrally. It was necessary to centralize them. They were like mobile virus repositories, infecting wherever they went. However, people who contracted the biochemical virus from touching mutants or mutated creatures would not become mutants themselves. At worst, they would suffer symptoms such as kidney failure or skin ulceration, and severe cases could be fatal. In short, it was very tormenting. With the government's involvement, the number of NPCs plummeted. By the 13th day of the game, only about 100 NPCs remained. It was similar to the initial number of NPCs given by the system when they first entered the game. That day, the NPC count didn't decrease much. According to news from the internet, the mutated creatures seemed to have become more agile. They had learned to avoid people, and their perception of danger had changed. Killing a little cutie with a single steel pipe strike was a thing of the past. Let's go. We'll go back to the next room and rest for a day. Gu Ziqing closed the door without hesitation. In 2 days, that room had become a sea of meat paste. The hot weather accelerated the spoilage of the meat paste. Although they couldn't smell it through their protective suits, just imagining the stench was enough. Moreover, during that day, fewer and fewer rats emerged from the air conditioner. Whether they had all died or had sensed the danger, their appearance rate began to slow. The situation was similar for other players. Since they were all exhausted, they decided to rest first. You two sleep first. He'll wait for people and keep watch. Gu Ziqing looked exhausted, but he couldn't rest yet. Besides the 3 of them, there were also other members of the Gu family who had entered the game from the base. They hadn't been able to contact each other in the first 3 days of the game. Later they did establish contact, but due to the toxic substances it was inconvenient to go out, so they didn't meet. Now most players' temporary shelters had turned into meat paste. Those players planned to move to the apartment building, and the Gu family members intended to come along as well. While scavenging supplies, he had noticed other apartments. As long as the rooms hadn't been visited by rats, they should be livable. Lin Xi and Xiao Yuanzhou were fast asleep. Gu Ziqing sat on the sofa frowning. Shortly after receiving the news that players were heading to the apartment, the number of players was actually decreasing. Although the decrease was small, it was continuous. Is it an enemy attack? He took out his phone to ask about the situation, but then thought that if the players were in combat, calling would only distract them. He wasn't planning to go out and help anyway, so asking was useless. The waiting was agonizingly long. Physical exhaustion made Gu Ziqing's eyelids heavy, and he stayed awake only through sheer willpower. For hours later, Lin Xi woke up. She urged Gu Ziqing to rest. Give me your phone. You get some sleep." Whether Gu Ziqing heard her or not, he didn't move. He simply fell asleep sitting on the sofa. Lin Xi reached out and touched his face. After quietly admiring his haggardly handsome face for a moment, she carefully laid him flat on the sofa. His steady breathing could soothe a restless heart. Lin Xi sat beside him and opened Gu Ziqing's phone. There were no messages on it, and she realized that the other players had not yet arrived at the apartment. 4 hours already, and they still haven't arrived. Lin Xi instinctively checked the panel. To her shock, the number of players had dropped to less than 1,000. In just 4 hours, half of the players were gone. What had happened? No one answered her question. Lin Xi didn't call to ask what the other players had encountered either. She thought the same as Gu Ziqing, since she wasn't going out to help. Calling would only cause trouble. Especially after an hour had passed. At around 2 in the afternoon, Lin Xi heard commotion from downstairs. It wasn't the rustling of rats, it was the sound of many people walking. Ding! It was Gu Ziqing's phone. Lin Xi glanced at the sleeping man, didn't wake him, and answered it herself. It was someone from the Gu family, someone Lin Xi knew well. Upon hearing Lin Xi's voice, the other party showed no surprise or hesitation, but straightforwardly and concisely told her that they were injured and needed medicine. Lin Xi found the medicine they needed from her inventory and waited for them to knock. Soon the door was knocked. After confirming their identity, Lin Xi handed over the medicine and also took out 2 modified air purifiers from her inventory. Among these players, someone had brought a generator, so the air purifiers could be put to use again. The players didn't linger after receiving the items. They thanked her and left. They needed to tend to their injuries and reinforce their new temporary shelters, so any socializing would have to wait. After handing over the items, Lin Xi returned to the sofa. The sleeping man remained asleep. Lin Xi curled up beside him and looked at the phone, hoping to glean some information. All for naught. In the central area where they were located, the only normal humans left were the players, with no normal NPCs. Without normal NPCs to film videos, where could relevant information be found online? Putting down the phone, Lin Xi leaned to one side and closed her eyes to rest. With less than 2 days left until the game's end, danger could strike at any moment. The apartment buzzed with activity for over half an hour before falling silent. Silence. Profound silence. In that extreme stillness, even the slightest sound could be amplified infinitely. A faint rustling and crackling sound emerged. The noise was soft, yet it felt immense. Lin Xi opened her eyes and moved toward the source of the sound. The moment she stirred, the noise outside instantly ceased, as if a pause button had been pressed. Lin Xi froze. After about 10 seconds, the sounds resumed. The source of the sound was just outside the door. Unable to see what was there, she guessed that mutated animals were gnawing at the door, trying to get in. They had sealed the air conditioning ducts in this house. To let air in, they had opened the gap under the door, placing activated charcoal behind it to absorb toxic substances from the air. Presumably the mutated animals sensed the presence of living humans through the door gap and were now breaking down the door. With that thought, Lin Xi hesitated no longer and strode toward the door, deliberately making noise. The sounds outside fell silent once more, followed by a flurry of faint, panicked retreating noises. It was likely the sound of the mutated animals withdrawing. Lin Xi stood by the door, pulled out her phone, and sent a message in the player group warning the others to stay vigilant. The message seemed to have come too late, as she sent it. A cacophony of noises erupted from within the building. Some players in the group who were on watch had also noticed the arrival of the mutated animals. When the animals realized they had been spotted, they fled without hesitation. Other players, unaware of the danger, were stormed by the mutated animals, who broke into their rooms and attacked them in a swarm, killing them. The number of players on the virtual panels suddenly dropped by over a dozen. Most of them had arrived at the apartment building already injured. It was precisely because of this that many squads had no one keeping watch, allowing the mutated animals to exploit the gap. After about half an hour, the commotion downstairs subsided. In the group, injured players were asking for shelter from those who were unharmed. Without anyone on watch in their own squad, they couldn't even rest or recover from their injuries. The Gu family members, who had just come to Lin Xi to get medicine, sent a message asking if they could gather at her place. None of them had been injured in this skirmish, but they were already carrying wounds from before, which severely limited their mobility. Lin Xi replied that they could come, and the Gu family players quickly moved their belongings over. Apart from their own supplies, they also brought a door they had removed. Your door has been gnawed down to just a single layer of skin. I took the liberty of bringing a replacement door. The speaker was Gu Ziqing's cousin, Gu Zixiu. He was born in the same year as Gu Ziqing, just a few months young. He was neither as capable nor as handsome as Gu Ziqing. And because he was close in age to the outstanding Gu Ziqing, everyone around them had constantly compared the two ever since childhood. In Gu Zixiu's own words, he hated being in the same space as Gu Ziqing. The pressure was too much. If not for the injuries, he would have preferred to stay far away from Gu Ziqing. With the addition of several people, the room suddenly felt cramped, leaving no space to move. The players tried to be as quiet as possible, but they still woke up Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. The two opened their eyes, saw familiar faces, and immediately closed them again, reassured to continue sleeping. Lin Xi was the most alert of the group, so while the others rested or tended to their wounds, she stood watch alone. With so many people, the breathing was chaotic and the once quiet space was broken. Lin Xi paced back and forth in the limited area, trying to keep an eye on every corner for any signs of abnormality. During this time, the rustling sounds came and went several times. Each time Lin Xi deliberately made loud noises, and the rustling would pause for a short while. For hours passed quickly. Xiao Yuanzhou, having finished his rest, came to take over the watch. Lin Xi seized the chance to rest. She slept until the 14th day of the game. When she woke up, the person on duty had already changed to Gu Zicheng. The rest of the Gu family members were still resting and recovering from their injuries. According to Gu Zicheng, their health points had been extremely difficult to raise after being injured. After using medicine, they could only maintain their current health points. Once the medicine wore off and they didn't take another dose, immediately their health points would plummet again. I never asked. How did they get injured? Lin Xi took advantage of the shift handover to inquire. Gu Zicheng rubbed his temples. On the way here, we were attacked by mutated creatures. These mutated creatures are somewhat similar to the zombies from the previous game. They can sense the presence of living people and will attack them ferociously. Unlike zombies, after attacking a living person, if the person fights back and they sense they can't win, they will flee. That was why more than half of the players managed to reach this apartment building smoothly. Gu Zicheng wasn't in a good state. During the brief conversation with Lin Xi, he was clearly distracted, looking as if he might collapse at any moment. Check your health points, Lin Xi warned with concern. You're not feeling well. If his health points dropped, it meant something was wrong with his body. Gu Zicheng took a few seconds to react before looking at the virtual panel. My health points are only 60. His mind was a bit foggy, his reactions sluggish. They were full before I went to sleep. After waking up, he hadn't paid attention to his health points, so he didn't know whether they had dropped while he was asleep or after. Wearing a protective suit, Lin Xi couldn't feel his skin temperature, so she had him take off his hood to measure his ear temperature. Fever. Take some fever-reducing medicine first and see how it goes. Lin Xi took medicine and water from her space and handed them to him. The medicine is working. My health points aren't dropping anymore. After taking the medicine, Gu Zicheng clearly felt better. At least his mind was clear. Eat something and go rest. I'll call you when it's time for your next dose. He went to lie down on the nearby sofa. Lin Xi turned her gaze to her own virtual screen. Her health points were still at 99, and she had no idea when that one point had been lost. She took some food from her space, maxed out her satiety, and then pulled out her phone to set an alarm. When she opened her phone, she discovered that the network was down. She had no idea when it had gone out. The biggest impact of the network outage was that players could no longer contact each other in a timely manner. However, since everyone was now in the same building, the impact seemed less severe. While on duty, Lin Xi kept an eye on her health points. After about half an hour, her health dropped by another point. The decline was slow, but Lin Xi's heart suddenly clenched. In her protective suit near the mouth area, she had placed a fever pill. If her health dropped by 2 more points, she would swallow it without hesitation. The rustling sounds grew more frequent, and the creatures had grown accustomed to the noise they made. As long as the sounds were soft, the mutant beasts would not pause their gnawing. Lin Xi had woken up the other residents in the apartment several times with her loud movements. Not only her, but the players next door and downstairs were also making considerable noise. Thump bang, sounds never ceased, along with the deliberately heavy footsteps of those walking. Almost. These mutant animals were on the verge of losing control, about to break down the doors. The footsteps outside grew louder, and it seemed everyone was in a similar predicament. 1200. 22 hours remained until the game ended. The game would surely not make it easy for the players in the final stretch. Another wave of mutant creatures was coming. This time Lin Xi went directly behind the door and struck it with a steel pipe, making loud noises and causing vibrations. The mutant creatures outside only stopped gnawing after she struck several times. With a crack, a small hole appeared in the door. Lin Xi. That was fast. Such a sturdy door had been bitten through to create a small hole. Lin Xi stuffed a piece of activated carbon into the hole and guarded the door directly. After being gnawed by the mutant creatures, the door was left with only a thin layer, making outside sounds clearer. Patter patter, patter patter. These were the sounds of footsteps outside, growing louder and louder. Suddenly Lin Xi tensed her body. No, these were indeed footsteps, but not those of the players. Wake up. Enemy attack. Lin Xi shouted into the room. The resting players all woke up and grabbed their... Seeing no enemies, yet they instinctively filled their satiety points first. Lin Xi quickly replenished her food, then moved large items in the apartment to block the door. The pattering sounds drew nearer. The door, gnawed to the thickness of paper, could not hold back the mutants. If the door were breached, they would have to face not only the mutants, but also the small mutant animals. A certain death. Bang, bang, crunch, crunch, bang, bang, crunch, crunch. Several pairs of eyes fixed on the door. Amidst the commotion, a mutant rat squeezed through the gaps in the large items blocking the entrance. Xiao Yuanzhou with swift hands pounded it into a pulp. His 2 days of rat-killing experience had made his hands faster than his mind. Before the others could react, he had already slain the mutant rat. Lin Xi, rest first. We can manage for now, Xiao Yuanzhou said. The door was blocked so the mutants couldn't enter, yet only the small mutant animals could squeeze through. Lin Xi had been on duty for so long that she must be exhausted. She needed to rest while she could lest she be eliminated due to poor condition when the mutants finally broke in. Lin Xi nodded and went to rest. As she closed her eyes, she glanced at the virtual screen. Her health had dropped to 95. She didn't feel any physical discomfort, but to be safe, she swallowed the fever pill inside her protective suit. The loud sounds of killing mutant creatures made her sleep restless. About 2 hours later, the large items blocking the door had been gnawed away by the mutant animals. Half asleep, half awake she heard the players shouting for more things to block the door. Lin Xi immediately got up, stored the large items into her space, walked to the door, and released them all at once, greatly improving efficiency. The mutant creatures which had nearly entered the room suddenly found new obstacles and became extremely agitated. Good thing I didn't throw away all that junk back then, or would have nothing to block the door with. Xiao Yuanzhou was glad that Lin Xi had disregarded his advice. At that time he had suggested discarding useless items to free up more space in the apartment. Lin Xi had thought everything was useful and kept it all, and now it came in handy for blocking the door. She went back to rest. Before closing her eyes, she glanced at the virtual panel again. Her health hadn't dropped further, but now only 300 players remained. In 2 hours, nearly 100 players had lost their lives. Lin Xi closed her eyes again. This rest period was extremely short, only a little over an hour. The door was blocked, so there were no major problems for now. The problem was that the sewer pipes and air conditioning ducts had been breached. Many mutant animals emerged from these two places, forcing the players to kill them together. Rest was now out of the question. Everyone was fighting, and if Lin Xi wanted to close her eyes, she would need 2 people to guard her bedside. She didn't feel she had that much face. The room was filled with more and more pulp. The floor and walls were no longer sightly. Seeing the mutant animals keep appearing, she picked a steel pipe from her space. The steel pipe was just the right size. She thrust it straight into the sewer, blocking it. With one less entry point, the pressure on the players was greatly relieved. Is there anything else to block the door? Gu Zishu shouted in terror. The objects blocking the door had been gnawed away again, and the mutants' impacts visibly pushed them backward. Lin Xi ran to the wall with a clatter, stored the wardrobe into her space, then placed it against the door. Now the only large items left in the apartment were 2 big beds and a sofa. 17 hours remained until the game ended. Given the situation, the last few hours would be especially grueling. The intense activity drained their satiety points, rapidly forcing them to take turns stopping to replenish energy. During this replenishment, Lin Xi noticed that her health had dropped significantly again. The room was filled with the corpses of infected animals, and the air was toxic. When they took off their hoods to eat, these toxins entered their bodies, causing their health to decline. Lin Xi had the highest health and showed no major changes for now. However, Gu Zicheng's health had decreased, affecting his body. His agility and reaction speed had slowed. Lin Xi glanced at him a few times, and after realizing he could manage on his own, she shifted her gaze away. Gu Zicheng's physical attributes were far superior to hers, and even after being affected, his movements and strength, though diminished, still matched hers. With 15 hours remaining until the games, and the number of players had dwindled to fewer than 200. As the player count decreased, the mutant creatures surging toward their location grew increasingly numerous. Even with objects blocking the door, the immense presence outside was still palpable. This is the last wave, Lin Xi said, pulling the bed frame and sofa over to reinforce the barrier. She wondered how long this would hold. The sofa was exactly the size of the door, completely sealing it without leaving. After placing the bed frame behind the sofa, the main entrance was temporarily secured against mutant intrusions. Lin Xi also blocked the other entry points using railings she had removed from the second floor. After killing the mutant animals inside the house, the players either lay on the floor or leaned against the door barricades to rest. Lin Xi was not yet tired. She wandered around collecting scattered small supplies, leaving only the air purifier and the generator the players had brought. With electricity, the air purifier could continue operating. The likely cause of the declining health value was the excessive toxic substances in the air. Wearing protective suits, they were largely immune to these toxins, but they had to eat, and eating required removing the hood of the suit. Once the hood was off, the toxic substances would enter the body, so an improved air purifier was still essential. Blocking the main entrance did not deter the mutants' determination to break into the apartment. The mutants slammed against the barricade while the mutant animals gnawed at it, cooperating seamlessly. The player leaning against the door was jolted by the mutants' impacts. Xiao Yuanzhou glanced at him and asked, "Can't you lie somewhere else?" The player lifted his eyelids and said, "You don't get it. The force and rhythm of these impacts are more comfortable than a massage chair." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone nearby pressed against the back of the door. Xiao Yuanzhou sighed. "It really is comfortable." Lin Xi chose not to join them. She walked to the window and looked outside. There were no mutant creatures on the rooftop, and none were climbing the outer walls of the apartment building. So was it actually safer outside than inside the apartment? She pondered whether running outside might increase their chances of survival. In her spatial storage, she had a rope, but its length was insufficient to reach the ground from the top floor where they were. However, she had noticed an open window on a lower floor. If she wanted to descend to the first floor, she could use the open windows of those floors as platforms, and then go down from there. Looking around, and finding nothing urgent to do, Lin Xi retrieved the rope to prepare. The building was tall, so she needed to carefully choose a spot to secure the rope. Moreover, since there were many people, she had to reinforce the rope to prevent it from breaking midway. Bed sheets, clothes, and curtains could all be used for this purpose. Twisting these fabrics into a thick rope similar to making a hemp rope, she began to fasten it. Suddenly a loud bang echoed from behind the door. A series of deafening crashes sounded from the door, and the players felt the pressure pushing against their backs grow stronger. Then came a sharp squeal. A small hole was gnawed through the barricade, and a player nearby swiftly killed the creature poking through. "Let me handle this," Lin Xi said, swapping places with him. The gnawed hole was not large, allowing only one small mutant animal to emerge at a time. Lin Xi thrust her steel pipe into the hole, instantly clearing it. She quickly shoved the muzzle of a flamethrower into the opening and pressed the trigger. A sizzling sound filled the air, and the rustling mutant animal to emerge at a time. Lin Xi thrust her steel pipe into the hole, instantly clearing it. "This flamethrower is impressive. Do you have more?" Xiao Yuanzhou asked as he approached. Without stopping her actions, Lin Xi pulled 2 more flamethrowers from her spatial storage with her other hand. The flamethrowers' fuel didn't last long, and the gas canisters needed replacing. Having 2 more people to take turns would be better. "Be careful not to set the barricade on fire," she warned. Although the barricade had been breached, it was still better than having the entire door open. At least the mutants couldn't get in yet. If there were nothing blocking the door, they would have to face the mutants and mutant creatures directly. After about half an hour, the flamethrowers' gas ran out, and Xiao Yuanzhou eagerly took over to spray flames. "Let me try next. I have a fire-based ability," Gu Zishu said excitedly. He held a short hollow steel pipe, planning to channel his fire ability through it. "Great idea. With an ability to breathe fire, we can hold out longer," Gu Zicheng said, patting his cousin on. Gu Zishu stiffened. He was being praised. What should he do? After the second batch of flamethrowers ran out, the number of mutant creatures outside had decreased significantly. They weren't all burned to death. Many had been scared off by the flames. "It's strange. They aren't afraid of electricity, so why are they afraid of fire?" Lin Xi was puzzled. Electricity was no less powerful than fire, was it? "You're always on your phone, don't you know?" Gu Zicheng asked. Lin Xi was surprised. "Is there an explanation online?" She had probably missed the news because the power had been cut off, greatly reducing her phone usage time. Gu Zicheng explained. "Experts say these mutant creatures are drawn to energy sources, so they instinctively gnaw on electrical wires. It's not that they aren't afraid of electricity. They just can't control their urge to chew." If you paid close attention, the number of NPCs had actually dropped significantly for a while, but later it rose again. Lin Xi said so. "Are they so desperate to break in because of the generator and electronic devices?" "Partly yes, partly no. Electronic devices and the generator are one reason, the other is living people. Living people also carry energy," Gu Zicheng continued. "The reason mutant creatures could so accurately locate the players was precisely because of the energy, and once a player died, their energy vanished, and the mutant creatures would move on to other surviving players, continuing their assault. So it seems getting rid of the electronic devices won't save us," Lin Xi sighed. She had been too naive. With the flamethrowers providing firepower, the few people inside the house had ample time to rest. But the players outside were suffering. The mutant creatures that had left Lin Xi's location all surged toward the nearest player's house. The number of players was dropping rapidly, though the number of NPCs was also decreasing. There were less than 12 hours left until the game ended. The number of players dropped sharply, and so did the number of NPCs for that matter. Less than 12 hours remained until the game ended. The number of players had dwindled to mere dozens, while the rate at which NPCs were decreasing was slowing down. "Leave 2 people on watch, the rest of you go rest," Gu Zicheng said to the others. Most of them were his family members, and he was the leader of the younger generation, so everyone was willing to follow his arrangements. They said they would rest, but they couldn't truly rest. When there were only 10 hours left in the game, the number of players had dropped to around 30. According to Gu Zishu, the remaining players were likely a full team, all with offensive skills, carrying ample supplies, and even stronger in combat than them. That meant only 2 groups were still holding on in this server, while all the other players had been eliminated. They must have used the method of driving away the mutated creatures to survive this long. It worked well, but when the mutated creatures had no other options, it became ineffective. So the coming hours would be a hard battle. Just as he finished thinking, a noise came from outside the door. Lin Xi checked the flamethrower and fuel. There hadn't been many mutated creatures in the meantime, so they still had some fuel left to use for a while. "Use your abilities first, then the flamethrower," Gu Zicheng commanded. In the game, skill output required cooldown, so to maximize value, they naturally used abilities first. Among them, only 2 had offensive abilities, 1 fire and 1 ice. Both extremely powerful. "They're coming, get ready." Rustling sounds and footsteps were right at their ears. Gu Ziqing waved his hand, and the ability users began to attack. First, the fire ability user sprayed flames toward the door opening. After the flames died down, the ice ability user unleashed ice shards. Lin Xi had never seen an ice ability user attack before. He thought only a single ice shard would be launched. But to his surprise, countless ice shards flew outward. If they weren't forced to watch through the door gap, the scene would have been even more spectacular. After the ability users finished their output, the flamethrowers followed. Each wave of attacks left a pile of corpses outside the door. Eventually, the corpses piled so high that the mutated creatures couldn't even get near the door. They were all blocked outside by the corpses of the mutated creatures. Lin Xi glanced at the virtual screen. There were still 8 hours left until the game ended. They had expected a massive wave, but they still fought through the door. Everyone took turns resting for a while. The mutated creatures outside still hadn't left. They could still hear their noises from inside the house. "He'll stand watch. You rest and replenish energy," Gu Ziqing said. Lin Xi looked at him with worry but swallowed the words that came to his lips. Gu Ziqing knew his limits. Lin Xi knew his health value was dangerously low but ultimately chose to trust him. Lin Xi checked his own health value. It had dropped to the 70s. There were still over 6 hours until the game ended. He needed to replenish energy at least once more and his health would drop again. "I hope nothing unexpected happens later. As long as there were no accidents, his health value would be enough." An hour passed. The corpses outside the door were devoured clean by the mutated creatures. A new round of battle was about to begin. The two offensive ability users led the way as before, followed by the flamethrowers. "Fuel is running low. I've used up mine. Mine is gone too. I have about 10 minutes left." Soon, all the fuel was exhausted. At this point, there were less than 4 hours until the game ended. The cooldown for the offensive abilities wasn't over yet, so Lin Xi and the others thrust their weapons through the door opening to buy time for the two ability users to recover. "Okay, let me take over." The scorching flames brought a sense of security. The pile of mutated creature corpses outside the house grew even higher. Come, let you experience the icy fire duality." The ice ability was unleashed, and the door was again blocked by corpses. By now, the boards they used to barricade the door were riddled with holes. "Rest up, prepare for the final battle." The pile of corpses bought them some rest time, but it was very short. In less than half an hour, the barricaded door finally collapsed completely, and the mutated creatures surged in. The fire ability user delivered a door-opening kill, taking out a wave of mutated creatures. The ice ability followed, creating a duet. "Yuanzhou, unleash your ability." Gu Ziqing shouted to Qiao Yuanzhou while thrusting at the incoming mutated creatures. "Qianjin." Boom. As soon as Qiao Yuanzhou's words fell, a mass of mutated creatures outside the door collapsed, and then fell. The floor of the building, unknown to them, had been gnawed down to a thin layer by the mutated animals. When Qiao Yuanzhou used his ability, the floor shattered directly. All the mutated creatures standing on the floor fell to the 2 floors below. The ones behind charging toward them also followed the previous wave and fell down. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp at the sight. The floor was only that thin. Was their position still safe? Just as this thought crossed the players' minds, they heard a rustling sound above. They looked up at the ceiling and saw walls covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The spiderweb-like cracks grew larger and more numerous. "This place is not safe. Move." Lin Xi was the first to grab the rope and descend, rapidly stopping at the 5th floor, where he somersaulted into a room. Fortunately, the floor on the 5th level hadn't been gnawed. It was still sturdy. The second to descend was Qiao Yuanzhou, followed by Gu Ziqiu. And finally, Gu Ziqing. Everyone was decisive. Although none wanted to die, the thought that dying in the game wasn't real death made even the most cowardly less afraid. After everyone had descended, Lin Xi had already retrieved many curtain cloths from nearby rooms. They closed the door, barricaded it with objects, and began making ropes by hand. The mutated creatures seemed to have radar attached to them. Within just over 10 minutes of their descent, the mutated creatures swarmed over. There were only 2 hours left until the game ended. "The door can hold for a while. Let's not go out for now," Gu Ziqing said as he piled sofas and cabinets behind the door to block it. The game was almost over. Every moment they could delay was a gain. The mutated creatures outside began another round of battering and gnawing. They hoped to drag it out until the game ended. But they were merely wishful thinking. The game wouldn't let them off so easily. "That group of players seems to be done for," Qiao Yuanzhou exclaimed. The number of players on the list was visibly decreasing, dwindling until only their current few remained. "The ceiling is about to collapse." "Quick, move faster," Lin Xi urged. Before descending, they needed to replenish their energy. With less than an hour left, their satiety wouldn't last until the end. The group ate swiftly, then donned their hoods with equal speed. Crack! Before they could check, the virtual panel, gray dust began to fall from the ceiling. "Let's go." The rope made from curtain fabric proved useful as they descended in an orderly fashion. This time Lin Xi went last with Gu Ziqing ahead of her. The moment she landed, she distinctly heard Gu Ziqing's footsteps stumble. She quickened her pace and walked over to him. "How much health do you have left?" His reaction was sluggish. It took a few seconds before he replied, "Just over 30. Just over 30. Less than an hour." seemed unlikely to last until the game ended. Because Lin Xi's own health was dropping steadily, the more she moved the faster it declined. She assumed Gu Ziqing was in the same situation. They had to find a place to reduce physical exertion. The mutated creatures upstairs wouldn't arrive soon, but judging by the sounds they were already heading down. The group didn't linger, they began moving away from the apartment building. In front of the building was a main road lined with many public electric scooters. Slap. Lin Xi pushed an electric scooter to the ground in frustration. The scooters required a QR code to use, but there was no internet in this area. Moreover, she noticed several vehicles bore signs of gnawing, making them unusable even if the code worked. As the other players ran ahead, Lin Xi passed by cars checking stubbornly for any that might be functional. Unfortunately, almost none of the parked cars had keys inside. Scanning as she walked, Lin Xi did not miss a single vehicle on the road. After about 10 minutes of walking, Lin Xi finally spotted a car with its keys still in the ignition. She pulled a steel pipe from her spatial storage and smashed the window without hesitation. The glass shattered under the brute force and Lin Xi slid into the driver's seat. But the engine didn't start. Even after turning the key, the dashboard lights remained dead. Lin Xi immediately got out and continued running. The others were in poor shape, their movements slowing, and she quickly caught up with them. She glanced back at the pursuers trailing behind, closing the distance. Another car with keys. This time the keys were not in the ignition hole, which gave her hope. She smashed the window again, inserted the key, and this time the engine roared to life. Lin Xi quickly drove to the others. Get in, hurry. Xiao Yuanzhou reacted the fastest. He opened the door, shoved the weakened players into the back seat, pushed Gu Ziqing into the passenger seat, and then squeezed into the back. With so many people and their bulky protective suits, the space was packed to the brim. Xiao Yuanzhou couldn't even claim a proper seat. He sat wedged between the two front seats. The moment they were inside, the mutated creatures gave chase. The humanoid mutants moved slower than the mutated animals falling behind. The car was far faster than two legs, swiftly leaving the mutated animals in the dust. Xiao Yuanzhou breathed a sigh of relief once the mutants were a safe distance away. You're something else. Where did you learn to drive such an antique? He had watched Lin Xi's replays before, and he didn't recall her driving in the game. Lin Xi kept her eyes on the road and answered vaguely, I did some research. Bang! They hit a speed bump, and the unbuckled players collided with the car's interior. Lin Xi had Xiao Yuanzhou fasten everyone's seatbelts, including her own. Only Lin Xi and Xiao Yuanzhou remained fully conscious. The others had fallen into a semi-sleep state, still awake, but barely able to move. They drove for over half an hour until the car ran out of fuel. Lin Xi wasn't sure where they were, but they were far from. Less than 10 minutes remained until the game ended. Lin Xi climbed onto the car roof and scanned the surroundings. She spotted no pursuers and let out a breath. Can you still move? Lin Xi asked, leaning out the window. I can jump and run just fine. Xiao Yuanzhou replied, stepping out of the car to stretch. Lin Xi jumped down from the roof. You carry the others, I'll open the door. The car had stopped on a commercial street, and Lin Xi had already spotted her target, a bubble tea shop. The shop's door was made of glass, revealing the interior. Lin Xi was drawn to the door inside the shop. She wasn't sure if it led to a break room or a storage closet, but whatever it was, it would provide a sealed space for them to hide. Lin Xi smashed the glass door, stepped inside, and tried the inner door. It was unlocked and swung open easily. Xiao Yuanzhou came in carrying one of the members, dropping him on the floor. Lin Xi inspected the room. It had no windows, and with the game nearly over, there was no need to reinforce it. Xiao Yuanzhou brought in another person, and Lin Xi went out to help. Hurry, the mutated animals are coming. Xiao Yuanzhou shouted. Lin Xi threw another person onto the floor and rushed out, while Xiao Yuanzhou carried another member inside. Only Gu Ziqing remained in the car. As Lin Xi ran, she stripped off her heavy protective suit. Beneath it was a lighter suit. With only a few minutes left in the game, she wasn't afraid of her health dropping to zero. Gu Ziqing was wearing a heavy-duty suit, and Lin Xi couldn't carry him without shedding her own. Lin Xi, hurry, Xiao Yuanzhou urged. Lin Xi had already covered half the distance with Gu Ziqing on her back. Xiao Yuanzhou intended to assist, but as he stepped out, the mutated creatures swarmed in front of him. To protect the others in the room, he had to hold the creatures off at the door while waiting for her. Lin Xi sprinted with all her might, but an obstacle appeared midway. A mutated creature blocked her path, forcing her to slow down. That slowdown brought the mutant humans nearly to her heels. A mere 10 meters became an insurmountable distance. Yuanzhou, don't worry about us. Get inside. Lin Xi shouted while fighting off the creatures. With only 2 minutes left, she could hold on. But Xiao Yuanzhou couldn't. He had to protect the people inside the room. Both were decisive. Hearing Lin Xi's words, he fought his way back to the door, closed it, and secured it. Lin Xi retreated to the car, with Gu Ziqing on her back. With no one behind her, she had to find shelter to ensure Gu Ziqing wasn't harmed. This was Lin Xi's first time facing a mutant face-to-face. Previously, watching through doors, windows, and the online world had never been as shocking as confronting one directly. Her little mind simply couldn't fathom how a person could mutate into a monster with tentacles and horns. Setting Gu Ziqing down, Lin Xi gripped a steel rod and lashed out wildly at the mutant charging toward her. Having undergone intense training in reality, her concentrated bursts of high-intensity strikes were far from negligible. Had there been more than a minute left, she wouldn't have dared to fight in this manner. High-intensity output dealt devastating damage, but it lacked endurance. Unable to guarantee her safety in the remaining time, she dared not act recklessly. The mutants moved faster than normal humans. Lin Xi struggled to keep up with their speed many times. SSS. Her arm was pierced by a mutant's tentacle, and her health points plummeted rapidly. Thump. Ignoring the pain, Lin Xi spun around to strike the mutant that had climbed onto the car. As she turned to fling the one on the roof, the mutant behind her attacked, immediately piercing her thigh. Lin Xi nearly fainted from the agony. But she couldn't. She couldn't even turn around. The tentacle on the car roof was descending toward Gu Ziqing's head. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xi blocked 2 waves of attacks. Then the hand holding the steel rod was pierced by the mutant behind her, and the weapon clattered to the ground. Not only that, but her feet were being gnawed by mutant animals. The protective suit was torn through in an instant, followed by her flesh and bones. Her health value plummeted, slowing her body until she could barely move. Several more mutants leaped onto the car roof, and multiple tentacles descended from above, growing larger and larger in Lin Xi's eyes. With all her strength, she forced her body to burst with power and leaped toward Gu Ziqing's head. Ding. Game settlement in progress. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, player, for passing this round. Game Resident Evil. Player Lin Xi 222,222. Passing the game grants 1,000 base points. Player's health at end of game 5,100, earns 50 points. Health 5,100. Clearance rating D, earns 100 points. Survivors at end 6,900, earns 600 points. NPC kills 7890-879-9000, earns 789,087 points. Due to the high difficulty of this round, all players who cleared the game receive an additional 100 points. Total points earned this game 799837. Lin Xi opened her personal attribute panel. Name Lin Xi. Age 19. Height 167 centimeters. Weight 52 kilograms. Level 2, 885. 697, 1000. Attack 53100. Strength 53,100. Speed 51,100. Skill space, level 2, capacity 4 cubic meters. This game's points were astonishingly high, and her personal level had actually increased once. Lin Xi stared at the game points, lost in thought. The system suddenly granting players so many points was likely to give those who cleared this round enough credits to purchase tickets and materials for the backup planet. Looks like things are going to get lively again. Lin Xi was about to leave the game pod when the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Given that the number of players has fallen below 5 million, the next round will introduce new game mechanics. The game will undergo an update starting today with unknown content and unknown completion time. Players, please wait patiently for the next game to begin. Lin Xi. What difference was there between this notification and none at all? Exiting the game pod, she was caught off guard and hugged tightly by someone. The familiar embrace instantly calmed Lin Xi's wariness, and her hands that had been ready to strike turned into a hug. What's wrong? Lin Xi asked softly. Gu Ziqing buried his head in her neck, his arms tightly wrapped around her. After a long moment, he asked in a hoarse voice, did it hurt a lot? In the game he had been conscious, but unable to move. The moment the game ended, he immediately replayed the last few minutes. When he saw Lin Xi throw herself toward him at the final moment to block the monster's attack, Gu Ziqing felt his breath catch. Lin Xi wanted to shake her head, but Gu Ziqing was holding her too tightly. She couldn't move her neck. She could only answer in a muffled voice, it doesn't hurt. This wasn't the first time she had experienced such pain. Her body had become partially immune to some of the agony. Gu Ziqing knew about her previous injuries as well. Perhaps because of the last hug, which had made him realize Lin Xi also had feelings for him, his mindset had begun to change. The two held each other, foolishly unaware that another person had emerged from the game pod. Xiao Yuanzhou stared at the embracing couple, the joy of clearing the game vanishing instantly. He pressed his lips together and watched them for a long while before lying back into the game pod with darkened eyes. Gu Ziqing quickly composed himself, reverting to the familiar demeanor Lin Xi knew. As for Lin Xi, after being held for so long, she still dared not look directly at Gu Ziqing. He'll cook for you, then take you back to school later. Sensing her discomfort, Gu Ziqing found an excuse to leave. Before leaving, he pulled Xiao Yuanzhou, who was still in the game pod, out with him. Once their figures disappeared, Lin Xi flopped back into the game pod. How embarrassing. Xiao Yuanzhou must have seen them hugging. Lin Xi covered her face. Outside the room, Xiao Yuanzhou immediately pressed for answers. Are you two together? Gu Ziqing shook his head. No. Xiao Yuanzhou stared at Gu Ziqing with deep eyes for a long moment, then strode away without a word. Gu Ziqing worked swiftly. Within an hour he had prepared 4 dishes and a soup. Where's Xiao Yuanzhou? Isn't he coming to eat? Usually the 3 of them ate together. It felt strange with one missing. Especially since the recent intimate moment with Gu Ziqing had just happened to Lin, she felt awkward being alone with him and desperately needed a third person to ease the atmosphere. He had something to attend to, so it's just the two of us today. Gu Ziqing smiled. Lin Xi didn't ask what it was, of both of them were busy people with countless matters to handle. After eating and drinking her fill, Lin Xi got up to pack her things. Just as she finished, Gu Ziqing entered again. You can't go back to school for now. You'll have to stay here. Why can't I go back? What happened? Lin Xi asked. Lin Xi never imagined that exiting the game would mean losing her home. Oh, it wasn't truly her home, only her school. Yet for an orphan, school and home were indistinguishable. All the supplies I purchased are still in the dormitory. They're all gone. Lin Xi lamented, her heart aching. Though she was now wealthy, no one's money came from the wind. Those supplies had been bought with her hard-earned cash. Don't worry. Your roommate managed to retrieve your supplies. They'll send them to you later, Gu Ziqing said with a smile. This was an unexpected blessing. During the time they were immersed in the game, the planet where the campus was located had been detected to experience frequent earthquakes and natural disasters. For the safety of the faculty and students, the school arranged for a full evacuation. The Gu and Xiao families had invested heavily in the academy. The evacuation consumed much time. Just before the planet's destruction, they managed to salvage everything of value from the campus, leaving only an empty shell. Now the campus had been relocated to another planet, but it was still under construction and could not be returned to for now. Time is running out for us. Gu Ziqing sighed. Several planets have exploded recently, shrinking the living space of interstellar citizens. Moreover, many impoverished planets lack detection instruments, so countless interstellar people could not foresee the disasters in time and perished in the planetary explosions. Planetary explosions were monumental events, impossible to conceal. Those who had refused to believe in the destruction of the star domain were forced one after another to accept that the apocalypse was truly approaching. The last shreds of false hope were shattered by reality. Now that interstellar people knew there was no future, they were all going wild in their final moments. The outside world was in chaos. The hottest items in major shopping malls were weapons and shields. Back in reality, Gu Ziqing was once again engulfed in busyness. It was said that the protective suits needed for the standby planet were already prepared and production was now being accelerated. To ensure a safer journey to the standby planet, the Gu Corporation was researching new potions. The direction of the potion was repair. In the previous experiment, after personnel had been on the standby planet for about 10 days, their life indicators on the monitors gradually went dark. That is, none of the interstellar people who went to the standby planet had survived. Whether they lived or not was of little significance to this experiment. After all, being able to live for over 10 days on the standby planet before dying suggested that their experiment was a success. Their deaths only occurred after arriving there. It only indicated that the dangers on the standby planet were immense. We must strive to improve our physical attributes further during this period, Gu Ziqing said solemnly to Lin Xi before leaving. Only by being strong enough could one face the unknown perils. Even without Gu Ziqing's urging, Lin Xi would have sought to enhance her physical attributes. The improvement of attributes was an addictive pursuit. Between the first game and the most recent one, her personal attributes had undergone earth-shattering changes. She had transformed from someone who would be breathless after running 2 steps into someone who could carry an adult man and run. The change was far from trivial. Not long after Gu Ziqing left, messages from Zhou Yi and the others came pouring in. First came the concern from her roommates, followed by a notification that her luggage from the dormitory had been sent to her, and to remember to check for it. Zhou Yi, Lin Xi, a lot of people have been looking for you lately. Your communication settings are on block, so they've all been redirected to us. They had left their contact information in many places while searching for various part-time jobs, so it was easy for others to track them down. Lin Xi, who's looking for me? What do they want? Zhou Yi said nervously. They all want you to sell your game points. I figured you don't need the money, so I took the liberty of turning them all down. Fengilon, same here. Yiziu, same here, but there's one person claiming to be Sun Ying who kept calling me today, asking me to tell you she's looking for you, and wants you to return the call. Lin Xi nodded indifferently. I understand. Don't bother with her. If you can just set her number to blocked. After such a long silence, she wanted to contact me again. Probably because she had watched the game live streams and seen the points other players flaunted after clearing the game. Previously claiming she had no points kept her quiet for a while. Now that points were available, she reappeared immediately. Zhou Yi and the others nodded. In truth, the 3 of them had been so busy lately that they barely had time to answer calls. Answering was purely by chance. Lin Xi asked about their training progress and found that these 3 were training with extraordinary intensity. Yiziu said with a smile, with you setting the example, how could we not know how to train? If it weren't for the training robots constantly reminding them to take it easy, they would have trained even more recklessly. It was said that the new potion from the Gu Corporation allowed one to train without limits and without harming the body. Unfortunately, they had no money. They were already in debt from purchasing the old potions, and the latest version was something they could only envy. After ending the call, each of them transferred money to Lin Xi. the money they had borrowed from her for the potions which they were repaying in installments. After closing the communication, Lin Xi went to the training room to begin her session. Without the repair potion in her system, her training duration and intensity were reduced, and she finished after 3 hours. During the break, the massage robot precisely needed every muscle. Lin Xi opened her light brain and purchased 2 shields from the mall. Last time after exiting the game, she encountered a vengeful interstellar person and was bombed once. This time the danger was doubled. Could there be a chain of explosions? She couldn't help but plan ahead. Since she now had money, preparing more was a wise precaution. The delivery robot arrived quickly, bringing not only the purchased shields, but also the luggage Zhou Yi and the others had shipped. There were so many things that the small room was packed to the brim. Looking at the cramped space where there was no room to even step Lin, she opened the mall and stared at the space button, which had been out of stock. A spatial item, a high-tech product. She wanted it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Ziqing arrived at the meeting room to find Xiao Yuanzhou already seated at the edge. Gu Ziqing walked over and sat beside him. They exchanged a glance without speaking. Those attending the meeting were the key members of the Gu and Xiao families. Xiao Yuanzhou and Gu Ziqing were the youngest among them, and also the only 2 among the younger generation who had the chance to enter the meeting room. Though they were the most outstanding among their peers here, they were merely peripheral figures in the family's core. The results of the 77th migration experiment to the standby planet are as follows. The main brain's voice echoed in the modest meeting hall. No one dared to let their attention wander. They listened with full concentration. Based on the analysis of all the above data, the conclusion suggests that the next experimental focus should be shifted to the safe migration of spatial equipment and the enhancement of basic survival skills. The data referenced by the main brain was derived from experiments on both sides, and the conclusions aligned with their own thoughts. Only with the precise data analysis from the main brain did they feel more at ease. If the spatial equipment could safely land on the backup planet, it would mean that the main brain and interstellar resources could be relocated there. This would essentially be as if the interstellar inhabitants had merely moved house. However, if the spatial equipment could not safely land on the backup planet, the successfully migrated interstellar inhabitants would have to live as primitives on the backup planet, starting everything from scratch. Everyone present hoped that the spatial equipment could be migrated together to the backup planet, but they were also prepared for the possibility of failure. Their previous goal was to successfully migrate the people, and that stage had been accomplished. If the next stage succeeded, it would be a pleasant surprise. If it failed, they would have no complaints. Main brain, can you disclose the progress of the experiment on the other side? Asked Old Master Gu. The experiments on both sides were conducted without interference. Since the split into 2 factions, Old Master Gu had not paid attention to the progress of the other side. The main brain's voice soon sounded. On the other side, the success rate of personnel deployment is 0, and the progress of item deployment is also 0. That meant the other side had made no progress at all. Would you like to share the relevant experimental data from this side with the other side? Asked the main brain. Strictly speaking, the main brain should not disclose the progress of the other experiment. However, since this side had already succeeded while the other side had made no progress, informing Old Master Gu of the other side's status would not cause significant harm. Old Master Gu did not answer immediately. The lack of progress on the other side did bring him a sense of relief. But beyond that relief, there was little else. He pondered whether sharing the data from this side would increase the number of interstellar inhabitants who could ultimately migrate to the backup planet. Main brain, we need to discuss this. The main brain withdrew, leaving the space to the 2 families. Old Master Gu shared his thoughts with everyone and called for a vote. My idea is that if the other side succeeds, many more people would have a chance to survive. The aristocratic families themselves had their own successful landing methods, so they would not compete for the quotas of this group. Although those families could not take away their quotas anyway, there was still the 1/3 of quotas under the main brain's control. That 1/3 of the quotas could be used by other interstellar citizens. After a moment of silence in the meeting room, Father Gu spoke. Giving them the data fills me with resentment, but not giving it weighs on my conscience. So can we provide only part of the data? Because they refused to sacrifice ordinary interstellar citizens to reduce competition, the Gu family had not fared well among the aristocratic families. Gu Ziqing added, besides, we can't just give away the hard-earned experimental data for free. They had not forgotten how the aristocratic families and the government had choked resources and obstructed them recently. Old Master Qiao followed. Moreover, after we provide the data, how can we ensure that they won't snatch our quotas once they succeed? Old Master Gu felt that their words mirrored his own thoughts. So he said, in that case, let's discuss it with the hidden main brain quickly appeared. I have already understood your requests. I will send the relevant terms to the personnel involved in the other experiment. Furthermore, the quotas under my name will be allocated fairly and impartially, so there is no need to worry. The group in the meeting room gathered to decide which part of the data to provide to the aristocratic families and the government, so as not to affect their own interests. At the same time, they had to negotiate what compensation to extract from the families and the government. No one in the meeting room worried that the other side would reject these terms. With the increasingly frequent planet explosions, the time left for interstellar inhabitants to escape was running out. They believed that the aristocratic families and government officials who valued their lives would agree, even if it meant selling everything they had. The other side has received the relevant documents and indicated that they will reply before tomorrow. The main brains soon returned. Old Master Gu nodded, giving them time to list the required supplies. The meeting lasted a day and a night before finally adjourning. When everyone emerged from the conference room, each had their own assigned tasks. Though physically exhausted, they dared not rest immediately, but only after delegating the tasks. Lin Xi was surprised to see Sun Ying in the base. She was coming out of the training room and heading to buy nutrient fluid to replenish her energy when Sun Ying intercepted her halfway. Lin Xi, let's talk. Sun Ying spoke with her usual air of entitlement. Even though Lin Xi was now quite wealthy, Sun Ying still looked down on her with contempt. Of course, Lin Xi noticed this only because she observed carefully the disdain and contempt in Sun Ying's eyes. In truth, Sun Ying's tone had lowered somewhat, no longer as aggressive. Lin Xi found it ridiculous. The young lattice acting skills had not improved since they first met. I know what you want to say, but I'm sorry, I don't have what you need. Lin Xi sidestepped her and bought several tubes of nutrient fluid. She planned to stay away from the front hall for a while today. It was Sun Ying blocking her way. Tomorrow, who knew who else? Lin Xi. Sun Ying bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she blocked Lin Xi again. Please help me. If I can't complete my task, my family will kill me. Lin Xi. Then go die. Shaking off Sun Ying's grasping hand, Lin Xi quickly left. Sun Ying tried to run after Lin Xi but failed and was stopped by a robot due to her speed. Ma'am, running is not allowed in the base. Please comply with the regulations. The robot's flat, emotionless voice made Sun Ying explode. Are you a robot discriminating against me? Why can she run and I can't? She pointed at Lin's eyes, disappearing figure, her hand trembling with rage. Ma'am, please do not change the subject. The robot ignored her words and warned, since this is your first violation, I will only give you a verbal warning. If Lin Xi was unaware of what happened to Sun Ying afterward. The base's exterior was used for treating patients. Under normal circumstances, patients could not enter the interior. After drinking a can of nutrient fluid, Lin Xi opened the mall to purchase natural ingredients and seasonings. There was a small kitchen inside the base where she could cook. When Lin Xi was at the base, she usually cooked in the small kitchen, but after exercise for convenience, she would directly drink nutrient fluid to replenish energy. Today's encounter with Sun Ying made her reluctant to go buy nutrient fluid from the front. She planned to prepare some pre-made dishes to eat in the training room. The effect of the medicament in her body had already worn off, so the reckless training method could no longer be used. She now had plenty of free time to cook. For 2 consecutive days, Lin Xi did not see Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. On the third day, the two appeared together. If I had known you were making delicious food every day, I would have crawled here, even if I were dead tired, just to eat my fill first. When Xiao Yuanzhou said this, his weary eyes instantly lit up. Amid the high-pressure pace of life, gourmet food was particularly stress-relieving. Been that busy lately? Lin Xi brought out a new dish and asked. The two took the bowls and saw what was inside. Xiao Yuanzhou poked it with a spoon. What is this? It looks quite nice. It's a dessert. Try it and see if it's good. Lin Xi looked at them expectantly. The two couldn't wait to take a bite. Delicious, too. Seeing this, Lin Xi took a bite herself, but after just one bite she couldn't help frowning. The taste was completely different from what she remembered. The ingredients from Blue Star in the Interstellar era were not very abundant, so Lin Xi used interstellar ingredients as substitutes. The resulting dish tasted vastly different. Although it wasn't unpleasant to eat, it was definitely not good. Lin Xi looked at the two suspiciously, feeling they were fooling her. Is there more? Another bowl. Xiao Yuanzhou finished his bowl in a few bites and extended it for more. Lin Xi brought out the entire pot. It's all here. Eat as much as you want and pack the rest to take with you. The two were not polite at all, eating voraciously. Seeing this, Lin Xi began to doubt her own taste buds. Shaking her head, she found takeout containers to pack the freshly baked pastries for them. She had never made desserts or pastries in front of others before. It was only in the past 2 days that she had the time and mood to prepare them. She thought the two would leave immediately after eating, but instead they both collapsed on the sofa and didn't move. Before long, the sound of even breathing came from the two on the sofa. Lin Xi called for a robot to bring 2 folding beds, then carried the two onto the small beds. Recently, she had found something to do for herself, recalling the content of survival shows she had watched. Wasn't the backup star said to be very similar to the original Blue Star? Since it was very similar to Blue Star, knowledge of wilderness survival would probably be useful when going to the backup star. She sat on the sofa thinking and recording. Time passed quickly when one was busy. By the time Lin Xi came to her senses, it was already dinner time, and the two beside the sofa still hadn't woken up. Lin Xi got up and moved around for a bit, then started making dinner for 3. When she returned from the small kitchen, the two had already woken up and were handling matters on their optical computers. You're in luck. Lin Xi had the robot bring the dishes over. 6 dishes for 3 people. The two put down their optical computers and began eating heartily. After the meal, Gu Ziqing said, The Gu Group and the Chow Group are currently recruiting streamers mainly to introduce blue star ingredients to the vast interstellar population. Would you like to apply? Lin Xi, you cook so well, introducing ingredients while cooking will definitely attract a large audience, Xiao Yuanzhou added. The advent of holographic technology allowed the taste and texture of the dishes in the live stream to be shared with the audience. Those who could cook well indeed easily retained a large number of viewers. Why suddenly start recruiting streamers? She remembered that neither the Gu Group nor the Chow Group had any business in the entertainment sector. It was very strange for both companies to venture into a new industry at such a critical moment. Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou took turns explaining the whole story to her. So introducing ingredients is a pretext and the real purpose is to educate everyone about survival knowledge. The two nodded. In the interstellar era, knowledge had to be paid for, and the number of illiterate people in the interstellar society was even greater than Lin Xi had imagined. The content of this live stream included not only introducing plants that could be imported from Blue Star, but also various other types of streaming content, almost everything that could be used in wilderness survival, all recruiting streamers. You can give it a try, earn some extra money. Xiao Yuanzhou tried hard to persuade her to become a streamer. Streamers can keep 80% of the revenue from the live stream. Ordinary streamers usually got a 50-50 split, so 80% was quite high. But Lin Xi was not very keen. In a game live stream without a camera, she would mostly forget she was streaming. A proper live stream was different. With a camera, she would have to interact with the audience, which Lin Xi didn't like. Most importantly, she wasn't short of money now and didn't want to force herself. Alright, if you don't want to stream, then don't. Seeing the reluctance on Lin Xi's face, Xiao Yuanzhou stopped persuading. If you don't want to go, you could ask your roommates if they're interested. I remember they're not short of money, right? Lin Xi nodded. Okay, I'll tell them the news. They are all students in the planting department, which gives them an advantage. Let them try boldly. Xiao Yuanzhou patted Lin Xi on the shoulder. Lin Xi sent the information directly to Zhou Yi and the other two in front of them. The three replied that they understood and immediately signed up. After dinner, the three went to the training room together. While training together, Lin Xi realized the gap between herself and Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. She was already exhausted and couldn't move while the two hadn't even changed their breathing rate. How can you be so busy and still have such high physical attributes? Lin Xi expressed her envy and jealousy. Xiao Yuanzhou rubbed his chin and said, this is a painful truth. We've never gone hungry since childhood. With adequate nutrition, the body wouldn't be poor, and supplemented by medicaments and various agents, high physical attributes were normal. Lin Xi's extremely low physical attributes were abnormal. Even interstellar orphans could eat their fill. Lin Xi's poor health was because she had studied too hard in her early years, consuming energy without replenishing it. Among the orphans of her batch, only she had such poor physical attributes. Of course, among the same batch of orphans, only she had been admitted to university. Lin Xi, leave. I don't want to talk to you. She detested the wealthy, even though she herself could barely be considered one now. Xiao Yuanzhou departed, but before leaving he returned to the small room and took all the food, even Gu Ziqing's portion. Gu Ziqing looked at Lin Xi with a pitiful expression. Lin Xi had never seen that expression on him before, and it made her laugh heartily. Gu Ziqing smiled helplessly at the sight of her, doubled over with laughter. Only after she had finished did he gently stroke her head and say, I hope I can taste your cooking again next time. His own cooking was excellent, but who wouldn't cherish a meal prepared by their beloved? Gu Ziqing delighted in feeding Lin Xi, and he longed for her to reciprocate. When you have time, just let me know in advance, and I'll make a separate portion for you, Lin Xi agreed with a smile. Satisfied with the answer, Gu Ziqing left contentedly. But after that departure, a long stretch of time passed without them meeting or even communicating. A week flew by. The game officials remained silent, but Zhou Yi and the others officially started their live stream the next day. The broadcast location was within the base. The base was secure and spacious enough to accommodate all the streamers promoting food. The dishes prepared during the streams were reportedly distributed as employee benefits afterward. These were dishes made from Blue Star's natural ingredients, inferior to nothing compared to nutrient fluids. On the day of Zhou Yi's trio livestream, Lin Xi was invited to be an off-camera guide. According to them, they understood ingredient introductions, but cooking made them nervous. Lin Xi arrived early at the filming location only to find Zhou Yi and the others already there even earlier. The three were fully prepared, but being first-timers, they were inevitably anxious. They were rehearsing possible scenarios that might occur during the live stream. Spotting Lin Xi, Ziyu said apologetically, Lin Xi, the filming space is a bit cramped. If you enter, you might accidentally get caught on camera. There's only that blind spot. Lin Xi turned to look at the corner she pointed to, which was just barely big enough for one person to squat in. The filming robot was already in test mode, and that spot was indeed a blind spot, but it was too small. One could only crouch, standing up would be captured. This wasn't the original filming location. We only just found out it was changed to this, Ziyu explained. The base provided the space. Since they were streaming as a trio, the base had arranged a separate room for them. But apparently, due to an influx of patients last night, it was urgently requisitioned, hence the change. That's fine. I can stand by the door, Lin, she said, pointing at the entrance. Her role as a guide was minimal. She only needed to point out mistakes and hesitations. The three rehearsed repeatedly, and if nothing went wrong, her guidance would be unnecessary. As the saying goes, when you think nothing can go wrong, something will. Halfway through the live stream, Zhou Yi accidentally tripped Feng Yilan, who in falling pulled down the pot of Oh! Yiziu screamed. The pot filled with hot food was about to topple directly onto Feng Yilan. Watching from outside the door, Lin Xi rushed in at lightning speed and dragged the fallen Feng Yilan away. Are you okay? Are you okay? Zhou Yi scrambled up in panic. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm fine, Feng Yilan replied calmly. They were inside the base where as long as one wasn't brain dead, they could be revived, so she remained remarkably glad you're okay. Still on camera, Zhou Yi suppressed her guilt and continued the live stream. While they spoke, Yiziu silently cleaned up the mess. Apologies, everyone. Let's get back to the content. Zhou Yi cleared her throat and regained her composure. The accident in the live stream caused the audience's comments to become unusually lively. The barrage scrolled too fast for Zhou Yi and the others to read. Though it was their first live stream, thanks to the promotional efforts of the Gu Group and Xiao Group, the viewer count was enormous. This was valuable knowledge, and those seeking to learn wouldn't miss this opportunity. Moreover, this knowledge might prove useful on the backup planet. Those vying for a spot on the backup planet naturally wouldn't skip these streams. With poor finances, they had spent most of their savings to boost their physical attributes. Even if they knew the knowledge would be useful later, they wouldn't necessarily part with their money to pay for learning opportunities. Free content was different. Regardless of the quality, as long as it was free, they would sample it. Everyone, that was just an accident. We're all fine, thank you for your concern. Unable to read the comments clearly, Zhou Yi simply made a statement and continued the stream. Lin Xi had retreated behind the door, watching the live stream on her optical device. She clearly saw that the comments were not about caring for Zhou Yi, but about cursing her. Lin Xi bit her lip and began taking screenshots. She captured all the abusive comments and sent them to Gu Ziqing in a batch. Lin Xi, look at your fanatical followers. After sending the message, her attention returned to the live stream. She hadn't expected that a brief accidental appearance would be recognized by Gu Ziqing's ardent fans, especially since she had only been in the room for a few seconds. The hostile comments lasted only a short while before the stream returned to normal. This wasn't a fan club live stream, but an educational one. The rabid fans were a tiny minority, even if their comments were numerous. The rest of the live stream proceeded smoothly, without further incidents. As soon as the camera turned off, Zhou Yi immediately went to Feng Yilan to apologize. Though uninjured, Feng Yilan had been startled. After she repeatedly assured everyone she was fine, the trio, neglecting to clean the small kitchen, hurriedly checked the tip amounts in the backstage. The live stream was free and most viewers were poor, yet the tips were surprisingly generous. We're rich, they exclaimed upon seeing the amounts. Even splitting the earnings into 4 parts, it's still more than what I made from a whole day of part-time work. Zhou Yi was ecstatic. The live streaming revenue was withdrawn and distributed equally among them. This was the agreed-upon arrangement, and Lin Xi did not refuse. After receiving their money, the three stared at their optical brain balances for a while before reluctantly transferring the funds to Lin Xi. What you see is what you get. I'm rich too, Zhou Yi comforted herself. They still owed Lin Xi money, and being in debt was not a pleasant feeling. So as their earnings increased, the amount they repaid to Lin Xi also grew substantially. This time Lin Xi refused to accept the repayment, just repay the monthly amount as per the previous contract. Keep the extra money for your families to help them meet the required physical attributes. Yiziu and Feng Yilan hesitated. Their families indeed needed it. Before this, both families had given all their resources to the girls, giving up their own hope of survival. Feng Yilan gritted her teeth and said, then I'll be shameless and not repay for now. Thank you, Lin Xi. Her family loved her, and she loved them too. Since there was a chance to give her family a reason to live, who would be heartless enough to refuse? Seeing Feng Yilan agree, Yiziu also shamelessly consented. The two went aside to transfer money to their families and urged them to train hard. Zhou Yi stood beside Lin Xi, staring at her with wide round eyes. Lin Xi turned to look at her. No, I'd rather throw this money away than give it to my family, Zhou Yi said indignantly. Lin Xi looked at her speechlessly. Buy yourself more natural food and try to get all your physical attributes above 50 first. Indeed, the three of them hadn't even reached 40 in any attribute, let alone 50. They had used medicines which would accelerate attribute growth, but it wasn't instantaneous. It required time and exercise to gradually increase. It had only been a little over a month since they started using the medicines, and their current progress was normal. Fine, since you're rich now, I'll keep it for now. Zhou Yi didn't dwell on it. This was not just about debt, it was a matter of gratitude. The money had to be repaid, but repaying the kindness was most important. Only she didn't know when she would have the chance to do so. While the two were still persuading their families, Lin Xi had already taken out ingredients and started cooking, with Zhou Yi assisting. The dishes they had made during the live stream were already collected by robots and would be distributed to the base staff later. Feng Yilan and Yiziu came over after their calls, and the three helped out while observing Lin Xi's cooking steps. Lin Xi wasn't always free, so the only chance for them to learn recipes was when she cooked and let them watch. To accommodate the 3 learners, the cooking was slow. It took about an hour to prepare, just 2 dishes and a soup. The 4 of them hadn't gathered together for a long time, so they ate and chatted. After the meal, the 3 said they would clean up the kitchen and told Lin Xi to go about her business. Lin Xi didn't argue. She bid them farewell and walked leisurely to the training room to train. She aimed to raise all her physical attributes to around 60 before entering the game next time. Coming out of the training room, Lin Xi finally received a reply from Gu Ziqing. Don't take it to heart. I'll handle it. Handle it. Lin Xi searched for Gu Ziqing's name online and soon saw his method of handling. First came a warning notice. The gist of the notice was that Gu Ziqing had already left the entertainment industry and asked fans not to disturb his real life, especially not to bother those around him, or he would use legal weapons to protect himself and his friends and family. Below the notice was a list of usernames, and at the bottom a stamped lawyer's letter was attached. Lin Xi scrolled through the comments. Almost every second dozens of new comments appeared, but she couldn't read them all, absolutely couldn't. She knew how popular Gu Ziqing was in the Interstellar when he was a star, but only at this moment did she truly understand the magnitude of his popularity. Most of the comments condemned the obsessive fans, but a small number of fanatics were clamoring that Gu Ziqing was mistreating his fans. There were also some obsessive boyfriend fans declaring that if Gu Ziqing dared to fall in love, they would, even at the cost of their own ruin, destroy the person he loved. Lin Xi noticed that this comment had over 10,000 likes, indicating that more than a few people shared this sentiment. Subconsciously, she touched the protective shield she carried with her. Good, it was still there, a full sense of security. Gu Ziqing's official account posted a second message. I am currently not in a relationship, nor do I have time for one. Please do not use your delusions to make malicious guesses and hurt a girl. If one day I am with a girl I love, I will announce it openly and protect her thoroughly. So you can stop now. Gu Ziqing sighed inwardly as he posted this message. Damn the apocalypse for preventing him from dating. If the world were at peace, he would have already grabbed Lin Xi and confessed. The internet erupted again with Gu Ziqing's latest statement. Many fans wished him well in finding his other half, while the obsessive fans continued to spew disgusting remarks. Mulu, I knew that slut Lin Xi was seducing our brother. Our brother isn't even dating, and she's clinging to him in the game. Shameless. Qing Huan, shameless thing. Brother should stay away from her next time he enters the game. Yu Peng from Xingfa Temple, does anyone know Lin Xi's address? I'll go wipe her out. Senior brother Chao from Jingdu City, brother, don't fall in love with a girl. Isn't love between 2 boys more passionate? Wayman, a brother, look at me. I'm tall and strong, safe and reliable. If you're looking for a partner, please consider me. Lin Xi's temples throbbed as she read these comments. She knew that in the Interstellar, love wasn't necessarily between opposite sexes, but this was the first time she saw a series of confessions, all from males, and the recipient was also male. I'm such an old fossil. Lin Xi murmured to herself. She didn't discriminate against homosexuality, but she didn't want it to involve her in any way. She closed the page, shook off the mess that had entered her mind, and began a new day of study. The survival knowledge from her memories had been excavated and recorded. In another 2 days, she could summarize it and buy materials to conduct small-scale experiments. Lin Xi looked at the small room, which contained 3 gaming pods and her messy luggage, leaving no extra space. When she bought materials, there would be no place to store them. After thinking, she consulted the management robot about switching to a larger room. Ms. Lin, I'm sorry. There are no vacant large rooms in the base at the moment. If you find the current room too cramped, Xiao, you can arrange for robots to temporarily move the gaming pods from your room to the warehouse. Lin Xi. Alright then, I'll trouble you, Xiao Yi. 3 gaming pods were moved away and a small bed was brought in. Lin Xi stuffed all her luggage under the small bed and the modest room instantly became spacious. In the following days, Lin Xi maintained a routine of exercising, learning new knowledge, and serving as a live streaming coach. Occasionally during her free time, she would purchase materials she needed and tinker with them in her room. Over the past few days, she had learned to weave baskets using grass and craft tools from stone. That day, Gu Ziqing sent her a special message informing her that he would return to the base the next day. Of course, he wasn't coming back alone. Qiao Yuanzhou would be accompanying him. Gu Ziqing told her not to buy groceries, as they would bring some back. Lin Xi replied with a simple, okay, and carried on with her day. The next day, she spotted the 2 of them returning early in the morning. It had been nearly a month since they left the game, and their time together had been painfully scarce. Ding ding ding. Look what we brought back. Xiao Yuanzhou opened his package with a flourish, revealing chicken feet. Lin Xi's eyes sparkled. During their last meal together, she had mentioned craving chicken feet, and now here they were. This was the Interstellar era, not Blue Star. Chickens had only recently been recreated in the Interstellar age, and while they were available for purchase, they weren't yet sold on a large scale. And this, see if it's what you wanted. Gu Ziqing opened his own bag. Lin Xi's smile stretched from ear to ear. The bag was full of duck products. She nodded happily. All my favorites. The 3 of them headed straight to the nearest small kitchen. Gu Ziqing prepared the main dishes, Qiao Yuanzhou assisted, and Lin Xi took charge of the chicken feet and duck products. How did you two manage to come back this time? The three chatted while working. Gu Ziqing, the planet we were on earlier, the one closest to it is predicted to be destroyed tonight. Our current planet will be affected. So we're coming back here for a while until the magnetic field stabilizes after the explosion. Lin Xi paused her hand washing the meat. A planet's destruction. Those simple words signified the death of countless lives. Don't worry, the people on that planet have all been safely evacuated. Gu Ziqing explained, among the many planets that have been destroyed, only a few without detection instruments failed to evacuate their populations. A single planet could hold billions, sometimes tens of billions, of people. Generally, planets with large populations had prosperous economies, and prosperous economies could afford detection instruments. It was a pity for those planets without detectors. Tens of billions of lives extinguished in an instant. The thought was terrifying. Lin Xi activated her optical brain to check on the planet where she had previously lived. That planet was an orphan planet, as its name suggested, home to orphans from various planets. Seeing that it was still intact, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't have deep feelings for that place, but she had lived there for over a decade, so a certain attachment remained. Pulling her thoughts back, Lin Xi continued preparing the duck products and chicken feet. This time she was making lemon chicken feet and braised duck products. All the required ingredients had been recreated in the interstellar age and could be ordered from the mall. Both dishes were simple to make, but they required marinating for a while to taste their best. Gu Ziqing finished the main dishes, and the three of them enjoyed a hearty meal. When are you going to improve your cooking skills? Every time we eat, it's always the two of us cooking. Don't you feel even a little embarrassed? Gu Ziqing couldn't stand the way Qiao Yuanzhou, after eating his fill, still critiqued the dishes. Qiao Yuanzhou immediately bristled. I've already improved. Next time I'll cook for you. A man could never admit defeat. He had secretly practiced countless times in private, and his own family swore his cooking was delicious. It would definitely amaze Gu Ziqing. Not only in cooking, but also in physical training, he had been secretly competing behind the scenes, pushing himself so hard that he looked several years older. Male pride drove him to ensure he was no worse than Gu Ziqing. A faint tension crackled between the two men, but Lin Xi buried her head in her meal. Today's food was truly delicious. That night none of them slept. Not just the three of them, but also Zhou Yi and the others. The group gathered in a large viewing room to watch a live broadcast. The live broadcast of a planet's destruction. Boneless lemon chicken feet and duck products were ready, and Lin Xi also brought juice and drinks. Among those present, only Lin Xi had never seen a planet's destruction. The others had either watched it live. The broadcast had already started, but there was still time before the predicted moment of destruction. What they saw now was the planet's appearance captured from outside its atmospheric layer. It looked like any ordinary planet. Nothing interesting. Under normal circumstances, people would scroll past such footage, but right now hundreds of billions of interstellar viewers were watching simultaneously. For the moment, nothing was happening. The six of them gathered around the table, munching and slurping. Lin Xi had made all the duck products and boneless chicken feet extra spicy. While Lin Xi enjoyed the heat, the others, unaccustomed to such spicy food, had tears and snot streaming down their faces. Despite the overwhelming spiciness, no one stopped eating. The drinks and juice they had brought were half gone within. I can't take it anymore. Let me rest for a bit. Yi Ziyu was the first to give in. She had eaten the numbing spicy duck products and her brain felt completely numb. The unfamiliar sensation frightened her. After a couple of gulps of ice water to recover, she couldn't resist the temptation and jumped back into the fray. Delicious, delicious. Eating was painful, but not eating was even more painful. The viewing room was filled with the sounds of munching and slurping. Other people who came in to watch the broadcast glanced at them oddly, then joined the munching and slurping crowd. Soon the predicted time arrived. Everyone returned to their seats and waited in silence for the moment. The holographic viewing experience made it feel as if they were on the scene. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The moment 1 appeared, a blinding white burst pierced the planet's core. The light point instantly exploded, expanding into a devouring orb of brilliance. The planet's solid structure evaporated and shattered under the absolute heat and light. It was breathtaking. Lin Xi was stunned for a long time. Even the others who had witnessed such scenes before were once again awestruck by the same spectacle. It was an indescribable visual experience, one that left no room for exclamations to convey its. The explosion in view continued. Dark red and deep blue intertwined in a ring, wrapping around trillions upon trillions of hyperspeed fragments that burst violently from the orb's edge, crushing the atmosphere and exploding the entire planet. A planet vanished into nothingness. Stepping out of the viewing room, Lin, she felt a profound heaviness in her heart. Had it been merely a film, she would have simply praised its excellent production. But this was no fiction, it was a real case unfolding right before her eyes. According to the predictions, countless planets in the star domain would ultimately meet the same fate as the one they had just witnessed, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. The life on those planets could only flee incessantly, compressing their living space until the very last planet ceased to exist. In times of hardship, people had cried out for the apocalypse, but now that it loomed, everyone desperately clung to life. How much time do we have left? Lin Xi asked. In the past month, 4 planets had already exploded. How much longer could the remaining ones endure? Rest assured, the main star won't encounter any mishaps in the near future. Gu Ziqing patted her head to comfort her. The detection system can predict a planet's trajectory for the next 2 months. At the very least, the main star is safe for that period. He didn't mention the other planets. Speaking of them would only add unnecessary pressure. 2 months. Then she would calculate as if only 2 months remained. She could not afford to slack off during this time. After watching the live stream, everyone around her lengthened their training hours. They all wanted to survive. As more planets exploded, the interstellar refugees evacuated from those worlds had to be accommodated somewhere. The government arranged temporary housing for these people on various planets, providing only basic shelter and nothing. With their homes gone and their jobs lost, even with government-provided lodging, these interstellar refugees struggled to find a means to support themselves. To survive, scenes of looting and murder erupted across the world. Whenever he had a spare moment, Gu Ziqing urged Lin Xi not to go outside, fearing she might meet her end out there. Lin Xi was afraid of death. She didn't need anyone to tell her to stay indoors. She didn't even dare set foot in the base's front hall. Too many people came and went, and what if someone started a riot? Every day, she wore multiple protective shields during training to avoid being killed accidentally, dying before the planet even exploded. She thought of all her previous efforts and knew that if she died prematurely, she would be furious enough to come back to life. Recently, the base was undergoing expansion. The Gu Group's employees were scattered across the entire star domain, and many of the planets that had exploded housed Gu Group staff working there. Before the planets exploded, the Gu Group arranged for them to temporarily stay on other planets, and many employees were also relocated to the main star. With the newly added entertainment division business, the number of employees kept increasing, making expansion inevitable. The one most delighted by the base expansion was Fengyuan. The planet where her family lived had been destroyed by her parents, and several brothers lost both their home and their jobs simultaneously. Fortunately, the money she earned from the earlier live streams could help support her family. Otherwise, they would be sleeping on the streets. And the reason she was so happy was that as an employee, she could apply for a family dormitory and eventually bring her family to live with her. Yiziu had the same idea. Although her family's current location was safe, who knew what the situation would be like in a few days? Only Zhou Yi wore a worried expression. What's wrong? Aren't you happy about getting a bigger place? Lin Xi patted her on the shoulder. The 3 of them were currently sharing a single room, which was even smaller than Lin Xi's own. It couldn't be helped. Too many people, too few rooms, no room for complaints. Zhou Yi collapsed onto the sofa, looking utterly defeated. Happy, very happy. Lin Xi. Zhou Yi stared at the ceiling, her eyes motionless. My family saw our live stream, and now they're insisting on coming here to live with me. The news of the base expansion wasn't kept secret from outsiders. As soon as her parents found out, they immediately called her to apply for a family dormitory so the whole family could move in together. That wasn't all. They didn't just want to live there for free, they also expected Zhou Yi to support them entirely. Of the 4 family members, 3 had jobs. Only her younger brother didn't. Her brother and she were twins the same age. Born on the same day, she had to both study and work part-time. Meanwhile, her brother hadn't gotten into college, so he neither endured the hardship of studying nor the struggles of life, because he was the family's spoiled young master. That's outrageous. Even in the interstellar era, your family still favors males over females. Fengyuan found it unbelievable. In the interstellar age, strength reigned supreme. She never imagined that her close friend's household would harbor such archaic beliefs of gender discrimination. Zhou Yi's eyes were vacant, her mind replaying fragments of her childhood. Damn! She suddenly jumped up. Lin Xi and the other 2 turned to look at her. Had her family driven her mad? But to their surprise, the person they thought was losing it said, I was such an idiot when I was young. How could I have put up with it for so long? The 3 exchanged glances. Lin Xi shrugged. It seemed she had finally seen the light. Lin Xi didn't know what happened afterward, because soon she became the target of Sun Ying's cyberbullying, spreading rumors and inciting a mob to attack her online. Something Lin Xi never expected. She and Sun Ying had no serious grudge between them. It couldn't be that simply because she refused to sell her something, Sun Ying wanted her dead. Yet both Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou traced the mastermind behind it all to Sun Ying. Lin Xi was deeply frustrated. Since she hadn't been going out to meet outsiders, the cyberbullying and rumors didn't affect her much. However, Zhou Yi and the other 2's live streams were nearly flooded by netizens. Especially when Lin Xi appeared on screen, the barrage of comments would completely cover the video. Lin Xi hadn't been to the live stream to offer guidance for many days. The chat had become so toxic that they had to suspend the broadcasts. I'm sorry for dragging you all into this, Lin Xi apologized. If anyone's to blame, it's probably me, Zhou Yi said with a remorseful look. Her parents had failed to get any advantage from her, so others incited them to join the chaos in the live room. The suspension of the broadcast was partly due to her parents' involvement. A break from streaming is fine. It gives me time to settle my family. Feng Ilan wasn't discouraged by the sudden halt. She had been so busy that she hadn't even had time to inspect her new dormitory after it was approved. This was a perfect chance to handle personal matters. Yiziu shrugged. A vacation is nice, isn't it? Consider it proper rest. None of them complained, but that didn't mean Lin Xi wasn't angry. She hated this kind of revenge that harmed others, hated it deeply. Since someone had already bullied her Lin, she wasn't going to sit back and take it. But what method should she use to retaliate? Lin Xi felt a bit lost. This was her first time experiencing cyberbullying. She couldn't just go online and argue with netizens, could she? Just as Lin Xi was contemplating how to take revenge, her light brain chimed. It was a notification about the daily game replay earnings. Got it. Money can make the devil turn the millstone. She had no ideas, but she was undeniably rich now. If she couldn't out-argue the netizens herself, what about hiring someone to do it for her? Lin Xi indeed hired a group of paid trolls to fight back. Of course, besides the trolls, she also pursued legal action against the netizens who had insulted her. This won't do. The mastermind remains unpunished. Xiao Yuanzhou clicked his tongue. How about this? Transfer me 100 million, and it'll help you deal with them. Transfer me 100 million too, and he'll join in. Gu Zicheng chimed in from the side. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. Were they facing a funding shortage again? Lin Xi generously transferred 200 million to each of them. Double the money, double the punishment. They'll leave it to you. The two acted swiftly. That very evening, the official accounts of the Gu Group and the Xiao Group suddenly posted an identical announcement. The gist was that any netizen who had insulted employees under the two groups must promptly apologize to the said employees and obtain their forgiveness, otherwise the two groups would directly revoke those individuals' eligibility to draw lots for a spot on the reserve star. Attached below the announcement was a long list that included not only those who had insulted Lin Xi, but also every netizen who had insulted any employee of the two groups. As soon as the announcement was released, the netizens who had insulted Lin Xi and the others erupted. This was a chance to survive. How unjust would it be to have it revoked just because of their own impulsive hands? The netizens immediately apologized and tagged those they had insulted, begging for their forgiveness. Of course, some who had insulted others and knew they had no hope of getting to the reserve star continued to curse under the announcement. The spots on the reserve star were not easy to obtain. Not to mention that physical attributes alone eliminated half of the candidates. The remaining half still had to be drawn from a limited number of slots. The odds were extremely slim. Most netizens, well aware that they had no way to escape the star sector, had long since given up all hope and lived recklessly, indulging in any behavior they pleased. The two official accounts remained calm, replying to the relentless insults with a single line: those who do not apologize and obtain forgiveness will have their blood relatives implicated. Collective punishment. The number of insults dropped by half, and the remaining half nearly vanished after half a day. It was unclear whether the blood relations mentioned by the official accounts included those whose familial ties had become extremely distant. To be safe, they couldn't afford to be implicated by these people. Thus, the netizens who were still spouting nonsense online received revenge from their real-life relatives before they could even face the retaliation from the Gu and Xiao groups. Under the official website, there was now a chorus of apologies. Amidst the waves of apologies, the two official accounts issued another announcement. This announcement was aimed at Sun Ying. In light of Ms. Sun Ying's incitement of the public to insult our employees, after thorough discussion, we have made the following decisions regarding Ms. Sun Ying and her family. Effective immediately, the Gu Xiao group will permanently blacklist Ms. Sun Ying's family, and both groups will refuse any form of transaction with them. Additionally, the eligibility of Ms. Sun Ying's family to draw lots for a spot on the reserve star will also be revoked. When this announcement was released, Sun Ying, staring at her light brain, felt as if the sky had collapsed. Lin Xi. How dare she? Slap. As she was gritting her teeth at the announcement, her face was struck sideways by a slap, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You unfilial daughter. Look at what you've done. Sun Ying's head was buzzing. The outside sounds seemed distorted. She looked up, her twisted expression not yet faded, and in the next second, she switched to a pitiful look. Dad. Don't call me Dad. I don't have a daughter like you. Sun's father's hands were still trembling with rage. Ever since he learned of the impending apocalypse, he had spent immense manpower and resources to make connections, all in the hope that his family could safely reach the reserve star. Hope was right within reach, yet his precious daughter had extinguished it with a single slap. At that thought, Sun's father angrily slapped her again. Sun Ying's eyes were full of disbelief as she cried out again, Dad. Hearing that, Dad, Sun's father felt his anger flare up once more. Just as he was about to strike again, Sun Ming stepped in to dissuade him. Dad, what's done is done. Hitting her now one. Sun Ming was also furious about Sun Ying's mess, but this was not the time for anger. We should be thinking about how to remedy the situation. Remedy? There's no remedy. Sun's father turned away in anger. The moment the announcement was posted, he had contacted people from the two enterprises to try to fix things, but they were adamant in refusing any reconciliation. He humbled himself, groveling and spending money and gifts, but to no avail. Since this path is blocked, how about we try the other prominent families? Sun Ming, seeing that his father had calmed down a bit, revealed the information he had gathered. I heard that the experiments of other prominent families have also succeeded, and they are frantically buying materials for protective suits. We might have a chance. Their Sun family was a supplier of various ores. Although their scale couldn't compare with those prominent families, it was by no means small. Presumably by negotiating with the materials in their inventory, they could secure 1 or 2 spots on the reserve star. Adding the game points they had previously purchased from various sources, they would have at least 3 spots guaranteed. Sun's father sighed. Alas, that's the only way. With that, he rallied his spirits and continued to fight for a chance to survive. Sun Ming followed behind his father, glancing back at Sun Ying, but ultimately not calling her to join them. His father was still furious. It was better not to let her come near. After the two had walked far away, Sun Ying finally raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were now twisted with hatred. Lin Xi stepped off the training device. The moment she opened her light brain, it was flooded with a deluge of messages. Before she could finish reading one message, it was immediately buried by new ones. She marked all messages as read and set the app's notifications to silent mode, finally making the red dots on her light brain disappear. What's going on? Soon she understood from the trending searches online. Lin Xi immediately called Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou, and soon their holographic images appeared before her. May I ask, do I have such a big face that your official accounts would post such an announcement? The announcement did not explicitly name her, but the apology section below was overwhelmingly filled with her name, over 80% of it. What difference was there from directly writing her name? Not a big deal, not a big deal. Xiao Yuanzhou chuckled. It's just that you paid a hefty sum, you know. Money makes the world go round, understand? Lin Xi rolled her eyes. A small amount like mine wouldn't even make a ripple if thrown into your family. Don't try to fool me. You overestimate the wealth of our two families. Gu Ziqing interjected from the side. Our two families are poorer than you imagine. Really? Lin Xi remained skeptical. Too. The two spoke in unison, which made Lin Xi find it somewhat believable. She cautiously asked, so with my current wealth, can I also become a noble family? You're dreaming. Xiao Yuanzhou unhesitatingly burst her bubble. Ahem, be civilized. Gu Ziqing glanced at Xiao Yuanzhou, then explained to Lin Xi, a noble family isn't just a contest of wealth. Of course, financial strength is also very important, but at this stage the wealth of both families is almost exhausted, all converted into resources. The liquid assets of both families were pitifully low. Some wealthy people slightly below the level of noble families wanted to offer money and resources in exchange for backup star slots, but the two families prioritizing their own members and employees dared not accept these tributes. Lin Xi's situation was different. Her slot for the backup star could be exchanged in the game, or they could give it to her. Do you have any extra money? If so, transfer it all to us. Xiao Yuanzhou said bluntly. This money will soon be worthless. While it's still valuable, we need to make the... Lin Xi looked at her savings of several hundred million and directly transferred all the money to the two of them. She had daily income from game replays, so she wouldn't starve. In fact, as the number of players in the game dwindled, the tips they received and distributed became more and more. Moreover, with the apocalypse appearing in reality, the game, Doomsday, became increasingly popular among the vast interstellar population, and the players received very substantial amounts of money daily. She didn't feel bad giving away the money, as the various potions and natural food supplies the two of them usually gave her were worth about the same amount. The balance hit zero, and Lin Xi sighed. After years of struggle, she ended up penniless. The online apologies continued, and Lin Xi logged in specifically to express forgiveness to the apologizing netizens, then stopped paying attention to the subsequent developments. The livestream resumed, and Lin Xi's daily earnings increased a bit. Lin Xi suggested to them to use the money to buy useful things as much as possible rather than saving it. People who have been poor tend to subconsciously save money when they have a little. The others listened to Lin Xi and used their earnings to buy food as soon as they received them. Nowadays they relied on various foods to better improve their physical attributes. The most important thing was to enhance physical attributes, everything else was just fleeting clouds. One day while Lin Xi was training as planned, alarms sounded throughout the base. The familiar alarm made Lin Xi immediately stop exercising, grab her backpack, and run outside. Suddenly the sky above the base brightened. The ceiling was directly opened and the broadcast repeated for everyone to ascend, indicating where the levitation devices were and urging everyone to collect them nearby. Lin Xi carried one with her, so she didn't need to collect it. While running, she put on the levitation suit. Originally, she would have had to run out the door to activate the button, but now that the building's top was open, she could ascend directly without going outside. With a whoosh, the sky was filled with people. The ground tremors continued, but those in midair were already used to it, drifting toward familiar faces to chat. Some people continued working with their light computers. Lin Xi stayed still, not moving. She usually didn't move around much and had no idea there were so many people in the base. The sky was densely packed with nothing but people. What if someone attacks at this moment? Lin Xi had such a thought flash through her mind. The thought had barely crossed her mind when a loud boom immediately rang in her ears, and a blinding white light filled her entire vision. The ground was shaking, and the sky was also shaking. People suspended in midair nearly lost their balance from the double tremors. The blinding white light temporarily blinded Lin Xi, and the loud noise temporarily deafened her. Having experienced such an attack once before, she wasn't afraid at all. The explosion clearly hadn't hit her, her protective shield hadn't even deployed. She just needed a moment to recover. Lin Xi tried to calm her nervousness, comforting herself. Time seemed abnormally long. Her eyes and ears hadn't returned to normal, and the booming sounds around her continued. After a long while, the booming sounds in her ears completely disappeared, and the tinnitus gradually subsided. She could finally hear the sounds around her. Alert! Alert! Enemy attack! Base shield activated. Combat mode initiated. Base personnel, do not step outside the shield range. Alert! Alert! Enemy attack! Base shield activated. Combat mode initiated. Base personnel, do not step outside the shield range. The base system's voice kept repeating the announcement. Besides the base system's alarms, there were also many people crying and screaming. Lin Xi, who had just recovered a bit of hearing, felt only a buzzing noise that hurt her ears. Bang! Someone panicked and rushed around, crashing into Lin Xi. The next moment, her protective shield deployed, and the person who hit her was bounced off. Lin Xi could hear his cry of pain. Fumbling in her backpack for a healing potion, Lin Xi directly poured it into her mouth. After about a few minutes, the negative effects on her gradually faded, and her vision and hearing returned to normal. After seeing clearly, she realized how chaotic everything was. The attack hadn't caused any damage to the base. The chaos was due to the public's panic. It was already densely packed with people floating in the air. If one person lost composure, it would cause a domino effect of chaos. Seeing this scene, Lin Xi immediately ascended all the way to the edge of the base's shield. The screams below came in waves. Lin Xi couldn't stop their behavior, so she could only try to protect herself. After dodging another panicked person running wildly, Lin Xi tensed her body to avoid being bumped again. All enemies eliminated. Base interior is safe. Please remain calm. All enemies eliminated. Base interior is safe. Please remain calm. The base system changed the announcement, and Lin's eyes hanging heart relaxed. The chaos below continued, but it was somewhat better than before. An hour had passed. Most people's vision and hearing were recovering. As long as they could see and hear, most of the panic in their hearts would disappear. As long as there was no panic, the chaos would slowly disappear. More and more people ascended to the top, and the commotion below gradually quieted down as the crowd thinned. About half an hour later, only those accidentally injured remained below. The base system detected the injuries and immediately dispatched robots to administer treatment. The base was equipped with numerous medical robots and corresponding medications. Those with minor injuries recovered quickly under the robots' care. Medical robots zipped through the air above the base. The base's system notification updated again. Injured personnel, please descend to a height of 10 meters above the ground. The medical robots will provide you with appropriate treatment plans. Injured personnel, please descend to a height of 10 meters above the ground. The medical robots will provide you with appropriate treatment plans. The system's voice kept repeating. People floating in the sky slowly descended. Their vision and hearing had not yet fully recovered, and they urgently needed medical treatment. As the people around her gradually decreased, leaving a large open space, Lin Xi felt a bit of safety return. Ever since she started playing the game, Doomsday, Lin Xi believed that anywhere with crowds meant danger. The optical brain's notification chime had been ringing continuously. Lin Xi had ignored it earlier, but now she finally opened it to check. Upon opening it, she saw a pile of missed communication logs from Gu Ziqing, Xiao Yuanzhou, her 3 roommates, and some acquaintances. After sending a group message to report her safety, Lin Xi shared her real-time location in the group. No sooner had she sent the message than Gu Ziqing's call came in. Are you injured? Even with the message reporting her safety, Gu Ziqing's heart wouldn't return to normal until he saw her and heard her voice. I'm fine, I'm wearing a protective shield, Lin Xi said. That's good. Is the shield damaged? If it is, then Gu Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of emotion in his voice. I'm tied up here, otherwise I'd fly over to you right now. Lin Xi gave a soothing smile. We'll have plenty of time to meet in the future. There's no need to rush. They didn't say much more, because Zhou Yi and the others had already found their way over using the real-time location. Are you hurt? Lin Xi asked, mainly because the 3 looked quite disheveled. Zhou Yi shook her head. No, we got treated before coming. The earthquake continued. They could only float in midair, watching the ground undulate below. Lin Xi had supplies in her backpack, so she wasn't anxious at all. She floated in the air, studying wilderness survival knowledge. Zhou Yi and the others, on the other hand, were exercising in the way Lin Xi had previously practiced, while rumbling sounds erupted from time to time. Having just been attacked, everyone put protection on their ears and eyes, fearing that someone might come to wreak havoc again. The earthquake rumbled for a whole day intermittently. Lin Xi spent her time in the air either studying or exercising, so time passed rather quickly. On the second day of the earthquake, it still hadn't stopped. However, Lin Xi and her group didn't stay at the base. The Gu Corporation dispatched a spaceship to transfer them to another planet. There were many spaceships in the sky, a sight that clearly indicated something major was happening. Zhou Yi and the others came over. Lin Xi, is something going on? Zhou Yi asked. Lin Xi shook her head, she didn't know either. All three of them, including Lin Xi, were anxious. Yi Ziyu had been communicating with her family, and Feng Yilan's family was also at the base, so she had already gone to reunite with them. The spaceship prioritized boarding base employees first, and only allowed patients to board when there were vacancies. The patients, of course, were unwilling. Those who could come to the base were mostly wealthy people. They feared death and were accustomed to all kinds of privileges outside, so they argued and made a scene. But it was useless. The base's robots could directly suppress them. The evacuation coordinators even loudly warned them that if they kept causing trouble, they would have to leave on their own. The base is so cool. Zhou Yi's eyes sparkled. The base's weapons and security personnel impressed her. Lin Xi and Yi Ziyu nodded in agreement. They were all inexperienced in such matters. The planet where the spaceship landed was the one where Gu Zicheng was located. Those who were staff members directly descended to the base on that planet. After the base's robots had settled them in, everyone learned through the Starnet about what had happened on the main planet. After the earthquake, a black mist followed, forcing everyone on the main planet to evacuate. Of course, Lin Xi and the others were evacuated here, not only because of the earthquake and black mist. It was also because a new enhancement potion developed by the Gu Corporation had passed clinical trials, which is why this location was chosen for the spaceship's landing. The potion was researched and tested at this very base. As employees of the Gu Corporation, they had priority, and it was free of charge, so they were all shipped here. After clicking the application link in the Gu Corporation employee group, the group waited quietly in their tents. With so many new people suddenly arriving at the base, not everyone could get a room, and even tents were not available for everyone. The tent they were currently using was one that Lin Xi had brought from her survival backpack. There were no outsiders in this base. Only employees of the Gu Corporation, so the internal environment was very safe. However, Lin Xi felt it would be even safer if the place weren't so crowded. After waiting for 2 days, Lin's eyes turned for the potion still hadn't come. Instead, Gu Zicheng emerged from his busy schedule and came to find her. As a member of the Gu family, Gu Zicheng had a little bit of privilege in the base. At least he had a one-bedroom dormitory. The group moved into his dormitory. To express their gratitude, Zhou Yi and the others suggested cooking a meal for Gu Zicheng and also leaving the living room space for Lin Xi and him. Without the third wheels, Gu Zicheng's tense body relaxed a bit. So tired. He rested his head on Lin's shoulder, and she could clearly see the dark circles under his eyes. In the game, they often rested like this. She adjusted the height of her shoulder and said, "Then rest for a while." Before her words even faded, she heard his steady breathing by her ear. Looks like he's really exhausted. Zhou Yi and Yi Ziyu took their time in the kitchen preparing a few dishes before. When they came out, they saw Gu Zicheng sleeping with his head on Lin's shoulder, and Lin, she sleeping with her head leaning on his. They exchanged a glance, then turned back and carried the dishes back into the kitchen. "Let's eat. We'll make another batch for them later," Zhou Yi said. So the two took their time, eating, then slowly cleaned up the kitchen. More than 4 hours passed. Zhou Yi and the other girl had read through all the instructions in the kitchen, but the two outside still showed no signs of waking up. When Lin Xi woke up, her entire body felt as if it had been run over by a vehicle. She lifted her numb hand and poked the person still sleeping beside her. Under her efforts, Gu Zicheng soon opened his eyes. Just awakened, his eyes were 3 parts dazed and 3 parts bewildered. Combined with his handsome face, they stirred an urge to ruffle him. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than her hand pinched the cheeks of the person who had yet to come to his senses. "You're hurting me." Lin Xi, just woken up, had a voice that was slightly husky and languid compared to her usual crisp tone, lending a touch of allure to her words. Gu Zicheng's groggy mind grew even more muddled upon hearing this. How foolish. Lin Xi let out a derisive laugh and pushed him away. She stood up and stretched. Having slept for most of the day, her stomach growled with hunger. Even a man as handsome as a feast could not compare to proper food. "What are you two doing?" Lin Xi walked into the kitchen and saw the two with their heads together staring straight ahead. The two dared not say that they had grown sleepy watching Lin Xi and the other sleep, and had mimicked their actions to nap. When they heard the voice, they quickly got up. "You must be hungry. We made some food and put it in an insulated container." To cover up their embarrassment, Zhou Yi hurriedly took out the dishes. "Thank you." Lin Xi took the meal box. "Have you two eaten?" "Yes, we have." 2. The portions were not large, but the number of dishes was plentiful. 5 dishes and 1 soup left both of them stuffed. Ding, ding. As soon as they put down their chopsticks, the 4 people's optical brains chimed one after another. "The potion usage application has been approved. Mine is for tomorrow morning," Zhou Yi said. Yi Ziyu added, "Mine too." Lin Xi said, "Mine as well." Gu Ziqing warned using the new potion will be somewhat painful. You need to be prepared. Pain. The three pressed him for details, but Gu Ziqing refused to reveal more, only telling them they would find out tomorrow. After receiving the notification of approval, Feng Yilan sent them a message asking them to come together tomorrow to use the potion, and also inquired if they wanted to go to the training room to train. You two go ahead. I just ate and need to rest for half an hour, Lin, she said to Zhou Yi and the other. I'll take this time to wash the dishes. Gu Ziqing's dormitory was a temporary one without a household robot, so chores like washing dishes had to be done manually. I'll wash them. Go rest a bit. Gu Ziqing stood up. Lin Xi immediately put the dishes back on the table. She was happy to cook, but disliked washing dishes and cleaning up the kitchen. With someone else to do it, she was quick to hand over the task. Lin Xi curled back into the sofa, intending to open her optical brain and continue studying survival knowledge. As soon as she turned it on, new messages popped up. It was a notification from the official account of the game Apocalypse. Dear players, Apocalypse has been updated. For details, please visit the official website. Lin Xi opened the game's official website and saw several update reminders. Ding! This round of updates is complete. The mall has added 3 new items: Migration Backup Planet Slot, full set of Migration Protective Gear, Body Attribute Advanced Potion, and Body Restoration Potion. Lin Xi didn't bother reading the rest of the information and immediately jumped to the game mall page. Migration Backup Planet Slot 1, a required points for exchange 10000. Limited to 1 per person, transferable to others. Full set of Migration Protective Gear 1, required points for exchange 100. Star coins 1, limited to 1 exchange and 1 purchase per person, transferable to others. Body Attribute Advanced Potion 1, required points for exchange 100. Star coins 1, limited to 1 exchange and 1 purchase per person, transferable to others. Note: this potion can only be used once per person. Multiple uses are ineffective. Body Restoration Potion 1, required points for exchange 100. Star coins 1, limited to 1 exchange and 1 purchase per person, transferable to others. Note: this potion can only be used once per person. Our effects do not stack with multiple uses, and it is specifically for use during interstellar migration. 100,000 points. Lin Xi pursed her lips. The points left in her account were just over 80,000, a little more than 10,000 short of 100,000. She lost the motivation to study. Walking to the kitchen, she leaned against the doorframe and said to Gu Ziqing, it takes 100,000 points to exchange for a slot on the backup planet. Has the update been completed? Gu Ziqing was not surprised by the point requirement. In the previous game, the sudden massive influx of points had given him a premonition that the exchange cost for the backup planet would not be low. He dried his hands, tapped on his optical brain, and asked casually, how many more points do you need to exchange? Less than 12,000. As soon as Lin Xi spoke, 12,000 points were transferred to her game account. She jerked her head up and looked at the man in front of her with astonishment. You transferred them to me, but what about you? Gu Ziqing shook his optical brain. I've already exchanged. Lin Xi, why do you have so many more points? Logically, since they had experienced the same number of game levels, the points shouldn't differ too much. As she spoke, she clicked to exchange and immediately bound her ID number to it. Once the ID was bound, no one could take away the slot. When it came to matters of life and death, Lin Xi was not careless in the slightest, nor was she one to be overly modest. After the other members of the Gu family were eliminated, their points were all transferred to me, so I have more, Gu Ziqing explained. Don't feel burdened. The family will provide slots for them. Lin Xi felt no burden. She planned to return the game points after the next game if she cleared it. If she didn't clear it, she would transfer the daily earnings to him as payment for the over 12,000 points. Gu Ziqing said, you don't need to buy the other 3 items. They are all things we developed ourselves. You've already used the Body Attribute Advanced Potion. I'll give you the other 2 when the time comes. Because the Qiao family had provided the 2 main items, their family had managed to secure 100 additional slots from the main brain. So compared to other players, the only points they needed to spend were for the backup planet slot. Gu Ziqing still had enough points to exchange for 2 more slots. After transferring the points, he had the other Gu family members make the exchange. There was no help for it. Each person could only exchange 1 slot, but points could be transferred. Having someone else exchange on your behalf worked the same. All right, Lin Xi nodded. Even if he didn't give them to her, it didn't matter. She could always buy them with money later. As they were talking, the door was pushed open. Didn't you go to exercise? Why are you back so soon? The ones who opened the door were Zhou Yi and Yi Ziyu. Don't even mention it. Zhou Yi collapsed onto the sofa. I don't know what's gotten into everyone today. They're all flocking to the training base. Some even got into a fight over a training room. The 3 turned to look at Gu Ziqing, who had just let out a barely suppressed laugh. His eyes curved into crescents as his shoulders trembled slightly. Ahem. I just thought of something funny. Don't mind me. Gu Ziqing turned away. What's so funny? The 3 turned back. Lin Xi said to the other 2 game points can be exchanged for spots on the reserve planet. The draw for those spots is probably coming soon. You 2 need to train hard and secure a place. With so many interstellar citizens and limited spots, the higher one's physical attributes, the greater the chance of being selected in the draw. Registration for the draw requires all physical attributes to exceed 50. Without effort, one wouldn't even qualify to sign up. Keep it up. When you both succeed, I'll give you protective suits and healing potions. Gu Ziqing, having finished laughing, chimed in. Both nodded. Apart from the unexpected inability to exercise these past 2 days, they had actually been spurred by the news. The two wasted no time and headed to the corridor to start their workouts. Without the guidance of training room machines, they could still do what they had repeated every day. Gu Ziqing had things to attend to, leaving Lin Xi alone in the dorm. She returned to the sofa and continued reading the remaining announcements. Ding! This round of updates is complete. New game modes have been added as follows. Solo mode. Only one player exists in the entire game, focusing on training players' awareness of danger in combat. Team mode. Players will be randomly grouped into the same game to train their cooperation skills. Note: failure in solo mode still allows participation in team mode, but failure in both modes results in elimination from the game. Below were the registration times for the two modes: solo mode in 7 days, team mode in 10 days. Without a second thought, Lin Xi signed up for both and sent screenshots of her registration to Gu Ziqing and Xiao Yuanzhou. She wondered if the previous rule, where players close to each other would enter the same server, still applied to the new random team matching after this update. After sending the screenshot, she read the next announcement. Ding! This round of updates is complete. New elements have been added. The new elements are based on data extracted from Blue Star and the reserve planet. The game direction focuses on survival, reducing the 1.0 version. This announcement was lengthy and Lin Xi read it many times. In essence, the update shifted the game from apocalyptic to survival, mostly similar to the previous versions. The difference was that players would now face greater emphasis on survival skills. In other words, buying or scavenging large amounts of supplies to cope with challenges was no longer an option. Supplies would have to be made by hand. Lin Xi fell into thought, feeling this resembled wilderness survival. If her guess was correct, the upcoming games might have very few or even no NPCs. Ding! This round of updates is specifically designed for migration to the reserve planet. Please take it seriously. Having read all the announcements, Lin Xi stretched and began her daily exercise. Having secured the migration spot, Lin Xi's mindset changed. It felt as if the heavy burden on her shoulders she was filled with hope and vitality. 2 hours later, Zhou Yi and the others returned. The first thing Zhou Yi did was transfer game points to Lin Xi via her light brain. These points are useless to me. I'll give them all to you, Zhou Yi said. Just now someone had contacted her to buy her points, and she realized how valuable they were. Since she only had a few hundred points which could only be exchanged for a few hundred interstellar credits at the previous rate, she had never bothered with them. After quitting the game, she had completely forgotten about them. Alright, I won't take them for free. I'll pay you the market price. Lin Xi accepted the transfer. Zhou Yi grinned. Great, I've paid off a bit more of my debt to you. Yiziu looked at Zhou Yi with envy. How could she have been eliminated in the very first game? If only she could clear even one game, she'd have daily income and could sell points for money. Just thinking about it made her smile in her dreams. If she could turn back time, she still wouldn't pass the first game. Before going to bed, Gu Ziqing sent a message to Lin Xi telling them not to save a spot for him to sleep. He would be staying in the office overnight. The three girls discussed and unanimously decided to sleep in the living room. The bedroom was a private space, and even if he offered, they shouldn't be so rude. The next morning, the alarm went off. The three of them quickly tidied up, met up with Feng Alan, and headed to the infusion room to wait for their turn. Along the way, they noticed the base was emptying out with no tents on either side of the road. Only when they reached the infusion room did they see people. The line stretched far beyond sight. The three quickly followed the signs to the end of the queue. That's fast, Zhou Yi said as she hurried to keep up. Lin Xi watched people rushing out of the room as if they'd die if they were even a second slower. Shaking off the absurd thought, she quickly moved forward. Inside, the treatment robot checked her information while explaining precautions. The infusion finished, and the precautions were done. The moment the needle was pulled out, Lin Xi dashed off like a shot with Zhou Yi and the other two following close behind. Earlier, they had thought people leaving the infusion room were fast, but now they wished they had 10 legs. Faster, faster. The four arrived at the training room only to be told by the robot that all spaces were full. Without a second thought, she turned and ran out. If there was no training room, finding a large open space was better than. Just as she turned, her light brain rang incessantly. Whatever emergency it'll have to wait until. Training room 104, all of you come in. Lin Xi's last word was cut off by Gu Ziqing's command. Let's go, we have a room. Lin Xi called out to the other three and they returned to the training base. In training room 104, the moment they appeared, a sudden assault knocked them down. Before they could rise, fists with a fierce wind struck again. Gu Ziqing. Lin Xi rolled on the ground, turning the intended hit point to her thigh, wincing in pain. Don't hit my face. All right. A voice tinged with laughter replied. The direction of the fierce wind shifted, landing on her shoulder. Hiss. Lin Xi gasped. She dared not slack off and immediately engaged Gu Ziqing in combat. Unfortunately, she was almost entirely suppressed, unable to inflict any damage on the man before her. Wipe that annoying smile off your face. Lin Xi used her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Even though Gu Ziqing promised not to hit her face, she still ended up injured due to their dodges and strikes. Damn those pharmaceutical researchers. They designed a potion that could only unleash its full potential through being beaten and resisted. Damn those pharmaceutical researchers. They designed a potion that could only unleash its full potential through being beaten and resisted. This potion could rapidly boost all physical attributes within 3 days, with an increase range of roughly 2 to 10 points. If you just waited motionless for 3 days after using it, congratulations. Your physical attributes would only increase. To achieve a boost of 10, you needed a person or a machine to pummel your body while you resisted as fiercely as possible to stimulate absorption speed and potential. Gu Ziqing's smile froze for a moment, then he grinned even wider, letting out a laugh. Lin Xi. Lin Xi felt a surge of inexplicable anger. At that moment she could no longer feel pain or fatigue, and she rushed toward Gu Ziqing like a gust of wind. 3 hours later, Lin Xi lay collapsed on the ground, her body covered in wounds of various sizes, looking quite horrible. Zhou Yi and the other two had already fallen and been taken away by robots to soak in repair fluid. Lin Xi's physical attributes were higher than theirs, so she lasted longer. Her entire body was immobile except for her eyes. Gu Ziqing didn't let the robots carry her away. Instead, he bent down and lifted her into the treatment pod. Numb from the beating, Lin Xi's body felt as if being gnawed the moment it touched the treatment pod's fluid. She hadn't screamed during the prolonged beating, but now the treatment brought her to the brink of tears. Don't cry, it'll be over soon. Gu Ziqing stroked her head through the pod's transparent cover. Lin Xi snorted and turned her head away. Gu Ziqing rubbed his nose helplessly. Had he made her angry? But this potion required anger to achieve its maximum effect. Lin Xi refused to look at Gu Ziqing, but he wasn't bothered. He picked up the meal delivered by a robot and ate, while watching the girl resting with her eyes closed. At that moment his mind was already devising ways to provoke the beautiful girl before him over the next 2.5 days. To avoid wasting any time, Lin Xi and the others drank nutrient fluid. The moment they emerged from the treatment pod, the fluid went down, and without any rest they were dragged back to serve as punching bags. Gu Ziqing seemed to know their physical attributes inside out. The opponents he arranged were perfectly matched. With full effort they could land a hit once out of 10 tries. Without full effort, they were completely dominated. Once again the four were beaten into a heap. This time Lin Xi didn't even have the strength to grunt at Gu Ziqing. The 3-day ordeal as punching bags felt excruciatingly long. When the treatment pod announced that the physique potion had been fully absorbed, the four felt as if they had been reborn. Lin Xi didn't leave the pod immediately, as she checked her physical attributes right there. Name: Lin Xi. Age 19. Height 167 centimeters. Weight 54 kilograms. Attack 64,100. Strength 64,100. Speed 62,100. Lin Xi was overjoyed. The 3 days of suffering had not been in vain. All her physical attributes had increased by 10 points. The lingering resentment toward Gu Ziqing dissipated like smoke when she saw her attributes. The moment she opened the treatment pod, ear-piercing screams from Zhou Yi and the other two reached her. Lin Xi sat up and saw the three embracing each other, spinning in circles of excitement. When they noticed Lin Xi, they eagerly rushed over to share their joy. Lin Xi, all my attributes are nearly 50. Zhou Yi's voice trembled with excitement. My attack has exceeded 50. Feng Yilan said this with a sob in her voice. 50 was the number they had been striving for, a threshold that seemed, despite their constant training deep down, they had always been uncertain. Even after purchasing the potion and seeing their attributes rise, they still felt uneasy. It wasn't a lack of confidence. Time was simply too pressing. Yiziyu said nothing, just nodding excitedly on the side. Amazing. Lin Xi joined them, and the four spun in a circle. After the excitement, Feng Yilan and Yiziyu went to inform their families, while Zhou Yi said she needed a good sleep. During those 3 days they hadn't had a proper night's rest. The potion's effect lasted only 3 days, and they only managed to catch some sleep while in the treatment pod. Lin Xi was also exhausted, but she had grown accustomed to fragmented sleep from gaming, so the tiredness was bearable. Gu Ziqing had been standing nearby watching the four girls without disturbing them. Now that everyone had left, he walked up to Lin Xi. Let's go back. Others are waiting to use the training room. Lin Xi snorted and turned to leave. The anger toward Gu Ziqing had long vanished, but no girl wants to look unattractive in front of someone she likes. Especially when the relationship hasn't fully begun. Both men and women tend to put on a front. Lin Xi was no exception, having her ugliest, most disheveled state seen by the one she liked. How could she not feel a little sulky? And the culprit behind this mess was him. Gu Ziqing rubbed his nose and said nothing, silently following behind. In the dormitory, Zhou Yi had already returned and was now peacefully lying on the floor in the living room. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing instinctively lowered their footsteps and voices. Why don't you rest for a bit? He'll cook you a meal. Gu Ziqing's voice was soft, carrying a hint of appeasement. Okay. This time Lin Xi did not throw a tantrum. She knew it was her own inner turmoil, and why should she torment others because of it? Lin Xi intended to go to the sofa and check her light brain. In the past 3 days she hadn't looked at it, nor had she read any messages or caught up on online news. But as soon as she sat down, drowsiness overcame her. The light brain had just turned on when she drifted into sleep. She slept soundly. Perhaps it was because she was in a safe environment, but she slept deeply. When she woke up, Zhou Yi had already risen, and she was eating at the table with Gu Ziqing. Lin Xi, you slept even longer than me. Come and eat. Zhou Yi waved excitedly. The improvement in her physical attributes had left her in a state of euphoria. Lin Xi got up and walked to the table. Gu Ziqing had already ladled soup for her. This soup has been reheated several times, and it tastes even better than when it was first simmered. Try it. Lin Xi took it and savored a sip. It was indeed delicious but too rich. She didn't feel like a heavy soup just after waking up. In the end, she finished the entire bowl. Since someone else had put in the effort, she couldn't be picky while freeloading. If she wanted to keep being taken care of without working, she not only had to avoid complaints, but also shower praise so the cook would remain enthusiastically motivated to keep cooking for her. So delicious. Lin Xi praised sincerely. Gu Ziqing sighed in relief inwardly. The girl's anger had subsided. After the meal, Zhou Yi made an excuse to slip away, leaving the space to Gu Ziqing and Lin Xi. Lin Xi sat stuffed on the sofa to rest, while Gu Ziqing voluntarily washed the dishes. Having been out of contact for 3 days, Lin Xi's communication device was nearly blown up with calls. She had set it to block strangers, so only people she knew could get through. Those who couldn't reach her resorted to sending text messages. They were all players who had points, but were eliminated. They asked Lin Xi if she wanted to buy their points. Some unable to contact her directly transferred the points to her, while others negotiated the price. Outside people were always buying game points. Since they had to sell anyway, why not sell to classmates or alumni? Lin Xi replied to those who asked about the price, offering 10% above the market rate. They were satisfied and sold their points to her. Many who had already transferred points also received payment from Lin. By the end, she was broke. Gu Ziqing had just come out of the kitchen when he saw Lin Xi staring at him with sparkling eyes. What's wrong? He felt so uneasy that he wanted to touch his face. If outsiders knew he had such thoughts, they would find it unbelievable. A star who drove the interstellar masses wild. He had a face that was lethally attractive. And still he lacked confidence. Lin Xi stretched out her small hand. Give me some gold. Gu Ziqing. Fine. Gu Ziqing transfer tweetate 7721. It's all yours. Gu Ziqing opened his balance to show her. You'll have to support me for the next while. Lin Xi pushed his head off her shoulder. That's not enough to support anyone. The newly arrived money was immediately transferred out. Early eliminated players had few points, but there were many of them. With the Academy's massive population plus their families, the total points were considerable. I transferred 1,000 points to you. See if you can get some more money. I can still buy more, Lin Xi said. The man who had been acting wrong immediately got serious and started calling people on his light brain. Unfortunately, the Gu family didn't have much liquid cash at the moment, and in the end, only 1 billion stellar coins were transferred to Lin Xi's account. Hold off those sellers. There will be a large sum of money coming in tomorrow, Gu Ziqing said. Or if they want to exchange for potions of equal value, that's fine too. Lin Xi nodded. So in the subsequent transactions, Lin Xi tactfully asked for their account numbers, while mentioning that they could opt for potions of equivalent value. Somehow news leaked, and those who had already received money now said they didn't want cash. They wanted the potion Lin Xi had just used. That potion was not available to the public, it was only supplied to employees under the Gu family name. It was the kind you couldn't buy even if you wanted to. Lin Xi asked Gu Ziqing they want this potion. Gu Ziqing nodded, fine, agree to all of them. The cost of the potion was mainly in research and development, production costs were not that high. When outsiders bought potions, the high price included the RD costs. The actual production cost was less than 1/10 of the selling price. And so the money that had just been transferred out came back to Lin Xi's account. Lin Xi transferred the money back to Gu Ziqing. There, now you can support yourself again. Gu Ziqing smiled wryly, but at that moment Lin Xi received a call. It was Hu Li. Yes, okay. Let me ask first if it's possible I'll get back to you. Sure, no trouble. Don't mention it. Oh, I should thank you. After hanging up, Gu Ziqing leaned in. What do you need to ask? It's Hu Li and Chun Zimo asking if they can buy potions with money, Lin Xi explained. They had transferred points earlier and said they didn't want money, but later they heard about the potion swap and called to say they wanted potions. They were well off, so the money didn't matter to them. But potions were a scarce commodity that everyone wanted, so they shamelessly asked to exchange points for potions and then buy potions with money for their families. Since you've already asked, of course it's okay, Gu Ziqing said with a smile. Lin Xi's face flushed, though she didn't know why. Gu Ziqing looked at her shy expression, his smile reaching his eyes. The potion had to be administered in a base, but not in the current one. So after Gu Ziqing sent out the details, the Gu family arranged a new base specifically for others to receive. Lin Xi thought about the fact that the potion's full value could only be realized after being used in combat, so she decided to share this information with everyone. This was crucial information for them. Perhaps someone was just 1 or 2 points away from reaching 50 in physical attributes. Lin Xi didn't need to worry about the potion's administration, she just acted as a middleman to buy points. It was at this moment that Lin Xi realized how many people were hoarding points without selling them. She had thought that during the recent economic crisis when people couldn't afford food, they would have exchanged points for supplies or sold them for cash. It was also then that Lin Xi discovered how well-liked she was in the academy. Even though she wasn't close to them, they still mobilized everyone around them to sell all their points to her. Perhaps they intended to build a rapport, or perhaps it was their way of repaying Lin Xi for the previous opportunities she had given them to earn points that they chose to sell these points to her. Regardless of the reason, in a market where everyone was buying points at exorbitant prices, their decision to sell them to her was a sign of recognition. I was planning to return your points after clearing the next game. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow. Now I've paid you back in advance. Without owing a penny more, she stretched comfortably. There was nothing quite like the freedom of being debt-free. Gu Ziqing looked aggrieved. Do we really need to be so meticulous with each other? Even brothers keep clear accounts. Right now we're nothing to each other. Lin Xi stood up, her index finger lifting his sharply defined chin. She studied him for a moment, then let out a soft tsk before withdrawing her hand and sinking back onto the sofa. Gu Ziqing's right hand instinctively brushed the spot where Lin Xi had teased him, while the little finger of his left hand curled slightly. Not yet, not the right time. He lowered his gaze, concealing the blazing heat beneath his eyes. Even though he now had a chance to survive, how could he dare to act before he could ensure he would reach the reserve stars safely? 3 days offline, and the internet headlines had changed wave after wave. Yet a few hot topics had stubbornly lingered at the top for several days. First came the update of the in-game mall in Doomsday, a matter concerning the survival of the entire interstellar populace. Whether rich or poor, everyone had to take a look. The quota for the reserve star in the mall was something 99. 9 of the interstellar population could only gaze at from afar. Even the existing players weren't necessarily able to exchange for a spot. Players' points were comparable, and some had spent points on upgrading skills or exchanging for real-world items, leaving them with even fewer points. If they hadn't purchased points from other players during this period, they couldn't afford the quota to the reserve star. Farsighted players and some wealthy individuals had already bought points from other players and secured their quotas as soon as the system updated. Not many quotas had been sold, but potions and protective suits, items purchasable with interstellar currency, had been selling in huge quantities. The proportion of wealthy people in the interstellar realm was small, but given the enormous population base, the absolute number was still staggering. Beneath the update announcement, a swarm of tycoons were offering sky-high prices for game points. Rather than relying on the AI's random selection of quotas, they naturally preferred to buy one outright. One was a matter of probability, the other was a certainty. Everyone wanted certainty, not a gamble. The second hot topic was also related to the reserve star, the newly released potions from the Gu group. Nowadays, almost everything connected to the reserve star ended up trending. Gu Ziqing cast a helpless smile at the girl who had teased him without a flicker of emotion. The girl he liked had a rather vengeful streak. What else could he do but spoil her? After browsing for over an hour, Lin Xi found the entire internet consumed by this topic. With no other major events, she stopped scrolling. There were less than 4 days until the game started. Though she no longer worried about points, who would complain about having more? She lifted her head, rolling her neck, and noticed Gu Ziqing had gone back into the kitchen. Slipping on her slippers, Lin Xi padded over to the kitchen door. Are you hungry again? We just ate, didn't we? Not hungry, Gu Ziqing replied, chopping vegetables with practiced ease. I'm making meals for the next 3 days for you too. I won't be coming back to the dorm during that time. The dorm was all girls. It felt inconvenient and uncomfortable for a man to stay there. He planned to squeeze in with the Gu brothers. For us, Lin Xi was surprised, and along with the surprise came a sweet warmth in her heart. Gu Ziqing nodded. Eat up. Once we enter the game, we'll have to go hungry. Lin Xi had gained some weight recently, but her body was firm, and she still looked slender on the outside. In Gu Ziqing's eyes, her appearance hadn't changed much, still petite and slim. The only difference was, now her complexion was much more vibrant. Lin Xi went to help, but Gu Ziqing stopped her. Almost done. No need to get your hands dirty. Lin Xi chuckled. How can I accept this? Gu Ziqing shot her a glance. I recall your skin isn't that. His words were cut off by Lin Xi's hand over his mouth. The small kitchen echoed with laughter and occasional indignant protests. After the sandbag training, Gu Ziqing seemed to have mastered a skill. He could rile Lin Xi up at any moment. The lunchboxes packed the entire fridge to the brim. I'm leaving, Gu Ziqing said reluctantly. Goodbye, Lin Xi replied without a trace of emotion. He found her a bit heartless, so before leaving he gave her a tight hug and kissed her forehead. Uff. Watching his fleeing back, she couldn't help but laugh. How could he be so adorable? Zhou Yi and Yi Ziyu returned together. Feng Yilan was still staying with her family. When they saw the fridge packed with lunchboxes, both exclaimed, then turned to Lin Xi with teasing giggles. Flustered by their knowing looks, Lin Xi snapped, If you laugh again, I won't share them with you. They immediately clamped their hands over their mouths, but their amused eyes betrayed them. The 3+ days passed quickly, and soon it was time for the solo instance. The black mist over the main planet had yet to dissipate, so the group couldn't return. Gu Ziqing had someone deliver game pods, and the already cramped dorm became even more crowded with 2 more pods. Ding! Welcome to the survival game. This round is a solo game. Players must draw the game theme randomly. Please click here to draw your theme. Lin Xi followed the prompt and clicked to draw. Ding! Congratulations player, you have drawn the theme for this round, the Great Plains. This round lasts 15 days. Players must survive in the game for at least 15 days. If you fail to last 15 days, the game ends for you, and you will be unable to continue participating in subsequent solo game events. Please take the rules seriously. Ding! The game is now in progress. No further supplies or assistance will be provided. Players must find all necessary resources themselves. Please be advised. Ding! Clearing this round will grant a base of 10,000 game points. Please strive to clear the game and earn more points. Game scene loading complete. The game is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. Lin Xi in the game pod took a deep breath, and in the next instant the scene shifted, transporting her to an endless vast prairie. The moment the players entered the game, the interstellar beings' optical brains received a notification at once. This push reached everyone whether they followed the Doomsday game or not, clearly a grand gesture that only the intelligent brain could orchestrate. Not every interstellar being was fond of watching game live streams, yet this time almost everyone chose to tune in. The reason was simple: the push notifications headline explicitly stated that the difficulties encountered in this game were highly likely to be experienced on the backup planet. Lin Xi had only seen such a scene in the networks of her past life. She never imagined the actual vista would be even more breathtaking. The vast, boundless expanse of green grass stretched all the way to the horizon. This sight reminded Lin Xi of a poem. The sky is vast and blue, the wilds are boundless and wide. When the wind blows, the grass lowers, revealing cattle and sheep. As she was admiring nature, her hair suddenly stood on end. Whooshed! When Lin Xi entered the game, she hadn't noticed a snake beneath her feet. A cobra. The moment she shifted her step, the snake writhed and lunged straight at her. Lin's hands moved faster than her mind. She instantly stored the snake into her space. The system truly was merciless. How could it start her off standing on a snake? Not a single moment of carelessness could be afforded. Daring not to be distracted any longer, Lin Xi immediately scanned her surroundings for other dangers. Fortunately, aside from the snake, she hadn't gotten a clear look at this patch of ground, was temporarily safe. This time, entering the game was different from before. Previously, the in-game attire was the clothes you wore when entering. But this time the system gave her a wardrobe change. The temperature difference between day and night on the grasslands is significant. In temperate grasslands, summer temperatures range between The temperature difference between day and night on the grasslands is significant. In temperate grasslands, summer temperatures range between 20–30 degrees Celsius, while winter ranges from 20 to 0 degrees Celsius. Tropical grasslands, on the other hand, are generally warmer, with little fluctuation. Lin Xi couldn't tell whether this vast grassland was temperate or tropical. She speculated it might be a combination of both, given that in the game's design, a single grassland type wouldn't provide players with double difficulty. The current perceived temperature was around 30 degrees Celsius, and with no shelter, she immediately felt the heat. Lin Xi didn't rush to leave this spot. Instead, she crouched down, gathered some dry grass, and began twisting it into ropes. After making several grass ropes, she tied them around the exposed parts of her skin to prevent scratches. She had reviewed these basic survival skills repeatedly in her mind over the month before entering the game, so she was well versed in them. While gathering dry grass, she spotted edible or medicinal plants like dandelions, shepherd's purse, and plantain. She casually picked some and tossed them into her space. Once everything was ready, Lin Xi planned to find a water source first. In the grasslands, low-lying areas, valley bottoms, and rock crevices might hold accumulated water or groundwater. During the rainy season, these places formed temporary puddles. She followed the slope of the terrain, as that was typically where water converged. Lin Xi was confident, so even after walking for a long time without finding water, she didn't panic. Along the way, she noticed that the movement patterns of birds and insects aligned with the direction she was heading, which gave her even more assurance. Birds and insects need frequent access to water, so she hadn't chosen the wrong direction. The further she walked, the more animals she saw. Sheep and deer came into view, and Lin Xi let out a huge sigh of relief. Their presence indicated that a water source was nearby, and a sizable one at that. Sure enough, after about 5 more minutes of walking, Lin Xi spotted a water source. It was a flowing stream. By the stream, the familiar animals were drinking in small groups of 2s and 3s. Lin Xi walked to the riverbank, picked up a large stone nearby, and suddenly hurled the snake she had stored in her space out onto the ground. The moment the snake's body landed, she smashed it to pieces with the stone. A cobra, after all. Lin Xi felt a chill of fear. If she had been a split second slower in reacting, would she have been eliminated the moment she entered the game? After confirming the snake was dead beyond death, she collected many stones from the vicinity and stored them in her space for future use. Then she walked along the stream searching for an upstream area with fewer animals. She tossed a few stones into the river to ensure there were no aggressive creatures in the water, and only then did she coolly begin storing water in her space. Flowing water was safer than stagnant water and could be drunk directly in non-emergency situations. However, Lin Xi wasn't taking any chances. Fortunately, she hadn't been walking idly. She had gathered many large leaves and found a hollowed stone. This stone could be used to boil water, but it was small and shallow, only able to hold a small amount of water at a time for drinking. She would need to make fire by friction. The materials were at hand, and she had the skill. She had practiced extensively in the interstellar world, so she was quite proficient. The flames soon ignited, and Lin Xi washed the stone, filled it with some water. Then she gathered more stones to form a makeshift stove, placing the hollow stone on top to boil water. After boiling a portion of water, she poured it into a container made of large leaves, then began cooking the wild vegetables she had picked. She didn't have any proper tools on hand, so hunting was not a wise move. Moreover, after finding the water source, she still needed to locate a place to settle down. As for food, she would make do with wild vegetables for now, enough to stave off hunger. As long as the game's satiety value didn't drop, eating a bit poorly was acceptable. The wild vegetable soup without seasoning tasted terrible. Yet compared to the low-grade nutrient solution in the interstellar world, it was actually delicious. At least the wild vegetable soup had a faint, refreshing fragrance. After eating and drinking her fill, Lin Xi rested for a short while. Even during the break, her hands were not idle. She picked up the dry grass she had collected and began weaving it into a grass cloth. She had no idea how cold the night would be, so she needed to prepare insulation measures first. She also had to prepare some spare clothes. After weaving for half an hour, Lin Xi extinguished the fire, stored the boiled water in her space, picked up a wooden stick, and began searching for a suitable dwelling place. The best dwelling would be near the water source. However, a water source might not necessarily be suitable for her to live by. This was a single-player game, and she had her space. If the dwelling location was ideal, she could afford to be farther from the water source. She could just fill her space with water. The dwelling had to be on high ground, dry and close to water, but not in a low-lying area. At the same time, she had to avoid isolated large trees and areas dense with animal tracks. There were trees on the plains, but not many. Moreover, the weather on the plains was highly changeable, with rain and thunderstorms being common. During thunderstorms, those isolated trees were the most likely to attract lightning. If she lived under one, wouldn't she be waiting to be struck? The journey was scorching and sweltering, with scarcely any trees for shade. Lin Xi walked slowly, primarily out of concern that she might step on the snakes lurking in the grass, even though she kept striking the undergrowth ahead with a stick. Beating the grass to startle the snakes is not just an idiom, but also common sense. She had to be wary of reptiles underfoot, while also keeping an eye out for large animals nearby. Large animals such as wolves, wild cattle, and boars typically do not attack humans unless provoked, so maintaining a safe distance was sufficient. After finishing the last of her boiled water, Lin Xi finally found a relatively suitable spot to build a shelter, a low shrubbery near a water source surrounded by rocky outcrops. The terrain was high enough to avoid flooding from rain. There were no large trees, so lightning strikes were unlikely. No animal tracks were visible, indicating it was not a killing ground for large predators. Satisfied and reassured of safety, Lin Xi plopped down on the ground. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she did not rush to build the shelter. Her foremost priority was to fill her stomach and quench her thirst. She still had water and wild vegetables stored in her space. Following the same procedure as last time, she first lit a fire to boil a pot of water, then prepared a wild vegetable soup. Boiling water takes time, so Lin Xi used the interval to clear the weeds around the rocky outcrop, ensuring that when she used fire, she would not accidentally burn down the hard-won temporary shelter. She pulled the surrounding grass aside to dry in the sun, then returned to the fire, filled the pot with water, and continued cooking the wild vegetable soup. She only stopped when her satiety value issued a warning. With the roaring fire, the wild vegetable soup was soon ready. Ignoring the scalding heat, Lin Xi quickly devoured the entire pot. After finishing the small pot, her satiety value barely reached half, so she had to cook another batch. The presence of food in her stomach made her feel languid and unwilling to move, perhaps also due to the exhaustion from walking all day. She did not want to move, but she could not afford to stop. Using the grass she had gathered, she wove a straw hat. The sun on the grassland was scorching, and a straw hat would provide some comfort. Having woven countless such hats in reality, she quickly completed a crude one. By then, the second pot of wild vegetable soup was ready to be taken off the fire. After eating and drinking her fill, she could no longer slack off. Adding more wood to the fire to keep it burning, she boiled a small pot of water and took out the mugwort leaves she had collected along the way. Fresh mugwort leaves produced choking smoke when burned. Cough, cough, cough. Caught off guard, Lin Xi was overwhelmed by the smoke and coughed violently. She shifted her position, moving to the upwind side to recover. Approaching the rocky outcrop, she tossed the burning, smoking mugwort into the crevices. The gaps beneath the rocks were a favorite haunt of small insects. Before she could settle in, she had to evict these original residents. Smoking out the insects required some time. Lin Xi scoured the vicinity for materials to build the shelter. With her spatial storage, gathering proved easier than anticipated. The low shrubbery provided some cover, but the scattered rocks were the key. They served as natural walls, and she used branches from the small shrubs to fashion a crude broom, swept away small stones and dead leaves, and then checked the crevices for any snakes or insects. The areas fumigated with mugwort leaves were quite effective. No other creatures remained. Lin Xi selected 3 large rocks that formed a semi-enclosure as a natural barrier with the shrubbery at her back. From her space, she took out long branches she had cut from the shrubs. The thicker ones served as the framework inserted diagonally into the rock crevices and the ground. The other ends were crossed and bound together, repeatedly wrapped and knotted with pliable grass stems. The thinner branches were intricately woven onto the framework, resembling a rough wattle fence. After completing these tasks, Lin Xi spread a thick layer of dry grass and dead leaves on the shelter floor to insulate against the ground moisture. 2 hours had passed by the time she finished. Lin Xi looked at the crude shelter and breathed a sigh of relief. But it was still insufficient. The bottom insulation layer was done, but the top and sides remained. Although she had made a framework of branches, the gaps were large. She took out sharp stones from her space, one she had specifically selected along the way. These stones were what she had used to cut the branches. Barring unforeseen circumstances, these 2 sharp stone knives might accompany her throughout the game. She walked to a nearby meadow and tried to pry up a thick sod of grass roots, and all using the stone knife. Unfortunately, the stone knife was too small, and she failed. After several more attempts, she gave up. It was almost dark, and she still had no dinner. She could not afford to waste time here. Having eaten wild vegetable soup for 2 consecutive meals, the bland oil-free fare was hard to swallow. More importantly, the health column on her virtual panel showed a warning: impending malnutrition. Lin Xi muttered. What kind of decent person becomes malnourished after just 2 vegetarian meals? Complaints aside, she knew it was a game setting and resigned herself to finding new food sources. Drinking only wild vegetable soup could raise the satiety value, but it dropped rapidly. Even without the virtual panel's warning, she would have sought protein-rich food to fill her stomach. There were many animals on the grassland, offering a variety of food choices. The prerequisite was that she could either defeat them or catch them. Large animals were ruled out immediately. Setting aside whether she could defeat them, even if she could not guarantee she would not get injured. Getting injured in the game was a serious matter. Even though she recognized many medicinal herbs around her, she dared not risk putting herself in danger. Without a proper weapon and pressed for time, she glanced at the small animals scurrying in the distance and temporarily abandoned the idea of hunting. She walked to the river. Watching the fish swim joyfully, a myriad of fish recipes came to mind. The water quality was so clear, the meat must be excellent. Wiping away non-existent drool, she reluctantly gave up on these tempting ingredients once again. She could not go into the water to catch fish. She had no spare clothes, and there was no telling if crocodiles or other large predators lurked in the stream. Little darlings, I'll have a deeper conversation with you tomorrow. Shifting her gaze from the fish, she turned her attention to the snails nearby. There were plenty of snails. She picked many, washed them all, and returned to the fire. The fire was still burning as she added some dry grass and leaves, then tossed the snails into the pot. Calling it a pot, it could barely hold more food than a regular bowl. With this capacity, she would need to cook the snails in 4 or 5 batches. After eating a batch of snails, her satiety value did not even increase by 10 points. Resigned, she continued cooking. In the intervals between boiling snails, she had to cut grass to make a roof and windbreak for her dwelling. Thus, raising the satiety value became an arduous task. After finishing the snails and the crude temporary shelter, the only thing lacking was that the pitiful satiety value had not increased. The sun began to set, and she dared not rest. She left the shelter again to search for food. There were plenty of snails easily collected in large quantities, but without any seasoning to cook them, they were truly unpalatable. The campfire was burning, and she had gathered a lot of firewood during the day. The fire was the best defense at night, as most beasts feared flames. Keeping the fire alive through the night was crucial and would burn longer than dry grass and withered leaves. While cooking the snails, she bound dry grass around her body. The sensation of the grass against her skin was uncomfortable, but she had no choice. The temperature dropped sharply at night. During the day, it was around 35 degrees Celsius, while at night it was about 15 degrees. Furthermore, whether it was an illusion or not, she felt the temperature still dropping. Even sitting by the campfire, she still felt the cold. After keeping her lower body warm, she ate a pot of snails. After warming her upper body, she ate another pot of snails. Adding wood to the campfire, she continued weaving various items with dry grass. The vast grassland had only one living person, but it was not silent as sounds came from all directions. It was lively, yet made one feel extremely insecure. She did not rest well throughout the night. At one moment, she worried the campfire would go out, the next, she feared animals would approach. Most importantly, even though the temperature had dropped, there were still many mosquitoes, their noise preventing her from falling asleep. She got up and threw fresh mugwort into the campfire. The thick smoke repelled the mosquitoes, but also suffocated her. I must dry the mugwort tomorrow. Before falling asleep again, she silently repeated that in her mind. On the first day of the game, most of the time was spent on the temporary shelter, leaving her unable to prepare many other things. Day 2 of the game. At the moment the sun rose, she was still in her sleep. The various sounds from around her had all changed. Lin Xi got up and found it was animals coming to drink by the stream. The creatures that had been calling at night had presumably gone to rest. She stretched, added firewood to the campfire, and cooked a bland breakfast. After washing up, she used a stone knife to sharpen the end of a wooden stick. Having eaten a wild vegetable soup with snail meat, she eagerly went to spear fish. She had played this activity for a long time in a starfaring holographic game. At that time, there was no such game in the interstellar realm. She left a suggestion in the Game Development Center's suggestion box, and surprisingly, they actually released a fish spearing game. However, the fish in that game were interstellar fish, bizarre and ugly in appearance, evoking no desire to eat them. Perhaps too excited on her first try, she failed to focus on her target. The scattered school of fish quickly gathered again. This time she held her breath and concentrated. Swoosh! The stick plunged down and a fish was struck. Collecting the still flopping fish into her space, she continued her efforts. An hour later, she had a bountiful harvest with about a dozen fish in her space. There were still many things to do today. She put away the wooden spear and went to gather mugwort and mint. The mosquitoes last night had been too rampant to get a good night's sleep. She kept this matter in mind. After gathering a large pile of mugwort and storing it in her space, her satiety value flashed red. Whoa, that was close. Just as she returned to the shelter, she saw the campfire's flames about to go out. Luckily, she returned quickly, otherwise she would have had to start a fire again by friction. I remember there's a way to preserve the flame, but what is it? She thought while roasting fish. The fish was cooked, but her mind still hadn't recalled the method to preserve the fire. She still hadn't found salt, but having added mint to the roasted fish, the fishy smell was much reduced, leaving only the freshness of the fish. It was quite delicious. She ate 2 in a row, then had a bowl of wild vegetable soup before stopping. Full and satisfied, she also put all the remaining roasted fish into her space. With over a dozen roasted fish, she wouldn't have to worry about food for the next 2 days. After finishing her meal, she put on her homemade straw hat and continued onward. Midway, she encountered fierce beasts fighting. She saw them from afar and immediately ran far away. This time she ran to a place quite distant, a small grove of trees. To avoid getting lost, she emptied most of the stones from her space, dropping one every 10 meters or so as a marker. She planned to cut some tree trunks to make a roof and protective walls. The trees here were not very thick. She kicked at one. Well, even though her physical attributes all exceeded 60, she still couldn't knock down a tree with a single kick. Refusing to believe it, she switched to a smaller target. Boom! This time the tree fell with the sound, and she revealed a smile. She specifically targeted trees of similar size. After about half an hour, she had a substantial harvest, but her legs were numbed by the vibrations. Reaching out, she stored the trees into her space and returned directly to the camp. The space was already packed full, as she needed to clear it out first. Thump, thump, thump. The unprocessed trees took up a lot of space. She dropped them by the camp and paid no further attention. Besides the trees, there were also mugwort and other wild vegetables and grasses around the camp. She planned to dry them as stockpiled food. Adding some fuel to the campfire, she poured the boiled water into a container made of leaves, then added more water to the pot to continue boiling and left again. The grassland during the day was less dangerous than at night. Most importantly, visibility was far. She had to gather supplies as much as possible during daylight. Along the way, she not only collected a lot of dry grass and some broad leaves, but also found some berries. There were blackcurrants and blueberries. Afraid of misidentifying them, she only ate a small amount to observe. After finding no abnormality in her health value, she picked all the berries in the area into her space. A source of salt still hadn't been found, but with the berries the flavor of the food could be greatly improved. She continued walking and found wild onions, wild garlic, and wild ginger. Seeing wild ginger, she was delighted. Last night's temperature was very low, and she had worried about catching a cold. With wild ginger, at least she could induce sweating if she did get sick. The stones in her space had all been discarded, meaning the space was now full. Though happy, she remained highly vigilant along the way to prevent any accidents. Fortunately, the journey was peaceful, and she breathed a sigh of relief. That sigh was premature. Is that a hyena? She wasn't very sure if she remembered correctly. The thing in front of the campfire should be called a hyena. Although she felt distressed seeing her campfire torn apart by them, she remained rational. There were many of them on the opposite side. She couldn't kill or drive them away without getting hurt. This can't go on. Hyenas are also afraid of fire, but they are curious about it, otherwise the well-kept campfire wouldn't have The hyena scraped at the stones around the campfire which Lin Xi had carefully arranged to prevent sparks from escaping and causing a wildfire. By now the stones had been shoved aside by the hyena's claws, and its nose was sniffing them intently. Without the stones encircling the flames, the fire spread wider. If Lin Xi hadn't cleared all the weeds around the campfire, the blaze might have already sparked a wildfire. Lin Xi dared not approach. She stood still, contemplating a solution. What is the method to drive away hyena? The knowledge she had accumulated was too scattered, a mix of interstellar and blue star information. Extracting the relevant fragment instantly was proving to be a challenge. Suddenly Lin Xi recalled the relevant information about hyenas. Hyenas are social animals mostly active at night, though they may also appear during the day. They feed on carrion and hunt for prey, possessing strong territorial instincts and aggression, especially when protecting their young or food. Do not actively attack a hyena. Unless attacked first, initiating aggression may provoke them, especially when alone. Confronting a pack of hyenas poses extreme risk. Adding wet grass to the fire to create thick smoke can temporarily drive off hyenas. Lin Xi glanced at the campfire. Throwing wet grass from that distance was beyond her ability. Even if she could, it would expose her hiding spot. Every piece of knowledge in her mind warned that now was not the time to act rashly. As for the ruined campfire, Lin Xi averted her gaze. She could always make multiple trips to fetch water from her space to extinguish the flames. If she was quick enough, the fire wouldn't spread. Taking out pungent wild vegetables and herbs from her space, Lin Xi crushed them and rubbed them over her body. Hyenas have a keen sense of smell. If the wind shifted, her scent would drift toward them, and she would be discovered. They are also sensitive to eye contact. Lin Xi dared not stare at them directly. She waited for over half an hour. The hyenas found no food worth staying for, sniffed the stones once more, and reluctantly left. Only after their figures had completely vanished did Lin Xi return to the campfire. She rekindled the fire, added more wood, threw in a handful of mugwort leaves, and then set out again. There was still roasted fish in her space, so she didn't need to worry about hunger. On her way back, she spotted a group of rabbits. She decided to set up a few traps to catch them. Near where the rabbits had appeared, Lin Xi dug several small pits, placed some picked berries at the bottom, and covered them with fresh grass. After digging 4 pits, she stopped. This should work, she muttered, admiring her handiwork. She brushed off her hands and moved away from the pits. With humans nearby, the small animals would not approach. She found a spot, ate 2 roasted fish, drank a bowl of water, and continued her search for resources. She had already gathered all the materials needed for shelter. This time her main objectives were firewood for the campfire, basic medicinal herbs, and salt. Of course, stones that could serve as bowls and pots, as well as weapons, were also on her list. Firewood required trees, so she headed in that direction, stopping whenever she spotted something useful. Common heat-clearing and detoxifying herbs like dandelion plantain and purslane were easy to pick. Then there were herbs for stopping bleeding and relieving pain, such as creeping euphorbia, agrimony, and mugwort. Lin Xi also discovered licorice and sea buckthorn. Licorice boiled in water could soothe coughs and stomachaches, while sea buckthorn could relieve coughs, aid digestion, and supplement vitamin C. In this game, the health bar constantly reminded players to maintain a balanced diet. For instance, over the past 2 days, due to a lack of salt, the system had warned of impending muscle weakness. Just as she thought of salt, Lin Xi immediately spotted signs of it. Is this saltwort? She wondered. She had learned about this plant from a show in her past life, but she had never actually seen it. Saltwort is a herbaceous plant that grows in saline-alkali soil, often containing high salt content, making it unpleasant to eat directly. As a wild plant, saltwort may accumulate heavy metals and pollutants from the soil during growth, posing health risks if consumed directly. Some wild plants may contain natural toxins or irritants. However, natural salt can often be found near saltwort, as it is a typical indicator plant of saline-alkali land with roots adapted to high salt environments. Lin Xi plucked a leaf and tasted it. It matched the flavor she remembered. She abandoned the search for other herbs and began scanning the area for salt. Soon she discovered white salt crystals on a patch of dry ground. The main component of these salt crystals was sodium chloride, mixed with a small amount of other minerals like sulfates and carbonates. Delighted, Lin Xi took out a stone knife and began digging the topsoil near the roots of the saltwort. This was salt soil, hard in texture and distinctly salty when licked. By collecting this soil, she could leach and filter it to extract edible salt. At the thought of no longer having to eat tasteless food, Lin Xi almost laughed out loud, filled with motivation. After working for over an hour, she stopped. Time was running short. She needed to collect some firewood to keep the campfire burning and also figure out how to preserve the embers. Taking a stone from her space to mark the spot, she waved goodbye and left. The prairie was abundant with grass but sparse with trees, though trees were not entirely absent. Thanks to her space and the food she carried, Lin Xi could leave in the morning and return in the evening, if not for the worry that the campfire might go out. Today had been fruitful, but she still hadn't found a suitable stone pot or bowl, so she had to continue using the small stone pot to cook wild vegetable soup. While the soup simmered, Lin Xi studied methods of preserving fire. The 3 essential elements for maintaining a fire were oxygen, heat, and fuel. Common methods of preserving fire included the charcoal ember preservation method, the tinder stick tinderbox method, and natural fire preservation. Among these, the charcoal preservation method was a classic wilderness technique, while the tinder stick tinderbox method was as for natural fire preservation, using resin or oily substances. Lin Xi didn't have the materials on hand, so she set that aside for now. She wanted to make a tinder stick or tinderbox which would be easy to carry and allow her to start a fire anywhere, even away from the camp. Common materials for making tinder sticks boxes included dry birch bark shavings, cotton fungi, and flax fibers. I wonder if mugwort fluff would work. Lin Xi muttered under her breath. If she had known she would end up in this situation, she would have specialized in outdoor survival in her past life. The fire rod was set aside for the moment, as there was no material at hand. Even if one were to make it with mugwort down, the mugwort would have to be dried first before production. Therefore, for now, the only option was to create a method for preserving charcoal embers. The method for preserving charcoal embers involved using red-hot charcoal blocks from burnt wood, slowing the combustion by cutting off air supply, and then rekindling them by blowing or adding tinder when needed. She knew how to make charcoal, using dry wood to create a flame, letting the wood burn until it turned red-hot, and only charcoal remained with no visible flame. Then she cleared the ash around the fire and kept the red-hot charcoal in the center. She gently covered the charcoal with dry ash and fine sand to a thickness of about 1 to 2 centimeters, which both isolated partial oxygen and retained heat. It was important to note that if the cover was too thick, the fire would be completely extinguished. If too thin, it would burn. When needed, she could uncover it, gently blow on the charcoal to increase oxygen, or add flammable tinder, such as soft grass or birch bark shavings, causing the heated charcoal to reignite. Such a fire source could last from several hours to a full day. With her experience in making charcoal, Lin Xi succeeded on her first attempt, though she wasn't sure exactly how long this batch would last. There was still a night to verify, so there was no rush. While burning charcoal, Lin Xi kept busy by cooking food and organizing the materials she had gathered today. Merely collecting the wood had kept her busy for the entire evening. After trimming the branches, Lin Xi began replacing the roof of her little shelter. The previous day's roof had been short and crude. Now that she had wood, she could build a small wooden cabin on the rock. This couldn't be finished in one night, so tonight's goal was to set up the roof. Yesterday had been clear without rain, but she had no idea what the weather would be like in the coming days. If it rained, especially at night, getting wet and chilled could be fatal. Fixing the frame of the house took Lin Xi over 2 hours. Then she began weaving branches onto the roof. Another hour passed, and Lin Xi had to stop to rest and replenish her satiety. There weren't many grilled fish left in her space. At this consumption rate, she would need to find food again by tomorrow night. After eating and drinking her fill, Lin Xi dug out a piece of charcoal and found that the embers still hadn't died out. It seemed it could still last for quite a while. She buried the embers back and began laying the roof. She placed larger dry leaves on the bottom layer, then grass in the middle, and used fresh broad leaves for the top layer. She had only gathered a few dry broad leaves, thinking that as long as the outer layer was exposed to sunlight it would dry out in a day or two, so she used fresh leaves instead. Dry grass and leaves were light and could be blown away by a gust of wind, so they needed to be secured. The innermost layer was woven with branches, allowing the leaves and grass to be tucked into the gaps, while the outer leaves were held down with stones. By the light of the fire, Lin Xi gazed at her handiwork with satisfaction. She dug out another piece of charcoal to check and found it still well preserved. Looks like I can venture farther tomorrow with confidence. It was nearly midnight, so Lin Xi tidied up a bit and went straight. The campfire burned steadily beside her. On the third day of the game, the first thing Lin Xi did upon waking was to spear fish. She had eaten another meal before sleeping, so her satiety level was still decent, but her food stock was running low. Halfway through spearing fish, she stopped to eat 2 grilled fish before continuing. With her satiety full, she didn't return immediately, but began processing the fish by the stream. Lin Xi reflected that yesterday's incident might not have been solely due to grilled fish scraps attracting the hyenas. The smell of blood from processing fish at the camp might have also played a part. The stone knife was, after all, not as effective as real tools. It took Lin Xi nearly an hour to process over 20 fish. She rubbed her hands with wild ginger to remove the fishy smell before returning to camp. The fire sources she had made yesterday lasted over 10 hours, so Lin Xi planned to prepare several fire sources before each outing, ensuring she would have fire even if she couldn't return in time. While making fire sources, Lin Xi began extracting crude salt. She crushed the salt-rich soil on a stone slab into powder, sifted it through a grass sieve to remove roots, gravel, and other impurities, and kept the fine soil powder. She poured the salt solution into a stone pot and placed it by the campfire to heat slowly. During heating, she stirred the solution with a branch to promote evaporation while skimming off the foam and impurities that rose to the surface. When the solution became thick and white crystalline grains began to appear on the surface, she reduced the heat and continued heating until the solution was almost completely dry, leaving white or light yellow salt crystals at the bottom of the container. The dried salt crystals might contain sand or other minerals, so she needed to redissolve them in a small amount. After letting it sit for 10 minutes to allow the sediment to settle, she took the clear liquid from the top and evaporated it again to obtain relatively pure salt grains. Lin Xi dabbed a bit with her finger and tasted it. It had only a salty flavor, no bitterness or astringency. It seemed successful. The stone pot was small, so the crude salt extracted was limited. Lin Xi used all of it to cure the fish she had just processed. One by one she took out large fish from her space and placed them on clean large leaves. She added the newly obtained crude salt, wild onions, and wild garlic to marinate them. While marinating, she continued to refine the crude salt. About 10 minutes later, Lin Xi worked on refining salt while also grilling fish. Once all the fish she had speared were cooked, she stopped refining salt. After fumigating the campfire with mugwort, Lin Xi left the camp. She followed yesterday's markers to the location of the traps she had set. The first pit was empty with nothing in it. Lin Xi had already prepared herself mentally and wasn't disappointed. She followed yesterday's markers to the location of the traps she had set. The first pit was empty with nothing in it. Lin Xi had already prepared herself mentally and wasn't. The pheasant was a hen and had laid an egg in the pit. Lin Xi bled the flapping hen on the spot and tossed it into her space, of course not forgetting the egg. The third pit was empty. The fourth pit surprisingly held 2 rabbits. Oh, what a bountiful harvest. She bled them as well and stored them in her space before moving on. She still needed wood today, so her destination remained the same, but she changed the route. She had already scavenged the path from yesterday, so today she took a different route to see if there was anything useful. When she reached the edge of the grove, there was still no stone pot or suitable stone for weapons, but she did spot a very flat rock that caught her eye. It now lay quietly in her space. Gathering firewood, breaking branches, cutting trees. Everything around the grove was useful for the camp. Without the proper tools, work efficiency was abysmally low. Yet there was no alternative. It was said that the reserve star was nothing but an uninhabited world. If the spatial equipment could not be migrated together, the interstellar settlers would have to start from scratch upon arrival. Fortunately, the existence of the holographic game allowed the interstellar populace to familiarize themselves with the conditions there in advance. Experiencing it beforehand was far better than stumbling into the unknown. The daytime temperature on the vast grassland was scorching, and Lin Xi's water supply was soon depleted. Without a container to store water, it's impossible. Boiled water and stream water were both water. If not separated by a vessel, they would merge together when stored in the spatial dimension. The trees this time were rather large. Lin Xi roughly trimmed them at the edge before squeezing them into the space. On her way back, she deliberately visited the pit again and found another rabbit. Without hesitation, she bled it and tossed it into the space. Returning to the camp, she boiled 2 pots of water, one for immediate drinking, the other poured into a container made of large leaves and stored in the space for later use. She did not idle during the boiling. Taking the 3 rabbits to the stream, she cleaned them, skinning and gutting. The rabbit pelts could be preserved, later processed into warm clothing or other items. After washing the rabbits and pelts in the river, Lin Xi returned to the campfire. There was still a wild chicken in the space that had not been dealt with. When she gutted the wild chicken, she discovered an unexpected blessing. Inside the chicken's belly was an egg, and more importantly, When she gutted the wild chicken, she discovered an unexpected blessing. Inside the chicken's belly was an egg, and more importantly, the chicken was plump full of fat. Fat. It could be used for frying, for soup, or even for making soap. A truly precious commodity. Delighted, she stored everything into the space and returned to the camp, where she also collected the water from the small pot into the space. This time she ventured in a different direction. Unsure where to find suitable stone pots or bamboo, she wandered aimlessly, gathering whatever she encountered. As she walked, she stored useful items into the space. Of course, every time she left, she carried stones in the space to avoid losing her way on the vast grassland. This outing was not smooth. Not long after leaving the camp, Lin Xi encountered a wolf pack. She froze for a moment, but over the past few days she had been replaying in her mind the dangers of the grassland and how to respond, so she managed to stay relatively calm. Grassland wolves are a keystone species in the ecosystem. They do not actively attack humans unless in extreme circumstances. Most attacks occur when humans accidentally enter wolf dens, hunt cubs, or carry prey. So, don't panic, don't panic. She told herself to stay calm, but her heart still raced in the face of Lin. She slowly backed away, avoiding turning around to run. Running would trigger the wolf's hunting instinct. Meanwhile, she spread her arms wide to enlarge her silhouette, adhering to the core principle of neither showing weakness nor provoking. Perhaps the wolves were not hungry, or perhaps Lin Xi did not provoke them. Eventually, she retreated safely. Could it be that the first 3 days of the game as a safety period still apply after the update? Lin Xi sighed and murmured to herself. With only herself alive in this game, she could only talk to herself. After escaping the danger zone, she let her guard down slightly, only to tense up again. This afternoon is not good for going out. No sooner had she encountered wolves than she ran into a snake swarm. Fortunately, she was at a distance. Following the same strategy as with the wolves, she chose to retreat. But the sight of those smooth, slimy snakes intertwined sent chills down her spine. This time Lin Xi dared not venture further and returned directly to her camp. Thinking of the wolves and snakes today, the crude wooden hut offered little sense of security. Without rest, she immediately got up to reinforce her shelter. The roof had been completed the previous night. Today the main task was to build the 4 walls and the door. It was a massive undertaking. Lin Xi estimated it would take until midnight to finish. With ample food on hand, she threw herself entirely into construction. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the walls were completed ahead of schedule. Nighttime temperatures were very low. A house with walls at least provided some insulation. Some timber and branches remained. Lin Xi recalled that tomorrow would be the 4th day of the game. According to the pre-update rules, the difficulty might escalate on the 4th day, though she was unsure whether the updated game would maintain this rule. But forget it'll sleep later. The campfire was outside the house. If it rained tomorrow, there would be no fire. In the wilderness, especially at night, lacking fire was extremely dangerous. Lin Xi spent 2 hours constructing a shelter for the campfire. With stones encircling the fire and a roof overhead, it could withstand rain and wind. Midnight arrived quietly amid the busy work. Drip drop. Lin Xi. Her worry was not unfounded. As soon as the time came, the rain poured. She added plenty of fuel to the fire and quickly ducked into her shelter. The moment the rain fell, the temperature dropped. The already cold night grew even more frigid. The newly built walls blocked most of the wind. Lin Xi stayed inside, covered with prickly dry grass, and fell asleep peacefully. She woke up midway and the rain was still falling. She got up to check that the house was not leaking and that there was no water pooling outside. After adding more fuel to the fire, she went back to sleep. The rain pattered loudly, but Lin Xi slept better than in previous days. On rainy days, unless something unusual happened, animals would not come to harass people. She woke up to the 4th day of the game. The rain had stopped, the air was humid, and small puddles dotted the ground. The campfire was barely flickering. Lin Xi added some dry grass to revive it and boiled some water. After eating and drinking her fill, Lin Xi decided to go fishing. It had rained all night and stopped at dawn. What if the rain continued and she could not go out? She needed to prepare a dozen days' worth of food to be safe. She spent the morning catching enough fish for about 10 days. She then cleaned them by the river. After gutting them, she stored all the fish in the space. Without salt, she did not proceed with further processing. Following the marked route, she arrived at the same patch of land as before. Dig. After a night of rain and half a day of sun, the puddles had dried up, leaving a layer of yellowish-white crystals on the soil surface. She dug for over 3 hours before stopping. On the way back, she stuffed any dry grass and branches she saw into the space. The hunting spots coincided with the route back to camp, so Lin Xi made a special detour to inspect the pit traps. My God, what kind of good day is this? All 4 pits contained prey, familiar wild pheasants and rabbits. Moreover, each pit held 2 or 3 animals. They must have fallen in yesterday. The wild vegetables covering the pits had blocked direct sunlight, leaving them drenched and shivering. One by one, they turned into bedraggled, drowned chickens, utterly lifeless. Lin Xi easily grabbed them by the neck and slit their throats. 17. That's enough meat to last until the game ends. With chicken, rabbit, and fish rotating, she wouldn't tire of them even over a long period. With time remaining before sunset, Lin Xi searched for seasonings like scallions, ginger, and garlic before heading back to camp. The detour also allowed her to gather some medicinal herbs and dry grass along the way. The most delightful surprise came when she spotted a large stone pot near the camp. If I'd known this direction had a stone pot, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble every day. The stone pot was enormous, nearly 4 or 5 times larger than the original one, and its depth was 2 to 3 times greater as well. Its only drawback was the thick walls, which would require a long time to heat for cooking. She stored the pot in her spatial space and then headed to the stream to scrub it clean. Back at Camp Lin, she set up 2 large stones beside the campfire as a makeshift stove to match the pot's height. She filled the pot with water, added more fuel to the fire, and began other tasks. First, the dry grass. Bundles of dry grass collected over the past few days were stacked by the hut. Last night's rain had soaked them, but today's sun had nearly dried them again. Lin Xi suspected the game's unpredictable nature might bring prolonged rain, so she decided to weave a raincoat from the dry grass. Though it wouldn't be completely waterproof, it would be far better than being drenched. If an emergency forced her to leave camp during a downpour, a raincoat would be crucial. It would also keep her warm and even serve as a blanket at night. Until now, she had been binding dry grass to her body for warmth. Uncomfortable and always slipping off, leaving her chilled if she moved too much in her sleep. Without further hesitation, Lin Xi sat under the eaves and began weaving. But first she decided to make herself a pair of straw sandals. On the 5th day of the game, she hadn't changed the shoes the system had given her, and her feet were practically suffocating. Even though she washed her feet every day, the high activity level left her feet sweaty. She didn't dare take off the shoes for long at camp, afraid she wouldn't have time to put them back on if something unexpected happened. Weaving straw sandals came naturally to Lin Xi. In just an hour she finished a pair. She removed her shoes, washed her feet, and dried them on a rock before putting on the sandals. As for the system-issued shoes, she planned to wash them at the stream later. Straw sandals were out quickly, so she couldn't afford to lose the athletic shoes. By the time the sandals were finished, the water in the pot was already boiling. Lin Xi took out 6 wild pheasants from her spatial space, scalded them to remove the feathers, then added water, and continued boiling. She carried the prey to the western area for processing. The scalded pheasants shed their feathers quickly. She could pluck one in 2 or 3 minutes. Then she gutted them, removing the internal organs. Lin Xi didn't waste the organs. Using the plant ash she carried for washing hands, she cleaned the innards and stored them all in her spatial space. Next time she found enough seasonings, she wanted to stir-fry the chicken gizzards. The thought alone made her mouth water. After the pheasants came the rabbits. She skinned them and stored the hides in the spatial space for later processing. Then she gutted the rabbits, removing their internal organs. Lin Xi had never eaten rabbit organs before. In her previous life, rabbits were rarely consumed in her city. They were usually kept as pets. Rabbit organs should be edible, right? She wasn't sure, but she decided to set them aside for now, planning to deal with all the organs from the dozen rabbits together. While processing the prey, Lin Xi placed mint and wormwood around them. Their volatile compounds helped mask the scent of blood, preventing animals from being attracted by the smell. Perhaps there was too much prey, or she hadn't used enough repellent. Just as she was about to process the animal organs, the sky suddenly echoed with the cawing of crows. Crows are highly intelligent and are drawn to the scent of blood. They not only scavenge carrion, but also steal small prey or organs. The moment the information about crows flashed through her mind, a crow swooped down and snatched a piece of organ from the rock. Lin Xi, aren't they afraid of a living person right in front of them? Despite her complaints, she quickly cleaned up the area for safety. She stored all the prey and organs in the spatial space, rinsed the stone knife and the blood-stained ground with stream water, but made sure the wash water didn't drain directly into the stream. It would contaminate the water source and attract aquatic animals. Instead, she dug a shallow pit nearby to divert the runoff. Then she covered the blood-stained area with dry sand, fallen leaves, or turf to seal off the scent from the air. Finally, she sprinkled crushed mint and wormwood. She had chosen the processing site carefully, a short distance from camp, but not too far. If the scent of blood attracted large animals, it might endanger the camp. More and more crows circled overhead. Lin Xi quickly washed her hands, rubbed her body with mint and wormwood, and hurried back to camp. After filling her satiety bar, she started working. First, she extracted coarse salt, a time-consuming task. Fortunately, the large stone pot allowed her to produce several times more salt in one batch. During the extraction intervals, she kept her hands busy weaving dry grass. After one batch of salt was ready, she took out the fish to cure them. To prevent animals from being attracted by the scent of blood, she added dried wormwood and mint to the campfire. The large pot continued extracting salt while the fish cured nearby, and her fingers never stopped weaving. The sun had long set, and the moon crept up silently. Lin Xi moved closer to the campfire for warmth and better visibility. The extracted salt was stored in the small pot. Lin Xi yawned and shook out the freshly woven raincoat. The style wasn't appealing. As long as it's practical, she consoled herself. The feathers from today's pheasants were still there. She measured them, planning to attach them to the raincoat tomorrow. Animal fur contains natural oils that repel water to some extent, and it also provides excellent insulation. She wished she could immediately press the chicken feathers onto the raincoat, but the feathers freshly plucked from the chicken were unwashed and unsterilized, their smell utterly unbearable. While continuing to extract crude salt, she also grilled the fish. The fish meat had already been marinated and was now placed by the campfire to roast. Neither task required constant attention. Only occasional flipping was needed. With her hands free, Lin Xi draped in the raincoat, sat by the fire, and began to clean herself. She had planned to do it the next day, but having slaughtered chickens and rabbits today, the stench of blood mixed with sweat had become unbearable. Cold be damned, comfort came first. Without hot water, Lin Xi simply wiped herself down, not daring to bathe outright or change clothes. After wiping, she felt much lighter. The lingering odor on her clothes, however, remained untreatable for now. The fish wasn't cooked yet, so Lin Xi took up licorice vines and began weaving. She was weaving clothes. The lack of spare garments was truly agonizing. Though a grass-weave garment would be uncomfortable to wear, it was still better than nothing. The fish was done. Lin Xi ate one before going to sleep. The woven garment was only half finished. She was too exhausted, and the rain made it cold. She didn't push herself. The rain pattered on, dripping until dawn. As soon as day broke, the rain ceased. Such obedient rain, stopping right on time. Lin Xi yawned as she stepped out of the grass hut and walked to the stream. The water in her spatial storage was nearly depleted. She needed to replenish before returning to camp. She added fuel to the campfire, placed a large pot above it, and roasted wild chickens around the edges. After eating grilled fish and wild vegetable soup, Lin Xi sat under the eaves and continued weaving her grass garment. The half-finished grass garment took Lin Xi just over an hour to complete. It was a very simple piece of clothing, so it was done quickly. With spare clothes now available, Lin Xi took a thorough bath, put on the grass garment, and then washed the clothes she had taken. The clothes were heavily soiled. Without any cleaning agents, Lin Xi used water mixed with plant ash to wash them. The sun was strong during the day and the temperature was high. The washed clothes wrung dry would be ready after an hour or two in the sun. She also needed to wash her shoes, but they might not dry in that time, so she placed them by the campfire to dry directly. Without proper clothes to wear outside, Lin Xi stayed by the campfire roasting chickens and rabbits while processing. It rained every night and the dry grass had no cover. Even with the sun scorching during the day, the bottom layers remained damp. If there were no sun during the day, there would be no dry grass to use the next day. Who knew whether the game's rain would grow heavier and last longer as time went on? Building a shelter for the grass wasn't worth it. Instead, Lin Xi twisted the dry grass into ropes or compressed it into blocks, reducing their volume and stacking them under the campfire shelter and beneath the wooden hut. If forced to leave this camp, she could store them directly into the spatial space. 2 hours passed, and the clothes were dry. Lin Xi changed into the dry clothes, packed up the roasted meat, and tossed a handful of wormwood into the campfire to mask the smell before heading out. She didn't go in the direction she had already explored. She already knew what was there, and she didn't need any of those things. Along the way, whenever she spotted something useful, Lin Xi stopped. If not, she kept moving. When she saw large animals in the distance, she immediately avoided them, making sure never to cross paths. She walked and paused until the marking stones in her spatial space were nearly exhausted, yet she had found nothing of value. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Lin Xi suddenly noticed something strange about the landscape ahead. The grassland was vast and open. Everything looked the same at a glance. Staring at it for too long could easily breed despair. So when she saw a different scene, Lin Xi was dazed, wondering if she was mistaken. After walking another 10 minutes toward that direction, Lin Xi saw a patch of green ahead. It looked like a thicket, but it was somewhat different from the one she had found earlier. Still too far away. She gathered more stones from the surroundings and continued forward. It's a bamboo grove. Instantly, the fatigue melted away. Lin Xi quickened her pace and ran to the edge of the bamboo grove. Seeing the bamboo stalks, she was overjoyed. But she didn't rush in recklessly. Instead, she took a long wooden stick from her spatial space and beat the surroundings first. Such places were the easiest for snakes to hide, and some snakes had colors very similar to bamboo leaves, making it easy to step into a trap. After beating the area, she didn't enter immediately, but waited a few minutes before stepping inside. She tested whether the stone knife could cut bamboo. Finding it could, she crouched down and slowly began cutting. The tool was inefficient. Each bamboo stalk took about 10 minutes to sever. Lin Xi stopped after cutting 5 stalks. The bamboos were thick and large, unable to fit into her spatial space, so she tied them together and carried them back on her shoulder. Some large animals on the road, seeing her imposing figure, mistook her for a giant creature. They watched warily as Lin Xi passed, not daring to approach. The bamboo grove was far from camp. By the time she returned, the sun was nearly setting. Back at the site, Lin Xi didn't rest, but immediately began processing the bamboo. She could make many bamboo tubes, finally able to store plenty of water in her spatial space. It was already the 6th day of the game, and every time she went out, she never had enough water to drink. The stone knife wasn't very effective. Lin Xi spent 3 or 4 hours just dividing the bamboo. Seeing the segments of bamboo tubes, she was thrilled. After cleaning the bamboo tubes, she boiled them in a stone pot. Only after boiling did she fill them with clean water. Lin Xi counted. The water in these tubes would be enough to sustain her for the next 9 days of the game. Of course, that was only for drinking. She didn't waste the remaining bamboo tubes either. She boiled a large pot of wild vegetable soup and divided it into the tubes. Protein, vitamins, water, all covered. Still missing a staple food, Lin Xi tallied. She hadn't seen any staple food in these days, but she already had substitutes and had gathered some to prepare. However, she had only learned about those things from the internet in her past life and had never practiced them. She didn't know if they would succeed. After a busy day, Lin Xi mentally planned the next day's tasks, gave herself a quick wipe, and fell asleep. It rained again that night, but she slept well. Having gone to bed early, she woke up early the next morning. The rain was still falling when she woke. Lin Xi took food from her spatial space and ate while watching the rain. At 6 in the morning, the rain, as if receiving a signal, stopped abruptly. She stepped out of the wooden hut to greet the new day in the game. The leaves are flat and broad with loose panicles and clustered spikelets. When mature, the seeds are pale yellow or brown, relatively small. This is the plant Lin Xi discovered by the stream, wild millet. She discovered them on the first day of entering the game and began collecting some to dry in the camp. Spread the spikelets of the collected wild millet on a clean stone, repeatedly beat them with a wooden stick to dislodge the seeds, then rub the spikelets with hands until all seeds fall off. Then pick out impurities such as rachis and leaves, leaving pure seeds. Grind the seeds between 2 flat stone slabs, turning them while grinding until the husks break and separate from the seeds. Then use natural wind or blow to remove the lighter husks, leaving the heavier seeds, thus obtaining a staple food similar to millet. Lin Xi washed a small handful of them twice with clean water, and put them in a small stone pot to cook. Previously, the small stone pot was used to hold salt, but after making bamboo tubes yesterday, the salt was transferred to the bamboo tubes, so the stone pot could serve its purpose again. Put the washed seeds into the stone pot, add water, and bring to a boil over high heat, then simmer on low heat for 20-30 minutes until the seeds become soft and mushy, ready to eat. The taste is similar to millet porridge, easy to digest, suitable for emergency carbohydrate replenishment. Long-term complete lack of consumption can lead to metabolic disorders, organ damage, nutritional imbalance, and other health issues. Yes, the system's reminder had been hanging prominently for days, and her health value was dropping every day. It was only after replenishing carbohydrates that the health value stopped dropping. It was better before the game update. As long as you were full, the satiety value wouldn't drop. As long as you weren't injured, the health value wouldn't drop. Unlike now, when eating vegetarian, the satiety value drops quickly, so you have to eat meat. And you can't just eat meat. You need a balanced diet of meat and vegetables, otherwise malnutrition sets in. Even a balanced diet isn't enough. Staple foods are also essential, otherwise health problems arise. Lin Xi had gathered a lot of wild millet, but after processing, only a small amount remained edible. Based on the current amount, it would last at most 3 days. To maintain her health value, Lin Xi had to go out, and she did nothing else that day but gather wild millet, taking advantage of the sun to dry them for easier husking. Of course, she could husk them when they weren't dry, but it wasn't as easy. In the evening, Lin Xi sat by the campfire preparing the staple food. She finished processing all the ones she had gathered today. Lin Xi stretched. Is it raining? Lin Xi frowned slightly. It started raining before midnight, a full 2 hours earlier than yesterday. Lin Xi felt uneasy. She had planned to process some leftover bamboo, but now she had no mood for it. After adding enough fuel to the campfire, she entered the hut to sleep. She woke up midway to find rain still falling. After adding more fuel to the campfire, she returned to the hut. Uneasy at heart, she didn't sleep well that night. Fortunately, nothing happened that night, and she safely reached the 8th day of the game. When she woke up, it was still raining. Lin Xi checked the time. The rain had extended by 2 hours compared to yesterday morning. It seemed her speculation was confirmed. The game system was compressing the time players could spend outside, so she had to make good use of this time to prepare all supplies. During the 2 hours, the rain didn't stop Lin. She kept busy. She was making medicine. In the past few days since entering the game, she had been very careful and hadn't been injured. But medicine is something you may not need, but you can't be without. It's like insurance. Lin Xi made ointments, powders, and decoctions, packaging them according to use. The leftover bamboo pieces that weren't suitable for making bamboo tubes just happened to be usable for storing these medicines. There were also some herbs suitable for decoctions. Lin Xi didn't process them, just cleaned them and put them into her storage space. When the rain stopped, Lin Xi went out again. She planned to spend half a day looking for stones suitable for making weapons. Her current weapon was still a few large wooden sticks she had picked up randomly. These large wooden sticks were fine for dealing with small to medium animals, but useless against large ones. After wandering for 2 or 3 hours, she found nothing suitable. Lin Xi checked the time and ran to the bamboo grove to start cutting bamboo. Sharpened bamboo could be used as darts, which was a good option, and she still lacked containers for her staple food, so bamboo was still needed. This cutting took another day. The return journey was long, so Lin Xi didn't dare to be greedy. She carried the bamboo and ran back to camp. Having been away too long, the campfire had gone out, but she had a fire starter, so she could light a fire quickly. After sorting, cleaning, and boiling the bamboo, Lin Xi cooked all the staple food and packed them into bamboo tubes. Now she actually lacked nothing except weapons, so while cooking the staple food, she took the time to sharpen bamboo. Used properly, bamboo spikes could be quite lethal. Those large animals couldn't be killed directly, but they could be wounded in their vulnerable spots such as the eyes. Time flew by in the midst of busyness. At 10 o'clock in the evening, rain fell on schedule. Lin Xi put on a raincoat and a straw hat and continued to sharpen bamboo spikes under the campfire shelter. At midnight, Lin Xi added enough fuel to the campfire before crawling into the hut. In the middle of the night, she vaguely heard the howling of large animals and immediately opened her eyes. After 4 hours of burning, the campfire had noticeably dimmed. Without light, it felt like being without a sense of. Lin Xi wrapped in her raincoat and hat, added enough fuel to the campfire, and went back into the hut. The wind outside was quite strong, making people shiver. The howling of large animals continued, but it sounded distant, so Lin Xi paid no further attention. However, in the following hours, she kept waking up to check on the situation outside, and her sleep quality deteriorated again. This kind of sleep quality was mentally draining, but since there were no other living people here and no teammates to keep watch, Lin Xi couldn't be so carefree as to enter deep sleep. So she had to endure this discomfort alone. As usual, the rain stopped at 7 in the morning. The rain disappeared, and the sun came out. Cold and heat were separated by just one rain. Lin Xi decided not to go far today. She had searched in all directions and found no suitable weapon. There might be some farther away, but the distance was impractical. A round trip might not get her back to camp before dark. Although she had plenty of supplies in her storage space, she couldn't put herself in danger. Since she wasn't going out, Lin Xi planned to improve the drainage around the camp. The place she chose was on high ground, so rainwater generally wouldn't flood the camp. It's just drainage ditch. Lin Xi used a makeshift home made of stone to dig a drainage ditch. After it was done, rainwater from the eaves would converge into the ditch so that even during heavy rain the base of the house would not get wet. The drainage direction was downhill as the water naturally flowed that way. The ditch was narrow, serving only to accelerate drainage with no other function. After taking a few gulps of water, Lin Xi stared at the ditch she had dug, and a sudden idea flashed in her mind. She circled the camp several times, then waved the crude hoe in her hand. Let's do it. She spent the entire day digging. The small ditch grew into a large one, also serving as a protective moat. This was a massive project, not something that could be completed in a day or two. Lin Xi had only dug less than 1/10 of the workload today. A deep pit 2 meters deep and 2 meters wide appeared. As for its length, it would need to encircle the entire camp. Lin Xi had no idea how long it would be or how long it would take to complete. Every bit helps. She was content with that. If animals ever surrounded them, a pit would hinder one of them from. Such an effect was enough to justify the effort. After moving the excavated soil away, Lin Xi continued to toil with her head down. The sun had not yet set, and she wasn't one to sleep early. While the weather was good, she would do as much as she could. The 9th day of the game passed in digging. Amid the sound of rain, time arrived at the 10th day of the game. The duration of rainfall had increased by another 4 hours from 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. The rain never stopped. The howls of animals at night grew more numerous, and Lin Xi vaguely sensed the unease in their hearts. Unease was contagious. Even across different species, Lin Xi was infected by it. As soon as the rain stopped, Lin Xi immediately went out to check the situation outside. Last night's rain was heavier than before, and the duration was longer. She was afraid the camp would be flooded. When she stepped outside, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was still normal. Except for the pit she had dug, which was now full of water, there was no standing water on the camp. After breakfast, Lin Xi continued digging. The place she had dug yesterday was waterlogged, so she didn't deal with it. She simply moved to the side and started digging. Once the digging was almost done and the channels on both sides were connected, the accumulated water would flow out directly without needing extra effort for drainage. The rain stopped, the sun emerged, and the temperature rose immediately. Sweat soaked her clothes over and over. During a break, Lin Xi deliberately took a bath, washed, and changed into the set of clothes given by the system and hung them to dry. The duration of rain was getting longer, and later on she might not even be able to dry clothes. Wearing rough clothes, Lin Xi resumed her digging. As her proficiency increased by the 9th day of the game, she had completed 1/3 of the moat work. This time she deliberately made a small branch channel beside the main one. When rainwater entered here, it would be directed outward through the branch. The puddles from last night had lingered too long, attracting many mosquitoes and insects. Lin Xi felt that drainage work had to be prioritized. Another day passed. At night, after changing back into her own clothes, Lin Xi lay in the haystack and sighed. Time really flies. The rain was still pouring down. Lin Xi felt the air was full of moisture and her skin was damp and uncomfortable. The high humidity and low temperature sent a bone-chilling cold through her body. Covering herself with a raincoat made of chicken feathers, Lin Xi finally felt a little warmth. Day 11 of the game. She still woke up to the sound of rain. Lin Xi sat on the bed, lazily taking food out of her space to eat. Last night's rain was too heavy. Near dawn, she didn't get up to add fuel to the campfire. Now the fire had gone out, leaving only white smoke rising from the embers. After eating, the rain still hadn't stopped. Lin Xi stayed in the hut, continuing to work on her hay. These past few days she hadn't gone out, as she only used wood for sleeping at night, and during the day she burned hay or leaves. The area around the house and the campfire was filled with stored hay, as was her space. Besides these, the camp outside was also covered in hay. But those were without cover and were now soaked. Once the sun came out, they would dry again. After drying, Lin Xi would use them directly for fuel. The woven hay mats, which were small in volume, she set aside for later use. The rain stopped and Lin Xi walked out of the house. As usual, she first checked the camp, then went to the stream. The water for daily use in her space was almost depleted. She needed to fetch more. Upon arriving, she discovered a major problem. It's risen so much. The stream's water level had risen a lot, and this was still upstream. How much more exaggerated it must be downstream. Lin Xi estimated the water level from her last visit. Based on the rainfall over the past 2 days, the stream would overflow in just 2 days. Her camp was still a distance away from the stream and was on relatively high ground. Even if the stream overflowed, it wouldn't flood her camp right away. But what about the animals that would be flooded? It wasn't that she worried about the animals' safety. Lin Xi was worried about her own safety. Animals flooded by the rain would surely head for higher ground, and she was on high ground. At the thought of groups of animals from different species heading toward her camp, Lin Xi shuddered violently. After collecting water, Lin Xi hurried back to the camp. Originally, she had planned to make a simple moat, but now she couldn't afford to be casual at all. Once back, Lin Xi buried herself in work. She worked as hard as possible, and her efficiency greatly increased. There was still 1/3 left. One more busy day tomorrow, and it'll be done. The rain came again. Lin Xi dared not rush to work in the rain. Getting soaked at night with low temperatures would give her a 90% chance of falling ill. No. Day 12 of the game. As soon as the rain stopped, Lin Xi immediately went to the stream to check. The water level had risen again as she estimated that one more day of rain would cause it to overflow. While observing the stream, she also noticed that the number of animals drinking water nearby had increased significantly. The camp location had taken Lin Xi a long time to decide, as she had observed it for several days and didn't move because few animals came to drink water nearby. The animals' activity paths were not here. But now looking up and far away she could see their figures. With a heavy heart she returned to camp and began digging again. There were only 3 days left until the end of the game, no matter what she had to hold on until it was over. Done. Life support 1. The sun had just set, leaving 2 hours before the estimated rain. This was no time to rest. She took a short break of 10 odd minutes, and then continued working. First she widened the drainage ditch to speed up the water flow. Since it was built on the existing foundation, the work progressed quickly. Looking up she felt no raindrops yet, so she continued to broaden the moat with her crude tools. No sooner had she started than the rain began to pour down. It was as heavy as the previous 2 days, and Lin Xi hurriedly dashed back to the hut. She didn't go straight to sleep, but stood in front of the hut gazing at her moat. Whether this newly completed moat would actually work remained to be tested. It's pitch black. Better get some sleep. At night visibility was limited, and in the rain she could only see as far as the firelight from the campfire, and beyond that nothing. Perhaps thanks to the moat, she slept fairly soundly that night. Apart from waking up twice to add fuel to the fire, she didn't stir again. Day 13 of the game. When Lin Xi woke up, she realized only belatedly how bold she had been. The animals had been restless the night before. When she woke up to refuel the fire, she heard all kinds of animal calls. At the time, she felt something was off and reminded herself to stay alert and not sleep too deeply. Who would have thought she'd sleep like a log? This wasn't like her usual style. Lin Xi wondered if she was getting sick, but she didn't feel anything wrong. I don't even have a thermometer. She felt her own forehead, but couldn't tell much. To be safe, she took out some hot water from her space and gulped down several bamboo tubes before breathing a sigh of relief. Whether she was sick or not, drinking plenty of hot water was the right thing to do. The rain still hadn't stopped. With nothing else to do, Lin Xi took out a variety of food from her space and laid out a feast. In the early stages of the game, she had been either busy looking for resources or building the camp. Now that she had rare leisure, she wanted to enjoy the scenery in the game. Perhaps a flask of wine would have made the scene more fitting. This rain lasted longer than yesterday's. It didn't stop until 10 in the morning. After eating her fill, Lin Xi dozed off for a while. When she woke again, she was finally certain she was really sick. She felt a bit dizzy, her bones ached, and her temperature might be elevated. She judged it was probably a chill. She took some medicine she had made herself, then soaked her feet in hot water infused with wild ginger. After breaking into a sweat, she felt a bit better. But being sick, she was still far from her usual self. After soaking her feet, she hurried over to check the stream. Perhaps because the sun had been out for a while, the overflowing stream water had receded. When Lin Xi arrived, she saw only the water level flush with the stream bank and more animals gathering on this side. Where there are many people, there is trouble. The same applies to animals. In the few minutes she lingered, she witnessed several interspecies skirmishes. She wasn't in good shape, so she didn't dare get close to them. Even if she had been perfectly healthy, she wouldn't have dared approach them. Her spot was already hidden, so she slipped away without the animals noticing. Around the camp, she had buried wormwood and mint in the shallow soil. Many animals disliked the smell, so hopefully they wouldn't come to her camp unless absolutely necessary. Back at the camp, Lin Xi stoked the fire, downed another cup of water, and rested again. The previous heavy rain had left the interior of the hut saturated with moisture. The bottom of the hut had been washed by flowing water and was still damp. It was uncomfortable to be inside. She had to get up and move some of the dry grass aside to ventilate the hut. The grassland was scorching hot during the day, with a breeze coming, and sleeping inside became more comfortable. She slept until the afternoon. After sweating it out, Lin Xi felt full of energy. Looking at the full health bar, her sense of security returned. This illness was strange. Her health value only began to drop when her symptoms became obvious. Now that she was feeling energetic again, she wanted to find something to do. Remembering the bloody scene of animals fighting that morning, Lin Xi changed into her grass clothes and washed her sweat-soaked clothes, then hung them out to dry. Alive. Having not spoken to anyone for over 10 days, cheering herself on had become a habit. Some water had pooled in the moat without draining, and Lin Xi slipped and fell several times while digging a pit below. At first she was disgusted by the mud and kept wiping herself. But after falling many times, as long as it didn't affect her movement, she didn't even look at the dirt on her clothes. Before sunset, Lin Xi stopped digging. After washing off all the mud with hot water, she sat by the campfire and looked outward. The moat encircled her and the camp. Inside the circle was safety, though outside was danger. Since she had just recovered from illness, Lin Xi didn't push herself and went to rest early. Drip drop. She was woken by the rain. According to the time on the virtual screen, she had been asleep for less than 3 hours. Putting on her raincoat and hat, she stepped outside. Days of continuous rain had turned the grassland into a muddy swamp. As night fell, accumulated water formed winding puddles around the camp. Listening to the ceaseless rain outside the wooden hut, she felt as if there was another sound mixed in. It wasn't the rustle of wind through the hut's dry grass, nor the patter of raindrops dripping along the ropes. It was a kind of squelching sound, as of wet feet treading through mud. Very soft, yet carrying an unmistakable rhythm, drawing closer from the edge of the camp. Lin Xi instantly snapped to alertness. The next second, a wooden stick from her space appeared in her hand. The campfire flickered as she tensely walked outside. The fire, now well fed with fuel, blazed up brightly. Visibility in the rainy night was poor, but she vaguely saw dark figures moving beyond the moat. Judging by their silhouettes, they were quite large. Lin Xi tightened her grip on the stick, keeping a wary eye on the direction from which the shadows appeared. Judging by their silhouettes, they were quite large. Lin Xi tightened her grip on the stick, keeping a wary eye on but she didn't dare let her guard down. She added wormwood and other herbs to the fire. Most animals disliked the smell. Lin Xi hoped these measures would reduce the number of animals coming. All around was quiet except for the rain and the distant calls of animals. No other sounds emerged. Did they? No one answered her. Lin Xi didn't dare relax. The last traces of sleepiness vanished. She didn't dare go back into the hut. Instead, she curled up by the campfire, resting with her eyes closed. Rain poured down in torrents. She sat beneath the shed, splashed by the rain, sheltered by her raincoat. The damp air and surroundings made her deeply uncomfortable. Yet once inside the wooden hut, her view was blocked by the walls, preventing her from knowing what was happening outside immediately. Plagued by an extreme lack of security, she refused to allow herself to enter the house. As if it were a hallucination, Lin Xi heard no further sounds and saw no more shadows in the following hours. She had intended only to rest with her eyes closed, but instead drifted in and out of sleep intermittently. Worried that animals might attack, that the campfire might go out, that she might catch a chill. There were too many concerns. No matter how she tried, she could not sleep peacefully. Plopped. A loud crash of something heavy falling into water jolted Lin Xi from her half-slumber. She leaped up instantly, alertly scanning her surroundings. Plopped. Another thunderous sound. Lin Xi pulled her raincoat and hood tighter, gripped a large wooden stick, and advanced toward the source of the noise. The rain pounding against her waterproof gear mirrored her current mood. Grunt. Two sharp, urgent cries rang out in quick succession. Lin Xi finally saw what had arrived. Wild boars. Not just the two boars that had fallen into the moat, but on the shore there were many indistinct dark shapes. Without a doubt their numbers were considerable. Lin Xi swallowed hard and took half a step back. The enemy held the advantage in both numbers and size. Flee. Only one thought filled her mind: escape from this place far away. Having rehearsed various scenarios in her mind, despite her inner panic, Lin Xi first returned to the camp to gather everything she could into her space. With over a day, nearly 2 days, remaining, she could not stay in a constant state of flight. Once her belongings were packed, the camp stood empty, nothing but a house and a campfire. The two boars that had fallen into the water were still raging in pain, their cries interspersed with the click-clack of grinding tusks. The sound was filled with explosive fury, piercing through the rain in the dark night, immensely oppressive. The other boars, seeing the fate of their predecessors, lingered on the bank watching. The surface of the moat Lin Xi had dug was slippery and offered no foothold. The boars, with their slipping legs and heavy weight, struggled to climb. In the glow of the campfire, she could see the two boars trying to scramble up the bank. The murky water reached halfway up their bodies, their wet bristles clinging like a soaked felt blanket. They snorted and pawed at the muddy riverbed, splashing water everywhere. The muddy slope on the opposite bank was soft and unstable. The boars thrust their heads up, kicked off the riverbed with their front hooves, and slammed half their bodies onto the muddy slope, their front legs sinking into the wet mud. They swung their snouts, gouging two muddy trenches, alternating their front legs to haul themselves up, while their hind legs thrashed in the water. But the channel had been designed by Lin Xi. After several attempts, they failed. After its completion, Lin Xi had widened and deepened the moat. The two boars, exhausted from their final struggle, became trapped in the water. The cries ceased, but the boars were not dead. They rested, gathered strength, and waited for the next chance to climb. Seeing this, the boars on the bank seemed to retreat, though they did not go far, merely backing away a little. Lin Xi could feel their gazes from beside the campfire. But at this moment, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. They could not get up. Perhaps as the water level in the channel rose they might, but for now they were trapped. The drainage outlet of the moat played a crucial role at this critical moment. As long as the rain did not suddenly intensify, the water level in the moat would not rise abruptly. She was safe. Her taut nerves relaxed slightly, and Lin Xi realized she was drenched in cold sweat. The chilly wind blew, alternating cold and heat, making her shiver. Oh no. No longer watching the floundering boars, Lin Xi took out ginger tea and gulped a mouthful, then added mugwort and mint leaves to the campfire. She did not know why the boars had suddenly attacked, but adding pungent plants to the fire could reduce the number of animals. The boars could not breach the defenses for now, so Lin Xi leaned by the campfire and closed her eyes to rest. It was not until dawn that the two struggling boars finally gave up. The boars, watching from the side, had left at first light. They departed reluctantly, turning back every few steps as if loath to part with their companions, or perhaps the items in the camp. The rain continued. Apart from the sound of rain, the only other noise was the occasional grunt from the two boars. Lin Xi, holding her wooden stick, leaned against the side and dozed off for a while. There were still 30 hours left before the game ended. She had to seize the time to rest. That doze lasted until 10 in the morning. The rain had stopped, the temperature was rising, and she was woken by the heat. Lin Xi took off her raincoat and walked to the edge of the moat to look at the boars. The two boars were now digging in the pit below. The width of the pit's bottom had not increased significantly. They had exhausted most of their strength during the night. This was merely a deathbed struggle. She went back to change her clothes and shoes, washed up, and then came out again. Having been under the shed all night, the rain had inevitably soaked her clothes and shoes. Combined with the cold sweat, her entire body now smelled sour. She hung the clothes to dry, lit a fire, boiled water, and ate breakfast. She did not go out to check the situation outside. There was no need. Even from within the camp, she could already see many animals. The outside must have been thoroughly flooded by now. The moment she took out meat from her space Lin, she clearly noticed the animals near the camp growing restless. Lin Xi, eating meat with one hand, she tossed mugwort and mint leaves into the campfire with the other. The aroma of meat was masked, and the animals' gazes shifted to other animals nearby. There were still many eyes on Lin Xi, but the fire beside her and the slight barrier of the moat offered some. Most animals were intelligent. After weighing the difficulty of hunting, they would naturally target the easier prey among the other animals. During the rainy period, obtaining food had become harder for the animals, and few were not hungry. If they could expend less energy, they would choose to do so. On this vast grassland, once one's energy was depleted, the next moment they would be torn apart by other animals. Well-fed and hydrated Lin, she closed her eyes again to rest. She did not dare fall completely asleep, keeping her attention on the outside. At the slightest disturbance, she would react instantly. The cries of various animals reached her ears. Those small animals that had escaped the heavy rain arrived here only to escape death elsewhere and lose their lives. The smell of blood grew stronger. Lin Xi did not open her eyes, but scenes of carnage played out in her mind. 3 hours passed. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the surrounding animals were still numerous, their sheer size making them appear even more abundant. A thick scent of blood hung in the air, yet the animals gathered showed no signs of agitation. Lin Xi understood. They were all sated. Had they been hungry, the atmosphere would have been far different. Adding fuel to the campfire, she also threw in aromatic herbs like wormwood. Lin Xi brought out her own food. Since they were not yet hungry, perhaps her meal would not provoke them too much. Though she thought as much, she ate far faster than usual, ever watchful for any mishap. Her attention remained fixed on the beasts outside. The moment she produced the meat, she clearly saw the animals stir. Wild animals generally possess keen senses of smell. With 20 hours remaining until the games, and she wondered when these creatures might lose control. As she ate, more small animals arrived at the periphery, and the slaughter continued. Both sides were now full and locked in a tense standoff. The sun hung high in the sky, and the heat seemed more intense than any previous day. Under the scorching temperatures, the accumulated water gradually evaporated, even the muddy bottom of the moat becoming visible where stagnant water remained. After changing into dry clothes and shoes, she strapped a large bundle of wooden sticks to her back, instantly doubling her apparent size. From her spatial storage, she took the longest stick and approached the edge of the moat. The moment she drew near, the animals immediately tensed, watching her warily. In their eyes, Lin Xi's form had grown abnormally massive, marking her as a formidable opponent. With each step Lin Xi took, the beasts in that direction retreated a step, occasionally letting out warning growls. The animals present were not all of the same species, so there was no cooperation among them. Lin Xi approached the two wild boars. They lay motionless in the water, their only sign of life the faint rise and fall of their bellies. Otherwise one might have thought them dead. Under the watchful eyes of countless beasts, Lin Xi lifted the tumter-long stick and drove it forcefully into the eye of one boar. Blood splattered. A howl. A roar. The nearby beasts let out even louder threats, but Lin Xi paid no heed to. Using the principle of leverage, she easily pried the boar up. The moment it touched her hand, it vanished into her spatial storage. The beasts fell silent. To them it seemed as though Lin Xi had swallowed the boar whole in a single gulp, and the animals pawed the ground uneasily, some more timid edged backward while still issuing warnings. Lin Xi caught their movements and breathed a quiet sigh of relief. She had intimidated them. Without pausing, she repeated the same motion, tossing the second boar into her storage. This time the surrounding silence deepened. Those beasts that sensed Lin Xi's attention was not fixed on them began to slip away stealthily. After a full day of sun, the water level had dropped slightly, giving the animals a wider range of movement, no longer forced to circle the camp. After weighing their strengths, the majority of the animals chose to leave. The few that remained dared not advance, merely glaring across the river with predatory eyes. Turning back to the campfire, she added more wormwood and dry herbs. To make room for the boars, she had taken many items out of her spatial storage. With 18 hours left, she did not mind wasting resources. The animals refused to leave, but Lin Xi could not afford to stare them down indefinitely. Intimidation was only temporary, eventually a confrontation would be inevitable. She could only delay as long as possible, ideally until the game ended. If not, she would have to conserve her energy for the fight. At 6 in the evening, the rain arrived early once more, and the sky darkened instantly with the downpour. The stubborn animals grew restless again at the coming of the rain. No one likes getting wet, and neither do animals. Their agitation was only natural. Lin Xi donned her raincoat and pulled up her hood to keep from being soaked. The rain had its advantages, particularly in masking sense. This time, as she replenished her energy, the beasts did not react immediately, allowing her to finish a full meal without incident. 2 more hours passed, and the beasts grew increasingly restless. In the darkness, visibility was poor, but from the close distance, she could hear the sounds of multiple skirmishes around her. The cries pierced through the curtain of rain, reaching her very core. Lin Xi rubbed her ears. Hearing enough of it, it's just the same old thing. Full and fed, she felt the urge to sleep. And indeed, she did go to sleep. Though surrounded by beasts as she was, she dared not let herself drift off completely. She had tied many wooden sticks around her body. If any animal approached, the movement of the sticks would alert her, allowing her to flee or fight instantly. Another 2 hours passed. The roars and screams had dwindled, but the sound of pacing footsteps remained abundant. Lin Xi added plenty of fuel to the fire, afraid that if the flames diminished, the beasts would lose their fear. A splash. She was facing the fire when the sound startled her, and she spun around. Some poor creature had fallen into the water, thrashing about while a crowd of onlookers watched from the bank. What Lin Xi did not know was that it was a wolf. It had managed to leap onto her side of the moat, but the rain-licked ground betrayed it, causing it to slip and slide into the water. The remaining beasts around the camp clustered with their own kind. Their strengths were roughly equal, so they had not resorted to fighting among themselves. Throughout the ordeal, only the weaker animals had died, and the stronger ones had already devoured them. Had there been more prey today, the wolves would not have had to risk jumping to Lin Xi's side. Hunger drove them to reckless action. The wolf was still floundering in the water when Lin Xi grabbed a stick and rushed to the edge. As she arrived, sure enough, another wolf leaped across. Quick as a flash, Lin Xi thrust her stick, knocking the wolf into the water before it could land. Before she could withdraw the stick, yet another wolf sprang. Lin Xi jabbed again. What a united species. 3 wolves now struggled in the water, trying to pile on top of each other to climb out. Lin Xi would not let them succeed. She aimed her stick at their eyes, preventing them from gathering. Another wolf launched itself from the bank, and she redirected the stick, sending it splashing into the water as well. The other beasts watched from the shore, ready to take advantage of whichever side faltered. Lin Xi's stick injured one of the wolves, and the scent of blood filled the air. The wounded wolf let out an enraged howl, its movements growing more ferocious. Lin Xi refused to be outdone. The fiercer the opponent, the more formidable she became. She was still burdened with a heap of wooden logs, her colossal frame deterring other beasts from daring to join the fray. It took an hour to slay the 4 wolves in the water. Being in the water, their combat prowess was weaker than on land, which allowed Lin Xi to defeat them in an ever-susmany confrontation. The wolves' carcasses floated on the water's surface, but Lin Xi did not retrieve them. The beasts on the shore, wary of Lin Xi's strength, were reluctant to abandon the lifeless food. The restless beasts grew even more agitated. After a brief rest, Lin Xi used the longest wooden pole to drag the dead wolves to the shore. Faced with the unexpected food, the beasts did not rush in at once, but eyed Lin Xi warily. Ignoring their gaze, she placed the 4 wolves in 4 different directions. The beasts attacked the camp merely for a meal. If she delivered the food to their mouths and filled their bellies, would they still? The beasts observed Lin Xi for about 10 minutes before cautiously touching the dead wolves with their paws. Seeing Lin Xi unmoving and seemingly indulgent, they grew bold and dragged the food away. Soon the sound of chewing echoed from all sides. Lin Xi returned to the campfire, took out grilled fish and chicken from her space, and ate alongside the animals. With food in their stomachs, the beasts' restlessness subsided somewhat. The 4 wolves bought her 4 hours of peace. With 10 hours left until the game ended, night had deepened. The rain fell even harder. The water level of the moat rose steadily, the drainage ditches were still working, but the inflow outpaced the outflow. For hours later, the food in the beasts' bellies had been consumed. Though the 4 wolves were large, there were too many beasts. Each got only a tiny share. The rising water level gave them hope, but the image of Lin Xi's massive form created by the trees and her wolf-killing prowess were deeply etched in their memories. They had the intention, but little actual action. Some dozing beasts were torn apart by their neighbors, scenes that played out now and then. Lin Xi kept a constant watch on her surroundings. Whenever she witnessed a beast meeting its end, her taut nerves would relax a little. 2 more hours passed. The water level of the moat was almost level with the ground, making the beasts believe they could enter the camp without effort. Ready, Lin Xi stood up, added fuel to the campfire, and approached the restless beasts. Seeing her advance, the beasts instantly perked up, watching her defensively. Boom, boom. 2 loud crashes drowned out the rain, startling the beasts, who looked around warily. Then they caught the scent of blood. The camp had never been free of the smell of blood today, but fresh blood and stale blood were different. Now they smelled fresh blood. Their vigilance intensified. In this cramped space with so many beasts gathered, a single misstep could land one in another's jaws. Crunch, crunch. As the sound of chewing arose, the beasts belatedly realized that the bipedal creature was feeding them again. Roar. Food obtained without effort drove the beasts wild. The beasts that had been about to attack changed direction. A new round of slaughter began. Originally just scrambling for food, they soon grew frenzied and turned to fighting each other. The battle lasted half an hour. Most beasts were severely injured. The victors feasted on the wild boar, while the losers became new food. With more food and fewer enemies, the surviving beasts dared not provoke Lin Xi, who seemed threatening. Moreover, few of the survivors were unscathed from the carnage. While feeding, they had to guard against their neighbors, and none would initiate an attack. The camp's smell of blood grew even stronger, undiminished despite the heavy rain. 6 hours remained until the game's end. Under the relentless rain, some injured beasts collapsed. Not dead yet, but close to it. Beside them, companions wailed and gave warning calls. The rain poured endlessly. The moat could no longer drain, and the water inside the camp had risen to Lin Xi's ankles. She sat on a rock by the shelter the campfire treated, so that the accumulated water had not yet extinguished it. But it wouldn't be long. The rain seemed like a hole in the sky, and in 2 or 3 hours the fire would be drowned. Food taken from her space was steaming hot. She ate while scanning the beasts. They seemed too preoccupied with their own troubles. After finishing the last piece of meat, Lin Xi had already made up her mind. Stretching her body, she approached the river. With all the water, she could barely discern the river's edge. But that didn't hinder her, as she just needed to maintain a safe distance. Rotating her arm, a wooden spike suddenly appeared in her hand from her space. Swish! The wooden spike flew out, the sound of its passage masked by the rain. Oof! Good, the target was hit. It didn't cause any real damage to the target. But that was fine, as she never intended for a tiny wooden spike to harm. Swish! 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 Oof! 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 One after another wooden spikes flew out, making the beasts, who had been leaving each other alone, guard themselves with their injured bodies. The hot-tempered beasts lunged at the nearest ones. Chaos ensued. Lin Xi returned to the shelter. Most beasts could swim, so the moat was of little use. However, when they encountered varying water depths, they reacted differently. She only needed to attack when they entered her camp. The rain obstructed visibility. Even by the fire, she could only see so far. No matter, she murmured. The slaughter continued. The beasts' fights only stopped when one side died. She needed to wait a little longer. Suddenly, Lin Xi heard a noise and quickly turned to the other side of the camp. It was the sound of animals splashing in the water. Although the camp was flooded, the water was shallow. The only reason a beast would splash was if it had fallen into the moat. With the campfire at her back, she stood silently, holding a wooden pole, waiting for the beasts to arrive. A cheetah, the famously fast cheetah, emerged from the water, shaking its head to dry off. It must have accidentally fallen into the moat during the fighting. Boom! Her hands moved faster than her mind could react. Seizing the moment when the cheetah shook off water, Lin Xi struck first. The wooden stick had limited lethality, but she aimed it at the cheetah's eye as she thrust forward. The precise force of her wrist, honed through repeated practice, drove the stick straight through the eye and into the skull. Its weak spot lay in the eye. Had she missed Lin, she would have faced a bloody fight. Fortunately, she hit the mark. Diligence yields its rewards. All the arduous training she endured in reality was meant to prove useful at this critical moment. The cheetah's body convulsed for a dozen seconds after hitting the ground before lying still. Lin Xi yanked the stick out with force and stored the carcass into her spatial storage. Returning to the campfire, she took out food and ate while staying alert. In the final stretch of the game, she couldn't allow her satiety meter to drop. The slaughter outside the camp continued. Apart from this cheetah, no other intruders entered for over an hour. 4 hours remained until the game ended, and it was already 6 in the morning. The rain showed no signs of abating. At dawn should have broken, but the downpour kept everything pitch black. The accumulated water had risen another 5 centimeters, and the campfire was on the verge of being extinguished. After long hours on guard, her spirits were low. Yet the beast's spirits were even worse. Their infighting was far more ferocious than the skirmishes Lin Xi faced. Lin Xi still had rain gear and a fire, while the beasts had been drenched for over 10 hours. Even the toughest beasts couldn't endure such conditions. Lin Xi leaned back to rest, and the beasts also rested. Having fought and fed, the beasts no longer lacked food. As long as they weren't provoked, they wouldn't attack. Another hour passed. The campfire was drowned by the rising water, extinguishing the flames, leaving only wisps of white smoke. Lin Xi kept a flicker of flame above the campfire. 3 hours remained until the game ended. The water level had reached her calf, and this was despite the camp's elevated position. The flooding outside was even worse. Even beasts that could swim couldn't withstand prolonged immersion. They stood on the corpses of other beasts or on rocks waiting for the rain to stop. Lin Xi also stood on a rock. The rock she had been sitting on was now submerged. After prolonged exposure to water, her health points had dropped to her. The rain showed no sign of stopping, continuing to pour. 2 hours remained until the game ended. The rocks were no longer high enough and the beast's lower limbs were all submerged. They sought higher ground. The only elevated spots nearby were the roof and shed where Lin Xi was. To survive, several beasts planned to seize her camp. Lin Xi opened her eyes and looked at the intruders. In the next instant, several bundles of dry grass appeared in her hands. She thrust a wooden stick into the grass and placed it near the fire, igniting it instantly. Without hesitation, she swung the torch at the uninvited guests, sending them fleeing in panic. Fire was the beasts retreated but still eyed Lin Xi's camp covetously, their gazes fixed on her. Lin Xi removed the rain-soaked grass from the stick and replaced it with dry grass. Under the watchful eyes of those beasts, the torch was reignited. Sheltered from the rain beneath the shed, it burned. The beasts. This was a blatant threat. But they were indeed afraid. Seeing this, the other beasts dared not advance. Knowing the opponent's combat prowess and the presence of fire while their own strength was diminished, and they bore wounds no matter how they thought, there was no chance of victory. 1 hour remained until the game ended. Lin Xi stacked 2 rocks and stood on them while the beasts had nothing to stand on and let out irritable cries from time to time. Lin Xi paid them no mind, leisurely eating and periodically lighting a torch to scare them. It's almost over. The beasts. Where did that two-legged beast get so much fire? 10 minutes remained until the game ended. Lin Xi remained on guard, expecting a major conflict at the end of the game, but surprisingly, everything had been peaceful until now. 10 minutes, just endure 10 more minutes, she prayed inwardly. Ding. Game over. Settlement in progress, please wait. Ding. Congratulations player for passing this solo game. Game Prairie Survival. Player Lin Xi 222,222. Game clear base points 10000. Game in player health 100,100 points 5000. Game in player health 80,100. Clearance rating A points 1000. Total points earned this game 16000. Until the game ending chime sounded, the beasts did not move. Lin Xi felt a sense of unreality. Had she really bluffed those beasts into submission by playing tricks in the game? Even she didn't quite believe it. 16,000 points. I've made a killing. Even without the points Gu Zicheng had transferred, adding this batch Lin, she had enough to redeem a spot in a backup star zone. Stepping out of the game pod, Gu Zicheng was already waiting for her. Did you clear it? Gu Zicheng pulled her up. I cleared it. Cleared it, Lin Xi smiled. Immersed in the joy of victory, the next second a notification from their optical brain rang. They both answered, and Xiao Yuan's wailing voice burst through. I failed. Oh, I failed. Are you two even listening to me? I said I failed the game. Lin Xi. My condolences. Gu Zicheng serves you right. Xiao Yuanzhou was furious and declared he would cut ties with them for 5 minutes. The clearance rate for this solo game was pitifully low. Although the game themes varied, the clearance rates were identical. Some drew sea survival were swallowed by sharks the moment they entered, and the game ended. Some drew desert survival died of thirst from lack of water, and the game ended. Some drew tropical rainforest ate poisonous plants, and the game ended. Some players who failed to clear the game wailed online for solo games were practically free points. How could they not be in agony? Solo games don't affect team games. If you didn't clear it, so be it. Just prepare well for the team game. Lin Xi finally sent a message to comfort Xiao Yuanzhou. She had to send the message. The kid sent a crying emoji every 2 minutes. Xiao Yuanzhou on the other end of the optical brain said. Was he upset about that? What he was truly upset about was that he had lost to Gu Zicheng once again in comparison. In the past few days since entering the game, another planet had perished. The living space for humanity was once again compressed. Get ready, we'll return to the main star in an hour. Gu Zicheng specifically came to inform Lin Xi and the others. He had finished handing over his work and the next period would be quite free. Not every member of the Gu family and the Gu Corporation had all their physical attributes exceeding 50. The elderly and the young did not have such high physical attributes. Even with the aid of potions, they could not raise their physical attributes to 50. If one's physical attributes did not reach 50, they could not safely leave the star region to reach the backups. Thus, these people would temporarily stay in the interstellar space to train their physical attributes while taking over the operation of the Gu Corporation, while those who had met the requirements would leave the star region first. As planets exploded one after another, the Gu Corporation began to contract, and now they were all migrating to planets that still had lifespan left. Has the black mist completely dissipated? Lin Xi asked. The last time they experienced the black mist, it lasted a very long time. Why was it so short this time? It has dissipated and the aftermath work has also been completed. Gu Ziqing informed them of the latest news. The latest inspection instrument shows that the capital star will not be destroyed for the next 5 months, so it would be best for your families to also move to the capital star. This last sentence was addressed to the 3 roommates. Lin, she had no family. I remember last time it was said that the detector could only detect data for the most recent 2 months. Lin, she recalled, and said. Gu Ziqing nodded. Yes, the instrument has been upgraded this time, and now the longest detectable period can be up to 5 months. That meant that those whose physical attributes had not yet reached the standard had at least 5 months to train their bodies. 5 months could give many people an additional chance to survive. Although the main star will not experience anomalies within 5 months, the destruction of surrounding planets will affect its operation, making life very difficult. Therefore, it is best to go to the backup star as soon as possible. The 4 of them nodded. Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan stepped aside to send messages to their families. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and finally decided to inform her own family about this matter. Although her family had not treated her well, they had raised her after all. Telling them would be a way to repay the debt of birth and upbringing. An hour later, the group boarded the spaceship. The ship was crowded everywhere. Almost everyone from the base was on the spaceship. It's too crowded. Lin Xi wiped the sweat from her body. When they had come before, it was an escape, but there weren't as many people then as there were now. Bear with it, ITLL. Gu Ziqing used his body to shield her from the bustling crowd. This time the spaceship has many natives from various planets, so there are a lot of people. They will disembark at another planet midway, and then it won't be so crowded. Lin Xi nodded. She was just complaining. She wasn't truly unable to bear it. It was a side effect of the game. She became unusually irritable in crowded places. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. After the spaceship temporarily docked at a planet, it took off again in about 10 minutes toward the main star. More than half of the people disembarked, and Lin Xi's group finally found seats to sit down. I never thought I'd experience the feeling of a crowded bus, even in the interstellar era. What car? Gu Ziqing handed her a glass of water and asked in confusion, do you want to buy a car? Lin Xi. No. You can buy it if you want to. After all, this money is becoming less and less valuable. Gu Ziqing said. Do you still need money now? Lin Xi didn't have anything she wanted to buy. The earnings from this game livestream were extremely high, several billion, and keeping it in hand was useless. No shortage. I've bought everything I need to buy. Holding money is useless. Gu Ziqing shrugged. Previously I needed money to circulate and buy materials, but now materials can't be bought. Materials were already rare. After other noble families successfully experimented with the data they provided, they bought up all usable materials on the market at high prices. Now materials on the market were no longer available. The Gu Corporation couldn't buy them even if they wanted to. Although their family was also a noble family, they were just one among many. The other noble families and the government had united to monopolize resources, so their family couldn't buy materials. Of course, if they insisted on buying, it was possible, but it would require a great deal of manpower and material resources, and the cost would not be proportional to the gain. So if you fancy something now, just buy it directly. For the past 10 odd years, having no money was one thing. Now that you have money, just squander it to your heart's content. Lin Xi was silent for a moment, then opened the game mall. They'll buy protective suits for E and the others. Mainly, she had already bought everything she needed, as she couldn't just throw the money away. Gu Ziqing nodded, not objecting to her actions. The money was hers, as she could do whatever she wanted as long as she was happy. When they disembarked from the spaceship, the purchased protective suits had also arrived. The moment Zhou Yi and the other 2 received the packages, tears uncontrollably streamed down their faces. Lin Xi, how can we ever repay what we owe you? Zhou Yi hugged her, crying bitterly. Lin Xi, how can we ever repay you? She sobbed. This person was more like a parent to her than her own parents. Her biological parents had never treated her so well. Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu also joined in the crying, hugging each other. Perhaps the greatest fortune in their lives was meeting such a good roommate. Pay with your lives, Lin, she comforted them. Keep your lives, or what you owe me can never be repaid in a lifetime. At these words, the crying grew even louder. Lin, she looked speechlessly at her soaked shirt, experiencing for the first time what it meant that women were made of water. Returning to her original, Lin Xi. Bastard. Back on the main star, Zhou Yi and the other 2 had to throw themselves into work, otherwise they would have cried all day. Lin, she looked speechlessly at her soaked shirt, experiencing for the first time what it meant that women were made of water. Returning to her original room, she found that the items she had left behind last time were still intact in their original place. What material is your base made of that it can withstand the erosion of the black mist? Indeed, Gu Ziqing had already arrived at her room ahead of her. Gu Ziqing laughed out loud. Nothing special. Lin, she didn't understand. How could the base be intact if no good materials were used? That's because technology was used. Actually, it was nothing special. After everyone had fled the main star, the base had also fled along with them. Lin, she was stunned, her mind conjuring the image of a massive base ascending into the sky. Shaking off the unrealistic image, she handed Gu Ziqing a box. Why did you suddenly buy this for me? Gu Ziqing was surprised after opening it. You always give me things, can I give you? Lin Xi said calmly. The protective shield she gave him was one she had struggled to acquire. With more and more people taking revenge on society, such shields were impossible to buy without waiting in line. Of course you can. A smile filled Gu Ziqing's face as his fingers rubbed the carrier of the shield. He was not lacking in protective shields. Those he owned were superior in price and quality to the one Lin Xi gave him. But this one carried a different meaning. Seeing him accept it, Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. To put it nicely, their relationship began as a mutual exchange of needs, but in reality, Gu Ziqing had contributed more. Even when she tried to repay his kindness whenever she could, it still fell short of the many times he had provided timely help and various conveniences. She could later afford those things when she had the means, but the feeling of receiving something urgently needed at the right moment was completely different from obtaining it after the need had passed. Lin Xi thought she had spent most of her money, but the next day her account received an even larger influx than during her game live streams. She quickly opened her light brain, and on the homepage she saw a promotion of her own gaming footage. The video had been edited, cutting out all meaningless parts of the game and leaving only the highlights. Doomsday, classic survival knowledge for the wilderness worth your while. Lin Xi. It was a push notification from the official account. Every Interstellar citizen knew that the current Doomsday game scenario was closely tied to the backup planet. The previous live stream had reached the highest viewership since the game's launch. Those who wanted to go to the backup planet would not miss such a source of information. If they couldn't watch the live stream, they would catch the replay. Now that the official account was heavily promoting Lin Xi's stream, the viewership naturally skyrocketed. With more viewers, income naturally increased. The official account promoted multiple streams, but Lin Xi's was at the top of the list, and her video was the longest. Having no interest in watching her own primitive survival footage, she stopped paying attention once she understood the situation. With a huge sum of money coming in every day, Lin Xi was unusually troubled. She had so much money that she didn't know how to spend it. If the apocalypse hadn't arrived, she might have used it to buy a car, a house, or land. But since the entire interstellar civilization was about to be destroyed, what use were these purchases? They couldn't be taken away, and they would soon turn to nothing. Even clothes were unnecessary, as they would be wearing protective suits when entering the backup planet, and they could only bring very few items. Lin Xi need money. I have plenty. Gu Ziqing no need. Xiao Yuanzhou no need, I have plenty too. She shouldn't have asked those two. She knew plenty of poor people, so why did she pick the two wealthiest ones to ask? She tapped on her light brain, pulled up her contact list, and then transferred 1 million to each person on the list. What she didn't need was exactly what others dreamed of, but could never obtain. The consequence of this sudden wealth was that her contact list was nearly blown up by calls. After answering 2 calls, she switched her communication to automatic reply. Whenever anyone asked about the money, the light brain would uniformly respond, "Too much money, all voluntarily given." Turning off the light brain, she began to cook for herself. Apart from spending it on food, this money really had no other use. She didn't take the money she had given away too seriously. However, the next day the money she had given brought her an unexpected. Gu Ziqing fell into a rare silence as he looked at the detailed list of materials. Half of the resources across the entire interstellar civilization were controlled by the noble families, and the other half was largely held by families under them, leaving only a scattering of resources for the ordinary interstellar citizens. He never imagined that these scattered resources could be purchased back in such a manner. Indeed, after pouring in that huge amount of money, she received repayment from the people on her contact list. With these materials, we can produce at least 10,000 more protective suits. Gu Ziqing estimated. Looking at 10,000 protective suits meant 10,000 more spots to go to the backup planet. Even if they had to give a third of them to the AI for distribution, they would still have several thousand spots left. These several thousand spots were minuscule compared to the vast interstellar population, not even a fraction of the total. But this wasn't just a matter of numbers. They weren't just a string of digits. Behind each number was a living, breathing life. The received resources were immediately sent to the production department. The Gu Corporation and Xiao Corporation held an emergency meeting. The topic of the meeting was how to consolidate the scattered resources held by interstellar citizens. Their idea was to gather as many resources as possible one by one. The meeting concluded quickly, and that evening both the Xiao and Gu families issued a public notice. The gist of the notice was that if people had the items listed in the table, they could exchange them for corresponding supplies at the Xiao and Gu enterprises. These supplies included various potions, nutrient fluids, and natural food. These 3 items were necessities for all interstellar citizens, especially the potions, which included formulas never sold to the public by the Gu family. Not only did ordinary citizens covet them, but even the upper echelons of interstellar society were tempted. In the end, the 2 families obtained far more materials from individual traders and ordinary citizens than they had anticipated. Little did they know at that very moment conflicts were brewing within the noble families over this matter. Do you realize that these materials are meant for making protective suits? You exchange them all for potions. Don't you want to go to the backup planet? The scolded young masters and ladies of the noble families hung their heads in silence, offering no response. These individuals were not the favored ones in their families. In times of scarce resources, nothing would be allocated. Being a young master or lady of a noble family only meant they had slightly better food and clothing than ordinary people. Under normal circumstances, that was sufficient. But when the end of the world approached, it was far from enough. The idle rich also wanted to survive. If their families couldn't provide resources, they would obtain them on their own. After all, the spots to the backup planet had already been decided, and they were not included. Neither were the protective suits. The remaining resources were just reserves. What was wrong with exchanging them for potions? By raising their physical attributes to 50, they hoped the family would not abandon them. Even if the family did abandon them with their improved attributes, they could at least compete for spots allocated by the AI. While the lecturer continued his reprimand from the podium, the hearts of the young aristocrats below had already drifted elsewhere. The materials that had been taken for exchange could not be retrieved, and the noble families, having been outwitted by their own offspring, could only swallow their resentment in silence. With so many of the already scarce materials gone, the number of reserved slots for the backup planet they had budgeted for was drastically reduced. The noble families convened once again, deliberating how to deal with the loss of so many slots. What's there to worry about? Just cancel the slots for those enterprises that contributed little, the government representative said without hesitation. Unlike the research groups formed by the Gu and Xiao families, the research group on the noble family's side consisted not only of the aristocratic families and the government, but also of many small enterprises and clans. Upon receiving the news, these small enterprises and clans contributed various materials and interstellar currency to support the research, hoping only to secure a share of the benefits once the results were achieved. They had exhausted their resources for a slot on the backup planet, but now that the research results were out, those slots had vanished. That makes sense. After all, the slots are in our hands, and we have absolute authority. Someone immediately seconded the proposal. None of the noble family representatives present raised any objection. As long as their own slots remained untouched, they had no reason to dissent. Then it's settled. But for now, they must not know. You must ensure confidentiality. Everyone in the meeting room nodded in agreement. Although they were not afraid of those small enterprises and clans, a public row would still be troublesome. Before the team formation mode began, Lin Xi and the others went ahead to try on the protective suits. These protective suits were vastly different from those used in interstellar travel. The interstellar suits differed from ordinary attire only in style, with the same weight, a thin layer of fabric. But the suits for the backup planet were different. They resembled the heavy protective suits of Blue Star in one's memory. Heavy and cumbersome. No wonder you need all physical attributes above 50 to go to the backup planet, Lin Xi muttered as she moved her limbs, feeling the strain. Such a heavy piece of equipment would crush anyone in poor physical condition. The protective suit had 2 layers. The innermost layer was a thin, snug fit. Made of some unknown material, it felt as if one were wearing nothing at all. The outer layer, however, was crafted from various heavy metals resembling a lump of iron. Look, this pocket here can hold a shield generator. Remember to equip the shield as well, Gu Ziqing said, pointing to a pouch-like area on the outer layer. There were many such small pouches. Lin Xi counted nearly 10 of them. Their presence only made the iron lump even uglier. Can they only hold shield generators? Lin Xi asked. Gu Ziqing nodded. Yes. When the protective suit is damaged, the shield generator inside will activate and form a protective barrier. That's its purpose. Putting anything else in there is useless. In other words, it wasn't that they couldn't store other items, but it made no difference. The outcome would be the same, nothing. Storing a shield generator was only useful because it could protect the person beneath the suit. In the end, the shield generator would still be destroyed. She counted the shield generators on her body. Then he'll need to buy 2 more. Gu Ziqing ruffled her hair with a low laugh. Our heiress finally has something to spend money on. Lin Xi escaped his teasing grasp. How about you? Want me to buy some for you? The rebroadcast earnings from the past few days had been trickling in, and the amount was still considerable, enough to buy a few shield generators. Then it'll trouble you to buy some for me, Gu Ziqing said, and immediately transferred money to Lin Xi. His own rebroadcast earnings were also substantial. He could have bought the shield generators directly, but he felt that purchasing them through Lin Xi would carry a different significance, so he transferred all the money to her. All right. Shield generators were now in short supply and required waiting in line for a limited release. They wouldn't be able to buy any in the next few days because the game was about to begin. The two returned to the dormitory, and Gu Ziqing specifically moved his game pod into Lin Xi's room. I wonder if the random team formation will be the same as before, Gu Ziqing mused. If it was still like the old days where nearby players were placed on the same server, his action of moving the pod over might increase the chances of them being grouped together. I hope we can team up successfully, Lin Xi prayed. Playing alone gave her a terrible sense of insecurity. She couldn't eat well or sleep well. With a reliable teammate, at least someone could keep watch at night, allowing her to rest peacefully. For instance, after the last game, she hadn't gotten enough sleep and had needed 2 or 3 days to recover her condition. Time slipped away in idle chatter, and soon it was time for the game to begin. Ding! Welcome to the survival. This game is a 4-player team game. The game content will be randomly drawn after successful team formation. Please wait. Team formation complete. You have been selected by the system as the game theme drawer for your team. Please click here to draw the game theme. Lin Xi raised an eyebrow and reached out to click the game draw button. The roulette spun and spun, finally stopping on one of the game themes. Ding! Congratulations. You have drawn the game theme, Island Survival. This round of the game lasts 15 days. Players must survive for at least 15 days within the game. Failure to do so will result in the end of the game for the player. Ding! The game is now in progress. No materials or assistance will be provided to players. All necessary resources must be found by the players themselves. Please be advised. Ding! Clearing this round of the game will award players a base score of 10000. Please strive to clear the game and earn more points. Ding! This round will be the final round of the game. Please do your best to clear it and earn points. Lin Xi never expected this to be the last game. There had been no announcement. How desperate those who lack game points must be in this round. Especially those who failed the previous individual game. Without the bonus points from that game, many players didn't have enough points to exchange for a slot on the backup planet. They had pinned their hopes on this team game, but even the points from the team game might not be enough to secure a slot. After all, many players hadn't received the inside information and might have used some of their points earlier, leaving them with insufficient points. This was their last hope. Game scene loading complete. The game is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves. The system's countdown reached 0, and in the next instant Lin Xi found herself in a new location. The humid air swept over her, the opening scene of the previous game, causing her body to tense. Wow, this game really knows my heart. It's full of handsome men and beautiful women. Lin Xi looked toward the source of the voice. It was a female player not far away. She turned her head to look around. This time there were 2 male and 2 female players, and standing right beside her was Gu Ziqing. Lin Xi was delighted and walked toward Gu Ziqing. Gu Ziqing also saw her and was walking in Lin Xi's direction. At that moment, they were on a bamboo raft floating on the sea, and the raft was swaying as people moved. The bamboo raft was large, and although it swayed, it showed no sign of capsizing due to the players' movements. The two had just reunited when the other 2 players also began to gather. Hey, handsome Hao Yan. Wanna hook up? The voice was seductive. Lin Xi, attracted, turned her head to look in that direction. Hao Yan extended her finger provocatively, lifting the male player's chin and blew air onto his face. The sunlight was strong, so Lin Xi couldn't see their faces clearly, but judging by their figures, both had superb physiques. The male player was tall and broad-shouldered, exuding a strong hormonal aura. The female player, Hao Yan, lived up to her name. She was exceptionally glamorous with a voluptuous figure. Incredible. They all wore the same outfit, but why is the difference so huge? Lin Xi looked at herself, then at Hao Yan not far away. Hao Yan's excellent figure made Lin Xi, who had a normal build, look like a bean sprout in comparison. Get lost. The man pushed Hao Yan away without mercy. If you don't want to play, then fine. No need to be so harsh. Hao Yan pouted and decisively turned in another direction. As she walked over Lin, she could finally see her face clearly. Just like her figure, her face was also stunning. In an interstellar era where there were no ugly people, to see someone with exceptionally outstanding looks meant that person was truly a rare gem. Lin Xi stared fixedly at the approaching figure, not moving a muscle. Gu Ziqing frowned at Hao Yan and instinctively took a step back. Having lived for over 20 years, he was no stranger to fervent men and women appearing around him from time to time, and he was well versed in handling such situations. As she moved, the bamboo raft swayed more violently, and the flat surface began to tilt. Gu Ziqing and Lin Xi had to move toward the center of the raft to prevent it from capsizing. Hao Yan quickly came before them. Gu Ziqing watched her warily, but she let out a chuckle and with a familiar gesture and tone said, "Little sister, Hao Yan. Want to have some fun together?" Lin Xi. This was she being hit on by someone of the same gender. This was the first time something like this had happened, and Lin Xi's mind went blank for a moment. Gu Ziqing. Get lost. Gu Ziqing stepped forward to shield Lin Xi behind him, uttering the same words as the male player just now. His originally wary eyes became even more guarded as he looked at the woman with a radiant smile, his gaze filled with hostility. I didn't take a fancy to you. Why are you so aggressive? Hao Yan ignored Gu Ziqing and continued talking to Lin Xi. Little sister, be my girlfriend, okay? Gu Ziqing's eyes flashed with fury, and he felt an impulse to kick this woman into the sea. Plopped. A large splash drenched the bamboo raft. The stunning beauty who had been posing just a moment ago instantly became a drowned rat. This is a live game stream, not a no man's land. If you want to act horny, please pick a better place and don't bother us. That same player crouched down and pushed Hao Yan, who was floundering at the edge of the raft, away again. It was he who had suddenly walked over and kicked Hao Yan into the sea just now so fast that Hao Yan had no time. Take your time to cool off in the water, no need to rush ashore. He waved at Hao Yin with malicious intent. F you son of a BH. Her seductive voice turned into a stream of angry curses. However, none of the three on the raft wanted to listen. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing looked warily at the male player. This man had kicked a teammate into the water without a word. Who knew if he would do the same to them? Although the island was not far away with a bamboo raft available, who would want to thrash and swim in the water? The male player stood up, walked toward the two, and extended his hand. My name is Jiang Yi. It's an honor to be on the same server as you, Lin Xi. Gu Ziqing reacted quickly, reaching out to shake Jiang Yi's hand before Lin Xi. I'm Gu Ziqing, and this is Lin Xi. I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation in the coming time. Jiang Yi scoffed and withdrew his hand without any response to Gu Ziqing's words. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold, but it was not quiet. The waves pushed the bamboo raft toward the island with Hao Yin cursing behind them. About an hour later, Hao Yan's curses finally stopped, probably because she was tired of cursing or tired of swimming. She couldn't get onto the raft. As soon as her hand touched the bamboo, Jiang Yi would appear from above and mercilessly kick her back into the sea. Both Gu Ziqing and Lin Xi showed no reaction to this. Lin Xi had observed the surroundings and found no large marine creatures. Hao Yin was merely tired in the sea with no threat to her life. As for Gu Ziqing, he had no liking for anyone who coveted his beloved, and he was especially disgusted by her flirtatious behavior toward Lin Xi, so he did not stop Jiang Yi's actions. The three drifted on the bamboo raft for another 3 hours. When their satiety values neared 30, the group finally arrived at the island. Cough, cough, cough. Give me a hand, my satiety is almost 0. Hao Yin was too tired to curse anymore. Staying in the sea consumed a lot of stamina and satiety. If she hadn't eaten 2 raw fish along the way, and if Jiang Yi hadn't allowed her to hold onto the raft later, she would have been eliminated from the game already. Lin Xi was about to go help, but Jiang Yi and Gu Ziqing had already pulled her up. Since you have a good skill, I'll kindly remind you this woman in front of you swings both ways. Don't be foolish and let her cling to you. After pulling her up, Jiang Yi wiped his hands in disgust. Lin Xi silently took 2 steps back. She had no interest in women that way, she was afraid, very afraid. Gu Ziqing also reacted strongly, going directly to the island's edge to scrub his hands with seawater as if Hao Yin carried a virus. Hao Yin left on the shore. With little satiety left, the three began to get busy. There were many edible marine creatures on the shore. They needed to gather some. There were trees not far away, and they also needed to collect fuel. Food could be eaten raw, but since this was a survival game, if it could be cooked, it was better to cook it. Safety first, life above all. The three split up, but none dared to go too far. They had not yet explored the island, so it was unsafe. The 3 of them wolfed down their first meal on the island. They breathed a sigh of relief only after their satiety value was full, but the thirst indicator on the personal panel was glaringly conspicuous. But the surrounding was seawater, and they hadn't found fresh water yet, so thirst had to be set aside for now. Get up, eat something. Jiang Yi walked over to Hao Yin and nudged her with the tip of his shoe. Hao Yin struggled to open her eyes and glanced at him, then weakly closed them again. Her satiety value was nearly depleted. She had no energy to speak. Given that the person on the ground was indiscriminate and not picky about food, the 3 of them didn't want to feed her. Rock, paper, scissors. An ancient and fair method. Slap. Damn hand. Lin Xi clapped her own hands, then helplessly walked over to Hao Yin. During the meal, Jiang Yi had told them about Hao Yan's performance in the game. This person, ignoring the live Interstellar broadcast, was a ruthless player who engaged in clapping of love with other players and NPCs in the game. In every game, the number of times she clapped for love exceeded the number of game days. It was said that her livestream room's audience remained high each game. If not for the game system's real-time blurring feature, the viewer count would have set new records. Lin Xi used a found stick as chopsticks to stuff food into Hao Yan's mouth, not daring to touch her. Within 2 minutes of the food entering her stomach, Hao Yin was able to move. She sat up, her eyes as seductive as silk, and said to Lin Xi, "Little sister, you're so kind, even better than those 2 men. For the rest of the game, big sister." Lin Xi didn't let her finish. She stuffed a piece of snail meat into her mouth, blocking all her words down her. "Eat it yourself." Throwing the leaf wrap beside her, Lin Xi turned and left. Drifting on the sea had wasted too much time. They had to hurry to find supplies and a camp to survive the first night of the game. Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi had already gone ahead to explore the terrain and find a suitable campsite, while Lin Xi began searching for edible things on the shore. Due to the game's mechanics, food was indispensable. She first dismantled the bamboo raft into 4 parts and stored them in her space, then began gathering food. There was plenty of food on the coast. Common shellfish and crustaceans such as mussels, oysters, and clams attached to rocks or shallow reefs, as well as sea snails and periwinkles on the rock surfaces. Lin Xi pried open the shells with a stone, carefully avoiding cuts from the sharp edges. There were also sardines, small sea bream, and flounder near the reefs or in shallow water, but lacking tools for the moment, she gave up catching them. In the late afternoon, the sun was still fierce. Even without the system's reminder, Lin Xi knew she was very thirsty. The high-temperature scorching sun and high humidity caused faster water loss, rehydration needed to be more ample. After Hao Yin had eaten and drunk her fill, she sidled up, nearly pressing her whole body against Lin Xi. Find your own supplies, don't think about sharing. Lin Xi pushed her away. It was already hot. With her clinging on, it felt even hotter. Worst of all, she not only stuck to her, but also groped her. Lin Xi's temple throbbed several times. She finally understood how Gu Ziqing felt when facing a same-sex obsessive fan. Hao Yin was not one to take advice. The more Lin Xi told her to leave, the more she clung on. Having sailed through so many games entirely by charm, without a single failure in this game, she still intended to conquer others through charm to achieve her own victory. Rumor had it that her skill in the game was also related to charm. After all, even the greatest charm fails when facing life-and-death situations. Yet, Jiang Yi said that in several games, whenever Hao Yin was in danger, there were always players, or NPCs, who sacrificed themselves to save her. Such insane acts of dying for her were not just one or two instances. If it happened once or twice, it could be considered normal, but happening multiple times, it could only mean something fishy. Not knowing what the trigger condition for her skill was, keeping a distance was definitely the right move. Lin Xi pushed her away again, and when the woman clung to her once more, she kicked her to the ground. Once or twice could be tolerated, but not a third time. She didn't want to lay hands on a pretty girl either. Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi soon returned. The sky was darkening, so they didn't dare go too far. Coming back to see Hao Yin picking herself up from the ground, the two men frowned, but ignored her. Let's go, well set up camp. Gu Ziqing handed her the wood he had collected. Jiang Yi did the same. With Lin Xi's spatial storage, keeping supplies with her could save the player's energy. Did she do anything to you? On the way, Gu Ziqing asked with concern. The way Hao Yin had fallen clearly showed she hadn't tripped on her own. Lin Xi glanced at Hao Yin following behind, and said with some annoyance, she kept clinging and groping. I couldn't help but give her a kick. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Jiang Yi beside her. Did you experience the same game with her before? What Lin Xi didn't see was that when she shifted her gaze, Gu Ziqing's look toward Hao Yin turned 3 degrees colder. Once, Jiang Yi replied with a look of reluctance to say more. Lin Xi didn't press further. Seeing his clean and decisive kick to push her into the sea earlier, it was obvious that he had been harassed by Hao Yin in that game. But if the guess was correct, Hao Yin's memory was too poor. She had forgotten the people she had flirted with before and tried to flirt with them a second time. The temporary campsite was a bit far, so along the way Lin Xi had to stop to pick up the supplies that Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi had gathered on their route. They had nothing to store supplies with, so besides the items they handed to Lin Xi, they also piled some along the way back. The campsite was about a few hundred meters from the coast. The island had long been uninhabited, so the path there was winding, creating the illusion of a long distance. We're here, Gu Ziqing said. It was a clearing in a small grove on the island. The ground was level and free of debris, and its elevation was relatively high in this area, making it a fairly good choice for camping. After arriving, the three of them began to divide the work. Gu Ziqing was in charge of making a fire, while Jiang Yi started building a crude shelter. On a sea island, rain was a common occurrence. They didn't even have spare clothes to change, and getting wet was a troublesome and dangerous thing. Lin Xi on the side processed the collected food, preparing to cook something later. After the food was processed and the fire was lit, Lin Xi went to cook the seafood, while Gu Ziqing gathered useful items near the campfire. As for Hao Yin, after being repeatedly scolded by Gu Ziqing, she shifted her target to Jiang Yi. Listening to her syrupy, flirtatious voice, Lin Xi was inwardly quite impressed. This kind of shameless yet persistent quality could lead to success in anything. But if this quality were applied to herself, Lin Xi said it would cause indigestion. Don't look at her, look at me, Gu Ziqing said, turning Lin Xi's head toward him. Lin Xi couldn't help but laugh. It was the small expression on his face that she had never seen before, utterly amusing. Gu Ziqing, dissatisfied, shoved a piece of snail meat into her mouth. Eat. Finish up and get some rest early. The unseasoned snail meat was surprisingly not fishy, with a hint of sweetness. Frankly, it was quite delicious. The two of them ate a lot, stopping only when their satiety was full. We'll use the bamboo raft as a roof and make do for tonight. Jiang Yi walked over with Hao Yin following behind. Gu Ziqing and Lin Xi went to put a roof on the hut, while Jiang Yi came to eat. Brother, I'm hungry too. Give me a little, please. Jiang Yi remained unmoved, even speeding up his eating. The food Lin Xi had prepared was not much to begin with, just enough for the three of them, leaving no share for Hao Yin. She still had food in her space, but she didn't want to share it with Hao Yin. This girl hadn't done anything the entire journey. Even though Lin Xi wanted to take care of her teammate and share some food, seeing her lazy and indifferent attitude made her seethe with anger. Lin Xi didn't pay attention to those two. She and Gu Ziqing were putting up the roof, simply laying the bamboo raft on top. At the bottom of the hut, Jiang Yi had already spread a layer of dry grass, their bed for the night. The sky was completely dark, but it was still early, and they weren't sleepy yet. Are there some vines on that tree over there? Lin Xi pointed to a nearby tree. When they passed by earlier, she thought she had seen some vines there, but they were in a hurry and hadn't observed closely, so she— Yes, do you need them? Gu Ziqing said. He had walked this path twice today and knew everything along it. Yes, let's go see if we can pull some down. The two went to the campfire to grab a torch. Jiang Yi had finished eating and followed along. Hao Yin watched the three figures for a moment, hesitated, and finally stayed at the camp. Is it okay that we three are so obviously targeting Hao Yin? Lin Xi asked. Jiang Yi snorted. It's not us targeting her, it's her targeting all of us. This is a survival game. If she keeps playing like this, I don't mind turning the 4-person team into a 3-person. Gu Zicheng said without hesitation. His teammates could do nothing, but they couldn't be a burden, especially one who deliberately held them back. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement. The three soon arrived at the tree with vines. Surrounding them, various insects played a symphony, which was quite pleasant to listen to. What do you need the vines for? Jiang Yi tugged at the vine, using a lot of effort to pull it down. To make a few backpacks for you. My space is limited and can't hold too many supplies. Lin Xi explained, and also stepped forward to pull at the vines. Limited space was one reason, but more importantly, if the two of them had backpacks, while searching for supplies they could carry more things back, making it much more convenient. Knowing it was for the two of them, they didn't ask further. Soon Lin Xi's space was filled with vines. The torch in their hands was about to go out, so the three didn't dare linger and hurried back toward the camp. I wonder if there are any large animals on this island. The large animals from the previous game had left a deep impression on. I think the main danger this time comes from the harsh weather, Gu Zicheng expressed his opinion. Even if there are large animals, there probably won't be many. Jiang Yi remained silent, walking at the front. When they returned to the camp, Hao Yin was sitting by the fire eating. It was unclear where her food came from, but judging by the shells on the ground, she had eaten quite a lot. Jiang Yi shot Hao Yin a deep look, then turned away. This woman. He was still thinking about letting Hao Yan's satiety drop to 0 and having her eliminated directly. This woman was simply too annoying, and she didn't understand human language. Neither scolding nor beating could drive her away. Infuriating. Infuriating. Lin Xi thought thoughtfully. According to Jiang Yi, Hao Yin had cleared so many games only by relying on the sacrifices of other players and NPCs. But now it seemed that she also had her own skills. You two go rest first. They'll keep watch, and we've 2 backpacks. Lin Xi said to Gu Zicheng and Jiang Yi. Be careful and don't let that woman take advantage of you, Gu Zicheng warned worriedly. That woman wasn't a romantic rival, though she was a robber. Lin Xi nodded and urged the two to rest. She went to the other side of the campfire far away from Hao Yin and began to process the vines. The branches on the vines needed simple processing before weaving, which was a lengthy task. Lin Xi was immersed in processing the materials and didn't notice Hao Yin suddenly approaching. Bang! A loud noise. Gu Zicheng and Jiang Yi immediately sprang up from the haystack. What's she up to now? Gu Zicheng hurried to Lin Xi's side. Beside Lin Xi, Hao Yin was pinned under Lin Xi's foot. I was too focused and she suddenly came up. My just happened, Lin Xi said, rubbing her nose apologetically. Sorry for disturbing your rest. It wasn't her fault. In the interstellar training, the system had repeatedly attacked her, creating a conditioned reflex. Plus, she was too absorbed to notice someone approaching. Moreover, this person had no intention of attacking, so she hadn't even raised her guard. And then it happened. Jiang Yi walked over, impatiently looked at the woman struggling on the ground, and casually picked up a nearby vine to tie her up. If you can't learn to get along with teammates, then you'll have to suffer. Jiang Yi dragged the bound Hao Yin to a nearby tree and tied her to it. Brother, how can you? Woo-woo. As soon as Hao Yin opened her mouth, Jiang Yi stuffed a handful of dry grass in. I'm not your brother. If you cause trouble again, I won't hesitate to eliminate you from the game. If it weren't for the team game, Jiang Yi would have killed her already. His game points were enough to exchange for a spot on the reserve planet, but he had a younger sister at home. He wanted more points to exchange for a spot for her. In a team game, even if the system didn't inform about the existence of teammates at the start, it might give extra points. For someone desperately in need of points, as long as that possibility existed, he had to be careful. Hao Yin stopped struggling, just looking at Jiang Yi with tearful eyes. Jiang Yi didn't even glance at her, and went back. Gu Zicheng was a bit worried about Lin Xi. Hao Yin was tied up, seemingly unable to move, but who knew if her skill could free her. Also, there were items available for purchase in the game shop. They had never bought any, but who knew if Hao Yin had. Rest assured and go to sleep. I have enough ability to protect myself, Lin, she said, urging him to rest. She was no longer the delicate person she used to be. She was a woman whose every physical attribute exceeded 50. During the subsequent watch, Lin, she dared not fully immerse herself in weaving. She divided her attention, keeping a portion of her mind alert to the surroundings. The wilderness was tranquil, interrupted only by the chirping of small animals and the crackling of the campfire. No large animals. It's also possible that they are on the periphery and large animals simply aren't nearby. 2 backpacks were quickly woven. Just as Lin Xi was about to weave a few hats from dry grass, Jiang Yi awoke. Lin Xi went to rest, and he took charge of the second half of the night. Lin Xi glanced at Hao Yin, who was still tied to the tree and sleeping soundly, then turned and walked into the hut without looking back. On the second day of the game, Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng rose at the moment the sun ascended. The first 3 days of the game should be safe as before, so they had to seize the time to prepare for the dangers ahead. The three discussed and decided that Gu Zicheng and Jiang Yi would venture deeper into the island to search for supplies and a suitable campsite. Their current camp was too close to the seashore. If it rained or seawater surged in it would be perilous. It could only serve as a temporary shelter, definitely not for long-term use. Lin Xi continued to gather edible items along the coast. Jiang Yi handed Lin Xi 2 wooden spears which he had crafted during his watch the previous night. I've watched your live stream. You are very skilled at spearing fish. Thank you. Lin Xi accepted them. She indeed needed fish spears. Even if Jiang Yi hadn't made them, she would have crafted her own. This was the advantage of having teammates. Shared resources, less to worry about. What about her? Before departing Lin, she pointed at Hao Yin, who was still in the tree. Being tied up all night didn't seem to have changed her much, as she was now looking at them with tearful eyes. That innocent expression would evoke pity in anyone unaware of the situation. Jiang Yi walked over and removed the vines from her. Let's go, leave her alone. Lin Xi turned to leave, but after a moment's thought, she came back. Under Hao Yan's gaze, she collected the thatch roof and the dry grass from the ground into her spatial storage. The space was still mostly empty. There was no reason not to fill it. As soon as Lin Xi left, Hao Yan followed. This time, however, she didn't cling close, but kept a moderate distance, trailing all the way to the seaside before stopping. Lin Xi bent down to pick up shellfish and conches, while Hao Yan also gathered nearby. After a night, Hao Yan's satiety level was nearly depleted. She picked up each shellfish and ate it raw without even bothering to roast them over a fire. Lin Xi paid her no mind. After collecting about half a basket of shellfish, she headed to the reef area, where stranded fish could be found. The fish in the shallow waters were not large, and the spear Jiang Yi had given her was too big. She fastened a sharp shell onto a forked branch and waited quietly in the shallows for a fish to swim by, then struck swiftly. She was adept at this task. Within less than an hour her harvest was abundant. She still had some leftover cooked food from the morning, so she ate a little and continued forward. Bang! She narrowly missed being hit by a falling object by less than 5 centimeters. The culprit was the coconut tree before her. This was the reason she had come this way. The coconut trees. She just hadn't expected a coconut to fall from the tree the moment she approached, nearly splitting her head open. Coconuts contain coconut water. It was already the second day of the game, and Lin Xi, who hadn't had a drink of water, yet felt very thirsty. Although coconut water cannot replace fresh water for long-term consumption, it is an excellent choice for temporary hydration and electrolyte replenishment. She stored the fallen coconuts in her spatial storage and began to climb the tree. The coconut palm was very tall. Fortunately, she wasn't afraid of heights, or she would have been terrified. After plucking all the coconuts from several nearby trees, she headed back to the camp. Gu Zicheng and Jiang Yi had already returned. They had no backup food and couldn't stay away from the camp for long. Come and see if these things are edible, Gu Zicheng called out. Their backpacks were full, and there were 2 piles of firewood beside them. It seemed they had also had a fruitful harvest. Lin Xi walked over, but didn't immediately inspect the contents of the backpacks. Instead, she took out all the coconuts she had gathered. Crack them open. There's water inside. Be careful not to spill it. Hearing there was water inside, Gu Zicheng and Jiang Yi immediately came over and eagerly began cracking them. With no experience, the first coconut was smashed to pieces, and the water splashed everywhere. It's fine, we have plenty to waste, Lin Xi said, handing another one over. She herself started eating the broken. While eating, she didn't forget to offer a piece to Gu Zicheng, who was still cracking coconuts. Jiang Yi controlled his force better, managing to keep at least half of the coconut shell intact with about a third of the water remaining. While eating, she didn't forget to offer a piece to Gu Zicheng, who was still cracking coconuts. Jiang Yi controlled his force better, managing to keep it. Here. Gu Zicheng immediately handed the coconut to Lin Xi. She took a big gulp and left the rest for him. Take your time opening them. He'll prepare some food first. With her spatial storage, she didn't have to worry about opening too many coconuts and having them go bad before drinking. She had deliberately kept embers from the previous night, so she didn't need to restart a fire. Lin Xi skewered the cleaned fish onto wooden sticks and began roasting them. On the island, there was no need to look for salt. Seawater was salty. However, seawater contained many impurities, and the salt in it couldn't be consumed long-term without processing. Having it once in a while was fine. She roasted all the food, and after the 3 of them ate, they would divide the rest. With enough food, they wouldn't have to worry about satiety when venturing out for long periods. Gu Zicheng and the other left a few coconuts unopened. We'll put these in our backpacks and open them when we need them during our outings. After all, they were moving separately, so carrying some supplies was essential. You decide, Lin Xi said, handing over the roasted fish. Let's eat first. The salted grilled fish was delicious, the flesh tender and savory. The 3 ate with great relish. As they were enjoying their meal, Hao Yin, who had followed Lin Xi out, approached like a specter. Lin Xi remained alert to her surroundings and didn't let her get close. Hao Yin came near, but said nothing, simply gazing at them and their food with eyes that held 3 parts reproach, 3 parts resentment, and 4 parts longing. The 3 didn't invite her to eat, they waited for her to make a move. It was already the second day of the game. If Hao Yin still made no contribution and showed no strong desire to team up, they would have no choice but to abandon her as a teammate. When all three of them had their hunger sated, Hao Yin remained silent, only placing the food she had gathered by the fire. Her demeanor made it unclear what she was thinking. Dividing the food and placing it in coconut shells, Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi set off again. Lin Xi lingered to organize and sort her spatial storage, then left after a while. Before departing, she glanced at Hao Yin, who was still slowly roasting something. Seeing that Hao Yan's gaze was fixed on the food, she thought no more of it and returned to the shore. This time she took a different direction, heading straight for the coconut trees. Not far away there were more coconut trees, and near them were conch shells and fish. With the camp matters left to Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi, Lin Xi could focus solely on preparing food. She worked until sunset before heading back to the camp. Before reaching the camp, she saw a plume of white smoke rising from the distance, thinking it was Gu Ziqing and the others returning. However, upon arrival she realized it was not them. Neither Gu Ziqing nor Jiang Yi were back, and Hao Yin was also absent. The white smoke came from the campfire. The reason the fire was smoking was that someone had poured water on it. The campfire was extinguished, producing a thick cloud of white smoke. It took no guesswork to figure out who had done it. Just as I thought. Besides the doused fire, all the firewood at the camp was soaked with water. Before leaving the camp, she had deliberately taken some wood and hay from her spatial storage to free up space for the supplies she had collected. Now everything she had set out was ruined. As darkness fell, Lin Xi sighed and quickly took out dry hay from her spatial storage to start a new fire. Fortunately, she had always been prepared to leave the camp at any moment, having only taken out a portion of her stored supplies. What happened? She did this. Jiang Yi and Gu Ziqing returned, asking one after another. Lin Xi nodded. Yes, everything we left at the camp is ruined. Hao Yin must have thought Lin Xi had taken everything out of her spatial storage, so she struck without mercy. Does she even want to play the game properly? Gu Ziqing muttered, then put down his belongings and began to help. The flames had risen, but the campfire structure was not yet built. Jiang Yi asked Lin Xi to take out ingredients from the spatial storage so he could prepare them. Once the campfire was lit, a sense of safety immediately returned. Although no large animals had been spotted, fire was crucial in the wilderness, especially at night. Lin Xi stepped aside and took out materials for building a shelter, then emptied the wild fruits that Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi had brought back that day onto the ground. After Jiang Yi finished processing the ingredients, Gu Ziqing took over the cooking and Jiang Yi began constructing the shelter. Lin Xi sorted through the pile of fruits, picking out the edible ones. Squeeze some juice onto the fish. It will remove the fishy smell. Lin Xi tossed a fruit to Gu Ziqing. Without asking questions, he lowered his head and worked on the food. After sorting the fruits, Lin Xi started weaving a hat from dry grass. It had been 2 days in the game, and she had received a system notification about sunburn. Aside from the sunburn warning, there were also reminders about thirst vitamin deficiency and a series of other alerts. With the fruits available, thirst and vitamin needs could be temporarily alleviated. As for sunburn, she could only rely on physical protection. For relief, she would need to find suitable herbs or the like. Did you find a water source? Lin Xi asked. Gu Ziqing replied, we found one, but it's a bit far. That spot is also suitable for setting up camp. Because of the distance, the two had returned late. However, being farther from the shore also meant it would be safer to camp. Should we move there tomorrow? Yes, we'll move tomorrow. Gu Ziqing nodded. Had it not been so late, they would have. Jiang Yi finished building a simple shelter and walked over, grabbing a freshly cooked fish. Why does food always taste so good when it passes through your hands? Gu Ziqing pointed at Lin Xi. She taught me. Lin Xi just smiled at them and ate in silence. That night, Lin Xi kept watch during the first half and Gu Ziqing during the second. Jiang Yi had kept watch the previous night's second half, so tonight he could sleep through. After Hao Yin sabotaged the camp, she had disappeared. Lin Xi, on guard duty, dared not focus on other tasks, fearing Hao Yin might come out to cause trouble or launch a sneak attack. So far, Lin Xi had not sensed any determination in Hao Yin to clear the game. Until the shift changed, there was no sign of Hao Yin. Lin Xi was so tired, she kept yawning, and she stopped thinking about her going straight to sleep. The next morning, after eating, Lin Xi stored all the useful camp items into her spatial storage. The new campsite was far, but since Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi had cleared a path the day before, the journey was significantly shorter. Moreover, they had piled up some supplies along the way that were too heavy to carry back. Upon reaching the campsite, the basic materials for setting up camp were already in place. The two men worked on building the camp, while Lin Xi prepared the campfire. The water source was less than 100 meters from the camp. After the fire was lit, Lin Xi fetched water and used coconut shells as pots to boil a good amount of water. Only after drinking the cooled boiled water did the thirsty prompt on their personal panels completely disappear. Since setting up the camp would take a long time, Lin Xi set aside some food and informed the others that she would explore the surroundings. This location was already deep into the island, and here she could finally spot some animals. Wild rabbits and pheasants scurried past her eyes. Lin's hands moved faster than her eyes as she swiftly threw a few small stones. With a few whooshing sounds, those cute little creatures became the ones soon to enter their stomachs. With a rustling sound, Lin, she looked up to see several small monkeys darting through the trees above. The commotion they caused startled many birds perched in the branches. What a lively scene. Yet beneath the liveliness lurked danger. Camouflaged insects disguised as plants, venomous snakes slithering along tree trunks, crocodiles lying in wait in the water. Lin Xi grew increasingly cautious, not daring to venture deeper, confining herself to the camp's vicinity. She gathered whatever edible things she could find, and if not, she collected wood or tinder, never returning empty-handed. With large trees blocking the light, darkness fell quickly. When Lin Xi returned to the camp, the frame of the shelter was already complete, and the two were drinking water and eating by the campfire. Lin Xi was also hungry. She set aside the day's harvest and joined them in eating. After finishing their meal, the three dared not rest and resumed building the camp. After tonight, the third day of the game would end. Starting from the fourth day, the game's danger level would rise, leaving them with little time to prepare. Lin Xi tended to the embers, then remained by the campfire crafting tools and weapons. The supplies gathered over the past 3 days had been obtained through sheer brute force, and the tools in her hands were painfully crude. Today she deliberately sought out materials to make stone axes, wooden spears, and the like. The island's terrain was smaller than the previous game's map, yet its resource abundance was no less than that of the grasslands. Perhaps it was also due to the larger number of people, allowing them to acquire the resources they needed more quickly, creating such an illusion. This time the house they built was quite large. The materials needed for the roof alone exceeded their original plan. After the two of them finished building the roof, they went to sleep. Once again, Lin Xi took the watch during the second half of this time. Lin Xi did not weave anything by the campfire. Instead, she picked up the freshly made stone axe and headed into the nearby woods to begin felling trees. The camp could not consist of just a single house and a campfire. Expanding its perimeter was essential. There were still many materials needed. With tools in hand, it was far better than chopping down trees barehanded, yet the efficiency still fell short of proper implements. In 4 hours, she had only managed to cut down 6 trees of moderate size. Tonight, the second half of the watch fell to Jiang Yi. He got up and took over the tree-cutting work. Day 4 of the game. It's so hot, Jiang Yi complained. The difference from the previous 3 days was that today felt somewhat hot. Even in the early morning, a light sweat had begun to form on his body. It might rain, Lin Xi said, looking up at the sky. In truth, she wasn't very knowledgeable about such things, but she knew that before rain the temperature usually rose slightly, making the air feel stuffy. After eating, Gu Ziqing and the other person stayed at the camp to continue building the house. Lin Xi left behind 2 meals worth of food and all the materials from her spatial storage, then headed to the seaside again. Fortunately, the path from their earlier journey had been cleared by Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi, so she only needed to follow the trail to avoid getting lost. The forest was rich in resources, but the corresponding risks were also great. Venturing into the woods alone was inadvisable for her. The coastline was better suited for solo activities. Along the way, Lin Xi set up several small traps on both sides of the path, tossing a few pieces of fish inside as bait. If these traps could bring her some unexpected bonuses, all the better. After a brisk 3-hour walk, she finally reached the shore. Thankfully, the trail existed, otherwise the journey would have taken even more time. Apart from the swimming fish, the coastal resources were practically free for the taking. Over the next few hours, she gathered a pile of sea snails and shellfish, picked numerous coconuts and palm leaves, and speared a heap of fish. After clearing out her spatial storage, there was still plenty of room. Lin Xi filled it all with seemingly clear seawater. Rain. She had wanted to continue exploring further, but the rain began to fall without any warning. Forced to turn back, the rain wasn't heavy, but the dark clouds in the sky looked ominous. Uncertain about the weather's next move, Lin Xi decided to head back first. When she was about a third of the way home, the rain abruptly stopped. Lin Xi. Going back to the coast would not be worth the effort, so she continued her return journey, checking along the way to see if the morning traps had yielded anything. Nothing. Nothing. Still nothing. It wasn't until the last trap that she found a bit of a prize, a small wild chicken. With no space left in her storage, Lin Xi made a rope from dry grass to tie up the chicken. There was still some time before dark, so instead of rushing back, she gathered firewood along the path. In the later stages, when the weather turned harsh, damp firewood would be unusable. Carrying a bundle of firewood on her back and 2 more in each hand, Lin Xi sprinted back. The improvement in her physical attributes made her movements incredibly agile. The camp had transformed dramatically. The house was finished, and the surrounding weeds and small trees had been partially cleared by Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi. The view was now open and less oppressive, devoid of the sense of fear she had felt before. As dusk fell, Lin Xi began processing the day's harvest. Gu Ziqing took charge of cooking dinner, while Jiang Yi worked on trimming the branches from the felled trees. No one was allowed to rest. After finishing her current task, Lin Xi started weaving baskets and raincoats from dry grass. Time to eat. We can continue after, Gu Ziqing called out. The two of them put down their work and began dinner. They had fish, meat, wild vegetables, and wild fruits. Everything except the staple grain. Lin Xi glanced at her personal panel. Besides the warning of nutritional imbalance, there was also a marker for mild metal poisoning. The metal poisoning was likely caused by consuming unrefined sea salt. Don't add any more salt to the remaining food for now. Wait until I've purified new salt before processing it. Lin Xi instructed Gu Ziqing. Gu Ziqing nodded and replied with an okay. After the meal, the three of them resumed their tasks. The two men continued working on the camp's construction, while Lin Xi began refining the sea salt. A halved coconut shell served as a funnel-shaped container. Small holes were drilled in the bottom and materials were layered from bottom to top. Bottom layer pebbles to prevent fine sand from leaking and support the upper layers. Middle layer fine sand to filter smaller particles. Upper layer multiple layers of dry grass to filter out tiny suspended solids with activated charcoal in between to absorb some organic impurities and odors. The collected seawater was slowly poured into the filter, and the filtered liquid was collected. The seawater gradually became clear with no visible impurities. Next, water was evaporated to concentrate the salt, while taking advantage of differences in boiling points to remove some volatile impurities, such as certain organic compounds, and reduce microorganisms. The filtered seawater was poured into a heating container and gently heated over the campfire to avoid vigorous boiling that could spatter impurities. Heating continued until about 80% of the water had evaporated and a crystalline film appeared on the surface of the solution. At this point, the salt concentration in the solution was high, and some impurities with lower solubility might crystallize out early. These could be carefully skimmed off the surface. Heating was stopped and the solution was allowed to cool naturally. At this stage, a large amount of crude salt crystals precipitated, while the remaining small amount of liquid contained higher concentrations of impurities such as magnesium and calcium salts, which gave a bitter taste. The crystals could be removed and the mother liquor discarded to reduce bitter impurities. The third step was recrystallization purification, a critical step to reduce heavy metals and bitter impurities. The crude salt crystals were placed in a container, a small amount of clean fresh water was added, and the mixture was heated to boiling to completely dissolve the salt crystals. The hot solution was filtered through multiple layers of cloth to remove undissolved impurities. The filtered hot solution was then left to stand and cool naturally. Sodium chloride would crystallize out preferentially, while most impurities such as magnesium and calcium salts remained in the solution. Once crystallization was complete, the surface salt crystals were scooped out, quickly rinsed with a small amount of cold fresh water once or twice, and then dried to obtain relatively pure sea salt. The final step was to eliminate potential microorganisms. The purified salt crystals were placed in a clean container and gently roasted over the campfire for 1,015 minutes. A temperature above 100 C was sufficient to sterilize. The key was to avoid burning the salt. This is a very slow process, but for the sake of health, patience and purification is necessary. By the time the first batch of salt was produced, it was already midnight. The other two had gone to sleep at some point, leaving only Lin Xi by the campfire. Perhaps seeing Lin Xi so engrossed, they had set up homemade warning devices around her. If anyone approached the camp, the shell-made alarms would shake and make noise. Stretching herself, Lin Xi saw Gu Ziqing walk out of the hut, not sleeping a bit longer. Though she didn't know exactly when he had gone to sleep, the last time she had seen him was over 2 hours ago. Such a short time is nowhere near enough sleep. Gu Ziqing came over and hugged her. Can't sleep. You go rest. Seeing that he truly didn't seem tired, Lin Xi didn't overthink it. Then take care of yourself. If you can't hold on, come get me. Lin Xi entered the hut. Whether it was an illusion, she felt a gaze following her. It wasn't Gu Ziqing's gaze. With something on her mind, she didn't sleep soundly. In a daze, she seemed to hear Gu Ziqing talking to someone, his tone filled with a disgust she had never heard before. She was too tired to even get up and see what was happening. Day 5 of the game. Lin Xi came out of the hut with a weary expression. Didn't sleep well, eh? Gu Ziqing handed her a coconut shell of water. Lin Xi yawned and looked at him reproachfully. Last night I think I dreamed about you. Gu Ziqing's lips curled at first, but upon hearing her next words his smile immediately vanished. Dreamed you were shouting like a shrew. Scared me to death. Gu Ziqing. So that's the impression I have in your mind. Given the dangerous look in his eyes, Lin Xi put away her joking face and said vaguely, it's just that last night I vaguely heard you talking. Gu Ziqing took a deep breath and reached out to stroke her head. Can't blame me for my tone. The person who came last night was Hao Yan. This woman's survival ability was stronger than everyone thought. The game had already entered its 5th day, yet she still hadn't been eliminated. What does she want now, eh? Zhang Yi reacted strongly upon hearing Hao Yan's name. 90% of Lin Xi's bad impression of Hao Yan came from Zhang Yi. They were all strangers at first, so why did she and Gu Ziqing trust Zhang Yi, but not Hao Yan? That was because Zhang Yi had been completely open from the start, even secretly telling them his real-world ID number, just hoping to clear the game smoothly. She wants to sabotage. Gu Ziqing shrugged. It seems she has no interest in clearing the game, she only wants to prevent us from clearing it. No interest. Is her score already enough? Zhang Yi murmured. Then he thought about it. It wasn't impossible. Both in and out of the game, Hao Yin had many suitors. If each of them gave her a little score, she would have enough. Jiang Yi thought that way because in the previous individual game, Hao Yin had been eliminated. Next time we meet her, let's just eliminate her directly. Lin Xi suggested. Clearly she has ill intentions and will only cause trouble. This was in the game. Death wasn't real death, or else Lin Xi wouldn't dare say such harsh words. Neither man objected. From that moment, the 4-person team officially became a 3-person team. The morning was still very hot. After eating Gu Ziqing and Lin, she set off for the seaside. Neither man objected. From that moment, the 4-person team officially became a 3-person team. The morning was still very hot. After eating Gu Ziqing and Lin, the two set off carrying bamboo baskets and wearing straw hats. They didn't stop along the way, heading straight to the sea to fetch water. After collecting water, they also gathered some seafood, and on the way back they picked up firewood and wild vegetables. Only when their baskets and hands were full did they return to camp. It was still midday, and rain poured down noisily. Teach me to weave clothes when we get back. I want to take a bath, Gu Ziqing said as he ran, sounding aggrieved. Not having changed clothes for 5 days was at the limit of his tolerance. In the last game he was alone, so he could just tear off 2 large leaves to cover his private parts, but not in this game. He needed to keep his face. Okay, I'll teach you when we get back. Lin Xi chuckled softly. Not only did Gu Ziqing need a change of clothes, but she also did. In this game, she had only wiped her body briefly and hadn't taken a proper bath. Once the grass clothes were made, she could so much smoke from the camp. As they spoke, they inadvertently looked up and saw thick smoke billowing from the camp's direction. Exchanging a glance, they decided to quicken their pace back. This was a very risky move. Once a fire started in the forest, it would spread in the blink of an eye, leaving no chance. As they got closer to the camp, their anxious hearts gradually relaxed. By the time they were almost at the camp, they still didn't feel any heat, meaning the smoke wasn't from a fire. Soon they arrived near the camp. A vast white haze blocked their view of what was happening, but the violent coughing from within told them that Jiang Yi was still alive. Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi. Gu Ziqing pulled Lin Xi back and shouted twice. Cough. Cough. I'm here. Wait outside for a bit, the smoke is too thick. Jiang Yi's voice soon came. Lin Xi found a spot against the wind, took some dry grass from Gu Ziqing's basket, and began weaving clothes. Gu Ziqing sat beside her, observing seriously. There wasn't enough material, so only Lin Xi could weave. She knew his learning ability was strong and didn't need her to teach him step by step. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, Lin Xi had also finished a grass garment. It was shaped like a vest. Jiang Yi had come out of the camp at some point and was watching Lin Xi weave intently. I specifically watched the clip of you weaving clothes in the game replay and even tried to make one myself. Jiang Yi suddenly spoke. But I don't know why my woven clothes fall apart as soon as I put them on. I don't know where the problem is either. You'll have to see the finished product next time you weave. Perhaps it was because he used too much force while weaving, causing the strands to break. It could also be that the finishing wasn't done properly, which could also cause the garment to fall apart. The specifics would only be known after seeing the finished product. Jiang Yi nodded. Alright, I'll weave one tonight, while on night watch, and show you. The smoke finally cleared completely. Glancing over, they didn't see any changes in the camp. What did you burn in the camp to cause such thick smoke? This question flushed Jiang Yi's face, a grown man with embarrassment. Under Lin Xi and the others' gaze, he had no choice but to tell the truth and explain the origin of the smoke. I saw many small animals passing by the camp, so I thought I'd imitate Lin Xi from the last game and use grass to smoke them out. He had watched the official highlight video many times, memorizing every move Lin Xi made in the previous game. But remembering didn't mean mastering. The official video omitted many steps, and since Lin Xi was playing the game rather than hosting a show, the entire clip showed only actions without commentary. Thus, even with the official video, for viewers' understanding and learning depended entirely on the individual's insight and knowledge. After hearing the explanation, Lin Xi paused. The method is feasible, but the choice of materials and operation differ a bit. Knowing many watched the stream to learn, Lin Xi explained in great detail. The explanation was thorough without being verbose, every word packed with practical knowledge. Gu Ziqing sat to the side, trying to replicate what he had just seen, while Jiang Yi focused entirely on listening. He couldn't multitask, so he had to choose one thing to do. With practiced skill, Gu Ziqing sat to the side, trying to replicate what he had just seen, while Jiang Yi focused entirely on listening. He couldn't multitask, so he had to choose one thing to do. The vest grew longer and longer, eventually becoming a skirt. The temperature difference between day and night in this game scene was not significant, so a makeshift skirt sufficed for now. Once the skirt was finished, Gu Ziqing completed his vest, but the final finishing touches required Lin Xi's expertise. Lin Xi took the vest and slowed down his movements to explain. The previous topic was put on hold. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted to Lin Xi's hands, waiting until Lin Xi finished the item. He then said, the problem with my woven clothes falling apart might be in the finishing steps. He wasn't entirely sure and planned to experiment on his own at night. The three moved to the campfire. The seawater in the spatial storage needed to be purified into coarse salt to free up space. During the filtration break, Lin Xi guided Gu Ziqing in weaving lower body garments and explained some basics about smoking insects. Jiang Yi, feeling awkward just listening, handled the ingredients while listening. Once Gu Ziqing's grass garment was finished, he told the two he was going out to find resources. Jiang Yi wanted to continue listening, but knew he couldn't waste all his time there. Seeing Lin Xi occupied with salt purification and unable to leave the camp, he also went out to gather supplies. Lin Xi, while purifying seawater, found time to continue weaving grass clothes. This time he was making a raincoat. Coming back drenched every time it rained was not ideal. The days were scorching hot. Even with a canopy over the campfire, the sun couldn't directly hit them, but it was still sweltering due to the fire's heat. The cool boiled water in the spatial storage was visibly dwindling. Well, I can't leave the campfire today. To make room for seawater, the space only held food and a small amount of fresh water with no reserve. The two returned one after another. Gu Ziqing took Lin Xi to collect the supplies he had gathered. He had amassed a lot, all piled by the roadside. With Lin Xi's spatial storage, they could carry everything at once, saving much effort. When they returned, Jiang Yi had already finished dinner. Perfect timing, now it's your turn to come with me to load the supplies. Gu Ziqing had barely slept the previous night, so he stayed in camp this time. It didn't leak, but a small amount seeped through. That was enough for bathing. When Lin Xi and Jiang Yi returned, they saw Gu Ziqing clean and refreshed. It didn't leak, but a small amount seeped through. That was enough for bathing. When Lin Xi and Jiang Yi returned, they saw Gu Ziqing clean and refreshed. After getting used to seeing you all grimy, seeing you clean makes the world feel brighter, Lin Xi exclaimed dramatically. Gu Ziqing chuckled and urged her to go wash as well. He had only slept 2 hours the night before, so he needed to rest now that Lin Xi and the others were back. Jiang Yi voluntarily stayed outside the hut to keep watch. Of course, he didn't just sit there silently. He used a homemade stone tool to dig a trench. He wanted to replicate the moat Lin Xi had dug in the previous game. When they ventured deeper into the island, they found that large animals still existed, just not as many as on the grasslands. Whether many or few, having some was better than none. When Lin Xi came out, Jiang Yi stopped his work. I've left some water for you. Go wash up too, Lin Xi said. Conditions are limited, but washing will help you sleep better. Jiang Yi, okay, thank you. He stayed by the campfire boiling fresh water and weaving a raincoat. A raincoat made of dry grass wasn't very waterproof. Each blade had to be tightly woven to improve resistance. She planned to tie large leaves to the outer layer to enhance waterproofing. For hours later, it was Jiang Yi's turn to take over watch. Lin Xi lay on the grass listening to the sound of digging outside and sighed inwardly. With a diligent teammate, half the worries were gone. Game day 6. The weather remained muggy. Food was plentiful, but they lacked staple grains. They had searched the island over the past few days and found no staple crops, so they gave up on that option. Fresh water and salt had been prepared yesterday. Only game day 6. The game wasn't even half over yet. They had already gathered most of what they needed. Compared to the solo game last time, this game was incredibly easy. They wondered if Hao Yan had been eliminated yet. To prevent her from sabotaging the camp, someone had to stay behind. They'll stay at camp and dig a small stream, Jiang Yi said. The other two had no objection and left after basic living measures and supplies were ready. This time, they went out mainly to cut trees and gather useful herbs. Since they were on an island, extreme weather would likely involve water. Lin Xi believed that the worst-case scenario might be the entire island submerged by the sea. So they planned to build a small boat as a backup. She felt a bit anxious. She had never made a wooden boat before, and the chance of failure was high. It's okay. If we don't have a boat, we still have the bamboo rafts from the start of the game. Lin Xi comforted herself. They didn't go far cutting trees near the camp. Gu Ziqing was in charge of felling while Lin Xi trimmed branches and gathered herbs. The weather grew hotter. She glanced at the virtual screen. It was almost time for the rain. As expected, the rain began to fall the very next second. Lin Xi took out a raincoat from her space and put it on, then handed one to Gu Ziqing. The straw-made clothes were light and easy to move in. Gu Ziqing was still haggling with the old man while Lin Xi crouched down to gather herbs. Birds would carry seeds from other places to the island where they would take root and sprout. On this small island, there were quite a variety of plants. The rain continued to fall. Lin Xi didn't dare to wander far, so she plucked all the nearby herbs. Why don't you go back first? Gu Ziqing said, noticing her standing there in a daze. Lin Xi shook her head. No, we'll wait until the rain stops. Before long, the pouring rain ceased. Gu Ziqing was chopping down another tree, while Lin Xi, after a moment's thought, found the largest tree and climbed up. Having not climbed a tree for ages, she felt a bit out of practice. But the memory and the technique were still there, and soon she found the familiar rhythm, scaling the tree in no time. Be careful. Gu Ziqing's heart raced with worry. Even though falling to death in the game wouldn't really kill you, it would still hurt. Lin Xi stood on a branch and waved at him. Gu Ziqing. She continued climbing all the way to the top. From the highest point, she could see the entire island at a glance. The island was indeed small, with everything visible in one look. She turned her head to survey the surroundings and finally found what she was looking for. She slid down from the treetop in a flash and called out to Gu Ziqing. Let's go cut some bamboo. The freshly cut tree might not float, but bamboo would certainly do the job. Gu Ziqing grabbed his tools and ran after Lin Xi. The bamboo grove had seemed close from the treetop, but in reality, it took them 2 hours of running before they spotted the bamboo. Without wasting time, they first drank water and ate. Bamboo was much easier to cut than trees, and before long their space was full, and they each carried a bundle of bamboo in their hands. Let's go back. It's getting late, Gu Ziqing urged. The bamboo grove was far from the camp, and by the time they returned the sun would be setting. They hurried back and finally made it to camp just before sunset. Before they could catch their breath, they saw 2 people lying on the ground outside the camp, and their hearts immediately tightened. Lin Xi walked over and poked Hao Yin with a stick. Hao Yin didn't move. She used the stick to flip the person over, revealing Hao Yin covered in blood and wounds. It was clear that she was either dead or crippled. Dead. No breath, no heartbeat. Dead beyond a doubt. Jiang Yi is still alive, Gu Ziqing said, taking some salt water from his basket and giving him a sip. Take him back to the hut first. He'll handle Hao Yin, Lin Xi said, taking out some fish soup from her space. Judging by the bloodstains, the fight had taken place a while ago. It was unclear whether Jiang Yi had fainted from his injuries or from hunger. Clearing the bamboo from her space, Lin Xi stored the corpse inside. Let's dispose of the body tomorrow. It's unsafe to go out at night, Gu Ziqing shouted as he carried Jiang Yi in. Lin Xi glanced at the fading sunlight and temporarily stored the corpse in her space. She took out some herbs for stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation, and after a quick treatment brought them inside for Gu Ziqing to tend to Jiang Yi's wounds. She then went out to clean up the bloodstains outside. He woke up but then fell back asleep, Gu Ziqing said, soon coming out of the hut. The two quickly cleaned up the bloodstains, then threw some strongly scented wild grass into the campfire to mask the odor, before finally sitting down to eat dinner. Since Jiang Yi couldn't move, the 2 of them would take turns keeping watch tonight. Lin Xi took the first half of the night. By the campfire, she began processing the herbs she had gathered over the past few days. She had only made insect repellent recently, leaving the rest of the herbs untouched. With Hao Yin eliminated, the night watch didn't need to be as tense. With the campfire burning, wild beasts wouldn't approach the camp unless forced to. Lin Xi focused on processing the herbs. For hours later, Gu Ziqing came out of the hut. Jiang Yi has a fever. See if there's any herbs suitable for him. Lin Xi handed him the medicinal soup she had prepared earlier. Feed him this. Check on him every hour and use physical cooling. There were no more measures she could take. She had done all she could. During her watch, she had boiled some water, mixed it with cold water from her space for a simple wash, and then rested. Day 7 of the game. When Lin Xi woke up, it was raining outside, the raindrops pattering loudly against the thatched eaves. How long has it been raining? Because of the rain, Gu Ziqing wasn't outside. Just started less than 5 minutes, Gu Ziqing said. Lin Xi had woken up 4 hours later than usual, just past 10 in the morning. Why didn't you wake me up? Lin Xi took the hot water he handed her. Nothing much to do today, wanted you to rest more, Gu Ziqing replied, while feeding Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had woken up in the morning. According to him, not long after the 2 of them had left yesterday, Hao Yin had sneaked. When she saw Jiang Yi digging a pit, she picked up a large rock and threw it at him. Jiang Yi had been about to take a break, so the rock didn't hit a vital spot. Only his shoulder. Hao Yin, seeing her ambush unsuccessful, tried to finish him off, but Jiang Yi didn't give her the chance. The 2 then fought each other using whatever was at hand as weapons, since they had no tools. In the end, Hao Yin died at the camp, while Jiang Yi, due to the prolonged fight and low satiety, fainted. Without timely energy replenishment and treatment, his condition worsened. Lin Xi had breakfast, then boiled some herbal medicine for him to drink before he went to rest. Jiang Yi's health value was now only 30, still at a critical point. He could only rest and do nothing else for now. At 11:30 in the morning, the rain stopped. Lin Xi couldn't wait to go out. Having a corpse in the same space as food was too disgusting, as she needed to dispose of it. Gu Ziqing stayed at the camp to take care of Jiang Yi, only telling Lin Xi to be careful. Halfway there, the rains, not only did it rain, but the temperature didn't drop either. It was humid and hot, quite uncomfortable. Arriving at the seaside, Lin Xi unceremoniously threw the corpse into the sea. The seawater was a bit murky from the rain, and the wind and waves on the surface were strong. Hao Yan's body, like a sleeping beauty, drifted farther and farther away under Lin Xi's gaze until it disappeared. Done. Having traveled all the way to dispose of the body, it would be a waste to return empty-handed. She picked up some food by the sea, gathered some herbs along the way, and then headed back to camp. The rain fell intermittently, and even with a raincoat, the clothes underneath inevitably got wet. She dared not stay outside for long, so she hastily gathered some items and rushed back. Go wash up quickly, or you'll fall ill, Gu Ziqing urged as soon as he saw her figure. When the rain began to fall again, he had specially boiled water waiting for her return. Lin Xi took a hot bath, and then came outside the yard to dry her hair. Without any tools, her hair in this game was just as long as in reality, making it difficult to dry. Over the next 2 days, aside from going out once to fetch fresh water, no one left the camp. The rain continued intermittently, with a regular pattern: 1 hour of rain followed by 1 hour of respite. During these 2 days, Jiang Yi's health value steadily increased, but remained stuck at 65, refusing to rise further. He was unconcerned about this. Having 65 is already pretty good. In the next phase of the game, he'll be careful and try to survive until the end. That'll be perfect. This optimistic mindset vanished completely on the 10th day of the game. From the 10th day onward, the rain no longer fell only during the day, but also at night, and the intervals between rainfalls grew shorter. The rain was accompanied by strong winds. "Thank goodness we reinforced the roof early on," Lin Xi said with relief. The construction of the house had always been handled by Gu Ziqing and Jiang Yi, but the roof reinforcement was Lin Xi's suggestion. The wind was strong, but not absurdly so. It was the kind of wind that could blow off an unreinforced roof, yet people could still stand steadily. Over the past few days, the three of them had swiftly crafted bamboo rafts. The space was already packed with supplies, so they placed the rafts by the door. If the water rose, they could sit on the rafts. As the rain became more frequent, water began to accumulate on the island. From within the camp, they could constantly see small animals and insects fleeing for their lives. The camp was situated on higher ground, so nearly all the fleeing animals headed there, even some larger ones. The little monkeys Lin Xi had seen before arrived at their camp. They were not at all shy. Seeing that Lin Xi and her group did not attack them, the monkeys began rummaging through the belongings in the house. Since most of the house's contents were stored in the spatial dimension, they weren't worried about the animals rummaging. The heavy rain continued for another 3 days, during which there were only 3 hours each day when the rain paused for a brief rest. On the island, water drained quickly. Even when flooding occurred, once the rain stopped, almost no standing water remained. Tomorrow the game difficulty will increase again. Having safely survived 12 days, they faced the 13th day. That evening, everyone locked the doors and rested early, with Jiang Yi volunteering to keep watch. According to him, if the final crisis came, his low health value would only be a burden. Therefore, to ensure his own survival through the game, he needed to keep Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing in optimal condition so they could help him at the critical moment. At 6 in the morning, Gu Ziqing got up and told him to rest. At 10 in the morning, Lin Xi awoke. As soon as she opened her eyes, she heard the howling wind and the torrential downpour outside. Glancing at the swaying thatched hut, Lin Xi decisively put on her raincoat and hat, prepared to lose the shelter at any moment. After washing up, the two had breakfast together, then sat by the door, watching the rain dance wildly. The campfire not far away had long been extinguished by the drifting rain, and the small animals taking shelter under the firewood shed were drenched like drowned rats. Even so, the animals refused to leave the shelter beneath the shed. At least there they could endure a little less of the rain's onslaught, and when the strong wind hit, hide behind the stones beside the campfire. The two seemed to sit idly by, watching the scene, but they were constantly monitoring the condition of the house. "It looks like it can hold up a bit longer. Do you want to rest for a while?" Lin Xi poked Gu Ziqing's cheek. In reality, he was always as busy as a spinning top, and recently, he had grown noticeably thinner. When others lose weight drastically, they become gaunt, but with him the weight loss only made his jawline more defined, making him even more handsome. Gu Ziqing caught her mischievous little hand, gently pried it open, and turned the poking action into a caress of his own cheek. "I'm not sleepy. It's rare for us to have time alone together. I want to stay with you." Even if it was just sitting together, quietly watching the rain. Her captured fingers restlessly kneaded his skin, but Lin Xi did not refuse. The thatched hut still swayed in the wind, yet it stubbornly refused to collapse. The firewood shed, however, was torn apart by the strong wind at noon. The small animals beneath it were drenched by the sudden downpour, and it took them a while to think about finding another place. "Why are you up?" Lin Xi asked. It had been less than 6 hours, yet Jiang Yi had woken up. Jiang Yi yawned and said, "I wanted to sleep more, but the roof is leaking. Water keeps dripping, and I can't fall asleep." He had paid great attention to the construction of the house, yet it still sprang a leak. The two got up to check the roof and found the leak was quite serious. But it was only in one spot. The rest of the roof had not yet started leaking. Could the thatch have been blown away by the wind? Lin Xi suggested. Possibly. Gu Ziqing made a round and returned to the doorway. Jiang Yi was eating while watching the wind and rain outside. "With such heavy rain, aren't you afraid your health value will drop by sitting at the door without a raincoat?" Lin Xi said, somewhat exasperated, when she saw Jiang Yi, whose face was splattered with rain. Hearing this, Jiang Yi quickly went back inside and put on his raincoat. In his over 20 years of life, he had never fallen ill after getting wet in the rain, so he had momentarily forgotten that he was now a patient. Times had changed. Jiang Yi, now awake, said he couldn't fall back asleep immediately and urged the other two to rest. With only 2 days left in the game, opportunities for a good rest were scarce. Knowing this was true, they didn't decline. After giving some instructions, they went straight to sleep. Since one spot in the sleeping area was leaking, the two had to huddle together on one bed. It wasn't the first time they had slept so close together, so there was no awkwardness. They lay down and fell asleep without any psychological burden. They slept until dusk. "If you hadn't woken up, I would have come to get you," Jiang Yi said anxiously as he saw them. "Hurry up and get some food. My satiety value is at a critical point." During the time they were asleep, a large animal had broken in. He had fought it off, causing his satiety value to... Fortunately, that thing couldn't defeat him and fled in panic, otherwise he would have had to call for reinforcements. Lin Xi quickly took out steaming hot food and handed it to him. Jiang Yi chuckled, "This is the least suffering level I've ever played." Although he was injured in this game, which previous game had he not been injured in? The good thing about this game was having easygoing teammates in their space, allowing him to eat hot food, even if the wind continued to howl, and at the doorway they could feel rain splashing onto them. Not only rain from the door, but also rain from behind. Lin Xi turned to look. Good heavens! The place where they had slept was only dripping before, but now it had turned into a large hole. The rain was falling from there. Jiang Yi, finish eating and rest quickly. This house could be blown bare at any moment. Lin Xi glanced at it, then turned to Jiang Yi, who was still eating. Jiang Yi nodded while eating. He himself felt the house wouldn't last much longer. Gu Ziqing had already put on his raincoat and rain gear, carrying a bamboo raft and straw rope they had made, and went out. What is he going out for? Jiang Yi asked Lin Xi. To tie the bamboo raft to that big tree, Lin Xi said. Most of the trees in the camp had been cleared, but some particularly large ones were left because they were hard to cut down. The rain was definitely not going to stop. They would have to live on the bamboo raft. With such strong wind and rain, neither of them wanted to drift in the sea, so they had to tie the raft to the trees to limit the drifting range. After eating, Jiang Yi was sent to rest. When Gu Ziqing returned, Lin Xi had lit a fire inside. Change clothes to avoid catching a cold. The clothes were straw garments. With nothing to do these days, Lin Xi had woven them out of boredom. Knowing that the livestream audience wanted to learn this skill, Lin Xi deliberately slowed down her weaving speed, muttering detailed explanations to herself as she worked. Gu Ziqing went to one side to change into the straw garment and brought his wet clothes to dry by the fire. Lin Xi pulled out some dry straw that served as bedding and continued weaving new straw garments. The rain was so heavy that if they were exposed, a simple raincoat would definitely let water in. If they got soaked for long, they would suffer hypothermia, which would be very dangerous. So Lin Xi thought everyone should wear 2 layers of straw garments to block the rain and also provide insulation. Fortunately, they had almost finished making them in the previous days. Now only one more was needed. Sleep if you're tired. Gu Ziqing turned the clothes he had changed out of, saying to Lin Xi. Almost done, she said, yawning again. Looking at things by the dim firelight was tiring. Soon Lin Xi finished the straw garment. She put it into her inventory and directly lay down to sleep, pillowing her head on Gu Ziqing's lap. Her affectionate gesture pleased Gu Ziqing. In the dark, stormy night, a sense of happiness spread by the campfire. Rumble. A thunderclap came from the sky, instantly waking the two sleeping inside. Before they could see what was happening, their house was blown away by the strong wind. Lin Xi. Gu Ziqing quickly grabbed her. The two held each other tightly against the wind while Jiang Yi alone was blown to their side. Gu Ziqing reached out and grabbed him, preventing him from being blown further away. After steadying himself, he said with lingering fear, "The wind came so suddenly, I had no preparation at all." He was tall and strong, and the wind was fierce. If he had been prepared, he wouldn't have been blown away. The wind was so strong that voices were barely audible and rain would splash into their mouths. Jiang Yi said one sentence and then fell silent. The three huddled together against the gale, with Lin Xi always in Gu Ziqing's arms held tightly. No choice, she was too light. If Gu Ziqing didn't hold her tight, she would be carried away. Even after entering the game with good food and drink, she had not gained much weight. All that fat had been turned into muscle. The wind blew wildly, changing direction constantly. Luckily, knowing it was the last day of the game, they had put on raincoats and straw garments before sleeping. Even with preparation, they could still feel rain sliding on their skin. It was now 2 a.m, 8 hours, and Lin Xi looked up, only able to see Gu Ziqing's chin, unable to see anything around. Boom. Bang. Crackle. Ears were filled with loud noises of things being blown away by the wind, terrifying to hear. Suddenly, a muffled grunt came from above, and she felt the person holding her tremble. "It's okay." Before she could ask, Gu Ziqing comforted her. Lin Xi bit her lip without replying, just spread her hands on his back, one above and one below, in a protective gesture. The gale continued, and more things were flying around. Fortunately, in the next hour, nothing thrown by the wind hit them. At most, things brushed past them. Another hour passed with no sign of the storm stopping. Even worse, the water level at their position had reached Lin Xi's knees. She didn't know how the bamboo raft tied to the tree was doing. It was too far away to see. There were still bamboo rafts in her inventory, but with the wind so strong, Lin Xi feared they would be blown away immediately if taken out. The wind direction changed. No longer blowing wildly. Gu Ziqing pointed, and Lin Xi understood. The three moved in the direction of the wind. That direction was where the bamboo raft was. Their visibility was pitifully small, so they couldn't move quickly. There were many debris blown from unknown places on the ground, and they could easily trip. They moved at a snail's pace in the remembered direction, but after 10 minutes, they still hadn't found the bamboo raft tied to the tree. Just as they continued walking with the wind changed direction again. This time the wind was even stronger. The three of them had to hold each other to barely stay on their feet. Jiang Yi was speaking, but the wind was too strong. Lin, she couldn't make out what he was saying. Her ears were filled only with the howling wind, and she could barely even hear Gu Zicheng's heartbeat. Woken up suddenly, she hadn't put on her hat, so her whole head was exposed, hair wet and clinging to her skin. Her ears were filled with water, only her eyes pressed against Gu Zicheng's chest were spared from the rain. While Lin Xi was lost in thought, Gu Zicheng shifted her to a different direction. Once the wind changed course, the rain pelted against her body. After the repositioning, he shielded her, and the wind and rain lessened significantly. Sheltered from the wind and rain. Those 4 words suddenly surfaced in Lin Xi's mind. Without the direct assault of the elements, the experience felt considerably better. Seizing the opportunity, she extended one hand forward. In the next instant, a warm piece of food was in her grasp. As she withdrew her hand, Gu Zicheng instinctively looked down at her. Lin Xi directly placed the food near his mouth. The warm food entered his stomach immediately, bringing warmth to his body. Lin Xi continued feeding him. They had eaten before sleeping, but her own satiety level had already dropped considerably, and she assumed Gu Zicheng's had fallen even faster. She continued until he shook his head, then stopped and replenished her own food. The moment she took out the food, the rain soaked a portion of it. To be honest, the texture and taste were far from pleasant, but in such circumstances being picky was not an option. After filling her satiety bar to the max, Lin Xi patted Gu Zicheng. He understood and shifted his position slightly, so Lin Xi could feed Jiang Yi. After eating, the 3 of them continued to huddle together, resisting the fierce wind and rain. As time passed, the accumulated water grew higher, and they struggled to maintain their footing. They were on a small island. The appearance of accumulated water meant the island was connected to the sea, and what they were withstanding was the ocean waves. Dawn broke, but it was not fully bright. It was already 6 in the morning, and they could finally see their surroundings clearly. All they could see was a vast expanse of murky water with some large trees standing tall amidst it. The bamboo raft is still here. Lin Xi pointed at the raft only 2 or 3 meters away. The other 2 did not catch what she said, but they saw where she was pointing. The 3 moved toward the raft in unison, quickly reaching its edge. Jiang Yi held on to Gu Zicheng's waist, while Gu Zicheng embraced Lin. She raised his arms and lifted her onto the raft. As soon as Lin Xi touched the raft, she grabbed its edges tightly to avoid being blown off by the wind. Gu Zicheng switched his grip to the raft's edges, then tossed Jiang Yi onto it, being the last one to climb aboard. Once on the raft, they were still exposed to the wind and rain, but at least they no longer had to stand, and they didn't have to worry about being blown away, unless the large tree fell. After the 3 were on the raft, Lin Xi took a straw rope from her spatial storage and tossed it to Gu Zicheng. Jiang Yi held on to Gu Zicheng again, while Gu Zicheng released his grip to tie Lin Xi's waist to the raft. With their bodies secured to the raft, they no longer needed to constantly exert force with their hands, and they didn't have to worry about falling into the water without a floating object. After Lin Xi was secured, she tied Gu Zicheng down, and finally Jiang Yi. Free from worries, the 3 breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the raft, rising and falling with the wind and waves. In such times, chatting was impossible. Opening their mouths only filled them with rain. Lin Xi found her straw hat in the spatial storage, put it on, and fastened it. The rain could no longer assault her. As soon as she relaxed, she immediately felt her body temperature dropping. There was hot water in the spatial storage, as well as salted hot water. The 3 of them periodically replenished themselves with hot water and occasionally ate something. After drifting on the waves for over an hour, the sky finally brightened fully. The rain also lessened somewhat, but the wind grew stronger. The 3 sat on the raft feeling as if they were on a roller coaster. Fortunately, they had tied the raft to the tree, or the intensity of this roller coaster would have doubled or even tripled. No sooner had they felt relieved than the next moment an accident occurred. Under the impact of the flood, the bamboo raft shattered into pieces. The rope binding the raft was also made of straw, but it was much thinner than the thick straw rope tied to the tree. The thick straw rope remained firmly tied to the trunk, but the bamboo raft was gone. In the moment of the accident, Lin Xi tossed another bamboo raft out of her spatial storage. But the flood was too fierce, or one of the rafts was swept away. It was Gu Zicheng's raft. He struggled to keep his head above water, but individual strength appeared so insignificant against the forces of nature. Every time he surfaced, the flood seemed to deliberately slam him back under the water. Gu Zicheng. Lin Xi screamed at the top of her lungs, but her voice could not reach his ears, which were not far away. She was frantic, but she did not lose her composure. This was within the game. If a person died in the game, they would still be alive in reality, but experiencing death in the game was the same as experiencing it in reality. It would leave psychological trauma. Before entering the game, they had discussed it. If an emergency occurred, and one of them encountered an accident, the others could only rescue if they could ensure their own safety first. So Lin Xi was only anxious, but did not recklessly jump into the water to save him. The wind direction was steady now, not blowing chaotically, and they were not too far apart. Lin Xi took the longest bamboo pole from her spatial storage, about 2.5 meters long. Because it was too long, she couldn't hold it steadily, so she immediately put it back into the space. After tying the rope around her waist to the new bamboo raft, she took out the bamboo pole again. Using both hands, she extended the pole toward Gu Zicheng's direction. Gu Zicheng. Watching the rising and falling figure Lin, she shouted again. The other person might or might not have heard, but he gave no sign to Lin Xi. The bamboo pole in Lin Xi's hand kept reaching toward that direction, but the distance was too great, she couldn't touch him at all. Jiang Yu was too busy taking care of himself to spare a hand to help. Gu Zicheng. Gu Zicheng. Shout after shout, all unanswered. Lin Xi had already prepared herself for the worst. Whoosh. The sea wind changed direction, and Lin Xi was nearly swept into the sea by a sudden wave. Luckily, she was tied to the bamboo raft, and she struggled to climb back onto it. Her raincoat had fallen off when she plunged into the sea, and the rain struck her skin painfully. But she ignored the rain and took out the bamboo pole she had just put away. The change in wind direction carried Gu Zicheng back, bringing him within less than 2 meters of her. She swung the bamboo pole with both hands and soon touched him. Lin Xi was overjoyed, but the next moment the distance between the pole and the man widened again. However, in that brief contact, she realized Gu Zicheng was still alive, and he had also noticed the bamboo pole in her hand. Gu Zicheng, catch it. Lin Xi shouted, turning the pole to touch him again. This time Gu Zicheng grabbed hold of the bamboo, but his strength seemed nearly exhausted, and his grip was unsteady. Lin Xi desperately pulled with all her might, using every ounce of strength she had. The sea wind and the direction of her pull were aligned, making it easier to drag him. But the difficulty was that she herself was being swept by the waves, and closing the distance between them would take more time. But what they lacked most now was time. Lin Xi pulled with all her might, and as the distance between them grew shorter, victory was within reach. Closer. Closer still. A smile bloomed on her face, but before her lips could fully curl, it froze in. The hands gripping the bamboo slipped, and Gu Zicheng sank into the water. Lin Xi leaped, without hesitation, diving straight to where he had been. Her waist was tied to the bamboo raft, so she wasn't afraid of sinking. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. She reached the spot in one leap. But where was he? Only turbid waves, each higher than the last, met her eyes. She could see nothing, make out nothing. Gu. Her mouth opened, and seawater filled it. Her eyes and nose suffered the same fate. The terror of being swallowed by the sea could not be vanquished, even though she had mentally prepared herself the day before. Tossed and turned by the waves, Lin Xi finally spotted Gu Zicheng's figure. She owed that discovery to the grass rope tied around his waist. When the bamboo raft disintegrated, the other end of the rope, still attached to the bamboo, trailed behind him. With great effort, she pulled him onto the raft, untied the bamboo from the rope, and fastened it to the raft before cough, cough, cough. Just as Lin Xi, exhausted, was about to give up, Gu Zicheng finally showed signs of life. Lin Xi immediately fetched meat broth for him. His hunger wasn't physical, but a reference to low satiety points. The broth was stored in a bamboo tube. She held him and began to feed him. They sat in the middle of the raft, waves splashing their faces from time to time, but the broth was well protected, neither spilled nor diluted. The raft was jolting violently, and Gu Zicheng choked on the broth several times. Soon the broth was gone. Yet he still didn't improve. He could speak, but his movements were hindered. It seemed his health points were too low. With no other choice, she could only hold him close, hoping his health would recover on its own as his satiety increased. She dared not administer any random herbs. 10 minutes remained before the game ended. The waves suddenly ceased, and Jiang Yi struggled to paddle near Lin Xi. Without him needing to speak, Lin Xi tossed food onto his raft. He wolfed it down a Lin Xi had eaten earlier and didn't need to replenish. When Jiang Yi was halfway through his meal, the waves surged again. Both rafts capsized, instantly tossing all three into the sea. Lin Xi tried her best to support Gu Zicheng, lest he lose his life at the final moment. Despite her efforts in the midst of the storm, no one could control staying afloat. Seawater swallowed them. They struggled to surface, only to be thrust back down again. Over and over, back and forth. Gu Zicheng stopped moving entirely. Lin Xi had no idea if he was dead. She had no chance to reach out and feel his breath. She felt she could hold on no longer. Seawater covered her mouth, nose, eyes. She had no strength to struggle, and she sank to the bottom. She could see nothing, breathe nothing. Ding. Game over. Settlement in progress. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, player, for passing this round of team game. Game Island Survival. Player Lin Xi 222,222. Game clearance base points 1-0. Player health at game in 15,100 points, earned 150. Game in rating D points, earned 100. Survivors at game in 24 points, earned 200. Total points gained this game 12250. The mechanical electronic voice failed to call Lin Xi back. Her senses remained trapped in the suffocating experience of the game. The external call bell of the game pod rang for a long time before Lin Xi reacted. She pressed the pod's open button, and Gu Zicheng looked at her with concern. He said nothing, only held her tightly, then lifted her in his arms and took her to the base's psychological council. Miss Lin is not seriously affected. She needs rest, some outdoor activities, or doing things she enjoys to recover, the psychologist concluded after assessment. Gu Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, doctor, for your trouble. Leaving the counseling room, Lin Xi's spirits were still low, but much better than when she had emerged from the game pod. I'm fine. Lin Xi leaned on Gu Ziqing's shoulder and stopped. She just hadn't snapped back to reality yet, and she felt a bit tired. Having been under constant mental strain, the fact that she only now showed psychological issues proved she was stronger than most. High-intensity survival in the game, and the same in reality with no outlet for release. The tightly strung heart suddenly gave way and crashed down. Psychological problems were inevitable. Hearing her finally speak, Gu Ziqing's smile couldn't be hidden. He said nothing, only pulled her closer. Over the next few days, Gu Ziqing became a clingy little puppy, following Lin Xi everywhere. He not only followed her, but also took her sightseeing across the stars. But there wasn't much to see in the interstellar realm. It was all high-tech with a similar style everywhere. After 2 outings, Lin Xi firmly refused to go out again. Sightseeing across the stars was no better than playing a full dive game. Gu Ziqing didn't force her. The doctor said doing things she enjoyed was fine. Anyway, there was nothing for him to do in the family lately. He would accompany Lin Xi in whatever she wanted to do. Not only did he stay with her, but he also cooked her different dishes every day. In just a few days, Lin Xi gained 2 or 3 pounds. Lin Xi. On the 10th day after leaving the game, the psychologist declared her mental state had returned to normal. Lin Xi let out a huge sigh of relief. If she hadn't recovered, she would have been treated like a doll. Don't you have anything to do? Why are you always hanging around me? Lin Xi looked at the handsome man before her with a hint of disdain. In love, couples love to cling to each other, but they weren't in a relationship. Without a formal commitment, they weren't even a couple yet. Gu Ziqing shrugged. In over 20 years of life, I've never been so free as now. That said, the next day, Gu Ziqing left the base. Having someone accompany her for over 10 days suddenly gone, Lin, she felt a bit unaccustomed to it. But that discomfort faded when she could freely do some rough or ungraceful actions. Being in love meant putting on airs, which got tiring after a while. Perhaps when their relationship deepened, she could show her less perfect side to him, but for now, Lin, she admitted, she was. The moment Gu Ziqing left Lin, she sprawled on the sofa without any decorum, playing with her light brain. She had been in low spirits recently and hadn't even had the energy to surf the internet. The trending topics were still the officially edited videos from Apocalypse, with the most explosive one being the footage from her server. Lin, she skimmed through it. There wasn't much game content, just her moments of explaining knowledge. She reflected that in the last game she hadn't done anything particularly eye-catching. Her rise to the trending list was solely due to her knowledge. In the last game, she and Jiang Yi had survived to the end, while Gu Ziqing hadn't made it. Whether they succeeded or failed in the game didn't affect them. Their spots to Baiyong Star were already secured, and the points hadn't been used on themselves. If they cleared the game, earning points was a bonus they could transfer to other members of the Gu family or their employees. Failing to clear it left them with no choice. As soon as Lin Xi's points arrived, she transferred them out without any psychological burden. Scrolling through the screen, she noticed several trending topics related to their game. For instance, a video of Gu Ziqing getting injured while shielding her from debris blown by the gale was clipped and posted online. His fans expressed endless sympathy in the comments while haters hurled abuse at her. Of course, Lin Xi's fan base was no smaller than Gu Ziqing's. Whenever someone attacked her, her fans retaliated. After reading with great relish for a while, she closed that page. The next trending topic, which barely involved her, was about Hao Yan. Hao Yan had a considerable number of personal fans, or rather suitors. When she was killed by Jiang Yi in the game and her body was abandoned by Lin, her suitors were enraged. One after another, these suitors raged online, threatening Lin Xi and Jiang Yi to be careful. Among them were influential figures, and ordinary people would indeed worry about their safety upon seeing such threats. But Lin Xi was not afraid at all. She rarely went out, and when she did, she always carried 10 or 8 protective shields. Ordinary means couldn't take her life. Lin Xi forwarded the information to Jiang Yi, urging him to be careful. Jiang Yi, I know, I saw it too. Jiang Yi, don't worry, Brother Cheng is already handling it. Brother Cheng, Gu Ziqing. And what was he handling? Lin Xi didn't message to ask. She had just parted ways with him and wanted to enjoy some personal time. She continued scrolling down, hoping to find more news. Unfortunately, the next hot topics were nothing new, still revolving around the backup planet and Apocalypse. Just as she was about to shut down her light brain, a trending topic suddenly emerged, climbing visibly until it settled at 5th place on the hot list. Lin Xi clicked on it. Gu Ziqing is way too fast. The trending topic was a warning from the Gu Corporation to Hao Yan and her suitors. From browsing earlier, she had already learned why Hao Yan kept trying to sabotage the game. It was because her physical attributes were extremely poor, far below the threshold of 50. Lin Xi found this information utterly unbelievable. No player who had made it this far had poor physical attributes. The difficulty of Apocalypse made it impossible to play without a strong body. She hadn't expected there to be a fish that slipped through the net. Among a crowd of players with exceptionally high physical attributes, there existed one with abysmally low stats. Hao Yan's physical attributes were too low. Even with recent potions and training, she was still some distance from the situation of the starfield was known to all interstellar citizens. If the gap was small, one could strive to close it. But if it was too large, there was no choice but to resign and await death. Hao Yin was among those awaiting death. Yet she didn't want to die like that. If she herself was drenched in the rain, she would tear apart others' umbrellas, so they too would be soaked. Harboring the thought of if I die, let everyone die with me, she tried to prevent other players from clearing the game. In the last game, her targets were Lin Xi and Jiang Yi. Gu Zicheng was not her target. She knew Gu Zicheng's identity. Even without earning points as a member of the Gu family, he would still secure a spot to Beiyong Star. But Lin Xi and Jiang Yi, being ordinary people, were different. If their game points were insufficient, the chance of getting a spot to Beiyong Star was almost hopeless. She never imagined that Lin Xi had already redeemed a spot. After all, redeeming a spot to Beiyong Star required consistently clearing the game all the way to the personal level and hardly using any points in the early stages. Of course, those with deep pockets and connections were exceptions. They could purchase points at high prices. Hao Yin herself hadn't passed the personal match, and even with the points contributed by many suitors, she still didn't have enough to redeem a spot. She had spent a lot of points upgrading game skills and assumed others did the same. The fact that Hao Yin could shamelessly engage in intimate acts with players and NPCs during the game stream showed that her skin was not just thick, and that she had no one she cared about in reality. Threatening her with family and friends seemed ineffective, but it was not. The Gu Corporation's statement directly warned those who intimidated or harmed Lin Xi and others. If they did not stop their actions and apologize, the Gu Corporation would cease selling all its potions and products. The Gu family's main business was pharmaceuticals, though they also dabbled in other industries, albeit not as prominently. In the current era, every interstellar citizen in need of survival required potions. This move directly seized the lifeline of those people. Not only potions, but also the protective suits for Beiyong Star were included in the ban. If they had enough points and money to exchange protective suits in Apocalypse, the Gu family couldn't interfere. But buying from the Gu Corporation was out of the question. However, if they truly had the points, would they dare waste them on protective suits? They would rather exchange for spots to Beiyong. Some of Hao Yan's wealthy suitors could buy protective suits with interstellar currency. But Gu Zicheng collected the information of those wealthy individuals, sent their deeds to their families, and warned that if the families couldn't discipline them, the Gu family would impose collective punishment. 9 out of 10 people who had spoken up for Hao Yin immediately shut their mouths, except for those who were friendless or showed no affection for their relatives. These remaining rabble were insignificant, especially after the Qiao Corporation followed suit with a similar. Xiao Yuanzhou, feeling satisfied. If so, praise me. Lin Xi hadn't finished reading the Qiao Corporation's announcement when Xiao Yuanzhou's message arrived first. Lin Xi, you are truly kind and beautiful, sir. Xiao Yuanzhou, go read more books before you compliment someone, thanks. The two didn't chat much, mainly because Lin Xi didn't want to, and she unilaterally cut off contact. Under the dim light, the frail figure on the sofa seemed to merge with it. Is it really meaningful, eh? She was confused. The endless pursuit of survival. Was it truly worth it? Living so exhaustingly. Was it truly worth it? Worth it? Jumping from one mud pit to another to struggle. Was this life really necessary to continue? No one in the dim room answered her question. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. The suns on the interstellar planets were all artificial, with fixed times for sunrise and sunset. The moment sunlight shone through the glass onto her, the faint gloom in her heart vanished completely. Resurrection. Gu Zicheng, who had disappeared for half a day, returned. Lin Xi still looked at him with disdain, but Gu Zicheng remained unmoved with a smile. My family doesn't want to see me, and you don't either. The date for the first batch to depart for the backup planet had been set. Gu Zicheng planned to go back and spend time with his family. Otherwise, he didn't know when they would meet again. But his family members were all busier than the next, unable to stand his idle demeanor, and urged him to go back and accompany his future wife. Not really, Lin Xi said. Lin Xi rubbed her nose sheepishly. Seeing a handsome face every day did lift her spirits. The two had neither the inclination nor the time for flirtation, because the intelligent brain issued a new notification. Notification 1: those who already have a spot on the backup planet can enter the game pod for landing practice. Notification 2: those whose physical attributes exceed 50 but do not have a spot on the backup planet can apply for a spot through the intelligent brain. Previously, everyone speculated that spots would be randomly selected from among those meeting the physical standards, but the notification turned out differently. Meeting all physical attribute requirements is the minimum threshold. After successful registration, the most suitable candidates for the backup planet will be selected based on their data and skills. Zhou Yi and the others were gathered together, racking their brains to fill in their advantages. Their physical attributes had all met the standards, but they were just around 50. Among a large number of qualified interstellar people, they were not at an advantage, so they had to work on other aspects. As for these three, if you asked what special skills they had, they seemed to have none, yet they knew a bit of everything. Just write down everything you can do, Lin Xi said. Lin Xi commented from the side. The intelligent brain knows exactly what you're capable of. Zhou Yi replied, Interstellar people cannot live without the network, which means they cannot live without the intelligent brain. Every move from childhood to adulthood is recorded online, so indeed, they cannot hide anything from the intelligent brain. Soon the three people's optical brain pages were densely filled with text. After checking for typos, after submission the results would take 3 days to come out. The 3 days felt agonizingly long, especially on such a life-and-death matter. Lin Xi comforted them a bit, and then went to the game pod for practice. Ugh. Lin Xi rushed out of the game pod, and vomited into the nearby trash can. The full practice for reaching the backup planet still used the holographic game. The intelligent brain set the holographic senses to maximum to ensure absolute realism. Thus the well-fed Lin Xi, after multiple jumps in the game practice, arrived near the backup planet, but was kicked out of the game before she could enter. She had never frequently jumped through wormholes before, and had no idea how powerful continuous jumps could be. Gu Zicheng was still in the game. Lin Xi vomited, and lay down for a while before recovering. After drinking some water, she entered the game again. Ugh. Not long after entering, she came out of the game pod. Everything she ate in the morning was vomited out. Forced, she had to eat something first before going in again. That day she practiced 3 times, and all 3 ended in failure. Gu Zicheng managed to land safely on the backup planet, but he didn't survive long there. Unfortunately, I landed on the sea surface. Gu Zicheng felt very frustrated when he said this. When he landed on the sea, he directly pressed the acceleration button, and the accelerated time showed that he drifted in the waves for nearly 3 days before dying. Even at death, he still couldn't see where the coast was. The backup planet's sea salt content was about 6,070. After multiple tests, the probability of landing on land after entering the backup planet was as high as 80. He never expected that in the game practice he would be so unlucky as to land in the ocean. That's still better than me. I can't even successfully enter the backup planet. Gu Zicheng comforted her. It's okay. Do it a few more times, and you'll get used to it. He frequently flew around in reality, and at first Gu Zicheng comforted her. It's okay. Do it a few more times, and you'll get used to it. He frequently flew around in reality, and at first he also felt uncomfortable, but now he had no feeling at all. Lin Xi nodded. This situation was a bit like motion sickness. With more practice, she would get used to it. Seeing Lin Xi's low spirits, Gu Zicheng brought back a large table of dishes. After eating, the two went to bed early, planning to enter the game pod again the next day. The next day, Zhou Yi and the other two came over. I didn't sleep well all night, Zhou Yi complained. Xiaoxi, what do you want to eat? We plan to cook to distract ourselves. Lin Xi said without thinking, I want to eat Juda Gui. Huh, what was that? The group said they had never heard of it. Nothing, just make whatever you're good at. With that, Lin Xi transferred a sum of money to them. This money was so much that she had no use for it except for rushing to buy protective shields, which she hadn't done. Okay, I'll bring it to you at noon, Zhou Yi agreed readily. Zhou Yi didn't overthink it, and agreed readily. After the three left, Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng entered the game. On that day, Lin Xi still failed to successfully land on the backup planet, but her body managed to reach the backup planet's atmosphere before being ejected from the game. Progress. Gu Zicheng's landing spot this time was slightly better than yesterday. He landed in a desert. He still pressed the speed up button and survived in the desert for 14 days before being ejected. I feel that even if all physical attributes meet the standards, it still doesn't guarantee a safe landing on the backup planet. Lin Xi stared at the ceiling with vacant eyes. Those in her situation were probably not isolated cases. They died before even touching the edge of the backup planet. Those with bad landing spots likely had very low survival rates. Don't be so pessimistic. Gu Zicheng approached her and said gently, after numerous trials, we have determined the optimal landing site. The success rate is already 80%. Now that we're simulating in the game pods, the intelligent brain will readjust the drop zone to strive for an even higher success rate. Initially, the success rate had been 0. The current 80% was earned through trial after trial. Their opportunity to simulate in the game pods was built upon the groundwork laid by those who came before. Once we've accumulated enough simulations, the results will inevitably improve. Don't overthink. Just focus on overcoming the challenge before you. Gu Zicheng patted her on the shoulder. Lin Xi nodded. Since the last game, she had been tempted to give up at the slightest setback. Her psychological issues remained unresolved. She took a deep breath, striving to regulate her own state of mind. Shortly after they exited the game pods, Zhou Yi and the others arrived carrying dishes. The group gathered and enjoyed a hearty meal together. The lavish 9-course feast she had yearned for was absent, but the meal was still plentiful. Another day had dawned. Having failed for 2 days, she steeled herself thoroughly before pressing the start button. Familiar surroundings, familiar procedures. This time she successfully landed on the backup planet. However, fortune was not entirely on her side. Like Gu Zicheng's first landing, she descended into the vast ocean. Upon entering the backup planet, she was already injured, and when she plunged into the sea, she fell unconscious. Before the simulated medication in the pod could take effect, she drowned. Emerging from the game pod again, experiencing the agony of suffocation and death, Lin Xi broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Ziqing was still in his pod, so she left him a message on her optical brain and went alone to the psychological counseling room. After multiple inquiries and assessments, the psychologist smiled and said, "Your condition sounds troubling, but in reality your mental health is progressing in a positive direction. The key to psychological issues is having the courage to face them." Moreover, Lin Xi possessed the determination to save herself. Bang! While they were still talking, the door to the counseling room was thrust open forcefully, colliding with the wall and producing a loud crash. Sorry. Meeting their gazes, Gu Ziqing breathed a sigh of relief, then quietly sat down beside Lin Xi. "Your condition is such that you mustn't allow yourself to be idle. The best cure is to encounter such situations more often and you'll recover." The psychologist finished speaking, smiled, and escorted them out of the room. Once the door closed, Gu Ziqing looked at Lin Xi with concern. "Are you all right?" Some time ago, sensing her abnormal state, he had stuck by her side, without leaving. These past few days he had felt she was returning to normal. So why? Gu Ziqing's eyes were filled with worry. He had to be concerned. Players who endured setbacks in the game often developed psychological problems. Too many of them. Coupled with the harsh reality outside the game, those players who exited without timely psychological treatment were struck by reality's blows, and a significant proportion chose to end their lives. He had not yet told her that he admired her, loved her, longed to be with her. He would not allow her to simply vanish. Lin Xi shook her head. "I'm fine. It's just that today I was in the sea again, and I was suddenly a little afraid." "Don't be afraid." Gu Ziqing held her tightly. Because of this, Lin Xi did not enter the simulation again that day. Worried about her, Gu Ziqing also refrained from entering the game. After one night, Lin Xi was no longer terrified by the sensation of suffocation. That night, she drove Gu Ziqing away, filled a basin with water, and submerged her entire face in it. Just like motion sickness. Expose yourself enough times, and it stops bothering you. Suffocation was the same. Endure it enough times, and you'd get used to it. So nervous. Early in the morning, Zhou Yi and the others came to find Lin Xi. In 10 minutes, the intelligent brain would announce the list of candidates for the backup planet. After 3 days of tension, their anxiety had reached its peak. Lin Xi, who had originally planned to enter the game pod, decided to wait a few more days. The 10 minutes passed quickly, and as the three waited nervously, their optical brains chimed simultaneously. Ding, 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 ding. The three opened their optical brains eagerly, then let out excited screams. Lin Xi could tell from their expressions that they had passed the application smoothly. "Wait, did you not read the latter part of the notice?" Gu Ziqing glanced at his optical brain, interrupting their celebration. The three stopped screaming and reopened their optical brains to scroll through the message. As they read, their excitement turned to dejection. Lin Xi poked Gu Ziqing in the waist. "What's wrong with them?" Gu Ziqing moved his optical brain over for her to see. The screen displayed a screenshot of a notification sent by a Gu Group employee. The first line congratulated him on passing the initial screening. The number of applicants was enormous, and most possessed some special skill. Consequently, only those with a physical attribute above 50, but without any particular talent, about a third, were eliminated this time. Special skill here referred to abilities that could be used in wilderness survival, since the purpose of going to the backup planet was to survive. The backup planet was an undeveloped world, and interstellar humans had yet to master the technology to send supplies along with personnel. Therefore, the current priority was simply to transport people there. The most important thing for those sent was to stay alive on the backup planet. Those who passed this screening would enter the game 3 days later. After all the skills listed on the application form were merely what the applicants claimed, their true aptitude had to be verified. "Keep it up. Perform well." Lin Xi patted the three of them. The notice stated that whether or not they cleared the game was irrelevant. What mattered was their performance within it. The three had already composed themselves and nodded. "I need to go prepare. Goodbye." Zhou Yi trudged away with heavy steps. The notice stressed that performance was paramount, and those who cleared the game generally performed well. Feng Yilan and Yi Ziyu didn't linger either. With only 3 days left, they could still learn something more. Having worked so hard for so long, to be eliminated at the final hurdle would be a disservice to all their efforts. After the three left, Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing re-entered the game pods. She too needed to work hard, to fully adapt to the discomfort of wormhole jumps while there was still time, and to enter the backup planet in peak condition. To live and to greet the unknown world in the best possible state. Unbeknownst to the two in the pods, shortly after they entered, an unprecedented chaos erupted in the outside world. The already strained social order descended into even greater chaos with the announcement of the preliminary screening results. After all, those with physical attributes exceeding 50 were overwhelmingly the wealthy and powerful, and their unrest was far from ordinary. Despite the Mine Corps sending alerts to city defense forces when releasing the list, it still failed to prevent the situation from escalating. Outside, the world was engulfed in flames of conflict. Stellar citizens long in need of an outlet joined the fray to fish in troubled waters. The external world became a hellscape. Many ordinary citizens who wished to stay out of it could not avoid being drawn in. Some joined the battle, while others perished on the battlefield. The base was constructed with the most advanced interstellar materials for safety, thus surviving the chaos. However, those residing within remained deeply anxious. The base had expanded repeatedly, now housing not only GU Corporation employees, but also their families. Most employees were fine having undergone training and knowing the base was secure, but the families did not share that understanding. Had it not been for the timely detection by base patrol robots, which prevented the families from breaching the base to escape, the base's security might have been compromised from within. In response to this phenomenon, the base's protection team confined the families of employees within their quarters, releasing them only after thorough inspection and verification by the security team. Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing only learned of these events after exiting the game at night. "Contact me immediately if anything happens," Gu Ziqing urged, repeatedly uneasy. As a member of the Gu family, he had to go handle the base matters. Lin Xi waved her hand. "They'll be fine, but you need to be careful." She couldn't fathom what the families were thinking. Provided with a safe fortress, yet they sought to flee into the perilous outside world. Gu Ziqing did not appear for 3 consecutive days. Had it not been for his daily messages assuring her of his safety, she would have feared he was in trouble. Over the 3 days, she fully adapted to the drills. She completed 9 exercises, reaching the backup star safely every time, a 100 success rate. However, only 5 of those 9 times did she survive more than 10 days on the backup star. The other 4 times, she perished due to various reasons. Twice the landing zone was too harsh an environment, leading to instant death. The remaining 2 times, she sustained severe injuries during descent and died after landing due to extreme weather or large beasts. Sitting on the sofa, she recalled her mistakes during the drills, noted them down, and mentally rehearsed how to avoid death if faced with similar situations again. The external turmoil continued. For the first time in a millennium, the interstellar population plummeted off a cliff. Even the most advanced medical technology could not save the lives lost in the chaos. Recently, planets had been fading from existence one after another, and the people on those planets, unable to receive timely rescue due to the external upheaval, perished alongside their worlds. Every time she went online, such news headlines were pushed to her. After seeing them a few times, she now dared not browse the internet. Negative emotions are contagious and widespread. Her psychological trauma had only just healed, and she could not afford to be influenced by the outside world. Zhou Yi and the others were to participate in attendee selection competition, while she had to continue her game drills. Gu Ziqing was responsible for maintaining base security and could only conduct 1 drill per day, so he would not be coming to Lin Xi's side for now. Although he didn't visit in person, they still spent a considerable amount of time together online every day. Time passed in the midst of everyone's busy schedules. 10 days later, Zhou Yi and the other 2 emerged from their game pods, and the results of the selection competition were soon announced. Only Zhou Yi among the 3 was selected, the other 2 failed. On that day, she made a special trip to the trio's dormitory to wait for them to exit the game. As the game pods opened from the inside, the sobs of Feng Yilan and Yi Xiu erupted simultaneously. Lin Xi and Zhou Yi could only watch in silence, not daring to speak. This was their hope for survival, and in the previous moment their hope had been shattered. At such a time, offering comfort from those who had secured a spot would not help. It would only be like rubbing salt in the wound. The 2 did not speak or leave, simply watching from a distance, afraid the girls might do something rash. Gradually, the crying subsided, and then their optical brain communication rings began to chime. "Mom, I'm sorry. Dad, I didn't make it, whoa." Hearing the calls from their loved ones, the 2 girls' grief burst forth. Their hope had been extinguished. Not just their own hope, but their entire family's hope. After uttering those words, feeling too ashamed to face their families, they directly shut down their optical brains. Unable to reach their children, the parents called Lin Xi and Zhou Yi instead. Lin Xi activated the speaker function, and Feng Yilan's mother's voice came through the optical brain. "Baby, don't cry. Failing is certainly disheartening, but look at it from another angle. It's not so bad. Our family can be together and spend this beautiful life." The whole family together, spending the beautiful yet brief remainder of their lives. Under their parents' consolation, the 2 girls' sobs gradually faded, leaving only their swollen eyes as evidence of how bitterly they had cried. "Xiao Shi, congratulations. And may you both reach the backup star safely," Feng Yilan said, still downcast, forcing a smile. "We won't have the chance to see the beautiful scenery of the backup star, so you 2 go and take a look for us," Yi Xiu added. Lin Xi opened her arms and hugged them both, and Zhou Yi joined in. Worried about their state of mind, Lin Xi and Zhou Yi personally escorted the 2 girls to their parents. Before parting, Lin Xi couldn't help but say, "Don't do anything foolish, it's not the end yet, you know." Not to mention that the major families in the Mine Core were still searching for materials to increase the number of slots to the backup star. Even if a planet was doomed, there was still a long time to live. At least on the main planet, they could survive for quite a while. As long as one is alive, infinite possibilities exist. The 2 only nodded without further response, returning to their temporary dwelling under the embrace of their parents. With a somber face, Zhou Yi followed behind Lin Xi. Lately she had been training hard and had little time to think about other things. She hadn't expected that after everyone's efforts yielded different results her feelings would be so complicated. Although she had secured a spot to the backup star, her mood seemed far from joyful. Rather, it felt heavier. You have 10 days left before departure. Instead of brooding, why not spend that time in drills? Lin Xi interrupted her reverie. Having never traveled much by spaceship, Zhou Yi would likely experience severe discomfort from spatial jumps. At this moment, I've gathered you to distribute the materials. Early in the morning, Lin Xi received a message from the AI, and as scheduled they logged into the virtual world together. This was Lin Xi's first time seeing the world of the network, which was indistinguishable from reality. At that moment, the hall of the virtual world was densely packed with a crowd of people. Among them, Lin Xi spotted many familiar faces, players from the game, members of the Gu and Qiao families, as well as their employees. Of course, there were even more strangers. The AI's voice continued. The backup planet is a very primitive world. After you migrate there, you will live like cavemen. At present, we still haven't found a way to bring external objects into the backup planet, so we have to resort to this inferior strategy. These materials are indispensable for developing the planet. I will distribute them in batches, and you must memorize the portion you receive. Even with the quota to go to the backup planet, there was no guarantee they would reach it safely and survive. These materials were not entrusted to a single person. Instead, several people were responsible for different parts. If someone met with an accident during the entry to the backup planet, these vital data would not be lost. After arriving at the backup planet, these materials would be consolidated and handed over to professionals for development. Children, if you don't want to live like cavemen on the backup planet forever, strive to memorize them thoroughly and later hand them over to the construction personnel. Everyone present nodded, especially the players. They nodded with great vigor. They had experienced a caveman-like life in the game quite a bit, and just thinking about it made them feel exhausted, tired of body and mind. The data transfer took a while. After receiving the materials, Lin Xi logged off immediately. Only when she returned to reality did she open the content. I can't understand it. Using the optical brain to scan the materials and convert them into speech, Lin Xi planned to listen to this data during her exercise sessions in the coming days. After achieving a survival rate exceeding 80% in the simulations, she decided to participate in only one simulation per day and spend the rest of the time on physical training. Through multiple simulations, she concluded that the most crucial factor for unimpeded movement upon landing was one's own physical fitness. Protective suits and potions could only serve as auxiliary aids. After planning her daily schedule, Lin Xi entered the game pod for another simulation. Emerging from the game pod, she received a message from Zhou Yi. What's going on? Lin Xi asked as she walked. Zhou Yi relayed what she knew. I received calls from the parents of Ziyu and Elan. They said that since returning yesterday, the two have been locked in their rooms, refusing to come out, and occasionally we hear crying and vomiting from inside. The parents of both girls, fearing their daughters might do something rash, contacted Zhou Yi. Lin Xi and Zhou Yi quickly arrived at their home. The two families lived in the same base and were neighbors. Auntie, how is Ziyu? Yiziyu's mother looked worriedly toward the door. She says she's fine, but every time she comes out her eyes are red and swollen, she vomits severely, and she can barely walk. It doesn't look like she's okay at all. To be so upset that she makes herself vomit. If I had known she would be disqualified, I wouldn't have let her sign up, so she wouldn't end up like this. As she spoke, Yes mother began to cry. If there was no hope, it would be fine for the family to live out the rest of their days happily. Saying this, Yes mother wept. Zhou Yi comforted Yes mother while Lin Xi went to knock on Yiziyu's door. It took a long time before the door opened from inside. The three of them instinctively looked inside and were startled by Yiziyu's condition. A living dog is better than a dead lion. Your state is really worrying. Lin Xi stepped forward to support her. She looked ethereal, as if she were about to have a close encounter with the ground. Huh. Yiziyu was out of it, leaning blankly on Lin Xi. Ziyu, how about I transfer my quota to you? No. Zhou Yi continued. She had thought it over all the way. She wanted the quota, but on second thought she had no one she cared about in this world. Going to another world to eke out a living alone seemed meaningless. No. Yiziyu was about to speak, but Yes mother pounced on her with a wail, hugging her and crying, baby. Thrown off by her mother's embrace, Yiziyu finally snapped back to reality. She wanted to explain, but her mother didn't give her a chance to speak. She had just come out of the game pod exhausted and had planned to wait until her mother calmed down before speaking. But before she knew it, she fell asleep amidst her mother's wailing. When she woke up, not only Lin Xi and Zhou Yi were there, but also Feng Yilan's entire family. At that moment, the two families plus the two roommates were staring at her, and Feng Yilan with hawk-like intensity. Unable to bear the scrutiny, the two quickly raised their hands. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I was wrong, I can explain. Under their back-and-forth explanations, it turned out that they had indeed misunderstood them. It turned out that after being disqualified, the two were unwilling to accept it, but also felt that Lin Xi was right. So they didn't get discouraged, and instead threw themselves into simulations. The simulation was open to all, but the interstellar people felt they had no quota for the backup planet, so no one would willingly put themselves through such suffering. You naughty child, you scared your mother to death. Yes, mother scolded and cried. Feng Yilan's family also wanted to say a few words to their own child, but yes, mother's sobs were too loud, and they would have added to the chaos. Knowing that both were in a normal state of mind, the farce ended. The Yi and Feng families looked apologetically at Lin Xi and Zhou Yi. We're really sorry for the misunderstanding. Come over and apologize to your roommates. Yes, mother dragged Yi Ziyu to the front. Lin Xi and Zhou Yi waved their hands repeatedly. Auntie, no need. Zhou Yi jumped back dramatically. Lin Xi smoothly stepped back. The two families felt very embarrassed and wanted to treat them to a meal to make amends. The two exchanged a glance and fled swiftly, citing the need to attend simulations. After leaving the base's family building, they looked at each other, seeing relief in each other's eyes. It's still early. They'll go into the game pod again. Zhou Yi glanced at the time and hurried to her dormitory. Lin Xi followed behind her. The training room and her personal dormitory were in the same direction. Soon she caught up with Zhou Yi. As they met again, both their optical brains rang simultaneously. Opt. After connecting, both their optical brains emitted shrill screams. It was Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan screaming. The sound was loud and piercing, and Lin Xi and Zhou Yi's hearts instantly tightened. The two exchanged a glance and immediately turned to run back in the direction they had just come from, asking what had happened there as they ran. Unfortunately, on the other end of the light brain, there were only screams and sobs. No one answered their questions. Soon the two returned to the apartment building. As soon as they reached the floor, they saw Yi Ziyu and Feng Yilan hugging their own families, crying and laughing at the same time. Lin Xi and Zhou Yi exchanged bewildered glances. It seemed nothing had happened. Feng Yilan, with sharp eyes, spotted Lin. She broke free from her parents, dashed over, and wrapped her arms around Lin Xi and Zhou Yi. Xiao Shi, we also got spots. Her voice trembled with excitement, and she repeated the sentence shakily several times. Really? Lin Xi felt somewhat incredulous. MHM, really? Feng Yilan nodded repeatedly, her hands trembling as she extended the light brain notification to show them. Ding. Because some citizens have lost their spots for the backup planet, the slots are now being filled in order of test scores. Congratulations, you have been selected as a supplementary candidate. Please receive this, General. Lin Xi looked at it and confirmed it was indeed a notification from the smart brain. Congratulations. Lin Xi sincerely felt happy for them. However, the notification mentioned that some people had lost their spots for the backup planet. How exactly did they lose them? Logically, everyone who had obtained a spot through countless efforts would not voluntarily give it up. Excellent. Our efforts were not in vain. Zhou Yi was also delighted. The four of them hugged and screamed with joy while their relatives wiped away tears on the sidelines. Although over the past 2 days they had always comforted their daughters that dying together as a whole family was a good thing, as family members who would want such a whole family when their own child had a chance to live. Whoever wanted that could have it. Their family didn't care for it. On that day, training and simulations were impossible, so the group found a place to prepare a hearty dinner as a celebration. Lin Xi originally wanted to buy ingredients and cook, but both families refused. Our child getting the spot is mostly thanks to you. We've never had a chance to repay you, so please let us do this. Yi Fu spoke sincerely. Lin Xi had no choice but to give up and sat on a nearby chair waiting for the meal to be ready. The light brain kept chiming. Lin Xi tapped on it. Most of the messages were happy news. From this, she saw that all the people she knew who had failed the selection had now been admitted, including Hu Li and her group, all of whom had obtained spots for the backup planet. How could this be? The matter was too suspicious. So many people had been selected for no apparent reason. She searched online but couldn't find any explanation for the sudden increase in spots. Ding. The light brain chimed again. This time, it was a communication from Gu Zicheng. Lin Xi glanced at the lively crowd on the other side, took the light brain, and stepped outside the door before answering. As soon as the call connected, Gu Zicheng immediately said, "Don't leave the base recently, and don't even leave your room. Wear all the protective shields you have." Hearing this, Lin Xi sensed the severity of the situation and nodded repeatedly. She already didn't like going out. She had never left the base since entering it, but now her range of activity would be even smaller. What happened? Gu Zicheng explained. After the smart brain released the list of names for the backup planet, those on the list became targets. 1/10 of them have already been murdered. Lin Xi suddenly understood. So that's why there were suddenly so many backup names. The original people on the list, some of the people on the list exchanged by us players have also died. Gu Zicheng's voice was thick with worry. Once the players' spots were confirmed, they could not be transferred. Even so, a large number of people still wanted their life. Those people acting on the idea that if they had no way out they would block everyone else's way had caused this situation. I understand. You must be careful too. The two didn't talk much. After finishing the important matters, they ended the call. The aroma of food wafted from inside, and Zhou Yi came out to call everyone to eat. The large group sat around the table eating and drinking cheerfully, celebrating that all four had spots for the backup planet. After the meal, Lin Xi relayed what Gu Zicheng had told them. The spots you got are because the original holders died. Those without spots will target you. It's best not to go out recently and stay in your dormitories as much as possible. The lively atmosphere evaporated. Everyone understood the gravity of the situation. We won't go out. Not even if we're killed, we won't go out. Yi Mama said, clutching her daughter in fear. The dormitory has game pods. Not going out won't affect us, Fenglan said. Zhou Yi echoed. I'm going to dominate the simulations these days. Whether I go out or not doesn't matter. Although the apocalypse would soon arrive and they would all die, the difference between dying early and dying late was still significant. A living dog is better than a dead lion. They would hold on to life as long as they could. Lin Xi and Zhou Yi lived alone. The Yi and Feng families worried about the safety of their return to the dormitory and insisted on escorting them all the way. Lin Xi and Zhou Yi, not wanting to refuse their kindness, allowed them to see them to the dormitory door. After returning to her room, Lin Xi put on all the remaining protective shields. Gu Zicheng had warned that even inside the base one must not be careless, indicating that the base was not safe. She didn't want to lose her life at the very last moment before leaving the star domain. Unable to train in the gym, Lin Xi had to exercise in her tiny dormitory. Training simulations and daily necessities became her monotonous routine. Having experienced such solitary daily life in the game many times, she didn't find it particularly unpleasant. Moreover, this was reality. Even if she never stepped outside, she could still see the outside world and communicate with friends and family. Saying she was lonely was actually not true. For example, every evening she received complaints from her 3 roommates. As Lin Xi had expected, they had never experienced such frequent space jumps, and their first failure in the simulation was stuck at the space jump. That stuck lasted 3 or 4 days. During those days, their stomachs were constantly empty. It wasn't until the 5th day that they could finally eat properly. Their original live streaming jobs had been handed over to their parents. However, because the parents lacked their daughter's professionalism, their salaries were slightly reduced. Every day, Lin Xi received meals delivered by the parents of both families prepared during their live streams. Not only her, but Zhou Yi and the others also got food. Both sets of parents forbade them from going out and took responsibility for delivering food and drinks to their dorms. This made Lin Xi feel quite embarrassed. But the parents didn't think so. They owed their current jobs to Lin Xi's help, and feeding their benefactor daily was the "Didn't you say you were busy? Why do you have time to come over to my place?" Lin Xi dared to open the door only after the doorbell had been ringing for a long time, and she was certain it was Gu Zicheng standing at the entrance. He had no choice. 2 days ago, someone was assassinated and killed in the base. Though the death was not brain death, even if it wasn't to that person, it was no different from the sky collapsing. Cultivating a new body and then spending time training to return to the previous state would definitely miss the departure time for the alternate planet. Because of this incident, everyone in the base who had a spot for the alternate planet dared not go out. Lin Xi was also afraid of accidents. She locked her dormitory door tightly and stocked up on a box of nutrient fluids, intending to survive until the day they left for the alternate planet. Gu Zicheng sidled into the dormitory and looked at her helplessly. "I'm worried about you." The murder incident inside the base seemed dangerous, but in reality the outside world was far more dangerous. To put it in one phrase, it was a bloodbath. Whether you had a spot or not, they would kill you first. Now everyone outside avoided going out unless absolutely necessary. What's there to worry about? "I'm not going out." Lin Xi chuckled. It felt good to be cared for. She was also aware of the situation outside, or just 2 days ago, Hu Li had been attacked. Fortunately, she had warned him, and he was protected by a shield, so he wasn't injured. Now Hu Li and the others had found connections and were staying at the Qiao family's base. Gu Zicheng's arrival did not change Lin Xi's daily rhythm. They were both hurrying to prepare for the alternate planet. There wasn't much time left, less than 7 days. She had gone through all the simulation scenarios in the game pod, recording every possible accident in her notebook. Before sleeping each night, she would mentally rehearse how to deal with similar situations. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. Physical condition okay. Data memorization, no problem. Shield purchase done. After checking everything, Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng waited inside the base for the special vehicle to pick them up and take them to the spaceship. The chaos outside grew more terrifying as the departure date for the alternate planet approached. To counter this, the Central Intelligence gathered the noble families and the government, arranging special vehicles to transport those with spots. These top-tier vehicles produced by the Star Domain were impeccable in terms of safety. No one would refuse transportation and set out on their own. The spaceship arrived exactly on schedule. The moment the vehicle door opened, the spaceship door simultaneously opened, and the people inside immediately darted in, all within less than 3 seconds. This was the boarding instruction everyone had received before departure. If you dawdled for more than 6 seconds, the flying car would immediately drive away. This rule was not only to save time, but also to protect everyone's safety. The faster the boarding, the less time malefactors had to cause trouble. There were many people with spots in the base. Before the flying car even left the base, the one Lin Xi and the others were in was already full. Zhou Yi and the other 2 couldn't even sit in the same vehicle. The flying car sped through the air for an hour, encountering 3 waves of attacks along the way. The attacks were not intense. From inside the car, Lin, she only felt the vehicle shake 3 times before it stopped. The car arrived at the spaceship, and everyone boarded in an orderly manner. Glancing around Lin, she saw many familiar faces standing in small groups chatting. They were all members of the Gu family and employees under the Gu family. The spaceship was not the only one. Each ship could only transport a few tens of thousands of people. Excluding the crew, each spaceship carried about 50,000 people bound for the alternate planet. Gu Zicheng pulled Lin Xi to the side. There was still time before the spaceship performed its jump, and they hadn't received their protective suits yet. Stay close to me later, and don't get too far away. Gu Zicheng repeated this instruction many times along the way. When they were dropped into the alternate planet, the landing point would be random, since they would be descending from above the atmosphere. If the two were dropped at times too far apart, the distance between them after landing would be enormous. Even if they were dropped simultaneously, a mere 1-second interval would still result in a significant distance. After all, the alternate planet was an undeveloped world, and they weren't playing a holographic game. If there were no familiar people nearby upon entering the alternate planet, the chance of accidents would be high. Lin Xi nodded and replied earnestly, "Every time. I know we'll stick close to you." Not only Gu Zicheng was nervous, Lin Xi was nervous too. Even though she had rehearsed countless times in the game pod, when the moment actually came, she still felt her heart race. People kept coming over to greet her, but Lin Xi couldn't focus on socializing. If they successfully entered the alternate planet, these people would become companions, reliable ones at that. They were all important figures, so in theory Lin Xi should have engaged in serious conversation and built good relationships. But she was too distracted to even hear Gu Zicheng's words clearly. Fortunately, this day's state was not unique to her. Everyone was in the same boat, so her lack of response didn't seem out of place. No one could remain calm in the face of the approaching unknown. The main hall's doors opened and closed several times before the spaceship was finally full. After the spaceship announced it was full, Lin Xi still couldn't find any trace of Zhou Yi and the others. She had to send a message to inquire. Zhou Yi and the others replied quickly. They exchanged their spaceship numbers, and only then realized that the 4 of them weren't on the same ship. "Attention, everyone, please enter the corresponding room according to your number plate to change into your protective suits." The announcement repeated twice. After hurriedly saying goodbye to Zhou Yi and the others, Lin Xi entered the room according to her number plate. The main hall suddenly became empty. The spaceship couldn't afford a private room for everyone. When Lin Xi entered, she counted about 20 people in the room. Their protective suits hung before them, each labeled with the corresponding name to prevent mix-ups. A large screen inside the room displayed the correct procedure for wearing the suits. Everyone present had already worn protective suits countless times in the game pod, so they were extremely familiar with. However, everyone knew the severe consequences of wearing the suit incorrectly, and even though they were familiar, they dared not take it lightly. One by one, they carefully watched the video and followed the steps. "Can you check if I'm wearing it correctly?" someone asked after finishing, turning to the person next to them. The more critical the moment, the easier it was to slip up. In such a situation, they couldn't even trust themselves. The people in the room began to inspect each other's attire, and even Lin Xi was checked several times by others. Beep! The assembly signal sounded, and everyone moved back to the hall. The already crowded hall became so dense with people in bulky protective suits that not a single gap was visible at a glance. Lin Xi struggled to move back to her original spot, where Gu Zicheng was already waiting for her. Fortunately, names were pasted on the protective suits, or else it would have been impossible to recognize anyone in the sea of identical appearances. As soon as Lin Xi stood still, Gu Zicheng immediately installed her protective shield into the various pockets of the protective suit. These suits were prepared by Lin Xi herself, and had just been handed over to Gu Zicheng for safekeeping. From now on, they had nothing on them except the protective suits and shields. Even their optical computers were not carried. Before boarding the spaceship, Lin Xi transferred all her money to her 3 roommates, who then forwarded it to their families. After clearing and formatting the chat records in the optical computer, she felt at ease and boarded the flying car to come here. There will be a spatial continuous jump in 10 minutes. Please be prepared. The announcement from the spaceship rang out repeatedly, and the hall fell silent all at once. In fact, after changing into the protective suits, there was almost no sound left in the hall. Everyone was tense, including Lin Xi and Gu Zicheng. The 10-minute countdown felt interminable. Lin Xi felt her heart racing. If it kept up this pace, she feared it would give out before the jump. She circled around Gu Zicheng restlessly, trying to find something to distract herself. One moment she checked his suit, the next she checked if his shield was properly installed. After 2 circles, Gu Zicheng pulled her into an embrace. "Don't move. Let me hold you," he said, burying his head in her neck. In just a few minutes they would be separated. This separation, who knew when they would meet again or if they would ever have the chance? Through the thick protective suits, he held her tightly, reluctant to let go. Lin Xi's chaotic heartbeat suddenly calmed. She wrapped her arms around him, in return savoring a moment of peace. "Spatial jump will commence in 10 seconds. Please be prepared." 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The familiar sensation of dizziness washed over Lin Xi as she braced herself the moment the prompt sounded. Space jump in progress. Space jump in progress. After more than 30 space jumps, the notification finally ceased. Having rehearsed countless times in the game pod, everyone present adapted well to the real jump. Please line up according to the number tags on your persons. Each team comprises 100 individuals. You will be deployed into the backup star in 3 minutes upon the prompt sound. Lin Xi's number was 102, Gu Zicheng's was 101, and their drop positions were adjacent. Stay alive. Wait for me to find you. Gu Zicheng shouted. As his voice faded, the protective shield of the drop position descended, sealing off external sounds and blocking the view of those nearby. Deployment occurred in batches, each batch of 100 people. Lin Xi was in the second batch. The moment the countdown began, a sensation of weightlessness struck, and they found themselves in the vastness of space. The moment they entered space, the protective suits began releasing fuel, hurtling them straight toward the direction of the backup star. Lin Xi looked toward Gu Zicheng's direction. On the spacecraft, they were separated by only a single panel, but now in the void the distance between them grew ever wider. Too far for her to see clearly. She turned her gaze to herself just as her body collided with a space meteorite, causing the protective suit to begin deteriorating. This was a normal occurrence. Every time in the game pod, she had to endure this ordeal, and Lin Xi had grown accustomed to it. As long as they passed through the meteorite belt, they would soon arrive above the atmosphere. However, the moment they touched the atmosphere, the outer protective suit began to dissipate. She mentally replayed the procedures rehearsed in the game pod to alleviate her unease. The impact of the meteorites was extremely unpleasant. During the drills at this point, she would have already sustained internal injuries, and the medicine within her body would have begun to take effect. This was the repair potion injected before boarding the vehicle. As long as the body suffered damage, it would begin to heal. It was precisely because of this potion that the batches of people deployed earlier had a chance to survive. The intense pain did not appear, unlike the drills. Lin Xi finally snapped back to reality, seeing that the protective shield she carried had started to function. Each time she encountered a meteorite, one of the protective shields would become neutralized. She had a total of 8 protective shields. Lin Xi counted 7 had been activated, leaving 1 shield intact. After the meteorites passed, the protective suit operated steadily, and they soon reached the atmosphere of the backup star. The last protective shield was also lost upon contact with the atmosphere. Protected by the shield, the protective suit only began to disintegrate after entering the atmosphere. Lin Xi breathed a sigh of relief. In the game pod at this stage, the outer protective suit would have long since vanished, and the inner suit would have been damaged by friction with the atmosphere. Yet in reality, her outer suit only lost its functionality here, and the inner suit remained perfectly intact. As long as the landing site was safe, her survival rate was undoubtedly better than in every single drill. Falling freely through the air without the protective suit, death would be certain. Thank the interstellar high-tech. Her body plummeted rapidly. Bang! 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 Her body smashed into tall trees, then into low shrubs, and finally onto the ground. Seeing the lush greenery before her, she closed her eyes in relief and fainted. Elsewhere, the spacecraft's crew had already transferred before the jump, leaving the ship empty, but for the cold electronic equipment. When the last batch of people was deployed into the backup star, the spacecraft's lifespan came to an end. The ship, already severely damaged from frequent space jumps, had endured an even longer stay among the rock layers. Each time personnel were deployed into the backup star, the cost of protective suit materials and spacecraft materials amounted to a staggering figure. These enormous numbers signified that not everyone in the star domain could enter the backup star. Resources were limited, there was no way to provide for everyone. Spacecraft damage level 90. The spacecraft is about to be scrapped. Spacecraft damage level 100. The spacecraft is being scrapped. The spacecraft shattered into pieces, vanishing completely. In the seconds before its disappearance, a mechanical voice, tinged with emotion, echoed through the ship. Children, may you return to your homeland once more. In the conference room, the heads of noble families and government leaders assembled, awaiting the latest news. At this moment, the seating arrangement in the conference room had undergone a dramatic transformation. The Gu and Xiao families, ranked at the bottom among the noble houses, now occupied the seats of honor. This was because among the familiar faces present, only the patriarchs of the Gu and Xiao families were elders, while the rest were their juniors. The leaders of the other noble families and the government had all been replaced by a younger generation. The older ones had already departed for the backup planet ahead of time. This was a decision made by the families. Their early departure to the backup planet served not only to ensure survival, but also to secure a foothold and continue as rulers of their own domains. The backup planet was still undeveloped. Whoever seized its resources first would become the new world's overlord. Those accustomed to high status were determined to maintain it. Being inferior to others was more unbearable than death itself. The patriarchs of the Gu and Xiao families held different views from the other family heads. They believed that their clansmen were capable of carving out a place on the new planet, for it was the domain of the young. As for these old patriarchs, they would temporarily remain in the star domain to oversee the situation. All personnel aboard the spacecraft have been successfully deployed. Estimated time until all reach the backup planet 312. The electronic voice echoed through the vast conference room, and everyone present waited in silence. After an agonizing 3 hours, the mechanical voice sounded again. Initial deployment to the backup planet 100 million people. First day survival count 81,320,000. As soon as the words fell, those present eagerly opened their optical brains. Everyone who went to the backup planet had been implanted with a chip. As long as they remained alive, the chip would continuously transmit signals, letting those left behind in the interstellar space know whether the departed were dead or alive. However, the backup planet was far from the star domain, so there would be a delay in the signals. Old Master Gu also opened his optical brain to check. It contained information about his precious family members. Seeing the results, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. They were alive, all of them. Just as a smile began to form on his face, he caught a glimpse of someone looking utterly crestfallen, and he quickly suppressed his expression. The old rivals had all left. The juniors left behind, though not as outstanding as the old-timers, were still not to be underestimated. Stay cautious. Old Master Gu and Old Master Qiao exchanged a glance, then both leaned back in their chairs to wait for the others to finish their checks. Waiting idly was not their style. Old Master Gu sent a message via his optical brain to his subordinates, instructing them to check the life status of the company's employees as well. Waiting idly was not their style. Old Master Gu sent a message via his optical brain to his subordinates, instructing them to check the life status of the company's employees as well. Private matters concluded, they turned to official business. The deployment to the backup planet was divided into 2 waves, but privately Old Master Gu and Old Master Qiao had already planned a 3rd wave. The sooner the better, said the current head of the Liu family impatiently. The interstellar space was growing increasingly chaotic. If they remained here, they might not even wait for the end of the world before their lives were extinguished by human hands. Had it not been for his misfortune in drawing the lot to stay and guard the base, he would have left long ago. Other representatives also voiced their desire for swift action, with some even proposing a departure in 3 days. The spaceships and protective suits were already prepared, so why not leave early? Old Master Gu and Old Master Qiao remained silent, and the room gradually fell quiet. Old Master Qiao could be ignored, but Old Master Gu could not. The medicines needed for the backup planet had to be supplied by the Gu family. If the Gu family refused to budge, nothing else mattered. Everyone's eyes turned to Old Master Gu, who said calmly, "Our medicine stock is insufficient. It will take at least 2 more months." Whether it was true or false, as long as Old Master Gu did not change his story, it would be treated as fact. "Can't you speed up the process?" asked the Liu family representative, unwilling to give up. Old Master Gu shook his head. Impossible to speed up. Plants need time to grow. There was no room for negotiation. Those present, unwilling to waste any more time, found excuses to leave the conference room. "Do you really need 2 months?" Old Master Qiao asked as he was leaving, turning back for a moment. Old Master Gu sat in his chair and did not answer. Old Master Qiao shook his head and then followed the crowd out of the conference room. The vast room was left with only Old Master Gu sitting alone in solitude. After a long pause, he looked up and spoke to the air. "I'll fight for 2 months to bring you home." In the empty conference room, after a while, an electronic voice replied, "Don't force it." Old Master Gu said nothing more, merely sitting quietly in the conference room for a long time. After those with quotas departed for the backup planet, the chaos in the interstellar space subsided for a while. At least the murderous pursuits diminished, though the assassinations targeting the wealthy continued. After all, they were still in the interstellar space. Every day they opened their eyes, they saw a sword hanging over their heads. Not everyone had the mental fortitude to face death. Madness was a natural response. Moreover, they had lost their chance to survive, so their madness only grew. At this moment, another group of frenzied people appeared on the starnet. "Tired sister liars. All liars. You said going to the backup planet was a chance to live, but my child died the moment they got there. You big fat liars. Weak old man, ha ha ha, my son is dead. You all should go and die too. Ha ha ha." Over 10 million of those who went to the backup planet perished. Their relatives, upon receiving the news, were now venting their madness on the network. These frenzied people had almost given all their family resources to the ones who went to the backup planet. After putting everything into supporting that person to obtain a ticket to survival, the next moment, that person rushed toward death. Even though they knew they had signed documents acknowledging the risk of death on the backup planet. They simply could not accept it. Why did so many others survive while their own family members had to die? These people raged on the network. At first, some comforted them, pointing out the signed documents, and noting that the mortality rate was actually much higher than predicted in the game pods. Those were impartial comments, but to people who refused to accept reality, they were worthless. Deep down, didn't they know? They knew. But what did knowing matter? At that moment, they only wanted their family back. Yet they also knew it was impossible, so they simply raged on the network. After being berated by these people, those who tried to comfort them stopped. Instead, many netizens came to mock them. Saltfish bubble, ha ha ha, you struggled and toiled to get a spot, but you still couldn't escape death. Bean folks, rather than waiting to die, why not join us to shatter this world? The cheers of the rioters grew louder, and the aristocratic families and government officials remaining in the star domain all tucked their tails between their legs, terrified of being instantly killed the moment they stepped outside. Some who wished to survive until the apocalypse could only stay at home, not daring to go out. As the situation escalated, an announcement from the Goo Corporation quelled most of this trend. Effective immediately, our enterprise will release 10 million slots to the backup star. Among them, 5 million slots will be obtained through a lottery after registration. For details, please refer to the selection method for the first batch of people going to the backup star. The remaining 5 million slots will be distributed via material exchange. According to the exchange rules listed in the table below, by donating materials to earn points, the top 5 million in points will obtain slots to the backup star. Additionally, those who do not enter the top 5 million can exchange their points for industries from the Goo and Xiao corporations. Originally, they thought there was no chance to survive, but unexpectedly the situation took a turn. Although many online were bad-mouthing that going to the backup star was also a dead end, that was just sour grapes. Staying in the star domain meant certain death, while going to the backup star still gave a 70 to 80% chance of survival. Not to mention, this was the second batch of opportunities to go to the backup star. With so many people having arrived safely before, it was likely that the survival difficulty would be greatly reduced after the second batch arrived safely. The slots were few and the competition fierce. Yet hope was slim. As long as there was a glimmer of survival, no one wanted to give up. Social order had somewhat recovered, except for those who had no hope at all and were still causing trouble. To maintain social stability, the Xiao Corporation also issued an announcement that citizens could apply for free nutrition liquid with their ID numbers. This move dissuaded half of those who wanted to cause trouble. The material 4 points exchange proceeded faster than expected, and within a day the required materials were fully exchanged. Most people came for the slots, but also thought that if they couldn't get a slot, they could use points to exchange for industries from the Goo and Xiao families. Now there was a machine that could predict the time of the disaster. It was said that the main star could last at least another year or two. As for after that, the machine had not yet been able to predict. After the items on the material exchange list were collected, the Goo Corporation issued another announcement. Due to the large amount of materials received today, the number of slots to the backup star will be increased by 10,000. If the materials received in the future are enough to make corresponding protective suits, then for each suit that can be made, 1 additional slot will be added. The interstellar citizens never expected such an unexpected bonus. Those who had not wanted to exchange points before now began to feel tempted. Especially those whose own or their family members' physical stats exceeded 50 were eager to exchange even the walls of their homes. To encourage interstellar citizens to actively exchange materials, the Goo Corporation also sold some potions at low prices or for points. Those who had no hope of breaking through the physical attribute threshold of 50 now had hope with the potions. These measures even attracted interstellar pirates who shipped large quantities of materials to the Goo Corporation. The number of slots to the backup star increased again and again. 7 days had passed since the first batch left for the backup star. After 7 days, only over 50 million people remained alive. Over 30 million people had arrived safely but did not survive. Looking at these data, Old Master Goo during this period they had tried several times to deploy space devices, but all failed without exception. Old Master Goo sighed deeply. With only a little over a month left, there was little hope. When Lin Xi woke up, she was surrounded by a group of small animals. Perhaps they had never seen a human before, and they curiously gathered around her. After waking, she could not move any part of her body except her eyes. The potion inside her was frantically repairing the internal damage. Falling from high altitude, even with the protective suit, she still could not avoid injury. She had experienced such scenes countless times in the game pod. Given a little more time, her body would recover. She prayed that no large animals would come during this time, otherwise she would surely die. After more than 3 hours, she could move her hands and feet. However, she did not get up immediately, but remained lying motionless on the ground. The small animals around her were still there, meaning the area was safe for now. 2 more hours later, she had fully recovered. She suddenly stood up, and before the small animals could react, she grabbed one in each hand. The rest scattered at the sight. A chicken in her left hand, a rabbit in her right. The first meal upon landing on the backup star was secured. Using a stone chip at her feet, she cut the throats of the wild chicken and rabbit to bleed them, then carried the 2 little creatures and left. The smell of blood around meant she couldn't stay here, as it would attract large animals. She was now in a vast. The giant trees in the forest blocked the sky, with only sporadic sunlight filtering through the layers of leaves. Finding a tree with large leaves, she climbed up and tore off several leaves to bind around herself. The protective suit had shattered upon landing, leaving her completely naked. She was unaccustomed to not covering her. Now with some covering, she also found some dry grass to bind around her wrists and ankles to avoid injury from snake or insect bites. She had done these things many times in the game, so she completed them easily and skillfully, even dodging an attack from a large snake along the way. Stopping and going, the items on her body grew more and more. This was reality. In reality, there was no space storage, so all the materials she picked up were tied to her body with grass ropes. The heavy load affected her movement, and her walking speed slowed considerably. This is the place. The sun was about to set, and the already dim forest would only grow darker. Continuing to search would not be a wise decision. The spot she found was acceptable. It was a large clearing where one could see the sky overhead. Next to the clearing were two large boulders which could block the wind and provide some safety while resting at night when there was no shelter. She threw all the dry grass, firewood, and food onto the ground. Lin Xi found some stones nearby to build a campfire. Over an hour later, the sky was completely dark and Lin Xi's campfire was successfully built. She had been on the backup star for a day and a night. In the game, she would have died long ago from hunger points dropping to 0, but in reality that was not the case. In reality, her stomach would only growl with hunger. After briefly dressing the 2 catches Lin, she placed them over the campfire to roast. As the aroma gradually wafted from the campfire, Lin Xi's fingers wove continuously, while she occasionally turned the food over the flames. Soon the meat was cooked, and a simple pair of straw sandals was also woven. Unable to contain her hunger, she devoured the food. Though unseasoned, the roasted wild chicken and rabbit tasted like a royal feast to her ravenous senses. After eating until 80% full, Lin Xi stopped. Half of the remaining food was propped by the campfire to keep warm. She figured the provisions would not spoil overnight. Drowsiness crept in after the meal, but she could not rest yet. Having just arrived at the backup planet, she had nothing usable on hand and needed to gather supplies urgently. In the deep of night, she dared not wander far, confining herself to the vicinity of the campfire. Whatever could be used, food, drink, tools, she carried back to the fire's edge. She gathered everything within reach around the campfire. Without a clock, Lin Xi had no idea what time it was. The wave of sleepiness passed, and she felt refreshed again. After weaving the collected vines into a large backpack, she finally yawned and fell asleep. Her sleep was extremely restless, even more so than in the game. This uneasy rest only improved 3 days after arriving on the backup planet. On the 3rd day of exploration, she discovered a cave suitable for dwelling. The interior was spacious, and she had stumbled upon it while chasing a rabbit. Given its hidden nature, she would never have found it otherwise. The cave was covered in layers of vegetation, appearing like a small hill from the outside. Indeed, it resembled a hill with several large trees growing on top. After clearing away the foliage at the entrance, she realized the cave was surprisingly vast. Such a large space had no animal inhabitants, only moss inside and no footprints or droppings of large creatures around. Seeing this, Lin Xi abandoned the rabbit and hurried back to her original camp, following her markers, then moved her belongings inside. After half a day's effort to clean the cave and move all supplies, and she settled down in this place. With a cave, there was no need to build a house. The collected wood could serve as firewood, easing the pressure by half. Another 7 days passed. Lin Xi had transformed the cave into a home, and today she specially built a wooden door for the entrance. At last, I won't have to worry about animals sneaking in while I sleep. 10 days had gone by, yet no interstellar people. Perhaps their landing points were too far apart, or her own range of activity was too limited, or maybe. Thinking of the last possibility, Lin Xi quickly stopped herself. In any case, she had prepared herself mentally for a long-term solitary life. The cave had many virtues, but its only drawback was the distance to the water source. Today her drinking water ran out again, forcing her to take all her water containers to fetch more. Before leaving, she closed the cave door and added damp leaves to the campfire not far away. The leaves touched the flames and immediately produced thick smoke. This was the signal between Lin Xi and Gu Ziqing. If he saw the smoke, he would head toward her direction. Unfortunately, after more than 10 days, there was still no sign of Gu Ziqing, nor of anyone else. Without a spatial storage, she had to transport water back and forth to the cave. It took her most of the day to stockpile enough water for 2 days. In the afternoon, she did not go out again because it started raining. Lin Xi surmised that the area was currently in summer, with little temperature difference between day and night and occasional rain. This was only her guess, as she did not know where she was and had been here only a short time. Since it was inconvenient to go out in the rain, she stayed home weaving clothes. Going about with leaves hanging from her body was too uncivilized. The next day the rain stopped. Lin Xi went out wearing her freshly made garments. This time she took a completely unexplored path behind the cave. She thought that if the hill was a cave, then the undulating hills behind it might also be caves. Lin Xi had collected enough supplies to last a while. Today's outing was purely for exploration. Since it was an uncharted path, she walked slowly with a wooden stick, wary of snakes lurking in the grass. The nearest hill was only a few dozen meters from her dwelling, yet it took her over half an hour to reach it. She tapped the hill with her stick, and after circling it, she finally found a distinct spot. As Lin Xi had guessed, these hills were also caves. How strange. She had just noticed that each mound was roughly the same distance apart, and now confirmed that the mounds were caves. Moreover, the entrances of the two caves faced the same direction. With so many coincidences, these caves seemed not natural, but artificial. But wasn't the backup planet supposed to be uninhabited? Puzzled, Lin Xi used her stick to push away the plants at the entrance and stepped inside. The interior layout was quite different from her own cave. This one had a one-bedroom, one-living-room design. After seeing it, Lin Xi felt tempted to move all her belongings here. After a quick stroll, she noted the difference in layout, then walked out with her stick. The next spot was not far away, so she headed straight forward without hesitation. Soon she reached the next small hill. With the experience of the previous two, she went directly to the approximate direction and tapped. Sure enough, she found the cave entrance on the same side. Entering the cave, she discovered it was a bit different from the previous two. It had two entrances, both covered by. Though there were two openings, the interior space was roughly the same as the others. After looking around, Lin Xi intended to leave, but as she reached the entrance it started raining, so she turned back. The rain grew heavier, seemingly not stopping anytime soon. Setting down her backpack, she cleared the other entrance. After clearing the second entrance, the cave became more than twice as bright, and the interior could be seen more clearly. Bored, she began cleaning the cave interior with her stick. She could not possibly use all that space herself, but she could clean it up for others, if any others came, that is. The interior was mostly moss with only a few stones. She could ignore the moss for now, and just remove the stones. Soon the stones inside were cleared. Ah, there's one left. Near the entrance, a stone wrapped in vines still remained. Having nothing else to do, Lin Xi crouched down and pulled the vines aside with her hands. As the vines gradually fell away, she realized it was not a stone at all. Her movements quickened. When the object was fully exposed, Lin Xi's eyes widened in shock. This. Lin Xi covered her mouth, staring at the object on the ground in disbelief. How could it be? How could there be ceramics on the backup planet? A thought flashed through her mind, and Lin Xi, trembling with excitement, reached out to caress the well-preserved ceramic before her. If it were real. Her fingers curled and trembled with tension and excitement. It took a long time before she could control her shaking hand to touch the ceramic. A moment ago it was an eyesore of trash, the next moment it became a treasure in her heart. Lin Xi carefully rubbed it, then opened the top lid. She had assumed the contents inside would have weathered away, but upon opening it she found another ceramic inside. Taking out the inner ceramic jar, a wave of familiarity washed over her. In fact, even when she saw the outermost ceramic jar, she had already felt a sense of familiarity. However, that outer jar was a common design, so it wasn't strange to find it familiar. But the shape of this inner ceramic jar was very odd. It was strange that she found such an odd shape familiar. Holding the ceramic jar in her hands and examining it closely, her thumbs suddenly felt the raised patterns on the smooth surface. Turning the raised side toward her eyes, the text and patterns that met her gaze made Lin Xi's body stiffen. It was the pattern of a flag with LX and a string of numbers written beneath it. A thunderclap roared. Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the cave and falling upon the face of the person inside, revealing the profound sorrow etched there. Whoa! Lin Xi sobbed uncontrollably. She remembered. She remembered everything. This was her ceramic jar, the one she had made with her own hands. Whoa! As the memories of a dead past surged back into her mind, she wept even more sorrowfully. This was not a backup planet. This was her blue star, her home. The home she had yearned for. She had imagined her own death, but never that her home would perish. Whoa! Don't cry. Someone embraced her from behind, lifting her up and gently wiping away her tears. But the tears only grew, blurring her vision. The familiar warmth and scent made her willingly bury herself in his arms and cry unrestrainedly. This is not a backup planet. This is Blue Star. She shouted loudly between sobs, as if trying to express something. The man soothed her with his large hand, but his gaze fixed on the ceramic jar on the ground, frowning. When he discerned the pattern and text, his pupils constricted, and he involuntarily tightened his arms around her. She cried for an unknown length of time before finally stopping. Exhausted, she fell asleep in Gu Zicheng's arms. Though she slept, her heart remained restless. Along the way, Gu Zicheng could hear her occasional sobs. He had found Lin Xi's dwelling by following the thick smoke, then tracked her down using the stones near the dwelling. This was the wayfinding method they used during games, allowing him to locate her quickly. He laid her down on a haystack and stared at the sleeping figure for a long while before letting out a helpless sigh. He removed his wet straw coat, put on a dry one, and laid down beside her on the haystack. Since entering the backup planet, he had not only to search for supplies, but also to expend energy looking for Lin Xi. Fortunately, their landing points were not far apart, allowing him to find her so quickly. Lin Xi's mood improved after a nap, but she still felt uneasy. She sat quietly beside the sleeping Gu Zicheng, staring blankly with vacant eyes. After more than 10 days of living like savages, even Gu Zicheng's ethereal appearance could not withstand such hardship. He looked somewhat rough, yet possessed a wild sort of beauty. After watching for a while, she noticed the ceramic jar not far from the haystack. It was a trace of her past life, a testament to the existence of her nation. Awake. Hungry. Lin Xi nodded. Rest a bit. He'll make you something good to eat. Gu Ziqing got up and walked outside. The two tacitly refrained from discussing the ceramic jar. Gu Ziqing had not come empty-handed. He carried many seasonings and food supplies. After so long, Lin Xi finally had a meal with flavor. Good food could heal the soul, and after a hearty meal, she felt the pain in her heart ease. The fall of her nation was a devastating blow to her, especially for someone with such patriotic fervor. It was even more unbearable than death itself. But she had to face the pain. It was an event that had already occurred, and she could do nothing to change it. Gu Ziqing's arrival seemed like a signal. Over the following days, more people gradually came to join them. Within 2 months, all the caves in the surrounding area were filled with people. With more people, survival became significantly easier. During those 2 months, they cleared many of the nearby large trees. They built roads, cultivated fields, raised livestock, and diverted water sources. The era of savagery ended, and they began to advance toward an agricultural age. What are you looking at? Lin Xi walked over and sat beside Gu Ziqing. Although this was still Blue Star, it was very different from the Blue Star in her memories. For instance, the night sky was not like the one she remembered. Here the night was filled with stars, and even without lighting one could still see the path beneath the moonlight. When they first returned, they had been deep in the forest and hadn't noticed. After this period of clearing, the sky was no longer blocked by the towering trees, and the celestial beauty was laid bare. It was rare for Gu Ziqing to not be busy during his waking hours, and Lin Xi was genuinely curious. He didn't hide it from her. Logically, by now my grandfather and the rest of the Gu family should have been sent here. Originally, Old Master Gu was also among the first batch to be sent, but he declined. Moreover, initially there was no plan to send a second batch, meaning those who remained in the star domain would have only one path: death. But Old Master Gu absolutely refused to be in the first batch and instead orchestrated the second batch deployment plan. The time flow between their location and the star domain was different, but not drastically so. Logically, they should be arriving soon. At that moment in the star domain, in the familiar meeting room. Old Gu, it's almost 2 months now. Are you sure we can enter the backup planet? The head of the Liu family asked eagerly as soon as he sat down. With so many planets in the star domain becoming increasingly unstable, the number of planets still habitable could be counted on one hand. Bombarded by these grim reports every day, he felt that staying another second in the star domain would mean death. The others didn't press further, but they all looked at Old Master Gu with hopeful anticipation, waiting for his answer. Old Master Gu closed his eyes, and under everyone's gaze he slowly said yes. Upon receiving a clear answer, a stir arose in the room. Then one by one they made excuses and took their leave. As they were about to leave the star domain, they had to hand over their ongoing tasks to those remaining. Though they knew those left behind faced certain death had not yet arrived, so various tasks still needed to be transferred. Perhaps after they departed, those who stayed might stumble upon another path to survival. Of course, that hope was slim. The backup planet had been the only escape they had found after nearly 2 decades of searching. The second way was not so easily discovered. This was merely a thread of hope for those remaining in the star domain. Everyone left the meeting room, leaving only Old Master Gu seated in his chair. After a long silence, Old Master Gu said, "I'm sorry. In 2 months, they had still failed to successfully deploy the space equipment into the backup planet." The electronic voice echoed in the meeting room, "I told you not to force it. No, I must bring you home." The electronic voice in the air fell silent. Old Master Gu muttered to himself, "I'll have to put you through hardship." That night, he sent a file to the Gu family members still in the star domain, a handover document. Though he wished to take the entire family to the backup planet, it was impossible. Some family members had special physical conditions. No matter what was done, their attributes could not meet the standards. Such bodies could not even complete a space jump, and being sent to the backup planet would only mean death. The best option was to stay in the star domain. But they could not simply wait for death in the star domain. Old Master Gu and Old Master Chiao had long prepared a backup plan for these family members, a heavily funded spaceship. If even the capital star ceased to exist, they could at least survive on the spaceship for a time. After settling all final affairs, Old Master Gu entered the pre-prepared operating room that very night. Since the space equipment could not reach the backup planet, he would use his own body as the carrier to bring the intelligent brain there. However, the vast database determined its size. Even after discarding most of the data, the carrier remains. The risk of this surgery for Old Master Gu was immense, yet he proceeded. Fortunately, the outcome was gratifying. The surgery was a success. But only the intelligent brain knew that success was not a good thing, at least not for Old Master Gu. He was in grave danger. The next day, the interstellar people who had received notification waited at home for the arrival of the flying cars. Those not chosen could already sense the breath of death, yet they were powerless. "Old Master, the flying car will arrive in 5 minutes. Please prepare over here." "All right." In those 5 minutes, Old Master Gu uploaded all the technology and materials needed for the backup planet to the network. If in the future someone in the star system gathered the corresponding materials again, the Gu and Xiao family still in the star domain would do their utmost to build a third batch of materials for the backup planet. After sending everything, Old Master Gu formatted his optical brain. Let's go. From that day on, Gu Zicheng constantly observed the sky. Over this period, more and more survivors had gathered around their living area, gradually forming a small village. It seemed to be growing more prosperous, as if life had returned to normal. But it was an illusion. Over 2 months, the climate in their location had changed. Autumn had arrived. The temperature began to drop, even colder than the autumns Lin Xi remembered. There's never a moment of peace, she muttered. They had to hurry to make warm clothing. During this time, they had woven linen into new clothes, leaving behind the era of grass garments. But plain linen was still lacking in warmth. If the weather grew colder, linen would not do. The mundane yet busy, however, today seemed a little different. Gu Zicheng's habit had influenced Lin Xi. Now, even when resting, she would occasionally look up at the sky. Today was no exception, and then she saw several meteor-like objects crashing violently from the sky. Whizzing past, they fell one after another in the surrounding area. Lin Xi had no time to inform others, for the speed was too fast. She could only memorize the directions of the falls. After confirming nothing else was falling, she hurried to find Gu Zicheng. Which directions? Gu Zicheng's heart was frantic, but he remained composed. Lin Xi pointed out several directions, and Gu Zicheng immediately set out with manpower and supplies to search for people. After the epochal shift, the land was covered in forests. Their living area was only a tiny part, with many places still unexplored. The roads were rough, and even with general directions, people could not return quickly. Lin Xi did not follow, as she stayed in the camp. Many others remained in the camp as well. After all the fields and livestock required care, it was impractical for everyone to leave. Gu Zicheng was gone for nearly 5 days before returning. During those 5 days, dark thoughts often crossed Lin Xi's mind, fearing they might have met with misfortune. This worry grew stronger with time. In moments like this, she particularly missed the interstellar optical brain, which could connect people anytime, anywhere. Even a simple phone would be nice. The thought was too extravagant. It was already a great improvement to have shed the life of a primitive. Reaching the next stage would not happen overnight. Gu Zicheng and his team returned, bringing with them the second batch of interstellar people who had been dropped nearby. Old Master Gu was among them. The intelligent brain said your landing coordinates were in this direction, so it specifically arranged for me to come this way. As he spoke, Old Master Gu appeared weak, but in high spirits. The intelligent brain's main body lay dormant within him, but it had left a clone running back in the interstellar space. Otherwise, they could not have reached this place. With more people arriving, the camp grew livelier. Yet Gu Zicheng did not look pleased. Instead, his brows were furrowed all day. On the 10th night after Old Master Gu's arrival, Gu Zicheng came to Lin Xi's doorstep. He did not call her to wake up, but sat quietly at the entrance, lost in thought. If Lin Xi had not gotten up to use the bathroom in the middle of the night, she would never have known how long he would have sat there. "What's wrong?" she asked. Gu Zicheng showed a vulnerable expression, pulling her into his arms, and said in a muffled voice, "Grandfather might not live much longer." Lin Xi's heart skipped a beat, and her voice rose sharply. How can that be? She had seen Old Master Gu walking around the camp every day, or he did not look like someone on the verge of death. "The AI brain is inside his body," Gu Zicheng said in frustration, clutching his head. "If we don't remove it, he won't last long." In the interstellar era, this would have been a minor procedure, but here, it was a major surgery. Without tools or sterilized medication, infection was certain and death was guaranteed. "How long can he survive if we leave it in?" "I don't know. Maybe a month or two, maybe a year or two," Gu Zicheng replied. If Old Master Gu hadn't instructed him to extract the AI brain after his death, he would still be in the dark. Lin Xi paused for a moment, then said, "We still have time. We can't give up easily." Among those who had entered the backup planet, there were specialists from every field, especially in medicine. After all, half of the first batch of arrivals were employees of the Gu Corporation. If they could find a surgeon capable of performing the operation, everything else would fall into place. Gu Zicheng nodded, but his heart remained heavy. The next day, Lin Xi rose and made a point to visit Old Master. Outwardly, Old Master Gu showed no signs of discomfort. He was even quite spirited and chatted with Lin Xi for a long time. After bidding him farewell, Lin Xi began researching how to manufacture glass. She had theoretical knowledge of the process, but had never actually done it. Moreover, this plan was not supposed to be implemented at this stage, but for Old Master Gu's sake, she had to move it up the schedule. Gu Zicheng didn't idle either. That very day, he led a team to search for other survivors and mineral deposits. Surgery required cutting tools. Without, or they couldn't very well use stone knives. This was also part of their future plans, but now everything had been accelerated. The others were likewise occupied with their own tasks. After more than a month, Gu Zicheng found a surgeon, a member of the Gu family, and brought him back. They had also discovered iron, and were now figuring out how to forge surgical instruments. Lin Xi's glass was produced even before the instruments, and she had even managed to distill alcohol. However, she wasn't a professional and had no idea if this alcohol was suitable for surgical use. Over the past month, the other camp members had also made significant progress. For instance, they had crafted bricks and developed cement planning to build houses for everyone that month. With iron available, they began experimenting with making bicycles. These ancient vehicles were something they had only heard of but never seen, so Lin Xi provided them with basic blueprints. Another month passed and the camp's first building was completed. At the same time, the surgical instruments were forged. Though they were not as good as those of the Interstellar era, given the constraints, they were the best possible. The chief surgeon, accustomed to working with instruments in the Interstellar era, lacked confidence in performing such a primitive operation for the first time. Recently, every animal caught from outside had ended up on the surgeon's table before being cooked. In just a few days, his skills improved dramatically. He had wanted to practice a few more days before the operation, but old Master Gu could no longer wait. 2 months ago, the old man could still walk around the camp without showing any discomfort, but now he could barely leave his bed. Watching him suffer, the Gu family held a meeting and decided to proceed with the surgery the next day. That day, no one in the camp could rest easy. Old Master Gu was not just the patriarch of the Gu family, he was also the leader of the camp and the head of the Gu Corporation. Almost everyone present was either a member of the Gu family or an employee of the Gu Corporation, with only a few outsiders. Although they had arrived on a new planet, the employees could have left the Gu Corporation to strike out on their own, yet none of them entertained that idea. When you have a good leader and a good company, few would choose to endure the hardships of going solo, especially in an undeveloped environment where it could be a death sentence. The surgery ended quickly and went smoothly. However, whether old Master Gu could safely survive the postoperative period remained uncertain. The following days would be critical. Amidst everyone's tense waiting, old Master Gu survived healthily. When Lin Xi visited him, he was rubbing something in his hands. Seeing Lin Xi, he smiled and said, "This is the AI brain. I'm taking it home." His voice was gentle and Lin Xi paused at the word home. Old Master Gu was still weak, so she didn't stay long. Before she left, he put the AI brain away. For now, they were still in the industrial age, and the AI brain could not yet fulfill its potential. Half a year after entering the backup planet Lin, she encountered Zhou Yi and her group. Thanks to the invention of the bicycle, the camp's members could travel farther. Thus, they discovered the camp where Zhou Yi and others were staying. When Zhou Yi's camp leader learned that Lin Xi's camp had already entered the industrial age while theirs had just solved food and clothing, he immediately disbanded his own camp and eagerly followed them back. That camp's leader was a player, competent in survival, but limited in development. As the camp population grew, more houses were built, and the pace of development accelerated. It took only 10 years for humanity on the backup planet to progress from the age of barbarism to the information age and the age of intelligence. The intervening agricultural age, industrial age, and electrical age were fast-tracked through their relentless efforts. 10 years later, in the present day, in a magnificent building, a group of people was discussing the national flag of their Sun-Tobe-founded country. Their camp, after gradual expansion, had now become a nation. This nation occupied 2/3 of the backup planet's territory, with the remaining third held by other aristocratic families. It was regrettable that global unification could not be achieved, but for now this was the best they could do. Selecting the national flag was a momentous event, with everyone contributing ideas. The submitted proposals were too many to review in just a few days. With the network restored, the AI brain had awakened, but it was like a newborn child lacking many data. In Lin Xi's words, it had gone from artificial intelligence to artificial stupidity. Jokes aside, the AI brain was still quite useful. At least it did a good job filtering out the more bizarre flag designs. After a round of selection, only 10 flag designs remained before them. I especially like this design. Looking at it, I feel a sense of familiarity. The AI brain's emotionless electronic voice rang out prominently in the meeting. Everyone present turned their gaze to the design on the screen. It featured a bright red background with 5 yellow 5-point stars. The designer was Gu Zicheng. Each design came with a description of its symbolism, but this one had none. Yet inexplicably, this blank design stirred the hearts of everyone present. They felt that the national flag should look exactly like this. In the end, unsurprisingly, Gu Zicheng's design was. When the result was announced, Lin Xi stared at the familiar flag and the familiar architecture, her mind reeling. This scene, it was the Lan Xing she remembered.